Our story today is about Jin, an ordinary person, but with a strange ability. When you put glasses on him, you can see the hidden truth of this world. It turns out that this world has long been infiltrated by countless demons. They disguise themselves and live as normal humans, but anyone who sees their true form and fears them will not survive. Moreover, Jean keeps dreaming of a mysterious girl. In her dreams, she always said she would wait for him. To find that girl, he must... Oh, never mind. I'm so sleepy. The story is over and it's already been released, so let's all heal together with this masterpiece. The scene before us is shrouded in a mystical glow. An ancient city standing beside a tranquil river, with a slender young woman with fiery red hair flowing in the wind on a stone slab on the bridge. Her eyes gaze into the distance as she softly smiles and says, "I will wait." The phone rings loudly in the quiet of the early morning. Jin lies motionless on the bed, eyes not fully open, but his heart already heavy with something familiar. He silently thought again. It was that dream once more. Then reluctantly reached out to answer the phone when a hurried, hoarse voice quickly cut through the early morning. "What? What else is there? How can you still be sleeping at this hour with your eyes wide open? Your books aren't selling because of this laziness." He frowned slightly and said coldly, "What does it have to do with you?" Dia begins to get up from the bed, still grumbling. "Anyway, I called just to see if you're still alive. These days, the news reports a lot of mysterious missing children, and you're no different from a kid, so I just called him once to be sure. Stay home alone, and remember to lock the door carefully." Hearing the mocking tone on the other end, he got angry and shouted, then hung up. Now he looks a bit scared. "Calm down, don't get angry. I really have something I want to tell you," Jin replied, while locking the door with a grip. "If it's about collaborating on your website again, then forget it." "What?" "No, it's not that issue. What's wrong with my website that you're saying this?" He just went into this bathroom and said, "Not just the website. I already know your company is facing many complicated problems, so stop trying to drag me down into your mess." Hearing that, he chuckled and replied, "You're being too harsh. My company is indeed having financial difficulties right now, but you're not exactly doing better. You can't pay the rent this month. You might end up sleeping on the street with just a blanket. I'm serious. So you don't have time to be lazy anymore." Dia just gave a half-hearted reply. "Sorry, I'm used to being lazy." The person on the other end of the line sighed and said, "You should try to be a bit more friendly. So up until now, you've only had one friend, me. Even back at the orphanage, you only talked to the matron. Well, you really do look dismissive when you act cold towards others. It's quite entertaining." He keeps getting extra chances to mock him. Seeing that, Dia responds with a grumpy tone. Dad really hung up. This made him panic and desperately try to keep the current conversation going. "Hey, wait a minute. I told you I really have something to do. My friend's company needs to hire someone for a temporary position just for moving things for one day." Dai-sin was about to refuse his best friend's invitation, but suddenly the other side quickly agreed with double the pay, leaving Jae-shin a bit speechless. "Where are you?" the other side cheerfully added. "So you're willing to do it, right? Sometimes you just need to go outside and get some fresh air." The blue sky with fluffy white clouds above, while below the towering skyscrapers, Jae-shin's curses echo. This guy is really annoying, but I also have to accept the reality that I do need to pay the rent. Well, I guess I have to drag myself to work. As I was strolling down the street, suddenly a voice called out to me. "Hey, young man." He looked in the direction of the voice that just called him. "You want me to point at myself?" "Me," the old woman replied. "It's definitely you." The fortune teller smiled brightly and cheerfully called out to him. "We're quite destined to meet. Do you want to have your fortune told? I only do accurate readings, you know." Not feeling very friendly, without much thought, he uttered the only word, cold and sharp as ice, asking. That made the fortune teller startle as if she had just drawn a reversed card. "What's wrong?" he straightforwardly replied. "I don't believe in these superstitions." "Hey, this isn't superstition, it's science, you understand?" Dia casually walks past the fortune teller's booth, repeatedly denying it. "I just can't understand how this superstitious nonsense could be considered science." The fortune teller desperately urged him, saying, "Come on, don't be like that, just try once and then judge." But he kept refusing, saying, "Forget it." The fortune teller shrugged and mumbled vaguely. "All right, I'll give you a free reading. If it's right, you can come back and find me later." That made Dasin feel a bit frightened, and he cursed himself silently. Surely this is a scam. Then the fortune teller uttered some confusing words, revealing that what he was searching for was inside a tree root. Jae-shin suddenly turned to look at her, causing him to feel a bit puzzled and suspicious as he asked, "Is it?" "I'm not actually looking for anything." The fortune teller calmly replied, "Is that so?" But the old woman remained very confident in her opinion. "Strange, isn't it? There has to be something, right?" At this point, Jin just wanted to leave here quickly. I knew it was a scam. It really was a waste of time. At the outdoor market area, there are food stalls and souvenir shops. A voice calls out, urging him, "All right, for now, let's leave them here, take a break for a bit." Having just finished work, Jae, feeling tired, plopped down on a chair to rest. He sighed tiredly when suddenly a voice beside him caught his attention. Hey, you're introducing yourself as Jin, right?" A young girl with short hair and glasses appears, handing him a cold soda. "You've had a hard time. Have some water." He hesitated and replied, "Thank you." Just after leaving, the female colleague walking beside her happily said, "Ha ha ha, got him, huh?" The girl with glasses quickly retorted, "What are you rambling about? I just wanted to help him a little because he looked tired." The female colleague also replied, "But have you ever been that kind to other employees?" The two of them are chatting without realizing Jin has heard everything. He suspiciously looked at the soda can that the girl with glasses just handed him. There are still 4 hours left? Jin immediately rushes to work without wasting a second. Why does time seem to slow down whenever he's working? Suddenly, a loud shout rang out as if scolding someone. "What am I even doing? How could you lose the customer list USB? Go find it quickly." Just as Jessen was carrying the boxes, she overheard the entire conversation. The middle-aged man in the blue shirt seemed to be her superior. He ordered the girl in glasses to tell everyone to go look for it, and she bowed her head and obeyed, saying yes. The middle-aged man turned around, but he didn't forget to scold that poor girl. Next week is the deadline. I don't understand what she's thinking anymore, which makes her look dejected and sad. Her colleagues are no better. Then the girl wearing glasses spoke up, asking for her colleagues' help. "So I hope everyone can stop what they're doing and help me find that USB." Everyone responded in unison, "All right." The search for the USB was quick, and among them was a guy in full red who couldn't hold it in and shouted, "How could the devil or the dead find that tiny thing in the middle of the street market like this?" Even the goats are joining in the search for the USB. Suddenly, he notices something and looks down. Many footprints appear on the ground resembling bird tracks. Where do these footprints lead to? A bird's footprint? The more I look, the stranger it feels, but I just can't explain why there's a hollow here. Jin suddenly remembered the fortune teller's words that what he was looking for was inside a root cavity. Although he was a bit skeptical about what the old woman said, he still bent down to check just in case. Could there really be something inside this? Looking inside the hollow of the tree, there is indeed a USB sitting there. That surprised him, huh? USB. So after finding the USB, Jin quickly headed to the fortune teller's booth. Seeing him return, the fortune teller clapped excitedly, welcoming him back. Dia quietly sat in front of her. The fortune teller also dedicated herself fully to her craft. "What would you like to see? Just ask freely." He fell silent for a long time before finally speaking out what was in his heart. "I keep having this really strange dream, and I can't even remember how many times I've had it by now. I keep dreaming of meeting the same person in the same place over and over again. I don't know her name, nor do I clearly remember what she looks like, but she always repeats one phrase. The image of a girl with fiery hair smiling brightly in the daytime. I will wait." With that, Dia paused for a moment before continuing the story. "I don't know anything about her, so why is she waiting for me? So, I want to ask if you do." "I don't know." The fortune teller's words made Dashin look completely stunned. "Like I can ask anything I want." The fortune teller keeps hitting your sore spot. "Do you ask Phi Lai a lot, you know? How am I supposed to find someone for you if I don't even know your name? Is this your first time getting a fortune telling?" Did that make Jishin cry out? Immediately after, the fortune teller kept pouring rice onto the table. "If you want to know more about her, it's best to bring her name and date of birth here, or just ask another question." That made him turn pale. "I just realized I've been played a harsh trick by the old woman. Was I really fooled?" The fortune teller happily read fortunes, but Jishin had had enough and decided to leave quickly. "That's enough. I'm leaving now." Just as I turned to go, the fortune teller asked, "Huh? Why didn't you bring your glasses?" "What?" Jishin replied casually as if it were obvious. "The eyes are on my face," but the old woman denied it, saying they are eyes that see the truth. At this point, it seems he has understood the meaning behind the old woman's words. She meant that Dia Shin suddenly recalled the past when he was a child, as if it was a painful memory. Thinking of this, his face darkened, as if he had seen something terrifying. Then, Dia Shin immediately turned back to continue the previous topic. "Keep going, I wonder why she knows." The fortune teller simply smiled and pointed at him, saying, "Always keep those eyes with you. Soon, you'll definitely need them. Without them, you're sure to meet your end." The old woman continued, "Trust in what you see through those eyes and stay calm. At least that will help you live a little longer. And you want to find someone, right? If you want to find her, then stop running from your destiny." Hearing the old woman say that, Jin's pupils suddenly dilated a bit. Then the fortune teller told him to put his hands out for her to borrow a little, making him confused, but he still followed her instructions. So you put your hands out like that and respond? The fortune teller carefully grabs your wrists and examines them. After finishing the inspection, the old woman releases her hands. Seeing her strange behavior, Dia asks, "What are you going to do?" The old woman replied in a dangerous tone, hoping this would be useful to you. Noticing the unusual tone in the fortune teller's voice, Dia Shin wondered silently with confusion. Yeah, her voice seemed a bit different at first, but then it returned to normal. The fortune teller continued, "All right, now for the most important part, which made you frown." "What else?" The fortune teller snapped back, not believing it. That made him stiffen up and fall silent, thinking to himself, probably not. So Jae-shin also took out his bank card to pay the old lady, swiped the card. It made the old woman fall silent for a long time. Outside, the sky was now cloaked in dusk. After returning home, Dia asked to open the drawer where the red glasses were neatly inside. He took out the glasses and examined them for a long time. "It's been a long time since I last wore it." As I was admiring it, suddenly an unexpected call rang out. Dia picks up the phone, and the screen shows the words, "Chiller Bach." "What else do you want me to listen to?" Then the girl with red glasses shyly thanks him. "Thanks for accepting, okay. I didn't have the chance to thank you properly yesterday. You really saved my life." Dee politely responds, "It's not that big of a deal. I just happened to pick it up by chance." Hearing that, she responded unexpectedly, "Really? I heard that you found it under a tree. How could you know it was underneath? Even I don't know why I found it, so I just brush it off and move on. I'm not really sure about this either. To thank you for finding the USB earlier, she made a suggestion. Anyway, I want to invite you to dinner to show my gratitude. Let's have dinner here." But that made Jae-shin feel a bit confused and somewhat uncomfortable. There's no need to make things so complicated. A coffee like this is enough. But before he could finish his sentence, the girl suddenly received an unexpected call. "Sorry, I need to take this call." She turns to leave to answer the phone. Upstairs, there are many artworks on display. Ooh. While waiting, you can go up and take a look. Then she answered the phone. "Yes, sir." That made Jae-shin feel uncomfortable and burdened, so he sighed deeply. Suddenly, he remembered what his close friend once said. "I don't know, but she keeps insisting on thanking you. Just consider it fate." Dai quickly stood up. Honestly, there's no need to overdo it. The cup of coffee on the table was still steaming with white smoke, and somehow, miraculously, Jin still followed the girl with glasses' words. He immediately went upstairs to the gallery displaying many famous artworks. Now he couldn't just leave without a proper reason. This is really troublesome. He glanced at the artworks hanging on the wall and quickly moved past the paintings. "I don't understand anything about this complicated art stuff. This kind of thing isn't for me." Suddenly, Jae-shin stops beside a large antique painting depicting children playing together. He looked up at the painting and fell into deep thought, and for a moment, a blurry image suddenly appeared in his mind. It's like I've seen this somewhere before. A flash of light flickers in his eyes, and memories long buried suddenly creep back. It's her with the fiery red hair, smiling at him and saying, "I will wait." His pupils dilated as an old image from years ago suddenly appeared, making his heart skip a beat. The image of a young woman waiting for him standing on that bridge. The more he looked at the painting hanging on the wall, the more he was stunned, and Dia Shin felt more and more that it might be the place he saw in his dream. Suddenly, he noticed something below the painting, a picture of children playing happily together, but some are too small to see clearly. He furrowed his brows, trying to look closely at the painting, but still saw nothing. He casually noticed the glasses hanging on his shirt collar. So Jay took it and tried to wear it. Maybe it would help her see something. Surely that's not going to work, right? Jin focused intently on the painting when suddenly from behind, the girl with glasses, having returned after a call, saw him staring at the picture and couldn't help but speak. Judging by how much he cares about that painting, it seems he's quite knowledgeable about art. Jin looked up and turned towards the call. "Oh, does that mean she knows something about this painting? Of course, I was the one who brought this painting here, but..." When Jin turned to look, there was no girl with glasses, only a giant bird standing beside him talking to him, making him doubt his own eyes with question marks all over his head. He stood frozen. What appeared before his eyes couldn't be real. Could it be that his eyes are deceiving him? A cold shiver runs down my spine, goosebumps gradually rising, my trembling hand feeling like it no longer belongs to me. Dia instinctively took a step back, his heart pounding in his throat, veins throbbing in his ears, his hands trembling so cold he could barely feel his skin. He bit his lip, trying to stay calm. What monster? It's definitely the same voice. The girl with glasses didn't realize she had been seen through her true identity and continued telling Jin the story. This painting originally belonged to Yongsun. It was painted for a Zen master capable of entering paintings. Anyone who worships him gets trapped inside this picture forever. Dia keeps staring at her like a freak. I hear those who get trapped in that painting are still alive even now. Maybe people are just implying that this painting is incredibly realistic. The girl kept talking nonstop, but Jane couldn't stay calm at all. I try to keep my voice calm as if I'm attentively listening, but inside everything is burning, my heart pounding wildly, chills running down my spine, and panic tearing apart every thought just beginning to form. I can't focus at all, but I still smile and respond to her as if nothing happened, though each word escapes my throat trembling and dry. Maybe that's it. Suddenly the goat notices something and he glances down. Below were the feet of the girl with the thick glasses, making him break out in a cold sweat as he silently thought to himself, "This is exactly like the footprints I saw back then." Realizing a truth, he panicked and thought to himself, so she is the culprit. His eyes are panicked, unable to stop. His lips slightly pressed as if he wants to say something but can't find the words, feeling confused. It's as if everything is pushing him into darkness, endless questions echoing in his mind but no answers to be found. What should I do now? At that critical moment, Dia tried to remember the words the fortune teller had once told her. Always keep those eyes with you, the eyes that see the truth of the flag. Stay calm and trust what you see through those eyes. That statement seeped into his mind like a ray of light, pushing all chaos to the back. The fear of the curse surrounded him like a cold night wind through a thin shirt, but he still stood firm like an ancient tree in a storm, deeply rooted in the ground. His body trembles but doesn't break as he carefully looks up and stares intently at her. Surprised by his strange behavior, she also asks confusedly, "What's wrong?" Dia muttered a few sounds before bluntly revealing everything. I just feel that living with humans is a bit difficult for you." She slowly turned her head to look at him, unflinching and without blinking, her round black eyes silently watching him. No anger, no surprise, not a trace of life. For a moment, he couldn't tell if he was facing a sentient being or just an empty corpse stuffed with flesh, standing up on instinct. The air in the room suddenly thickened, making him feel exposed, as pieces of his identity fell away in silence. A primal cry meant only for facing something that should not exist in this world. Yeah, am I doing the right thing or wrong? Its large, round, black eyes, like two unextinguished coal pits, lock onto him, with no unnecessary movement, no twitch of a muscle. Then as his heart begins to pound as if about to tear his chest apart, it tilts its head at a strange angle, just like a bird watching its prey about to die. Her mouth opens, but the words don't quite match the sound coming out, as if the voice is coming from somewhere else, deeper and farther away. "Do you recognize me?" She looks at him with cloudy, blood-immersed eyes, nods her head, and her wings puff up like the stuffed body of a crooked owl. "Are you also a monster? No wonder." That words didn't come from her mouth but quietly seeped out through her pores, her feathers, and the misaligned teeth. She smiled, without showing her teeth or opening her mouth, but the smile appeared where no facial muscles should be. "I thought a person like you would have discovered that I stole this thing. Luckily, you're not human, or it would be quite complicated." Even after she admitted to being a monster, he still couldn't stay calm, his heart pounding fiercely, as if fighting inside his chest, each breath tearing at his throat. He stammered, "Oh, I see." He seemed to breathe a sigh of relief inside. "You're safe now, monster." I have to stay calm and speak naturally to her, so Jay points to the ancient architecture painting. "By the way, this architecture that looks like a temple or pagoda, what is it?" She tilts her head slightly, the cracking sound of bones echoing coldly as she looks at him without blinking. "Don't you know Naniac Temple? That's strange." Its voice sounded steady like a talking skulls machine, with no delay and no emotion. Under that gaze, he no longer felt he was facing a creature, but something that was once alive but had its soul drained, leaving behind a cold shell driven by ancient instincts. Realizing he had spoken out of turn, Dia quickly tried to change the subject. "That's right, I remember now. I forgot because it's been so long. You just said that the people inside this painting are all real, right?" The girl with glasses replied, "Yes, the kids in the painting you're looking at are all ones I captured and locked inside there. It took quite a bit of time to get this many. However, I still need to catch many more to fill this painting. There's really nothing more fun than collecting these famous kids, right?" Hearing her words, Daixin seemed unable to believe his eyes. Duong's eyes looked at the painting of the children she was talking about, utterly in disbelief. "Are these really all living people? You stand frozen, your back icy cold, and your neck stiff." "Oh, look, the kid just moved." Suddenly, Dia Shin remembers the news reporting that there have been many mysterious child disappearances lately. She stared at him silently, her face as cold as wax, her trembling eyes flickering as if his words were just the wind slipping through a crack in the door. Dia secretly worried that she had to save the kids, but most importantly, how to do it. So he brushed every nod up, that's right. He tried to steady his breath, each shallow inhale barely enough oxygen. So there must be a way to get them out, right? You're really curious. You're human, right? The question sounded softly, but in that moment, the surrounding air seemed to freeze. She looked at him through her thin glasses, unblinking, as if peeling away his layers one by one with just her gaze. His eyes flickered with a slight shock, like the first crack on thin ice, sweat beginning to trail down his cheeks. Cold as a deep needle, as his head lowered like a beast stalking prey, his large black eyes revealing endless hollow pits filled with deadly intent. That gaze pierces through the flesh, slicing through trembling muscles, as cold sweat trickles back into the opponent's spine with a chilling scream, her voice echoing coldly and raspily through clenched teeth like claws scratching on bone. I see now. No wonder I kept feeling that something was off. The wooden floor cracked beneath her feet, each step like the weight of her presence pounding into the ground. Without warning or warning signs, a coldly raised hand, a touch that seemed as light as a feather. But in the next second, the man's entire body was pressed against the chair's back. The rotten wood shattered, shards flying like cold fireworks, the wall behind cracking, dust billowing as if even the space itself was distorted by the power of that small girl. His throat tightens. Air vanishes from his chest. His cold hand clenches, pulling his heartbeat into a deep abyss of fear. His eyes widen, shimmering with tears. Not because of pain, but out of terror, the body struggles in despair. She is too strong, and the one facing him, the oppressor, doesn't roar or need to show off. Just a light-hearted remark cold enough to freeze your soul. A fool like you, with such a terrible lie, how could you possibly recognize me? She stared intently at him, and then her voice, deep and hoarse like tearing through a decayed throat, echoed into his bones. Do you want to know how to pull them out of the painting? There's no way, if there is. Only Jong-sun would know. The cold hand like a corpse tightly grips his neck. The dark red hair like syrup tilts slightly, and the sharp eyes like blades gleam with a strange amusement, as a voice whispers, light as a breeze but filled with chilling, deadly intent. I also want to trap you inside the painting. This way it's so convenient. His eyes widened in terror, but he couldn't fight back. The only thing left on his face was pure horror, as if his very soul had been branded and sent straight into nothingness. His hand clenched around his neck, as cold as a metal hook piercing into flesh. His entire body was pressed against the hard, stone-like wall. His back slammed so hard it nearly snapped, breath choking in his throat, lips trembling as only a broken, desperate sound escaped. Behind his eyes, the rims of his glasses reddened, whether from fear or because blood was no longer reaching his brain, he couldn't tell. Realizing he was about to be dragged into the painting, time shattered into silent fragments. His eyes were like cracked glass reflecting the most primal fear of mankind, death. The final words ring out like a bell at the bottom of the abyss. Is this the end, then? His eyes gradually blurred, the light in his pupils like a candle about to go out in the howling wind. The scene gradually blurred and disappeared as if swallowed by an endless, dark, undefined abyss. But then the light from the red-haired girl who brought him hope, along with her radiant smile, helped him find enlightenment. Summoning all remaining strength, his trembling arm reached up, gripping the wrist tightening around his neck. No, I must not give up. A faint blue light gradually appeared on his arm, shocking her. Before identifying the person, a strange glow emanated from his arm. The glowing blue characters run along the surface, blazing like a curse etched into blood and flesh, a strange system of luminous blue characters burning intensely. Realizing what it was, she screamed in horror that it was the lock-on. She was terrified of flying away and quickly let Jin go. That's the mark of the curse. She quickly transforms and spreads her wings to escape from here. If I curse myself, I will be cursed in return. She rushes out quickly, disappearing from sight, leaving only a fleeting shadow, while Deshin sits on the ground clutching his neck. The laceration in the throat, which was tightly sealed, suddenly reopened, sending a rush of breath into the trachea and brain, causing a few seconds of hypoxia but restoring vital nutrients. However, the aftershocks remained: dizziness, trembling, bulging veins under the skin as if about to burst, a sore throat, and nearly paralyzed vocal cords from the pressure of the curse. Dia Shin looked at the strange ancient symbols on his arm, feeling uneasy and wondering to himself, is this a curse? Where did I get this from? Suddenly he remembered the fortune-teller's words that this hope would be useful to him. Dia nervously scratched his head, lost in thought. Is that really a scammer fortune-teller? Thanks to her, I managed to keep this life. Unfortunately, it is a curse. At this moment, he recalls memories that seemed destined to be buried deep in his heart. At that moment, a blood-stained hand tried to call Jin's name, always blaming herself for the misfortunes that happened. With her last bit of strength, that hand gently touched Jason's cheek as a comfort, leaving a hot bloodstain like the mark of a final promise. In ragged breaths, they barely managed to part their lips. But just this once. Blood spread across the floor like withered, shattered petals in the rain, mingling with the lifeless bodies lying scattered. On the cold, blood-stained road, a woman lies motionless with her eyes closed, long lashes casting shadows on shattered glasses. Behind her, dozens of bodies stacked like a silent, cursed, hellish painting, as the wind howls through the still wet scar and a voice echoes like a denial. Don't blame yourself for anything at all. As the memories end, Jay desperately begs to hold his head. Camp leader, what should I do now? Suddenly he remembered something, quickly stood up and looked at the picture hanging on the wall. That's right, and the kids too. Are all the missing children inside here? Dia Shin recalls what she once said, that there's no way. If anyone knows, it's only Hoa Jong-sun. Yen Rang recalls the terrifying scene from childhood, and Dia Shin desperately punches the painting, his teeth clenched even tighter, once again feeling helpless. He closed his eyes in despair, as if ready to give up, knowing there was nothing he could do. Suddenly, his hand penetrated into the painting, causing him to hit his face. Dia Shin anxiously searched inside the painting. It seems like Min So saw something. He quickly pulls it out and gets it away fast. What you just grabbed is the arm of a bunch of children. He drops the kid onto the floor with a thud. That only makes Jae-shin more confused and anxious. What is that? I really pulled the kid out. Next on the news program, the missing children we previously reported on in the news programs have been found at an art exhibition cafe in District 20. The news continues to actively deliver fresh updates to the public. However, it was very difficult for authorities to find the suspect because each child's testimony completely did not match. And on top of that, the security cameras in that area were all mysteriously broken. Jay decided to go home after that incident. He quickly turned on his computer to check the news and couldn't help but feel a sigh of relief inside. Lucky I didn't get mentioned. Getting involved in this mess would have ruined my youth, but luckily I left the scene quickly. Jin looked down thoughtfully at his arms covered with ancient symbols, rubbing his fist as he held that mark. The website about the mysterious legend of Naniac appears on the computer screen. Once again, it is being mentioned. He silently thought that maybe he should go. Jin remembered the fortune teller's advice. If you want to find her, stop running away from your destiny. Remembering the fortune teller's words, he recalled that old woman. That's right, I completely forgot. So Jay quickly packed his things and went out to find the fortune teller. I have to see her. There are so many things I need to ask. He quickly ran to the spot where he first met the old woman, but strangely, when he arrived, she was nowhere to be seen. He looked confused and wondered, hey, where is she? Could it be that today she's taking a break and standing there talking to herself when suddenly a kind old man behind me asks who I'm looking for? Young Dia immediately turned to ask the old man, yes, may I ask if you know where the fortune teller sitting here has gone? Hearing that, the old man looked confused. Then he revealed a shocking truth that Jin Shin couldn't believe. What are you rambling about? I've been working in this area for 10 years and I've never seen any fortune teller sitting here. That made him freeze for a moment, but he still tried to provide more valuable information for the old man to hear. But a few days ago, I did meet her. She looked a bit chubby, middle-aged, and was wearing a bunch of shiny jewelry. The more he talked, the more the old man couldn't understand what he was saying. Even homeless people wouldn't sit in a place like this, so if someone suddenly appeared here, I would know right away. Are you shocked? Are you joking, little boy? Ginny is arguing with the old man without noticing that on the wall is the old fortune teller's old photo he saw the day before. The old woman's eyes seemed to still be watching someone, waiting for the day to return. But then the flames flare up, slowly consuming the past as ashes rise, twisting like silent screams, no longer just a picture. That was the final evidence burned away, and with it, a part of the soul also vanished, leaving only thin smoke and an eerily cold emptiness. Jin still hasn't noticed the wheel of fate turning on his next journey. The conversation kept going on and hadn't ended yet. What are you joking about? Why would I joke about something like that? Jay insists stubbornly and whines. Please just tell me the truth, I beg you. But the old man stubbornly denied because he had already told Jae-shin everything. I told you I was telling the truth. The hurried breathing echoed in the darkness. Suddenly, a stumbling man with a trembling body appeared out of nowhere, as if fleeing from something terrible. From afar, a faint light had been seeping through the broken roof tiles, casting faint streaks on the decayed wall. The man quickly turned his head with eyes full of fear, and in that instant, In the thick, inky darkness, a chilling call seemed to echo. Uncle, deep inside that dark corridor, something is shifting in the shadowy corner, unclear in shape and sound. But it's definitely getting closer. The eerie voice echoes once more. Hey, where did you go? It seems closer and clearer this time. He holds his breath, too afraid to move. The man presses himself into a corner, his eyes fixed intently on the dim corridor ahead. Hey, mister, where did you go? It wanders around looking for prey. After a few moments of silence, its head suddenly stretched backward, twisting a full 180 degrees in an instant. Its eyes locked onto the man before it. The monster let out a gleeful cry. Here it is. The terrifying man backed away, his survival instinct kicking in, but his body trembled uncontrollably, crashing into broken wood on the floor and causing him to fall face first. It steps forward again, approaching the man overwhelmed by fear. The monster grins a grotesque smile that stretches to its ears. It opened its mouth wide and bit down on the man's head. A scream tore through the sky, then faded into silence. Not long after, it seems, the scream alerted the nearby old woman. She immediately reported everything. I swear I did hear the desperate scream of a man, and because of that, everyone in the city gathered around to talk about it. It's her again, always calling the police at the slightest thing. Someone mutters under their breath. She is seriously damaging the reputation and prestige of this area. This makes the police officer confused and say, Madam, according to our assessment, there is no one living in that area. They are probably just homeless people causing trouble, but the old woman remains convinced she didn't mishear. No, I am sure that scream was from someone in life-threatening danger. More and more townspeople are coming to see. The police officer simply shrugged and replied, Ma'am, we don't have the authority to handle what's happening in that area. Hearing that, the old woman looked disappointed. But before she could finish speaking, the officers had already left the scene. Let's go, the others shouted loudly. They quickly got into the police car, and before leaving, they reminded the old lady not to call the police again about those half-ghost, half-demon things. After the police car left, the villagers continued to discuss recent events. By the way, I just noticed. I wonder how many people have gone in there and disappeared. The other person replied, there might really be monsters inside, but an old man has settled everything, and everything is quiet. The old man gently pushed up his glasses to straighten everyone out. If this ghost rumor spreads, no one will want to live here anymore. Everyone shut your mouths and pretend nothing happened. The shouted voice echoed through the old neighborhood, cutting through the cold, gray morning air. After that incident, it made the front page of the newspaper titled The Mysterious Story, the latest news about the strange disappearances in Naniac 4th Street neighborhood. The comments below caused widespread panic, with some people unsure of where it was, others claiming to have passed through the terrifying place, some believing it to be real, while others dismissed it. Another report states that mysterious glowing spheres have appeared in Naniac Street. The stories about Naniac are spreading like wildfire. There are reports that strange flickering lights, even ghosts, have appeared here, and the comments below the article are also exploding with activity. Someone believes that mysterious spiritual phenomena are appearing in Naniac neighborhood. There are many news articles reporting on spiritual incidents happening in Naniac. At that moment, Jin suddenly asked, Really? The old woman sitting by the road confidently replied, Of course it's true. You will definitely encounter the man searching for masks, as the old woman pointed to the rice grains on the table while continuing her story and meeting her soulmate there. If you find them, you must not leave that person even half a step away. The old woman smiled and held out her hand as if to indicate payment. If you want me to bless everything to go smoothly, please pay extra. DA is happy to do so. All right, take out your card and swipe it. I'm out of cash. That left the old woman speechless for a moment. The clear blue sky stretches endlessly like a summer silk stretched tight across the horizon, with gentle morning sunlight casting a soft golden glow on the white buildings, making everything seem pure and peaceful. In the midst of the quiet scene of a modern residential area, a voice calls out, Hey JN, check again to see if anything's missing. After confirming nothing is missing, Jay replied, Yes, everything is complete. The driver nodded, turned back and said firmly, Let's get on the truck. The vehicle started moving, the engine roaring as the city noise gradually faded away. Inside the cabin, the driver said, We have to get there before dark. The atmosphere grew a little more tense. He sat beside him, looking ahead, but his mind was lost in distant thoughts. Then the driver suddenly asked, Hey, why do you have so many books? Most of your belongings are books. Are you a teacher? Please say no. No, not really. Then the driver continued to ask with a teasing tone, So why do you hoard so much? Are you planning to eat books instead of rice? Hearing him say that, Dashin felt a bit angry and resentful inside. He asked back in frustration, Is there any law that forbids people from hoarding books? The driver chuckled half-heartedly. With the money spent on those books, you could easily buy a decent, spacious house to live in instead of coming to a place like this. Diashin turned his head away and he forced a rather awkward smile. The driver was no longer joking around. He asked seriously, "Do you know what kind of place that is? Someone went missing there just a few days ago." The car sped down the highway, the cityscape fading into the distance as Diashin maintained a calm, even slightly teasing tone. "You don't need to worry about me, after all, I'm not really human." The driver blurted out, voice full of doubt. "So what are you then?" "If I ate books instead of rice, I'd be called a bookworm." The car screeched to a halt with a long screeching sound. "We're here. Naniac haunted house. In front of them is a narrow slope leading up to the old house, hidden behind thick trees." Dia stands silently before the stone wall, looking up at the shadowy house. The weak evening sunlight is not enough to dispel the cold atmosphere surrounding this place. Since the disappearances happened, no one has asked to rent this house again. A soft, deep voice echoes, as if recounting an old legend that even the speaker no longer fully believes. Jin stands silently, staring intently at the house rumored to be haunted, contemplating something. The driver sitting in the car turned back and asked, half joking, half serious, "Do you regret it yet? If you want to go back, get on the car. I'll charge you half the price." Jin replied calmly, with a slightly cold expression. "No need for you to help me carry the stuff down." The driver chuckled, but also warned him, "You sure about that? This is a haunted house." But Jay didn't seem worried at all. He turned back with a calm, slightly cold gaze and replied firmly, "It's not an issue, but I can't harm a person." The driver raised an eyebrow slightly. "You've got guts. If you've made up your mind, there's nothing I can do to stop you." After saying his final helpless words, the driver turned to smirk. "Let's settle the bill." He took out his bank card and held it out lightly to the driver sitting in the white truck to swipe it. My tough arm still rests on the car door frame. I let out a faint sigh and reply with a dry, slightly mocking tone, "I don't eat books like you." Hearing that, he looked stunned. Then the driver neatly counted each bill, his strong hand pausing when he had enough. The man nodded, his dry but sincere voice low. "It's 1520, that's enough. Take care of your health. If you still have the energy to move again, just call me." The truck started to move, its engine low rumbling, blending into the quiet space. From the warehouse, the driver muttered softly, "He's really an idiot for wanting to live with her for no reason. And there's even a monster of all thought to be resolved." It was just a slip of the tongue, but it made Jin stop by the roadside, his eyes wide open as if awakened from a different train of thought. "Yeah." He immediately chased after the truck with a hurried look on his face. His voice rang out clearly, almost shouting, "Hey, stop right there." The driver paused for a moment, leaning his head out the window with a surprised look. I caught up to the door of the truck, panting, but my AA still shining with amazement, as I asked again, "What did you just say?" The driver looked up, a bit confused but still calm, and said, "I told you you're a crazy kid for wanting to live together with that thing. That doesn't matter to me. Not the end part, anyway." The driver paused for a moment, then muttered, "What?" "Oh, a monster." The driver kept talking without realizing he had just dropped a psychological bomb. "Don't you know that a house is called a haunted house, but in reality there are also monsters inside?" That made Jinder's face turn pale, eyes wide open, stiff as stone, his normally normal face now looking crazed, while he was still in shock from the driver's words when a voice suddenly echoed in his ear. "It's getting dark. I have to get out of this place now." His face is expressionless, his eyes devoid of emotion. He was so shocked he vanished like a ghost. The sound hit the empty space like a splash and then echoed in his mind like a monster alarm bell. Suddenly, a man from afar waved his hand towards him. "Hey, are you asking for trouble? Wow, you're here so early. Sorry for not welcoming you earlier. Are you unhappy with anything?" He is Bong Pu, the landowner. Hearing what he said, Do calmly replied that whether he's satisfied or not, you'll only know by trying. "I've only been here for about 10 minutes. Before I leave, I have a question for you." The remark made Mr. Bong Bill, who had just been smiling brightly, suddenly stop smiling and look confused and flustered. "Oh." But he quickly regained his original friendly demeanor. He clasped his hands together, smiling brightly. "What did he say?" "Feel free to ask anything. Don't hesitate," Dai asked with a serious look, her face expressionless as she posed a question to him. "Is there anything else here besides ghosts?" "What are you talking about? There's no such thing as ghosts." But Jin quickly realized, calmly pocketed his hands and replied with a composed expression, "It's okay. No need to hide anything. The haunted house in Naniac Street is all over the news online. People say they've seen ghosts in this house." The uncle started to panic visibly, stammering, "What does that mean? It can't be real. It's all just baseless rumors. Just rumors." Meanwhile, Dia Shin still kept a serious expression with a cold voice. "Just tell the truth. There's nothing else but ghosts, right? Like maybe monsters or something, Dia Shin asked, glaring at Bong Bu. He blurted out, "Are you okay?" before his brain caught up and he quickly shut his mouth. Bong Bi turns pale, sweating profusely, while Jae Shin stares at him silently without saying a word. He panics and tries to back away, continuing to deny and evade. Yes, only ghosts. Jin still doesn't believe no matter how he looks. He frowns in suspicion, showing disapproval, secretly thinking that something about this seems suspicious. Ever since I mentioned Tuma, I felt that this uncle had something wrong. I just wanted to test him a little. Dia turned his head away with a tired, disillusioned expression, lost in his own thoughts. Will I make it back in time now? All the belongings have already been moved down, and I'm out of money too. Meanwhile, the old man tried to deny and cover up. Hey, there really is something tonight. Oh, it's nothing. Then Jae Shin looked towards a group of residents gathering in the alley. A group of older people with anxious expressions are staring intently at Jin, then secretly leaving. Their series of actions leaves him puzzled. That makes Jae Shin wonder what's going on. He was still confused and wondered to himself. Are people curious when they see me move here? They probably know something. Meanwhile, Bong Pu forced a smile. You should pay the rent first. Jin was about to swipe his card to pay the rent, but Bong Pu quickly snatched it away so fast that it was invisible to the naked eye and threw the card aside. The bank card is lying under the ground, while Dasin and Bong Pu stand facing each other. The atmosphere is very awkward right now. At this moment, darkness begins to envelop everything. In the quiet night, under the faint light of the stars swallowed by thick tree branches, the old tiled roof of the house appears. A frustrated muttering echoed in that space. We've already had to rent a haunted house to live in, and now they won't even let people swipe their cards. After paying in cash, more taxes came up, giving me a headache. A sigh escaped from Jin's lips as his body gradually lowered his center of gravity. In the old, dilapidated room, the flickering fluorescent light flickered as if struggling to shine. The chair leaned back completely, and Jin sank down like a shadow shedding its armor, his breath gentle but still tinged with exhaustion. It's okay for now. He leaned back against the chair, his gaze lazily directed at the ceiling, a slight smirk on his lips as if he had just found a good deal and was silently pleased. Luckily, the house is really spacious and comfortable. Renting it for a cheap price and getting this much is amazing. Ghosts can't harm humans. Jin still kept a relaxed smile, his gaze distant, as if recalling a remark from him. The driver's voice echoed in his mind again. You're a crazy kid who likes living with ghosts, and there are monsters in there too. A sudden chill ran down my spine and straight to my brain. Dia clenched the armrest tightly. Is that really the kind of monster we're dealing with? He brushed his mouth and spoke nonsense, risking it becoming real. Then he calmly put his glasses back on and slowly walked through the dark corridor. The gentle sound of footsteps echoes on the old wooden floor. Just keep checking around to be sure. If there's a monster, you have to run immediately. Dee hurriedly throws open the door. But in front of him, there are only old, dusty objects that no one uses, discarded in the dark room with no light at all. Dia Shin again throws open another room. He froze in front of the bathroom door, where the space was bright and spotless, a stark contrast to the dusty room earlier. He opened another door, even kneeling on the floor to see if there was anything strange underneath. Suddenly, Jane froze, as if his heart had skipped a beat. He stopped right in front of the stairs. The stairs. His hand gently touches the wooden railing, his eyes fixed on the staircase leading upward, where faint light from a crack in the door shines down, revealing each gray, rotten, and warped wooden step. A few steps look like they could collapse with a light push. Is this house 2 stories? As soon as he reached the top of the stairs, he froze. Jay stepped into the room upstairs. The cold blue light from the foggy window frame shines into the dark room, creating faint streaks of light through the dust in the air. It's the loft. Jin remains standing in the attic, his quiet gaze sweeping the cold, abandoned room, with no sign of cleaning. Could it be that the previous tenant never came up here? He looked up at the ceiling. Suddenly, his eyes widened, his legs froze, and directly above his head, a strange object was embedded in the ceiling. His pupils constricted as he saw that object. What the hell is this? A stick. The stick boldly stands upright embedded in the wall, and suddenly, Dacin's body tenses with a strange pain. He rolled up his sleeve, revealing ancient symbols, and suddenly his wrist hurt so much. That made him recall the event he encountered a few days ago. The image of the girl with glasses transforming into a panicked, fleeing monster bird. That's the mark. I will be cursed forever. That makes him feel anxious and worried, secretly wondering, is this really a curse? Should I leave this place? He grits his teeth. He slowly steps down, each step echoing dryly on the old wooden stairs. No way. Dang now is already paid too. Besides, I don't have any money left to rent somewhere else. He tense up, gripping his glasses tightly in silence for a long time. He closed his eyes, took a deep breath as if trying to swallow the rising fear in his chest, then took a gamble. Anyway, I didn't rent this house because it was cheap. Dia walks slowly along the dimly lit corridor, her eyes subtly glancing through the large window. This place really is spacious. Even the yard is large. Maybe I should go outside to check it out. He stood silently by the large window, his gaze focused outward. The yellow street lamp light filters through the dense leaves outside, while a faint breeze carries a damp, musty smell and an increasingly eerie sensation. His eyes widened in confusion, sweat beading on his temples and dripping with each rapid breath. He forced a smile and thought to himself, "I'm so stupid. Why didn't I wait until morning?" No stupidity is the same as another. The scene continues to be shrouded in a gloomy and suffocating atmosphere. A road appears behind two cracked stone walls under the streetlights. Suddenly, a black hole emerges right in the middle of the air. It has now expanded, boiling like a gateway to hell as the flickering streetlights are swallowed into the void. Inside that dark abyss, a strange light suddenly flashes. The spots of light gradually start to move. On the other side, a faint cracking sound came from the old, dilapidated ceiling. A blue glow shone through the window onto the dusty bookshelf. An old computer sits silently by the window frame. On the sofa, Jin is wide awake, curled up on it. His face was tense to the extreme, eyes wide and bloodshot, pupils constricted, sweat pouring down his forehead. He gasped for breath as if he had just returned from the brink of death, with eyes so wide they seemed about to pop out of their sockets. He smiled mischievously to himself, thinking that he must have slept for at least 4 hours. He was almost losing his mind. He clenched the watch tightly, his eyes wide open, mouth agape, as if he couldn't believe the truth unfolding before him. Is it possible that dawn still hasn't broken? And then the heartbreaking truth unfolded right before my eyes. Only 15 minutes have passed now. He holds his head with both hands as if his brain is about to explode. I've never felt time pass so slowly as it does now. Maybe staying up all night working for nothing. There's no need to torment myself with 2 exhausting things at once. Just forget it. About 30 minutes later, Jin was crouching in front of the wide-open refrigerator, his face grimacing as if he had just endured the exhaustion of the entire universe. He silently thought, at this point, just show up, ghost or demon, to end my suffering. Dia raised the water bottle, looking at it with a nonchalant expression. It's best if it's a ghost or something. What shame is there at this point? As he still held water in his mouth, suddenly a strange sound abruptly echoed through the silent space, making him freeze and turn cold all over. What is that sound? It seems to be a bell. The town center is really far from here. Who would be bored enough to ring the bell at midnight like this? His face tried to force a smile, but panic was obvious, and his eyes looked like he couldn't believe what was happening. He clenched the glasses in his hand, his confusion turning into extreme tension as he realized it was probably heading this way. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed on the old wooden floor. He rushed straight to the window like an arrow. Jin peeked through the window to look outside. He stared in amazement through the window. Outside, a vibrant red procession was parading through the street. A procession of people dressed in deep red costumes march in line, their faces illuminated by lanterns and torches, looking unusually solemn. It's a whole crowd. Jin still gazes out the window with a confused and suspicious expression, wondering what kind of festival they are holding so late into the night. He remained silent for a long time, clenched the glasses tightly in his hand. Could this be it? He exhaled softly. Jin, after putting on the red glasses, widened his eyes in amazement as he carefully observed them with trembling hands. The scene right in front of him is like a parade of monsters, of course. They are all demons. Suddenly, his eyes widened to the maximum. The scene before him makes him recall the past, a voice echoing deep like stones rolling in a canyon, so cold it makes the listener's spine turn to ice. Strange indeed. Uda, pleading with a scarred face. Xiao Dao is too scared to move. You look very much like a human. The monster with hundreds of eyes staring intently as if looking at insects beneath its feet, yet capable of seeing through my true form. It continues to speak in a deep, hoarse voice as if questioning. Are you truly human or a monster? Answer me. If you are human, you will die immediately. Jin still trembles as he faces the strange creature, with Jum-Won's image reflected in his glasses. Then there was a scene of a sea of bodies piled up, stained with a deep crimson red. Because I utterly despise you humans. Answer quickly. Jin still kneels on the ground, his small body trembling among the cold sea of corpses. Facing him, the man in the purple suit stands tall with a cold gaze, his right hand still holding the head of a victim who has been severed from the body. A small drop of blood drips onto the grayish-white stone floor. What exactly are you? His eyes widened in horror. He sank to the floor, one hand covering his face, his heart pounding like a war drum. This feeling is really uncomfortable. Outside, a solemn funeral procession with an overwhelming aura is rushing down the street. An experienced face with jagged teeth and silver hair covering half of the face mutters in a mysterious tone. Only one day left before the ceremony. He coldly issued a threat. Don't even think about running away. Even if you ran to the heavens, you wouldn't escape our grasp. Do you understand? Inside the palanquin, the person called So Chun is bowing his head, and the eerie silence surrounding the dark red procession is overwhelming. After a moment of silence, the person inside finally spoke, resignedly. All right, go back to Duan's place. Now he's clutching his left chest, breathing rapidly but trying to steady his mind. Calm down. What should I do next? I can't believe the demon horde is following in such a large group. He clutches his chest tightly as if trying to steady his pounding heart, his eyes filled with fear and anxiety. So that means the whole neighborhood is the territory of the demon gang. This time, I'm doomed. His eyes flickered with suspicion. Maybe not after all. What if I just stay inside the house? But their numbers are so many. If I run into the whole gang, the outcome is obvious. Then Daishin forced a strained smile, saying it's okay. As long as I stay calm and focus completely, there won't be any problem. He told himself to stay calm and wait until morning. Dia quickly leaves her position. Jin cautiously steps down the dark staircase. They probably don't have time to come here just to bother us, right? Suddenly, a loud noise drew Jin's attention. In front of him stands a woman with light purple hair wearing a dark yukata with a green sash, her face strangely calm. Shock and fear are clearly visible on Jessen's face. He widened his eyes, his face tense, a cold sweat rolling down his temple. A short-haired ash-purple girl with a few light scratches on her face. Dee quietly thought to himself, no way. I locked the door carefully, so does that mean she's a ghost? His thoughts echoed in his mind. He looked down at its feet. If it's not a ghost, then how could it make such heavy footsteps? Suddenly, the purple-haired girl slowly lifts her face, her silent eyes staring intensely. So she is G. I quickly turn away, my whole body tense, cold sweat pouring down like rain with only one thought in my mind. We've met before. He clenched the red glasses in his hand, trying to stay calm. Probably not, right? Suddenly, a voice rang out. What? Dia swallowed hard, sweat pouring down her face, her eyes tense to the limit, her heartbeat pounding loudly in her chest. Hey! Dia quickly turned back when he heard the teasing call ringing in his ear. It crouched right in front of him, its long, twisted head hanging down like a boneless lump of flesh. Swinging with every movement, its voice shrill and loud like a child imitating an adult. Hey! The monster's face is covered in blood, its mouth stretched all the way to its ears. I grit my teeth, damn it! Jin reacted instantly, turning around and running upstairs. A single step jumps 2 or 3 stairs at once, moving so fast it doesn't stop, and the body crashes hard into the wall. Daishin gasps for breath, muttering curses under her breath. At the same time, he took out his glasses and put them on immediately. This one must be a demon. Ji's gaze through her glasses fixates intently on the stairs as the pleading voice continues to call out from below, her long, twisted neck moving step by step as she screams in her head. What, uncle? Daishin is terrified to shout in her mind, but it's a monster. Someone calls him from the earphone. Who is it? I can't help but wonder. Am I really that old? Suddenly, Jin saw something shining under her long skirt. I wonder if there's something down there. It's too dark for Min Yi to see. He tries to focus on the faintly lit spot, calming himself down. All right, first I need to stay calm. Jin looked at its long spear and silently thought, then spoke as before. He raised his hand in a greeting to the demon in front of him, forcing an awkward smile. Thought it was someone, turns out it's the tall one. Jin is still making up stories. Last time we met was at... I haven't finished speaking. I felt danger. Dia instinctively turned aside, just as its head shot toward him, smashing into the wall behind. Following that, he quickly ran away, his heart pounding, cursing under his breath. Damn it, this method actually works. Turning back to look at what was behind him, he screamed wildly, Is there some kind of monster that doesn't bother to follow any rules at all? It saw the prey move and spun around to chase, still making a mournful sound. Uncle! Jie tries to run with all his might, quickly escaping downstairs and heading toward the staircase to go down. He just climbed onto the railing, planning to jump straight down, when it, with its dangling head, leapt right in front of him. Dia quickly stepped back. Is it that fast? In the blink of an eye, its mouth opened wide as if to swallow him. Dia quickly retreated, but the beam next to him, which was its victim, shattered into pieces. Seeing its previous attack had failed, it ignored the teeth still clamped on the pillar. Its body swung through the air, its bare knee shot forward, then without mercy, it drove the knee into his chest. It pinned him to the floor, its knees clamped tightly on Jessen's shoulders. Surprised by the second attack, he let out a single pained groan. But before he could regain his composure, its hands clamped tightly around his neck. Reaction was choked, his eyes bulging with bloodshot veins. Its voice still buzzed in my ear. "Hey, mister?" He grits his teeth, saliva starting to drip from his throat as the monster continues to mournfully call out, "Uncle? Oh," while Dia stares wide-eyed at the gaping mouth in front of her, drool hanging from it. He screams inwardly in helplessness, unable to move. He instinctively begs someone to save him. Both Jin and I didn't realize that something was revealing itself on the ceiling right now. It slowly passes through the ceiling, striking down like lightning, hitting the long neck of the monster. It screams in pain with strange sounds. The monster stumbles, releases its grip on his neck, and falls backward. Jin narrowly escapes death, coughing and trying to breathe. Still, Jin's legs quickly run away, confused. What just happened? Forget it, let it go. He quickly ran away. The goat rushes straight out into the yard with the wooden gate in front of it, thinking to itself that it should get out of here. But something suddenly flashed, and just as he was about to put his hand on the door, he stopped. Jin widened his eyes, sensing what was before him. Through the gap in the door, he saw countless monsters. They come in different shapes and sizes, mixed together with elaborate clothing, moving around naturally as if this is their lair. He despairingly collapses to his knees, letting out a sigh, completely forgetting that there are still a whole pack of monsters out there. The goat sighs, leaning against the door and ruffling its hair in anger. I really shouldn't have been so foolish to come here. As soon as morning comes, I must pack up and leave. Dee's heart is full of disappointment. He didn't even have time to solve anything before he died pointlessly. Is there anyone here who is that stupid? At the same time, somewhere under the night sky, a house with a slightly vintage architecture remains lit. Someone inside speaks, "Tomorrow is the full moon, so the ceremony will be held tomorrow." This person is already old. The long hat on his head partly hides his wrinkled face. He stands facing a ghostly girl, and after the ritual is over, you will become part of Jumwanim. Isn't it wonderful? He clasped his hands behind his back, his demeanor clearly showing that the superior was passing by her. "Jumin needs to gather more knowledge from the spirits, so we can still make use of your modest skills for something useful." The old man didn't pay much attention to the girl with the ornate jewelry and veil, but his words suggested otherwise. "On behalf of everyone, I thank you in advance. Please consider this duty a great honor." The girl named So Troll, her face hidden beneath the veil, shows no clear emotion. She heard his voice echo from behind. "You should finish everything before the full moon. Find another sacrifice for Jumwanim. Just one more day, then?" She tilted her head to look at the full moon outside. "So everything is about to end." Back at Jin's creepy hostel, the beeping sound from the phone rang steadily without stopping. "You are currently out of coverage area. Please use our telecommunication services at another location." He grabbed his phone and paced around anxiously. Dia looked at the notification popping up on the screen. "Long feels helpless. I remember I could still make calls this morning. This has you extremely worried. You can't even use your phone tonight." He couldn't help but curse. The landlord's hands were tied and didn't dare to scold me. Dia sank down heavily in place, pulling at her hair in frustration. Damn it. I remember the articles I looked up. It was because of those online articles that I thought there were only ghosts here. But he suddenly remembered his dream. A girl with red hair standing by the bridge. She looked up at the bright yellow sky above and then turned her head to smile softly at him. Jin closed his eyes, secretly feeling that his intuition told him he would meet that person if he came here. That is his unshakable obsession. No matter if she is a ghost or a demon, he must meet her at all costs. Actually, as soon as I set foot here, Jin felt something was strange. I had been to this area before, but the locals were so wary that I couldn't gather any information. Some people even harshly told him to get lost. Where do you think you're from? Get out of here. The more Jae-shin thinks about it, the more scared he gets. And now he's willingly walking right into the monster's lair. Suddenly he panics. Wait a minute. I think I forgot something. Forget the glasses. Jae-shin is extremely panicked, constantly tearing at his hair, unable to leave them behind. What should I do now? After calming himself down for a while, Jae-shin still sneaks back into the house and quietly climbs the stairs. He didn't dare go upstairs and only stuck his head out, trying to look around for the glasses, his eyes wide as if he had discovered something. Looking intently at the red frame glasses less than 3 meters away, he silently rejoiced. Dia gently tiptoed to pick it up, and only then did he breathe a sigh of relief, glad he wasn't hurt. Only then did Jin realize he had stepped on something. He sat down and looked at it. What is this? Is this a piece of broken stone? Dia Xin held it in her hand, but before she could examine it further, she felt a cold sensation behind her. He quickly turned his head, but there was nothing there except a pile of messy belongings on the floor. He scratched his head in confusion, clearly feeling that something was there. Suddenly, a blue light flashed into my eyes from the floor, where a staff had appeared out of nowhere, surrounded by a mystical blue glow. Dia Xin instinctively shrank back and stepped away. He felt this stick looked a bit familiar. Could it be from this one? He slowly recalls the scene where this thing hit that demon's head just now to save himself. Jin gradually steps closer, reaching out to touch the wooden head as if to pull it out. It was a bit surprising that he was able to pull it out with just one move without using any force at all. Dia Xin looked on in admiration, thinking it was surprisingly light. He looked at the stick, inspecting it from all sides, but there was nothing special about it, just an ordinary stick. Thinking of that, he felt bored and swung it through the air as if writing with a brush. So why did that monster scream like that? Jin still doesn't understand how it works when the stick suddenly leaves his hand. It fell heavily to the floor, the sound echoing like a 100-kilogram object crashing down. Dia was stunned, looking at his empty hand, utterly confused. What the heck? Why is there a crashing sound? He quickly bent down to pick up the stick, then let it fall again. This time, the echoing sound of the heavy object hitting the ground is even more thunderous. Goathead is full of question marks. I have no idea what this is about. A forced smile appears on his face. Dia scratched his head, picked up the stick again, and awkwardly scratched his head with a nervous smile. This toy is pretty fun. No one claims it, so I'll just hold on to it for now. Huh? Why can't you come today? He stands in front of the mirror, adjusting his collar to look at the mark on his neck. The hand he's hiding still clearly imprinted there, and here's the other side of the phone reply. I told you I have a lot of things to do. Today I already have a client scheduled for a move. Dia really doesn't want to stay here anymore, so tonight after you're done work, you can come and pick me up. He walks out of the gate, still holding his phone as he hears the angry shouting from the other side. Forget it. I'm not a fool like you, so I won't go to that place tonight. Dia hurriedly begged, Hey, Mr. Driver! In the end, they agreed, fine, it's tough. I'll come the day after tomorrow to help you move your stuff, so get ready. I already told you that day. Now you're just regretting it, huh? Dia was panicked when she heard it was the day after tomorrow and hurriedly said, Sir, I regret it now so you can... The driver decisively ended the conversation without any fuss. The day after tomorrow is the day after tomorrow. Remember to prepare cash by then. No bank transfers. See you later. Bookworm Rhea, please wait a moment. But on the other side, the call had already been disconnected. He was so annoyed, he was about to explode. We're almost out of money, and even if you promised to take half the price, I wouldn't bother calling you. Suddenly, the landlord appears behind me. He sees him trembling and stammering, still alive. Jin got furious when he saw him, and he quickly covered his mouth when he realized he had spoken out of turn. He sneered, Well done, it's clear that the old man knew there was a monster in the house. The landlord lunged toward him. He grabbed Jie Xin's chin and scrutinized him all over. De Xin was both angry and confused. What is he doing? He is curious. It's nothing. This birthmark scared Bong Piu so much that his face sagged. Could it be that he really fought with a monster? Seeing that, Jie Xin immediately scolded the old man. This old man really knows how to make people furious. This brave young wizard, please stay here and help me get rid of those monsters. Dia is going crazy, don't even think about it. I'm moving somewhere else tomorrow, and I'm not a wizard or anything. He doesn't believe your words and keeps rambling, young brave hero. Please help me deal with them. If you can handle that bunch, I'll give a reward of 10 million, which is 3 times more. Under his relentless pressure, Jin still refused immediately. I won't help at all, I don't need to. However, the English is a bit softer. All right, first let the old man explain everything clearly so I can consider. Of course, you have your own thoughts. Anything that can't be persuaded with money can be persuaded with a lot of money. The landlord replied to him. Actually, there is a temple called Naniac on the hilltop. Dia repeats 2 words, the temple. He explained that, as far as I know, the temple has been abandoned for a very long time. Moreover, many people have already gone missing up there. The houses around that area are all abandoned, so the police don't want to bother investigating. Because the missing people are all homeless with no identification or background, this case has also become quite famous. Soon after, rumors about this incident started spreading widely online, which greatly affected landowners like me, and even the tenants in this area. Even yesterday, Mr. Kim downstairs told me he heard loud echoes here. Usually, when that happens, the locals know someone has gone missing, but they wouldn't be foolish enough to go outside and investigate. He stroked his chin, recalling that in the past, someone brave like you had gone up there and came back to say they saw a ghost in Naniac Temple. He kept talking without stopping. He also described this ghost wearing a strange, old-fashioned outfit with long, flowing hair. Dia-shin was stunned when she heard about the ghost. When I called him, I saw that he was so startled just by mentioning that part that he got goosebumps all over. Then Bongpilu also decided on his own, so I hope the brave warrior will help me and the local people to eliminate those evil spirits. Hearing this, he immediately felt something was off. Hold on a moment, I haven't finished speaking yet, but he cut me off. I humbly asked the hero for help. I have prepared the money in advance. As soon as he finished speaking, he ran away. I was speechless and thought, this old man is deliberately trying to get me killed. Dashin clenched the glasses hanging on his shirt, his gaze darkening as he remembered what the old man just said, with long hair flowing. Is she a woman? She's wearing strange ancient costumes again. He seems a bit worried. What should I do now? It's getting dark, and the clock on the shelf shows 10:39. Dia lies down on the bed, her body covered with a thin blanket, sighing and complaining. I really want to get out of here. The problem is, it's nighttime now, and I've already learned everything I need to know. Now I'm wondering if I should go there or not. On that tiny bed, he lay down, turned over, sat up, then lay back down, rolling back and forth like that nearly 100 times. And then Dia helplessly sat up, feeling disappointed in himself. He thought to himself, no, it's best to stay here and wait until morning to leave. Not to mention, there's no guarantee that there's nothing else there besides monsters. If I encounter another freak like yesterday, there's no way back. Dia finally gets up. It's already midnight, so I might as well wait half a day and then leave. I don't have any weapons to fight those monsters anyway. He tilted his head to look at the stick by the bed, his eyes showing a hint of trust, then finally grabbed it and stepped out of the house gate. Jin made a plan, just glanced at it briefly before sneaking away immediately. He walks along the road, reassuring himself that everything will be fine, as he slowly moves through the quiet street in the middle of the night. But Jae-shin doesn't know that where darkness covers shines with two glowing spots. It blazes brightly when it sees him. Dia wanders around the village, biting his lip, unsure if he's worried or hopeful, wondering if it could be him. He suddenly remembered those recurring dreams. Why does that person keep appearing in my dreams like this? Why do I keep feeling like I'm the chosen one to be the sacrificial offering? The sky is now pitch black, only the streetlights cast a faint glow. He looked up the quiet slope and found it strange. That's weird. They said the place is right above this hill. Look around, we've been wandering for quite a while. But I still haven't seen the Naniac Temple anywhere. Did I just pass through this road earlier? Jin started to get a bit annoyed. Have we just been wandering around? Did something suddenly start shining? The butterflies emit a golden glow. He stared at them in amazement. He looked toward the gathering butterflies, unable to believe what he was seeing. The shimmering butterflies were flying around a temple. It is an ancient yet mysterious temple that doesn't feel old, glowing brightly from within as the butterflies flutter around. I don't know when Jin was standing in front of the temple. No way. He whispers softly, this place looks exactly like the temple in the painting. Before he can fully process it, the door in front of him opens. Dae was startled, panicked, thinking the door opened by itself. Oh my God. He followed the swarm of butterflies inside. Dae-shin feels his heartbeat quickening, nervous about what might be hiding inside. He looks up at the closed door at the top of the stairs. He thought to himself that if it wasn't a ghost, then it must be a monster. He looked at the door, a hint of anticipation on his face. He remembers the girl from his dream as Dae-shin slowly walks up the stairs. The large wooden door appears right in front of him. He gently pushes it open, and the light inside blinds him slightly, revealing a red curtain and a girl inside. Dia looked towards her. The girl sitting on the dark red bed had her long hair tied up halfway, with the rest flowing down to her waist, adorned with sparkling accessories. She tilted her head to look at him, her beautiful face clearly in front of Jin. Butterflies flew around her, surrounding her, making the beautiful girl even more unexpectedly radiant. Jin stood there in surprise, a gentle smile on her lips as her sparkling eyes looked at Jessen. Her smile was not like the girl in the dream. He felt he had seen this face before. At this moment, the girl slowly stood up, wearing a tight outfit with a shimmering blue cloak, looking at the person approaching her, and Dia was certain that this was not the person in front of her. Her blazing yellow eyes flickered briefly as their gazes met in midair. The girl was now standing right in front of him. Dia-shin feels a bit confused. Should I apologize to her for bothering her and then me leave as quickly as possible? But the girl didn't let Jin react. She stepped closer to him. In front of Jessen's wide eyes, she lifted his chin with her hand and brought her face close. Jin's eyes widened. What the hell is this? I can't move my mouth. She wrapped her arms around Jin's neck as if to hug him. He was not frightened, but his body couldn't move. The hand at the back of Jin's neck gently reaches in, and the seemingly harmless nails suddenly turn sharp like blades. Her eyes look at him with a dangerous gaze. Jin didn't realize his life was in danger, but the staff in his hand seemed to sense it. It emitted a faint blue light. Her movement stopped as she realized something, and she hurriedly retreated, pushing Jin away. Her eyes looked warily at the staff in Jin's hand. That is the light it emits that makes her wary. The glow is too terrifying. Is he a demon-exorcising mage? She points her finger at Jin. Who are you? Seeing no response, she shouted, What do you want to do here? Jin moves himself. He can speak now. He hurriedly voiced his inner thoughts, saying, Please forgive me for entering here without permission. But before he could finish, a loud noise interrupted him. Both of them looked towards the source of the sound. He felt it was familiar. That voice just now belonged to. Without waiting for Jay to answer, a heartbreaking, mournful sound echoes. Uncle. Uncle. Jay sweats nervously as a dangling head with bright eyes gradually appears behind the door. It whines, Uncle. It's a familiar face Jin just saw yesterday. He's a bit angry, again, this Det's child. He instinctively clenched his stick. Is it following him? Dia raised her stick, standing in a defensive stance, and said to the girl behind her, Sorry, it's because of me that it managed to get this far, so I will take responsibility for dealing with it. She looked at his actions with a bit of surprise. What's going on here? He didn't come here to kill me, did he? Jin was a little tense, a bead of sweat forming on his temple. So secretly considering, a suspicious person with a sword emitting a terrifying aura. When he drew his sword, he swore that I would be responsible for dealing with it. At that moment, she simply felt it was unbelievable. Did he really say that? Now, hearing the duck quack and the panic in the voice, wait a minute. She instinctively raised her eyebrows. Just a few minutes ago, he boldly said he would protect her, but now he's the one fleeing from that long-necked monster. The chaotic scene has the monster arching its neck and stretching far beyond the jumble of tables and chairs, about to bite his leg, and he quickly pulls his foot back. Wait a moment, but then I realized my back was against the wall. It's over. This is the end for you. Dia immediately swings her sword wildly. Don't come any closer. I told you not to come any closer. There's no other way. I have to close my eyes tight and shout desperately, risking everything. He swings his sword in a curved arc, causing the monster's head connected to its long neck to tilt aside to dodge. Then, when he opens his eyes, it quickly turns its head to the other side and, gathering momentum, uses its head from that side to strike his back, knocking him down. Dia falls forward face down. In So-chan's watchful eyes, he groans and struggles to stand up using his hands. So-chan squints one eye. Are you joking? Does he even know anything about swordsmanship? Could this guy really not be a demon-slaying mage? While I was pondering this, where could an ordinary human even get a sword like this? Then the monster just stood there, calmly pulling me closer, its head tilting and turning towards me. Seeing the urgent situation and being unable to do anything, he shouted in despair, No! The monster quickly charged at her, but at that moment he managed to block it with his sword, surprising her. Rhea used her sword to hold its jaws, then he pushed it away with his own sword. He shouted, Your opponent is right here! In response, its huge hand grabbed his face. As his vision blurred, he squinted and swung his sword, slashing at its arm. It cried out in pain. Its arm was severed from its body and fell at his feet. Dia was terrified. He stood there stunned for a moment. Its arm had been cut off. Then he turned to her and began stammering excuses for what he'd done. Hey, you see it too, right? This monster was forcing me too far, so I had to defend myself. Even though she didn't understand a thing about self-defense, she just pointed towards the monster. I don't understand what you're saying. Turn around and look. He immediately turned back. What? What struck his eyes was its arm burning away. The arm. Bang Huang looked up at the monster, whose arm had already disappeared. Soon after, it grew back its hand at the same time as the faint purple light surrounding it. Realizing the danger was near, he hurriedly stepped back. Dia takes a moment to assess the situation. Nothing serious? He clearly sees its hand falling off, but now its hair has grown long. Its strands of hair curl up and wrap around its hand, black threads spiraling all over it. I don't know when it got bigger, its hair hanging down to cover its eyes, and it was baring its teeth. At that moment, it already occupied half the room. He stared in shock at its body, then muttered a curse under his breath. This damn thing has transformed completely. Now what should I do while I'm panicking, trying to figure out how to deal with it? So the troll who was guarding entered his ear. This is its new form. Her whispering hadn't fully reached his ears before the goat asked to turn around. Huh? Since you understand, this time explain it more clearly. The monster cannot increase the size of its true form on its own. She looked at it and said sternly, everything you see now is just an illusion created by its aura. So even if you cause damage to its variant, it won't solve anything. He softly repeats her words, and the sweat and hesitation on his face tell her enough about what he's thinking. So trolls him, asking, you don't have any martial arts skills, do you? And Chu pouting, yeah, no. Then she replied, where would someone who knows nothing about martial arts like you get that sword from? A strange word in her mouth made Jae-shin suddenly realize. He looked back at his sword in amazement, but at that moment, all he saw was a stick. What? Did you just call this stick what? So Tron sighed softly and said, are you here just to find your own death? Seeing her discouraged, he quickly defended and explained, don't say that. I just didn't expect things to become so serious and life-threatening. Hearing that, her eyebrows slightly raised. So what exactly is your purpose for coming here? Where do you get the confidence to walk into this place so boldly? Answer me. Under her relentless questioning, he mumbled, I actually came here to find someone. She widened her eyes in shock. What kind of person are you looking for here? Before he could finish his previous sentence, the monster seized him with its hand while he was distracted. At that moment, she spread her butterfly wings wide, panicking and trying to stop it. When the monster's hand managed to cut off the part of his head containing his brain, so quickly pushed him away, and they both fell down together. Somehow, a surge of intense anger rose within her. She shouted, what do you think you're doing coming here to find someone? Extremely annoyed, she poured out a flow of words that touched the heart. So what happens when you find them? Your little friend has no strength at all. Are you just looking for someone to bury with you, to feel less lonely? Before she could recover, she was scolded harshly. Dia looked confused. I just saved her life, and now she's throwing me under the bus. That strange word from the human language made her hold back her curse for a moment. Chu Ao. Just a second is enough for that monster's hand to grab her. Jin quickly grabbed her shoulders and pulled her away, changing their position so that he was on top of her, glancing at the monster while admitting that she was right. I know what you're saying is right. Hearing it directly from someone else makes me feel even more that I'm doing something incredibly foolish. So Tron slowly wondered why then. I also shook my head and said, I don't know anymore. I quietly remembered the scene of the abandoned house engulfed in flames. The heat from the memories consumes him. I have gone through an extremely terrible ordeal before. I should have died back then, but at that very moment between life and death, I felt that even if I died, it wouldn't matter anymore, just a little unfair because I still haven't met that person. From her perspective, Jay lifts her face. He just confirmed somewhere deep in my subconscious that that person is the missing piece to solve all my questions. So even if I lose my life, I must find that person in this life. If fate has already been decided like that, then why should I keep running away? His answer left. So Troll stunned. She shifted her pupils to one side. Gradually, the fog of memories from a long-haired person clings to her. The other reaches out, and that deep, shadowy voice speaks. So, Troll. She remained silent for a long time, enough for Dasin to realize that her position was a bit off. He hurriedly apologizing, I didn't mean to. He quickly stood up, grabbed his sword again, determined that first and foremost he had to survive this, and then think about everything else. She sat up, still silent, with no words coming from her mouth. Now both of them are facing that monster. He squints, his nerves busy dealing with the immediate situation, trying to find its true form. But with it being so enormous, it's really going to be tough. Jin looked at its massive body and thought that if he faced it directly, he would surely be killed in an instant. Trick it into a moment of distraction and escape. That's the best option. He needed to decide quickly. Time was not on his side. Then Sotron's voice rang out, catching his attention. She calmly signaled, leave it to her. He froze in place, and at this moment she calmly stepped out from his cover. Are you trying to buy more time to find its true form? She asked, pulling out a needle from her black hair. Since there is no more needle to tie, her black hair flows freely before his eyes as she holds the two golden tips, one emitting a faint light. The light gradually reached the other end of the pin. The butterfly wings spread out, and the pin transformed into a long, sharp sword. She calmly steps forward. I will help you. She confidently teases with charm, her hair flowing freely, gripping her sword tightly. One thing is certain. She is no longer the same confident girl from before. Because I also have my reasons to leave this place. So Chan holds the needle and faces the monster, shielding Jin behind him. He looked surprised at the needle in her hand, pulling it out as if it were a magic wand. She turned back and told him, "Let me buy you some time." Seeing it about to attack Troll, he panicked and quickly warned to watch out for something rushing past with a loud noise. She swiftly moved her body, flipping in the air, her legs lightly gliding along the ceiling, before she gathered her strength and jumped down below. She immediately darted forward, her whole body swiftly gliding through the air, while the monster was still staring blankly at Jacine, unaware that a shining point had appeared on her arm where she used the needle to pierce through it. Seeing this, he couldn't help but be surprised. Seeing Troll manage to take down part of the monster left Bang Huang speechless. She didn't care, just urged him to focus and quickly identify its true form's location. She seriously shouted at him unless they could attack its core, it would keep regenerating from the damaged areas. As she finished speaking, the monster's body began to regenerate. He was stunned, unable to believe it could revive, watching the troll continuously confront it. Dia, confused and deep in thought, wondered what the true form was and where to find it now. Suddenly, he flinched, recalling something, a mysterious blue flame mural on a stone wall, and vaguely guessed that it might have been at that moment. Dia lowered his head and kept carefully recalling, instinctively clutching the glasses pinned to his shirt, then hurriedly shouted, "I remember now." Jin takes out the glasses, eager to explain. "It seems I have seen its true form before, when wearing these divine glasses, the magic glasses." Then she turned back to fight the monster, not forgetting to remind him, "Do whatever you want. Hurry up and find it." Hearing that, he put on the magic glasses, while Troll was facing the black hair strands from it. With just a few magic spells cast by her, the black hair instantly turned into dust. She mercilessly cut off the monster's hair, and this action successfully provoked it. When it was pushed back, Jin moved behind it. He focused on underneath its feet. "I remember I saw something under its feet back then. I quickly came up with a plan. Tried to get close to it. Maybe I could figure something out." So-chan was unhappy with his way of announcing, "Why the hell is that fool shouting to let the whole village know?" Now he finally notices that it saw him. Dia Shin freezes in surprise. She quickly rushes forward, but suddenly the monster stops moving. Then, strands of hair started to race out from its shoulder, and it charged straight at Troll, blocking her from acting. She couldn't react in time and was caught off guard. Surrounded by the hair strands, she was wrapped up and panicked, shouting loudly, "Attack it quickly!" And then she was swallowed by the monster and turned into a black mass. Dia Shin suddenly realized in horror, has it already swallowed her? He gritted his teeth in anger and cursed at it. He raised his staff and aimed directly at its foot, unable to hold back any longer. Just attack now. Just as Jin rushed forward to attack, a girl, appeared from its body, making him stunned. The girl, tears streaming down her face, desperately called out, "Uncle!" Hearing this, his face turned pale with fear as he looked on, suddenly feeling a sharp pain. Dia anxiously glanced down at his stomach, taking advantage of his momentary distraction to strike. Then the monster ruthlessly threw him aside. It pushed its body to the side to block while fighting with him. Jin was thrown back, and he could only use his body to stop himself. He was overwhelmed with despair and pain, tears involuntarily streaming down his face as he cried out in agony. The stick now falls crooked on the floor, and all of Jin's mind is focused on that stick. The monster keeps calling, "Uncle!" He reaches out helplessly, thinking he's lost it. It flicked out its black hair, suspiciously asking, "Auntie, I'm extremely terrified. It's over." Immediately after, a swarm of hair strands rushed back toward him. As Jin waits for the call of his ancestors, he feels nothing. Suspicious, he opens his eyes, and Min dies without feeling any pain. Seeing what's in front of him, he was stunned and widened his eyes. The ordinary staff is now surrounded by a strange magic aura. He gazes in amazement at this magical scene as the staff unleashes a powerful energy, cutting through all the monster's hair. It was being suppressed by the wand and kept attacking angrily, but all of its attacks were blocked. Dia cautiously observed the wand with suspicion. "What is happening here?" The staff is gradually tilting and its power erupts, directly cutting through whatever is restraining and trapping. Her tangled hair gradually loosens to reveal her dazed expression inside. She is gently freed and places one foot on the rugged ground. She clenched the needle tightly, landing lightly like a feather. The magic from the wand had torn through a part of the monster's body. As it passes through the flying wood, it leaves a hole. The wand keeps moving, creating a hole wherever it goes through the monster. So Troll quietly observes everything, secretly guessing that the sword might move on its own. Then he looks at Jin and makes a deduction. Is it protecting him? The voice calling from the monster's body keeps echoing. Hey, Mister. He fell silent in fear. Remembering the first time he was hit by a monster, he also realized that this stick didn't fall by chance. Although I don't know what it is, I'm starting to feel a little scared of it now. Don't fly over here by mistake. The monster kept crying out. Uncle. Uncle. Suddenly, the sword suddenly lunged toward him. Dia screamed in fear, but when he saw it stop, he felt a bit confused. Knowing it wouldn't hurt him, he grit his teeth and shouted to scare it away. The monster still wouldn't give up. Hey, mister. He hesitated shyly and guessed, is it over? But it still pretends to be pitiful. Hey, mister, hey you. Seeing its body constantly swelling, I have to say, it seems that the more you provoke it, the bigger it gets. It keeps calling out, Uncle, Uncle. I only remember its true form on its leg. Do we really have to hit its true form? But he still hesitated, then heard its voice saying, Uncle, I feel a bit guilty seeing that crying, pain-filled face makes the sword emit a few sounds that attract Jin's attention. He was confused, not understanding what it was trying to convey. As soon as I grabbed it, I felt a strong force pulling me away. Calm down, it didn't give me time to think, and decisively dragged me off. Dia desperately shouted in panic, I told you to stay calm. He tried to stop it. Don't do that. This action makes Tron think you're pretty silly. What is he trying to do? And in the end, he still couldn't stop it, and was dragged away. He rushes completely towards the monster. Powerless, he can only stop and shout. The two sides clashed, dust and smoke flying everywhere. As the fog gradually cleared, she saw him lying unconscious on the ground. She carefully stepped forward, cautiously approaching to check on him, and saw a small object lying beside Jay. When she looked closer, she realized it was a tiny black dog with a bell on its leg. A dog? After a period of coma, Jin suddenly calms down, opens his eyes wide, and the pain hits him, causing him to groan in suffering. It hurts. He looked around confused, as if he had just woken up from a rather chaotic dream. As soon as he saw the monster, Jin immediately realized it wasn't a dream. Remembering the creature, Jin quickly sat up. That's right, and the little monster too, she replied calmly. It's already disappeared. Hearing this answer, he couldn't believe it. What? How is that possible? She softly said, the divine sword. Looking at the sword on the floor, she curiously asked, where did you get this? He hesitated. The sword of purity. He awkwardly recounted the situation, saying, I just happened to find it in the house we just moved into. So-chan listened quietly and attentively. Then she revealed a shocking piece of news. The power of the sword completely overwhelmed the monster. Dia listened and couldn't help but be surprised. His voice, filled with astonishment, echoed throughout the brightly lit hall. No way. He pointed at the guardian spirit, confused, and asked, is that monster lying here? He quickly accepted as well. Honestly, without the illusions, it doesn't look particularly special. So Chan gently looked at him and reminded him, this creature is not an ordinary monster. It is a deity. Her eyes fixated on the bell rope tied around his ankle. She doubted in disbelief. Bell, remember the terrifying face of the monster. He couldn't believe it. A deity. So is the illusion it creates a monster or a divine spirit? She observed the guardian spirit and immediately confirmed no. Even if it's not a divine being, this creature definitely isn't a monster. At this moment, Dia was at a loss, not knowing what to do. So how should we deal with this now? So even the troll is just as helpless as I am, I don't know. She reached out and pulled a jade pin out of its body. She brought this in front of him, making him stunned. He was so surprised that he started to speak while pinning his hair. She carefully lifts it up, that's right. But this jadeite hairpin has a broken end. Let me show you where it's broken. Jin slightly opens her foot to reveal the fragments of jade underneath. So those are the pieces of stone I stepped on back then. Regarding this jade needle, she remains silent and does not speak. She gently blows into the needle. A thin, misty smoke rises from the needle and spreads endlessly, blanketing the area in white. The smoke gradually transforms into the silhouette of a girl. That person is the original form of the monster. It smiles gently. Dia was stunned and immediately stepped back. He stared at it carefully, bewildered. That is the little monster from back then. Now the monster flies in and takes over the body of So-tron. He gasped in horror. She was possessed by it. It had successfully taken control of her body, her eyes staring into the distance, now deep and hollow. A sudden memory floods back, the man clutching the needle and shouting, "Let go immediately!" A person like you doesn't need such luxury. It kept begging, "Please, Your Excellency, don't do this. This is a keepsake from my young lady's mother. Please return it to her, I beg you." Then it cried and begged, biting into his hand in anguish. "Are you kidding me? Returning something so worthless to someone like you? Don't ruin it." The monster holds onto the needle but also loses balance and falls into the abyss. He watched blankly as it fell into the abyss, swallowed whole. Beneath the depths, the water monster shed tears, its mouth overflowing with blood. Its bruised hand still clenched the jade needle as hot blood poured from its body. It just died here. Buried beneath the stones as time went on, and the jade needle was hidden away. It quietly stands beside the rocks examining the needle. It only bows its head silently, observing everything before it. Behind a rude man calling out, "This young lady." The thug sneered arrogantly and spoke in a contemptible tone. "Why is the young lady wandering around so late at night? If you have nowhere to stay, you can come to my house." The bully slowly stepped forward. Hearing that, it slowly turned its head to look back. The traces of its death gradually appeared. Does this nobleman also want to steal the emerald needle? While So Troll is in her mind, she raises the jade needle with both hands, closing her eyes to let those memories seep into her mind. She used both hands to hold the jade needle, and the monster's soul appeared in response to her actions. It gently smiled with satisfaction, then relaxed its body, took a deep breath, and its soul transformed into rays of light that shot up into the sky. Yes, the spirit of that girl resides in the jade needle. Hearing that, he fell into silence. She twirled the needle in her hand, recounting how the young lady was chased by a rude man during their escape, and how she was pushed into the abyss while trying to resist him. It seems she wanted to protect the precious keepsake her mother left behind, which is this jade needle. She feels a bit regretful and sympathetic, truly pitiful. So Troll withdrew the jade needle, turned back to look at the guardian spirit. This creature had been pierced with the jade needle for some reason, allowing the spirit of that girl to control it. It's also possible that someone used this needle as a weapon. Dia Shin was confused and immediately asked, "Why do you know about those things?" Then she suddenly asked him, "Why did you do that?" He was confused and didn't understand anything. "What should I do?" Under the bright moonlight shining into the room, So Troll expressed what was in his heart. "Why did you use your body to block the demon's sword attack? If it weren't for luck that made that creature faint, you definitely would have lost your life." He tilted his head awkwardly, hesitating. At that time, I had a feeling there was some hidden story behind this, so I wanted to hear an explanation first. It's not very good to go around killing people without knowing what's really going on. She listened carefully. After hearing, she slightly disapproved. "Even I, if I'm careless like that, could be in danger. Let alone you. You're just the weakest, with no strength at all." He cheerfully replied, "I know that already, of course." Dia confidently tried to persuade her, but as you can see, in the end, this creature is just possessed by a ghost. It's not actually a monster. In a lawful country like this, you can't just kill someone whenever you want. Then his gaze turned to the guardian spirit, which doesn't necessarily have to be human. Everything has its reason, whether it's that dog, the ghost, or any other monster. This statement left Soon utterly stunned. Suddenly, her eyes grew somber, filled with sadness. She slowly opened her mouth, then Di-Sin hesitated and stared intently at her. Her gaze regained its determination. "So what if the monster killed my father?" Remembering the image of the beast sending the man to heaven, I speak. "If what you just said is true, do I have to sit and listen to him explain?" Hearing this, he paused. Then her gaze fixated intensely on the monster in front of her. Jum Quan, with eyes constantly scanning the surroundings, is behind him in his human form, having taken many lives. Thinking of this, Jin's hand involuntarily trembled, but she couldn't understand his feelings at this moment. Then, his whole body kept trembling violently, and he suddenly widened his eyes in shock, staring intensely ahead. There, the stick floated in midair, surrounded by a magical aura. She hurriedly backed away in fear. "What is that sword trying to do?" Seeing her fear, he looked at the staff and was startled. Dia immediately grabs it tightly, sternly. "Come down right now." He awkwardly raises his wand. "Sorry, miss, I just picked it up not long ago, so I'm not used to using it." Seeing that, she felt helpless. "I understand what you mean because sometimes, even with a reason, it doesn't mean that reason is justified." But I saw the crying, anguished face of the ghost hidden within the cracks of that giant monster. As he finished speaking, a terrifying, crying monster appeared. "Hey, little uncle," Dee silently wonders, what if they have already died unjustly once before? It's impossible to let someone die unjustly again. Stop trolling and get serious. You really are a strange one. His face showed a look of surprise before he bluntly retorted, "Sorry, but if anyone's strange here, it's you. What kind of woman like you is doing alone in this strange place in the middle of the night?" His voice echoes through the brightly lit hall in the darkness. Dia would like to say a few words that leave her stunned. Even her outfit is very strange. Although she didn't say it out loud, I had a suspicion. He looked down shyly and said, "I'm sure you're the one clutching the staff with trembling hands." So Troll, furious and not wanting to hear more, gritted his teeth and cursed. Are you saying you're a demon hunter wizard? She was stunned and shouted in confusion. Huh? Jay seriously points out the suspicion. Her fight with the monster earlier was truly unbelievable, especially the cool-as-hell Lako move. Jin looked around in panic, and thanks to her pointing out the monster's weakness, I was able to... That's right, my glasses. You went around looking everywhere for them. Did it fall somewhere? So Chan quietly watches his figure. He picks up the magic glasses and exclaims happily. Here it is, so lucky nothing is broken. She said nothing, but her eyes were fixed on the magic mirror, the treasure in his hand and the sword on his shoulder. So Troll turned away, eyes filled with sadness. She reached out to the guardian spirit. This guy is really a strange character. Jin put the magic glasses around his neck and looked around. Seeing the ruined room with shards of blue porcelain scattered everywhere, he reminded himself that we still need to figure out what to do with this mess. She gently lifted him up and replied casually, just leave it. Hearing that, he asked, Dolmal, in confusion, huh? Where are you going? So Troll calmly replied, it's just your place. Staying here too long is very dangerous. The night sky is full of stars, and in the quiet space, a voice asks, are you sure this is okay? So Chan, holding the guardian spirit in his arms, followed Jin and asked doubtfully, what do you mean? Jin, who was walking ahead with his sword, turned his head and replied, you said earlier that staying at Naniac Temple is very dangerous, and you want to go home, right? Yes, she confirms. Hearing that, he reluctantly told her that, unfortunately, I don't think even our own home is safe. I've met our new friend in that house before. She gently strokes the guardian spirit, her face calm as she listens. She pondered and realized that there really is no safe place around here. If she hides too close to this place, that old cursed tree spirit will find her soon. She pondered for a moment, then decided to follow Jin for now. Let's go to your house first and figure everything out later. The light from the temple shines out, illuminating the entire area. She quickly warns to leave. This is the only way to ensure our survival right now. He suddenly remembered the recent rumors. That's right, I heard that a demon girl just appeared on top of that temple. I heard she even eats people. She looked at him speechlessly. What the hell? Daya asked suspiciously. You're a demon hunter, so are you there to deal with the ghost girl? She hesitated and nervously replied, that's right. He glanced at her, feeling a bit guilty as he spoke about what he had done. Pretty unlucky, huh? I just appeared out of nowhere and brought a monster along, so that gave the female ghost a chance to escape. Hadia sincerely expresses her feelings, unsure if we will have a chance to meet again after this incident. So I want to take the opportunity to say a few words to her about her. So I jokingly asked just to test the waters, what do you want from me? She was stunned and quickly covered her mouth. Jue looks confused about her actions, tilting his head to look back. Suddenly, Jin lowers his eyes, with a thoughtful and sad expression. Jin opened his mouth and said, sorry about what happened earlier. She listened as he explained while walking away. From the perspective of a demon hunter like you, what I said back then was just casual talk. Even I can't guarantee that what I said was right, but at least those words came from the bottom of my heart. So Chan remained silent, unsure of what to say. The scene from that night replayed in her mind. The goat asked to hold the sword across its shoulders with both hands, eyes unable to look straight, recounting how I saw the tearful, anguished face of the ghost hidden within the cracks of the giant monster's body. His words made Soon frown as she recalled some not-so-happy memories. It was a clear, moonlit night one evening. After the ceremony, you will become part of Jum 1 when you are left alone. So Troll looked up at the bright moon outside, thinking about the remaining time of her life, which was less than 2 days away. Her time was almost up, and the few days left to live made her heart ache, tears streaming down Tule's face. So Troll regained her composure, closing her eyes to soothe her heart as Dui Sin's voice echoed in her ears. What if someone was falsely accused once before? You can't let them be falsely accused again. I understand. What you said makes me realize what I need to decide, and in my heart I am fortunate to have someone like you, because I've heard things from you that no one has ever said to me before. So Tron silently thanks Dui Sin in his heart, and in front of the two of them appears an old neighborhood. Jin announces that Sotron has arrived. Suddenly her eyes widened. Sotron was stunned in surprise. That's my home. Dia pointed at the gate and introduced it to Sotron. She couldn't believe her eyes as she looked at the familiar house. How could this be? Such a coincidence. So-chan stood there unaware, still shyly talking about her own house. I'm just worried that some monster might suddenly pop out and surprise us here. But actually, we've already been through that once, so we have to stay alert. The two of them open the door and step into the yard. A few pieces of wood are stacked upright right next to the door. Suddenly, the guardian spirit that So was holding wakes up and starts causing a fuss at the door. She squats down and puts him on the ground. "You're awake now?" She gently pats your head and praises you. "You look so adorable." Hearing the compliment, the guardian spirit happily wags its tail and gazes at So. She seemed to be lost in thought as she looked back intently, truly feeling that this creature was very familiar to her. Dia stood beside her, watching the person and the animal lost in their own world, her gentle smile seeming to capture his soul. Jin suddenly snapped out of it, hurriedly turning to go inside. "Wait a moment, let me get you a set of clothes to use temporarily." So Troll looked puzzled and said, "I don't need it, but the other person had already left and you couldn't stop them." When she was alone in the yard, she remained calm, lost in thought. "Master Shu Yao must have already realized I ran away by now, and tomorrow is the day of the ritual." So Troll reminds herself not to let her guard down. He definitely won't let me go easily. Suddenly, Gomak appeared right behind Sotron at the door. Evil. His voice like a nightmare enveloped Sotron's mind. "I have a feeling you definitely won't sit still quietly, so I came to check on you." As expected, she panicked and quickly turned around. Even the guardian spirit became fierce, baring its teeth and growling nonstop. The old man's eyes were cold, and his words sounded like a deadly curse. "Stupid fool, you can run, but you'll never escape from the hands of this head sorcerer." Gomak just entered calling her name, So Chun. He revealed a truth she cannot deny. You cannot hide your aura of love. The old man, with a cold and threatening look, said you can't escape even if you run to the sky. Just then, Dia asked to borrow a shirt and stepped out. "Hey, I think this is the only shirt that fits you. Wear it for now." Seeing the scene in the yard, he immediately frowns. Right now, Gomak is facing two people. Who is this old man? He quietly becomes alert, thinking of something, and Dashin takes out the glasses hanging around his neck. "Damn it! Don't tell me he raised his glasses to aim at that old man. His action has caught Gomak's attention." He looks at him with a contemplative expression. "Are you traveling with a human?" The old man's question startled Soon in horror. She quickly turned back and shouted, "Watch out!" Dia Shin put on his glasses, but what he saw was the shadow of So Troll reaching out to grab his hand and pull him away. Suddenly, a thick branch burst out from the ground, hitting his chest and knocking off his shirt and glasses. Dia Shin heavily backed into the stone pillar behind him, crying out in pain. The red-rimmed glasses slip and fall onto the ground, lying still on the grass. Gomak calls out to her. So Chun through the lenses, only to see that the lower body of the old man is made up of thick, intertwined branches. Looking entirely through the glasses, Gomak no longer has any human form. His body is just rough bark layers of branches and intertwined roots. "I have no intention of punishing you for this escape attempt because from the sleeve of my robe, a large number of branches extend, taking root in the ground and surging up directly towards Sochon, taking root in. Tomorrow you will become part of Jum 1. So?" Chan quickly turned to dodge the branches, but they have grown around and formed a large tree blocking her way. He ordered her to obediently follow him back. "So, Chun over there." Dai sat on the ground, clutching her chest, whimpering as the guardian spirit angrily barked and charged at Sotron. The old man stood coldly watching. "How many times do I have to tell you again?" Look at Sotroll now, completely wrapped up by the tree with no way out. He chuckled softly and said, "Even if you find a way to escape, as long as I still hold the vial with the core, you'll have to come back to me." The guardian spirit also ran up and stood in front of her, barking fiercely. She was tightly wrapped and in pain, biting her lip to hold back her cry. Hearing Gomak's words, she finally closed her eyes and resigned herself. So Troll sadly thought, "It's truly over. In the end, nothing can be changed." Ji's words echoing in her mind. What if she was falsely accused once before? She couldn't let it happen again. The hope in her eyes gradually faded. She was just fooling herself. Suddenly, Gomak let out a surprised and doubtful sound. Dia grabbed the sword and struck it down hard, destroying part of the root. Soon was stunned. She could only watch his actions while Gomak shouted in fear, "What?" "You got out of the branch," and worriedly asked Duin, "Are you okay?" He clenched his weapon tightly, sweat on his forehead, grimacing as he replied, "Asking that, huh? Hit the same spot twice, it hurts like hell." He quickly turned his head and asked, "What should we do about this monster now? Do you know its weakness?" The demon hunter Nim silently watches him, her heart pounding unpredictably. Then she pursed her lips and said, "I've made up my mind. Just forget it." She gave up resisting, closed her eyes, and refused to look at him. Clearly done. Dia Shin finished speaking, then suddenly turned to look at her, surprised and asking again, "Did I hear wrong, or is this troll really compromising, reluctantly explaining that this demon is on a completely different level from that little demon? Even if we team up, we are no match for him." Gomo Mok stared intently at Shin, his eyes shining. This sword is extraordinary, yet it's in the hands of a mortal. As soon as he finished speaking, Dasin was startled and Chuang's warning bell rang loudly in his mind. The old man focused his power, his stance echoing with a loud sound. Gomo Mok arrogantly decided and casually took him along. Along with that, words. Hundreds of thick branches surged up from the ground around him. Facing Gomo Mok and the large number of branches, Shin clenched his sword tightly, standing in front to protect a person and a beast behind him. His whole body tensed up, sweat streaming down his face as he stared fixedly at the old man. Dia Shin, holding on to a glimmer of hope, turned back to ask So Troll once more. "NM the mage, do you have any idea what to do?" "I still have this sword. Maybe unexpectedly it's not finished talking yet." So, Troll coldly cuts him off, staring intently at Gomok without daring to look away. "Don't dream. Your clumsy swordsmanship can't unleash the full power of that sword. Holding it in your hand is no different from holding a rusty stick. Even if we work together, we can't defeat that old man." Dia listened to that with a helpless expression. "Can you not say it so bluntly?" "I also know that injury. Suddenly, a branch emerged from the ground and attacked you." So Chan quickly notices and pulls out the needle from his waist. That flexible branch tightly wraps around Daesin's leg, causing him to cry out in pain. At this moment, So Chan ran over and swung the needle staff down forcefully, a golden beam extending from the top of the staff to form a sword that cut through the branch. Mok Wood was amazed by her actions. Immediately after, her hands moved through the air, and red sparks gradually took shape along her fingers. According to the final sketches, a protective barrier full of strange symbols surrounds the two of them. He roars angrily, "So Chan, how dare you!" His branch struck the protective circle, destroying it without mercy. The clashes of attacks against the barrier echoed non-stop. So Tron, cautious yet urging Jin, said, "I will hold them off as long as I can. You should quickly get out of here. Am I alone? What about you?" So Chan looks determined and resolute to stay and fight Gomok because I have no more place to hide anymore. I can't let someone like you who has nothing to do with me get involved because of me. As for me, whether it's today, tomorrow, or the day after, it doesn't make any difference. Those words left him at a loss for how to respond, and he hesitated, trying to say something to lighten the heavy atmosphere. Right now, the demon-slaying mage is so annoyed he doesn't want to listen. She firmly pushes him away and says, "Enough, leave before I can't hold on anymore." Longan's expression darkened as he stared intently at So Troll. She really wants me to abandon her. The light from the barrier illuminates her slender yet strong back ahead. He clenched his teeth, trying to stay calm because she would still be the one to suffer. Then Jaishin confidently stepped forward, placing a reassuring hand on her shoulder and gently patting her before walking past her. So Troll was stunned and blurted out, "What are you trying to do?" He didn't turn his head, only calmly replied, "If we can escape, both of us will escape together, because I don't want to live with guilt for the rest of my life every time I think of you." She opened her eyes wide, terrified by what she heard. "What?" So Troll said, annoyed. "Haven't I been saying all along that you don't understand anything?" This guy D clenched his sword hilt and entered combat mode, interrupting her. "Of course I heard it. Listen from the beginning to the end. You're very good at insulting others. Your words successfully angered, so thanks for letting me know, people who are blindly rushing into pointless fights. Do you understand?" Jin calmly replied in return, "Of course I don't want to rush headlong into pointless things, but I'd rather be like that than be too cowardly to let others sacrifice themselves for me." So, Troll stood there silently, listening. He looked at her sincerely and begged, "So please let me fight alongside you. We will live together to the point of moving each other to tears." A moment of silence envelops the two of them as they look at each other for a while. Ooh. Dia can't stand it anymore and speaks up first. "I mean, you still have many unfinished things, right? If I die, I won't be able to do it. Anyway, I've decided not to run away." Suddenly, a branch broke through the barrier and hit her stomach, causing her to be thrown backward. She collapsed to her knees, coughing weakly, as Go hurriedly asked if she was all right. Over there, Gomok stands at the center of the woven branches and reeds, sneering as he asks, "Do you think that weak barrier can stop me?" Dia Sin is terrified as she sees the protective circle shattered. He pretends to be generous and forgives So Troll. "I understand your feelings right now, so I won't hold you accountable?" She panted in annoyance, wiping her mouth. as the swirling branches around her threatened to strike Sotron. He gave his final order, but if you keep resisting, I will be forced to take action. Before he finished speaking, Jishin rushed forward with his sword to interrupt. He shouted loudly, drawing all of the old man's attention to himself. Gomak let out a contemptuous sound and then controlled the branch in front of him to charge straight at Jin. I'll hold him off to buy you some time and drain this old man's energy. You fool, she muttered with a frown. The pain from the attack made her sweat profusely, but she was even more worried about Jackson. That terrible swordsmanship only drains your own stamina. Suddenly, the guardian god ran over and bit off the spear. She wasn't prepared for such an incident to happen and couldn't react in time, only able to watch helplessly. She quickly stood up, shouted to call back the guardian spirit. Wait a moment! So Troll quickly spoke up. Stop. Where do you plan to let it go? The guardian spirit ignored him and continued running deeper into the courtyard. He stopped, turned around, and called out to So Troll to follow him inside. She looked back at Jishin still fighting over there before approaching him, seriously demanding that he return it to her immediately. The guardian spirit has dropped the needle to the ground and keeps barking, making Soon feel helpless. Now is not the time for playing around. Suddenly she looked up in surprise, and before her was a stone statue of a dog, the one the guardian spirit had transformed its soul into. At the base, the guardian spirit was barking urgently, urging her to break the seal for it. So Tron suspiciously looked at the statue, and suddenly her heart jumped. So Chan turned to look at the guardian spirit, who was barking louder and louder, appearing anxious as if ready to fight. On the other side, Dean has been captured, with branches binding his limbs and neck before hanging in front of Gomak. He coldly sneers. What does a stinky ant like you think to oppose me? I grit my teeth and try to move, but it's useless. Damn it! I can't move. The threat feels like shadow and form. I put all my trust in this sword. This magic staff or divine sword, I'm counting on you. Jin opens his hand holding the sword. A blue aura surrounds the blade, and then the sword suddenly strikes towards Gomak, but unfortunately he catches it. He is startled in fear. Caught by him? The old man was stunned, gazing thoughtfully at the still shining sword in his hand. Gomak looked at him with contempt, even having time to assess. Up close like this, it's interesting. This sword is of an extremely high level beyond what I initially guessed. The old man looked at Jin Jialong and kindly advised him, a worthless man is innocent. A guilty one is guilty. A stinky ant like you should only keep mundane things on you to preserve your life. Understand? A branch swiftly flew toward Jin's head, and he stared in horror with wide eyes. He calmly continued. Although I really want to know where you got this treasure from, it's better if you take that secret with you to the other world. Go. Mok sentenced him to death. Feeling the pain on his forehead, Dia Shin desperately shouted, Wait! But then a blue head bit into his shoulder, making the branch stop. He was too stunned to see what was happening, the wound on his forehead bleeding a deep red, and Dacin's eyes widened in shock. Gomak's pupils constricted in disbelief as the guardian spirit clenched him tightly and threw him forcefully to the left and right. He suddenly fell to the ground, rolling several times on the ground. Dacin was still surprised to see Gomak being beaten. The guardian spirit steps forward to form a protective stance in front of him, while Jae-shin finally regains his senses, opening his mouth in shock and unable to speak. His massive body standing there gives a sense of great reassurance. Gomak lies sprawled under the tree, face pressed against the cold stone ground, his body thrown far from his original position in a frightening distance. The guardian spirit roared fiercely, while Jae-shin was still bound tightly by the thick, strong branches, unable to move. The roots clenched around him gradually loosened and shattered into pieces. The sudden release of his freedom made his whole body shake briefly as he fell forward, along with the splinters of wood. Dia gently raised his hand to his forehead to touch the wound. His eyes froze as he looked at the giant blue beast that had just appeared. What now? Is this huge creature also a monster? He turned his head back to where So Troll was standing. Seeing her confused expression made him even more suspicious. Could it be because of her So Chan didn't say anything but just looked straight at him? Gomak is now gradually regaining consciousness after the terrible collision. He supports himself with his hands, trying to stand up, as inside his body it seems to be transforming into a terrifyingly hard substance. He growled, "How dare you? Do you have the nerve to be so disrespectful to me?" "Go," Mok roared with fury, his clothes torn to shreds, revealing a grotesque body made of countless twisted branches tightly intertwined into a rough, uneven shell. He suddenly rolled his eyes in horror and stared fixedly at the guardian spirit. He also did not flinch and met his gaze directly. "Go, Mok," terrified, stared at him as that energy roared like a long, thunderous cry of the guardian spirit. Dia clenched her staff tightly as Sotrol looked on in horror at the sound. "Go!" Mok widened his eyes and let out a terrified scream. No way. A blue hexagonal array appeared right beneath you, spreading rapidly with incredible speed. Go Mok, panic-stricken, turned and ran toward the wall. He struck down hard, shattering layers of white bricks, with only one thought in his mind: I must escape this damned place quickly. But once again, a familiar blue light shone brightly beneath his feet. Go. Mok's face froze, his throat constricted, as he sensed something was wrong. He looked down, and in that moment, he realized another magic array had appeared underfoot, emitting streams of greenish magical energy, like living currents of electricity weaving through his body. That strange surge of power begins to spiral upward along a vertical axis, running through the branches sprouting from his body. Go. Mok's yellow eyes widen as he watches what is weaving through his flesh, until a sudden sharp pain struck. He screamed and collapsed against the broken wall, now further shattered by his massive body. His face slowly became covered by wooden tendrils, merging into the rough bark. Go. Mok opened his mouth wide, as if suddenly realizing something, and turned sharply toward the guardian spirit still growling and standing firm there. The old man stammered, "Indeed, it is the guardian spirit of this place." Thinking about it, the old man's veins stopped flowing. Gomok was no longer Gomok. He had become a lifeless being, quietly leaning against the broken stone wall. Dia froze in shock, staring at the strange scene before him, the old man turning into a tree. I can't help but wonder what's happening. How did he suddenly turn into a stiff tree out of nowhere? Suddenly, the guardian deity approached, causing Dia Shin to startle and instinctively step back, but strangely, the guardian only brushed past them without any threat, and he kept a wary eye on it. He stepped in front of a stone statue, an exact replica of himself. Then the guardian spirit leapt onto the stone pedestal and merged into the statue. In the blink of an eye, that figure vanished into the gray stone. Dia Shin frowned slightly, surprised and confused. What the hell just happened again? A series of unanswered questions flooded his mind while Sotrol still looked after the disappearing figure. A voice echoed in his mind. Do you see that place? So hesitated, in the faded memory, there was a hand pointing towards the fog-covered mountain. The area shrouded in demonic energy is the territory of the monsters. Our village borders this place. So many innocent civilians suffer from the calamities caused by them. He is an elderly man, the father of Sotron, standing still in his position. A calm voice echoes, and our duty is to prevent that demon horde from harming ordinary people. To bear that responsibility, we must continuously strive to cultivate. He continued to listen attentively, nodding obediently, while she clenched her fists with determination and a bright, eager smile. Yes, I will train thoroughly. Very good, we must always stay alert and ready to fight the monsters. A countless number of strange monsters appear, each with their own terrifying form. The man explains further, because given the chance, these monsters will do everything they can to take human lives. However, there's no need to worry excessively. As long as the Naniac temple exists, we will continue to be protected. The guardian spirit has always watched over and protected this land. Tam's gaze shifts to the silent guardian stone statue resting on a grassy hill. He suddenly interrupted, "Let's continue training now." So-chan obediently. "Yes, master. No, I mean, teacher." When did I stand in front of the statue, gently reaching out toward that cold stone? There is a pair of small bells hanging beneath the statue, their straps worn and faded with the marks of time. She recalls that when she was young, she herself tied this bell here, her distant gaze with a few tears in the corner of her eyes. She fell into deep thought, wandering for many years, and when she returned here, she was left all alone in the world. As she reached out to the small bell, she suddenly clenched her hand. Looking at her clenched fist, she hesitated for a moment, then told herself, she must not disappear. The person she called father suddenly appeared in her thoughts. She once again made up her mind to reclaim the life that was originally hers, to return as a human and fulfill her father's wish. Then suddenly remembered that fateful moment when she was bound tightly in the giant ancient tree and Gomok was threatening her. How many times do I have to remind you? Even if you find a way to escape, as long as I still hold the soul jar in my hand, you'll have to come back and find me. She thought for a moment. To regain her human body, she must first retrieve the soul jar. She looked at the tree that Gomok had turned into. The cursed old tree must know the location of the soul jar. Unfortunately, now that he's turned into this, how can I extract any information from him? Sweat drips down her face as she questions inside, what should I do now? Dia took the piece of wood she had earlier and poked at the trunk to confirm it wasn't moving anymore. Acting as if she suddenly understood something, she stared wide-eyed at him, or more precisely at the small piece of wood he was holding. That's right. And there's also that divine sword. Maybe there's a way somehow. She thought to herself and kept watching him. He still tightly grips the wooden stick, feeling a chill run down his spine, while she struggles internally. But a mortal like him caught up in this. Is it really too much to handle? So Chan interrupted the silence, surprising him as he turned back to what you said earlier, and she continued by emphasizing the importance of listening to avoid falsely accusing others. He hesitated, seeming to forget he had said that before. Kolu searched his memory and mumbled. Suddenly she rushed over and asked him, so if an innocent person is forced to commit evil deeds, how would you handle it? He stammered, that. Before he finished speaking, she continued, if possible, please help me. Dia feels confused, huh? She slightly raised her eyebrows in worry because the situation is quite dangerous now, with the warm yellow light shining from inside the mansion in the dark night. Inside, the belongings are shattered and scattered messily on the floor. Sorry, when my subordinates arrived, everything was already like that. I can't sense her anymore. Thiem Thu raised his face and said, that's strange. He pulled the chair away to sit comfortably. I can no longer sense So Chun's presence. Perhaps she has somehow gone to an extraordinarily distant place. He paused for a moment before continuing with a hypothesis, or she might be hiding somewhere that conceals all her aura. Hearing this, Thiem Thu's old face gradually contorted in fear. He knelt down, pressing his face and upper body to the floor, and loudly swore, I am truly ashamed. I will immediately mobilize the little demons to find So Chun's hiding place. Jum Onion immediately signaled to stop. Forget it. He rested his chin on his hand, speaking casually as if to let her go. He tilted his head on his hand and once again sank into his own thoughts. Wan's face showed no emotion as he spoke evenly. Perhaps this was to his advantage. In the darkness, light shone from an old 4-story house, and Sotron's voice echoed through the silent space. What is this? Dia asked, placing the bottle on the table. Sorry, but right now we only have plain water at home. He sat down on the chair, also holding another bottle in his hand. After all the tension since this evening, his throat was dry and desperate. Drinking some water to soothe it was a good idea. Facing him, the girl sat upright, her eyes fixed intently on the water bottle given to her. She lifted the bottle to eye level, staring at it in confusion, wondering why there was something so strange about it. Soft and transparent, noticing she still hasn't drunk from the bottle, he immediately offers her a disposable paper cup. Oh, so you want to use the cup for politeness? If you don't mind, let's use the disposable paper cup for now. He was speaking when suddenly she reached out and knocked the water bottle, breaking it in half. He froze, trying to process what had just happened. Then he was so frightened that he trembled. She took the paper cup. Thank you. It seems I may have acted a bit roughly. Jin is still trembling from the shock earlier. Now So Troll has shifted from curiosity to examining the strange paper cup. Isn't this cup made from the land? His face turned pale and his expression gradually distorted. I'm starting to be afraid of her. All right. Let's hear her story quickly and find a way to politely get rid of her to lighten the debt. He hesitated before replying, all right, then suddenly spoke directly to the main point. Did you say earlier that you had something to tell me? Sotron hesitated slightly at his unexpected question. She rolled her eyes as if to think of an answer. The atmosphere suddenly grew tense, both of them silent, their minds in turmoil. What should I do now? Where do I start? She recalled earlier when walking home with Jin and said, I heard that a demon girl just appeared at that temple. Her thoughts continued as she raised an eyebrow, wondering if he would help her if she told him that the demon girl was herself. Suddenly Jin coughed, bringing her back to reality. She stammered in response, still seeming unable to find a satisfactory answer. Huh? Well, maybe now isn't the right time to tell him everything. She thought to herself and struggled to come up with another story. It's about someone we know. Din continued to listen attentively. He tilted his head in curiosity, wondering if she was telling a story about someone else being wronged. Are you upset? He added, go on and tell me. So Troll continued. This place used to be a village bordering the demon realm, where the dense demonic energy allowed monsters to run rampant. The scene shifted to a quiet alleyway. All the houses are shrouded in darkness. Only the streetlights flicker in the night, and her story continues. They often come here to cause harm and kill innocent people, just like what happened to us earlier. A long, red-haired woman with a high ponytail suddenly appeared in her mind, and the other person had used their martial skills to protect this place, but their soul still hadn't been liberated to reincarnate. She suggested, I want to ask for your help to save that person, because they must be reincarnated as a human to continue protecting this place. He frowned slightly and asked, What does this have to do with me? Then raised his glass to his mouth to drink. He asked back, What do you think I can do to help? She replied, First, we must find the container for that person's ashes. Hearing this, he turned pale and spat out the water he just drank. He hurriedly wiped his mouth and looked at her in shock. What? Wait a minute, what kind of jar? You're not hearing things, right? The jar you just mentioned is the one used to hold the remains of the dead? She calmly replied, That's right. He went completely pale, overwhelmed with fear. What? He awkwardly sat the glass down on the table. But for such an important matter, shouldn't it be the person themselves who says it? Suddenly, I realize I've said something pointless. Oh, I forgot they have already gone to the other world. Actually, I already spoke with that person myself, so you don't need to worry. That surprised him a little. Dia explained, I find it hard to believe somehow. So what exactly is your relationship with that person from the other world, and how can they rely on you for such an important matter? I can't tell you that for now, he replied helplessly. So what do you want me to rely on to believe you? The tension was clear on her fragile face as she furrowed her brows in thought. Not only did the demons steal that person's soul jar, but they also turned him into a demon like themselves, causing him to suffer greatly from the guilt of doing things he never wanted to do. She boldly declared, We must retrieve the urn of bones so that the soul can be reborn and end the suffering it endures. He scratched his head and muttered, Fine. So basically we have to risk everything against the monsters that stole the urn. He hesitated, lowering his eyes in confusion. If you can harness the power of the divine sword, then surely you will. Jin still kept his posture, scratching his head, avoiding eye contact. I'm not even sure if it will make any difference. Like you just saw earlier, if you encounter a monster that's too strong, it's just a stick, not a divine sword. You just said that person is a monster now, right? Outside, the sky was already brightening, and they had been talking deeply. He seemed worried, so what if he was reincarnated and continued to side with the demons? He thought to himself, Nim, the sorcerer. I'm sorry, but I wouldn't be so stupid as to stir up trouble in such a muddy pond. I keep thinking about how I'm still busy searching for my dream girl. I said, I have no reason to take such a risk. And there's no guarantee that the soul will come back as a human after reincarnation. She suddenly froze. That matter. Before she could say more, he quickly interrupted, and even if he considered it more carefully, with the remains of that person being held by the demons, his soul would either turn into a demon or become a vengeful spirit. But essentially, a wandering soul isn't much different from a demon. Maybe by now he's already joined forces with those demons too. He hadn't finished speaking, eyes wide open in shock, mind torn by his words. She instinctively stood up and immediately retorted, You must believe me and help me save that person. He grimaced and awkwardly smiled. We've known each other for only a short time, and you're already so sure about everything, huh? Wizard NM, my life was saved by you, so I will trust you, but I still worry. Could this really be a sinister scheme by the demons to trap you? Have you ever considered that? With a stern expression, she firmly insists that there is no conspiracy at all. His shoulders slightly sagged before suddenly raising both hands, palms open outward as if refusing to get involved. I don't understand where she gets the confidence to assert it so firmly. Knowing a person's face but not their heart, you never know what they're hiding in their sleeve. So he tried to calm her down, telling her to stay calm and think it over. Before he could finish, she stood up again, cutting him off in anger, saying she had already told him it wasn't some evil plot. He was just as angry, grinding his teeth as he retorted, What's with all the yelling at me? Did I do something wrong, huh? She said without holding back anymore. That guy always backs down whenever you open your mouth because you haven't experienced the suffering he went through. Is that why you're acting like that? Dia asked, furious and blushing. Wow, great job, Mage Nim. You sound like you've already experienced that feeling. A demon-slaying mage who sympathizes with monsters? No. Maybe she is actually one herself. It seems she has reached her limit and can no longer control her words. My cheeks are flushed and my eyebrows furrow. That's me. So what do you plan to do now? He snapped angrily. Is it really that impressive? As if suddenly realizing something was wrong, his next words caught in his throat, a few beads of fear sweat dotting his cheeks. He, confused and worried, suddenly spoke up as Troll, furious and puffed up, faced him. Wait, enough. Are you really that person? He asked. Trying to confirm, unable to hide his panic. You're just joking with me, right? Please, I beg you. Please just pretend you're joking. She still looks uncomfortable, secretly worried she might have spoken too carelessly. In this situation, there's no choice but to tell the truth. She admitted, Yes, I am the one who said that. just as he quickly raised his hand to block her words. Wait a moment, he repeats twice to make sure the other person won't continue talking. He picks up the water bottle in front of him and takes a long drink, then calmly places it back on the table, all the while standing still like a statue. Suddenly, he turned around, walked toward the bedroom door, waved goodbye, and said, I'm going to sleep now. His sudden action made her wonder. She asked after him, What do you mean by just going to sleep? He replied, absent-mindedly as if joking, I want to go to sleep so that when I wake up, all of this will just become a dream. I'm not ready to hear the rest of your story yet. He turned back, waved goodbye one last time, and then entered the room. If I wake up and still dream about you, I'll go back to sleep. Goodbye. As his hand touched the door and his farewell was still unfinished, So-chun suddenly jumped forward, jabbing her elbow painfully into his back. She shouted loudly, Stop joking around, this is not a dream. Just stay still and listen to me. She sat on top of Jin, who was now lying flat on the ground, his hand reaching forward as if to hold the door, without hesitation or refusal. I swear everything I'm about to say is the truth, but you still stubbornly refuse to believe. Fine, I'll just pretend this is a dream, so what can you do to me? You're trying to kill me, huh? You're deliberately provoking me, aren't you? She regained her composure, stepped down from him, and he also helplessly sat up straight, crossed his legs, and listened quietly. Oh, in my past life I was a disciple of Wu Dao Quan named Naniac. The only goal of that martial arts school was to fight against monsters. Mok's image briefly flashes through her mind as she lowers her head, recalling old memories of a great battle with monsters that broke out that year, and I survived that fight. Usually a person's soul after death would return to the cycle of reincarnation, but that evil old creature stole and hid my bone jar. The old man's tricks turned me into a wandering ghost lost in the cycle of reincarnation. After manipulating my soul, he made me become a demon. My only task is to seduce humanity and sacrifice them to a monster named Jum-One. She keeps telling her story while he is completely stunned and speechless. He turned his eyes away and asked foolishly, clearly stunned by her story, Is this a hidden camera show or what? These days, the show even ventures into the mystical and supernatural. She didn't understand what he just said and quickly asked, What is a hidden camera? He replied casually, And you still pretend to ask what it is? It's the thing those secret cameras use to record. The more he explained, the more she became confused. His face stiffened in surprise, mouth agape, and his mind grew chaotic. Everything about her really resembles someone from the old days. And although it sounds unlikely, it's very convincing. His imagination runs too far, so that means the person sitting in front of him is either a ghost or a monster. He ruffled his hair in despair at his own strange thoughts and then sighed. Oh my God. So Troll froze in confusion at his reactions. Dia, with a still somber face, nervously stroked her cheeks, placed her hand on her chest and pleaded, Please help me. The evil aura in this area is growing stronger. We need a guardian to protect the people. I reply firmly, still refusing. For someone like me, an outsider with no power at all, there's nothing I can do about what you've just told me. So even if I wanted to help you, I have no choice but to be powerless. My gaze shifts to the wooden staff lying on the floor next to the small chair. I also don't know how long the celestial sword you mentioned will continue to help me. As I said before, I risked my life coming here to find someone. He added, The sky outside is still faintly dark. Then he suddenly rushed toward her, pointing at himself, saying, I still haven't found any clues yet, so I must survive until I find that person. If I agree to help you, sooner or later I will fall into the hands of the monsters and lose my life. Her face suddenly darkened, looking quite disappointed. She lowered her head slightly and said nothing else. He continued to stare at her, waiting for a response. After a while, he propped his knee up and softly said, Sorry, but I think I have to go to work now. If you're tired, just rest here for a while before leaving. After saying that, he turned his back and left. Goodbye. She remained sitting silently, not moving or looking at him. Behind him, there was no sign of any change, which made him hesitant, so he glanced back briefly, his eyes stopping on her still figure. She thought of the image of the long-haired demon, with dark eyes but golden pupils, her mouth sewn shut, softly calling out, Uncle? She clasped her hands together and suddenly spoke, So pitiful. Please help me, we need a guardian to protect the people. She once again pleads for help. Her sudden voice made him pause briefly. He closed his eyes and furrowed his brows in thought. She kept her face down, not noticing that he had approached, and he gently said, Please explain a bit more in detail. I will do my best to help you within my abilities. She looked up slightly, meeting his gaze directly. Are you not going anymore? He frowned and asked again, Are you joking? So who was shouting so loudly the other day? Are you seriously asking to move house? Dia also could only politely reply, sorry, but he kept scolding you and was worried about you to come all this way, yet you treated him like that. He had no choice but to try to soothe his anger, truly bothering him too much. Suddenly, the driver saw a small figure lurking in the distance. He gently stroked his chin, thoughtfully assessing the girl in front of him, then smiled proudly and asked a question. Hey, nerd, you found your nerd girl already? Seeing Soon anxiously watching the two from afar, the driver's voice continued to echo. No wonder you left me hanging like this, making it hard for me to explain myself to the other person. No, that's not it. Just as Jay was nervously trying to explain, saying it wasn't what he thought, a voice full of panic suddenly rang out from behind. What the hell? You're still alive? That very statement also successfully made the surrounding atmosphere strangely silent and confused the driver, who then asked why this sweaty guy was talking so loudly early in the morning. I was just as surprised as him, but please don't shout like that, it's already late enough, he said. All right then, I have to go now. Take care of yourself. Dia hesitated for a moment, but still made sure to apologize to the other person. Sorry to trouble you. Still, the driver couldn't help but smile, his eyes sparkling like stars with pride as he praised him. Honestly, I was surprised to see you still alive out there. This trip didn't make a single cent, but it was worth it. Then he happily waved goodbye and left. Stay safe, buddy. Creep back a little so you don't get eaten by the bug. Leave the goat completely defeated behind. I told you I couldn't help but curse in my head. So who's really my master, you or me? Bongpu saw that the other person had left, so he immediately became flustered and didn't know what to do. But he also knew what mistake he had just made. So he smiled politely and asked, Young brave sorcerer, have you finished destroying the demons at Nan Temple? That's wonderful. Let's go. At that moment, while he was still rambling about what Jin had done for the town, I knew from the first time I met you that you would definitely drive away the monsters and protect the lives and property of the people here. I couldn't hold back anymore and turned around angrily. Then, without hesitation, he reached out to demand payment for himself. The old man hesitated, not quite understanding what he was saying, something about a gift which was actually the 10 million reward promised to me. At this point, realizing what he meant, he immediately broke out in sweat, stammering as he replied to the monk, while Jin's face darkened further, his voice steady as he said that the situation was urgent, and I was just speaking generally. He said as he quickly took something out of his pocket. After all, we will be neighbors for a long time, and you even help bring peace to this community. Bong smiled cunningly as if she was sincere, tightly holding his hand and placing that object into the other person's hand, a small gesture to show my gratitude. I hope the wizard doesn't mind. Seeing the 3 bills, as cold as people's hearts, in his hand, Jacinin's face also turned as cold as stone on the spot. Without hesitation, he decisively turned and went back into the house. Starting tomorrow, there will be no more neighborhood ties. I'm moving house, which made him hurriedly grab my hand to stop me. Don't do this, wait a moment. Seeing you leave so decisively only made him hold on tighter. Even lying on the ground and being dragged away, he kept begging. I will give you 3 million to thank you, half off the rent. Oh no, it's free, don't be so cold. Then, when Jin saw the money in his account, he truly felt regretful, almost turning pale and sweating. It was only now that he realized that despite being a haunted house, many people still rented rooms here and were forced to pay rent up front like him. When those people got too scared and left, wouldn't he then take all the money? In the end, he didn't lose a single penny. Meanwhile, Bongpu also looked extremely smug because of the discovery he just made. It seems like he had already realized it. That made him almost collapse with regret. Receiving news from this scoundrel truly shameful. Still, he had no choice but to grit his teeth and endure. Anyway, he was about to be completely broke, so what was the point of shame anymore? Next time, be careful not to let those real estate guys trample on your dignity. Troll, who was behind, also curiously asked him, What's wrong? Are you hurt? At this moment, tears were streaming down his face, and he no longer bothered to hide it. It hurts right here, it's sharp pain. That made her feel completely confused in her mind. But still, Jine did not stay down for long and quickly got up to consider other matters. All right. At least with these 3 million worlds, we won't have to worry about living expenses for the next few months. But that is all too unfamiliar to her. What are you talking about? I don't understand, which is why I suddenly remembered. That's right, I forgot. Jin looked serious and explained clearly that language, currency, and everything else are completely different now compared to hundreds of years ago. Sushi. So Troll listened to all those words, but his expression remained unchanged, which made him feel even more anxious inside. Suddenly mentioning the concept of time made me realize that her age compared to mine is a bit, and it also made me suddenly aware that the person in front of me is different from who I was hundreds of years ago. His gaze softened slightly as he stared intently at the young woman still frowning, not understanding the words he spoke in front of her. Has she been alone all this long time? The more he thought like that, the more the sorrow in his heart grew, until memories of his childhood when he had no one to rely on suddenly flooded Jin's mind. That only made him more silent, to the point that he painfully admitted to himself that the loneliness was truly terrible. Dia briefly fell silent, but then something in front of him caught his attention, and he looked up in surprise at the person before him, gazing at the bare feet and long pants hanging down to the ground. Under the blue sky above, he apologized and said maybe I should buy her a proper pair of shoes and clothes to wear. The exorcist wizard. A few minutes later, So looked at the constantly moving images on the screen and asked curiously, "How come these paintings change so quickly?" He hesitated for a moment, but quickly explained to her that this is called a computer screen, then leaned to the side so she could see the items on the screen in front of her. If she chooses to buy something from here, Jin's calm voice explains so that with her curiosity, the item will be delivered to her house by tomorrow morning. She was a bit confused and pointed at the screen, asking if these paintings could really become real. He also felt a bit helpless explaining this to her, but quickly responded. Basically, with the development of the world today, it's entirely possible. Then suddenly, the phone rang, and he turned in surprise to look at the notification on the screen. Zhang turns around and leaves quickly, replying to the person on the other end of the line. Yes. B.D. Nim. Yes. You just keep talking and walking away, leaving. So Troll staring intently at the computer screen. Yes. Regarding the deadline. The more she looked at the simple black dress on the screen, the more her brow furrowed, and she focused intently, continuously clicking on the screen. Dasin, completely unaware of the constant clicking sounds in the room from the phone conversation, and then early the next morning, a pile of packages delivered quickly and placed all over Jin's house, leaving Jin puzzled and confused about what was happening. Why are there so many of these? I don't remember buying so many things like this. Could it be a wrong delivery address? So Chan, holding a few items in her arms, replied to his question. Those things are the ones I selected, just as you told me to do. The more he listened, the more confused he became. So he turned his head and asked again. I made the selection. That's why she smiled gently and explained to him. So I made the choice just like you guided me yesterday. The more she spoke, the paler his face became. I just wanted to try a little, and sure enough, everything turned into real items. How interesting. Then he hurriedly took out his phone. Seeing the remaining balance on the screen almost gone, Jay felt hopeless and didn't know what to do. His mind grew more and more chaotic, sweat pouring down like a stream as he involuntarily thought about his own pitch-black future. It's all over. This time, going on the run seems likely. The more he thought, the more panicked he became, constantly questioning himself how to handle all this now. Can the items already purchased be returned? But still, thinking about what Soon did before makes me feel that the money spent was worth her effort. Oh, wait, hold on. Actually, this money was all earned through her efforts. If she's spending money she earned herself, then I have no right to complain. Still, I can't help but feel upset inside. Even so, what am I supposed to put in my mouth in the future? Am I really going to walk out with blankets and beg on the street? Suddenly her voice rang out from behind. Do I have to wear this kind of thing? Making him turn around in surprise and look back. Then immediately, So Troll in the elegant outfit further accentuates her charming and beautiful appearance. But she still felt a bit confused wearing that outfit, so she tilted her head and told Dasin, this is the first time I've worn this kind of outfit, and the man on the other side, seeing the beauty appear before him, was momentarily dazzled by the blinding light in front of him. She frowned and quickly stepped back a few paces, asking, do I look really weird? Making him realize he was too abrupt, he hurriedly explained to her that, no, not at all. It actually looks very good. Therefore, Daishin has no choice but to cry silently in her heart and accept the current reality. Should I return this pile now or not? Whatever, I can't go sell salt just because I'm hungry anyway. That outfit looks like it was made just for her to wear. Suddenly, as he hugged an item in his hands, he was immediately stunned. He frowned, tried to lift the box, which also caught her attention. Why does this box feel so much heavier? It doesn't seem like clothes or something, does it? So Chan also realizes what it is and points at the box, telling him to open it quickly. Her next words leave Jin even more stunned. Inside is a jar for bones. You couldn't keep your composure or your image anymore, so you suddenly jumped in fright and shouted so loudly that you turned pale. Meanwhile, So Troll on this side remains very calm as she opens the box. And when she sees the painting of the jar, I suddenly get a strange feeling, like something in that jar is calling me. It's hard to describe. It's like the call of destiny itself. That made Jae-shin even more terrified and pale. How could she hear it through the computer screen? I was even more nervous seeing the fearless young woman in front of me. After this, I have to tighten my control. I can't let her keep buying those weird things online, so I just troll her from this side when I open the box and shout in satisfaction. Sure enough, a jar of black hair wax with creepy patterns on it is placed in front of everyone. She was completely fearless, even comfortably asking him. Just looking at it, you can tell it's extraordinary. He, on the other hand, felt like screaming inside when he saw it. It looked like it was cursed. She couldn't hide her anticipation and was about to open it. Opening it might reveal some important clues. That would be great. Dia was so startled by that suggestion that she quickly stopped him. Don't open it. There's no clue inside, and I keep cursing that online shop in my head. Isn't it illegal to sell this stuff openly online? If there really is a corpse inside, wouldn't that be extremely disrespectful? He's afraid she'll open something terrifying, so he rushes to stop her. It's just an empty jar. Hurry up and give it to me so I can return it. But before he could stop her, So-chan quickly pushed the jar aside. Then, despite his pale face, he calmly prepared to open it, and once again he reached out to grab the jar. But she once again prevented him from touching it. So Shin couldn't keep calm anymore and rushed to her, accidentally causing it to fall from her hand. The two of them stared blankly as the jar rolled on the ground. Then suddenly something from inside the jar appeared, leaving both of them stunned. A small figure resembling a tiny person emerges from the ashes, but it suddenly appears to faint and collapse face down on the ground, causing both of them to gasp in shock. In some house early in the morning, the doorbell rings continuously and insistently, and the old woman slowly leans on the doorframe to complain. "This is too much trouble. I'll go out right now," the old woman muttered as she looked out the front door. It's early in the morning, and instead of ringing the bell, they're just pounding on the door like that. The old woman slightly opens the door and asks, "Who is it?" But the scene in front of her left the old woman stunned and speechless. At the same time, in another house, the doorbell kept ringing incessantly. The male owner inside the house started to get angry and shouted, "Stop making so much noise." He went outside to see who it was. But the front gate was empty with no one in sight, leaving the man stunned. "Wow, there's no one here. What the hell is this?" It was a tiny girl lying on her back inside the mouth of the bottle on the ground. He hesitantly tried to touch her, wondering silently in his mind. "A doll?" Jin slowly lifted it up and suddenly felt the heartbeat of the other. He immediately startled and bolted away in a flash. Jin hurriedly let go, dropping the person back to the ground, his mind tense as a stretched string. This is a living creature. Could this be one of them? He looked at the tiny girl on the floor with utter confusion. I'm not wearing glasses, but I can still see it. It's not an illusion. What kind of disguise is this? The more I think about it, the stranger it feels. The goat wonders with sweat on its face. But more importantly, how the hell did it end up in that jar? So the kind-hearted troll from behind revealed the identity of that tiny girl. She's a monster. That would be a perfect chance to scare him half to death. Don't say it so bluntly. I'm very sensitive to those words right now. You don't understand anything, so I just look at the monster and say, "It's not dead yet, seems like only unconscious." Dia-shin hesitated for a moment, seeming worried about something, then softly asked, "Do you think this monster came here to kidnap her?" Mage Nimdasin remembered his familiar wooden staff and quietly pondered. "If that's really the case, should I take this chance to finish it off while it's unconscious?" Looking at the form of that monster, he felt a bit confident. It looked so tiny, it probably wasn't that strong, right? Feeling his concern, So Chung-chung reassured him. "I don't think there's any problem." Then she pointed ahead because the little one didn't react at all. He looked in the direction she pointed, but it was just an ordinary dog. But things couldn't be that simple. The goat's head suddenly flashes with a thought. This little dog? Could it be? She nodded affirmatively. Yes, the image of a majestic guardian beast appeared in both of their minds that day. It was the guardian spirit we met a few days ago. He asked in surprise. But isn't it already turned back into the stone statue? So Tron sighed and said, "I also thought so." But at that moment, this dog jumped out from inside the stone statue, as if it was the incarnation of that guardian spirit. Coincidentally, you happened to pass by and notice it. Oh, it's you? In this case, it's not too hard to understand. Its spiritual energy can escape from the statue and transform into a different form, similar to a monster variant in theory. So Troll then adds, "Moreover, this kid is Nania's guardian spirit, whose task is to prevent evil spirits from invading this land, so it is very sensitive to demonic energy and especially killing intent. It seems she really likes it." So Troll gently caresses the puppy in her palm. "So if this little one doesn't bark, That monster won't cause us any trouble. Diasin also relaxed and tilted his head to look over. Hearing her say that, I feel reassured. So Tron was thinking something to himself before continuing to speculate. And if I'm not mistaken, it's thanks to this kid that the evil Master Huan hasn't realized I'm one of them until now. The words of threat from him still echo in her mind. You idiot. You can run, but you'll never escape the hands of the old sorcerer. You can't hide your demonic aura. No matter how high you run, you won't escape. Jin looked at her for a long time before suddenly asking what reason the demon Huan had to want to eat her so badly. The sorceress hesitated, reluctant to answer, but then recalling his tall, imposing, and terrifying figure, she explained that Jum-Won is a demon capable of devouring humans and absorbing their memories and intelligence. Then she also explained the reason why she was captured back then, and my task was to lure humans to be sacrifices for him. The more I think about it, the more confused I become. It's strange to think that Troll, while joking around with the guardian spirit, has been sacrificing countless humans to him all this time. Keeping himself alive to continue doing that for him must be more beneficial than devouring me, right? Seeing her suddenly silent, Dia anxiously asked, "What's wrong with you?" The wizard NM nervously replied, "Sorry, just some random thoughts that crossed my mind." I don't know what he's thinking, but suddenly he said something out of the blue, hoping she would find her bone jar as soon as possible. Jin rested his chin on his hand and sighed. As long as she is reborn, lives freely, and is no longer bound by anyone, I will be at ease. So Chan was surprised by those words, then suddenly blushed and lowered her face, too shy to look up, her cheeks also flushing. To break the awkwardness, So Troll decided to change the subject. "When do you plan to stop calling me the demon exorcising mage?" He suddenly realized it was his mistake and nodded vaguely. "It's because I misunderstood her that I gave her that name. And now Jin is confused about what to call her. So what should I call her then?" "Strange Nim, while you were still hesitating," she suddenly interrupted. "So Tron." While he was surprised, she once again repeated her name. "My name is So Tron." So Tron suddenly smiled very gently, her golden eyes slightly curved. "From now on, just call me So Troll." He froze, his heart suddenly pounding loudly. Jin sat up straight, scratching his head and introducing himself sheepishly. "And my name is Jessin." In that brief moment, he himself realized that there had been a faint change in his heart. Strangely, feeling a bit confused, the tiny demon Hong suddenly let out a few faint groans that caught his attention. Jin stared intently at the opponent and hurriedly shouted, "It's awake now! Look, it seems to be in better shape than before." Hong slowly opened his eyes and immediately was startled. The first thing the monster sees is Jin's human face as the princess flips over in transformation, leaving him stunned. Suddenly a cloud of white smoke billowed up, and Dia exclaimed in shock. Hong is no longer in his tiny human form but has transformed into a more plastic-like object. He frowns as it turns into a doll. But this monster isn't scary at all, leaving John helpless. It's too late now to transform, just showing off looks pathetic. The princess in the doll model was sweating all over her head, realizing she had been exposed. With no other choice, Hong John transformed back into a human and reached behind his back, intending to pull out something. Then this is the only option left. The princess pulls out a black gun and shouts, "Look at this tiny gun firing tiny bullets aimed straight at Jane's forehead for a painful shot." But that damage wasn't enough to take him down, and both of them froze for a moment. He gritted his teeth in anger, a small painful bump swelling on his forehead and unable to hold back. Dia roared in fury at this damn thing. At that moment, in a different neighborhood, the banging on doors continued loudly. This time, a young girl stepped out and asked, "Who's there?" He immediately went out. Yudong just opened the gate and stepped out, wiping his sweat, not ringing the bell but just pounding on other people's doors loudly. But then the scene in front of her made the girl gasp in surprise, as she saw a man with a very eerie appearance, with cloudy white and blue eyes staring blankly up and down. Yet she still called out warmly as if she didn't notice anything strange. "Ah!" Dudong looked at him in panic and worry. "Dad, where have you gone?" Dad suddenly disappeared, leaving me alone at home to worry myself to death, while from afar, a mysterious man suddenly appeared, standing high above and watching everything. He put his hand in his pocket and suddenly pulled out a small shining gem. Without hesitation, Din Lang crushed it. The small gem shattered into tiny pieces and turned into a cloud of white smoke that dissipated into the air. At the same time, Yu's father suddenly opened his mouth in a painful cry, causing the girl to become extremely worried. His body was so weak that he knelt straight down on the ground in front of his daughter's shock. "What is happening?" Jin Lang continues to calmly observe the girl's frantic suffering without showing any emotion. "Dad, wake up." He coldly turned and walked away, ignoring the screams behind him. Ah, Lang put his hands in his pockets, slowly stepping on the electric wire and leaving without anyone noticing. The legend from the painting tells of a humble scholar who once lived in a remote mountain village. One day, on his way home, he was engulfed by a fiery blaze and vanished silently and instantly with it. According to the story, the scene in the painting also changed. The villagers of Sun Village spent the whole night lighting torches and searching the mountain for him, but the scholar seemed to have vanished into nothingness, leaving no trace behind. And so, as time passed, a few days later, the young scholar silently returned home. His family was overjoyed to see him appear, but that happiness didn't last long. The young scholar spent the whole day in silence, no longer laughing or joking like before. He seems like a soulless corpse that deeply saddens his parents. Worried about his condition, his family invited a master to see him. The master looked at the scholar for a long time before speaking slowly. The image of a flickering flame appears after the monk's words. Is it possible that this person has seen a foxfire before or even been possessed by one? This person's soul has been devoured by the fox spirit and is no longer in their body. Although it sounds contradictory, on the surface they appear alive, but are actually dead. Strangely, Yu's father's condition at this moment is exactly as described in the legend. Yu gently opens the door and asks, "Dad, do you want to go out for a meal with me?" His silent reaction made Yudong feel awkward. Yudong quietly looked at the man in front of him, trying to find a way to talk to his father. "Then I'll cook something for you. Do you want to eat anything?" His eternal silence in response to Yu made the young girl unable to hold back her tears as they fell one by one. In the small old room, Yu's voice rang out in despair. "Dad, what exactly happened to you? Let's go back to the haunted room." At this moment, a fierce confrontation is underway between Honggon and Jin, each holding a gun, with the principle that all beings are equal in the face of fire. Honggon gently points his gun at Jin, who is clutching his swollen forehead after Honggon's recent raid. He grits his teeth, his face contorting. Is this brat pushing his luck too far and making him angry? He tried to suppress his anger and slow down his thoughts, staying calm despite these little brats. Please control the trembling from anger. Are you guys really that excited right now? Wait until you calm down, then we'll talk slowly. Huh? You're probably surprised and don't know what's happening, right? You're the same. No one here knows what's really going on. Hong quickly stepped back in surprise and shouted, "Don't come near me!" Holding two flintlock pistols but thinking he's using a submachine gun, Hong keeps firing at him, forcing him to dodge and raise his hands to defend himself. "Don't, kid, stop!" Seeing that Jay Shin isn't afraid at all, Hong John frowned. This big guy is too good at defending. Honggon took a deep breath and slowly pulled out another weapon from his pocket, quickly replacing the two old pistols with a heavy cannon in his hands. Seeing this, Jay Shin's face drained of color. Where did he get that from? Without hesitation, Honggon immediately fires at him. "Take this!" Sensing the bullet's trajectory, Jin quickly rushes to shield his computer. "You absolutely must not shoot my computer. Even if you see it, there's nothing I can do to avoid it." He stared intently at the approaching bullet, and seeing the scene beside him, So Troll hurriedly rushed over and pulled out her hairpin. Using her exceptional skills, she managed to stop the bullet with her hairpin. That bullet was deflected and shot straight up into the ceiling. Hong broke out in a sweat upon seeing this, and So Troll couldn't contain her anger. "You idiot, why do you keep jumping into dangerous situations? That thing may be small, but if it hits a weak spot, it can kill you just like that. Do you really want to die in such a stupid way?" Dee quickly retorts. "But I can't just stand by and watch the only asset we have, the computer, get destroyed by it." Hong suddenly seems to realize something. Was that move just now a demon? His voice is still trying to explain to So Troll. "If I can't protect this computer now, it's no different from selling salt. I won't be able to work and I'll go hungry. Do you understand?" Hong hesitated before speaking. Before they could finish speaking, the bullet was deflected and stuck to the ceiling, now falling down and hitting the top of the pink-haired girl who had just shot it. Hearing the strange noise, the two fighting turned their heads at the same time to look at Hong John lying on the floor with a bump on his head, and one of them spoke. "She's unconscious again." Dia Shin pointed with glee. "How convenient, saves the trouble. Just shove her into the jar and hand her back." It seemed his words had touched on a blind spot in his knowledge. So Chan wondered, return it? What does that mean? Right now, Jason is lost in thought, and it seems like he's increasingly getting involved in more and more trouble with the monsters. This kind of situation, sooner or later, I will definitely be caught up in life and death battles with them. Imagining a future full of turmoil, I realize the road ahead is going to be hell. There's no guarantee I can survive each battle against them. Suddenly, the image of the girl from my dream appeared again with her familiar words. "I'll wait." Suddenly, a noise rang out, startling him. Someone seems to be urgently knocking on the door outside the gate. Jin quickly went out to open it. "Who is it?" Bong Pilu's face appears. "Is that you?" He chuckled awkwardly. "My young brave wizard, I rang the bell until my hand was sore, but you didn't come out, so I had no choice but to force open the gate. There's no way there's any bell ringing at all." He quickly added, "Maybe the house is too old and the bell is broken. Then the landowner must be responsible for the repairs. Sir Mage Ganda, I have something I need to ask of you." Hearing his humble voice made him suspicious. What scheme is he planning now? "Just so you know, there's no money for repairs at all." A faint voice echoes. Recently, this neighborhood has started whispering about some stories related to monsters. Hearing these words, Jae-shin felt annoyed and crossed his arms to mock him, even though before he said there was nothing like that in this neighborhood. He couldn't help but wonder if this person was a vengeful spirit. Then he clasped his hands in a respectful bow. "A handsome and talented wizard? This has been happening for a while now, and only now do I dare to come and report it." Then, based on what he heard, Bong Pu recounted that lately there have been houses whose gates are frequently broken by someone, but when the owners come out to open the gate, no one is there. Jin still looked confused. Maybe people were knocking on the wrong house and just left, or perhaps it was some kids causing trouble. He hurriedly explained, "I initially thought if it was just that, I could accept it. But recently, Yudong's house in the lower neighborhood was also broken into like that. This time, when I opened the door, there was someone. None other than Yudong's father returning after disappearing for a few days." Does he look so clueless, as if he doesn't understand how this is related to him? I still don't get what the problem is. Seeing his reaction, Bong Pu could only remain silent. "A sorcerer, don't you know the legend of the fire lake? What kind of lake is that?" Then afterward, his voice rang out steadily, recounting an old story. "There is a legend, or maybe just a folk tale. Basically, if someone is possessed by a fox spirit, it will lead them away, and then the fox spirit will devour their soul, leaving only their body behind." Then he quickly mentioned Yudong's father's condition. Yudong's father, who just returned home as I mentioned earlier, also fell into that state. He looked like a soulless corpse. Dia frowned with suspicion, having lost her soul and then returned home. The voiceover continued. "The night before Yudong's father disappeared, some residents saw a strange phenomenon. When the neighbor saw Yu's father's figure in the distance, they curiously called out, 'Is that Yu's dad over there?' Are you planning to go up the hill so late at night?" The man suddenly saw a flicker of blue flame. "What is that flickering blue flame? Am I seeing things?" And in the darkness, the neighbor's voice still echoed, even as the figure unconsciously moved further away. "Bo Yu Trung, did you hear what I said?" At the same time, elsewhere, a man was idly playing with a blue gemstone, as Bong Pu's voice echoed steadily, suggesting he was truly bewitched by a flickering blue light resembling flames, a shadowy man with green hair and sunglasses silently observing the scene below. With the legend of the fire lake in mind, his voice confirms even more that that thing could very well be the fire lake from the legend. "Zungkook, where have you gone now?" a worried, middle-aged woman's voice calls out. Worried sick as a mother, but all she gets in return is silence from the young man, whose dark eyes are fixed on everything below. Meanwhile, a similar incident unfolds in the neighborhood. "Zungkook, what's wrong with you? Where does it hurt?" Suddenly, the young man knelt down, making the mother panic uncontrollably. All these scenes were seen by the man with blue hair earlier. He also quietly crushed the gem in his hand. "Sungkook, wake up. What's wrong with you? Sungkook?" As the cold silhouette of the other person disappeared, Bong Pu's words were filled with fear. "Sorcerer, it's very likely that Du Wai's father was truly possessed by a fox spirit." Hearing this, Dia silently pondered, not wanting to get involved in such a tangled mess, and he rebutted. "Since when did you start trusting all those folk tales and legends? When I first moved here, you didn't come tell me stories like that." He hurriedly tried to make peace now. "It's not like that. I just feel there are a few suspicious points, quite similar to the legend. Hey, old man, you already betrayed me in the money matter last time. Does he really think I will keep accepting the proposals of a traitor?" Dashin helplessly scratches his head, thinking about leaving this place early to gather clues about the bone jar. But now this mess has happened. Why does everything keep getting so complicated? Bong now clasped his hands together and begged, "Please, sorcerer, you are the only hope we have." Abandoning his dignity, he held onto his arm with pleading eyes that shimmered with desperation. "Go on, wizard, please have mercy." Dacin's eyes now show a hint of compassion, as Du Wai's only remaining family in the world is her father. Now that he's like this, it breaks her heart. He thought of their father and son, and if something were to happen to him, how could the girl survive alone? He closed his eyes, sighed, and shook his head. while Bongpu beside him watched this scene and understood what he was implying. Before he even had a chance to agree, he boldly spoke on Jin's behalf. "What does the sorcerer think? So you've agreed to help?" He immediately confirmed. So in relying on the wizard's help, Jin has no chance to refuse. He quickly hands him a piece of paper. "Here, take this. That's Du Wei's home address." I was caught off guard and about to stop him quickly. Wait a minute, I never agreed to the old man's offer. But now he has already run away long ago, leaving only the echo. "Keep going, wizard." "Goodbye." Seeing the color of the paper in his hand, Jae-shin fell silent, shaking his head and sighing. Honestly, So-chan is right beside him asking, "Will you help them? Are you trying to make him stunned by me? What did I do wrong?" She spoke up to persuade him, but still. Maybe they really need help. Before she could finish, he immediately interrupted. "That has nothing to do with me at all." Jin turned his back and walked away, also showing his own worries. "The house is still busy with chores. I have to go to work to earn money for the upcoming expenses." And as I watch him turn away, only the echo remains. If I go help others, who will help me then? I'm the one who needs help here. In the end, she had no choice but to watch his back disappear into the distance. But as he was leaving, he suddenly paused. Then, seeming to have made up his mind, called out. His walking away suddenly stopped, catching her attention. "Well, just stop by for a moment to see how things are, then head back. It should be fine, right? Just taking a walk and passing by casually." She heard his words and couldn't help but smile. Dia looked around nervously, wondering if she should bring something for self-defense. Suddenly remembering where I put that magical weapon, I hadn't finished my sentence when something suddenly flew past his face. The divine weapon Jay asked for suddenly flew to his feet, making him stunned and trembling with fear, his face turning pale as he hurriedly turned around. "I'm leaving now. I'll be back later." Jay silently muttered to herself. This thing of debt is definitely trying to scare me on purpose. So Tron stood behind, trying to call out, "Wait for me. I'll go with you." Her steps gradually moved to block the door. Suddenly a blue barrier appeared out of nowhere, blocking So Troll's path, causing her to stop in surprise. Di-Shin was startled and turned around, and even So Troll couldn't explain why this situation was happening. From afar, Jin Lang seems to sense something and turns in this direction, his gaze fixed silently on Jin's inn. Looking back at the situation, So Troll now stands on a mysterious barrier formation that appeared out of nowhere, and Jin looks on awkwardly. What is happening now? Feeling something, she turned around and saw that the guardian deity was biting her dress to signal her to come back, understanding what he meant. So Chan slowly stepped back towards the door. After retreating, everything around her returned to normal, as if nothing had happened, her heart pounding with anticipation. What is this? It seems that just now was a recall of Lao Go Mok's words earlier, "You can't hide your aura of love." She gradually realized, could it be? Looking at the little dog and the guardian statue, she realized, you created this barrier to protect me. Both Jae-shin and Soon were in perfect sync and remained silent. Seeing her condition, he kindly suggested that she stay home since her face didn't look very well. Tron hesitated to speak, but he waved his hand confidently and said, "Don't worry, I'll just wander around for a bit and come back soon." Looking at the wooden stick in his hand, he forced a smile. And besides, I'm also holding this scary thing. I don't know if it will listen anymore. She just left her with her wild thoughts behind. "I'm leaving now, see you later." Then he turned around and walked away. Walking under the clear blue sky, he had a bad feeling, but could only helplessly sigh, feeling more and more that something was wrong. Dia silently wondered why he kept worrying about such trivial matters all the time. At this rate, will I even live until I meet the girl from that dream? Looking up at the sky, he quietly sighed. Maybe I should just forget everything and be free of debts. Anyway, I can't do much anyway. But right now, I keep seeing the worried face of So Troll from earlier. The words you just said about listening to avoid falsely accusing others. What would you do if an innocent person was forced to commit crimes? If possible, please help me because the current situation is quite dangerous. Remembering her words, his mood unexpectedly grew heavy. At this moment, Jay recalls a childhood moment. A helpless boy runs through the dark, gloomy night. His steps suddenly halt and haunting memories from the past flood back into his mind. "Someone please help me," the small voice of a helpless boy seeking help in despair. In front of him is a woman lying still and unresponsive. "Our director, someone please save her." He keeps running in search of hope. His desperate cries for help echo everywhere. "Is anyone there? Please, please, I beg you, save her." Even though his body was badly injured, he still pushed himself to find help. "Please go. Remember what happened that made Jin's face harden? He clenched his lips tightly, reminding himself not to do that. Now the road splits into two directions, just like life forcing him to make a choice. Those people must have all experienced the loneliness he feels. Ji's hand involuntarily clenched his only weapon as he slowly lifted the frame of his red glasses. If you don't face it now, when will you? At this moment, his face is cold, and his eyes are full of determination. Continuing to hide forever is pointless. The psychological work is done, and the stubborn goat is slowly and surely moving forward. Bong Pi was sitting in his office when suddenly someone called out, "Is anyone there?" He stepped out to inquire. "What's that?" The young man with bright orange hair replied, "I have a few questions for you." Hearing that, he immediately asked, "What is it?" But when he saw the face of the other person clearly, Bong Pi was a bit surprised. Huasi smiled kindly and asked how things have been lately. "I wonder if anything strange has been happening in this neighborhood recently." But he was busy staring at the scar running down the boy's eye and muttering to himself, "Where did this cross-eyed kid come from? That's terrifying." Seeing that the other person didn't respond, Hoa Song took the initiative to bring it up first. "Suppose a floating flame appears in the middle of the night." Those words made Bong Pu turn pale with fear, but he still calmly asked, "Have you ever seen or heard anything like that before?" He looked at you in horror and asked, "Why does he know about that?" But still kept a calm exterior and inquired, "Young man, why are you asking me this all of a sudden?" Hua Sung suddenly remembered and took something out of his shirt pocket. "There, yes, that's it. You show a business card, but it's obviously been altered with magic to deceive." Hua Song uses it to introduce himself, and Bong Pu's face turns even paler because of it. "Oh no, he's a journalist. This is really bad." He quickly waved his hand and forced a polite smile to brush it off. "I didn't hear anything. I don't know anything at all." Hoa X clearly doesn't believe. "Are you reacting suspiciously like that?" Bong Pu's guilty conscience makes her jump up and shout back, "What are you suspicious of?" "I told you I don't know anything." You stroke your chin and smile, continuing to dig for more information. "So did you hear it from someone else, or did you see it with your own eyes?" He can't take it anymore. Anything nearby is used to throw at him. "You, with your sharp tongue, get out of here right now. Hurry up or I'll call the police now." Hoa Sung raised her hand to block. "Uncle, Chama, what if Mama? Yes, can you pretend to be friendly and keep talking while I finish my cigarette and leave?" But a big ashtray suddenly slammed right into your handsome face, leaving a fiery red mark full of pain. At the same time, the doorbell of someone else rang steadily. You shyly peeked out and asked, Seeing the unfamiliar young man in front of her, the girl carefully asked, "Who are you?" Diashin smiled briefly and explained, "I've heard about you from the landowner." Yudong's eyes suddenly darkened as he listened. "I wonder if he can meet my father for a moment." After a moment of thought, the girl agreed and led him into the house. "Please, follow me." The guest nodded. "Thank you. Then I'll take my leave." In that brief moment, Jean also took the chance to glance at the door. There was nothing unusual around the house. Yudong led him to his father. Even though I knew he wouldn't respond, I still announced, "Dad, there's a guest looking for you, but there was no one there." In Jin's eyes, he was just a piece of pale, soft flesh molded into a human shape, with hollow eye sockets and a gaping mouth, his body tightly bound by a bright red rope and strange talismans clutching at the torn flesh. This horrifying scene made him terrified beyond measure, his body trembling uncontrollably as he shouted out loud and stepped back. Yu looked confused and turned his head. "What's wrong with you?" Dee was stunned and stammered to brush it off. "No, it's nothing." But his body keeps trembling as he looks at Yu's father. "What is that? What am I seeing right now?" Dee quickly reached up to touch her glasses. The image seen through those foggy, murky glasses is that fleshy, cloudy thing. But when looking with the naked eye, he still sees a normal human face. What is this? Is it a monster? But I still can't be sure. But if it's a monster, something feels a bit strange. At this moment, Yu, full of confusion, softly calls out, "Hey, mister?" The little girl asked softly, "Does your father have a problem?" Dia hesitated, unsure what to say, and could only pretend not to know. For now, I'm not involved, but I can't stop suffering inside. How can I tell her father that he's a monster? Dia, being new to this situation, also becomes confused. What should I do now? Maybe I should go back and ask So-chun if she knows what this is. With that thought, I decided to probe first. "Can you first give me a brief explanation of your father's condition right now?" Yu Dion looked sadly at her father, and then answered sadly, "I don't know how to explain it either. Ever since we got back, your father hasn't said a word, just sitting silently like that." "Are you going to sit there silently like that forever?" At that moment, the man's cloudy, pale blue eyes suddenly moved, quietly glancing at them from afar. I see, and then I'll listen quietly to what the girl says before giving my opinion. Is that okay? All right, you can wait for me to run home for a bit to talk. At that moment, the wooden stick beside him suddenly emitted a faint aura. Yudong's father suddenly opened his mouth and let out ragged groans. Diashin froze in place, looking up, as a mass of torn flesh and human-like meat suddenly lunged at him, terrifying him into screaming loudly. But he didn't attack anyone and just ran straight to the front door, ignoring his daughter's desperate screams behind him. Ah Jin, having just escaped a great danger, was gasping for breath. Yu keeps calling from behind, "Dad, where are you going?" Then the girl, confused and worried, looked at him and asked, "Why did my father leave like that?" Dia looked confused and didn't understand what was happening. He didn't respond, and the girl didn't ask again, only wanting a reassurance from him. "My father won't be in any real danger, right?" He suddenly fell silent, his face heavy and unspoken. Yudong also seems to realize that something bad has happened. The girl purses her lips, tears welling around her eyes. Dia frowned as if he had made up his mind, gently placed his hand on the girl's shoulder, and promised, "Don't worry, there won't be any serious problems. I will bring him back intact for you, so please stay calm and wait here." Grabbing the wooden stick in his hand and rushing out of the house, Dasin began to regret and curse himself. Damn it. Now that he thinks about it, he realizes how stupid he was. Still, he kept running forward with a jumble of thoughts in his mind. When he still didn't understand what was going on, how could he help? But still, I had already promised to help them. Coincidentally, at that moment, Jin saw a white, human-shaped lump of flesh soaring into the air. He gaped at him. Seeing the opponent stepping onto the roof tiles and trying to run away, he quickly shouted to stop him. "Hey, mister, wait a moment." I know he probably won't listen, but Jin still tries to communicate. Is there some kind of misunderstanding? Can you come down here so we can talk? But he quickly ran across the rooftops and gradually disappeared from sight. Jin started to feel discouraged and chased after him. Honestly, leaving your daughter home worried is really unfair to her. But the man with the strange monster-like appearance keeps rushing forward as if he can't hear anything. When they reached a fairly deserted area ahead, he suddenly jumped very far, trying to escape to a place. And I could only helplessly shout, "Uncle Jay, please stop! How can we catch something bouncing on the roof and bring it down?" At that moment, the wooden stick in my hand seemed to come alive, and suddenly glowed. It broke free from his hand and rushed forward in surprise, with the wooden stick aiming straight at the man in midair as if to smash him. At that moment, Duan's mind was flooded with the tearful, anguished face of the yellow-eyed monster from before, and he was afraid that scene would happen again. No, but the stick kept rushing forward like an arrow aimed straight at the man. Remembering Yu Jay's sad face, he hurriedly muttered, "Don't let that girl lose her father." Dia Shin shouted angrily, "Stop right now!" But at this moment, the stick was already very close to Yu Dong's father. At that critical moment, the stick suddenly stopped less than a hand's breadth from the target. Dia Shin, witnessing everything, was stunned as the wooden staff quickly halted and then spun in the air, heading toward the man's head. Then it suddenly stopped in mid-air for a few seconds before striking down fiercely. Yu Dong's father was caught off guard and was knocked over. But it didn't stop there. The wooden staff continued to press down hard on his back as if trying to completely control the opponent. Seizing the moment, he hurriedly ran over with a jumble of chaotic thoughts in his mind. This thing understands what I say and is always ready to attack unconditionally like that, yeah. But right now, something more important awaits, so he stops in front of a small alley. Forget it. First he has to deal with that monster. The pile of flesh in human form pinned to the ground by his staff kept screaming non-stop. He suddenly let out a sigh of relief. Got it. Dia slowly approaches, trying to communicate with the opponent. Calm down, Uncle, can you hear what I'm saying? I really don't want to hurt you. That disgusting mass of flesh started writhing wildly like a pile of mud coming to life. Listen to what I'm saying. Your daughter is suffering and waiting for you to come back. Considering name translation, I'm thinking about how to translate Dia Shin. I'd prefer Jia Shin, since the D in Vietnamese might better match Jia or Dia. There was a name, Jay Shin, which I could also spell as Day Shin or D Shin. But Dia Shin might be an OCR error. They could mean Dia Shin. It's tricky since the target mentions Dia Shin, which is inconsistent. I'll go with Dia Shin for accuracy and capitalize it appropriately. Refining the dialogue, I'm crafting a line where Dia Shin looked at the scene in horror. The phrase Kong Thoi suggests continually or unceasingly. In English, I might say in unending horror or in sheer horror. So I think the full line could be, Dia Shin looked on in unending horror. Are you even listening to me? I'm debating between "do you hear what I'm saying" and "are you listening to what I'm saying?" Finally, I'll go with the more emphatic "are you even listening to what I'm saying?" Polishing the phrase, I'm examining the phrase "nhin kai ne ma hai hung kong toi," which translates awkwardly. Instead of "looked at this scene horrified" works better. The ma indicates a consequence, so I'll stick with "looked on at the scene in horror." However, "bun on at" feels a bit redundant, so I think "looked on in unending horror" might be good too. Ultimately, I prefer Diashin watched the scene in horror. Are you even listening to what I'm saying? For conciseness. We need just one clear line. Finalizing the line, I'm focusing on creating a concise two-sentence statement without any tags or translation disclaimers. The final output will be, Diachin watched the scene in horror. Are you even listening to what I'm saying? I'll make sure to use ASCII characters only, confirming that everything adheres to that requirement. This keeps it straightforward and clear for the user. I think this works perfectly for what I need. Diashin watched the scene in horror. Are you even listening to what I'm saying? The strange creature called Hoa suddenly let out a broken roar. By now, it no longer had a human shape, but resembled a large twisting trunk lunging straight at him. Hua's eyes and mouth opened wide into deep gaping holes, startling him, but Jishin was still being swallowed by this disgusting creature. One of his legs is also held tightly so he can't escape. Inside that creature's mouth, he still struggles to shout and advise, "Don't do that, uncle." At that moment, the monster's tongue slowly extended. He looked on in horror, panic rising. "Stop right now. Only a mad person would listen." It suddenly lunged forward with its long tongue, wrapping tightly around his neck and squeezing hard. He could feel the air in his lungs rapidly running out. In that life-or-death moment, he vaguely realized what this thing was plotting. It was trying to swallow him whole. Outside, Hoabi begins swallowing his head and then pulls his body upward slowly. Dia slips and stumbles, trying to tiptoe down, desperately clutching the ground. His fingertips scratch at Hoabi's body, pushing this disgusting thing away from himself. The tattoo on the arm suddenly emits a faint blue light, and thick red ropes binding the creature's body begin to shatter into tiny pieces like bubbles. And its body gradually swells like the flesh of a drowning person, as nothing is holding it back, expanding more and more like a balloon being inflated. Clusters of flickering blue light appeared at the most swollen parts of its body. Then, as if unable to swell any further, the flower burst apart with a loud explosion, and Dean was pushed back by the force, falling onto the cold ground. His wrist gradually went numb from the pain as Dean moaned in broken, frantic cries. Then he slowly opened his eyes to the scene before him, seeing fragments of the flower's body falling like torn pieces of paper in midair, with Jin clearly observing each part scattered around his wooden staff, his scalp suddenly feeling numb. What the hell is this? Yashin's eyes widened as he realized who these belonged to. He panicked as he realized he had just killed Yu's father. His face turned pale. No. Could I have just done that? Jin felt disgusted. He panically looked at his hands that had done that. Before he could fall into deeper chaos, the residents of the neighborhood started to panic and shout. It seems like that sound came from here. It sounds like something exploded. They all rushed over to see. Who could have done this? Was it him? He looks very unfamiliar. A man recognizing his neighbor nearby casually strikes up a conversation. Hey, Kim, it seems you just got back home last night, right? Where have you been wandering around? Why didn't you tell your family? But the crowd kept coming, and Dia's fear grew, unable to let others know what she had just done. But when he looked closely at the people in the neighborhood, his pupils shrank in fear. The residents were still worriedly asking him why that young man was sitting there completely still. But they don't know that many other flowers have long been mixed in among them. Dia glanced over at another monster nearby, along with the neighbors worried about him. Is it because you're so scared? With only these 10 people here, 3 different flowers have already been mixed in. This reality is truly frightening. The man earlier waiting and not getting a response from the neighbors seems a bit annoyed. Hey, Kim, do you look down on me so much that you won't even bother to answer? The 2 other middle-aged women also exchange worried glances. Hey, has my Joke's mother been this dazed ever since that day? Jay grits his teeth in confusion about the state of the neighborhood. What is going on here? He clenched his stick tightly and ran off. That monster has appeared again. The people in the neighborhood quickly shouted to alert everyone. Where did you go? But you don't seem to care at all, so I hurriedly ran away. So it's not just one monster causing trouble here. We need to hurry back home. At this moment, the flowers disguised as people suddenly moved very subtly. The man who spoke earlier asked worriedly, Mr. Kim, what's wrong? The flower is muttering to itself. At that moment, the women also sensed something strange. Mother Mishuk, are you still okay? Di looked ahead at the market, glanced back, and roughly guessed a few things, so he sped up and ran forward. Behind him, the three flowers were relentlessly pursued by Le, who slowly followed step by step, walking together. The newly renovated neighborhood from a few years ago has seen each sunset fade away and disappear from this place. Suddenly, Hwaseong's voice broke the silence. I didn't expect that bald guy to really call the police. The carefree boy casually drapes his arms around his neck, gently closes his eyes, and mutters a complaint. Does this journalist really face so much discrimination that the old man reacts so strongly? As he speaks, he leans against the wall beside him, thinking he should learn from this and plan better next time. But before he could finish his incomplete sentence, he saw something rushing toward him at an incredible speed. Dia suddenly appeared out of nowhere, running past quickly with a look of urgency and haste. Sorry, please move aside. Hwasong was immediately startled and shouted loudly by this sudden appearance. Startled, he watched his back as he ran away, unable to help feeling angry. What's wrong with that kid on? But before I could understand what was happening here, Hwasong suddenly heard some thudding sounds behind him. He calmly turned his head to look up at the rooftops where the flower monsters were relentlessly chasing Jin, causing loud noises and clouds of dust to billow into the air with each of their steps. Hwasong, terrified, looked up at the chasing flowers, her eyebrows slightly furrowing, and let out a soft gasp. At the same time, Jin was still desperately running to escape from them. His long legs run swiftly along the main road, each heavy breath echoing loudly. His eyes are filled with unspeakable fear. He turned his head back and clenched his teeth, wondering why these creatures were chasing him. And with that thought, he tightened his grip on the wooden stick. Is it because I killed their comrades? At this moment, the flowers that had been chasing after him finally caught up. They leap down from above, blocking his path. Not long after, they land on the ground. The smoke on the street rises into the air, creating a loud bang and a look of horror on his face. Dia-shin grits his teeth and quickly steps back to avoid the flower blocking his view. But to prevent him from escaping, the remaining flowers quickly jumped down and surrounded him from all sides. Seeing this, his face turned even paler. He is not only surrounded on the ground, but there are also them appearing on the rooftops of nearby buildings. Dia quickly glances up to a high place where a flower monster is standing. He gritted his teeth, desperately trying to find a way out. But at that moment, the terrifying voice of the flower creature echoed, "Go." Seeing how aggressive they are, he couldn't help but find it strange and gently lowered his glasses, his eyes full of suspicion. Are they no longer disguising their appearance? The flower gang didn't stop because of his small movements. They advanced step by step, completely contrasting with his panic. Jin, already surrounded with no way out, opened his mouth and kept turning his head to look around to ensure his safety. They closed in on him, all emitting piercing cries in unison. He swung the wooden stick in his hand and shouted, ordering the flower beasts below to fall back. And then he continued to threaten them. Whether they understood his words or not, this sword will hurt you or even take your life. If you dare come any closer, don't blame me for not warning you first. He was so preoccupied with the flowers below that he didn't notice another one on the nearby roof, watching his every move without blinking. The creature suddenly moved to the edge of the roof, silently without making a sound. But just then, as Jin's mind was stretched tight like a guitar string, filled with worry and fear, Hwaseong suddenly grabbed one of its shoulders and sarcastically said, "This kid is really interesting, huh?" He smirked and said, "Do you think these guys will understand those threats?" Then he clenched its head with his hand. "The creature you're looking at now?" Dia immediately looked up at where he was standing, a look of incomprehension in his eyes that couldn't be expressed in word. At this moment, Hwasong grabbed the flower's head with one hand as it jumped down to where he was, forcefully slammed its head onto the cold ground, and coldly explained their origins. "It's just an evil puppet." Seeing that scene, Dia-shin immediately froze, his mind filled with questions he dared not voice. After a brief moment to process everything that just happened here, he became even more cautious of the unfamiliar man in front of him than ever before. He stammered and asked about the stranger's identity. "Who are you?" But contrary to his wishes, Hwaseong didn't explain anything about his identity, only releasing his grip from the flower's head that had been lying still there and continuing to justify himself. They have no awareness at all. "Is this the first time you've seen a flower get hurt?" Oh, I see. That stick in your hand looks like a pretty interesting toy." Hearing that, he also didn't understand what you were talking about and could only let out a sound, as if responding. At this moment, Jin didn't have time to reply to Hwaseong before seeing the flower that you had slammed onto the ground slowly stand up. More than half of the talismanic ropes around it have been cut. He quickly warns you before it's too late. Be careful behind you. You grit your teeth and quickly pull out a treasure from your sleeve, still muttering complaints. So annoying. Without hesitation, he threw that treasure at the flower as it rushed toward him, the treasure item of the flower wrapped tightly around its neck, preventing it from moving at all. Soon after, its neck was quickly blown apart. Fragments of broken cords blend with the tattered paper charms flying chaotically through the air. He immediately retracts his weapon, then continues swinging it around, the cord striking the bodies of the flower spirits, causing them significant damage. He carefully scans everywhere to deliver the most damaging strikes possible. Once these are dealt with, we will talk. After taking down one of the flower monsters, he immediately jumped to where two others were standing with fierce determination, refusing to back down despite the potential power gap. Each of his strikes was deadly, especially against the flower monsters, which are controlled by their masters and lack any thought or strategy. A single strike from him is enough to split a large-bodied flower demon in half, and soon another flower demon appears behind him. It not only shows no fear, but also mutters a few words as it moves. However, it doesn't last long. Like its companions, it is quickly cut into 3 or 4 pieces by Huashong's treasure. Jin stood silently in his original position, eyes wide open and mouth agape with horror as he watched him easily handle the flower demons with just a few gentle moves, but he still didn't stop. He continued to swing that weapon and softly recited a spell. Lin. Lin. After finishing the incantation, my treasure instantly transformed into a new form with sounds of collision from what looked like a string of small links attached to gold coins, now hardened like a real sword in my hand. My sharp eyes fixed ahead. Huasung just swung that weapon behind him while reciting spells only he could understand, then immediately threw it with tremendous force toward Jin. This made him turn pale with fear and scream desperately. But after a few seconds of shock and extreme terror at the dangerous object about to hit him, he clenched his teeth and bowed his head. He raised his arm to protect his face as it grimaced inside, while that sword was driven straight into the center of the flower behind him, knocking it back. Everywhere the sword passes leaves a trail of red light, like the power of its owner. Even a giant flower is no match for it. After seeing the flower being thrown far away, he calmly muttered the remaining incantations, 3 flames of the true fire. On each fingertip of his hand pointed forward, there were beams of light similar to those from the air where the sword had just flown by. But soon after, he clenched his hand tightly. That beam of light was also cut off and drifted away to an unknown place. Suddenly, a huge explosion erupted on the side of the sword. Each talisman that was stuck on the giant flower's body was blown away by the force of the explosion. Even Jin, standing quite far away, was affected and subtly turned to avoid it. After a moment, he turned back to look at that place, now just a pile of debris with burning paper fluttering in the air. Dia froze in place. He noticed the sword he used earlier lying abandoned on the damp ground. Even the large flower now is just a pile of ashes. Huasung didn't care about how you felt. He ruffled his hair and approached the sword, muttering a few complaints, clearly unaware of how to get back. He bent down, picked it up, and calmly explained what this item was. This voidless blade is made from good material and can transform to match my sword techniques. He was stunned, thinking to himself what just happened. Huasung continued speaking while using her power to restore the Thanvo cow to its original shape. Its only flaw was that it was very difficult to retrieve at will. After you retracted the Thanvo cow back into your sleeve, you turned around to question him. All right then, this brother of yours, you're probably not just randomly being chased by those flowers, right? Hearing that, Dia quickly turned around to look at the remaining part of a flower puppet lying on the ground. He asked in disbelief, Flower puppet, do you mean these people? Every word you say leaves me stunned. What are you rambling about? Then he explained their true nature to him, clarifying that the flowers were not human. They were merely puppets made using parts of human bodies to mimic their appearance through dark magic. Jin's face darkened. What he just heard was completely different from what he had seen before. Just a dummy. Yeah, this unintentionally makes him suspicious of me, a person with no knowledge at all but being hunted by those monsters. His eyes became more dangerous than ever, and every gesture he made only deepened his suspicion of the assumptions in his mind. What is this? Could it be that this kid isn't a demon hunter wizard? But then he looked down at the wooden staff in his hand, which was emitting a brighter glow than anything he had seen before. But if he's just an ordinary person, where did he get that thing radiating such fierce demonic energy? Then another suspicion crossed your mind. Could it be a beginner level? At the same time, Jin was still breathing a sigh of relief because everything he feared was not true. Feeling light as a feather, his uncle and the others were not real people. He carefully looked at the torn and scattered talisman remnants, a glimmer of hope shining deep within him. He knew about things like this, so he was sure he would find a way to locate his uncle. After thinking carefully, he turned to call Hwaseong, but before he could finish expressing his intention, the boy reached into his coat as if to take something out and interrupted, saying, "I have something I want to ask you." But at first, he immediately froze in place, looking at him with confusion. Not long after, Hwaseong took out a glowing business card from his coat. He held up the business card in front of him and introduced himself proactively, saying, "I am Hoon, a member of Junduk-ha." Then he continued, "Now can you show me your ID card?" He wondered to himself in confusion. "Identity card?" He scratched his head awkwardly and replied, "I don't quite understand what he's saying, but my name is Jin, and I'm not a member of any gang or social organization." Hearing that, the boy immediately frowned, but he was unaware of the small movement and continued to speak casually. "So my identity, are you asking about my profession?" "I'm just a novelist." Hwaseong clearly didn't believe a word of what he just said. Yu straightforwardly pointed the wooden stick in his hand, exposing the truth without hesitation. "Come on, aren't you a demon hunter? Then where did you get that thing from?" Dia asked, raising the wooden staff, his hand trembling and his face turning pale. "I don't know how to explain the existence of this thing." "Ah, this?" He spoke as if it were obvious. I just happened to pick it up. The sky gradually darkened, and the sunset in the neighborhood was coming to an end, but Hwaseong's unbelievable voice still echoed. "Really?" Dia sincerely recounts what happened. "It's true. I found it while wandering around in my new apartment a few days ago." It was this very statement of his that made him stand still, completely motionless. A few seconds later, he quickly responded to what he had just said. "Wait a moment, let me recount the events according to what you just said." The boy looked directly at the still frightened face of the man, retracing everything in his mind. "You carried a powerful weapon you found in the new house you moved into, and while walking, you accidentally encountered a flower trap, then they chased you and you ran for your life." Dia immediately responded, "Well, although there are a few minor details left, that's the general story. I don't know why, but hearing you tell it, I also feel like it's a bit silly." Hwaseong also doesn't have time to argue with you anymore. He crossed his arms, closed his eyes, and went with the flow. "Fine, if you found it, then I believe what you said." The boy's sharp eyes looked toward the wooden stick. "However, I will have to take it away." Dacin's face immediately darkened, noticeably. He accidentally blurted out a sound. "Huh?" He clenched the wooden stick tightly in his hand, every gesture showing he wouldn't let anyone take it away from him. "Sorry about that." "No, I probably can't do it. I can't give this to you," he thought to himself. "No, that can't be true. This is the only thing I can rely on. Without it, I don't know how to deal with the monsters." Hwaseong's patience had already worn thin. He gritted his teeth and said, "Hey, I think you misunderstood what I meant. I never negotiated or asked for your opinion." The boy once again drew the sword from his sleeve, radiating murderous intent. "Someone like you is not allowed to hold such dangerous items. Hand it over to me peacefully." At the same time, Yu Chung hurriedly walks along the main road. The girl calls out for her father, "Dad!" Suddenly, from quite a distance where she is standing, whispers and murmurs start to spread. "What is that?" The girl immediately turned her head to look back at the source of the voice. In Yu Dong's view, a group of people living in the neighborhood are gathered together at a street corner, all looking very serious and cautious. The girl, seeing this, immediately approaches to see what is happening here. Another old woman saw her and said, "Oh, are you in there?" The girl looked down at the spot everyone was staring at. Then the girl saw the torn strings and the pieces of talisman paper that had been stuck on the girl's body, which the goat had previously chased after, now lying scattered on the ground. "Excuse me, what is this? It's so dark and cramped in this alley right now." Hwaseong's voice rang out. "Hey, I think you misunderstood what I meant. I never negotiated or asked for your opinion." The boy calmly drew out the sword from his sleeve and said coldly, "Someone like you is not allowed to hold such dangerous items. Hand it over to me obediently." Jin stands in front of him, no longer showing fear or confusion as before. He looks directly into his sharp eyes as he calmly takes out the dagger, and his own eyes become more serious than ever. The two of them stand silently in that alleyway, each with their own thoughts. After a brief moment for Jae-shin to reconsider his next move, he tightens his lips and remains silent. Then he clenched his jaw and coldly replied, "Don't even think about it." Hearing that, Hwaseon's patience was finally exhausted. He looked at him with half-lidded eyes, as if he didn't consider him a rival. Jin clenched the wooden stick in his hand and boldly expressed his thoughts. "This is very important to me right now. Do you think I should just do as you say with a couple of words?" Hwa-ix shouted in anger, but then calmly slipped the sword back into his sleeve. "Your face is all scrunched up and you won't cooperate?" Then, contrary to what I thought, you calmly cross your arms and say something incomprehensible.
And in an instant you disappear from your original spot, leaving Jin, who was staring at you intently, wide-eyed in surprise.
In just a few seconds, Hwa-sung was already behind him without anyone noticing, his eyes filled with murderous intent, completely different from before, as if he was stealing something. Dia, stunned, turned around to look behind him, still unable to react to what was happening. Before he could even turn his head, she had already snatched the wooden stick from his hand, acting as if it was nothing unusual. Please, but just after holding that wooden stick in your hand for a short while, you sensed something unusual happening to it. His hand quickly wavered, as if unable to hold it any longer, and soon he could no longer stand. The wooden stick suddenly dropped heavily onto the cold ground, pulling down his arm. Hwa-sung was stunned by the sight. He couldn't understand why a simple wooden stick could be so heavy. The two of them stood there for a long time, frozen in their original positions, while he kept staring at it, filled with confusion but unable to put it into words. Then he moved closer, trying to pull it out of the ground, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't lift it. This made you somewhat confused, seeing how easily he was holding it earlier, so you knelt down, pointed at the wooden stick, and asked, "Brother, how can you carry such a heavy staff everywhere?" Dashi quickly picked it up again. He examined it in his hand and replied confusedly, "It's not very heavy." This makes Hoa-X even more suspicious. "Are you telling me, brother, that you have extraordinary strength and I didn't notice?" He hesitated, unsure of what to do, secretly wondering if admitting to extraordinary strength would make him stop trying to take it. "All right, just pretend I have it." After carefully considering his next move, he glanced elsewhere and quickly made up a lie. "Isn't that kind of strange, too?" Obviously, Hwa-sung also saw through that. He wondered to himself why he suddenly changed his tone. Could it be just bluffing and fooling myself? After thinking for a moment, he pointed at the wooden staff in his hand, slowly baiting him, waiting for him to bite, and said, "You need a permit to use such a powerful weapon to defeat monsters. Have you gone to get a permit to use it yet?" Seeing that, he quickly asked that again. What? Dia hurriedly asked Hwa-sung, as if he had forgotten he was lying, and even had to ask for a permit to use this thing. "But I only used it for self-defense." However, Hwa-sung didn't say a word in response, and seeing that, he also felt something was off and quickly fell silent, focusing on the boy's face. After a brief moment of realizing it was just a trap set by him, he clenched his jaw tightly, his face pale with fear. The boy also felt helpless for him, thinking to himself, "Do you really believe it was real just because I was joking?" Then he immediately regained his usual seriousness. He narrowed his eyes and silently assessed him from top to bottom. It seems he's not actually a demon-slaying wizard. He doesn't seem to know anything and isn't even pretending. He watched him raise his hand to rub his face, quietly wondering to himself what his true identity really was. Suddenly, Jin hesitated and said, "Oh, right. It seems like Hwa-sung hurriedly asked again." "What is it?" he replied. "It seems you know a lot about these flowers, so I want to ask you some questions. Repeat what you just said to me and share your thoughts about Yu's father that you encountered earlier. You said that this flower demon uses a part of a person's body to mimic their appearance. Is there any way to trace the identity of the person being mimicked?" Hwa-sung scoffed after hearing that. "Of course I know, but what do you want to know for, brother?" "Today, based on your tone, I think he doesn't want to talk anymore, but even so, I still have to find a way to end my story." "That's true." But before he could finish speaking, Yu-dong's voice rang out, catching both of their attention. "Hey, mister!" Dia turned around and saw the girl running toward him. "Hey, Yu-dong!" The girl, seeing his figure, burst into tears and tearfully recounted what she had heard just now from the neighbor lady. She heard a loud explosion and saw a stranger, probably him, fleeing desperately from the scene. Then the girl sadly asked, "Where is my father?" Her question leaves him at a loss for words, and he clenches his fists, unable to find the right answer. "Uncle, he ran too fast, I couldn't catch up." Dia gently raised her hand in front of Yu-jung to soothe the girl's fragile nerves. "Don't worry, he will definitely come back. I'll go find him for you now, so please stay at home and wait patiently." Hwa-sung stood in a corner, hearing those empty words of reassurance. She raised her eyebrows without saying a word, tears now streaming down her face. I still didn't get a chance to say goodbye to her. Yu-dong recalls the last day she and her father met before he went missing. That night, I argued with my father. The next morning, when he left the house, I pretended to be angry and didn't say a word to him. The girl remembers his bright, cheerful face and his final words of advice. Dad used to go to work earlier. "Yu-dong, don't oversleep or you'll be late for school." Yu-in wipes away the tears falling down her face. The girl felt deep regret in her heart. That day she hadn't had a chance to say goodbye to her father before he disappeared. These words have somehow affected Jin's current mood. He lowers his head and remains silent. Then he remembered himself as a child. The memories that made him feel tired and unhappy rose up again. The girl is just like herself when she was young, always thinking she was the cause of unhappiness for those around her. At this moment, the sky has completely turned pitch black. Jin whispers softly to Yu-jong, "Yu-jong, it's getting dark. It's dangerous outside." He put his hand in his pocket as if about to take something out, then held out his worn business card in front of the girl who took it. "This is my phone number. Stay at home, and if anything happens, remember to call me right away." He looked into the tear-streaked face of the girl, unable to bring himself to comfort her, and calmly waited until he could bring your 3 brothers back, okay? The girl nodded in agreement after hearing that. After seeing the girl off, both Jay and the flower seller watch her figure until she disappears around the corner. He frowns, looking at you in admiration for his confidence. Then he turned to look at him and said, "If you don't even know what a flower thief is, how do you expect to find her?" He replied casually as if it was no big deal, just accepting it. He continued, "I see. I know this is very difficult, but at least saying that can help encourage and comfort the girl somewhat. Although I don't know where to start, I will try my best to do everything I can." His words may not be noble or grand, but they are enough to touch the depths of Hwaseong's soul. The boy remained silent without a word. You also realize that what he says is completely reasonable, but there is still something that makes you hesitant. You raise your hand to scratch your chin, lost in thought. Then Hwasong told him what he knew about the cursed flowers. Hwasong is a puppet used in dark magic that Yuho often employs. To mimic a person's appearance, it needs a part of their body, like Yu-jong's father that you saw earlier. Although he can still perform actions like a normal person, his soul is no longer in his body. In other words, if Hoa takes the form of a family member, it means that person has been kidnapped. Goat waited until you finished speaking before asking the question in his mind. So that means those people are there. Yes, they are indeed trapped in the kidnapper's hideout. Then he became serious. His eyes gradually widened as he looked in a certain direction, which was quite complicated to find. You think of a ghostly fire emitting blue light floating in the air, and there has only been one way to do that. Find the fire spirit first. He then asked, "Fire spirit?" He replied, "Yes, the kidnapped will have a small blue fireball floating around." The two of them looked down the dark path ahead, Hwaseon's voice still steady, describing the distinctive flame used by the water spirit to enchant humans. Over time, people started calling that fire Hohua, and I came here because of rumors about its appearance. Dia listened carefully to what you said, and now even the flowers have appeared. Those two things are almost inseparably linked. Every word you say reminds him of what Bong Pilu told him before. He followed the thing that looked like a flickering blue flame, as if lost in thought, then suddenly looked up and said, "I know where the clue is." Hwasong heard that and couldn't help but feel happy. "Really?" He spoke up, but before he could finish, Jin turned his back and was about to leave, leaving a few words of farewell behind. "I'm leaving now. Thank you for providing the important information." Hwasong, although initially stunned by him for a short while, quickly regained composure. He grabbed his shoulder firmly and sternly stopped him, saying, "Wait, stop, do you still want to go there?" He also stopped, turning to look at him with confusion. "Of course, is there a problem?" My anger immediately exploded after hearing him say that. "Haven't I been telling you enough, and you still don't get the point?" You yell straight into his face without showing any respect. With such a powerful weapon, you must have already defeated Kakayuke too. But do you dare to swear that it has enough power to help you defeat all the monsters? Even though I scolded you loudly, there was worry in my voice for someone still so clueless like you. It's best if you forget about this and go home to be safe. If a shadow appears in your mind, it's a 9-tailed fox demon with killing intent surrounding its body. If that monster is really as I imagine, you will die the moment you see it. Its shape has been etched deep into his mind, a fear he will never forget. No matter how powerful your weapon is, if you're no longer alive, it's useless. That's always been a worry in my heart. That's why I firmly refuse to let you chase after those flowers. Got it? You're really just a little goat not afraid of a tiger. But despite your words, I was not swayed at all and only stared at you with my blue-green eyes, ignoring the dangers nearby and all your pleas. He replied, "I have to go." Hwasi saw the stubbornness and obstinacy in him and couldn't help but erupt in anger. Does this stubborn guy really need to act so cold? I already see it. I have already promised that girl. This statement left him speechless, unsure of what to say next. At the same time, inside the roof that Jin had rented upon arriving here, Hong Gyeon suddenly awoke from a long, lingering daze. The princess sat up cautiously, causing the scarf on her head to fall off instinctively. Seeing that she was awake, Soon lowered his head closer. "You're awake? Are you feeling any pain now?" Hong Dae immediately dodged away from her neck. The princess looked up at her, eyes full of suspicion. This made her feel embarrassed and unsure of what to do. Suddenly, Sotro saw the princess pull out several pistols. The princess remembered the moment before she fainted, when she blocked most of the princess's bullets. Hong then pulled out a larger gun than the previous one, but that still made the princess feel uneasy. Sweat gently beaded on her pale face. After some thought, Honggon took out two different types of weapons, both larger than the ones the princess initially drew. Seeing the princess's suspicion, Sotron hurriedly explained herself. "Come on, I mean no harm, there's no need to be so cautious." Then she wondered to herself, where did it pull those weapons from? She continued to voice her suspicion, looking at your attire and the items on you. "It seems your identity is not simple at all. What are you doing at the border of humanity?" Suddenly, Honggon opened her eyes wide, her pupils almost glowing. The princess looked at the girl sitting in front of her. "Strange. I sense a demonic aura, but it is faint and not enough to change your form, so your true nature is very similar to that of a human." Although the princess's suspicion of her has decreased, a little remains. The princess kept asking questions. "Are you human or demon? And why don't you use your original form instead of transforming into someone else?" So Troll smiled softly. "Her story isn't always easy to share with others. I also want to transform back to my original form, but unfortunately I can't even remember what I look like." She sat facing Honggon, calmly introducing herself. "Little Chut-Chi, my name is Sotron," then recounted what she still remembered about herself. "In my lifetime, I was the daughter of the leader of the Naniac martial arts school." Hearing this, Honggon began to understand the full story and the background of the girl sitting before him. "Your soul was taken by Huan and turned into a demon, but now you have successfully escaped from him." So Chan gently replied, "Just temporarily, not exactly successful," and the princess felt relieved. "I see, so you're temporarily no longer under Huan's control, right?" "That's a relief." After a tense period, the princess raised her hand to her chest and introduced herself. "Please forgive me for not introducing myself earlier. My name is Honggon, Princess of the So Kingdom." So Chan was startled and thought to herself, "A princess?" She immediately nodded, as if greeting. "I see you are the princess. Sorry for not recognizing you earlier and for my inappropriate behavior." But contrary to her attitude, Hong waved her hand and said, "Forget those old trinkets. I'm only a princess in my kingdom, but within the human realm I am just a demon." The princess looked down at the two treasures she had taken out before they learned each other's identities. "I carry the most advanced and powerful weapons forged by the kingdom's blacksmiths. Combined with demonic energy from the demon realm, these can unleash nearly unbeatable strength, but in the human world, it's a completely different story. They are no different from a pile of scrap iron." So Troll waited for the princess to finish speaking before slowly interjecting. "She doesn't understand why someone with such a high status would hide inside a cramped jar." "Princess Hong, so why are you inside that jar?" After hearing that, Hongyan fell into deep thought. The princess recalled the exhausting chase she experienced before entering the human world, but explaining it all would take a long time. So Chan obviously felt surprised by this because I was suddenly attacked while exploring the human world. She softly asked, "Who was it?" The princess continued, "Who was it?" Hong is not certain enough to name the person. I can only vaguely guess, not be sure. But from the princess's tone, she also vaguely guessed who was behind it. Could it be that the princess thinks Jum-Won was responsible? The princess also replied, "Probably, maybe it's a demon under Jum-Won's command or one of his followers." At this moment, Hwa-Seong was leaning against the wall with his arms crossed, his eyebrows furrowed, showing annoyance and discomfort. In the distance, Jin and Bong Pil are talking, and he lowers his eyes, trying to recall what had happened. "From what I hear, the incident happened near Lot 105. You just heard all the information you needed and then turned around and ran off." Seeing this, he hurriedly asked, "Young sorcerer, how is the situation inside?" You didn't turn to look back, only managing to say, "I'll inform you after I finish." Then he bowed his head to look at his phone screen to check the address of the place he just mentioned. Lot 105 is about a 5-minute walk from here. But after a while, he stopped. "Well, why are you still following me, Hwa-Seong? Just keep your distance already." You scratch your head and reply curtly, "What kind of question is that? I can't let a rookie like you face death like that. You should be grateful to have a specialist like me accompanying and helping you." Ji turned around and said in a voice that showed no more patience, "What do you mean?" But seeing your murderous gaze, he had no choice but to compromise. "Fine. Do whatever you want." At this moment, while he was not paying attention, Hwa-Seong took out a talisman, holding it up high and silently considering whether he should monitor him a bit before deciding whether to help him or not. A flickering blue flame settled on Jin's shoulder and then disappeared into the void. The talisman in Hwa-Seong's hand also burned out. First, you need something to guarantee it before you can feel at ease, right? Jin vaguely senses that something strange is happening behind him. Are you suspicious? Did you just touch my shoulder? You calmly replied without hesitation. Of course not. Although still unsettled, Jay reluctantly decided to stop questioning and spoke seriously. Hey, I have a little question. Under the dim sky, why would that vixen bring a fake doll disguised as a kidnapped person back to their home? Hua Seong shrugged, guessing. How would I know? Maybe it's to deceive the public, to prevent anyone from knowing they were kidnapped. His face stiffened when Jay asked to add more. Why do it like that? Hoasi suddenly got angry because he was too stubborn. How would I know? Do you want me to ask him to help you? So that's how it is? But I thought you knew a lot. In an alley in Yenang town, only the flickering streetlights illuminate this place. Suddenly a strange void appeared, and the scene began to distort, as if it were just a fake painting. The dark, endless corridor flickered with faint lights leading straight into the ground, behind which was a prison with a heavy iron gate. The cold iron bars are just enough for an adult to extend their arm outside. 3 adults are imprisoned together. All of them bow their heads silently in despair. A thick, muddy substance suddenly appears beneath the ground, revealing a small, bare foot. The person walks into this place casually without any hesitation. So-huo holds a large bowl in her hand, still humming happily, and as soon as she returns, the 3 adults are all stunned with fear. Soho excitedly said, "Have you all been waiting a long time?" I brought dinner for everyone. I'll place the big bowl on the table and friendlily call out, "Dad, hurry and sit at the table, and Grandma too." Judging by the expressions of all 4 captives, they're clearly being forced to act out this reluctant family scene. Suddenly, Soho tilted her head curiously at the 2 trembling people in front of her and asked playfully, "Why isn't anyone laughing or talking?" Yudong's father burst into tears as she continued. "It's so annoying. Even the doll you sent back to the village has been ruined by someone. The bowl she brought back actually contains the small animals she hunted. This feeling is really uncomfortable." Yu's father cried out desperately, pleading as he knelt down earnestly. "Please let me go home. My daughter is waiting for me at home. I can't leave her alone." The wound on his finger still hasn't healed. "Please," Soho coldly pretend to be distressed. "What is Dad saying that's so strange?" She's pressing her face close to Yu's father. "Your daughter is right here." Soho's hands reach out to touch his face. "That's strange. Why is Dad crying?" Her hollow eyes clearly show her unhappiness. Why? Her expression gradually started to distort. "Dad, you're so sad again with that tone. Come on, cheer up, Dad. Don't be sad anymore. When Dad is sad, I feel really heartbroken too." Suddenly she cheered happily. That's right. Her compassionate heart makes Yu's father feel terrified. "If you bring your daughter here, then I will be happy, right?" Lo's hand clenched around his nail. "Just wait a moment. It'll be over soon." He only managed to shout, "Wait." Soho coldly snapped off his nail, and his agonized scream made the other 3 tremble in fear. Soho happily attaches the nail to her doll-shaped puppet, then decisively throws it away. The doll gradually melts into a thick black slime, from which the shape of Yuzhong's father is recreated. "So you're going to have a little sister soon, huh?" His face shows utter fear when he hears Soho's words. "Is that okay, Dad? It'll make you happier, right?" Auntie, playing the mother, couldn't hold back her tears and broke down crying, while Yudong's father was also overwhelmed, sobbing uncontrollably. But when So shouted happily, he hugged him tightly. "As long as Dad is happy, he will love me more, right?" Honggon raised an eyebrow, showing a very puzzled expression, probably because So-tron kept pacing back and forth. "Why are you acting so anxious all of a sudden, little fox?" So-tron stammered as he explained. "It's already so late, and Jie-shin still hasn't come back. Suddenly there's some Cao Luong, so the princess got angry and nitpicked. Maybe Yuan is afraid he'll cause trouble for the innocent girl outside." She quickly denied, stumbling over her words. "No, you misunderstood. That's not it." So's face briefly shows contemplation, and she whispers helplessly in her pain. "Someone with no experience fighting monsters is willing to risk their life to fight for us. Meanwhile, I couldn't leave this place to escape from the pursuing enemies. I whispered to myself with sorrow that if I could get out of here, I could at least help him a little." Honggon silently ponders something. The princess's words are interrupted by a knock on the door outside. "I have something to ask you." I guess So Troll is probably back, but the growling, wary attitude of the guard dog immediately stunned her. So Troll quickly deduced that such vigilance from the guardian spirit meant the person at the door was not a petitioner. She quickly hides her wings in a safe place. "Please, princess, hide here for now." "Don't let her escape," the princess shouted loudly. "What? Slow down." Sotron personally went out to investigate, and indeed a mysterious young man appeared outside. He takes off his glasses and comments, "Interesting, but you're not a flower." Yanlang replied boldly but also cautiously, "Who are you?" Dianlang honestly replied, "I felt a different aura of evil energy in this area for the first time. Just curious to check it out," and unexpectedly he showed a shining gem Dianlang enjoyed explaining. "This gem will react if demonic energy appears, but I am facing a demon and it still shows no response at all." Like a master magician, another lapis lazuli suddenly appeared in his hand. At that moment, he also realized what was nullifying his treasure. Jinlong's finger collided fiercely. As expected, it was a barrier. No wonder I couldn't sense any aura escaping. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. The owner of this barrier. Jin Lang calmly states, Hazan Ron. He must be a god. His divine intuition makes even the most cautious tremble in fear. Who is this person after all? She quietly ponders. Monsters and humans, no matter what they are, he still exudes an extremely dangerous and unpredictable aura. Hong hides inside, listening carefully to the conversation. "What are you here for?" Dean Lang straightforwardly answers. So, Tron's question. "I came here to find someone." He gently spins the two talismans in his hand. This lapis lazuli can track that person's aura. But besides finding the dummy figures created by that person, I couldn't find any other clues, so I suspect they used some kind of advanced magic to hide their escape. Dian Lang looked around and then sighed. But then I happened to discover this place. Who would have thought there was a spot that completely concealed the aura of love? He takes out the victorious jade chain and concludes that the person must be hiding inside, right? Soon's expression wavers clearly when he hears his request. "Hand over that person to me before it's too late." Hong was also utterly stunned, so Chan nervously thought to himself, could the person he's looking for be Princess Hong John? She tried to deny his suspicion, claiming no one was hiding here. Of course he's not so easily fooled as you think. What's the problem that makes you hesitate like that? That's quite suspicious. Dian Lang persistently pushes forward. "If that person is truly not inside, do you dare to let me in? I will personally verify." So Tron firmly blocks his way. "Don't mess up. Who are you to tell me what to do?" Dian Lang's eyes show displeasure as he coldly threatens. "Don't act uncooperative now. I don't want to waste any more time and effort, but you leave me no choice but to use force." He quickly activates the Crimson Jade, causing the barrier covering this place to shatter instantly. So Troll is extremely panicked. This unfavorable turn of events makes her realize that the barrier is breaking down, so she quickly jumps back to keep her distance from Jin Lang. So Tron is stunned, thinking to himself, did he push back even the Guardian Spirit's barrier? Jin Lang happily exclaimed that indeed, you are the owner of that unique aura of love. At this point, So Troll can only hold his ground and stay still. At that moment, at Yu Zhong's house, the girl sat curled up in a corner, feeling sad and dejected. The doorbell rang, causing Yu Zhong to jump up. The girl hurriedly ran outside without hesitation, opening the door immediately in hopes of greeting him, and shouted out when she saw her father's figure. But the girl doesn't know that this is just a puppet created by Shouho. "Dad, please don't leave suddenly again. I worry about you." Yu, crying, clings tightly to the fake father standing before her. "Please don't abandon me anymore." Suddenly, the puppet distorted, leaving Yu Jie stunned. Yu Dong's father's figure completely vanished, replaced by a disgusting flower monster. The girl screamed in terror as her fear overwhelmed her. The flower's neck stretched out and swallowed Yu Yu. In the quiet, deserted alley, the disgusting flower demon staggered forward. With its grotesque, undulating body, it muttered blankly, "Let's go together." Dean Long stands within the glow of the Crimson Jade, saying, "This barrier's power is truly formidable. I forced myself to use all the energy of this Crimson Jade, yet I can only open a small space." He walks in calmly, but this much is enough for me to act freely without fear. Like the sharp jaw of the guardian deity immediately pressing against Jin Long, but the Crimson Jade barrier surrounding him completely blocked the guardian's attack. Dian Long sneered as he heard the murderous growl of the guardian god, but he continued walking forward without hesitation, knowing that anger wouldn't solve anything. "I am also deploying as a barrier. As long as it has energy to sustain, even gods will find it hard to breach." Dian Lang coldly made his demand. "We don't need to waste time and effort on each other, just give me that person and it's over. Are you trying to cover for that thief after all?" Hearing this, she suddenly felt suspicious. She widened her eyes, suspicious. Is he talking about Princess Hong Jian stealing something? Did the princess steal something from him? Hong is hiding, but still feels uneasy. Stealing? Does the princess really have to resort to petty theft? Did he make a mistake? Jin Lang's jade pendant has completely faded. He noticed that with the calm attitude, ignoring the presence of the guardian god, he only muttered irritably, "Does it consume energy that quickly?" Jin Lang destroys the red jade bead as if it's nothing special. I'll have to replace it. So troublesome. His decisive move surprises So-Tron, as just 2 seconds later, she had to step back to avoid being caught in the crimson jade barrier, her foot touching the step in front of the house. She glances softly at the jar hiding Princess Hongon to protect her, then draws her divine weapon to face Jin Lang. He tilts his head and whispers, "So I'm only allowed to go this far?" So-Tron remains determined not to back down. That's what truly excites Dian Lang. "You insist on opposing me?" He takes out another purple gem, so I won't hold back. Dian Lang boldly summons a sword from the gem. Is risking your life to protect someone like that really worth it? So-Tron immediately felt an invisible pressure. Hong, hiding inside, was restless and anxious. "What do you mean? What exactly is happening out there? I can't see anything at all. Could I be the reason putting her in a life-threatening situation?" The princess decided to step in personally. She couldn't just stay still, she had to go out immediately, but So-Tron's firmness made the princess hesitate. "I have nothing to hide. With the guardian spirit by my side, I firmly assert to Jin Lang. The owner of this house is not here right now. I cannot let strangers casually invade his private property." She firmly emphasized clearly. "That's all. There is no other reason." Hong quickly understood the hidden meaning behind it. "So, Tron, you deliberately said that because you didn't want me to show up?" Of course, Jin Lang stubbornly ignored it. "Even if I say those words now, it's pointless. It's too late to back out." He coldly replied, "The thing that person stole is the seed of disaster. I don't know if that person will or has already caused the disaster." "So, troll, curious again about the disaster." Jin Lang sighs in frustration. "But anyway, what's the point of telling you this?" He loses patience with the nitpicking. "You said you're not hiding anything, and you don't even know who that person is, so you don't need to care about the victims affected by that disaster?" So Chan tries to ask. "Wait, what do you mean the victim? Could it be that Lang abruptly cut her off?" "Enough. Settle this quickly. I have limited time." She only managed to see So-Chan's stunned expression at Jin Lang's lightning-fast attack. The fierce sword strike was so intense it sparked flames, but luckily, So-Chan managed to block it. She tilted her body to avoid the attack, performed a graceful flip, and quickly stood up. Her shoulder cloth was torn already, and she kept worrying, what should she do now? Observing her opponent, she silently thought that if she fought within his barrier and watched Jin Lang rush forward, her sense of urgency would only grow, and the guardian spirit wouldn't be able to intervene. The jade chain on his hand shone brightly. Suddenly, So-Troll came up with a plan. She pushed off the ground, leapt up with the force of her legs, charged into battle, her divine weapon piercing through the barrier, aiming straight at the jade chain. Jin Lang slightly tilted his head to dodge a sword strike, but So-Troll, still driven by momentum, continued to lunge forward, completely slipping out of Jin Lang's barrier. He slings the sword over his shoulder, sneering, "What kind of fighting is this?" Seizing the opportunity, he swings his sword to finish off So-Troll. Why is it so easy? But just as she calculated, Jin Lang's sword swung straight into the wooden post and got stuck there. He indeed did not anticipate this situation. Jin Lang's sword is now stuck in the wooden post, taking a few seconds to settle. Just when So-Troll was about to launch another attack, she kicked Jin Lang's hand holding the jade chain. Although a bit surprised, he didn't hesitate, but his hand holding the gem is now empty. With his resourcefulness and bravery, So-Troll successfully separated the all-powerful jade chain, and the guardian deity immediately closed in on Jin Lang. What? The overwhelming, murderous aura startles him, and he quickly summons another jade chain in a flash. Jin Lang narrowly escaped the jaws of the guardian spirit, and now looks at So-Troll with a completely different expression. "I was too complacent and underestimated the enemy." Jin Lang frowned and remarked, "You do have some skill." So-Tron silently prepares to fight. At that moment, Jin was still busy questioning Hwa-Song. "Yes, it was that kind of fire. How can we avoid being possessed by the fire spirit?" "That's a good question, but you're blunt and firm. There's no solution at all." Making Jin just roll his eyes and scoff, Hwa-Song continued explaining, "Humans like us can never really guard against it. Pretend to walk with Jie and ask him to explain further. Unless you have eyes like those of monsters, there's no point in discussing it." He still keeps nitpicking. Why is that? "So how do we deal with that thing?" Hwa-Song enthusiastically revealed, "Although there's no way to prevent it, at least there's one way to handle it." While rambling on, you notice Jin is distracted. And as soon as you realize the possessed person, you quickly use a spell to make Hua Seong furious and shout, "What's with your attitude, huh? If you don't want to listen, don't ask. I'm so pissed off." But Jin still pointed straight ahead, shouting, as if that was his arm directly pointing at the disgusting thing at the end of the alley. A flower spirit. By some strange coincidence, this flower girl turned out to be the one disguised as Yu Zhong's father. Hua Seong's incomprehensible voice echoed, "It's not like that. It seems that was the flower girl." As soon as she saw them approaching, she instantly teleported away. Dia urgently shouted, "He's running away." The flower girl questioned suspiciously, "How do you know?" You insistently questioned Jin. "How did you know that person was a flower demon?" He stammered, trying to dodge the issue. Dia kept hesitating because he knew he couldn't hide it anymore. "That's a long story." Hoa Sung snapped sharply, "Let's put it aside for now. If you don't tell me everything after we deal with this, you better watch out." They searched through the nearby alleys. While Day was panting, Hua Song still looked vigorous, muttering confidently that it was only hiding around this area. At that moment, he suddenly remembered that the flower from earlier was a bit strange. Hua Song frowned and asked him again, "What's so strange?" Recalling its undulating shape, Jin took a gamble and guessed that there was something or someone inside its belly. Hoa Sung immediately dismissed the idea. "How is that possible? Hoa is like a portable human skin bag, completely hollow inside, with no internal organs at all." At this point, I suddenly feel that Jin's guess makes sense. I quickly ask Hua Song, "So that means there's a high chance it swallowed someone just now, right?" You crossed your arms and said it seems that person is still alive because the flower has no internal organs, so it can't digest anything. Hua Sung's head quickly ran through the reasoning, thinking that this flower seems to be kidnapping people to take somewhere else. And now guess where its destination might be. Dia immediately understood the implication. It's the hideout of the mastermind. Hua Sung decisively continued, "That's right. And the secret passage leading to that guy's place is just around here. You slipped up and lost the hiding spot out of frustration. What should I do next? I don't know where to start looking anymore." Jin stands in front of the strange wall for a long time, fixing his gaze straight at the corner of the street, as the scenery suddenly twists in a bizarre way, causing Jay to momentarily feel dizzy. Hua Sung, the guardian, asks, "Why again?" He keeps holding his head and pointing, saying, "I think I just saw this road under the bridge bend or something." Hua Sung pushes him aside smoothly. He reached out to feel the airflow on the road ahead, but his hand touched something slimy and completely unfamiliar. Hua Sung's face lit up with a triumphant look. "I found it." You smirked and revealed to Jin that the secret passage was hidden behind this door. Only Jin still looked confused. "I didn't see any door at all." Hua sneers at Mr. Chu and mocks him. "You were the one who discovered this door, so why are you pretending to ask? You're still pretending to be ignorant." "No way. I really don't know. I don't want to argue anymore, Hua Si. Just take out the talisman and get on with it." "You're truly useless. Close your eyes." The talisman touched the empty space in front of him, breaking the intricate disguise, and a deep, dark tunnel was immediately revealed. Dia was stunned, and the way forward appeared. Hua Sung explains that this talisman not only indicates the location, but also opens secret doors like these. Glancing into the depths, he continues, "If you intrude into the monster's lair through the secret passage they created, you must know the exact way back out through the door you entered." He emphasized in a serious tone that as long as this talisman is burning, it will continue to serve as a marker, keeping this secret passage open. If it burns out before we can get back, there's a high risk of getting trapped. Hoa Sung carefully asks Jin for his opinion. "Do you still want to go inside?" He seriously emphasized that this is your last chance to change your mind. What a clueless guy. Jin looked straight into the strange secret passage. His eyes show only a brief moment of thought. The familiar figure of So appears, easing his hesitation. Jin finally made his own decision. His voice rang out with determination from the very beginning. Jin decisively enters the secret tunnel. "I've gone too deep into this mess to turn back now." The heavy iron gate gradually appeared at the end of the tunnel. The pain in my finger still lingered. Yu's father trembles with hopeless helplessness, while So-ho still maintains an excited expression compared to the heavy faces of the hostages. The pounding on the door echoed loudly, startling everyone. So-ho stood up abruptly and shouted, "She has arrived." She rushes to greet the kidnapped girl Yu Zhong. "Your sister has arrived? Come here." Kan-ho's mouth started to twitch and contort. It released the girl in front of everyone's horror. "Yu-dong!" The girl's father hurriedly shook her, calling out in panic. "Yu-dong, wake up. Are you okay?" "Let's see if she's still breathing," So-ho said cheerfully. Now our family is reunited, but just as the joy begins, Yu-dong's father shouts, "You monster!" His spiteful anger silenced So-ho. "Did May do something to you?" Overcome with worry, he kept shouting. Why isn't the girl moving at all? Everyone present hurriedly tried to stop her. Don't make noise. Yu Dong's father. Yu Dong's father. The woman whispered into his ear. Surely you don't remember the horrifying scene that she tremblingly recalled earlier. Did that little girl do something to that homeless man? She lowered her arms and angrily spoke. Is her face cold and emotionless? Do you think she's really that hateful? Her question made everyone shiver with fear. If everyone hates her, Soho declared stubbornly, then I will hate everyone too. Suddenly, her flower was shattered into countless pieces. Soho quietly watched the scene, and the believers were also stunned. The magic tool and the familiar teasing voice of Hwaseong finally appear. They have found it. Did Jin and I finally arrive at this place? Is this the legendary water demon? Soho glared at them irritably, and her appearance briefly surprised Hwasong. Why is it just a kid? Looking at the battered flower, Zoho growled in a threatening tone. You ruined my mannequin. Her feet step into the thick black mud. You made me unhappy? Dia Shin remained alert, not daring to blink. Tsuoho slowly walks past the iron door facing the enemy. Dia Shin gently pushes up her glasses, silently observing, and escapes her mortal form to revert back to her true form. This is the true form of the demon fish. Its tail flicking wildly makes Jia Shin whisper softly. It has 3 tails. Hwasong quickly reminded him. From now on, just keep it brief, you know. At this point, I have no choice but to let you be so I can focus on dealing with this monster. Wait, where did it go? Just a moment of distraction, and Soho had already closed in on Hwasong. The speed was so terrifying that Jin couldn't react in time. She struck directly at Hwasong's chest with her hand and, irritable, declared coldly, I'll eat your organs first. Hwasong was pushed back by her, and suddenly, Soho's face showed surprise. She clutched her hand, screamed in pain, then quickly moved away from Hwasong. You smugly taunted Soho. Does it hurt? Then pulled out a stack of talismans hidden right where she struck. It's no surprise that monsters aren't hurt by touching this. Hwaseon's background makes Soho pale. The necromancer quickly turns and runs away. That hateful thing. For a moment, Hwasong let the prey escape. Jin asked nervously, Are you okay? Hwasong simply sneered and replied curtly, What did you expect? Seeing Soho run away in defeat, the boy sighed in satisfaction. I was worried at first that I would have to face a fully grown demon fox, but this is just a little fox demon. You confidently tell Jessen that solving this seems much easier than I thought. Step aside and watch to learn some tips. The clueless Xoho hurriedly rummaged through the bag she always carried, quickly throwing out some flower-shaped dolls to deal with Hwasong. They immediately transform and stand tall to block the pursuit of Xoho. Hwasong, furious, pulls out a magic weapon and shouts loudly, If you bunch of bags aim directly at the flower monsters, I will wipe you all out. But before the whip could hit the flower minions, it was knocked against the wall and fell to the ground. Hwasong cursed himself under his breath, speechless and helpless. It's too narrow in here to use that move. Under the imminent attack from the 2 flower demons, Jin's firm voice rang out as he bent down and personally used a technique to destroy the first flower demon. Hwasong quickly cooperated, hurriedly crouched down, taking advantage of the space for Jin to engage in close combat in an instant. After defeating the 2 Hoabi, he even smirked playfully at Hwasong. Do you still need this idiot's help? He only knows how to pout and save face. Just joking, what's the rush? The slam of the prison door startled both of them awake. Hwaseong snapped angrily. That kid. He rushes to the heavy iron door and shouts loudly, Open the door. Yu's father joyfully recognizes Jin and Hwaseong's presence, shouting as if he sees hope. We're alive. Someone has come to save us. Hwaseong was even more shocked. Are they all just ordinary people? Are they all trapped inside here? A familiar figure flashes through Jin's eyes. He frantically shouted Yudong, feeling so urgent that he almost went crazy. Yudong? Jin keeps trying to break the door down. Why can't we open the door like this? Hwasong looked inside and shouted in anger. The flower group is blocking the door now, so Xoho sits cross-legged in the corner, ignoring her self-made family, shouting beside her. Please save us. Please save us. She whispers pleadingly to herself. What should I do now? Am I going to die here? So Ho collapsed and sighed. Mother, I will repeat her words interrupted by the victim's cries for help. Please save us. Each word seemed to pierce So's heart. That monster is also inside here. She glanced at their tear-streaked faces. Please save us. Sue's eyes now show a cold, indifferent look. Only then did she accept the illusion she had built for herself. They are not family. Soho decisively releases the 2 monsters. My dummy. With a crazed tone, she ordered, Eat them. Grandma was the first to notice something was wrong. The two flowers, following orders, approached the prey while Jin and Hwaseon were still struggling to break the door, pushing with all their might. Suddenly, a series of screams of horror erupted. No! The two of them stared in shock as they observed. The scene before them made Jin and Hwaseon recoil in horror. What the hell is going on? The hostages are gradually being swallowed by the flowers. Even Yudong's father couldn't escape. Now only the unconscious girl lies helplessly. Dia, please, scream and call out. You, are you there? He shouted in helplessness as the flower was about to swallow the girl. Stop! Because Yu Trong was unconscious, she couldn't resist. Jin instinctively looked down at his arm. What should I do now? It seems I've come up with an idea, so I asked Hwaseong to please step back from the door for a moment. You looked at Jin blankly and asked what? Seeing how serious he looked, Hwaseong became even more confused. In this critical moment, what other tricks are you planning? He clenched his sword tightly, determined to use its power to break the door. Suddenly, the heavy iron door slowly opened. Jin and Hwaseong looked at each other in surprise for a few seconds as the flowers inside poured out chaotically, their ugly, bulging forms seeming to signal trouble. The flowers with eye sockets as black as hell are advancing forward. In the narrow corridor, Jin and Hwaseong are about to face them. He looked worriedly at Hwaseong. What should we do now? You grit your teeth, a bit impatient. Do I still need to ask? Who would have thought that person would resort to such despicable tricks? They are gradually getting closer, moving faster, the distance closing in despite both of their surprise. They attack first, aiming at targets, but the two manage to dodge with the ground now in ruins, Hwaseong's frustration evident in his words. He fidgets in annoyance and begins drawing his weapon from his sleeve, focusing intently as he recites the spirit incantation. The coins clink together with a clear ringing sound. Hwa rushes forward, kicks the wall, and begins attacking the dummy. How dare you bring these puppets to mock me? Do you think I won't do anything? Jin stood outside and shouted a warning.
Hey, don't swing your sword around like that. There are innocent people inside, you'll hurt them. His eyes tense as he glanced back and said, I know, keep preparing to strike. I'll slice the heads off these leather sacks to give them a chance to escape.
The sword suddenly stopped just before hitting the head because he realized there was someone inside them. Awakens suddenly blurted out something. Dashin widened his eyes, trying to stop him. Simplifying sentence structure. The user wants a single line with no breaks, so I need to combine sentences separated by spaces. It's important to consider pronouns. In this context, Kiu translates to he. I have a couple of options for phrasing. One could be, gritting his teeth, he redirected his sword upward to avoid harming the people inside. His face shifted to surprise, as if he just realized something. Another option could be simplified further without losing meaning, but still needs to fit within one line, finalizing translation decisions. The user's text includes the phrase, his face turned to surprise, as if he had just realized something. I need to consider translating dung as don't, but it feels unnatural. While I could ignore dung, I also remember that it might be out of place based on earlier context. I think the safest approach is to focus on a natural translation, even if it means leaving out some elements. Finally, I'll ensure the output is exactly one translated line, without any extra commentary. Gritting his teeth, he redirected the sword upward to avoid harming the people inside. His face turned to surprise, as if he had just realized something. It turns out they had caught hold of your left leg. Hoa was pulled hard, causing you to crash down onto the ground. He had no choice but to exclaim, "Oh no, this is bad," as they began to close in on Hwasong. Their huge foot is just inches from your face. The continuous attacks cause you pain. Their target is the gathering flowers attacking you. Suddenly, one of them is pierced through the head by something, and the red rope snaps. They all turned to look at him at once. Jin counterattacked to save Hwaseong, successfully drawing their attention. Not enough yet, they are changing their target, followed by the shadow of the stick in the distance. He controls the stick to aim directly at them, but they are smarter than he thought, revealing their human form to lure them in. He realizes and quickly orders, "Stop!" The stick halts just a short distance away. It turns to Jin. He tensely grabs his weapon. He calmly analyzes the current situation. They know how to use the person inside as a shield to protect themselves. As they get closer, he quietly and mockingly thinks that what he has to face now is no longer just a bag. Seeing Hwasong collapsing in pain on the ground, he asks him, "Hey, are you okay?" They aggressively move forward, but he is caught off guard, revealing his true self. This prevents Jane from attacking, leaving him hesitant and only able to dodge their strikes. His growing frustration is fueled by the flower group's tactics, unable to attack directly. His face shows pain as a lightning-fast attack strikes him straight in the chest. They strike, causing Jane's entire body to twist and be thrown into the air like a meteor, smashing him hard against the wall. His whole body aches as he struggles to cough. After a strong impact, his body feels uncomfortable and he starts to vomit. No, I can't breathe. He clutches his chest, stabbing pain with each pulse, feeling like he's been hit by a hammer. It's terrifying. Dia gasped for breath, his body completely drained of strength. Huabi and the others surrounded him, one of them ready to strike. Tiu! He drooped his face, unable to move anymore, accepting that he would perish here. His eyes closed, tears falling. He opened them slightly, but tears kept flowing. Unexpectedly, all of them were paralyzed and unable to move anymore. Dia looked up in surprise, not understanding what was happening. What's going on? Hwasung spat and coldly said, Indeed, it is a humiliation. His body still bore the after-effects of the previous attack, and he was still slightly exhausted while casting the spell. You also explained to Jay that this is a paralysis spell, which will immobilize the opponent for a short period. Your body trembles, and you can't hold out much longer. But its weakness is that the person casting the spell also suffers from the same condition. Dia, please pay attention and listen to my advice. Even though your whole body is sore, take this chance to pull the people inside out. There's not much time left. He looks doubtful about that approach. How do I get them out? I clutch my stomach, the pain inside still lingering. My left rib seems to be broken, even breathing is difficult now. Dia looked up at the flowers still imprisoned, but there wasn't much time left. What should I do now? I burrowed my head into that mess, and at the same time I nervously pulled down my sleeve to reveal the tattoo on my wrist. He hesitated as he looked at it, finally making up his mind. He calmly said, All right. My body wobbles as I stand up. This is the best way. I hope this will make Dia raise his hand, and I will touch Huabi. Hua X looked at him puzzled, wondering what strange trick this kid was up to now. The talisman was burning out and couldn't hold on much longer. You already told Jaishin there's not much time left, and then a voice suddenly spoke, making you startle. That was you turning toward the source of that voice, eyes wide with surprise. My last dummy is gone. That's So shouting. Her face is emotionless. I don't know when she appeared. Her face darkened with blame, despising that hateful thing. So suddenly punched Hwasong in the back, his face blank, silently lamenting inside. The burning stone talisman is gone, and he panics inside. Danger is imminent. Master Phuoc Thuat has been dispelled. At this moment, Dia Shin still touches their heads, the seal is about to expire, and they start to move. Although scared, he had to reassure himself to stay calm. They have moved, and the punch is heading straight for him. Jin remained determined that he would succeed no matter what. His resolute face faced the attack without flinching, leading to a scene where Sotrol was forcefully thrown away in pain. Fortunately, she managed to get back up and hold her position, her feet sliding along the ground as she gritted her teeth, both of them tense and facing each other. This situation shows that Sotrol is at a disadvantage, while Jin Lang remains unscathed. He calmly asks a polite question. Now, I can go in freely. Sotron's hand is injured, and so is her whole body, but despite the pain, her eyes remain determined, never showing weakness or surrender. The scene is still shrouded in darkness when a voice breaks the silence. Don't you realize the difference in strength between us yet? Dian Lang explains to Soon that this pointless fighting should end here. She tiredly kneels down, gasping for breath. Hong is secretly watching her, and So Troll's aura is becoming more and more chaotic. The princess's eyes droop in disappointment, blaming herself. As a member of the royal family, I shouldn't have to hide like this while others risk their lives for me. It's a complete loss of dignity. The pain doesn't come from your arm, yet you still endure it and stand up, determined to fight. I haven't even started yet. Jin Lang silently observes her, then finally responds, You're really stubborn. He drove his sword into the ground forcefully, sending dust and sand flying, then taunted, Even so, you don't need a guide to search the house inside. He stared intently at the black gem, regretting not using it. I should have used this from the start so I wouldn't waste time on someone like you blocking my way. So, Tron fell silent and looked at Jin Lang cautiously, when suddenly gunfire rang out and a voice stopped him. Both of their eyes are fixed on the source of the noise. The person you're looking for is me. Hong is tiny, but has a voice that's extremely loud. No need to go inside to look for her. I'm here now, so don't cause any more harm. She was astonished by the appearance of Princess Hong Rayon Nim. Jin Lang looked confused, not recognizing her. He asked, Who are you? Hong didn't expect him to ask that. Who am I? Yeah, the princess couldn't hold back her anger and aimed her gun at Jin Long. So you're the one trying to find me, but still asking who I am. As the bullet was still flying toward him, he remained calm and confirmed that this was not the person he was looking for. You're not the one? He dismissively raised his hand to block the bullet, but unexpectedly, that bullet was not as weak as he thought. He feels a sharp pain and is extremely surprised that it could hurt him. Dian Long stares intently at the spot, his face showing pain as he lets out a cry of suffering. So Chan was also surprised, watching him. He widened his eyes, unable to believe what just happened. That last bullet. Looking at that tiny person, he wondered if she might be from the So royal family. He suppressed the pain and asked, "Why are you here?" Hongdi felt dissatisfied with Jin Lang's words. "You're the one trying to find me. So why are you asking that now?" How ridiculous. But he still insists that the princess is not the person he's looking for. No. Jin Lang is sure that the person they are looking for is not you. Hong is confused. What? His hand hurt from the gunshot, and feeling frustrated, he spoke up. "It's so embarrassing, all that effort. And in the end, we were looking in the wrong place. Moreover, he's just a little guy." Dian Lang turned to look at Sotron, unable to believe what was happening. "No, this can't be. You must be hiding something. I want to personally check what's inside this barrier." The anger rises again. I said from the start that it's a no, and the princess continues to aim her 2 guns straight ahead, feeling ready to fight if she likes. "Who's afraid of whom?" Jin Lang rushes forward with his injured hands, swinging his sword and narrowly dodging the bullets. The princess didn't expect Jin Lang to be able to withstand the entire attack. So Chan, who had been silent all this time analyzing, isn't here for Princess Honggon. So who is the person he's looking for after all? Yudong is released, and Soho is utterly shocked. Jin catches the unconscious girl as she falls. He tiredly glanced at Hwaseon and said, "It's a success." The boy widened his eyes, amazed by his true ability. What is this kid's true identity after all? Zoho rushes over, and she gapes. "My dummy." Hwasong quickly grabs her hand to stop her. He frowned and asked sharply, "Where do you think you're running off to, little brat?" Soho growled fiercely, baring his fangs and claws. "You disgusting thing." She rips open Hwasong's shirt, revealing inside a gold coin tied with a red rope, and his eyes turn passionate. She paused for a moment, and you tried to hold the sword and recite the spell. "Spirit." The sword barely missed her face, moving at an astonishing speed. She leapt back, evading all of Hwasong's attacks. His legs are running along the wall, trying to keep up with this speed. She screams as she clings to the wall. She coldly looks at Hwaseong. He attacks once more, but suddenly he feels that something is wrong with his body. His face darkened as she stood on his shoulders, her sharp red claws looking terrifying. Soho bent down, grabbing Hwasong's chin. He still hasn't reacted. She spoke first. "I wonder what it would look like if that teasing expression on her face was torn apart like a joke." Then she started pulling harder. "You are gradually feeling this pain." He braced himself with all his might, feeling as if his head was about to tear away from his body, gritting his teeth and trembling uncontrollably. In the midst of this danger, a sound behind her makes Zoho turn around, and she becomes worried. "No way." Meanwhile, Jin managed to save almost all the people trapped inside the flower. Her voice was cut off as something just whizzed past. Lung seized the moment of her distraction and tried to counterattack. Although she dodged the attack, her bag was grazed and torn. She lost her balance and fell backward. As soon as she left the flower spray, he started coughing violently. Sao trying to sit up after the fall, she screamed in pain. "It hurts so much." The bag fell off her, making her panic. The bag fell heavily to the ground, spilling out a yellow object. She looked stunned, her eyes wide and mouth agape, as the scene shifted to a garden inside the house, with a voice pleading, "Please let me go inside to check." So I am serious and determined not to fulfill that wish. I have already said that the owner of this house is not here right now, so I cannot casually agree to let you in. Dian Lang and she tense up as they confront each other. She wants to hear his reason. "What exactly are you looking for?" "Just tell him. Maybe he'll stay silent for a moment and decide to reveal that it's a gem." She was stunned. "A gem?" He is definitely sure about what he's looking for. That's right. Soho's face still couldn't relax as he kept staring intently at one spot. The gem was shining brightly in the cellar. "That gem is extremely dangerous. Jin has successfully saved the last person." Hwasong is watching the gem intently, exhausted and breathless. After a moment of effort, he looks at the gem with a puzzled expression. In the snowy forest scene, a masked girl is fleeing from loud shouts. "Catch it! It's the one who stole our chickens. The elders in the village hold torches high. Everyone despises it. That kid is not human. She's a transformed fox spirit. So Ho doesn't want to be called that." Her eyes are filled with sadness. "Please don't call me a fox spirit." She thought of a name for herself but couldn't come up with one. "My name is an elderly woman with a kind face." The kind old woman spoke gently to Soho and was the one who gave her that name. Soho, I will call you Sue. That name means little fox. I remember the first time we met, I was amazed to see Soho covered in dirt, chewing on a mouse like a trophy. At first glance, I thought you were an orphaned girl wandering far from home. To the old lady, you are a lovely little fox spirit who has never harmed anyone. I never expected you to be a little fox spirit in disguise. The old lady patted her head gently and kindly invited her to live with her.
All right, so what if you're a fox spirit? If you don't mind, come live with this old body.
The old woman's house is secluded behind some trees. At my house, I am all alone. Every day passes so boringly, you and I will become a family. Soho still hasn't defined these two words. Family. The old woman happily explains it to her. That's right. We will eat together, sleep together, and spend time playing together. I also teach her that from now on, you don't need to steal chickens from others anymore, okay? She stays true to her words and lives peacefully with Sue. She only teaches her when she makes mistakes. While she was doing housework, Sue relaxed and caught fish in the stream. At night, they grilled fish and sat around the fire together. Suddenly, on a day when heavy snow was falling, a sad voice echoed. "Mom, inside the house," Exoho anxiously asked Han. "Does it hurt you, old lady? Your face has become gaunt and hollow." Despite her old age and frailty, the old woman still smiled to comfort Zoho. Human life is inherently short. Soho, after I am gone, find yourself a new family. Soho looked on quietly so that she wouldn't feel lonely. Her eyes turned numb, and her face was smeared with dirt and a hint of purple. She thought to herself, "Mother, you told me not to hurt humans." She lay on her back in the cold snow, lost in thought, so why do humans hurt me? Yonni, the mysterious figure, appears, but in the memory, their face is not clear. They only see you as an evil spirit or outsider, someone who causes trouble. She reminded Zoho that they had no need for your existence. As she spoke, she handed the jewel to Zoho. So go ahead and hurt them. Do not hesitate. The gem shone brightly, and then restored Zoho's face to its clear appearance. She woke up, sat up straight, and seriously remembered the words of the lady.
Ma'am, you want me to find a new family. I really want to, but I'm at a dead end. How can I do it?
Yonni smiled and gestured, saying, "Let me show you a way." Xoho listened carefully as she explained, "Gather humans in one place to breed them, so you can create the perfect family you desire." But with her own limited strength, she felt insecure and knew she couldn't do it. A doesn't have enough strength. She comfortably hands the gem to Soho and says, "I will lend you this item." She gazed blankly at the golden gem in her hand, which would make gathering humans much easier. The gem shimmered brightly as she added, "This is the first time you've seen such a beautiful gem, isn't it? Not only is it beautiful, but it also brings great power to its wielder." Yonni smiled gently, but with a mysterious aura. "If you're still not satisfied with the family you've created, feel free to start over until you're happy with it. As for the useless failures, just hand them over to me." Of course, she would not give anything for free. This will be like an exchange. That is the condition in exchange for lending you this diggy gem, you know? The body of a person lying motionless on the ground. So Ho keeps reminding himself of the old woman's advice. She told me not to hurt humanity, but Mr. Neong disagrees. She has an opposing view, but hurting humanity is the quickest and easiest way to make them show their emotions. She voiced her desire, and I desperately need those emotions. That indifference threatens human lives, but they are just failed livestock anyway, so don't worry about it. So Ho is in a tough situation, hesitating, knowing it, but she no longer wants to beat around the bush and reaches out to take back the gem. "If you don't agree, give me back the gem." Xoho hurriedly hid it behind his back. "Wait, don't do that," she ordered sternly. "If you agree, just go ahead, but remember this warning. You are nothing without that gem." Back in the present, Zoho was still surprised that the gem had fallen out. A hand is picking up the gem, and she hurriedly tries to stop it. "Don't." I have to ask, what is this?" She hurriedly ran to take back the gem. "That is my belonging." "It's mine." He is still staring intently at the gem. Suddenly it started to glow, surprising him. Zoho charged forward, claws out, as he staggered and struggled to stay on his feet. "Give it back. She's about to attack him." Hua shouted a warning, "Watch out." That guy. Her hand was just within reach when suddenly a bright light appeared between them. Huasi. He felt dazzled by that bright light. She shouted out loud after being thrown far away. She let out a sigh of complaint, and he frowned in confusion, asking, "What the hell just happened?" Dia Shin still clutches the gem tightly, his eyes gradually turning vacant. "What's wrong with that kid?" He sighed, his eyes unfocused. The image of Soa appeared before him. He reached out to grasp that moment. Dia Shin also extended his hand to touch. His hand gradually covers her figure, suddenly shifting to a different scene, his breathing becoming hurried. It is the moment Soha has left this world and is no longer alive. He gradually lost strength, his consciousness becoming almost hazy, until finally he loosened his grip on the gem, his face lowering deeply, his body leaning forward and then collapsing face down onto the ground. Jin fainted, his glasses falling off his face. The gem is now rolled towards Soho. She slowly picks it up, holding it with both hands, and emphasizes this by saying, "This belongs to me." Soho gazes at it thoughtfully, beginning to ponder no one is allowed to touch it. Suddenly, she put the gem into her mouth with a daring plan to swallow it. The gem was sliding down her throat. Hua Sung, frustrated, launched an attack on her while she was distracted, but So was gradually transforming, with veins bulging all over her body. You keep hitting her on the head, but Soho still doesn't react. Hua Sung's face changes in shock. Your punches so far have been useless. She remains sitting silently, her body constantly transforming. Are you unscathed? Hua Sung shouted angrily in frustration. Suddenly, a tremor caught your attention, as if the entire underground chamber was about to collapse. Girl, what's going on? Why all of a sudden? You suspect that it's caused by her. Suddenly, a vortex surrounds her as Soho continues to transform. You try to cast the spell, but it seems ineffective. Oh no, now I remember there's not much time left before the portal opens. Hua Sung tries to wake Jin, but he remains unconscious. Hey kid, wake up quickly and get out of here. I don't want to die here in vain. Wake up now. Seeing the unconscious people around, I desperately said in vain, we still have to get those people out of here. But the kid still shows no sign of waking up, despite the urging voices nearby continuing to call out. Can you hear me, little one? Wake up. Then suddenly, a fox shape gradually appears, as if it is transforming into a different form. Grandpa's flower shop has no time left. He's rushing and panicking. Seeing the people lying scattered on the ground, he helplessly mutters, is it his responsibility to save everyone? Jin, even unconscious, can't ignore this bastard. Feeling fed up with being pushed to the brink, he helplessly speaks out. What should we do now? Now the night has fallen over the mansion, and the entire space is immersed in silence, when a voice echoes, there are no gems in this house at all. Please return now. The peaceful courtyard, seemingly motionless, is now torn apart by a blazing red magic light spreading like a protective barrier around Lang's position. So Tron clenches his sword emitting light and says, if I haven't checked myself, I can't leave with peace of mind. Why do you keep making such a big deal out of the master's matters? I can just come back another time to apologize to him. So, troll, I told you it's a no-go. His eyes are as sharp as a blade, and his voice is deep and steady. I have always believed only what I see and hear. So just as I was about to speak, I suddenly froze when a strange sound echoed back, and a beam of light shone from behind the mountain below. The suspicion in his eyes turned into a cold, steel-like alert. He quickly turned back toward the source of the light, which poured out like a blazing golden waterfall shining straight into the sky. Jin Lang anxiously wondered to himself, is it the gem? Why all of a sudden? He no longer looked in that direction but turned back toward Sotron. She said nothing, only silently met Jin Lang's gaze, her cheeks slightly flushed after the intense battle earlier. He hesitated and muttered to himself, damn it. Then he looked up and asked her, wait a moment, let me go over there and check. After speaking, Jin Lang retracted his dark sword and hurriedly prepared to leave, turning away coldly and quickly. Before she could process what was happening, she watched him leave and felt confused. What's going on? Hong is no different from her either. The princess angrily swings her hand wildly and shouts in fury. Where did that rude thing come from? You're so arrogant. Honggon watched Jin Lang walk away without looking back. If you're confident, come back and fight. I still have many divine cannons left to fire. So Troll's gaze gradually softened. Suddenly she knelt down, her torn clothes, bloodied hands and feet, and her pale face. Hong, seeing this, hurriedly asked, So Troll, are you okay? Deep inside, she remembered the moment Jin Lang held the gem in his hand and thought to herself that he was too powerful and she was almost defenseless against him. Her hand still clutching the hairpin, blood-stained though it was. If it were a monster hunting me down, there would be no mercy at all. So Tron lowered his eyes, his gaze filled with sadness and disappointment. She almost blamed herself for being too weak, unable to protect anyone, and even causing trouble for others. At the same time, in front of a dark, old, and steep stone staircase leading deep into the darkness, Diashin lay motionless on the ground, showing no sign of movement. Hwasung turned around and looked back, bloodstains smeared across her neck. Suddenly, a brilliant light flashed, and the divine phoenix appeared dazzling in the blinding golden glow, with long hair and large, fiery tails radiating light everywhere. She glanced at their group, her eyes now cold and piercing, then swiftly soared into the sky. Hwasung, frowning in anger, mutters, "Damn it," then takes out a talisman from her coat. It seems you attached the talisman in mid-air in front of where Jin is lying. The talisman quickly burned at one corner. The flames also begin to spread across the talismans, emitting a brilliant golden light along with ancient inscriptions resembling thousands of fireflies gathering for an ancient ritual. For now, using this will help a little. Hwasung continued to hold out a stack of talismans in his hand. He lit them up and began sticking them all over his body. A faint white smoke rose from the burning talismans on Hwasung, his sturdy figure standing tall like a mountain. Stay steady and whispering to himself, this is the first time he's burned 5 talismans at once. He looks at Soho, now in her demon form before him, and softly mutters, "I don't have much time left. I must quickly destroy this demon dog." Hwasung faces Soho with pure white fur tinged with red and blazing red eyes. Ignoring all dangers from her, he runs forward and then unleashes a powerful attack, caused a burst of blinding light. Hwasung dodged her attacks while moving at incredible speed towards Soho. Her face was not angry but calm to the point of making people shiver as she pointed the sword directly at her neck. Soho quickly grabbed the sword with his tail, then pushed it away, causing Hwasung to be thrown back. Suddenly, he saw a blinding flash of light before his eyes, and Hwasung immediately felt that something was wrong. He looked down at his feet, the talisman that had already burned now burning even more intensely and even glowing. He immediately shot up high into the air to avoid Soho's attack. Hwasung suddenly spun around with a fierce movement, swinging his sword at Soho. Hwaseon shouted, "Die!" "Too bad you can't reach her." Soho swung his fiery red tail forcefully at you. Hwax was immediately thrown far away, hitting the golden magic chain behind him painfully. He let out a soft groan and said, "This was supposed to be simple for Hwasung, but I was wrong. It's not that easy, and this isn't enough yet." Seemingly sensing something unusual, he suddenly looked ahead as Soho's fiery red tail, like a raging flame, attacked Hwasung, but luckily he managed to dodge the strike just in time. The maze you created also blocked the previous attack. Hwasung anxiously turned back to check on Jin, who was still unconscious behind the maze you had set up earlier. You are covered in thick strands of Soho's fur, struggling to fight it off while shouting, "You bastard, this is no longer a battle but the rise of an unquenchable willpower. You put all your strength into your feet to create immense pressure on the ground." Hwasung, furious, tries to break free from her fur. "I am your opponent." He hugs Soho's body as if he wants to crush the entire space. Hwasung charges forward, pushing her back with a powerful strike, then speeds like an arrow. Soho was pushed back but showed no fear at all. She once again used her tail to attack, but this time Hwasung used the invulnerable sword to block the attack, so he avoided some of the damage. He hurriedly defended with only his right hand. The power of that giant tail pushed Hwasung back a few steps, but it didn't seriously affect his body. He stood there gasping amidst the smoke and his wounds. The talisman on his chest is still smoldering, as proof of the magic that just burned through the space. His face is smeared with dirt, but his eyes are shining brightly. He told himself that those annoying tails were really troublesome, and if he didn't quickly think of a way to deal with them, he wouldn't be able to hold out. Outside, Jin Lang was standing in front of the cave entrance. In front of him was the flower-shaped talisman that had been attached outside the barrier earlier, but now it was only a tiny speck of color. He suddenly understood the problem. Indeed, it was because of the barrier that he couldn't sense any aura at all. Dian Lang stared intently at the burning talisman in front of him. Someone had opened a passage into the barrier. He silently pondered, so that's how Yuan Yu's aura accidentally escaped outside? Without hesitation, Dian Lang calmly stepped into the cave, where the cracked stone gate still lingered with a faint smoke from the protective talisman in the air. He quickly tore the sealing talisman apart, causing it to fall to the ground and extinguish the flickering flame. The gate leading to the cave gradually shrinks away. Dian Lang looks back at the talisman lying on the cold ground before turning his face and moving deeper inside. Soon, the barrier was completely sealed, as if nothing had ever happened here. Meanwhile, Hwasung was still fighting the monster in front of him. He continued to take out more talismans and held them in his hand. Hwasung kept attacking So. He stuck the talisman on Zoho, but the glowing tail shot down again and again at incredible speed, moving violently with devastating force that knocked the old man back. Hwasi frowned, anger flashing in his mind. These tails are even harder than steel. You lift your head, a half-smile curling at the corner of your mouth. Your cold eyes suddenly revealing confidence and fiery will, but if you can't move, it's all useless. Suddenly, the monster seemed to freeze, and she stopped struggling. The talismans you stuck on Xoho at this moment all simultaneously shone with a fierce purple light. The talismans shone brighter and brighter, their light seemingly reaching up to the sky. Soho trembled and struggled beneath Hwasong's seal. Taking advantage of her distraction and her inattention to this side, Hwasong leapt into the air as if time had frozen. Soho was unable to move or do anything, only able to watch the scene torn apart by raging flames. Hwasong descended from the sky like a meteor crashing to the earth, with furious red eyes and a thunderous roar that echoed through the heavens. Go to sleep. Suddenly a massive explosion erupted like an invisible force, interrupting the ongoing battle. Hwasong was thrown back in confusion, staggering, covered in sweat, with a fierce look in his eyes, stammering, "Hey, hey!" Jin Lang suddenly appeared out of nowhere, standing in front of Zoho. Even in the midst of an emergency, his face remains remarkably calm. He turns to look at Hwasong, and I silently curse inside, this little brat. In a tense and dangerous scene, both of them stand silently, creating an indescribably mysterious atmosphere. While Hwasong looks wary and suspicious upon seeing a stranger appear, he wondered to himself, where did this kid come from? I can sense the aura of love on him. Is he not human? Unlike the surprise from his side, Jin Lang remains calmer than anyone else. He still keeps staring at you. Hwasong suddenly teleports away, her eyes showing tension. He stared in shock, realizing he was wrong. This guy was a fox spirit's accomplice. Did I really have to resort to that last measure? But the scene before him left him stunned. The monster suddenly charged at Lang, and he quickly blocked her surprise attack with his sword. He quickly stepped back, and Hwasong looked in Jin Lang's direction, his eyes filled with amazement, eyebrows slightly furrowed, mouth open in silence, realizing he had completely misjudged. At this moment, Jin Lang remained calm. Although he looked at Zoho, he turned to Hwasong and asked, "You are a demon master, right? Let me tell you, using that sword is useless." Hearing that, he felt confused by what he was saying. Jin Lang continued, "Even if you attack carelessly, it could amplify the power of the gem." Suddenly, Hwasong raised his sword and pointed it at Jin Lang's face. The boy looked alert and angry, and he asked, "Who are you? Where did you come from, and why are you involved in other people's affairs?" Your eyes are sharp and blazing with a fierce light, a dangerous mix of anger. He declares that if they don't answer, he won't hesitate to deal with another demon here. Jin Lang shows no emotion, his cold eyes gleaming with contempt. He turned his head away, no longer looking at him, unaware of his own limits. Then he pulled out a red gem, threw it toward him like a bolt of dark red lightning, carrying a heavy murderous aura. Hwaseong only managed to open his eyes wide in shock and react instinctively, but it was too late. Immediately, a blazing red light erupted, engulfing him in a fierce bolt of lightning. His whole body slammed hard against the wall behind him. Jin Lang sneered, "The fool," blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Gritting his teeth through the excruciating pain, he still managed to scream out, his voice hoarse but full of resentment. "This guy!" Jin Lang stepped forward. Now it's his turn to approach Zoho, his voice ringing out, not loud but heavy. "Stop this foolish action now!" Jin Lang continued loudly. "This thing is not something you can use casually," so before he finished speaking, Soho had already charged forward to attack Lang. But he has a shield, so that attack doesn't really affect him at all. Jin Lang raised his hand, a flash of light emanating from the gem pinched between his fingers. His eyes cold, and he immediately launched an attack toward her. What's the point of offering advice? Hwasong is still standing there beneath the ceiling formation Jin Lang created to trap him inside. The charms pasted on his body trembled with each rapid breath, blood dripping from the corner of his mouth. But his eyes remained fixed on his opponent. This arrogant bastard wants to mock me? He raised the sword in his hand, his eyes showing clarity, focus, and no mercy. He clenched his sword so tightly that it trembled and whispered to himself, "I will wipe out all you monsters." Hwaseong scraped a line across his wrist with his fingernail, causing blood to flow steadily, then lowered his hand, still clutching the sword, the blood running down into his palm. "Just absorb it all." On the other side, the monster keeps charging forward. Jin Lang still stands there hesitating, not yet making a move, thinking to himself that he can no longer afford to remain passive and defensive like this. Then Jin Lang swung his sword, ready to strike, but before he could act, a purple light flashed on Soho's tail. But it suddenly faded, as if the talisman was disappearing from the seal. Soho unexpectedly broke free from the seal, spreading her fiery wings and immediately landing to attack Lang. He was panic-stricken and confused by the situation. when he saw the barrier he created suddenly vanish. As the barrier disappeared, a voice suddenly echoed, causing Jin Lang to turn his head back. I repeat one last time, if you don't step back, you'll be killed. Hwa-song raises both bloodied hands, clutching that sword tightly. He swung his sword to attack Soho, but Jin Lang quickly dodged to the side. The monster was hit, but it still stood there unharmed. Hwa-song is now furious, charging forward with her sword, her screams showing her determination and extreme anger. Jin Lang understands her power better than anyone else. He hurriedly tried to stop him, saying, "Wait, don't fight it head-on," but it seems there's nothing left that can get through to him now. He charged forward and struck Soho from below, a wound flashing with a bright red glow. Jin Lang widened his eyes in shock, mouth agape in surprise. Hwa-song's sword path spread across Exoho's body and then tore the monster apart. It seems Hwa-song has gone mad. He let out a fierce scream in the chaos. Now he was nothing but a machine, slashing his sword at his opponent without hesitation or mercy, blood spraying through the air until finally Hwa-song unleashed a relentless barrage of fatal blows on the monster. She couldn't keep up with his pace. All she could do was stand there and take the blows. Not long after, her neck was severed from her body. Soho screamed in agony. His hand still gripped the vocal blade, but blood streamed like a river. Hwa-seon panted heavily, his face smeared with blood, confused, but also surprised, asked, How can a human like you do that? He shouted, covering his mouth, while those eyes of Hwa-seon flared with a fire still burning faintly. He turned to threaten, I'll deal with that bastard first, and then it's your turn. Dian Lang looked at him, knowing exactly what was attached to his eye. That's a demon eye. Suddenly, a stammering voice crying out in pain echoed. Both of them looked ahead. Just minutes ago, he had been gruesomely slashed, but now his head suddenly shot up and hovered in midair. Mr. Hwa-se shouted angrily, That brat still won't die. She screamed so loudly that the ground trembled. It hurts so much. Her voice echoed so loudly that it could be heard by both of them from afar. That light spread out beyond where Jin was lying motionless. So stood there, seemingly having healed all her wounds, almost back to her original state. Her head gently lowered, Hwa-song said, The injury has healed. Yen Lang, though also surprised, responded calmly. That is the power of the gem, Hwa-X asked in surprise. So you mean the gem that little girl swallowed into her stomach? Jin Lang replied, as expected, This is a side effect of suddenly absorbing too much energy from the gem into the body. He began to feel worried. Where did such a terrifying gem come from? Why have I never seen anything like this before? He replied, Because it is not an ordinary gem. His face serious as he continued, This destiny gem contains the power of 1,000 lives. Hwa-seon, confused, turned to look at Jin Lang. 1,000 lives? The surrounding area is filled with incense smoke. He ruffles his hair and asks, So what's the way to deal with it now? Suhu, as if she hadn't used any energy at all, moans, It hurts so much. She suddenly throws a strike at Hwa-seon out of nowhere. He was panicked, seemingly trying to block the attack, but when he raised his arm holding the sword, a fierce pain struck him. The previous attack had drained all of Hwa-song's strength, so now his body had little power left. Just as the attack was about to hit you, suddenly something strange blocked it. So it turns out Jin Lang created a shield to block the damage and save Hwa-song just now. He stared at her intently while making the proposal. I have a proposal. Join forces with me to take back the gem, and in return, I will help you. Hwa-X feels confused by his offer. What do you suspect I am planning? Jin Lang continued explaining before the seal completely disappeared. I'll be honest, at this point we have no other choice. He remembers the scene of the wolves and the others lying motionless out there. Even in the worst-case scenario, all living creatures around here could be blown away. From what I see, your purpose here is to save these people, right? He continued explaining that the talisman marking you at the gateway is useless now, but I have a way to get you out of here. How can I possibly trust a monster like you? Jin Lang frowned and replied, Well then, everyone will die here. Hearing that, Hwa-song hesitated a bit about the previous offer. Are you okay? Will you accept my offer? He closed his eyes, resigned to agree because he had no other choice. All right then. Your hand clenched the sword hilt so tightly that it was trembling violently. Hwa-song continued, But first, I need to rest. His eyes slowly closed, blood streaming more and more from his mouth. Hold on a little longer. After saying that, Hwa-song knelt down on the ground, exhausted. Din Lang looked at you in confusion and called out worriedly, Hey, are you serious right now when we're in such danger? His hand still holding 2 red gems facing the lake, when he saw no response from the other side, Din Lang was thrown into chaos. He turned his head to look at you, who was closing your eyes to rest, when suddenly a voice echoed from afar. Wrong, turn around and look at Jae-shin coming in from outside, then walk unsteadily forward. He speaks, the way you're doing it is completely wrong. In the basement, Jae-shin's figure stands tall on the ground, despite the bodies of others lying scattered everywhere, as if he himself has been drained of vitality. His face grows paler and paler, to the point of sweating profusely. Dian Lang stands far away with the Vian Shichngok in hand, frowning as he looks at him from afar, his expression dark and cautious as he observes Jae. This guy is just an ordinary human, so what's with the lak-an in his hand? Strange. As he spoke, he glanced at the glowing lak-an hidden behind his long sleeve. Jae-shin remained silent, still lost in thought, his mind vividly recalling the image of himself immersed in the memories within that gem. Until his whole body was shrouded in white smoke, it was that golden gem. He had seen the painful first memories of the fox. Fragments of Soho's scattered memories appeared in Jin's mind. Those were like beautiful memories still lingering in her mind. Memories of being cared for and raised by her grandmother herself. But those beautiful memories gradually turned into sorrow as she was lured by the very person she trusted the most. She betrayed the promise she made to her grandmother and wiped out everyone in the village. The villagers' corpses were stacked into grotesque heaps. Especially among them was the image of the director whom Jin deeply cherishes. Suddenly, Jin's voice rang out as if condemning every act Soho had committed.
You haven't created any family for yourself at all. The only thing you've done all this time is kidnapping others.
That very statement made Jin Lang and Soho turn their heads to look at him, as his deep voice continued steadily, as if to make her understand what the true meaning of those two words, family, really was. The being together doesn't instantly make you a family. It takes time to build trust and deepen feelings.
That's what makes a family. And on this side, Jin Lang couldn't withstand the heat emanating from the fire phoenix for long.
Does he think that convincing this guy will work?
So distracted that he didn't notice the two jade chains in his hands had suddenly lost their power long ago.
At that moment, Jin Lang was so frightened he turned his head in panic. Seeing the flames rushing toward him, he had no choice but to grab Hua Seong, who had fainted long ago, and run in the opposite direction. But as he turned to run away, a steel stake suddenly shot past his face from an unknown direction, heading straight for Soho's massive body under its owner's control. The collision caused a loud shockwave that made Jin Lang stop and turn around, but now she was no longer just a little fox. She simply used her powerful tail to gently hold the spear. The iron stake, once again under the control of spiritual power, immediately returned to its original place, and Dia Shin precisely timed her move to catch it. He now has a very serious expression as he points the spear directly at the swamp, but he doesn't use it as a weapon. Instead, he simply throws it onto the ground and slowly walks toward her, asking in a calm voice, "Do you understand what I am saying?" She hesitates for a moment, but also tries to speak her innermost thoughts. "I have too." The voices like that pierced deep into Jin's heart, making him choke with emotion as he tried to understand what she had gone through. Nevertheless, the so-called family gradually abandoned her, but she still voiced her inner torment with a choking voice. "No one trusted me." Hwasong fainted beside her, and only Jin Lang listened to every word she said. "Because I am a monster," even Dasin could only helplessly say, "Sorry, you see, he himself was also a victim in that, so he can fully understand the discomfort Soho experienced. Because humans are fragile creatures, they fear you because you are different from them. They will shun and isolate you." You stand calmly in front of her, explaining the wrongdoings to make her understand, but even so, that is no excuse to hurt them. Nevertheless, her obsession was too strong, and she hesitated to express her deep longing. But Soho's family was still incomplete. Those heartbreaking words echoed constantly, making Jin's heart grow heavier each time. She told Soho to find a new family for herself. The image of the house filled with happy memories with her grandmother flashes through her mind, accompanied by his gentle question, "Why do you want to fulfill her last wish?" But hearing that question made her hesitate and unable to answer. Once again, the image of her beloved grandmother she always longed to see appeared, still smiling, as if waiting for her at the end of that road, accompanied by a question that seemed to probe deep into Soho's soul. "What is your motivation to fulfill that wish at all costs, regardless of right or wrong?" Then, before her surprised eyes, he casually gave an answer for the wrongful actions she had been doing all along. "Isn't it because she's the person you love the most? That's like a deep longing in your soul. Is the warm hand that always holds her hand every morning? You want to find someone who can give you that feeling again, like with her." Jae Shin understands very well what she needs and how beautiful the happy memories between the two of them are. If you cannot bring joy or happiness to someone, or receive it in return, but what she is doing now seems to push her deeper into that dark abyss, then you will always feel lonely and lost in this vast world. And the thing you fear the most is that feeling. Sue still doesn't understand what he's saying, nor does he realize how terrifying the words he speaks really are. Oh, loneliness? That made Jae-shin pause for a moment, but she reaffirmed once more. That's right. Even though she didn't want to, she still bluntly said the most painful words she didn't want to hear because no one else could give you what you desire anymore. Her eyes now looked terrified, and her voice became more horrifying as she forced out the deepest words she wanted to say. Mother, I can't hold back my feelings anymore and tears flow uncontrollably. I want to see you again, but that loss of control only makes everything worse. As the immense spiritual energy within her, driven by an uncontrollable emotion, causes her entire body to transform. Faces with all kinds of expressions emerge beneath the thick white fur, carrying a mournful voice calling out, "Where are you, mother? I want to see you again." Soho completely lost her mind and shouted, even as more faces appeared on her body. Mom, so overwhelmed by her own power that she slammed her tail into the wall, causing a terrifying noise. Seeing the situation worsening, Dianlong turned pale and knew he couldn't stay any longer. So he quickly turned and left, shouting loudly behind him, "Hey, it's dangerous!" Even though he shouted loudly, Jin still didn't move. It can no longer control the power of the gem. Meanwhile, Soho has completely lost control of the gem, transforming into a giant fox with a massive tail. But the most terrifying part is that her entire body is now cloaked in a form filled with long-held resentment, which is the lives she ruthlessly took. But Jin remains calm, calling out his weapon with determination, gripping it tightly, activating the sigil on his hand, and advancing steadily with unwavering eyes. This time, the primitive weapon in Jin's hand, with the sigil activated, transforms to break through its rough exterior and reveal a sharp sword. Lord. Even he, under the tremendous pressure he himself created, had to sweat a little, and Jin Lang was momentarily stunned. But he no longer had enough patience, and swung his arm with various expressions towards him. Diashin also didn't hesitate and quickly raised the sword in his hand to block, causing sparks to fly and shake the entire area. But as a mortal with still unawakened power, he was pushed back forcefully by her. Seeing how Jin Lang watched him fiercely fight back, he was momentarily stunned. Can an ordinary person really stop the overwhelming power of the gem? At this moment, Hua Song suddenly woke up, rubbing his pounding head, still not understanding what was happening, and asked the person in front of him, "What is going on right now?" Soho was now crying, blood tears, continuously screaming in agony. He wanted to reach Dia Sin's place, knowing she had lost control, and still tried to shout loudly to stop her, "Wake up!" But now she no longer wanted to hear any more words, so she shouted loudly that echoed through the space. Then, in the blink of an eye, she lunged forward and bit directly into his sword with her mouth, repeatedly repeating each word with pure urgency. "Child, you also know what she wants, so try to persuade Exoho. This is not what she desires. If she knew you had become like this, she would be heartbroken, you know? But she herself is not human and completely doesn't understand the feelings you're talking about, so she painfully asks Jin in return, 'What should I do then?' Under Soho's relentless questions of what to do, Jin can only try to hold her back and keep her from getting close. But things still haven't ended there. Her tail quickly wrapped around his body, making him nervously glance at the terrifying appendage. "What should I do? What should I do?" That tail quickly wrapped around as if trying to encase him. Even the distant incense flower, watching the tail slowly trapping the goat, tried to shout, "Do you have any way to save that kid?" But all Jin Lang could reply with was a voice full of helplessness. "It's too late now. Even if I get closer, I'll be devoured by that thing instantly." "What?" That creature kept pushing its face close to Jin, and their creepy voices slowly echoed, making him cry out in pain. "What should I do? They are closing in tighter and tighter, making it harder for me to breathe, and I can only struggle to take each difficult breath." The question still echoed in his ear like an interrogation. What should he do? Jin, despite being in a life-threatening situation and feeling as if the identity was about to swallow him whole, still tried his best to give her an answer. "You should live happily. He like a replacement for your grandmother, shouting words of love and sending the message she truly wanted you to hear." That is what she hoped for. She seemed to gradually understand what he was trying to say and tried to repeat his words. Handin, despite her face beaded with sweat, still managed to reply, "Don't use this way to escape." Then, amidst countless monsters howling around, Dasin tried to explain to her that a true family must be built on mutual trust. He trembled as he reached out his hand in front of the terrifying gaze of the doppelgangers, slowly speaking and nurturing it every day. As he spoke, he activated the sigil on his hand, despite the doppelgangers trying to tear at it, then took a deep breath, ignoring everything around him, and told her to take his hand and escape from here. That hand is pointing straight at Soho's chest, despite the surrounding forms constantly closing in. And then, right from the center of her chest, a gentle light emanates. Sue's innocent voice once again echoes, as if touched by his words to change. I need to start over from the beginning. He knew she had regained her composure and understood every word he said, then gently smiled and said, "That can be seen from the bodies lying scattered there. I will calmly guide her first to apologize to the victims you harmed. If she is too young to apologize to them now, then she should try her best to prevent similar incidents from happening again." As he spoke with a gentle smile, he conveyed the true meaning that the old lady wanted her to do. One day, when you have your own family, the spirits in the afterlife will surely be satisfied. At this moment, So Hong was in tears, but deep in her eyes there was no longer the cold, soulless stare, only happiness and warmth filling her heart as she slowly reached out her hand towards Jin's waiting palm. But outside, the two people had no idea what was happening inside, only feeling a powerful pressure so overwhelming that Hua Song could no longer hold back. "Hey kid, even though you're badly injured all over, you're still trying to move forward to help. I have to go help that kid." However, inside those layers of disguises, Dia Xin no longer exerted much effort, gently reaching into the giant horse cage, then slowly retrieving a small fox, as if trying to ask about the Temku great hatred that had surrounded it for so long. And before the astonished and fearful eyes of the disguises, he was able to easily rescue the small fox, still with tears in the corner of its eye from its enormous form transformed by the gem. From that same massive form, a powerful light radiated outward, as if saving a lost soul, causing Hua Seon in the distance to be amazed and in awe. The lost entities refused to accept Zoho leaving their grasp and keep howling. How could this be? Even as they gradually vanish, they keep screaming out loud until they turn into nothingness and are swallowed by oblivion along with their hatred. In the end, everything dissolved into white smoke and settled into a radiant golden gem, while Dia Sin, exhausted, collapsed to the ground with Zoho still in her hands. You and Jin Lang from afar witnessed such a scene and couldn't believe your eyes. What just happened? In the distance beneath the dissipating white smoke, only Jin's silent back remained, clutching the ex-Zoho still lost in painful memories, quietly crying, but then he quickly noticed the glowing white smoke still emanating from the distant gem. Staring intently at the gem, Jin wondered, was that the gem from earlier? An image of someone who seemed both unfamiliar and yet too familiar flashed in his mind, but he couldn't recognize them, only vaguely questioning himself. So those vague memories, he slowly put the hat down on the ground and picked up the gem, whispering to himself that maybe if he touched it again, he might be able to. But from afar, Hoa Song quickly realized something and immediately shouted a warning at him. "Stop, you idiot!" He tries to warn Jishin, who is still dazed and unaware of what's happening nearby, to stay away from that thing, while he himself turns at the shout, unaware of a black smoke rushing out from the basement, threatening to swallow him into the depths of darkness. Hua hurriedly shouted, not understanding my words, pain making him furrow his brow, especially with a scar running through one eye that made him look fierce. "Drop that thing now." Desin holds half of the shattered gem in his hand, confusedly turns his head to look at you. In front of him, a wave of black bones gradually appears, covering the space. Suddenly, Jashin's hand clenched the gem tightly, startling him in horror. The gem began absorbing the surrounding black bones and simultaneously transferred into Jin's body, unleashing immense power that made the veins on his hand stand out clearly on his skin. He gritted his teeth, struggling to resist. Yanlang quickly appeared beside him, sword in hand, striking down toward Jin's hand. He strikes the back of his hand with the hilt of his sword, causing him to loosen his grip, and the gem flies upward by inertia. Jinlang quickly grabs the gem to cut off its absorption. Lan Shuang follows, dispersing and retreating. Dia's heart still trembling with fear, he gasps for breath and tries to move his hand. Next to him, Jinlang held the gem in one hand, quietly watching his actions. Hoa Song, kneeling and struggling to stand, pointed at Jinlang, saying, "You too, put it down quickly. You've seen how dangerous it is yourself." He glanced at you silently and replied, "I will take this item." Hoa Song's eyes widened in shock and he was furious, immediately grabbing his weapon. "Are you serious? Are you planning to take that evil thing and cause trouble again?" Suddenly, thin golden threads appeared, binding Hoa Song's attacking arms. "You try to move your arm but can't. Immediately you curse out loud, "I really can't trust you monsters. Just a moment ago you proposed cooperation, and now you've turned hostile." Even Jin, who is kneeling on the ground with his hands bound, doesn't seem to notice, only staring in horror at the sharp sword hanging in midair. Jin Lang, holding the exhausted Xyo-ho, now turns into a white fox and collapses. "Rest assured, I will keep my promise. But this little one has to leave with me." He tucked the sword under his arm and turned to walk away. "Although it has committed a serious crime, I cannot leave it to you humans to deal with." Yen Lang stepped over a small puddle, explaining as he walked, "I will take it back to the demon realm and find an appropriate punishment." Huasi obviously does not want to compromise, and with a laugh, he says, "What kind of attitude is that? This is the human world, and you must follow our rules. Monsters that harm humans here must be eliminated unconditionally." He passes by you and goes to the victim lying helpless on the ground. "I'm very sorry, but I can't do that." Instead, Dian Lang raises the gem and aims it at everyone. The gem pendant then emits a dazzling golden light. At the same time, a golden aura enveloped everyone around them, and Jin Lang's voice continued to echo. "I have restored these people to the moment before they arrived here. Although not perfect, at least their memories of what just happened have been erased." And here's the gem still shining in his hand, a circular portal gradually opening on the wall. Dian Lang has handled the aftermath well and turns to look at the two, politely seeking their opinion. "Is the way back to your positions through the portal outside all settled now?" But obviously, Hwaseong is not satisfied. He turns his head and glares, "Damn it, monkey, are you not worried at all about using such dangerous stuff? If something like what just happened happens again, I won't be able to react in time, and I will definitely run away first. No cooperation." Got it. The gem looked like a precious item resting quietly in Jin Lang's palm. After hearing this, he looked at Hwaseong in silence for a moment before suddenly revealing a shocking truth. "That kind of thing won't happen because this rightfully belongs to me." You whisper in fear, "Are you joking?" Hwaseong couldn't believe it. Lin Ten denied it. "So how could it originally belong to you? If I remember correctly, that gem should belong to the nine-tailed fox that is 1,000 years old." Din Lang didn't comment, just stood there casually glancing at him before suddenly smiling with a sinister and profound expression. "Are you serious? What do you mean by the gem? The nine-tailed fox, 1,000 years old. Is the nine-tailed fox a nine-tailed fox from legend?" Jin Lang stands by the passageway and calmly says, "There's no need to be anxious. I won't harm humans. Just don't interfere with my affairs." He then turns and steps into the passage. Before leaving, Jin Lang looked back at Jessen. "I have a feeling we will definitely meet again in the near future." I am really looking forward to that moment, especially when you hear him mention him and you suddenly look back in surprise. Jin Lang leaves completely, leaving Jin bewildered and Hwaseong alert and cautious in the tunnel. Jin suddenly noticed the loosened ropes and relaxed his grip on the ground. Hwaseong managed to break free, shouting and cursing in frustration. He saw Yu lying unconscious not far away. Jin hurried over, lifting the girl into his arms and calling out, "Yu Trong." He rolled the chain of coins into his sleeve and silently looked at him. Hua X's eyes were full of anger, her expression disappointed and dejected. In the end, she still couldn't catch the little fox. He pondered deeply, but why would such a dangerous demon appear in the human world? Or perhaps it's also somehow connected to the current situation of the human world. Outside, the sky remained shrouded in darkness, with the houses silent and dark, only one corner illuminated by a street lamp. Yu Dong opens her eyes to wakefulness, the girl sitting up in confusion. Beside her, her father still sleeping with his eyes closed. Yu Dong kept doubting herself, wondering why she was sleeping outside. Noticing the person still lying beside her, she opened her mouth to wake them up. "Ma'am, in the neighborhood, the houses are built at varying heights and intertwined. In the end, they fulfilled their promise to reunite the family, but it seems no one remembers what happened." Hwaseong, clutching her stomach, walks ahead, mocking Jay, so what if she begged? He couldn't even catch a single hair from the monster. He followed behind the boy, full of doubts, raising his sword in front of him. "When did this stick turn into a sword? Why didn't I notice it?" Hearing that, Jain immediately retorted, "But at least we managed to save everyone, didn't we? So what if you turn your face away again, huh? Idiot!" Hwaseong pointed at him sharply and said, "Do you know how disastrous your decision to save that monster was? The monsters will use any means to survive. You can't form alliances with them, and you definitely shouldn't be showing them mercy like that." Seeing that, Dia wanted to speak up and argue, but he remembered that he had once thought the same way as he did now. The image of So Troll appears in his mind, and Din suddenly changes his mind. "It's probably best not to let him catch So Troll. I need to find an excuse to slip away and leave first." I shyly point in another direction. Everything's settled now, so I think I'll head out first. Huasi, seeing this, immediately speaks up to stop me, trying to find an excuse to slip away. You still haven't given me a proper explanation. His heart skipped a beat. Damn it, talking nonsense and avoiding the issue. That's something private, and not really something I should share with others. Suddenly, Dishin fell silent, staring at him in shock. In front of him is a hand holding a familiar red-framed pair of glasses, and Huasi is raising the glasses to threaten him.
I have a feeling this item is very important to you, and if you want to get it back, you'd better speak up.
In the large, ancient house, the lights shine brightly against the midnight. It's so late already. I should have gone with him. Hong sat cross-legged, listening intently. Her hands and legs were covered in bandaged wounds, her face furrowed with worry. Even if enemies chase after him again, I can't let him risk his life alone like that. Suddenly, the door was knocked repeatedly, drawing the attention of both of them. So Tron hurriedly ran out, slightly happy as he opened the door to greet. But outside was Jin Lang, who reluctantly raised his hand in greeting. Wrong person. It's me again. Recognizing the arrival, that damned Hong Dian said, "This princess has been waiting for you. This time I'll make sure to put a few bullet holes in you." Neither of the trolls looked happy, and the guardian spirit bristled and growled, so Tron quickly explained that it was all a misunderstanding. Hearing this, the princess, holding a gun and pointing at him, looked confused and suspicious. She asked confusedly what, and Dian Lang calmly looked at everyone and said, "I have found what I needed." He raised the broken gem to show it. Hong Dian was terrified inside, and soon still wondered as he looked at the person standing at the door.
If you've already found it, why are you coming back here to cause trouble? Dian Lang naturally replied. Of course, I had to come back to apologize.
He smirked teasingly and said, "You're quite suspicious, and hiding something only makes me misunderstand more."
So Troll angrily retorted, "Are you here to apologize or accuse me?"
Dian Lang serious again. "I was just joking. I will give you this item." A small gold thread appears in his hand. On the other end, the string responds in So Tron's palm as a sign of apology. He then continues, revealing a small, delicate blue ring in her hand. She asked suspiciously, "What is this?" The moonlight shining on the corner of the roof, Qin Lang's tone filled with doubt. "Honestly, I didn't want to get involved in other people's affairs like this. But isn't it the guardian spirit who created this barrier to help hide your aura?" His words hit So Tron like a bomb in her heart. She was terrified, her eyes wide open, cold sweat pouring down. Jin Lang helplessly looked at her and said, "I guessed right, didn't I? Miss, you should learn to hide your emotions a bit." He explained to So Tron that wearing this ring would hide your aura completely, and even your true identity would be fully concealed. "Is using this enough to show my sincerity?" She looked at Jin Lang in surprise, not knowing how to react to this powerful ring. "How is that possible?" He turned and walked away.
All right, I have to go now. Next time I get the chance to come back, let me inside the house for a quick look.
So Chan opened her mouth to dismiss him, saying, "If you come back, I'll chase you away at the gate." Dian Lang heard this and laughed, the traditional gate standing silently in the night like a shield protecting those inside. So Tron silently observes the ring in her hand, her mind troubled. Are his words trustworthy? Does this ring really have such miraculous powers? It's also very possible that what he said is true. The reflective ring glowed with a faint light. Hong naturally replied to her without any doubt. Why? Because he is the nine-tailed fox. Nine-tailed fox? In her mind, she pictured a giant snow-white fox with a fierce and terrifying appearance, with 9 intertwined tails swirling and dancing. The princess confirms it. A fox spirit must cultivate for 1,000 years to become human. Hong explains that it must seize 1,000 souls over that 1,000 years to condense a heavenly mandate pearl. That item proves his strength is fully enough to become a god. No wonder even I couldn't see through his true identity. Dian Lang walks along the street, the light from the street lamp illuminating his figure, as he lowers his eyes in deep thought, while Hong looks confused, hesitant in his tone, but perhaps for some reason, he still hasn't truly become a god. Why is that? Jin Huasong seemed unable to believe it and repeated, "So what? Basically, you just repeated what I said. You happened to come to this residential area to live. Happen to have a pair of glasses that help you distinguish monsters, and then happen to pick up a sword to fight against the monsters." The goat politely holds the pliers with both hands, obediently confirming the statement, while the rest he doesn't know how to explain. Huasong silently looks at him, and then both fall silent. He clutched his head in frustration, wondering where all these came from, while the wound on his side without anyone to hold it kept bleeding through his shirt. He spoke up, saying, "But it really is like that." Hwa-song felt a sharp pain, leaning against the wall and bending over in pain. My hip. Daishin nervously steps closer to examine it. He reaches out and asks urgently, "Can you give me back the glasses now?" He observes the glasses in his hand for a moment before Hwasi lifts the glasses to verify once more. "So, you're saying this really helps you see monsters, right?" Daishin asked, confused, just confirming. "You take out a talisman, burn it, and hold it up to the glasses, then wave the talisman over the hand holding the glasses. So that's how it is. The origin of the material used to make this doesn't come from the human world. So where does it come from?" As he finished speaking, Hwa-seong put the glasses on his eyes. The glasses suddenly glowed faintly, then gradually became transparent. Suddenly, the glasses shattered and disappeared. Daishin was stunned and quickly closed his eyes tightly. He opened his eyes, reaching out with both hands as if to grab the glasses, crying out in pain, "My glasses." Hwase is so furious, he wishes he could turn into steel. "You still haven't realized, you fool. He told you that if coincidences keep happening over and over, then they are no longer coincidences, but an inevitable fate that cannot be avoided. In other words, that is your destiny." He declared a shocking truth. "Do you feel yourself sinking deeper into these kinds of things? That is because fate has set you on a path similar to mine. Please listen carefully." So Chan puts the ring on her pinky finger and looks at her hand. Long still has some doubts. Is what he said true? She frowned, her mind quickly deciding to look outside. There's only one way to find out. So Chan lifts her foot and steps over the threshold onto the street, fully standing outside. So Chan nervously looked at her hand. "It's real." She was overjoyed. "I am outside the barrier. I can go out freely now." Then suddenly she hurriedly ran up. Hongjan was startled and amazed. "Where are you planning to go?" Then Princess Chotron suddenly realized and silently looked at Hongdieu, as if her question was unnecessary, under the beautiful starry night sky and the peaceful atmosphere of the Yew Alley. Suddenly, the guardian spirit also shouted and ran outside. "Hey, you guardian spirit, don't run out of the door recklessly. It could cause a lot of complicated problems." The princess urged, "Hurry inside!" The guardian spirit obeyed and turned back as a massive tree trunk forcefully broke through a corner of the wall and stretched outward. Suddenly, another branch suddenly grew on its body, surrounded by a golden glow. It quickly matured, extending the branch further. And below, Hongjan and the guardian spirit remain unaware. "All right, be good. Your master will be back soon." On the quiet road, Daishin walks calmly with his sword, replaying the scene just now with Hwa-song and himself in his mind. "You still haven't realized, you fool. If coincidences keep happening over and over, then they are no longer coincidences." Do you feel like you're sinking deeper into this? That's because fate has set you on a path similar to mine. He falls silent, lost in thought. Fate, huh? That destiny. Dia remembers himself as a child, a little boy with a face covered in red stains crying helplessly behind his glasses. A pile of lifeless bodies stacked on top of each other, a horrifying scene that sealed my fate to such a harsh path. Yeah. The director's calm face, as if merely sleeping, appeared in his memory. Too many people have died because of his fate. Dia Shin seriously felt discouraged, thinking that she was indeed the cause of everything. Suddenly, a voice calling his name woke him from his thoughts. Zhu Xin. He looked up and saw Sotron approaching from around the corner, and Daishin exclaimed in surprise. Sotron's face is sweaty from running, her eyes pleading as she looks at him. Dia Shin cares and worries. Why is she here? "I thought you weren't allowed to leave the house casually." So-chan didn't answer but ran over to him. Suddenly, he noticed the bandaged arm of hers. Dia Shin quickly asked in concern. "Sotron, why are you hurt? Who was it?" Before she could finish, So-troll had already embraced him tightly. The sudden embrace surprised him, causing his sword to fall to the ground. So-chin gently called out. Then she placed her hands on his shoulders and stood tall, expressing her feelings. "I'm so worried if anything happens to you." Sotron bowed his head, crying bitterly. "Truly, Long, I'm sorry, I was too selfish." Her eyes are now filled with tears. "I can't let you risk your life for me like this anymore." "Are you kidding?" I was so confused I almost burst out laughing. "Why?" She wipes the tears from her cheeks with her hand. "From now on, I can take care of myself. Thank you very much for helping me all this time. Everything is fine now, truly. So it's time for me to leave here now." Her voice echoes in the silent space. Far away, the lights from the houses dispel part of the darkness. Dia Shin suddenly remembered this vague flower. "Is there someone important to you?" I hesitated to answer then, saying I don't really know anymore. The image of So-troll's back appears in his mind, just someone I really want to help. So then, protect that person. "You advised him like that?" Dia looked up in confusion. Hwasung's serious face offers a sincere encouragement. That person will be the motivation for you to no longer feel afraid. Back in reality, Jashin looked dazed, staring intently at Sotron. Her beautiful face with a gentle smile flashed through his thoughts. Please protect that person as you would protect the world. That words rang like a bell in Jin's heart, awakening his resolve. He kept wiping his tears with his hand as he looked at Sotron. Jin suddenly spoke up. I will keep going. Making her stop in shock, Sotrol couldn't trust him and wanted to advise him. What? Jin interrupted her before he could finish speaking. It's okay, don't worry. He tilts his head without looking at her. So you're just trolling. I also want to help you. Helping you is also helping myself. That's right. Dia silently resolves to change herself. Everything is no longer just a coincidence. Fate is giving me an opportunity. I have to seize the opportunity to turn it into strength, he concluded firmly. Because you are part of my destiny, I won't miss this chance again. Day has come, the sky is blue with white clouds, and the weather is bright, illuminating the whole house under the sunlight. Jin's sword is stuck straight into the grass right in front of the door. Hong crosses his arms and frowns as he stares intently at the sword. The princess pointed at the sword and asked curiously, Does this thing change shape from a staff to a sword? But how did it suddenly become like that? There must be something that affected it, right? So Chan also sat on the steps, watching the two of them. Jin is kneeling on the grass, both of them staring at the strange sword. He scratches his head, unable to figure it out, and he himself can't remember what he did to it. Hong helplessly said, It's only happened yesterday. That damn bastard. Dia nervously starts to panic. Now it's like this. How can I take it outside? If someone else sees, it'll be on all the electronic information portals tomorrow. The princess curiously reminded him to check the electronic portal and said, Wait a moment so I can see. Meanwhile, the troll silently watched the two talk. Hong reached behind his back to feel around. Luckily, all the items I carry are top quality crafted by master blacksmiths, so there's bound to be a suitable sword sheath for anyone. Day remember the scene where the princess repeatedly questions with her big gun in hand, saying, Since yesterday, I've been wondering how you hide such oversized things on you. Hong holds up an object for him to see. A crafted item resembling a rectangular amulet with a circular shape attached, connected to a gold metal that curves and is divided like yin and yang. There are complex symbols on the surface of the badge, with a red decorative tassel hanging from the end. This treasure communicates with our family's armory. It's like a portable storage, the princess explains. Hong holds out the token in front of her and mumbles as she examines it. Let's see. The metal begins to glow brightly. Then the princess turns its face toward an open space, and a burst of intense light emanates from the amulet. Here it is. Your luck isn't bad. An object emerges from the light in the sky, coming from the talisman, and falls to the ground. Dia suspiciously looked at the princess, Hong Dian indicating that it was the original sword's hilt. His head was full of question marks. The princess blankly looked at him, appearing clueless about the purpose of the sword's sheath. Truly an ignorant human. Di helplessly replied, Of course I knew, but isn't it a bit short? Hong ordered him to try it, to see if he could fit the sword into the sheath. Hearing that, Deshin was confused, his mind racing with countless ideas. This doesn't make sense. Maybe this thing is like those optical illusion tests you see online. But no matter how I look at it, the sheath seems way shorter than the blade. Although skeptical, he still took the sword and put it into the sheath. All right, let me try it out. Suddenly, the tip of the sword sheath glowed with blue light, and the sword completely slid into the sheath. Dia was extremely surprised. How can this fit perfectly? I doubt there's no reason why it shouldn't fit. Hong considered it obvious and still refused to accept the constant protests, but clearly they were different in length. Hong sighed and reluctantly pointed out the discrepancy. This idiot shouldn't impose the standards from the human world on things from the demon realm like that. Jin realized and understood it comes from the demon realm. He remembered Hua Xiong's words about his glasses. The material they were made from didn't come from the human world, so Tron suddenly stood up and spoke. That's wonderful, she happily smiles softly. You can hide your sword, and I can go out freely, so from now on we can fight together comfortably. He shyly ruffled his hair and accepted the badge, the hug from last night flashing in his mind, making Jay blush. He didn't know what to say, just stared at her. Suddenly, a knocking on the door startled Jin, making his heart skip a beat. The familiar voice echoing in his ears surprised him. Is that clueless guy home or not? He suddenly turned around, and that voice was from Hua Xiong's image appearing in his mind. How does he know? He quickly turned to look at Sotron, her expression full of doubt and confusion. Jin then lowered his head, gazing at Hongjon with a look as if the sky was about to fall. Jin, panicking and screaming inwardly, thought, I can't let him catch these two. If he finds out their true identities, it'll be over. The princess asked curiously, What's wrong with you? Is it an acquaintance calling the door? I just happened to get used to it. Hua-X-Ong stands outside the door, impatiently urging them to open it and bowing respectfully. The goat nervously thinks to himself that he is indeed a genuine exorcist. Mr. Hoa-X tilted his head slightly, looking curious but also very confident. It's definitely here. The spot you're heading to has half of the amulet burnt. That's really strange. Why did the charm I secretly placed on him fall off? I sense something is not right. His eyebrows furrowed as he thought, and Hoa-X quickly pounded hard on the door. He shouted, Hey, you idiot! Seeing that the door was still tightly shut and no one responded, he crossed his arms and wondered, no one is home? Or maybe they're pretending to be deaf and mute, hiding inside? Jin's gaze is fixed on Hong's small figure. You're hesitating and can't answer the princess. Why are you stalling? After a while, you finally reveal that the person knocking is a demon-exorcising mage, Honggon, and you think there's nothing serious about it. So what's the big deal? Just messing around? She stood outside silently watching the two of them talk back and forth, her expression serious, while also expressing her own opinion. Isn't it true that demon slayers don't always see monsters as enemies? After listening, Dia hurriedly shook his head repeatedly. Neither of them was satisfied, and Daxin felt there was nothing more to say. He was completely helpless. Hwa-Song still couldn't get in, and he was just thinking about what to do now. What should I say if they meet? Hoping Jin will listen to me, I keep calling you clueless fool. Calling out repeatedly with no answer, he gradually grew annoyed and wondered whether to act or not. So he decided to use his fist to break the door. Whether someone is inside or not, if you break the door open, you'll know right away. But still. Oh, before I could break the door, it was already opened. Daxin braced for Hwa-Song's punch, his face twisting in an awkward expression because of this unexpected situation. Feeling like I acted pretty strongly, I chuckled awkwardly and sheepishly said, Oops, sorry about that, and Daxin, please stay silent and don't speak. Finally getting into the house, Hwa-Song then scolded, Uncle, why did it take so long to open the door? But Daxin had his reasons, so I didn't open it. I was sitting in the room and didn't hear you call, so why didn't you ring the doorbell when you shared your opinion? I don't think it's necessary since this isn't your house, so just say it. Go discuss it with the landowner. This is just a house I rented. After saying that, he turned to Hwa-Song-A and asked why he knew where I lived. I clearly responded that I used a special method to track you down. D feels that this infringes on personal privacy. You're giving a warning like that, you're committing a crime. Hwa-Song quickly responded. Fine. Who asked you to be so suspicious? As you walk, you glance around and assess the surroundings. Looking at the scene inside this house, he becomes more cautious. This place definitely feels unusual. Suddenly, a voice broke the recent silence. Hello, it's a pleasure to meet you. So Chan was the first to greet, shyly clasping her hands and softly asking, I heard you were the one who helped Daxin. Is that right? Hwa-Song was surprised to see a girl in the house with this boy. So he awkwardly asked, Uncle, you guys? He asked directly and honestly without hesitation. Did you get married already? Meanwhile, Daxin was stunned and speechless at this unexpected question. Are you saying I look like someone who's already married? But you still wonder about this girl's identity. You point at her and ask, so she's not. Then what is she to you? What the hell is going on? Even though living together is a bit strange, why does everyone think we are married? This isn't the time for ancient cosmetics. He thought to himself that way, but still introduced Hwa-Seong to avoid misunderstandings. This lady, she is a demon-exorcising mage. After hearing what he said, the boy's face suddenly looked enlightened. Is he a demon exorcist? Suddenly, he spoke a sentence that made the goat's request even more confusing. That's great. Now I don't have to waste effort explaining to some of them. Your face looks displeased, and in a deep voice he said, Watch out, you smell something unpleasant. Hwa-Si suddenly walks into the house first, but can feel the murderous intent behind him. May I come in? You look over the spacious house and comment. Is this a classical style house? It's so beautiful. Is it really just the two of you living here? Is it too big? Dia won't reveal the truth and is just joking. This house is actually a haunted house. No one wants to live here. Hwa-Sung was skeptical but still went along with his words. So you accidentally encountered a monster inside this house, huh? He replied, yeah. On the surface he seems normal, but deep down he's suspicious of everything. All the things this guy happens to encounter are usually strange and weird. He felt awkward as you were curious about the interior of the house, and you praised it quietly. So many strange books. Are you guys really working as writers? Hwa-sung presses her chin and ponders. I haven't seen anything suspicious at all. Hwa-sung starts to doubt if something's wrong. So what is this strange feeling? Suddenly your eyes catch something. You noticed a tiny doll placed on the cabinet among the books. You asked immediately, is that a doll? Ji's eyes widen in shock. He didn't expect it to be so easy to find. What? Even though it was hidden so well, he still found out. Yeah. So he awkwardly tried to divert the conversation. That is a gift from a friend to me. While Jin is sweating nervously, worried about being exposed, Hwa-sung remains calm and composed. Really? How ridiculous. You've become serious and calmly spoke. It's also clear now why hide it from you. Do you think I would believe that excuse? Did I freeze up and realize I've been caught? Hwa-sung just spoke again. Honestly, it was only now that I finally panicked. What should I do next? You just pointed at Jin like you discovered something important, liking those petty things, right? All this worry of mine was a bit unnecessary. Hwa-sung's judgment left me speechless. You keep talking nonstop, pretending to understand this issue. Don't worry, I get your little hobby. You don't have to hide it like that. Hong-jun is annoyed because he's being held in your hands right now. You bastard, stop squeezing and put me down now. You keep talking nonsense. Actually, these delicate things are pretty cute too. Who wouldn't like them when they see them, right? Jin, there's nothing more to say. Just let him ramble on. I suspect you're the one who actually likes these delicate things. A silence falls between the two as Hwa-sung slumps down, clutching his face in a show of sadness. That's right, these delicate things are very cute, and everyone likes them. Why should I be embarrassed? I don't see anything wrong with it. Your attitude shifts instantly from chaos to seriousness as you greet me. Sorry for the late introduction. My name is Yeon Hwa-sung, a member of Jeonjok. All three are facing each other across the table. So Troll politely introduces herself again, saying you can just call her So Troll. You must be Miss So Troll. As soon as Hwa-sung said that, she casually took Hong up and said it's a pleasure to meet you. He kept chatting casually, while Chan and Jin were getting more and more anxious about his actions. As expected, they finally met a true colleague here, and it felt so relaxing. Your grasping actions have made Hong-jun uncomfortable all along. You've been chatting with her, and lately monsters have been appearing more and more frequently. Miss, do you see this? The princess is shouting in despair. Please, think of a way to get rid of this bastard for me. Hwa-sung is focused on the conversation, her hand still not letting go of what she considers her doll. Not only are they appearing more frequently, but they are also becoming bolder. Even the goat has no other choice left. He helplessly glanced and signaled silently, I also want to settle this guy quickly. We need to finish this visit quickly. He starts to speed up the meeting. You mentioned earlier that you came here to ask for a favor, so what exactly do you want me to help with? Hua-head is generous. You smile cheerfully and answer slowly. This place is full of professionals. I'm just asking for a small favor. Dia honestly says what's really in her heart, and you don't even want to help anymore. She then reverts to her playful storytelling form. Lately, more and more monsters have been appearing in the human world, as if something has happened. He glanced at him and asked, and then what? Memories of the cracked and parched earth surface come to mind, along with molten lava from hundreds of years ago, as the crust of the human world constantly changed, becoming tangled and twisted. Buildings were destroyed by natural disasters, battered, collapsing, and gradually losing their shape. The most obvious sign humans can feel is the earthquake, which has created temporal and spatial gaps, opening a door to connect the human world and the demon world. Recently, the situation has become increasingly serious. The story recounts everything to Jin based on the frequency of monster appearances. Although it's a bit hard to confirm, this Naniac district is likely a key point connecting the two worlds. He listened, but couldn't help but marvel that he was speaking as if he had witnessed the events that happened hundreds of years ago. He chuckled softly, hoping someone would accompany him, so I want to come here to investigate and get a clearer picture of the situation. But unfortunately, there's no one with him. Dia Sin feels something's wrong, sensing a strange smell, not to mention Hwa-sung smiling kindly with a very friendly look. So I want to ask for your help, is that okay? I knew what he was planning all along. Jin hesitated, not ready for this, wanting to negotiate further. Calm down, this needs to be discussed. As soon as he finished speaking, So-tron agreed. I will help. He turned around in panic because she agreed too quickly, while So-tron calmly presented his opinion. Of course, we have to take responsibility for the safety of innocent people. Jin nervously points at the incense flower. You are calmly drinking water. So-tron, huh? Before he could speak, he had to keep it to himself. He is a demon exorcist mage. You are worried about her true identity. What if he finds out So-tron is a monster? Over here, the two of them have successfully made the deal, and you look very happy and excited. That's great. With the help of Miss So-troll, everything will surely go smoothly. I hope for your continued support in the future. Here, Hwasong discusses the departure time. The urgency is increasing, and we cannot delay any longer. We will act tonight. She definitely answered, all right. D pleads like an outsider. No one pays attention to his feelings. Hey, can you not ignore me like that? A clear blue sky with many clouds. A house with tightly closed doors, leading inside to a dark and narrow corridor. The chief secretary turns back and speaks first. Go Moknim? A blazing yellow gaze flashes in the darkness, and sharp teeth are revealed. That is Seun's snake, it answered mysteriously. That's right. After detecting a faint aura of Go Moknim early this morning, it stood behind and asked them Thu whether we should report this to Lord Jumwon. He paused to think for a moment before giving his answer. No need. The black bell shakes along with his voice in the secret conversation. Don't bother Lord Jumwon with trivial matters like these. His eyes had turned black and gold as he ordered the little demons to gather, hoping for a peaceful scene this time, but unaware of what might happen. We will gather what we need. After the conversation, the three of them decided to join forces and set out tonight. Under the evening light in Jin's yard, the enthusiastic voice of the flower rang out. Then the flower ran away, even snapping its fingers to form a gun shape to illustrate its story. He and this guy are chasing after it. Jin beside him keeps making faces while listening to your words, but So Troll is focused and listening carefully to the lair of the demon fish. I never expected that a three-tailed demon fox could create such a sophisticated barrier. Finding the entrance wasn't easy at all, and he even seriously asked her, anyone in that situation would also find it unusual, right? Even after that, the demon fish further unleashed its power. So Tron also agreed with what Hwasi said, caught up in the story. That's right. Dashin couldn't interrupt at all, and could only keep turning pale, as they listened to the other person continue recounting what happened back then. When the demon beast loses control, I feel anxious and worried about the innocent lives, while this guy just lies unconscious, not knowing what to do at all, his face growing darker and darker as he screams in his mind. So Chan is completely caught up in it, and if she accidentally reveals something while talking, it would be very troublesome. She keeps glancing anxiously at Hong, who is turned into a helpless doll in Hwaseong's hand. Not to mention that tiny girl over there. But the princess couldn't bear it anymore and kept pleading with her eyes, looking desperately at him. Dashin couldn't stand that look any longer and helplessly turned away to avoid her gaze. Kid, don't look at me like that. I'm just as eager to get rid of him. Fine. It's settled then. Then Ko Chen interrupted their conversation and made a request. Hey, could you please return that doll to me? If it accidentally gets damaged, it would be troublesome, but Hoa Seong's reply is a teasing smile. Look, I held it very carefully so nothing would happen. Since you're visiting, can we consider this a small concession? If you keep calling me clueless, I get more annoyed but still try to explain. With a sharp look at the plastic doll in his hand, he then frowned and asked, This guy is a fool. Where did you get this doll from? Now I see that this doll is quite intricately crafted. Hwasong, while grabbing the princess by the neck, kept praising the doll in his hand. Its outfit is handmade, with neat and meticulous stitches, even polished. Making such a set of clothes takes a lot of time, not to mention the high-quality fabric used. Those words also made Jae-shin feel a bit guilty, hesitating before replying. I was given this as a gift, so I don't really know, and he kept muttering to himself in his mind. Hwasong's keen eye caught a strange symbol on Hong Gaon's back belt, sparking his curiosity. What is this? I couldn't help but reach out and gently touch it. This piece of jewelry is exquisitely carved and even has the ability to withstand force. That action of yours made the princess look even more pale, and she hurriedly thought to herself that her treasure knew it couldn't reveal her secret. The princess ignored her own exposure and suddenly kicked, spinning and jumping down from Hwasong's hand. Enough already, let go, and she couldn't hide her anger as she shouted loudly to question the still astonished person in front of her. Do you think you're touching... what? Jin and So-chan both couldn't help but worry about the princess daring to revert to her original form. The calm sky was so still that the shouted words sounded even more intense as Hwaseong's expression grew darker. Don't suddenly transform. Back again. He glanced at the tiny creature before him, then, after a moment of thought, asked coldly, A monster. The princess also snapped out of her daze because of that question, realizing the current situation was dire. I'm sorry, you must be very surprised, right? May I introduce myself as but the response from the other person is a cold question. Do you dare to deceive me? Hong also grew even more grim upon hearing that question. At this point, Hoa Song, having understood the situation, slowly stood up and coldly said, No wonder I kept feeling something strange about the aura here, so it was true. Then he quickly turned to call Jin, who had been pale all along, and angrily asked the other person through gritted teeth, "Do you still have any other monsters hidden in this house?" Seeing your face full of anger, he tried to stand up and speak to calm the situation. "Hey, just listen to my explanation and stay calm." But before he could say another word, Dia Shin saw the next move of the other person and froze for a moment, only to see Hwasong draw a gold coin sword with a fierce aura expressing what he had sensed all along. "Since stepping in here, I've felt something was off. Your gaze also became incredibly sharp because after entering, I no longer sensed any aura, to the point that I even felt my own abilities had become lax and failed to notice the current situation. So it's understandable that I didn't sense any love energy." Then he looked around the room he was standing in again. "I understand now. So this house is also protected by a very powerful barrier." Every word the other person spoke made Jin feel like his heart was hanging upside down on a tree branch. I didn't expect an unexpected incident like this to happen. My hand unconsciously clenched into a fist, wondering if I could fight him now and stand a chance. At this moment, he suddenly brought up a matter, saying, "Hey, you fool, since yesterday I've noticed a serious problem, that your understanding of the demons is extremely superficial." It was as if he had returned to the dark, gloomy dungeon where Hwaseong was severely wounded, and his voice asks, "Yes, seen about it." "Do you still remember what I said back then? Just a moment of carelessness is enough to give the monsters a chance to attack you and your loved ones. You were also momentarily stunned by those words, but your grip on the golden sword remained tight and unyielding. I don't expect you to understand what I am saying right now." Then, with a cold glance, I look down at the small Hongjeon in front of me as if I am looking at a monster that needs to be destroyed. But in the near future, you will definitely be grateful to me for this. The heartbroken princess, caught in danger and unable to react in time, suddenly heard a piercing sound before everyone's stunned eyes as the sword plunged down. Jae-shin clenched his teeth, trying to summon his own weapon to block Hwasong's sword. His eyes briefly darkened as he watched that action, but he still calmly asked the one blocking him, "What now?" Facing that cold gaze, even Jae-shin didn't know how to respond, then glanced down at Hongdion still stunned beneath the table. He coldly asked, "So you still plan to protect the monsters too?" His words pierced into Soon's mind, making her suddenly widen her eyes in shock. "Do you want to protect those who have killed your own kind?" Those words also made her briefly fall silent. Knowing that the other person was misunderstanding him, he tried to explain his actions. "I'm not protecting the monsters, I'm protecting my friends." His confident reply surprised her, while behind him, Hwaseong silently watched the young man with a bewildered look, still unconvinced and full of hostility towards the monsters. "So you still ask him coldly in return, are you willing to overlook all their crimes just because you have a monster friend?" Jin also firmly questions back, at least before judging someone's guilt, you should understand the background and consequences. And so, in front of So-chan and Hong-jeon's bewildered eyes, the scene unfolded as if it were just a conversation. "Did you really investigate? Why bother going through all that? They're monsters. How do you plan to handle it?" Under the dim light, Jae-shin's calm yet confident voice slowly echoed outside the courtyard gate, giving his own answer. Of course, they would talk. What if they themselves only did it out of necessity and against their conscience? "I will never accept things like that." With a confident look, even though he could be at a disadvantage in the heat of battle, he still resolutely answered, because you are a monster. That is the most ridiculous excuse a person can give to justify their wrongdoings." Old memories also unexpectedly flood into his mind. The image of Hwan with his horrifying appearance still remains. He still spoke in his chilling voice to him. "Answer me. If you are human, you will die immediately." A small Jin, who doesn't know much about the world and is frightened by the strange creature before him, along with his words echoing deeply in his mind. "Because I hate you humans so much." Suddenly, a piercing sound rang out amidst the intense situation, carrying blazing sparks that lit up and burned through the dark, gloomy night. So Troll, realizing he could no longer stay still, drew his weapon and aimed it directly at Hwaseong, who was still stunned. Facing her surprised gaze, her eyes grew even more determined, as if certain of her actions. "It seems you, Hwaseo, are about to ask her, have you decided to do this?" But before he could have finished speaking, something outside the protective courtyard threatened the guardian spirit, constantly warning everyone inside. The sudden appearance of him made Hwaseong confused and wonder, where did this dog come from? Did I see it somewhere when I entered? Hong, behind the two of them, also keenly sensed the unusual killing intent outside and warned everyone that many monsters were approaching from outside. "Have they already detected the anomaly here? Only you remain constantly alert, to the point that your hostility is obvious as you narrow your eyes and scrutinize the people in front of you." "What?" Weren't you the ones who called them to deal with me?
Of course not. I swear. We do have some monster allies, but we also have many enemies.
You also subtly glanced with a cold look to the side, as if evaluating and comparing, making her involuntarily tense for a moment. Faced with a life-and-death situation, even her heart was overwhelmed with countless worries and didn't know what to do. Then suddenly, Dashin tried to suggest to you that you need a companion, right? His words slowly echoed, trying to persuade the person in front to join him. So if he doesn't make the right decision, he'll lose both companions here. Meanwhile, outside, the dark night shrouds everything as the eerie footsteps quietly approach Daya's residence, where the blood-red demons with cold expressions hide their faces completely. But at this moment, the two armies have surrounded from all sides. All the monsters are encircling the front of his house, just behind a barrier but creating an overwhelming pressure that makes others tremble. But inside the room, Hwasong, after hearing those words, also paused thoughtfully, as if pondering something, then decisively brushed his hand away, retracted his sword, and agreed to cooperate with the person.
All right, let's put this matter aside for now. There are many people in red outside on the street, and in the center is a person dressed in black with a red cloak.
He was puzzled and wondered to himself. Strange, this is definitely the place. Theme 2 stops in front of Jin's house, speaking in a curious tone, yet he cannot sense any aura at all. He appears plump, wearing a hooded hat with pupils that have horizontal stripes, like a frog's eyes, slightly glowing. The traditional wooden gate in front of us is firmly closed, blocking all eyes from Theme 2's group. He orders his subordinates. The door opens, and the man standing next to Lean Men responds politely, "Strange?" He walks up to the door, gripping the latch. The pounding sound of the knocking echoes loudly, startling Jin. Hwasong and Soon also looked towards the gate, as the continuous knocking sound annoyed Honggon. Are they breaking in and storming in? Diasin also feels extremely uneasy. I kneel on the doorstep, lamenting. Why is my luck so bad? They broke the door, and where did they get the money to fix it? Probably those guys couldn't get past the barrier of the bell dog, right? The confusing princess asked again, "Which bell dog are you talking about?" He glanced at the guardian spirit baring its teeth in front, indicating that dog over there. Why does the guardian spirit have such a strange name as Bell Dog? Day immediately calmly explains. I named it because its job is to ring the doorbell. Hua also crossed her arms and showed her dislike for his naming. What kind of name is that? It sounds disgusting. You should have consulted us before naming it. So Troll stood behind the three, feeling helpless inside and not knowing what to say. Immediately after, Jin changed to a serious expression and steered the conversation back to the current issue. But why did they know our location and attack us? Could they sense our aura? So Troll dismissively denied his suspicion. No way. This house has a guardian spirit's barrier, Hwasong said seriously, cutting her off. That's exactly where the problem lies. Dia suspiciously looked at him, questioning whether he was pointing out the inconsistencies and illogicalities. Ever since I first entered this house, I've felt extremely uncomfortable without knowing why. All the energy inside has completely vanished, and I can't sense anything. An outsider observing clearly, your words reveal the abnormality of this place, which makes this house stand out even more. If you search carefully, wouldn't this be the most suspicious spot? Day suddenly shows a look of shock, lowers his eyes in silence. Hwase glances at him. This is more serious than I thought. You must have realized it by now, right? You seriously pointed out the current dire situation. I don't know how strong that bell dog is, but if it gets attacked by a bunch of monsters, it won't last long. But Jay, please pay attention to the more important schedule. I thought we needed everyone's opinion before naming it. Once again, Troll Cam feels powerless against these two people. Outside the door, the man is attacked by the barrier. He screams in pain and can no longer maintain his human form, transforming into a fierce wolf head. A bolt of lightning struck from the temple door, engulfing him completely. He finally died, collapsing to the ground as everyone looked on in horror. Everyone looked at each other with mixed expressions, confused and uncertain. What's going on? What happened? Theme Thu closed his eyes, quietly pondering. Someone hesitated and guessed that it was probably a barrier. The night enveloped the house, highlighting the lights inside. After a moment, he opened one eye and confirmed, "The one we need to find is likely inside." He coldly ordered, "Break the barrier and go inside for me." Everyone looked at Theme Thu with fear, panic-stricken, glancing nervously at the person beside them, all hesitant to step forward. On the ground there was still clear evidence of life, smoke quietly rising from the electric burn on the demon child. Theme Thu impatiently glanced at the group. "Didn't you hear my order? Why haven't you charged in yet?" Everyone shyly avoids his gaze, stammering in response. "Yes, ma'am, that. A bunch of good-for-nothings who just tire me out. Your little demons' lives are not worth much. Take responsibility and do your duty willingly." Theme Thu took out a silver bell, but inside it was not a clapper, only small chains hanging with a red talisman. The surface of the bell and the talisman are both decorated with strange symbols. As soon as the bell appears, everyone falls silent and looks at it. They stared in shock, their eyes gradually turning red, and in an instant, one of them tore off his mask to reveal a goat's head. He lost control and howled out. Behind him, all the creatures, dogs, tigers, wolves, deer, bears, pigs, appeared, all snarling and roaring fiercely. Theme Thu looked at the scene before him, emotions rising as he gave the order. That's right, show me your true power. Inside the house, Dia Xin sees the protective barrier outside, flickering with continuous flashes of blue lightning. Sweating in fear as he guards and looks toward the door. Dia Xin's expression darkened as he stood up and said, "Looks like this band is going to fight. This is the only house I can stay in for free. I can't just sit back and watch them tear it down." Hua Seong quickly raised his hand in encouragement, grinning teasingly. "That's right. Since the house is going to be destroyed anyway, instead of watching them tear it down, I might as well smash it myself to save regret." Dia Xin glared at you in annoyance, not asking for your advice. Hong's fighting spirit surges as he raises his gun, ready to fire. "Fine, I've been itching for a fight too. It's been a long time since I had a satisfying fight." He looked at the princess and spoke dismissively. "No, you have to run away and not show yourself. Hong Di has nothing to do with this. Day, don't worry, the princess is also a target of those outsiders. Aren't you being chased by enemies? If they come here looking for you, wouldn't that only make things more complicated for me?" The princess is angry and refuses to accept that possibility. Why does that reason sound so forced? He paid no mind, grabbing Hong's cloak and pulling it up to hide the princess inside the jar. No more words. Quickly hide in here before it gets noisy. Hong struggles desperately. "What are you doing? Let go." Suddenly, loud screams outside the door drew everyone's attention. Through the wall, you could see the monsters suffering from the barrier's attack, shouting loudly, yet they stubbornly moved closer to the house. Jie Xin's group seemed frozen in place, unable to move as they watched outside. Hua Seong was terrified, his pupils shrinking back. It seems their numbers are greater than we thought. Seizing the opportunity, Hong swung his hand to push Jin's away and let go. This fool, he failed to prevent it and let the princess escape. Ignoring the three others, So Tron stared in horror at what was happening before his eyes. As the monsters howled in pain from the lightning strikes, she suddenly recognized that red outfit. The attire of those monsters. She was terrified to realize their target was her, meaning they came here so Dean wouldn't notice Sotron's unusual behavior, and he, holding his sword, lacked confidence in himself. "All right, I've reconsidered. Maybe we should trust the bell dog. Let's stay still and wait for them to leave." Hua X, I don't agree with that idea. I seriously told you, no matter what method you choose, it will be the same. Even if you don't want to face the demons, they will still come after you. Are you even considering a worse situation? If the bell dog can't hold up now and the barrier is completely destroyed, wouldn't it make dealing with the 7 demons outside even more difficult? The guardian deity stands solemnly on the field, a circle of magic with intricate, strange patterns at his feet. Hua Seong's calm voice echoes in everyone's ears, and now we can speculate about their true intentions for coming here. So Tron sat with his chin in deep thought and continued speaking. I wonder if we might find a way to settle this peacefully, but I'm not sure anymore. So, Tron and Jae-shin both fell silent. Suddenly, he spoke. Enough. De bravely makes the decision. We will go out and fight. Hwa-sung smiles proudly and says, See, being decisive like that is so much better. I will teach you more combat experience from now on, so try to learn well. I don't want to see this side of you, so I hit a sore spot. Come on, Shin. I remember someone got beaten so badly yesterday that their face was swollen. Hwa-sung's father indeed got angry. Who was it? Who got their face swollen from being beaten? That's nonsense. Hearing this, Honggun happily raises his gun. Great. I'll go out and fight with you all. But both of them ignored the princess's words without prior agreement. Hong frowned in anger, daring to overlook me. Suddenly, the princess changed her attitude, looked at Hwa-seong's back and said, You want me to hide away? Fine. I have a pretty interesting hiding spot. There's a goat-shaped demon outside that's been electrocuted and is screaming in agony before collapsing in front of Theme Thu and the other demons. He remains calm and commands, The barrier seems quite sturdy, doesn't it? Let's see if the quality can overcome the numbers. As soon as he finished speaking, the monsters roared and charged forward. Suddenly, he looked in surprise at the door as it opened, a foot stepping outside. Dia Xin drew his sword and stepped out, standing still to face them, sword pointed at the monsters. They froze too, staring at him as they drooled and growled. Then they lunged to ambush Jin, but before they reached him, their heads were already torn from their bodies and fell. The whole thing happened in an instant. Thiem Thu had no time to react, only standing in shock as a foot suddenly appeared, stepping onto the tiled roof and walking along the wall. Hwa-sung, holding his chain of copper coins, stands above it, eager to try, smiling as he looks down at the monsters below. Today is the perfect chance to show off. Facing their furious red eyes, he was not afraid at all, and even mocked them with his words. There are many more monsters over there. Hwa-sung looks left and right, searching up and down. All right, let's see. Usually when monsters move in packs like this, there's always a leader among them. Your gaze is fixed on the toad demon, the only remaining humanoid monster in the shadows. You're clearly aiming for it. He was surprised, sensing what you were about to do. Hwa-sung turned the chain of coins into a sword, then leapt and shot through the crowd of monsters straight at the toad. He just calmly stood there, watching you act. Hwa-sung swung his hand forcefully to hit him, but was met with the clash of fiery iron sparks flying everywhere. Hwa-sung hesitated and looked up, facing a monster twice his size. It stands in front of Thiem Thu, holding a giant iron bar across its face. Your weapon is the one that hits that iron bar. It lowered its iron bar, revealing the form of a wild boar with 4 large protruding fangs and blood-red eyes full of hostility. Come on, don't do this. The evil creature with a cruel gaze is preparing to strike. Hwa-seon is carefully watching its every move, and with a single sweep of its arm, everything seems to threaten to shatter. Its sword slashes past Hwa-sung, and he quickly leaps up, arching his body in a difficult position to dodge the attack. Remembering how you dodged that huge blade and survived, but a few monsters were crushed by it. Seeing the bodies lying all around, he grits his teeth and mutters curses, "You pig." Then it continued its attack, forcing you to face danger in the blink of an eye. That creature's muscular body made the ground seem like it would crack from its strike. If Hwa-sung hadn't dodged in time, he would have been crushed instantly. He reacted quickly, skillfully avoiding the attacks, but he was also surprised by the speed of that monster. How is it so fast? A loud noise broke the silence of the street. A middle-aged woman inside the house couldn't help but wonder about the loud noise just heard. What was that? The man seems more knowledgeable. He raises his hand to signal her to be quiet. Just pretend you can't hear or see. You even said you already know something usually happens around this time, so why are you still asking? In a house with lights on, a small argument is taking place. No, I have to go. The woman inside the house doesn't approve of raising her voice. Are you losing your mind? The tall wife blocks her husband as he puts on his coat to go out. Don't even think about leaving the house right now. Those noises have nothing to do with us. She has no choice but to stop persuading him and tries to save money to buy a cheaper house, because if things go on like this, she can't take it anymore. Another monster has identified its target and lets out a bark as she quickly grabs something to defend herself. It lunged at Jin, who clenched his teeth and quickly used the sword with all his might to defend himself. Its jaws clenched tightly without releasing, and its fierce gaze, glowing red, stared intently at him. He struggles to force its mouth away from the sword. After dealing with one, he hears a clinking sound and turns around to check the situation. Jin looked at his simple weapon and reassured himself that this sword was tough enough to be effective, even for someone like him. The ferocity of the monster keeps increasing each time that bell rings, and each time it does, he grips his sword tightly, feeling uncertain about his current strength. But is this enough to fight off such overwhelming numbers? Still, I have to fight. He rushes forward to face the rampaging monster. He takes a risk. While you were focusing ahead, relying on your sword god, they appeared from behind and ambushed you. Suddenly, something leaned on your shoulder. So Troll used your shoulder as a foothold to kick away the attacking demons. Her ponytail swings with her movement as she delivers a powerful and swift kick that makes one of the demons roar in pain. Amidst countless monsters waiting to attack, she moved faster than them, dodging their every move with an impressive somersault, armed only with her bare hands. So, Tron's martial arts are so skillful that he can almost defeat them, especially his right kicks that break their necks. The monsters lying down are when Sotron finishes his impressive martial arts display. Dia watched in awe as Sotron displayed his incredible skills. He was truly impressive. Thanks a lot. So Troll's spirit is still tense, but he still analyzes the situation. Don't be afraid. These monsters are very low level. They are not much stronger than humans. So you just realized and responded. She frowned, thinking to herself, indeed, these monsters are all under the control of the old toad demon. Her face remained emotionless, calmly assessing the situation. I've seen a similar scene before. If I'm not mistaken, these monsters are likely under the control of the bell of the old toad. Seeing the monsters being controlled, she realized she had to capture that old man first to break the hypnotic spell. Only then might there be hope to win this battle. Dia hesitated and asked again, "Do you mean the toad demon?" She hurriedly rushed forward, regardless of the danger. "You try to stop these little demons, I will deal with the old toad." Tron True understood. Watching Sotron get past the monsters, he finally understood what she was saying. He shouted suspiciously, "What do you mean? Right now you are surrounded by monsters. Hold your sword tightly and calmly call Sotron to come over." Hwasung is still struggling with this giant monster. He laments, but with a mocking tone, "Why is this big pig so fast?" Theme 2 stands outside, and his intuition is right. As expected, the Dark Retreat Master is involved. He shakes the bell and commands, "What are you all doing? Focus on breaking the barrier for me." Immediately, his demon minions became even more determined to fight. Jin felt the fear as their killing intent kept rising, and the distance between him and them was no longer far. He shouted with courage, and before he could attack, to his surprise, they all froze stiff. Their direction is toward the door where the blue light makes them numb. Diashin is still stunned, unable to grasp what is happening. Theme 2, even from outside, could tell what was happening. He spoke with displeasure. "If only you could handle this smoothly like during the festival, with drums and trumpets, then I would be grateful, wouldn't I?" While he's still hesitating over that, Sotron has overcome the obstacle and reached him. She charged forward but hid the golden needle behind her back. If he saw it, even with her aura concealed, her identity would be exposed immediately. She aims directly at the target and charges forward. It must be a decisive strike. No room for hesitation. Impressive. Soon's snake has revealed itself, blocking her from approaching the toad. The unexpected encounter causes Soon to retreat into a defensive stance, sliding back towards the toad as if protecting him. So Troll still stands firm. Her face is serious, her hand hidden behind her back to conceal the needle, but it's not very effective. He watched her quietly, a familiar feeling resurfacing, but not certain. Is she a demon exorcist? But why do I feel so familiar? The scene shifts to the incense flowers about to perform a spell. The talismans attached to the sword made it heavier. It tried to use force but couldn't lift it. You smile smugly and ask if it's heavy. Hwasung counterattacks with a chain and keeps hitting it repeatedly. He smiled as if he had victory in his grasp with a condescending tone. This brainless pig with limbs developed. Suddenly, all expression vanished from its face. Its hand tightened, gripping the rope, and all its veins became visible. Hwasung just realized the big problem and asked, "Why can't I pull it back?" He glanced at the hand tightly gripping his belongings. "You're caught. Your body is being pulled along like a strong suction, making it hard to breathe. It swung its hand, causing you to drift along, and only now do you break out in a sweat, your words frozen in your throat. It is using all its strength to lift the cursed rolling pin. It has lifted it and is aiming at the target everyone thinks it is. Could Hwasi not believe his own eyes? You shout. No way. It looks like it's aiming precisely to take it down in one shot. You watch that huge thing and swallow your fear. If that scratch hits you, it will definitely hurt. Hwasi finally shows her fear openly. You keep screaming. Stop it, you bastard. I'm not some scratched-up ball for you to hit. My mind is filled with fear, like I'm being crushed to pieces. Suddenly, a small black gun was raised, and a painful cry from the animal echoed. Hwasong was stunned to realize someone was right behind him at the nape of his neck. It was Honggon, cheerfully continuing to fire at the creature. It's time for Honggon to show his skills. The bullets hit dangerous spots like the eyes and mouth, forcing it to writhe in pain. While it was still distracted, Hwasong landed safely. He made no pretense of politeness and simply shouted, "When did you sneak in there?" Hong replied confidently, "If you want to thank me for saving your life, do it later. This princess is busy right now." "You're the one who wouldn't accept help," Didian said. "Who needs you to save anyone?" Hwasong looked at the creature and declared, "You damn pig, you're about to be chopped into 8 pieces." At a moment of extreme urgency, even Jay Shin could sense that something dangerous was approaching. The other monsters keep rushing into the barrier inside the house, searching for something inside, to the point that the lightning wounds them and they scream nonstop. While inside, the guardian god continuously uses his divine power to protect the barrier, grinding his teeth with a loud cry. The strange lightning flashes illuminate a giant branch nearby, signaling an upcoming intense battle as Hong sits on Hwasong's shoulder, the princess confidently holding 2 guns and giving orders.
"Human, the princess is ready now. Move forward. Be quiet."
"Who are you ordering around?" Then Hwasong ran forward with a burst of speed. The fierce pig-headed monster wields a giant weapon, standing tall and ready to attack. Hwaseong bows his head while Hongon takes the opportunity to unleash a barrage of bullets at the creature. The bullets hitting the monster's face exploded with equal force, causing it to roar loudly and start attacking both of them. The monster charged its weapon at Honggyun and Hwaseong with all its might. Even though its face still had some smoke from the princess's earlier shot, strangely, it didn't seem to hit its target even though it was standing there just seconds before. The monster stood still for a few seconds, taking a step back, and Hwaseong was already on top of its head without anyone noticing. Even the creature didn't realize it was being ridden. He swung a coin string and wrapped it around his hand. Hwaseong's furious eyes seem ready to slaughter the pig beneath him, then his hand plunges down from above, aiming straight at the top of the giant monster's head. The impact was so powerful that the air seemed to tear apart, creating a thunderous explosion, like lightning. The punch earlier had made the monster seem dazed, but it still hadn't fallen. Hwaseong angrily said, "Still not willing to lie down? All right, let's see how long you can be stubborn." He raised his hand high, preparing to strike with extra force, a satisfied smile on his face. Hwaseong delivered a soul-shattering blow to the monster's head. It was so painful that it shed tears. Each punch from him felt like a verdict, hitting relentlessly without mercy. Yet the monster still hasn't fallen, and the frog-like creature stands watching from afar. He remains there, a silent figure amidst the chaos, quietly observing. From the other side, a pair of swift legs approached the dull gray monster. The beast, with a wild appearance, charged forward, its giant hand reaching out, accompanied by a fierce glare. So Troll's legs stomp hard on the ground, leaping to dodge the attack and striking swiftly like lightning. A large group of monsters gathered together. Theme2 thought to himself that these pesky obstacles are quite tough. He continued to think that most of the cannon fodder have already fallen, and he needs to quickly find a way to change the situation. Suddenly, a powerful wave of killing intent rushes toward him at lightning speed, and Theme2 hurriedly raises both hands to block the attack. A stream of blue energy shot straight at him, pushing him back a long distance despite his efforts to block with his hands. The monsters. So Tron and Hwaseong both turned to look at Theme2, who was blocking a direct attack on his arm, with smoke rising from his sleeve as if about to burn away. The toad screams in pain, and Dia Shin suddenly appears, holding a glowing green sword and calling out to him, "You scabby toad!" He warns, "If you've got any sense, order them to stop and get out of here. Otherwise, your cursed toad life ends right here." Outside, the monsters are affected by the electric sparks from his sword, and they roar. Theme2 spoke up, "You arrogant human, how dare you?" And then he paused for a moment, secretly thinking that the sword emitted a dangerous aura. Without waiting for the opponent to continue, Jay charges straight at him with his sword without hesitation. His attack only needs to shift slightly to the right for him to be hit. The injury was caused near his hat. The Toadman shouted in panic. So Dia continues to attack Theme2 with rapid sword strikes, none missing, until fear and pain overwhelm him, and he finally calls out to stop. "Enough, I agree." "It seems Shin didn't listen to the Toad's surrender and kept attacking," he shouted, and everything stopped. So Troll was surprised. Hwaseong also looked at him in shock, and he exclaimed, "Am I mistaken? That clueless guy has subdued the leader." The trembling Toad is kneeling on the ground in front of Jin. He silently suspects that there must be another retreating demon master hiding and secretly controlling the sword. Dia Shin picks up the sword, and he continues to think about how to deal with the enemy. But before he can finish his thought, a long tongue suddenly slithers out and tightly wraps around Jin's hand, leaving him no time to defend. That thieving bastard kneeling over there is holding my hand with his tongue. I panic and wonder, what is this? In an instant, he was no longer on the defensive, preparing to attack. Like a lightning bolt, he rushed straight at Dia Shin without a wasted move. Theme2 was pleased, only able to stop this sword from flying freely again. Horror and disgust were clearly visible on his face as that terrible tongue covered his entire hand. Dia Shin was worried as he was on the defensive. Suddenly, the sword in his hand reacted, glowing even while being tightly held, and automatically attacked the head of the toad demon. Even though he didn't touch the sword, he was startled and shouted out loud. Dia Shin was stunned, not understanding what was happening. The toad's head is bleeding from the surprise attack. With the confidence he had earlier, he was stunned and exclaimed, "I can't believe it, I held on so tightly." Jin stood there in shock, but his hands kept striking him rapidly. Even he was surprised. "That was a clever move, but unfortunately my sword is a Tempen blade." "It's him trying to hit you, not me," Theme2 said as he was being beaten. "What? Tempen is what?" So Chan watched the scene in front of him in stunned silence, shouting out loud as his right eye gradually opened. Suddenly a bell rang out from his sleeve, glowing with a golden light. Dasin looked confusedly at the sleeve of the theme thu, as if he had figured something out, and so Chan panicked, hurriedly shouting and turning away, telling him not to look at the bell. Hua Seong still stood there watching, but he didn't understand what she meant. So Chan rushed forward, but was blocked by the monster from earlier, which attacked her. So Chan quickly leans back to dodge the monster's attack and hurriedly grabs a hairpin to throw at Jessen. She hurriedly called his name. At this moment, Jin seemed lost, motionless with no reaction, his eyes flashing red like a demon. So Troll hesitated for a moment, distracted by Jin's vacant and stiff appearance. That distraction was a mistake, ignoring her surroundings. From behind, she was struck a deadly blow on the back by the monster without any defense. So Troll fell to the ground in pain, blood pouring out heavily, causing her to lose her strength. Tian Shifu gasped in surprise, seemingly too exhausted from blood loss to stand up. Hong shouted from above, "So, Troll?" But Jay remains like a lifeless corpse, standing stiffly without listening to anyone calling, not knowing what's happening, and just staying silent. Hong was furious. What's wrong with that fool standing there like a statue? The princess seems to have figured something out. Hey, it looks like that idiot got caught when he looked up at the flower incense. Hong panicked as his eyes flashed red, and even the flower incense was affected by that toad's strange spell. The princess anxiously guessed, and before anyone could react, Hong Jian quickly drew his gun and fired twice at Hwaseon's forehead. Regaining his composure, this idiot suddenly cried out in pain. Hwaseon woke up, and he turned to scold Hong. "Damn it, is this cowardly fool tired of living?" The princess replied, "You were too careless. We almost fell under the hypnosis just now. Do you understand?" Sleep induction? From outside, the protective barrier shattered into 100 pieces caused by the monsters below. They kept destroying it. Hwasong whispered in shock, "This is Honggaeon's doing." The barrier on the other side, the guardian god gradually weakened, collapsing onto the stone, and the barrier slowly disappeared, losing its light. The barrier has disappeared. Time seems to stand still as Dia Shin, stunned, lowers his head blankly, his pupils gradually turning into a fiery red. His mind seemed to hear the tolling of a bronze bell from somewhere, accompanied by a deep, seductive voice. "Kill. Kill anyone who dares to stand in your way. Don't wonder where the whispers in your head come from. Just trust and do everything, and the impossible will become possible. Kill it. The little child is trying to flee from a painful reality, but that voice still keeps chasing after me. Just think about it." He kept running forward when it asked, "What are you most afraid of?" His steps suddenly stopped as he saw something, a pair of adult legs approaching, and that voice continued to echo. "Is that the monster standing right in front of you?" A voice like a spell echoes seductively, "Kill him and you will be freed from fear once and for all." Dean, trembling with fear, his face pale and covered in cold sweat, hesitated before stepping back. Without hesitation, Diasin turned and ran away as if trying to escape reality. The monster doesn't chase after him, but another voice echoes. "How much longer do you plan to run?" Dia suddenly froze in shock, his pupils constricting with fear. He hurriedly turned back, and in front of him was a huge monster with a mask covering its entire face. It clenched its teeth, its pale lips stretched tight with anger, as the monster's voice howled fiercely, questioning him. "Do you want to live with that fear forever?" Returning to reality, Jane still stood motionless, but the fiery red in her eyes was gradually fading. Sotron nervously watches his movements. Then she tightens her lips and turns her head to look at the battlefield behind her. The monsters still don't stop and continue moving forward. Go Mok stands in the center, lowering his head to hide his expression, but immediately afterward he couldn't contain the pain and staggered as if about to fall. He collapsed to the ground exhausted, gasping painfully, while Theme shouted anxiously, "Go Mok Gamgu, Go Mok Molong Mat, Lik Nyin Jai Tuk Zan." That damn barrier drained my vital energy so much that suddenly a foot appeared out of nowhere and stomped on the monster's face. Hwaseong gently stepped down onto the ground with the demon beast he had kicked over behind him, and before that, upon seeing that annoying Go-Mok, he was a bit surprised and widened his eyes. "What is that? Where did that old man come from?" Hong also suddenly fell into thought on his shoulder when he saw the opponent. "Why do I feel like I've seen this old man before?" At this moment, Go-Mok also slowly raised his head, revealing a fierce and murderous face, wanting to recover and urgently supplement his demonic energy. So Chan heard every word clearly and quickly glanced over. Understanding the meaning of those words, she closed her eyes in worry. "We're doomed. He wants to." At that moment, twisted branches suddenly burst out from Go-Mok's shirt, spreading like veins and quickly covering the surrounding area. They charged at the beast-like monsters, some stabbing into the ground and causing the earth to crack, while the branches lashed out and tightly bound the monsters, squeezing them painfully. Not stopping there, the strange entity greedily drained their life force, drying them out on the spot. So, Chan panicked and hurriedly shouted a warning. "Please, Sai, get out of the way!" But the pain from the wound on her back flared up, preventing her from moving. At the same time, Go Mok's branches also charged forward, but contrary to her expectations, they suddenly changed direction and continued straight ahead. So Chan was surprised, eyes wide open, ignoring me. How could that be? At that moment, she had no idea that the ring on her pinky was quietly emitting a faint blue light. Thiem Thu unexpectedly also became a target of the branch, and he panicked, raising both hands and shouting, "Go Mok! Stop! It's me! Are you planning to swallow me whole?" But those things still didn't stop. Luckily, the monkey-tailed monster quickly ran to save him, while Jay still stood there motionless. He glanced at the branch tightly holding the pig demon, then suddenly they moved slightly. But Hwason's sharp eyes caught it. The branches changed direction and swiftly lunged toward Honggon on his shoulder. But Hwason calmly reached out and clenched it tightly before the princess could be hurt. He gripped it firmly in his hand, speaking through clenched teeth. Anything emitting demonic aura becomes its target. I remember who that old man really is. Hong stared in shock as he watched the man rise, a figure capable of devouring the life force of other demons to increase his own power. He is one of Yungwan Gumuyao's most trusted subordinates. The princess regained her composure, placing a hand on her waist as she slowly recounted, "When I first arrived in the human world, I heard a lot about his notorious reputation. Now seeing it with my own eyes, their reputation is well-deserved." Hwasong quickly seizes J1. Honggon didn't understand why you were angry, only seeing the other person grit his teeth and ask back, "You said Hwaseong's face was grim and unpleasant. Jum, what happened?" And at the same time, the monsters that had been alive under Ko Mok Yu's attack turned into shattered white bones. Them Thu stood on the roof observing, and couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. He looked displeased, almost causing me to be drained dry as well. Thiem Thu glared resentfully at his companion. It's always the same. He doesn't even bother to care about who his target is. That's right. Go Mok doesn't care about that either, only focusing on his prey, which seems to have recovered quite well. Now let's continue dealing with that damn woman. But at that moment, a series of spirit charms suddenly floated in the air. "Oh, wandering spirits, stop and gather here so I can command you." Nuoro Santien Thiem Thu looked on nervously, frightened, and quickly warned Go Mok Nim, but he was still confused and didn't understand what was happening. But the warning came too late. At this moment, Hwasong charged forward with his fury to attack the spirit seal. Two explosive sounds rang out. A burst of spiritual energy erupted, bringing with it a fierce heat as if to burn everything down. Thiem Thu stands outside, shouting anxiously, "Go Mok Nim." The dust begins to settle, revealing a large lumpy thing faintly visible. It turns out those intertwined branches formed a shield that protected him from the sudden attack. "Go." Mok didn't understand what was happening and muttered to himself, "What's going on?" Suddenly, once again, something flashed before his eyes. A blazing yellow light from Hwasong's hand slashing down, splitting the rough wooden trunk in half. He shouted in anger, "Where is he?" But he dodged and avoided it. Hwasong glared at Go Mok with an angry look and asked, "Where is that bastard hiding?" He still doesn't understand what's happening. What the hell is going on? But Go Mok didn't need to understand either. He was ready to fight back immediately, attacking the opponent, trying to deal with me. The Mok Yu creatures following his orders leapt straight forward. Without hesitation, Hwasong drew a deep gold coin and unleashed the power of great compassion, covering the opponent. Then you draw out a burnt talisman, place it on the deep gold coin, and recite a spell. The red lotus pagoda blooms as the spell takes effect. At that moment, a barrier made of coins was erected, just enough to block the attack from the wood demons. He didn't stop, but continued to attack. But almost everything was useless. Thiem Thu Ha was stunned by the scene, even So Troll was taken aback, unable to close his mouth. "Go." Mok stopped and snorted coldly in annoyance. This demon master's skills are not bad, but that's not everything. From within the protective barrier, a blazing red light erupts, accompanied by a spell chant. Mani Padme Hum." You suddenly charged out from inside, coins scattered everywhere. Hwaseon shouted loudly, "Pink," and the coins shot straight at the old man. But Go Mok was not afraid and reached out to try to block the opponent's deep gold coins. Hwaseon's power was too great, causing his body to be pushed back repeatedly. Unwilling, he roared in anger as the deep Kim coin was finally knocked out. Go. Mok coldly looked at his burning, scratched hands. He glared at Hwasong as he sheathed his weapon, shouting loudly, "Who are you exactly?" He tucked his weapon back into his sleeve, not in a hurry to speak. Later, Hwasong finally looked up with a stern face and said, "You don't need to be smart. Just tell me where Hwan is." Gomok hesitated, then asked sharply, "What do you mean?" He remained silent without answering, only the little demon girl behind him watching quietly. Hong Sa's face darkened with thought, wondering how a human like him could know. Princess Jum-won stared intently at that calm face, feeling a heavy weight in her heart. No human who saw Jae-Onian ever returned alive, let alone escaped danger by a narrow margin. She watched from afar, noticing the situation was unstable. Her lips pressed tightly, thinking she must not give up, still holding on to hope that he could buy more time. Then she looked at Jin, still standing silently, unmoving, trying to find a way to awaken Jin. So Tron, who clenched the golden needle tightly in his hand, silently deciding that everyone would escape together after this. At that moment, Theme Thu suddenly stepped in front of her with the demon beside her. That must be the golden needle, no mistaking it. His eyes turn a blazing gold, a cunning smile on his face. "So you have some trick to completely hide your aura. That's why you dare to hide so close. It's been a while, haven't we, little so?" She kept looking straight ahead, but not at the two monsters, only watching that lonely back. Diashin still stood motionless, as if she didn't care about her. Then suddenly Jin moved his lips as if he wanted to say something. He frowns, his blood-red eyes flashing with deadly intent. I'm feeling annoyed now. Does he want to live with that fear for the rest of his life? Jae-shin remained silent, standing still and staring directly at the opponent. He stared in shock, then lowered his head as if trying to escape something, and finally hugged his head, trembling in fear. That voice softly trembled in the vast emptiness. "You remember now, don't you?" He sneered with a smile, seeming to praise but still with a hint of mockery unmistakably clear. "It's been a long time, hasn't it? I didn't expect your will to be quite so strong. Please give up and kneel down, begging, just go away." He didn't agree or refuse, only asking in return whether you could still be stubborn this time. His voice, like a brutal spell from hell, reached into your pain. "Just give up. You haven't changed at all since back then anyway." Back then, Jin was still young, standing there in a blood-stained body, lost in thought. He opened his eyes, but now with a grown body and no longer wearing those glasses. The masked person spoke again. "Don't hesitate anymore. Just take my hand." Then why did he coldly refuse afterwards? Was he confused? "Why are you so stubborn? You can't do anything alone." Dia refuses to answer. Instead, he shifts the blame. "You caused the director's death. The masked one, are you surprised?" He crouched down, sneering through his pain. "You are the one who killed her." Yet Dia insists firmly that you are the culprit. He no longer smiled, his bright yellow eyes fixed intently downward, slowly standing up with difficulty, but without hesitation. "He accused you, you're also a monster. All of you." Dia raised his head, his face grim, snarling in a harsh voice. "They're all monsters." The masked man stood still, his sharp reptilian eyes fixed intently on the young man before him, then sneered coldly. "You're starting to make me uncomfortable." Returning to reality, Gomok looked at the person in front of him with a dark expression, really bold. The old man's voice trembled with anger, saying, "Just a human, and yet he dares to call out your name directly." Seeing Hwasong show no fear, he threatened again. "It seems like you're tired of living." Thiem Thu quickly shouted from beside him. Gomok sneers. He points at Soon and shouts joyfully, "That bitch is here too." She nervously glanced at the old man, understanding that her life was over. Hearing that, Gomok was a bit stunned. "What?" He glared at her body with a scrutinizing look. "Is she really that bitch? But I can't sense any aura at all. She seems like an ordinary human." Hoa X, feeling increasingly ignored, impatiently stepped forward. "Old man, are you deaf? Answer me quickly. Where's Juan?" But clearly he doesn't care, only quietly using the wood spirit emerging from the ground to attack you. They rush forward in a flurry, circling around to the back as if to trap the flower in a chokehold. The boy opens his eyes wide and looks over, his face still showing no sign of fear. These trees quickly grew to their maximum size and then roared forward, squeezing both you and the princess inside. Gomok slowly approached Sotron, not caring about you at all. "I really want to bite you and turn you into nourishment right now." "Go." Mok stops in front of her, hands behind his back, and with a compassionate look says, "But it's only because Lord Huan needs you that you continue to live like this." Realizing something, he suddenly fell into deep thought and looked into the distance. As if Jin's figure had completely come into Gomok's sight, he revealed that this was the human who helped you escape. Without hesitation, the old man immediately swung his wood demon to attack him. Knowing that Jishin currently had no chance to escape, she screamed in terror, "Stop!" But a sudden large explosion appeared behind, startling him into stopping. The wood demons shattered into pieces, flowers flying everywhere in the middle of the explosion as the kid cursed, saying she should at least give a warning before blowing up. Hong doesn't care. The princess pulls out a bomb again with a smug tone. "Shut up. My princess's landmine just saved your life again. You don't even want to argue anymore. We'll settle our scores later," and then suddenly shout, "Damn, old man!" Hwa-sung swung the gold needle to attack. Go-Mok quickly turned around just as Sao Tien wrapped his arm tightly around the old man's neck, taking advantage of the distraction and to firmly grasp the golden needle in his hand. She raised it firmly and pointed the tip of the needle at his throat. Thiem Thu looked worried. Go-Moknim fell silent, his gaze deep as if pondering something. Then he glanced down at the pin and, in a chilling, coercive tone, demanded, "What is this supposed to mean?" So, Cho gritted her teeth. It had been a long time since she'd been this angry. "Stop! His wood demon is creeping toward Jessen," she shouted, threatening. "If he dares to hurt Jane, I'll cut off that old dog's head right away." Gomok glared, letting out a challenging snort. Hwa-sung outside thought she really had the ability to handle him. He hurriedly spoke up to stop her. Hey, sorceress, it's enough to threaten him for now. Don't take his life yet. I still have a few things to ask." Hong couldn't help but worry, wondering what would happen if this fool found out that the troll was also a demon. The princess frowned and decided to stay silent. For now, she would keep the secret since the situation was tense. But then Gomok calmly turned around and exposed you. Does he consider you an ally? What trick did you use to deceive him? Hwa-sung frowned. Huh? Surprised and muttering to herself, the princess thought, as soon as I finished speaking, Gomok didn't give you much time and immediately focused all his attention on her, daring you to try and cut him. What's wrong? All talk, are you? Try cutting this old man, and for 10,000 lifetimes you still won't find an urn for your bones. Go. Mok opened his mouth to reveal his crooked teeth. You don't dare, but I do. So Troll pursed her lips tightly, her sharp eyes gradually falling into thought. Mok Yu rushed forward and nearly pierced Jin's temple, just a moment away from breaking through. So Troll lowered her head, gently lowering her eyes, cold sweat trickling down her forehead. Without hesitation, she immediately set conditions with the other party. I will return with the old man, but you must release Zhou first. His face darkened, a hint of hatred flickering more intensely than before. Go? Mok looked at her and nodded in agreement. That's acceptable. I promise to spare him. At this moment, the golden needle is still pressed against his neck, but because of Soon's promise, he has to loosen his grip, gradually letting it slip down. Hong anxiously urged, Hey, go help him quickly! But Hwa-sung rudely shouted, Shut up, little girl! You didn't keep talking to the princess and just pointed at the old man. Do you know her? Could she also be a demon? Hwa-sung once again brandished the deep gold needle. If the old man doesn't give me a proper answer, don't even think about leaving this place. Go started to feel annoyed and ordered to capture the human, while the old turtle tried to deal with the mortal first, bowing respectfully. Yes, Gomok Nim. He squinted and assessed, this one also has some interesting qualities. Take him back, and I myself will present him to Lord Jum Onion. These words made her gasp in shock. She shouted in frustration, accusing him of breaking his promise, but the surrounding wood demons rushed in to bind her. Gomok, with an arrogant huff, said coldly, You overestimate yourself to dare make conditions with me. His face darkened, showing disappointment. It's a pity you're still too soft-hearted. Do you know how much effort and hope I once placed in you? Then he decided, This time let Lord Young Onion purify your soul again. Over there, the bronze bell has been taken out. Thiem Thu jingled it in front of Jin. Can you hear anything? But he just stood there expressionless, shocking him. Why is there no reaction? Thiem Thu continued ringing his bronze bell, softly enticing. Come, follow me. Without any reaction, Day calmly drew his sword and swung it across his body. He looked stunned, as if he hadn't realized what was happening. Moments later, Thiem Thu's body staggered, still groaning in shock. Finally, his upper body also collapsed onto the cold ground. Jin's deep voice rang out. Get out! He coldly glanced down. It's clearly Jin's face, but there's something different about it. Keep that dirty face away from the throne a little. Both Sohan and Gomok couldn't react in time to his sudden action. Even Hwa-sung, standing far away, was stunned and froze. What? The black-colored monster suddenly lunged at him, claws extended sharp towards him. Jae-sin ignores it and slowly tilts his head to dodge. His cold eyes stare forward, his face filled with deadly intent as he lunges ahead. Jae-sin leapt into the air with a powerful bounce, and with a single swing of his hand, the monster's upper body exploded, its blurred flesh flying several meters away, causing those around to shiver in fear and shout out anxiously. Jae-sin's face remains cold and determined at this moment. So-chan is really not used to that look, her eyes wide open in shock, while Jin once again raises his sword and swings a bright sword beam. Jae-sin rushes forward, and with a swift wave of his hand, easily slices off the monster's arms, sending blood splattering into the air. The spinning charge he makes creates a thunderous sound and a shocking scene before the two of them. Seeing the power he unleashed, Soon and Gomak were stunned. After successfully destroying the monster, Jae-sin instinctively charged forward, gliding past the bloody mess. But there was something very different about him. His eyes, glowing cold red, flicked disdainfully at everyone. This is not the Jin they know. And in the depths of the darkness, only Jin's lonely figure keeps trying to prevent the impending disaster. Stop. Don't do this. His arm was held captive by a pool of blood-red water, only able to bend down and try to free it. While in front of him, a demon stared intently at Jin Dong-X, who was now completely deranged, constantly sneering with contempt. Do you think you are strong enough to stop me when you're still buried in that fear? As he spoke, he looked around at the foul-smelling environment he created. Do you want someone to come and help you, to pull you out of this fear?
I will do it simply.
Simply. Just blame me if you want. Jin is now staring intently at his sword in the distance, as if resisting and commanding it to move, causing it to shift slightly. The sword quickly reacts, enveloping itself in his blue spiritual energy. But before he could react, Dong-Song gently took the sword into his hand and warned him, "It's useless." He firmly grasped the sword, raised it high with a stream of green spiritual energy surrounding the blade, and spoke. "This originally belongs to me." In that deep, foggy darkness, his deep voice gradually echoed full of pride. And the whole body as well, do you understand now? Just like that, Jin's entire body is now controlled by Dong-Song, with blood-red eyes and cold, killing intent, swinging his sword directly at the crowd in front of him. Seeing the cold blade rushing toward her, So-Tron couldn't react in time and opened her eyes wide in fear. But before the blade could touch her, a gentle light flashed past So-Tron. "Go!" Mach didn't let anyone ruin his plan. He simply waved his hand lightly, creating 2 wooden trunks to block his sword. He remains calm, his old eyes gazing steadily at the young man before him. "Do you dare to attack me?" he said, watching him keep swinging his sword at his own tree trunk with a satisfied look. He's just a mortal who dares to be so bold. But Gomak didn't realize that the ropes binding the troll were gradually retracting, giving her a chance to escape, which made her panic and turn back to look. But then he suddenly noticed that the tree trunk he created was being cut apart. Jae-sin decisively swung his sword, using his strength to completely cut through Gomak's wood. He was pushed back by that blow, Gomak cried out in pain, then coldly looked at his deep wound on his arm. His eyes now filled with suspicion and darkness as he stared at Jae-sin, feeling an ominous premonition. Could he really be the mortal he was before? "Who are you?" Jin-sin, hearing the old man's question, showed disdain and confidently replied, "My identity is not something a dying person needs to know." Hearing this arrogant remark, Gomak became even angrier, snorted coldly, then immediately activated his own wooden clones, creating hundreds of long, twisted trees like fierce snakes rushing toward him in a reckless attack. He still stood there, calmly watching the wooden logs rush toward him to take his life. Jae-sin remained unmoved, calmly raising his hand, and immediately the tattoo on his arm emitted a bright light, creating a powerful shield with a single gesture that deflected Gomak's attack, destroying the wooden logs completely. Hwasung and Hongjian stared in shock, especially as they quickly noticed the light emanating from Jin's tattooed hand. Seeing his attack easily destroyed drove Gomak into a rage, and he waved his hand to summon another swarm of wooden creatures. This time they merged into one, like a giant tree, with the old man praising, "Well done." Then he pushed the wooden creatures back toward Jae to fight again. "Try to stop this." Dong-Song, in Jin's form, watches those creatures rush towards him and immediately becomes alert. Feeling the pressure it exerts, he immediately raised his sword to block it. But this time, the wooden creatures had gathered together and quickly pushed him back. "Gomak, seeing that you can't hold on, I might as well vent my anger and warn you with a clenched jaw. Do you think you can resist? Old man will grant you a quick death." Dia, still trying to hold back the attack from the wooden group on this side. But it seems he has achieved his goal. He slightly smirks and then confidently speaks. That should be my line, not yours. And while Gomak was not paying attention, his sword had already appeared behind him from nowhere. As soon as the old man was distracted, the cold sword pierced straight through Gomak, leaving him wide-eyed in disbelief, and everyone there was stunned by what they saw. But on Jin's side, those wooden pieces are now completely destroyed as if by some force. Without any weapons in hand, he can easily destroy them. With a serious expression, he charged through the shattered wood, then easily used his strength to pull the sword back to his hand. Not stopping there, he planned to quickly strike towards Gomak, causing the old man to panic and try to surround himself with wooden debris. But it was nothing to him. With a single slash, he easily destroyed them. Then, with more strikes, he forcefully cut down, preventing the wooden debris from regenerating and knocking Gomak back without giving him a chance to react. Hwasung at this moment could no longer bear it and rushed forward to stop him, shouting almost at the top of his lungs, "Did you hear what I just said?" But the response was Jin turning his head coldly, with eyes blazing red full of murderous intent. That caused Hwasung and Hongkong to momentarily freeze. Before they could react, he turned and aimed his sword directly at Hwasung. Luckily, you quickly drew your gold coin sword to block the attack, causing the princess to scream in fear. What's going on? Seeing Jin here filled with anger, I can't understand it at all. He seems like a different person. Knowing he can't hold out much longer, he quickly activates his spell power. Damn it, the fire talisman spirit! A giant seal suddenly appears and pushes Dasin back, also protecting Hwasung in anger. Hong did lie, ji. Sotron watching, Jin being pushed back by the spell, feeling suspicious, could Gomak here be seriously injured and constantly trying to cover his wounds, breathing heavily, while Theme tries to warn him from afar. Gomak, that human, something's not right with him. He just said that while trying to hold up the control string in his hand. He is still under the influence of the hypnotic spell, but I can no longer control him. Suddenly, a foot stomped down hard, breaking the chain. So-chan quickly realized the problem and decisively broke the necklace. After doing so, she anxiously glanced to the other side and softly called out, "Dasin, are you going to stop or not?" "I'm about to lose my patience." Hwasung continues to stay alert. But then Dongsong inside the demon once again takes control of his body. He leaps into the air, completely ignoring the rope holding his sword behind him. Hwasung let out a small sigh and yanked his gold wire fiercely, activating the spirit charm again. He's gone mad again. Spirit charm. Following the words, a stream of golden electric light shot out from the gold wire, and the sword acted as a conduit, causing Jin to be the most heavily affected. Chan, standing at a distance, watched the struggle between the two and was surprised to realize something. Seeing Jin's face, still with his eyes rolled back from the electric shock, she couldn't understand how she had destroyed the bell. Why is Jin still under the influence of the hypnotic spell? In his mind, Dongsong's mocking voice echoed. So many people outside seem to care about you, huh? Do you have friends? Friends are not suitable for someone like you. You've had enough of this joke. Stop it. But he didn't see that as a threat to himself. Instead, he reminded him, "You're joking. I'm saving your life." Dia couldn't bear to hear such empty words and shouted, "Stop talking nonsense!" Despite his fierce reaction, Dongsong remained calm and recounted the terrifying scene of the monster from Gomak. "You just saw it with your own eyes earlier. Do you think you have enough strength to fight off those monsters?" And then, like a fatal blow, it replayed the painful departure of the director from his memory. This situation is just like back then. Jin was, of course, completely stunned by it. Dongsong's cold voice still calmly echoes. "So if you want to keep living, do as you did back then." That moment was when he said those words, with his face covered in fresh blood and a cold, emotionless gaze fixed on something. Don't bother making excuses anymore. Every word he spoke seemed like chains binding his body, causing him to sink deeper into the pool of fresh blood below, until his entire body was submerged. His voice echoed once more. "Go to sleep." Outside, Hwasung can no longer hold on for long, so he's trying to persuade you, "You stubborn fool, how long do you plan to be so headstrong?" But, just as he was distracted, he saw Ko Vung's fist heading toward his face. In an instant, the image of Jin knocking away that monster with a single punch, and its two arms flashed through his mind. Even Honggon, when he saw the fist coming, quickly shouted, "Watch out, if you get hit by that punch, you will definitely..." He also understood this, so he quickly retracted his gold wire. "Shut up, I get it." Just as the talisman wrapped around your arm, that punch came in. That punch, the moment it hit the arm wrapped in the golden thread, immediately unleashed a powerful force that slammed him hard onto the ground and sent him flying far away. From the thick dust cloud, he struggled to sit up, then frowned as he looked at his arm, twisted and in pain. "That bastard's arm is broken." But before you could react, Jin had already rushed forward right in front of you. So Tron quickly rushed over, worriedly shouting to stop him, "Please, wake up!" But in response, she was met with a blood-red, cold stare that chilled her to the bone, as deep inside, Dia Shin gradually sank into the swamp created by Dong Song. Then, the blood-red mirror gradually calmed to a chilling silence. Dia Shin cast a cold glance at So Tron. Then he swung his arm forcefully to push her away, causing So Troll to stagger back and cry out. Dia Shin continued to wield her sword and attack Hua Song. He quickly stepped back, dodging the relentless attack that carved a deep scar into the ground, sending dust and stones flying everywhere. So Troll rushes over, using the power of the hairpin to block him. Glittering golden butterflies appear around her. Dia Shin felt she was the burden and frowned coldly, glancing at her, so Tron became alert, holding the hairpin like a sword pointed at him. But Jae Shin simply looked at her expressionlessly and immediately turned away. So Troll was stunned and stunned. He still focused only on chasing after the flower with his sword while running away and pulling out the talismans, shouting, "Wait a minute." He threw the talisman back at him, angrily asking, "Are you really going crazy?" The talismans automatically fly up and stick around Jin's sword, causing the sword to suddenly become heavy and fall to the ground, pulling him down with it. "I warned you before that this sword is extremely dangerous. It must be sealed away, or else it will." Before he could finish speaking, Jin suddenly appeared in front of him. He spun in the air, one leg raised, eyes fixed on him before kicking Huasheng with such force that he was sent flying several meters, crashing into the wall and causing bricks to shatter and cave in. Huasheng struggles to sit up, staring at Jessen in horror. Does he really refuse to reason? Jessen slowly approaches Huasheng, but Tron is faster, stepping in front of him. Jin looked at her coldly and ordered her to step aside. She held her needle sword and assumed a fighting stance, glaring at him. "No, I will stop you no matter what." "Hey, you." "But," he said indifferently, "are you so eager to die first? Stop pretending to be so determined standing there." She replied to him, "Yes, if you want to kill anyone here, you must go through my body first." Gomo covered his wound on his chest. Hearing her words, he was filled with fear. He hurriedly shouted, "What did you just say? Are you trying to protect someone when you can't even control your own life?" Desin just glanced at him, ignoring Gomok's words, and looked intently at Huasong before asking her again, "Do you want to protect that human's life?" She frowned and replied, "Yes, I did it for you." Deshin fell silent at that, and after a moment he spoke with confusion. "What do you mean?" "The sky is almost dawn, but this neighborhood remains silent. The houses on both sides of the street are silent and dark, with their owners taking a moment to rest." So Chan appears very reluctant, exhausted as she closes her eyes. "Because now you are doing things that my Jin would normally despise. Although our time together was brief, she has come to understand clearly that Jin's nature is to hurt friends and kill without reason." Huasung leaned against the wall, quietly listening. Gomok and Thiem Thu also looked on silently towards the two of them. So Troll lowered his eyes, and his voice suddenly became gentle. "At least when Jay wakes up, his conscience won't be haunted by what he's done." Although those words were very moving, they did not affect Jin at all. He remained indifferent as before. "Fine." He extended his hand to summon the sword, "and I will grant your wish." The responsive sword senses its master's intent and flies into his hand, scattering the talisman stuck to its body. Huasung and Soon both tense up as they look at each other. Huai hopes to call out the true owner of the young man in front of her, Jin, but all she received in return was Jin's cold stare. So Tron had to focus her mind, swiftly launching a surprise attack towards Jin's shoulder. He reacts just as quickly, raising his sword to defend. She is determined in her heart to stop him at all costs. The two fight back and forth. She attacks from the side with her sword, but he dodges by tilting his body. Then she flips midair. Her downward strike is blocked again as Jin raises his sword, switching to defense while she falls without support. She barely avoided hitting the ground when suddenly Jay tilted his face and grabbed So Tron by the ankle. She was caught off guard and let out a surprised cry. He grabbed her leg, spun around, and threw her forcefully away. So Troll slid across the ground, hitting the earth, then knelt down, hands on the ground, gasping for breath. Suddenly she felt the next attack coming from him. So Chan raised her sword with both hands to block in front of her. Dia seized the sword and struck down from above. The power gap and her kneeling stance forced her to defend with all her strength. so Troll lowered the spear tip beside her and, leaning aside to evade, made the blade slam into the ground. Suddenly, she opened her eyes in disbelief as Jin's foot struck her waist. Once again, So-chan was kicked out, hitting the gate and rolling away toward Hwasong. You scream in fear, but she lies still on the ground, unable to react anymore. Hwasong, seeing him approach, angrily scolds, "You damn idiot." Suddenly a voice stopped him. "Don't interfere, it's So-troll." She forced herself to get up with incredible willpower, panting as she spoke. "This battle is mine." Hwasong looked at her covered in dirt, one hand holding her wound at the waist, disapproving. Nonsense. This sweat running down So-tran's face. Despite her weakness, she insists on persisting. "I am also a demon. You and I cannot walk the same path, and you don't need to fight for me." Hwasong, surprised, reached out to help her, so Troll stood up, apologizing sincerely for having deceived him. What do those words mean right now? So-chan, gasping for breath, called out to Jessen. She struggled to speak each word, still not finishing her sentence. He slightly leans forward, staring at her, ready to attack again. But suddenly branches grow from the ground, wrapping around his sword-holding arm. Diashin looks back in shock. So that branch was part of Gomak. He raised his hand to control the branch that was clinging to him. Why? He looked at her with confusion, wondering why you were willing to risk everything for an ordinary human. The old man recalls painful memories of the past. The person in the blue outfit no longer breathes, lying still on the ground with a fallen sword beside him, both stained with glaring red marks, while two pairs of shoes stand silently observing. In the present, Gomak faces three people, desperately trying to persuade. So-tron, just think about it. Even if he didn't go mad and agreed to help you, you might not be able to become human again. Hearing all that, Hwasong was filled with doubt. Return to being human? What does that mean? So, the troll defensively looked at Gomo. All right, I won't hold your escape against you anymore. I just want to ask you something. He's still confused to this moment, and now he just wants to hear your answer. Why do you insist on choosing to be a weak and lowly mortal instead of an immortal demon with eternal life? As Gomak finished speaking, an attack suddenly struck, a blue light splitting open from the back of the hand along the arm to the shoulder of the demon. Diashin impatiently raised her hand to attack Gomak. Is this weed still able to sway? The branch wrapped around his arm was shattered to pieces. Indeed, to uproot the grass, you must pull it out from the root. Jin's sword soared like lightning, piercing the old man's body from all directions, then breaking apart from within, causing Gomak to scream in agony. So-tron hastily seized a dagger and pressed it to Kodui-shin, then froze. She shouted, I told you, if you want to kill someone, you must step over my corpse first. You're really annoying me. Do you want to die that badly? She answered without a trace of fear. If you insist on hurting others, then kill me. Diashin, eyes full of killing intent, made her decision. Then die. His hand remained still as he mentally controlled the sword. Suddenly, a past scene appeared in his mind. So-troll, sitting in a white dress, kneeling and talking face to face with Jin. Jessen, please forgive me for causing you trouble. If only we hadn't met that day, these heartbreaking things wouldn't have happened. Her words left Jin stunned and dizzy. The sword has automatically drawn itself from Gomak's body and is now soaring into the air, pointing directly at the two of them. Hwasong shouted in fear, Stop! You are about to... Gomak, terrified, widened its eyes, and in a brief moment, it rushed back toward the two people. So-troll uttered its final desperate words. Thank you for listening and understanding the suffering I have endured. I smile a beautiful, gentle smile, finally freed by your sword, and I am also satisfied. Jin remained unmoved as bright red liquid suddenly sprayed out under So-tron's shocked gaze, the blood-soaked tip of the sword dripping small drops onto the ground. He looked surprised at his hand. One hand of Jae-shin still held her chin, but the other trembled as he clenched the sword tightly. So-chan is stunned by this scene. Jin, in his inner world, and Dong-song are both amazed by him. He asked Jin how he could possibly escape from there. A drenched man appeared behind him, gripping a sword to stop Dong-song from attacking. He angrily commands, Stop right now. Dong-song looks at him thoughtfully. You! Facing Jin's cold gaze, he suddenly understood. I understand now. He guessed the reason behind his attempt to stop him. You've found the motivation to keep holding on, haven't you? Outside. So-tron is crying uncontrollably. That fool Dashin keeps looking at his hand with worry, reaching out to touch but afraid to, fearing he might hurt him more. Is your hand okay? Let go of my hand. Inside, Dashin remained silent, only glaring at Dong-song with resentment. He was so annoyed and irritated, wasn't he? Dung X looked at him coldly and ordered, "Let go. Don't try to mess with me." He didn't care about his words, his gaze steady and defiant. "No way. I won't let that happen." Dung X could no longer bear it, turning his face to look at him and uttering a degrading remark. "That pathetic, contemptible brat. Every time you face life and death, you choose to run away, only to live with that fear for the rest of your life." Dia grit his teeth, gripping the sword, and replied, "I had no other choice back then." He hesitated and asked, "Why is the red water flowing down from his hand, thickening as it drips onto the sword's hilt?" Daishin did not argue with him. "You are right, I am just a weak and pathetic kid." He recalls his childhood memories, the first time he faced a monster, when he and other children were all terrified and overwhelmed. Daishin confesses his feelings. "I was so scared that I had no courage left to run away." The monster had a strange appearance, with blue skin covering fish scale-like scales. The sharp teeth on his forehead, horns on his neck hanging a chain with a human skull, and beside him another demon of a different form lurking. I also remember Dongzong being with me at that time. That was also the first time you appeared, promising to grant me the power to wipe out all enemies. That day I agreed to use your power, Hong, to destroy the demons. I thought that by doing so I could save all my friends and her as well. The boy used his fist to destroy both monsters. But unfortunately, I discovered another terrible truth. The more I fought, the more my bloodthirsty desire became uncontrollably insane. The excitement made me want to bathe in the blood of the demons. After killing the two demons, the boy lost control and laughed wildly. I abandoned my original goal, ignored all my friends, and let them be slaughtered. According to his story, distant memories continue to resurface. There are two other demons chasing after the remaining children, crying and running away, hoping to escape from those terrifying creatures. But the children were too weak, and in the end, only their cold bodies lay scattered on the ground, stained with dark red dirt. By the time I looked back, it was too late to save anything. Only through the forgiveness of the director could I bury the terrible memories of you deep within my soul. The house, engulfed in raging flames, has burned black and collapsed into ruins. Dee continues to speak about a forgotten past. Then I gradually forgot everything, seeing it all as just a nightmare. The boy Jay sat on the ground in despair and fear, looking at the director. She also gradually lost her breath and lay quietly on the cold ground next to the director, as well as that monster. Even after many years have passed, Jain still feels a wave of fear spreading from the depths of his heart whenever he recalls that thing. A monster with a human shape, with only a mouth and hundreds of eyes on its head attached to a curved scythe, and numerous tangled arms beneath its body. Dung X, standing nearby, listened to him recount with a contemptuous expression. "If you had called out to me for help then, you wouldn't be living in uncertainty now." Dee shot back with a defiant glare. "Is that okay? If I had let you awaken once more back then, you would have only focused on slaughtering monsters. You don't need to care about the lives or deaths of any innocent people around you," he calmly asked again. "But what's wrong with that?" Tears streaming down his face made him squint one eye. Dee quietly looked at him. After a moment, he spoke. "I mean, only when experiencing loneliness in life do I realize that the greatest fear is not what you say. The image of my younger self flashing through my mind." Dia Shin clenched her sword even tighter. "Do you call me weak?" "That's right, because I am weak, such things happen. But you are also mistaken. The sharp sword wounds my hand. Do you think that as long as you have strength to overcome everything, you will get everything you want? You're wrong. It doesn't matter how strong you are, but what you're fighting for. If you can't protect anything other than yourself, then your strength is meaningless." Every word reflects Jin's state of mind. Imagining himself standing still among many corpses on a wide road makes him feel terrified. Hearing that, Dongzong only silently glanced at him, suddenly snatching the sword from Jain's hand and sneering, "Don't say such weak words in front of me. Those petty, cowardly fools always spout empty justifications." He approached and faced him, criticizing him. "Do you know that only cowards choose to save themselves with such mind-dulling excuses to deceive their opponents?" Dia doesn't care about Dongzong's accusations. You can see it as just an excuse. "No matter what, I will do the same as back then, with something dripping into the red water beneath your feet." Daishin looks at him with determined eyes. "I will stop you, even if I have to bury all the memories once more." Suddenly, the Red Sea boils over, the rising water engulfing Dongzong. He looked terrified and surprised as the water curtain gradually covered his body, quickly obscuring half of his face. "You," he coldly ordered, "go to sleep." Diashin watched as Dung Song was gradually surrounded, determined to hold on to his resolve. I would rather find my own way to solve the problem than trade my identity for your power. Dung X only shows a corner of his face, angry and mocking your idea, and you will regret that, and then you won't have the strength to protect anything, not even yourself. In the end, standing in front of Yashin is only a shadow of red and black. So what if I am? You're right. But still, I harshly scold, the world won't be any better if I let someone like you escape, you damn monster. In an instant, Dung Shang's eyes grew terrifying, filled with murderous intent. He plunged his sword into Dacin's chest, cutting off his next words. Suddenly, a wave of pain swept through his body. He fell silent in horror, pupils constricting, and Dacin arched his back in agony. Dung X looked at him with contempt and suspicion. Where does this coward get the courage to provoke me? He didn't stand tall, leaning on his hands against the figure before him, still whispering to Jisun. A coward should know their place and act cowardly. If you don't even know where you stand, then disappear to save us the trouble. Dung X casually declares, I will grant you death right now. Outside of reality, Jin was lost in thought for a long time. Suddenly, he moved, catching So Tron's attention. Are you happy to call him Jin? But Hoa Song looked at her cautiously and shouted for her to step back. The enchantment on him hasn't been fully lifted yet. He opens his hand holding the sword and adjusts it to hold the banana sword. Jin raises his sword horizontally, eyes full of hostility, and her heart begins to panic. It's not over yet. He's still not. The shadow of the sword gradually obscures her view as So Troll calls out loudly, Jin, please, wake up. Please. The cry echoed into Jin's spiritual world. At this moment, he kneels before Dung Song due to his injury. So Troll closes his eyes tightly and screams with all his might, wake up. But he still coldly attacked the person in front of him, while she stubbornly tried to wake him up, telling him not to lose himself. In the end, So Troll finally succeeded. He held the sword through his waist before her stunned face. Jin gritted his teeth in pain and endured. Hua, Soon, and Gomak are all horrified and terrified by the sudden event, their throats constricted and unable to make a sound. Do you want me to disappear? Do you want to deliver the death blow to me? Sweat drips down his face as Diashin sneers. It's ridiculous. I won't let it happen again. I'd rather die by my own hand than let you escape. His body reaching its limit, his eyes gradually closing as he fell, suddenly, a pair of hands reached out to catch Jin, and Sotron hurried over to hold him. Jin, are you scared and crying? What are you doing? Jin, you're in So's arms. Hearing her call his name, he forced himself to respond. Hearing those words, Sohan was stunned and widened his eyes. Diashin struggled to say each word, her voice trembling so she had to stop. Tears welled in his eyes as he looked at her with gratitude. So-chan looked terrified, her eyes filled with tears. Thank you so much for stopping me. After finishing, Jae-shin completely closed his eyes and suddenly fell from her embrace, his head hitting the ground. So-chan couldn't react in time to catch him. She couldn't believe her eyes, her mind starting to panic. No. At this moment, Hoa X also quickly ran over, horrified as he asked, What the hell are you doing? He leans down, urgently calling out, Wake up quickly. Hwa-sung checks his breath with a look of disbelief, mixed with a hint of shock, then stops his pulse. So, Troll is in agony, unwilling to accept this truth, tears streaming down his face. No, no. She looked at Jae-shin, who was lying motionless on the ground with his eyes closed, continuously begging, Open your eyes and look at me, I beg you. Jushin? Dung-sung's voice is full of surprise. It's hard to believe. The sharp sword in Jae-shin's hand pierces through the man's body, his eyes showing a hint of doubt, unable to follow the train of thought of the person before him, looking down at the arm of the sword's owner. You dare to do that again. He clenched his teeth around the hilt of the sword, a faint smirk on his lips as his eyes looked up at the enormous monster ahead. That's right, I didn't expect it myself either. Then Jae-shin tried to increase his grip, pushing the sword deeper, because I cannot choose a meaningless death and let you continue to bully with my body like that. Under Dung Shang's threatening gaze, he remains completely calm. Since we're both going to die, why not take you down with me? Dung X replied, If we both die like this, it won't just be shameful, but our souls will also vanish. You will no longer have the chance for reincarnation and rebirth. Both Jae-shin and he are pierced through by the opponent's sword. He asked him, Do you think it's worth it? Jae-shin's face gradually paled from the wound, but he still forced himself to answer his question. It's worth it if I can stop you. That made Dung Song fall silent and ponder for a moment. He looked down at the small figure before him with slight surprise. Fine. I'm not foolish enough to play a game of mutual destruction with someone like you. Consider this time your stubbornness has won. As soon as he finished speaking, Dongsong stepped back and slowly vanished before Jae-shin. Before he disappeared, he left a warning. Next time we meet, you won't be so lucky. Humiliated and submissive. Someone as weak as you won't live long. If you want to die, die alone. Ye-sin stood stiffly, watching Dongsong disappear into the liquid beneath his feet, then finally relaxed his body, his eyes hazy and slowly closing. In the end, he too collapsed just like him. At that moment, outside in reality, Sotron's agonized cries echoed. Jin, she kneels beside you, looking at your body lying on the ground with your own sword still embedded in your stomach. She pleads desperately for you to open your eyes, please. Tears stream down Sotron's face, blurring her vision. She rubs her eyes and her sobs echo as Hwasong silently looks at Sotron. You remember asking Jin before, "Hey, idiot, is there anyone important to you?" He then scratched his head, avoiding your gaze as he thought. Let's see. I'm not sure either. I just have someone I really want to help. Hwasong then pointed towards Jae-shin. Then protect that person. Back then, you spoke very loudly and seriously to him, and that person will be the source of motivation for you to no longer feel afraid. At that moment, Jae-shin's eyebrows slightly furrowed. He understood what you said and nodded in response. Now Hwasong lowered his eyes to look at the girl who was crying for Jin. So, it turns out, she is you. Hwasong felt a terrible headache, raising his hand to scratch his head with a frustrated face, then looked back at the person lying on the ground. Thiet Tin couldn't understand this guy at all. Why he was a demon after all. Hwasong angrily grabbed the hilt of the sword, piercing through Jin's body with both hands. He struggled to pull it out, muttering to himself that this sword was incredibly strange, and he wouldn't dare stab himself with it, even for money. If I want to help you now, I first have to get this out. It was so heavy that Hwasong wanted to curse. He gritted his teeth and pushed with all his might, but suddenly the sword seemed to glow in the dark silence. Hwasong couldn't believe his eyes and shouted with joy, "I got it out!" But he quickly realized his face was contorting in surprise. It's not like the sword is moving on its own. Just as he saw, the sword is slowly and automatically pulling out of Dain's body. Before the amazed eyes of Sotrol and Hwasong, it gently lay down on the ground, emitting a faint blue light. Hwasong looked at it in horror before quickly turning to look at Jessen, who had been lying motionless ever since. He looked at the place where the sword pierced through his body in amazement. There were no wounds, not even a tiny scratch, as if it had gone through empty air. Hwasong looked back at the sword. It was now lying on the ground. The faint blue light had completely disappeared, making it look like a very ordinary sword. As expected, both the kid and this sword hide too many strange things. Hwasong couldn't help but remember Jin's glasses from before when he reached out to try to grab the sword. Could this be it? But before I could even touch it, I quickly pulled back my hand as a surge of electricity shot out from it, almost shocking me off my feet. He shouted loudly not to touch it, and I don't need it. Hwasong immediately dismisses the sour grapes, turning away disdainfully. I don't want to get involved with such a filthy, cursed thing, especially since you have no intention of harming your owner. After scolding happily, he turned his gaze to his owner lying scattered on the ground. Dacin's face was cold and bloodless, and Long silently judged that Then Kiem probably also tried to resist his owner's will and limit the damage, which is why such a strange situation occurred. Hwasong pondered as he took out the talisman, thinking maybe this guy still had a chance to be saved. Unlike Hwasong's contemplative demeanor, Sotrol was extremely confused. She turned to look at Jessen, then looked back at him with a confused expression. What's going on? Just now, Hwasong's sword ignored her words, biting his fingertip until it bled. I'm not entirely sure, but I think this is how it's written. He uses his hand to write a talisman on the paper. After finishing, he immediately throws the 3 papers onto Dacin's body. At this moment, Hwasong told Soon, I feel like he's not dead yet. Hearing that, she asked happily, So you think you can help him wake up? Hwasong isn't sure. He can't be certain about that. I know my abilities are limited in this area, and besides, I've nearly exhausted my energy. This isn't really my role, Sotron, Hwasong said, turning away in frustration. This is so difficult. What words should I use now? Saving someone is not my specialty. I'm just imitating others. I am a combat mage. Hwasong recalls what someone once told him. That person said saving someone from death is an extremely difficult and complex process. While they were busy chatting, old Gomak had tremblingly stood up. Sotron listened silently to Hwasong's explanation, not to mention the challenge of gathering the internal energy of at least 10 demon mages at once. The caster of the spell also faced great risks due to the enormous internal power required. At this point, he felt a bit worried, but the person I'm talking about is an exception. Even that little one can perform this spell as easily as breathing. Hwasong's mind was still in turmoil when she suddenly heard Sotron's voice echoing in her ear. I will do my best. Her eyes looked determined as she asked how to perform the method and what I could do to help. Hwasong looked at Sotron in disbelief. The boy sighed, crossed his arms, and said, Listen, you're a demon. I know you're in a hurry to save his life. The prerequisite for anyone performing the spell is that they must be human, and luck also plays a role. In short, it's a very complicated and time-consuming spell. What Hwaseon said made Sotron's heart sink. Seeing Soon so worried, thinking about what she was about to say, she couldn't help blushing and looked away. Of course, there are other methods, but they are a bit more negative. Hwaseong shyly points to his lips, unable to imagine that scene. Little Lee said that it was a direct transfer of life force through the mouth, not to mention the nausea. And just a slight mistake could cost him his life as his energy is drained. Honestly, I can't even imagine that scene. Before he could finish speaking, a figure suddenly darted past, and Hwasong stared in shock as the girl swiftly lunged at the person lying unconscious on the ground. She cupped Jessen's chin with both hands and shouted sharply. Hwasong screamed, covering his eyes, too shocked to look directly, his face flushed like a ripe tomato, but he quickly regained his composure and hurriedly stopped her. Hey, are you trying to get yourself killed? Although it doesn't matter to me if a demon like you dies, at this moment. Old Go-Mok from afar saw this scene and couldn't help but be surprised. His eyes revealed a sense of danger. So Chan tries to transfer her life force to Jessen. The life force gradually accumulates and is pushed out. It slowly moved from deep inside her stomach to the outside and was transferred to Jin through a kiss. Hwasong shyly turned away. I don't care what those two want to do, I'll just let it be. Maybe if these two have strong lives, I won't have to intervene. So Tron focused on transferring as much life energy as possible to Jessen. A burst of intense light flashed from the point where their lips met, and suddenly her body was pulled away by something. Hwaseong looked up in panic as So-Troll was pulled into the sky. Surprised by the attack, she shouted loudly, and Hwaseong was also confused. What's going on? But before he could see what was attacking So-Troll clearly, his body was suddenly struck and thrown backward. 2 tree roots pierced through his shoulders, soaking his shirt with red liquid. He immediately cursed loudly. Damn it! So-Troll's body is hanging upside down in the air, with sweat-soaked hair hanging down. Yet she didn't worry about her own situation, only thinking she hadn't fully transferred to his game yet. So-Troll's long, curved eyelashes drooped, covering her eyes that carried the usual coldness. After thinking, she fainted. The old rotten man slowly approached. He was the one controlling the ugly roots earlier. This has worn the old man out a bit after the prolonged battle earlier, heavy breathing. Hwasong clenched his teeth, his body still pierced by the old man's roots. Damn this despicable old monster. I totally forgot about this demon too. The old man's footsteps shook the ground, and he carried So-Troll along. Words can't express how disappointed I am in you anymore. So, are you satisfied? Are you? Hwasong's eyes are filled with fear. All he can do is grit his teeth and watch. So-Troll has been captured. Jin is lying on the ground with the old man's voice echoing in his ear, tidying up the aftermath and heading back. Hwasong frowns at the shoulder wound, breathing heavily, silently cursing himself. Damn it, my hand is pinched tight, I can't move right now. Hwasong's eyes glare at Go-Mok across from him, standing there rambling, and it makes him so angry it hurts his teeth. Damn it, what should I do now? We must somehow capture this demon. Go-Mok wants to end this quickly, and he will free you from this suffering soon. The root, controlled by the old man, rushes straight toward Hwasong. If he gets hit by this root, he's done for. Hwasong raised her voice. She swung her hand down to slide out the metal rod inside her sleeve. It's not that easy, old man. It fell down and you kicked it back up with your foot. He looped around the root, pinning his right shoulder, and stopped when Hwasong bit down to catch it. He pulled hard with force, cutting through whatever it was wrapping around. At the same time, Hwasong tilted his head to avoid the strike of the root in front of him. After his right arm was freed, Hwasong quickly pulled out a talisman from his shirt pocket. He immediately used it to burn the remaining root embedded in his left shoulder. It sounds slow, but in reality, it all happened in the blink of an eye. Old man Go-Mok seems unable to believe that you can escape so easily. He immediately commands a series of other roots to launch a combined attack against Hosong. His hands quickly pull out a series of talismans while muttering continuously, "Dark curse, divine curse, soldier's curse." He immediately launches the burning talismans forward, breaking through Nuaktam Thien. The flaming talismans blocked the attack from the roots, causing a shockwave explosion. Neither side was willing to give in. They tore at each other fiercely. At this moment, Hwasong also seized the opportunity, touching the roots still embedded deep in his body with both hands. He gritted his teeth and pulled it out, enduring pain more terrible than ever. Red liquid burst out and Hwasong screamed in agony. At this moment, Gomok's breathing grew heavier as he watched Hwaseon and thought, "This kid is stubborn, too." Meanwhile, Hwasong decisively threw that hateful thing to the ground. He let out a breath along with drops of red liquid streaming down his coat. "I can't just die here like this." Hwasong's eyes turned fierce, even though he hadn't yet played his trump card. Then suddenly he weakened, his body seeming to lose breath, his eyes losing their vitality. Old Gomok immediately realized that Hwasong was weakening and seized the opportunity to control another vine to tightly wrap around his arm, while another vine in front attacked Hwasong directly, aiming straight at his face, leaving his body unable to react in time. In the tense moment hanging by a thread, suddenly the roots are blocked by sharp iron teeth and the guardian deity appears fiercely. Hwasong reacts very quickly tilting his head to dodge. At this moment, he also clearly sees the giant guardian spirit sitting on the small girl's body. Hwasong couldn't believe it. Old Gomok also widened his eyes in shock, while the little girl screamed with excitement. "The princess has returned," Hong scolded him in response. "You idiot! You were so busy fighting that the princess was thrown onto the roof without you noticing. When I went down to the courtyard, I saw that the aura of the bell horse was chaotic and very weak, so I wanted to find a way to restore it. Fortunately, my little treasure has shown its effect, not much, but it might give us a chance to turn the tide." Old Gomok on the other side was still watching the battlefield, seemingly noticing something. "Go?" Mok looked at the giant divine beast, sensing that things were getting out of control, then shifted his gaze to the girl sitting on the divine beast. "If I'm not mistaken, that's Gomok deep in thought." Then suddenly he speaks to catch the princess's attention. "I feel ashamed for you, Hong." Hong hesitated and turned back. And with the creepy roots and the hoarse voice of the old man, "I kept wondering why Lord Huan hadn't found you yet." Turns out, the old man's eyes narrowed. "As the heir to the kingdom, you joining the humans, if your father finds out, can you bear the consequences?" Surprisingly, what sounds like concern hides a threat when mentioning your father, but it didn't bother him at all. The princess cheerfully replied, "Sorry, old man. In these chaotic times, I honestly don't know whether I should join the humans or the monsters hunting me down. I am not afraid at all and boldly ask, if you were in my place, which side would you choose?" "Go?" Mok fell silent at Hong Dianthu's question and looked down at him, saying, "My little friend here can tell good from evil, and I think he's eager to punish the wicked. Do you want to try?" At this point, the princess's childish voice is full of contempt. "Cao Lao, stop talking so arrogantly." Gomok said nothing, considering himself above arguing with children. "Fine, I won't bother wasting words with you. I have more important matters to handle and will teach you a lesson another time." After speaking, he manipulated the roots to surge and encircle his body. The princess immediately understood his intention. The old man made his escape. Hong was about to stop him when Hwaseong's voice sounded from behind.
"Hey, kid! Quick, watch out! Up there, above!"
Hong, upon hearing that, instinctively looked up. The princess saw a girl being entangled by tree roots in midair. Hong recognized her and quickly shouted out loud. Hwaseong shouted again, warning that she was about to pull her down. "Hurry and cut the octopus's tentacle." "Oh, I mean the roots." Hong didn't hesitate and ordered to advance to the pen. The guardian spirit blinked and rushed forward, opening its mouth to bite the root wrapping around Sotron, its sharp teeth ready to tear it apart. But suddenly, it was all over in an instant. The guardian spirit was forced back to its original form. He and the princess returned to their small forms and fell from above, rolling several times on the ground. The guardian spirit felt sad because of his limited power, his eyes filled with sorrow. The princess turned back and sighed. "Why did you run out of energy so quickly?" Hong clicked his tongue, reaching his arms behind his back as if to grab something. But immediately the princess realized it and scolded Tam, saying her precious treasure still hadn't regained enough energy to use. Hwasong, on the other side, quickly acted, pulling out the sword, ignoring his body's screams of pain, and forcefully threw it at the target. Cao Tian swiftly flew to Sotron's position before she was pulled down to the ground, but in the end it was too late. and it only just brushed past. So Tron has been pulled down. In the end, only a few roots remain. The princess's eyes were filled with confusion and fear, while Hwasong frowned deeply, his breath ragged, and the divine beast's face was full of regret. Hwasi couldn't hold back a loud curse. And what about her? He looked down at his money still lying on the ground, cursing in anger once more. Damn it! The princess and the divine beast remained silent, as if blaming themselves. Awakens is still furious, gritting his teeth. Damn it all. Standing helplessly in place, muttering curses, so angry that nothing can be salvaged anymore, being taken away by the troll, and Din still hasn't woken up. Hongdio, the divine beast, gently consoles it, saying, "Don't blame yourself. You've done your best." Suddenly, a slightly deep voice echoes in the princess's ear, carrying a hint of sarcasm. A complete mess. Hong quickly raised his head to look at the voice. The man's voice belonged to a tall figure with his hands casually tucked into his shirt pockets, standing relaxed on the power lines, his face obscured by the backlight. Hwasong also noticed someone appeared, and when he looked up, he recognized who it was. It's him. This person is none other than Jin Lang. His gaze ignores Hwasong and shifts to another direction, where Jay is still unconscious on the ground. Jin Lang calmly assesses that the situation seems serious. He pays no attention to the princess and the divine beast's wary looks. Jin Lang indifferently said, "That's fine, it saves me time and effort." Hearing this, Hwasong grits her teeth. At the same time, elsewhere under the ancient tree, suddenly roots pierced through the ground, breaking through the earth and rising up to protect their owner. Old man Gomak has safely retreated, carrying a girl in his arms. And that girl is Sotron. He looks around and says to the unconscious young woman, "We've arrived, Sotron." Even though the girl is still unconscious, he is still talking to himself about returning to the demon world. Dian Lang gently jumps down to the ground, while Hwasong shifts to stand in front of the still unconscious goat, frowning with suspicion. "You!" At that moment, Hong Di, riding his small divine beast, quickly ran over and shouted loudly, "What are you up to now, you bastard?" Hwasong was surprised by the princess's reaction. "Oh, this kid also knows him?" Hong responded very quickly. Of course, the little guy knows him. Hoa-X was speechless before their obsession with winning or losing. "I'm asking you, kid." Before the princess could reply, Dian Lang smiled and answered on her behalf. "What a coincidence. It turns out you're all acquaintances. This relationship is quite funny." Remembering the shattered barrier earlier, he continued, "You leaving the barrier and fighting wildly like this really surprised me. You have to rush over to see what's going on. I thought another catastrophe was about to erupt in the mortal realm." Hearing this, his voice slightly lowered. Making the two others tense up. What exactly happened here? Hwasong doesn't want to reveal what took place a few minutes ago. "I don't know anything. And this place has nothing to do with you, so go ask somewhere else as far away as possible, fox spirit." But Lang paid no attention to his final words, sneering. Honestly, answering might be the smarter choice given the current situation. His blue eyes narrowed slightly, and his voice was light. "Since I am here, your lives are already in my hands. Do you believe it? Taking your lives now is just a snap of my fingers." Hwasong looked at him as if he wanted to say something, but in the end he hesitated and spoke up. "And you said you wouldn't?" Jin Lang looked over and saw Hwasi shouting, "Isn't it you who said last time that you wouldn't kill innocent people without reason? Are you going to take back your words? You're bringing up the past again. Your face turned pale, and besides, you still owe us from that time." Jin Lang listened and pondered, touching his chin, thinking, "We've settled everything fairly, haven't we?" Hwasong flew into a rage and shouted, "You damn fool, don't push us too far. Do you even know how hard we've been through? If you're so good, then go ahead and kill me." The princess glared at him and snapped back. "This idiot, don't get worked up or you'll get us all killed." Jin Lang's face went blank from being yelled at. In the end, he didn't care at all. "Forget you. I just want to know what happened." At this point, he suddenly remembered someone was missing and asked, "Where is that young lady?" "They've already left, haven't they?" The furious look on Hwasong's face just now froze at this question, and even the princess paused for a moment. Hong was silent for a moment before replying that he had been taken away, and the divine beast bowed its head in dejection. Jin Lang was a bit surprised. Who was the one that captured her? Honggon briefly explained what just happened. She was taken away by J1's subordinate, the evil elder. Now we must find a way to rescue her immediately, or it will be dangerous to her life. Dian Lang nodded thoughtfully upon hearing this. "The old demon is a moldy bottom. He seems to remember something. This isn't good." Hwasong looked stunned upon hearing that. Tao Jin Lang remembered his own ring that he had given to Sotrol before leaving. "That young lady is wearing a ring I gave her. If it falls into the hands of a demon, it could cause big trouble. The two words ring make Hwa-song suspicious again. She can't understand the ring at all. What's with that teasing tone? Why are you suddenly giving her a ring? Are you interested in her? Hwa-X sneered and pointed, saying it's a pity that she and that writer are a couple. Jin Lang was speechless. What nonsense is this idiot talking about? He didn't even bother to listen to Hwa-seong and shifted the topic directly. So now you want to go rescue that girl, right? I will help you, but in exchange you have to help me recover that ring, okay? Hwa-sung frowns in thought for a moment before replying, all right, let's agree on that. Jin Lang is pleased with the answer. That's good. First, can you wake him up? This question stumps Hwa-sung. He says it's difficult, and he's not just going to faint again like last time. By now he's probably wandering around the gates of hell, but that won't trouble the wolf. He's full of confidence. I'm here, he won't die that easily. And with that, he brushed past Hwa-sung. You were startled by his actions, then turned to look at Jin Lang slowly sitting down beside Jin. Jin Lang raised his hand slightly away from Jessen's chest to check his condition. He frowned slightly and assessed, do they really think he's just an ordinary human with both human and demon aura? Jin Lang asked them what exactly happened to him yesterday. Hwa-X thought about the previous situation when Dia asked to fight the monster and then received demonic energy from the circle. In the end, I still didn't know how to explain it properly. I told them I really didn't know, but there were too many suspicious details. I don't know where to start. Jin Lang looked at his discouraged and dismissive expression. Why did I agree to work with this useless guy? He looked back at Jin. This person's face is pale. It's been a long time since I last saw such a chaotic and turbulent flow of spiritual energy. He assesses that the two streams of energy cannot merge, causing the blockage. As he speaks, Jin Lang pinches the barrel between his fingers. As long as I unblock the meridians to restore the smooth flow of energy, he will wake up naturally. Hong was startled to see what Jin Lang was holding. Are you planning to use that? Hwa-sung looked confused as he watched Jin Lang's actions, a stream of energy flowing from the cracked gem in his hand. It spread out and covered Jin's body, slowly absorbing into him. Because of that, Jin's complexion gradually became a bit rosier. Seeing that the situation was stabilizing, Jin Lang continued to control his chi to move. Suddenly, something blocked him, causing his energy to be pushed back and his brow to furrow. Seeing that, Dian Lang quickly retracted the jade. Hwa-seng immediately asked, "What's going on? What just happened?" Dian Lang stood up silently without saying a word and then said, "I've stabilized his energy circulation, but his condition seems worse than I thought, so it will probably take a few days for him to recover." Seeing the situation stabilize a bit, the princess suddenly remembered something and quickly said, Hey, can you treat this fool's wound while you're at it?" Hwa-sung was stunned, opening his mouth, and he saw Jin Lang's mocking expression. "If he begs, I might consider it. You're so angry, shut up, I don't need you." Seeing your furious face, he suddenly brought up an old story. "Oh, right. The last time we met, I discovered someone possessing something quite interesting." Hwa-sung hesitated, confused about what he was talking about. He stayed silent and listened, saying, "I also felt the aura of love coming from that place was very familiar. Can you give me an explanation?" Hwa-se's brow furrowed, his gaze somewhat dangerous. "What are you curious about? You're touching my forbidden ground." Dian Lang isn't very interested either, so I won't ask anymore, but he still smiles coldly, honestly. "So what should I do if I really want to know?" Jin Lang pinched the gem with his finger and smiled. "It's dangerous, so I guess I have to check it out myself. This time I'll learn from experience and use something a bit painful to save time." Hwa-se-ong grits her teeth, her eyes full of suspicion as she looks at Jin Lang. "Your deep voice sounds a bit intimidating. Are you determined to push me to the limit?" Suddenly, a clear girl's voice rang out behind me. "Oops!" That voice startled Hwa-seong, making him jump. He turned around to look behind him, and before Hwa-song could react, the cheerful voice of the girl in the short dress rang out again. "It's the right person." Your eyes are immediately drawn to the flashy, brightly colored phone with the continuous sound of camera shutters and the excited voice of the girl. I sat there racking my brain, not knowing what to write in the message. As expected, it's more interesting than I imagined. Very interesting. This person is none other than X. He shouted in panic. "Oh, come on." The little girl pointed her phone forward, kept taking pictures, and muttered while looking at the wreckage, "Is this all caused by monsters?" The girl was completely unfazed, one hand in her coat pocket, calmly asking, "I wonder how much it will cost to fix this mess while you're panicking like you've lost your mind. Why are you here?" "I just glanced over and took a few pictures to send to headquarters." Suddenly, she saw something and looked at the unconscious person on the ground. At the same time, the princess saw the girl appear and quickly climbed down from the beast. Xiaoya withdrew her gaze and looked back at Hwaseon to ask what's going on. Huh, what is this? The girl kept being surprised. Why did Oppa say he wouldn't make friends with anyone, but Hwasong couldn't stand it?
That's right, what are you looking at? The girl nonchalantly continues her conversation, ignoring her curiosity.
So who are these people? Her eyes suddenly lit up as she looked at the handsome, cool, blue-haired man in front of her. Dian Lang also noticed the intense gaze of ex-girl staring at him for a moment before turning to look at the idiot Hwasong standing beside her. It took a few seconds before the girl finally shouted. Wow, her cheeks are even blushing. Who are these three handsome guys? Hwasong saw the bright eyes of the girl's handsome crush and gritted her teeth in anger. You don't even ask about his condition. Hong also stared in confusion, her bright eyes shining like headlights. Oppa, your friend is amazing. On the other hand, Hwasong just opens her mouth wide and looks like a chicken. I told you I'm not. So why would I look like someone who can be friends with him? Sia doesn't even bother to pay attention to you, happily jumping around. Appa, why are you so handsome and cool? Is Oppa an idol? Wow, why is Oppa so tall? Is the atmosphere above getting a bit thin? Oppa's taste is still very refined. It completely cuts off some name over there. Hong Ax and I are speechless at this scene. The princess asked you, where did this little troublemaker come from? Hong Ax looked like he wanted to disappear. Don't ask, just pretend you don't know that kid. Boom. Jinlong's expression barely changed when he was disturbed, glancing down at the girl. Oppa, can I have a photo with you as a keepsake? Sia, you're so excited. If your friends found out, they'd be green with envy. Seeing the girl's actions, Hwaseong sensed something suspicious. After speaking, the girl raised her phone, ready to take a picture of him. Come on, Oppa, look at me. Hwaseong finally realized the girl's intention and hurried to stop her. Hey, no way. Wait. The little girl presses the shutter button on the phone screen. Suddenly, X's dangerous-looking eyes are hidden beneath the phone screen. The girl lightly touches the original photo, drawing a symbol on it with her finger, while a red string unexpectedly wraps around him. Obviously, this was caused by Sai. Hwasong exclaimed in fear. What? Stop. Jinlong frowned slightly. His body was bound tightly in an instant. The girl saw she caught the person and said to Jin Lang, You are the only one here unharmed. Did you cause all this? I need an explanation, or there's no way you'll escape. Being bound without reason and then falsely accused. Dian Lang feels uncomfortable, purses his lips. This is a blessing spell and also a powerful curse. His eyes gradually turn from blue to gold, and his voice becomes colder. It seems like a declaration of war, doesn't it? He shifts his body, trying to break free from the chains. X was startled. The little girl looked at the person in front of her in fear. She frowned slightly, her lips pressed tightly in caution. Hua finished her makeup and was also preparing for the next bad situation. The girl turned on her phone, and sure enough, it was a monster. The faint red glow from the phone floats in the air. The girl steps forward without any fear. If you fall into my hands, don't even think about escaping. Monster. Hwasong, what did you quickly call back? That's enough. Why do these kids always act recklessly without thinking of the consequences? Suddenly something caught Hongjian's eye. The princess looked up. Hongjian stammered in disbelief as the princess hurriedly called those fools and everyone stopped. They were all pulled back by these words at the same time, turning their heads to look, as Hongdian pointed to someone standing right beside him. Since when did that fool wake up without us noticing? Jason's eyes opened, but they were dull and lifeless. Jin Lang immediately sensed something was wrong, and suddenly a voice called out from an endless white space. Dia gently brushed her long hair aside like a curtain hiding her eyes, still with her eyes closed, lips slightly parted, her voice soft but carrying an undeniable authority of Sotron. Open your eyes. Those eyes gradually opened, deep and sparkling, as if illuminated by the entire universe, with a gentle smile that touched the heart, carrying all the unspoken words. That's right. You must keep living on. His gaze quietly fixed on the empty space ahead, as if all the surrounding images had become blurred and meaningless, with only the echoing voice of Sotron remaining in his mind. Hong suddenly spoke to wake Jay from his trance. Hey, you're fully awake now, right? But despite what the princess said, Jane still kept his head bowed silently, as if nothing had happened. Then Jin slowly parted his lips and nonchalantly asked, What happened? I definitely remember. His hand gently touched the healed wound on his stomach. Seeing him like that, Hongjian suddenly replied, You don't remember anything? You already did. Suddenly he interrupted the princess's words. Jin looked up and called out instinctively, So Trondo. Hongjian's emerald eyes widened in shock. The princess's serious face now carried a heavy sadness. Although her eyes remained sharp and powerful, the princess's voice trembled, revealing her helplessness as she said, "I am very sorry," so that the words of the opponent like a cold blade piercing deep into the chest where the old love had taken him away. The goat's face looks pleading. The pupils shrink and the gaze is filled with intense shock. In the distance, Dian Lang is still chained and under surveillance by Xi Ya. Dian Lang furrows his brow, wondering about his condition, as even the flow of qi through Chu Thien would take several days.
What the hell? Seeing his distraction, Zia angrily shouted, "Hey, you! What are you looking at during the fight?"
With a cold gaze, the girl said, "Do you think I am joking or what?" The situation became increasingly tense and out of control. Huaseng ran over to stop the girl, saying, "Hey, stop and listen to me." Suddenly, Sai A stared fiercely and turned around. The girl threw a punch directly at Huaseng, knocking him back. Hit with such a powerful punch, Huaseng's whole body trembled and sweat poured down like rain. Jin Lang remained silent, his face cold and expressionless. Even Honggun couldn't hide her panicked expression as she watched what was happening before her, surrounded by fierce swirling waves of blue-green energy. That blue-green energy wave is gradually flowing directly into Huaseng's body, making him scream in pain. The energy slowly dissipates, but he's still hurting from the previous blow and continues to shout.
"What the hell? I told you many times not to treat wounds like that. What if you accidentally cause an explosion?"
She calmly replied with a composed expression, "Don't make a fuss. I am temporarily stabilizing your chaotic internal energy. If you don't want internal injuries, sit down quickly and focus on breathing." Jin Long is now frowning thoughtfully, his cold eyes like he's scrutinizing every breath of the opponent.
The girl straightforwardly says, "The main camp is very angry about what you've done, and this time you'll definitely be punished by the law."
"I can't keep cleaning up after this all the time." The girl turned to Jin Lang, who was still enduring the pain. "All right, let's put that aside for now. There's something else that needs to be dealt with here." Then X, with a cold gaze and a serious expression, pointed at Jin Lang and loudly ordered, "If you want to atone for your sins, then capture this monster alive." Hoa X's face was still pale and stunned, still recovering from the shock. "Who just told me to sit down and meditate?" Even though Jin Lang is being controlled by the puppet, instead of losing his temper, he appears eerily calm. "This puppet master is stronger than I thought. Or maybe it's just because it has some strange point." Zia Ah smiled confidently and arrogantly. "You can't cut this thread with force." The girl continues explaining about the talisman. "My talisman can directly connect to the host's power. In other words, it uses your own strength to bind you even tighter. So don't waste your effort. No matter how strong you are, before you can finish your sentence," a voice echoes. "Is that really the case?" D stands tall in front of Jin Lang and asks insistently, "Do you really have a way to find So Troll?" Everyone stared in amazement.
Hoa X was surprised and asked, "You idiot, and see, I don't understand who is So Tron."
Hearing Jie Shin say that, Jin Lang fell silent. He remembered the ring he had given to So Tron, unless that girl was still wearing it on her finger. Jin narrowed his eyes, his expression unwavering with determination, and he said firmly, each word deliberate and clear, "How to find that ring?" Hearing Shin say that, Dian Lang didn't say anything, only quietly smirked.
"All right, but don't you see I'm already bound by someone else right now?"
This tangled thing suddenly reached out and touched the collar on his neck, instantly vanishing. That left Jin Lang momentarily stunned, but he kept his face expressionless. Sia and the flower incense also couldn't hide the shock on their faces. Hong also stared with her mouth open in amazement, her face showing utter disbelief as if she couldn't believe her own eyes. "No way, my uncle can't cut it off with violence." After Dashin freed him, he said, "Thank you. Thank you for helping me escape. And while you're at it, let me say this. Your current state is completely unstable. Do you really think you can do anything?" He coldly replied, "You don't need to worry about that." Snake is still cautious of the opponent in front of him, and he remains stubborn and firm in his decision.
"I can handle myself. Just tell me the plan, and I'll be grateful enough."
He quickly struck Jessen with a blow to the body, and with that downward swing, Jin's attack caused a massive disturbance that affected everyone around him. Sia screamed in fear, "Ouch!" Even Honggon, the guardian spirit standing nearby, was affected to some extent, as the explosion of light seemed to tear apart the very space. But Jin reacted quickly by using all his strength to block his opponent's sword with his throwing knife, sparks flying where the two blades clashed. Jin Long's pupils dilated in surprise at being able to block the attack, his face sweaty with a cold yet pleading gaze. Jin clenched his teeth, with an expression of both fury and despair, trembling as he muttered with determination, "Please, Tell me how to find the ring. To find the... His eyes flicker slightly at the emotional plea as Jin Lang stares intently at the injured young man blocking his sword. He spoke up, I wonder. Hearing that, Dashin couldn't hide his confusion. He reacted immediately. What? Put me in your situation. Today you had the chance to kill without doing it, but will you regret it tomorrow? Ji frowned suspiciously at the opponent. He firmly replied, I will definitely not regret as long as you keep your promise then. Hearing Jay say that, he was surprised and asked, Is the promise to not kill innocent humans? He sneered. You're really something, both of you, truly hard to understand. Seeing Jin Lang equate me with himself, Hua X angrily shouted, What the hell is going on? Jin Lang lowered his sword to the ground. I will keep my promise. He frowned and listened anxiously as Jin Lang continued. So, if one day you are no longer human, can I kill you? Dia clenched the sword in his hand and said, I don't quite understand what you mean. Jin Lang snorted and replied, You may not understand now, but eventually you will when the time comes. But before he could finish, Jin's words cut him off. Just end it. His eyes flickered with surprise. Jin hesitated and said tremblingly, If you think that's the right thing to do, then go ahead. But not now. Jacin's eyes flickered with utter despair, but that girl gave him a glimmer of hope in his eyes. At least let me find the way back before I return. Jin Lang remained silent in thought for a long time, then nodded in agreement. Let's settle on that. He reached out and revealed a striking sapphire. Jin Lang handed Jae-shin his own gem and explained, This sapphire will help you sense my location. I've tried sensing it, and it seems to be somewhere extremely far away. Dia-shin asked doubtfully. It's probably a remote mountain area far away from here, or maybe no longer in the human world. Dia clenched her fists and muttered to herself, That means she might be in the demon realm. Hong quickly added, and Sai was surprised to look at the princess, causing the girl to stumble and not know what to say. What's going on?
Wait a minute. What are you guys talking about? The girl turned pale and asked Hua Xiong, You know what's going on, right?
But you also reacted just as strongly as the little girl did. Hua Song broke out in a cold sweat and gritted his teeth. It's tough. I already said earlier that Hongjian still doubts the feasibility of the Lamnagok gem in Jin's hand that Jin Lang gave him, but the demon world is also vast, no less than the human world. Is it really possible to rely on that small gem?
Dian Lang shrugged with his eyes closed and said, I can't guarantee I'll find them right away after all these gems aren't all powerful, so it's a bit uncertain before he could finish the guardian. Bit his cloak, making the princess confused cry out. Then it ran off quickly, leaving Hong puzzled and asking, What's going on, little dog? After the dog lord ran out of sight, a distant scream suddenly echoed, someone shouting, Get out of the way! Get out of the way! It turns out that was the toad badly wounded, writhing on the ground. He was afraid of the guardian spirit and tried to chase him away, not letting him come near. Don't bite me, beast. Then everyone quickly rushed over to his side. Seeing that, he tearfully lamented, Gomok Nim, why did you leave without taking me with you? The herd of goats, tired of looking at the toad, watched as he, though unable to move, still desperately waved his wrinkled hand to chase away the guardian spirit. Go away, stay away from me, old man. Seeing Theme Thu struggling, Hwasung suddenly had an idea. That's right, we can let this old toad lead us straight to the lair of the evil beast. Meanwhile, he still shouted in fear at the guardian spirit, Don't bite! The chaos finally pushed Sai, who had been silent for a long time, to speak up, saying if Jean-Jacques didn't explain properly, he shouldn't blame anyone for what happens. Hearing my name and Rice, Hoa Song was extremely angry. What the hell is John? Are you angrily questioning X? Little girl, who gave you permission to shout your brother's full name like that? But in the end, X is still the boss. Let me tell you, if I don't tell the NGO family about this today, I'll go back to headquarters and cause a scene. Hua. When he heard about the headquarters, Hua Si immediately fell silent. Knowing Si's hot temper, she would definitely follow through. You're sweating and begging. Hey, come on, don't get too carried away. Calm down. Take a deep breath and let me tell you everything. A few minutes later, X looked visibly annoyed when Hwasong recounted everything. The girl seemed helpless and scratched her head saying, Oh my, has it only been a few days and you've already gotten into one trouble after another? The more he spoke, the angrier X's tone became. He even made friends with monsters. Seeing the girl misunderstand, Hwaseong quickly clears up the misunderstanding. What happened? There's no way I made friends, but the girl can no longer stay calm. If the headquarters finds out about this, you'll definitely be suspended. Even I will be affected.
Her mouth like a loudspeaker made him helplessly call out softly, only whispering. Why, hearing some strange words, asked casually, "What is, Huandung?" "I just found out that word now, so I'll guess it means a temporary suspension of use or being put on hold. But our girl hasn't finished talking yet." "Is that trouble not enough, or are you planning to rush into the love world now? Just think about whether the headquarters can accept your recklessness." Everyone, including Jane Lang, couldn't say a word in the face of her questioning. But their silence seems to confirm that X is right. In the past, even when he caused chaos, he never crossed the line. But this is an act of voluntary departure. You're essentially signing your own death sentence. Hoa X made no excuses, just accept it as it is.
Is your acceptance surprising to Sai? It seems like you don't really care.
It's fine if the main base accepts, and if not, it doesn't matter at all. To her surprise, Hwasong added one more thing. "Anyway, that place isn't where I truly belong." But Sai didn't object to that, and the girl changed the subject. "So what exactly is special about that old monster? Why do you want to pursue that old man to the end?" Hwasong avoided her gaze. "That is my private matter," Zia replied irritably. "What personal matter of yours is that?" The girl placed her hand on her chest urgently. "So all of your problems have been mine all along." Sai's sincere words seemed to fail to reach Hwasong. "If you want to talk about shared responsibility with the team, I suggest you return to the main base," the girl explained. "I didn't mean it that way." After a moment of silence, Sai spoke. "I already mentioned this before, the memories of that day, when Hwaseong risked everything to save the girl from the wreckage resurfaced, and repaying his life-saving act is my responsibility. Because of that, CA is even more determined. How could you let him face danger alone like that?" The girl's actions made Hwaseong fall silent for a few seconds, as if realizing something, and he explained, "Yeah, listen, it seems there are some misunderstandings." At this moment, I seem to share the same thought as X. He spoke reassuringly. "I won't let Akha go with you." Suddenly, someone decided to take my place. Hwaseong felt upset. "What are you relying on?" D frowned and looked into your eyes. "It's just based on the scar on his face. I'm afraid we'll lose a teammate." He seriously warns that once you enter the other world, nothing can be predicted. No one wants to rush headlong into death like that. Caring for others is one thing, but Jin never even considers himself. "However, I must go alone. Hwasong would never let you do whatever you want." He pointed at his face, criticizing the clueless guy, but before he could say anything else, Jin cut in and said that if Jokha needed to meet the beloved elder to ask about something, he would do it on his behalf, so that you won't regret it. D adds another line. "Please consider the feelings of those around you." Faced with their argument, C nervously just watched, thinking Hwaseong would stay silent. "But no," he argued back, "and if you want to meddle, first look at yourself. How would your little wife feel if she knew you were rushing headlong into danger like this?" After a few seconds of silence, Day lowers his eyes and says, "I didn't go there just to save So Troll, but also to help myself." Hwase doesn't understand and asks what. "Your desire to go alone is not simple. Hong knows this better than anyone, and also doesn't want you to endure the hardships he has faced." The princess spoke. "No matter what your goal is, rushing alone into the demon world is extremely dangerous. To stay safe, Hongjon suggests that she and I go with you, worried that the princess might be in danger by coming with me." Jin was concerned. "But isn't Hongjon the one being chased from the demon world all the way here? Now turning back would be nothing new for Honggon. Whether in the human world or the demon world, I am still being chased by enemies. Instead of hiding, Honggon intends to face it. But think about it. If I keep being afraid and running away, what can I really do?" The princess's words made Sai ponder silently, and Jin no longer stopped Honggon. "All right, we'll go together, Honggon." The guardian spirit also agrees and calls out a few times. "My dear," he said to her, "all right, and you too, work hard." He called him by name as if asking something. The clueless goat begged for mercy, glancing nervously at the old man. Then he quickly drew his sword at lightning speed toward him, causing Theme Thu to jump in fright and scream like a pig being slaughtered, terrified by the pressure of the sword. He held his head, begging him not to do it. "Please, have mercy," the impatient goat said. "What are you waiting for? Open the portal?" Thiem Thu asked, trembling. "Which portal are you talking about?" "I think he's pretending to be clueless." He frowned, still pretending. Dia reminded him. "The passageway directly connected to the demon world that the old demon used. What you said sounds simple, but trying it might be overwhelming." His face turned pale as he replied, But I have no idea where Gomak Nim used the passage to go." At that moment, Jin Lang stepped out with a light laugh. "We're out of luck. Not knowing the exact location makes it really hard to find." Van Wei held the jade-colored gem in his hand meaningfully, having no other choice but to kill him and trap his soul in this gem. Taking it to the demon realm might be more useful. Recognizing the gem, Theme Thu felt like he was about to see a naked chicken. Oh my goodness. To prevent that from happening, Theme Thu quickly crawled over to them and begged, "No, please don't, I beg you. Lord Ninetails Fox, I truly do know a little." As he spoke, he couldn't help but shout in his heart, "Why is the nine-tailed fox living among these humans?" Seeing his face change even faster than flipping 8, Jin Lang teased, "You just said you didn't know earlier, and you even added, 'Don't worry, I promise I won't waste your life.' I don't want to ascend early." Theme Thu explained everything thoroughly.
Great master, with my current condition I am truly powerless. I can only move my upper body now. I helplessly cry out. The flow of my vital energy is disrupted. How can I perform the spell smoothly? But in this aspect, Sai has the ability to work her magic. I can restore it. Jishin was amazed by her ability.
Huh? So it can be restored like that? The girl calmly explains that although she was cut in half, there are no signs of death, indicating her vital energy is still functioning normally. Just reconnecting the two halves of her body will do. After saying that, Sai couldn't help but feel proud as she looked up at the sky. This was actually my specialty. But it seems the toad doesn't like it. He secretly wondered to himself, who would make you help? A moment later, following Xia Huasong's instructions to reposition the lower body of the toad, he furrowed his brow. Is this how it's arranged? Seeing everything in order, the girl happily replied, "Okay." X quickly takes a photo of the Theme Thu and then uses the 7749 Photoshop skill to paste a new body onto him. Soon after, a radiant light surrounded the old man and miraculously sealed his wounds. The girl snapped her hips and ordered, "All done. Get up, old man." But the toad still pretends to be naive, this beautiful young lady. I feel my lower body is powerless. My legs have no sensation. I can't stand up. Seeing that he didn't want to cooperate, Jin Lang used his old trick and raised the gem. It looks like there's no other way, so I have to trap the old man's soul here. Just as I thought, Theme Thu suddenly stood up. "Don't do this. I am getting up right now." Theme Thu froze for 5 seconds, realizing his disguise had been exposed. After waiting for a long time, Jin Lang urged him to hurry, saying there was no more problem and to quickly open the passage. To save his own life, Thiem Thu had no choice but to obey. He shed a quiet tear inside. I guess I have to do something wrong to him then. Gomak Nim will just have to accept it. Who said I should be left here? Thinking of that, he doubled his sorrow. After this, I guess I should ask to retire and return home to live peacefully so I can settle down quickly. Thiem Thu asked Jay if that's the plan, that once the passage is opened, they will release the prisoner, right? What are you talking about? Who can easily let him go? I have to go too. Just bring us before that old monster and do whatever you want. Hearing that, he immediately broke down. There's no joking now. If a villain does that, they'll be pierced through with a wooden stake by Komoim. Jin didn't care at all since he's going to die anyway, so let's just kill him here to save time. Seeing they refused to let him go, Thiem Thu clenched his teeth in frustration. These despicable and wicked humans. He had endured patiently, but now they were pushing him too far. Thinking quickly, he reached into his bag to choose a path. Any path would lead to death. Fine. Then let's go down together. Holding his weapon, Thiem Thu shouted, "I refuse! None of you can control me. You'll all obey my commands." However, his weapon had long been broken, and he stared with wide eyes like a frog. That's right, Thiem Thu's toy had been cut off by those goats. He broke out in a cold sweat. Forget it. I completely forgot about it. While Thiem Thu was not paying attention, CAA took another photo of him. Feeling that there is a conspiracy here, he suspiciously asked, "Is that the same sound from earlier? What are you planning to do with that box?" To respond to the treasure test, Sia performed a series of actions on her phone. Her fingers lightly touched the screen and then swiped to the right before unlocking it. Immediately afterward, his entire body was pushed to the right by an invisible force, and he struggled to stand up again with difficulty. What's going on? What just happened? What did you just do? Why is my body moving on its own? Before finishing his sentence, Dia brushed his hand to the left, causing him to fall over in that direction. Frightened by the invisible power, Thiem Thu's face turned pale. Could it be that you have trapped my soul inside that ugly box? X just said nothing but told him he's doomed. Even Honggon is seeing a phone for the first time. The princess also shivered. What kind of treasure is this? Can it even trap a soul? The princess's question momentarily left Sai unable to respond. Actually, the girl simply explained it straightforwardly. I focus on the target's innate energy and then capture it, then just control it. It's kind of similar. The strange terminology makes Hwaseon, who usually thinks simply, even more confused. What is NP? Sia lazily replied, explaining in a very long-winded way. In short, under Thiem Thu's fear, Zia explained that she could use her own energy to manipulate and control others' energy flows. Then she glanced at him with a look of amusement, or more simply, understanding. At that moment, I had bound an invisible chain around his neck and pulled him like a dog. Knowing he was trapped, Thiem Thu felt a pang of despair inside. This is bad. After watching him fool around for a long time, Jae-shin could no longer wait. Enough already, playing tricks is enough. Now open the passage quickly. There is no way out now. Thiem Thu can only call Da and say yes. Please give me a little more time. My internal energy has not fully recovered yet. Since he didn't seem to resist, Dia looked at his somewhat unkempt appearance and agreed to the compromise.
All right, then while we wait, please watch over him, and I'll go change into a different outfit.
Watching his figure leave, Hong finally spoke. Do you guys feel like there's something strange about that fool? But Hoa Song couldn't say anything. The sky was getting darker and darker. Jae-shin silently looked at the weapon in his hand for a long time, the sounds of the previous battle echoing in his mind. Consider your stubbornness the winner this time. Someone as weak as you won't live long. If you want to die, die alone. At that moment, Dain was nearly unconscious, collapsing onto a pool of fresh blood, his body slowly sinking into that wine-like liquid as each sound, like a curse, flowed into his ears. There are things in life that only come closer the more you try to avoid them. You and I share the same destiny, so you can't escape it. You no longer have many options now. So make the wisest decision. The words echoed repeatedly in Duan's mind like a tape recorder, and he continued to struggle in vain before dying. The last sentence is also the one that worries him the most, or handing the sword back to the master, but worry is not the answer. Day politely sheathes the sword and walks on with the determination to uncover the truth. It is time for me to find my own destiny, and now, it seems everyone is also ready. Dee asks Thiem Thu, the old toad, do you think you've recovered enough? Without waiting for his reply, he orders to get started. Hua Sung suddenly spoke again, saying, Hey, you idiot! Were you about to say something but then paid attention to X's actions? That's right, number 43 Naniac Street. Everything must be settled first. Okay, little girl, instruct the person on the other end of the phone. Yes, come here immediately. Thinking she was tattling to the headquarters, Hoa Song nervously shouted, What are you doing? Trying to cause more trouble by contacting the main base? The girl simply tosses her belongings into a basket. Not understanding her intention, Hoa Song kneels down to examine the basket. What is this? Xa replied calmly. It's his clothes and belongings. Maybe the girl knew that someone like Hoa Seon is very stubborn and prepared for it long ago. I always leave it in the car, but the sudden change in her makes Hoa Seong a bit uncomfortable. You won't let him say more. X replied with a frown and a look of helplessness. I just contacted the post-production team and asked them to keep it secret from the main headquarters. The girl pointed to the mess that the J group caused. If you want to go somewhere or do something, first you have to deal with this big mess smoothly. If you ignore it like this, you'll eventually run into trouble with the reporters and the authorities. Knowing X's worry, Hoa Sung suddenly didn't know what to say except calling her Y, and Zhua seemed to read his mind. You're worried I'll try to stop you, aren't you? Seeing the scar on Hoa Song's eye, she could guess part of it. You're so determined just because of that eye, right? Jin Lang stood silently to see what the girl was going to say. And what Sai said is exactly what Hua Seong didn't expect. Just do whatever you want. Oh, as soon as the little girl finished speaking, Thiem Thu also opened the gate. Inside is as dark as Chidao's future. Jin once again tensed when facing the door of life and death, but this time he is followed by his teammates. Will they survive and return? Regarding the pitch-black hole in the sky, Thiem Thu's voice rang out. This is the gateway to the demon realm. Ji listened in silence, staring at it with cold eyes, then turned to him and said, All right, let's go in. But this was beyond his expectations. He quickly raised both hands, hesitated, and said, Well, but you're in a hurry to find Tron, so why hesitate? I told the old man to lead the way. Thiem Thu tried to cling to a reason to justify his strange behavior. If I go in first, there will be no one left to close the passageway. Please go ahead without worry, I will follow closely behind. Dia just heard and immediately knew he had no good intentions, so he clenched his lips tightly and after a brief moment spoke out in anger. Does he think I would fall for this trick? But Jin Lang managed to stop him in time. He calmly glanced at him and handed over the surveillance to me. Jin Lang added, I will stay here until I am sure the passage has been properly sealed, so you can rest assured. Hearing that, both Dai and the toad looked towards him. He clasped his hands together, sweat pouring down his face, his voice full of flattery. Yes, that's what he says, but deep down he's cursing himself. Damn it, he thought angrily. You bastard! Are you on the side of monsters or humans? But he was too cowardly to speak his true thoughts.
Yes, yes, my lord. Please trust your humble servant. I definitely won't dare to delay or deceive you.
Dae-sin didn't bother arguing with him anymore. He reached out and gently patted his shoulder, then took a step closer to the passage. All right, then. But before you cross the passage, Hwasong came closer to warn you.
Hey, you idiot! Calm down. This leopard toad is suspicious and we can't trust these treacherous demons.
Jin also doesn't take this matter seriously. Right now, all he can think about is messing around. This Doc Ha guy. He looked straight at his back, listening as he said coldly, "Can you really stop here?" Then he turned to face him. "But I can't." This statement made Hwasong freeze, as if he was recalling painful memories from the past. He reminisced about that time when his loved ones lay in pools of blood, their faces smeared with dried bloodstains. That person told you to stop here. At that moment, you could do nothing but watch them slowly wither away, your face already soaked with tears. Oh no. Hwasong quickly snapped out of that painful memory. You grit your teeth and let out a frustrated cry, your face contorting in annoyance. This arrogant bastard, fine, go ahead. As soon as he finished speaking, Jin charged straight into the passage without hesitation. Following him is Honggon riding on the guardian spirit's back. The princess keeps her eyes forward, fearless. Let's go into the pen together. At the same time, XA, who had been standing beside Hwasong, suddenly spoke up, "Let's go in too." He nodded in confusion. But a few seconds later they suddenly realized and turned to look each other in the eye. "Mr. Hwa X, what do you mean by saying we are involved?" The girl puffs her cheeks and retorts. "What do you mean? Can't you understand even when I explain simply?" Hearing that, he widened his eyes and clenched his jaw in disbelief. Then, a loud voice of Hwasong echoed from the front yard of the house Jane had rented before. "Are you crazy? This isn't a vacation trip." Then came the sound of her arguing back. Why could he go, but she couldn't. "You got angry right away because of the stubbornness of that girl. Kids can be spoiled and headstrong, but there has to be a limit. This is the demon world. Who knows what dangers lurk there? If you're not careful, you could really lose your life." Even though Tui Hwasong tried to stop her, CA still refused to give up her goal. That's why we need to go together even more. Do you understand the meaning of the two words, comrade? At the same time, Lang approached closer to Thiem Thu. He only needs a glance to understand his intention. His eyes cold. Isn't this the passage leading to the demon world? His words immediately made his face turn pale. He quickly raised both hands and stammered, whispering a secret discussion with him. This Lord Nine-Tailed Fox, can we discuss it a bit? When I return, I will definitely retrieve the token and offer it to you, so could you please turn a blind eye and forgive me? But contrary to his expectations, Jin Lang coldly said, "Look at how you are now. I think those people are more trustworthy than you." He looked towards the passageway, where Si and Hwasong were still arguing fiercely, calmly revealing Thiem Thu's true purpose. Your true purpose in opening that portal must be to prevent them from reaching the demon world easily, right? Thiem Thu knew she couldn't hide anything from him anymore. He hesitated before speaking, but I truly did my best. He desperately tried to persuade Yuan Lang. "I know, Your Excellency, if the matter of letting humans rush into the demon world gets exposed, I will no longer be able to hide and survive in the demon world." He glanced at the portal door. No matter which way he chose, it was a path to death. 2 different ways to die. If Your Excellency were in a situation where you couldn't advance or retreat like I am now, would you consider this method? Jin Lang naturally understood his worries, but he couldn't possibly lead Jin's people to their death. The border is an extremely unstable and dangerous area. If you want to keep this little life of yours, be honest and lead them. He continued, "If you let anything happen to them, don't blame me for coming to take your worthless life." After warning him, Jin Lang noticed he had been silent for a while and stepped forward a few more steps. "Silent, aren't you? Don't you know what to say? Are you planning to cheat and run away after crossing over?" Seeing his scheme exposed, he quickly waved his hands to deny it. "No, I will definitely lead the way seriously, Your Excellency, rest assured." Suddenly, Hwasong's angry voice rang in Jin Lang's ears. "This stubborn little girl." You scowl and try your best to stay calm. Now that you think you're capable enough, you no longer take my words seriously, do you? Do you think this is as simple as hanging out with your friends? Sia is not someone to be taken lightly. The girls pointed directly at his face and said, "Don't play the imposing old fool with me. This isn't the era of ancient cosmetics, and besides, a person like you with no friends has no right to lecture me about mine." Hwa X just sighed after hearing that, closed his eyes in frustration, and said helplessly, I won't say anything more or acknowledge this anymore. The girl continued. I don't care what you do. Just go ahead. This comment has already somewhat angered Hwasong. Once there, I won't bother myself with you. Just take care of yourself. The girl replied, just worry about yourself first. After a long back and forth, Jin Lang, standing far away, couldn't take it anymore and interrupted, when are you two going to stop arguing? He followed behind the trembling toad, who looked terrified, and warned, the passage is about to close. Hearing that, Hwasong also moved closer to the passage. I'm leaving now. But before you can step through the passage, Jin Lang spoke up. Unfortunately, I cannot join you. He glanced at the toad, lowering its head to make sure this old frog wouldn't cause trouble, and I will stay behind to monitor until the passage closes and find another way to reach you. Hwasong paid no attention to his existence at all. He stepped onto a stone beneath his feet. It's funny. Even though we're officially allies, I really don't want to travel with you at all. Thanks to you, that clueless guy was able to wake up. I appreciate it. Nine-tailed fox. Suddenly, he spoke abruptly and incomprehensibly. Jin Lang. He coldly threw Man Thiem Thu forward, ignoring his panicked shouting, and he still calmly introduced himself. My name is Jin Lang, not Nine-tailed fox. Then he turned to look at both of them and said, we will meet again soon. I am very interested in your team and the strange cooperation between us. Hwasong turned around, grabbing Thiem Thu's shoulder. He glared at Jin Lang with less flair. Thiem Thu was in so much pain that tears were streaming down her face. Evil Lord, please be gentle. But neither of the two paid any attention to that. He turned to look at the girl and asked, are you ready? The girl quickly responded, of course. All three of them rushed inside the corridor at the same time. Go! Thiem Thu didn't think they would risk everything like this. He was terrified, stammering, I feel dizzy, I will vomit, I will vomit. Wait a moment. But no one listened to him, causing him to cry and scream loudly. How much do you want to torment this old body to be satisfied? His desperate screams echoed through the tunnel. Soon after, a faint light began to appear in the distance. He also quickly fell down to that place. Jin Lang stood outside the tunnel. He watched it intently until the tunnel gradually closed. He stood there in silent contemplation, saying nothing. Dien Lang looked straight ahead as if talking to someone. He is the one who called me to save his life. Then please tell me more about that monster. It's because of him that my once intact gem almost completely vanished. That gem? Even if it disappears, it doesn't matter, right? You already lost it once anyway, so just pretend you never found it again. Jin Lang lowered his head and quietly guessed to himself that none of this was a coincidence. It was all part of his plan. He held out the remaining fragment of the gem in his palm. I'm tired of things like that, so I want to find a different way out for myself. But it seems I've just been jumping around in your palm like a monkey all this time. So boring. The man wasn't too dissatisfied with what he said, because simply he was just like him. He couldn't do anything more. I have disappointed you? Fine, I have no other choice anyway. The man's voice continues steadily. This is probably the last chance for that kid and for us as well. Hearing that, Jin Lang turned his head to look at him. He frowned slightly and wondered if this was the moment he finally stopped hiding behind that sneaky look. He cheerfully replied, lurking and sneaking around can be interesting too. Turns out, this kind of behavior makes it easier for humans to accept me. So it turns out that mysterious man is Bong Pilu, the owner of the house Jin is renting. He smiled warmly, scratched his chin, and said, in the end, just quietly observing the strange changes. Maybe soon you'll need that kid's help, he just said, and Jin Lang's eyes immediately sharpened. His voice echoes through this gloomy night sky. It seems he knows things I have no idea about. People like you make me uncomfortable. While the two of them are still talking, So-Troll is gradually regaining consciousness, calmly opening her eyes, then sitting up quietly and pulling down the blanket covering her. After completing that series of actions, So-Troll froze in place. In front of her was a room, surrounded by wooden and intricately carved materials with meticulous detail. She wondered where this place was, and why she was here. As she recalled the moments before she fainted, her face suddenly grew more tense than ever. I only remember scolding at that moment. Suddenly, a clear voice of a young woman rang out, catching her attention. Are you awake now, sister? Unun walks past the door of the room where she is sitting inside. She glanced at her and asked, is that you, little sister? Super? I saw how miserable you looked. I didn't respond to that greeting, but instead mocked. Why did you run away only to be caught and brought back like this? Do you know how much effort your ancestor put in to treat you? Seun stopped in front of Sotron's room, even visiting you on that day. It's truly a strange story. Hearing that, she couldn't help but feel confused. He didn't let you find out who it was. Siyun interrupted with another cunning remark. Anyway, I'm glad you returned safely. At the same time, in another room, young Onean's voice rang out steadily. I heard that the henchmen tracking your scent have been killed. Although the losses are heavy, this is probably the only way to bring you back, and their sacrifice will not be in vain. At this moment, Gomak is bowing his head before him. He closed his eyes. My subordinate apologizes for causing you worry. He bowed his head low before his towering presence, sitting on the throne in front of Lord Diwam. At the same time, on the side of the stone platform, he was shouting loudly with a face streaked with tears, getting closer to falling out of the passageway, but his screams did not stop. Not long after, he fell out of the passageway, his head plunging into the dusty ground. At this moment, Hwasong NCA also just landed on the ground. You cheerfully said loudly, "We arrived a bit late. Did we miss anything but before you could finish your sentence? You were stunned by the scene before your eyes." No, in front of him is Jin holding the Thangu sword, his eyes contemplatively gazing into the distance. Next to him is a dead monster from long ago. The sight of Jae Shin standing beside the dead body of that monster made him somewhat afraid. Even his eyes at that moment became vacant. Hwasong frowned, softly calling the clueless one, then looked at the face of the dead monster. Don't tell me you're the one responsible for this. Hwasong was stunned by the scene before him. You're looking at the monster that died a tragic death right in front of you. I'm asking you, why don't you answer me? Hearing your voice, Jin turned his head back and looked. He calmly glanced around. Isn't Hongdian also turning to look at them while riding on the back of the guardian spirit? The princess speaks up to defend him. Everything was already in place before we even arrived. Hearing that, he fell silent and didn't speak for a long time. Then he closed his eyes and sighed in relief. That was close. If you really did this, Daisin looked at him calmly and suddenly asked, what if it startled you? You immediately waved your hand, making Sai standing beside you also confused. It's okay, nothing's wrong. After a short while, you once again froze in place. You noticed that the body of that monster was defeated by something very terrifying. So who could be responsible for this? They look like something inside them exploded. Suddenly, something nearby catches Hwaseong's attention. He turned to look. On the ground not far from them lay half a child's head, staring straight at them. Dai obviously also saw it here. They all looked at it as if it were some kind of strange creature. Suddenly, a voice of someone else echoed out. A child. The guardian spirit quickly sensed something was wrong and signaled them of the danger. Hong immediately received the signal from him. The princess sternly shouted, "It's not! That's not a child!" At this moment, the other head gradually opened its mouth wide and emitted some kind of eerie sound. It stuck out its tongue covered with sharp protrusions. Soon, the head emerged from the ground, with long, razor-sharp tongues beneath it. Hua X looked at the monster in horror, clenched his teeth and shouted, "What the hell is this monster?" X, standing next to you, also turned pale. It's disgusting. Its tentacles are stabbing straight into the ground, surrounding the group still bewildered inside. Jin saw the situation growing more dangerous and couldn't help but frown. In the distance, the guardian deity carried on Hongjian's back was still trying to bark at the monster. Theme 2 also hid behind a nearby rock near the princess, feeling fear of the powerful monster, but also secretly glad that they were in trouble. He silently thought, these foolish humans and these monsters are creatures mutated by the unique power in the border region. Theme Thu glances at the monster using its tentacles to crawl forward, continuing to think, if we encounter these monsters while hunting in packs, the only option is to run as far and as fast as possible. You humans better prepare to become their appetizer, but contrary to what he thought, Jay only needed one swing of his sword to split the monster in half. Even Hwasong only needs a few small moves to split it into pieces. Unlike the two of them, X does not participate in the fight. The girl outside kept snapping photos of the monster's body, muttering non-stop, "So disgusting, so damn disgusting." Theme Thu, watching from afar, froze at the sight. "Oh, are you still over there?" The girl just approached the flower cart while he kept staring at his phone. "What is this disgusting thing? I can't stand it." And then the little girl points around, "Maybe this is caused by the shape-shifting monsters." At this moment, Hongjian hurriedly spoke up. "No, they don't seem to be shape-shifting demons," but the princesses haven't finished speaking when Hwaseong angrily shouted, "Get that toad out here!" Theme Thu's nature is inherently timid, and seeing them defeat the monster that even the demons fear, he was even more frightened. His fear grew stronger inside him. He immediately knelt before Jane, clasped his hands in prayer, and begged, "Please forgive me, Your Excellency, and listen to my explanation." He hurriedly said, "This area is the border between the human world and the demon world. Hearing that, Yu immediately asked again about the border. Then he shouted loudly, "You damn toad! We told you to lead us straight into the demon realm." Theme Thu's face turned pale, and he clenched his fists nervously as he replied, "My abilities are limited, and I lack the demon power to open a better passage. So, this is the only way I can get everyone through the portal." Day placed his hands behind his back, not looking at him, but instead turning to survey the whole area. "I don't have time to waste here. Open another passage right now, just enough for me to go through alone." The more he heard, the more terrified he became that his own lie would be exposed. That makes things even more difficult. Huasi just can't take it anymore. That old toad. But before you could touch him, Dean suddenly rushed over. He grits his teeth and yanks his collar up, his face twisted with anger, shouting directly into his face, "I warn you not to mess around. I'm not interested in playing these dog-napping games with you." Theme 2 was momentarily frightened by his threat and cried out, "I swear it! There is a gate deep within the border area." He mustered all his strength to finish speaking. Whether entering the human world or the demon world, they all had to go through that gate. Huase immediately turned his head to look. "What?" Theme Thu suddenly thought of a sturdy wooden gate. "Please listen calmly while I finish speaking. Do you know where that gate is? On the other side of the gate is the demon realm. As long as you can persuade the guardian immortal to open it, crossing will be easy." All of this is the truth because he has no way to escape from here anymore. Except to follow them. I initially planned to let them wander here until they die, but now I am trapped here myself and have no other choice. Hong saw that Jin still hadn't calmed down and stepped forward to reason. Now we're all on the same boat. He can't scheme or do anything sneaky anymore. He obviously understood this too, though he was still extremely angry and had no choice but to throw him away, causing him to cry out in pain. His face has returned to calm. He nods to them and leads the way to the gate. Theme 2 immediately ran forward desperately, saying, "Please follow me." Although he pretended to be obedient, Sai still couldn't believe in his loyalty to Huan. Are the words of that old monster still trustworthy? Huax also understood the implication behind what the girl said, but he had no other choice. In this situation, trusting completely was better than doubting. Hearing that, the girl didn't say anything more and just kept staring ahead. In her line of sight was Jin's lonely back. Was that guy always this hot-tempered? He replied bluntly, not knowing this would make the girl feel confused. "What? You say you only just met him, so what's with that?" His eyes still never leave Din. He confidently said, "I've only known him for a short time, but the person I knew back then wasn't this guy." Xa immediately looked up at him. "What does that mean?" Hoa Song didn't answer her question, lowering his head, walking while thinking, clearly sensing the change in him. Then he recalled the moment when he was still out of control, his eyes blazing red like a raging fire. So what exactly happened back then? Was the person who cut down that sword really Jae-sin? At the same time, from Gomak's side, young Onian's cold voice calmly sounded. "So that's how it is. The guardian deity there still hasn't completely disappeared." He propped one hand on his face, his eyes gazing into the distance, and it seemed there were still quite a few troubles to deal with. Then he turned to Gomak and asked, "Do you know who he is?" Unfortunately, Divon, my subordinate, could tell what he was about to say with just a glance, so he remained silent, recalling the difficult days after the Great War with the human world, when humans learned to hide better, making it even harder to assess their true scale and strength. The longer we wait, the more time these seeds have to grow. Go. Mok listened silently as he explained. And of course, such dangerous seeds must be eradicated before it's too late. After saying all those words, Juan placed his hands on the edge of the seat and stood up calmly. "Luckily, you returned to the demon world just in time, so I can safely entrust everything here to you." When he saw him about to leave, the old man immediately asked, "Where are you planning to go, sir?" He replied, "I just received news from the border area." His old face was full of exhaustion. That thing seems to have matured. "Go." Moksu clenched his fists and widened his eyes, saying, "So that means?" Diemoan calmly closed his eyes and continued speaking. Yes, he thought of the human world, where the sky is clear and the white clouds drift lazily. I plan to stay a bit longer in the human world this time. Then he seemed to recall something. "Oh, speaking of which, I remember," he clasped his hands behind his back. "How much has her condition recovered?" Hearing that, Gomak frowned. The old man respectfully knelt down on the ground and replied politely, "I am incompetent. The incident with that child is my fault. Please punish me, Your Excellency." Seeing him like that, he couldn't do anything more. He closed his eyes, sighed softly, and said it was better to let it go. Perhaps fate had already been sealed. At the same time, Super Unan was sitting in Soon's room, sipping tea and glancing cautiously at her, indeed, not sensing any aura at all. She looked at the shy woman in front of her, and if it weren't for Tu Fu personally confirming, she would have thought that sister was someone else. Her voice echoed steadily inside the room, as if questioning her little by little. Truly incomprehensible. All of your love energy has completely disappeared, and it seems even your ancestor has never encountered such a situation before. So Chan gently covers the ring on her finger, and she herself no longer senses any signs of demonic aura within her body. Of course, I replied firmly. I still feel like you've become a different person. Seiyun remembered Go Mok using his power on her to restore her original appearance, but despite the ancestral master pouring so much energy into her, there was no sign of recovery at all. That's why the ceremony between her and Lord Jum-won had to be postponed. Hearing this, So-chan let out a relieved sigh. She replied softly before her scrutinizing gaze. Is that so? Obviously, Sion also noticed that small action. So what? You just sighed in relief, huh? She immediately stepped back quickly and denied it. Still, Seo Unun's dissatisfaction could not be eased. She gently lifted the teapot, her eyebrows furrowing. She calmly pours the tea little by little into the cup. For your sake, countless little spirits have suffered and been harmed. You should have faced punishment or even exile. Seon frowned, lifting her cup to take a small sip of tea, but the patriarch didn't do the same. Most people are dissatisfied with that decision, so don't act so relieved. But after a long while, she received no response and looked around curiously, opening one eye to stare directly at the smiling So-troll, and asked softly, "What are you looking at me so intently for?" I was just saying, thank you. It's nothing. I only came here because I care and worry about you to tell you these things, right? Thank you, little sister. Super Unun was stunned after hearing that, and soon after, she slowly frowned. You care and worry about her? She quickly sets down her teacup and angrily says, Don't say such nonsense. You're confusing caring with pity. Then she turned around and left the room, not forgetting to close the door behind her, along with a warning. Stay quietly in this room and don't let any other monsters see you. So Chan kept staring at the door until she was sure the woman had completely left. Then she slowly raised her hand and gently stroked the ring on her finger, thinking to herself, this is for the best. So no one has uncovered the secret of this ring. I should take the opportunity to find a way to escape before any verdict is made. She suddenly remembered Jin lying motionless on the ground before she left. She no longer felt like drinking tea. My mood became overwhelmed. I wonder if Jin is okay. I must have been unconscious for quite a while. Her eyes are filled with darkness as she gazes intently at the table. So Troll sat in that position for a long time, as if caught in a whirlpool of deep emotions from within. She closed her eyes tightly, pleading earnestly, Don't die, okay? While. So Troll is still begging. On the border where Jin and the others are, it's a barren land with nothing more and nothing less. They keep walking along the cliff, hoping to find the gate leading to the world of love, while X keeps complaining about the wind and the dust swirling around. This is so annoying, old toad. Isn't there any better way than this? Hwaseong, enough with the constant nagging. Speak less, okay? I already stopped you from following me from the very beginning. The girl immediately retorted, What, you're here already? Are you still bringing that up just to argue? Strange noises from the monsters living up on the hills where they aren't paying attention echo through the air. They glance at Jay's group blindly walking through the fog. This smell is the scent of human flesh. Those monsters are drooling eagerly. They're so hungry. They step forward into the light of human flesh, with each demon's hand bearing a carved mark on their wrist. I want to eat meat. At this moment, Hwaseong's voice rang out once again. By the way, why are there no more healing items in your bag? How long has it been since you last visited the main camp? Sai impatiently snapped back. Are you planning to argue with me about this again? Oh my goodness, everyone come see this. They were just trying to help by holding the bag for you, and now you're blaming them. Hwaseong immediately puffs up his chest. He turned to look directly into her eyes. If I don't see it, I just ask, why are you so harsh and sarcastic? The girl clearly disagrees with your opinion and keeps arguing irrationally. This attitude is why you don't have any friends. Do you understand what I mean? He snapped back irritably. Sorry, I didn't understand that. Are you two siblings? The more I look closely, the more I see you have many similarities. Hearing that, both of their faces immediately darkened, and they pointed at each other in anger, denying fiercely, Are you siblings with this stubborn, sassy little brat? Are you really siblings with this old-fashioned conservative guy? Not a chance. You look down at Hung Dion, the tiny one riding on the back of the guardian god, and call out, Hey, little one, want to know what my sister is like? Hoasong squints one eye and describes the girl deeply imprinted in his memory. Beautiful, gentle, friendly, obedient, and always willing to help others. Those are the qualities I think of first when it comes to my younger sibling.
Obviously doesn't know the tragic story behind it, the little girl innocently asks.
Huh, what's so special about that? Besides, those are other people's qualities. Why do you have to brag about it?
Have you ever had a biological brother or sister that you don't know about?
Hearing that, he immediately turned back to look at the girl, snapping back as if he didn't want her to know where he was from. Could it be that even dreams are forbidden? But I can see the fluctuation in your mood when you said that no one is stopping you, but you spoke too soon.
You lost patience and closed your eyes, cutting him off bluntly. Lucky for you, it doesn't exist. Any of my siblings would be 100 times better than you. This statement made Sai feel uncomfortable, but the girl chose to hold back. But after just a few moments, the girl could no longer tolerate his strange temper and forcefully grabbed his hair, even as his face darkened. Now you see his true face, ready to compare and trample on others' dignity, using someone who doesn't even exist. The little girl angrily continued, her grip still not letting go. Listen, Nam, this guy and I are just comrades in the same organization.
Hong immediately asked again, Is it just a comradeship between you and him? Sa replied, as if whatever trouble this guy causes, I have to take the blame too. Hearing that, Honggon immediately froze in place. The princess still couldn't understand the complicated relationship between the two people in front of her.
She asked blankly, so what's the difference from being siblings?
Sia quickly waved his hands repeatedly. I told you it's not like that, but the princess still doesn't understand. The girl again retorted she wanted to but couldn't. Right now, Hoasong's frustration boils over.
Come on, I haven't done anything to hurt you, so why are you throwing a fit? It's just dealing with some aftermath stuff.
The little girl continued forward, scolding angrily.
You are so heartless. Do you think saying each excuse and shirking responsibility is enough? She pointed at his face. How many times has he caused chaos and trouble, and has he ever been punished for it?
Guess who helped him solve the problem? At this point, Hoasong turned away and avoided eye contact. All right, let's drop this topic now. After witnessing their intense argument, Hong gently smiled.
Their relationship is actually very good, isn't it?
The princess expresses her heartfelt desire from the bottom of her heart. I've always wanted to have a good relationship like that with my older brother. Exa was immediately surprised. What? Is there something wrong with your family relationship? The princess lowered her head, her eyes filled with sadness. The relationships among the royal family members are always complicated, and every word she speaks leaves the girl stunned. What? The royal family, is it possible that this little mushroom didn't even let the girl finish her sentence?
Hwasong silenced the girl and interrupted him. Is that why you had to go hide at that fool's house?
I also never intended to hide out at his place. After all, I still don't fully understand the people who don't want me to exist in this world. So, before making the next move, I need to carefully investigate everything. The snake and the princess walk side by side.
So this is really your true purpose for coming here, huh?
Hearing that, Hong nodded in agreement while watching Thiem Thu's back intently. The princess looks at his face. Maybe that place will give me the answer I need. At this moment, Thiem Thu's mood is almost at rock bottom. He was so scared that sweat was pouring down his face, secretly calculating all sorts of plans. He's got a headache. If these people are allowed to cross the gate into the other world, Go Mok Nim will face even more trouble.
He keeps an eye on Jin's group behind him and must find a way to persuade the other to refuse their passage and leave them here to die.
Suddenly, at this moment, the guardian deity seemed to see something and raised its head high. It immediately shifted to a defensive stance, its face contorting in a frown that made Hong Dian feel confused. The princess is also affected by this. What's going on, Belle? Is something wrong? Suddenly, the voice of the monsters echoed in the princess's ear. Both Jay and Hwaseong could hear those furious sounds, and they all looked up in the direction of the noise. Above them, fierce monsters are watching with hungry eyes, and even the rocky outcrops above are filled with their presence. The human group from Jay was completely surrounded by them. They looked up in horror, searching for an escape route through the terrifying mountains filled with sounds of hunger. I want to eat. Those monsters seem to have been starving for years. Each one looks huge and similar, but the difference is that their bodies all have different unhealthy and damaged spots. I want to eat. I want to eat.
Saye really can't hold back anymore? The little girl shouted loudly.
What is wrong with this damn place that there are so many disgusting and bizarre things? They appeared so suddenly that even the toad was stunned when he saw them. He looked at the marks on each demon's arm and thought to himself, Lok Lok's mark means these demons couldn't wait any longer. They all jumped down from the high cliffs onto where they were standing. I want to eat. Each one looks as fierce as the next. Soon, they jumped down in front of Jane and the old toad, and a few monsters appeared behind Hwasong and X. "You bastard, damn it, we're ambushed!" They stick out their tongues, drooling over the toad in front of them, but he shows no sign of fear at all. Eat, until they actually rushed towards him. Then he panicked and stepped back, waving his hand. Hey, please don't, brave warriors, I am not human." But the monster seemed to not understand what he was saying and still charged forward. Luckily, he managed to bend down in time. The monster also darted past his head, lying scattered on the ground, still repeating a phrase that made Theme Thu scream in fear. "Eat meat, eat meat." At the same time, Deshin was holding the Thanfi sword in his hand. Be careful to strike each blow in a way that causes the greatest damage to them. After each sword stroke, he clenched his jaw and grimaced, then continued to swing his sword with firm strikes. But just as Jin's flying sword was about to defeat another demon, it suddenly raised its marked arm to block the attack. The mark made him freeze, his eyes wide with disbelief. That monster used both of its arms to block his sword, revealing its furious red eyes filled with deep hatred. And in that brief moment, Jin let his guard down because of the mark. The monster pushed his sword aside and charged at him with its sharp teeth bared wide open. But he managed to react in time to what was happening. He quickly dodged to the side, preventing it from biting off any piece of his flesh. Then he leapt into the air, swinging his sword at the vulnerable spots of the monster, splitting its body in two. Jin has fought countless of these monsters. By now, his body was almost completely exhausted. He opened his mouth wide to breathe. Then he looked at the monsters rushing toward him, his flesh clenched in anger as he shouted, "These bastards!" What kind of monster is he retreating from step by step? At the same time, Hwasong on the other side is also tense. He grits his teeth and mutters a few incantations, Nam Modai Tu Dai Bichiluk, then pulls out the talismans from both hands. He looked at the monsters rushing toward him, their bodies engulfed in flames, and Hwasong immediately threw the talismans at them before reciting the remaining incantations. The cursed spirit spell breaks. These talismans have indeed defeated many of the monsters trying to approach him. But behind those breathless ones, beyond the thick smoke, another horde of demons was swarming in. "Meat! I want to eat!" Hwasong continued to repeat the previous steps, burning the talisman while glancing back at X performing some kind of technique. "They're as numerous as ants. Don't you have a plan to deal with them?" "What are you just standing there for?" The girl immediately interrupted. "Get yourself together. Don't you see that I'm focused? With so many of them, we can't deal with each one individually." The little girl watched the monsters being burned away bit by bit and decided to use a wide-area total damage attack. "For now, try to buy some more time so I can gather enough energy." Hwasong, hearing that, started to panic. "With so many of them, how long can I keep delaying?" The little girl also felt annoyed. "You're making things difficult for me." Sia kept shouting at him without noticing another monster jumping down where the girl was standing. "For now, there's no other option. Only I can use a wide-area damage skill here." Not long after, the monster quickly dropped to the ground. A loud noise echoed from the ground where the girl was standing. Hwasong nervously looked towards the girl and then shouted her name when he saw her in danger. "Si-ah." But that monster didn't last long and was quickly defeated in an unexpected way. Hong rides the guardian god to Sia's location, holding 2 small pistols in her hands. "Will the real method actually work?" The girl immediately responded. "Little mushroom." The girl looks over at Jin fighting alone against the monsters out there. "If we keep fighting them in this exhausting way, we're definitely not going to last. The longer we drag it out, the harder it will be to escape." The little girl gritted her teeth and continued speaking. "I'm not quite sure, though." Then Sai looked at Hwasong struggling to throw burning talismans and brandishing his sword to escape the monsters. But all I could think of now was gathering my strength to unleash a move that would wipe out a large group of enemies, opening a blood path for everyone to escape. Hong quickly agreed with this idea, probably the only option left. The guardian's face also grew serious, as if he was calculating something. While they are busy fighting the monsters at the border, another incident is unfolding inside Gomok's residence. So Chan gently peeks the door open to secretly look outside. She saw that there were monsters guarding carefully all along the corridor, so she immediately slammed the door shut. So Chan leaned against the door, quietly assessing the situation. The outside is heavily guarded. I can't just walk out through the main door. She falls into deep thought, needing to find another way out. I hope the passage to Naniac Temple is still open. If I can just get there, I'll think of something. Then she raised her hand with the ring on it, inspecting it carefully. She rubs her wrist as she walks, thinking that the old tree spirit mistakenly believes she has lost all her power, so she might let her guard down, all thanks to this ring. If that's the case, she lifts her head and stares intently at the window in front of her before jumping out. Immediately, Sotron jumped out of the window and used the temple's pillars to propel her next leaps. Before long, she managed to land on the roof of the temple. So, Tron quietly looked down below. At this moment, in the room she just left, the window curtains fluttered in the wind, and in a hidden corner she didn't notice. A golden-eyed creature had been watching her from somewhere. Jay strikes the glowing sword forcefully into the monster's body. In an instant, every place the sword passes through tears the creature apart into 100 pieces. Yet he doesn't look back once and continues to charge forward with unwavering determination. But he kept fighting tirelessly, each strike of his sword precise down to every detail. Yet human endurance has its limits, and soon sweat was pouring down his face. Jin, though panting heavily, still had an unwavering look of determination in his eyes. Then he swung his glowing sword, quickly aiming it at the monster in front of him, but it had already shielded itself with its arm. The mark on its arm glows like the light emitted from Jin's shining sword. It mutters, "Meat." In just a few fleeting moments, it turned the tide and charged at him. So hungry. Far away, Hwaseong was also busy fighting with his own sword. He was alert to the dangers around him while muttering the spell O Mamona. After reciting those spells, he immediately thrust the sharp sword forward, charging into the horde of monsters rushing toward him. His entire body seemed enveloped by a protective force, shielding him and separating him from the monsters. Anmani bat me hong. The monsters were quickly defeated, and he calmly continued to the ground. Hwasung grimaced in frustration as another horde of monsters rushed toward him, their numbers growing ever larger. Where did they come out from? And those monsters keep repeating the same phrase, "I want to eat." At the same time, Sai-A, standing behind him, was still trying to gather her own strength. The girl was worried about their group, but also hurried to create a different powerful force to sweep away all those monsters. Almost there, just a little more. The monsters obviously won't let this small girl go either. However, they were all blocked by Honggon's bullets, preventing them from reaching the girl. And at this point, Honggon was exhausted. "How much longer do you plan to hang around, kid? I can't keep reloading my gun like this." Sia obviously knew that too, but she had no other choice, and could only stare at the power sphere while shouting back, "Holding on, just a little more." Hong urged her to hurry up and use it. In the distance, the corpses of those monsters lie scattered on the ground, seemingly lifeless. But contrary to what they thought, they start to stir again, despite their wounds. Jin and Hwasong's faces darkened with horror as they watched the increasingly dense pack of monsters slowly approach them. "Meat! Meat! I want to eat meat." Hwasong still can't process this information. He glanced at the monsters closing in on both him and Jin. They might have the ability to reincarnate. Things aren't looking much better on Sai's side either. The monsters are also crawling towards the girl. "I want to eat meat." The girl couldn't wait any longer, so she raised the accumulated sphere high above her head. "Let's take the risk then." Saying that, the girl boldly threw the sphere to the ground and shouted loudly. But before the sphere could touch the ground, the guardian suddenly opened its mouth wide and swallowed it. Seeing this, Sia was immediately stunned. Immediately, even Honggon, standing nearby, froze in place, his face turning pale. After swallowing X's power sphere, the guardian jumped down to the ground. The girl immediately froze, sweat pouring down her face. The monsters took advantage of her momentary lapse to move even closer. They stuck out their long, forked tongues, making sounds full of hunger for flesh. At that moment, the girl thought she wouldn't survive another second and closed her eyes, resigned to her fate. But in a corner, the girl couldn't see. A fierce light had already appeared, growing brighter and brighter, destroying the surrounding monsters. Even the perfume flowers had to close one eye before that light. D-Sin is just like everyone else. He covered his eyes with one hand as the light continued to spread outward. From above, you can see Jin's group standing below, with a huge sphere spreading into every corner of the crevice, emitting a fierce beam of light. Far away, there is a large temple standing alone on a big rock amid this barren, stony landscape. At this moment, an old man is standing silently in front of the door on the balcony of a room inside the temple, gazing into the distant horizon. The old man suddenly seemed to sense something and gently looked up. The immortal guardian of the border stood still. "What's going on? That's strange." The old man looked toward the jagged rocks hiding Jin's group below, and suddenly the aura of the slaves in the valley disappeared. The blindfolded man standing beside him hesitated and guessed that they might be trying to escape the border again, and perhaps were destroyed by the curse of Lakan. "So there's nothing serious then? It's just that this time I feel something is different." The old man didn't continue discussing this topic. "Has Juan responded yet?" The blindfolded man bows his head. "Yes, sir. He said he would come to pay respects soon." The immortal guarding the border still watches closely, and this time I will break the rules to cooperate with him. However, the price for that is not small. The old man stood on the highest level of the temple, quietly relieved by this decision. This time I can finally get rid of some troublesome things. His entire being exuded an unpredictable gloom. From now until then, he needed to seize every chance to gather more slaves. At the same time, down in the abyss, the ground was littered with dried corpses. Shrouded in a mist of dust and smoke, Hwasong and Dasin covered their faces with their hands. Everyone was catching their breath in a corner, and Honggon was confused as to why Sai just stood there. Her eyes kept staring into the distance. Hey, what are you just standing there for? Are you okay? What is this? In front of her is the guardian deity returned to its original form. He stands majestic and towering, wielding a terrifying power no one can match, and his presence beside Sai fills the girl with fear. Everywhere in this abyss reveals the territorial protection marks of the guardian deity shining brightly. X screams in horror, "Where did this monster come from?" "You don't know? It's the true form of the Bell Beast." The girl immediately turned to look at the princess, stammering, "What do you mean by Bell Beast?" "Don't joke around." Hoa X, seeing that the girl wouldn't believe, asked sharply, "What do you mean? I thought I had already told you the true identity of the Bell Dog." The girl cautiously pointed and said, "Sir, no way. I only briefly mentioned that little dog as a guardian spirit. I never said it was this huge." He immediately pointed at the girl and scolded her, as a professional demon master, yet he couldn't even notice such simple things himself. "Check yourself first." Hong immediately defended the girl after hearing that. "Come on, if I didn't introduce myself, there would be plenty who knew." I shyly turned my head back, my face darkening. "Come on now. It was just because there was a barrier at the time that I didn't notice." While they were busy chatting, the guardian spirit instantly transformed into a tiny puppy. Zia crossed her arms and shouted, "Hey, little mutt! Why did you dare to steal my essence without permission?" "What does he grunt in response to the girl's words?" the girl questioned sternly. "You know what that is and you still dare to swallow it? If I accidentally trigger an explosion at the right moment, you'll be seriously hurt. Understand? Next time, you're not allowed to do that again." Then the little girl, unable to scold him further, softened her tone and said, "Remember." You quickly responded to the girl with a loud bark. Xia then spoke. "All right." Behind the girl are Hwasong and Hong, both stunned as they watch her. The princess, overwhelmed, finally broke her silence after a long period of quiet, surprised that she could provide enough primordial energy to restore the guardian spirit's strength. Although the news in the human world has been shrouded in a fog of mystery in recent years, moments like yours are definitely impossible to hide. His eyes were filled with coldness. When he first saved her, Hwasong was indeed a bit troublesome. But luckily no one has suspected her true identity until now. He looked at the girl smiling and playing with the guardian spirit. But even so, she still hasn't overcome the shock from what happened back then. And too much power only brings her misfortune. Then he suddenly seemed to realize something, raising his head and shouting out loud. Hwasong looked into the depths of this foggy valley. "Where's that idiot?" At the same time, elsewhere, a monster's hand is firmly planted into the ground. Its body is covered with wounds of various sizes. The monster struggles to move using both hands while muttering death under its breath. Just as it was reaching out to pull Lu closer and move further forward, Jay's feet suddenly stopped in front of it. He stood above, looking down at it. "You have the lacon on your wrist." Saying that, he swung his sword down to the ground. "What is it?" But it didn't answer that question, only repeating the previous words over and over. "Human flesh, flesh." He immediately grimaced upon hearing those words. "I'm hungry. My patience is running out." He raised his stamped arm and asked sharply, "What the hell is this?" The monster stared intently at the mark on his hand, suddenly pausing as if something had occurred. Lacan, he lifts its arm and places it on his shoulder, listening to its voice coming and going, like its faintly interrupted voice echoing. "We are hard to understand. Ask again." "What?" it continued. "You muttered to yourself too. Are you guilty?" That question made him confused and frown. Still, the monster didn't have much luck with that. It remembered each person falling from the high sky down here. We all ended up in this place. Suddenly, it burst into laughter, its tongue licking its sharp, blood-stained teeth. "That's right." It looked at his pale face. "You are just like me." Jay's face darkened. "We are all sinners," Dia begged, lowering the demon's arm, kneeling before it, his voice trembling at this horrifying truth. "You just called me a sinner, and I can't seem to accept that truth. What the hell is going on? Call me a sinner. Do I look as disgusting as you do?" But it didn't answer him. From the ambiguous face of the monster, another face resembling a human faintly appeared as it muttered, and everything was cast down. This place instantly became stunned upon seeing that. "What is this?" He raised his hand to rub his eyes several times, trying to prove that what he just saw was not an illusion. The vague face of the man hidden behind the monstrous body still appeared right in front of him. This is what made him doubt his own abilities. What am I feeling inside myself right now? At the same time, Sai rushed over to him with Hoa Seong following. He shouted loudly, "You idiot! What are you sitting there for?" And he ignored what the boy was saying, reaching out to touch the forehead of that demon. Blue streams of light emanated from where he touched. At this moment, Hoa Seong had come to Jin's side. He was about to call out to him once more, but Jin's current actions made him hesitate. The chicken bastard from Jin's hand pulled out from deep inside the monster was the soul of a middle-aged man, his face now appearing dazed. Hoa Seong only now begins to react. "You idiot! What kind of stupid stunt are you pulling now?" Even Sai A, standing behind him, is stunned. A soul? Then the girl seemed to recognize the face of the person in front of her. The girl carefully examined the soul of the man, uncertain, guessing that this guy might be a criminal. While they were still stunned by this, the man kept muttering a guilty phrase. Hua X heard Sai's words and immediately turned pale. Huh? What exactly is going on? Why is this guy here? The girl rummaged through her phone for a while and finally found the wanted poster with the man's picture, holding it up for them to see. That's right, this guy is a criminal wanted by us before. You are terrified and repeat, wanted for arrest. The girl zoomed in on a close-up of that guy's face. This guy is extremely notorious for a series of crimes including kidnapping and intentional murder. He committed suicide after a long period of fleeing from the pursuit, and his criminal record was closed then. After hearing Sia recount his life in just a few brief minutes, Hoa Song quickly turned around, hesitating before offering his guess. Are you saying that these freaks? You look at the bare skeletons lying on this dry land, all of them are dead people. Then he frowned, opened his mouth wide, and shouted loudly, calling for Theme Thu. Damn it, you old toad! His furious voice echoed through the valley, making Theme Thu, who was hiding underground, also turn pale with fear. If you're smart, come out here and don't hide. If you don't give us a proper explanation, don't blame us. Stop joking around. Damn it, you're too stupid to show your face. Mend it. I never expected that little puppy would be such a terrifying guardian spirit. He remembers the scene where all the monsters were swept away in just one roar from the guardian spirit. He secretly felt lucky for his own fate, glad that he had quickly hidden underground at that moment, or else he would surely have been torn apart into pieces. Now it's best to stay still here, wait for a chance to escape, and never return to the martial world again. He secretly hopes that they won't be able to find him down here. But that hope didn't last long before the small feet of the guardian god suddenly dug into the ground where he was hiding beneath. He grimaced in anger, with Honggon staring intently at him on his back. Hua Xiang obviously saw it too. He calmly closed his eyes and slowly counted down. I count to 3, 1, 2. Thiem Thu immediately jumps up from the ground. No way. Yes. I just had low blood pressure, so I was resting for a bit. You're still looking at the skeletons of the monsters scattered around here. What does the old man know about this? Why are humans here after death? Thiem Thu listened and clasped his hands together, trembling in fear. In truth, I don't fully understand this either, only knowing that this border area is like a gateway that souls must pass through after death. He continued to recount what he knew. I already told you earlier, sir. The entire area here is governed by a celestial being. If you want to clarify everything, you just need to find and ask that person. At this point, Hoa Song's mood slightly eased. According to your words, it's very likely that the immortal has turned the souls of the dead into his slaves. Jin, holding the man's soul hidden behind the monster, turned in horror to look at them as he said this. The slave, with this mark. The man continued to cry out, I am hungry. Suddenly, the mark on the monster's hand flashed with sparks of electricity, causing the man's soul to scream in pain. What's happening with the mark on the monster's arm? Hua Sung immediately noticed that the arms of the other dead monsters also showed similar signs. Does Sai see that too? Suddenly, the soul of the man screamed painfully and shattered into 100 tiny pieces. He shouted in horror, he's disappearing, what's happening? In the temple of the immortal overseeing the border, his subordinate seems to have sensed something unusual. The venerable master seems to say that all the sinners have been dealt with. The old man responds softly, as if he already knows everything. Seeing the certainty in the old man's expression, he asked confusedly, why is that? Don't they know the consequences of violating the laws here? However, the old man had a completely different opinion from his close subordinate. Anyone who dares to cross the border illegally must be punished. If someone deliberately disrespects the rules, they must be among those not allowed to come here. He silently listens to what the old man says, and those things must also be destroyed. The two of them headed towards the jagged rocks in the distance. The old man gave an order, for some reason, as the foreign energy that suddenly appeared earlier still made him feel uneasy. Go there and see if you can find any clues. The subordinate quickly bowed and accepted the order. My subordinate reports. At the same time, in a corridor of some prestigious and noble place, surrounded by morning and evening sunlight. At this moment, So-Troll's hand reached out to the door. She clenched her teeth in anger, thinking that there were actually no more open passages. Then she lowered her eyes in deep thought. Has the ancient tree demon sealed all the passages leading to the human world? Just as she was panicking, because she couldn't escape from here, suddenly footsteps echoed from the end of the corridor. So-Troll's cheekbones flushed with exhaustion. After trying to escape from here several times, she quickly realized someone was approaching. From the hidden corner shrouded in the darkness at the end of the corridor, Juan's voice echoed. Is it possible or not? At this moment, his shadow finally emerged from the darkness, while Gomok's voice continued steadily. His subordinates couldn't be certain. Juan moved forward steadily, his face already showing signs of aging. He walks ahead, with Gomok following behind, and they pass by the wooden pillar where So-Troll is hiding behind. She raised her hand to cover her mouth, trying not to make any sound that would reveal her presence. The ring on her finger glowed faintly, preventing her from revealing any aura of love energy. Suddenly, J1 stopped and said coldly, I will ask again. Is there anything else you haven't told me? The old man closed his eyes and bowed his head, saying, My lord, please don't be angry. How could your subordinate dare to hide anything from you? After hearing that, he didn't say anything more, simply informing him about the upcoming trip. This time I will go to the human world for exactly half a month and return on the full moon. If the ritual is still postponed until the full moon, both you and your family will face my wrath. Hearing this, Gomok froze. His eyes widened in shock, but his expression remained calm as always. But then he dared not show his displeasure and could only bow his head lower, making sure his subordinate remembered it well. At this moment, Yan spoke up. Have you finished preparing? She stood in front of Juan and announced that they should depart quickly to avoid making the other wait too long. Gomok immediately noticed her pale, bloodless face. Not long after, Juan left with her. After seeing them disappear at the end of the street, he finally let out a relieved sigh. Seun also slowly approached the old man and asked in a cautious tone, Where is Lord Huan rushing off to? He only replied casually, Seun? Every word he spoke made So-Troll nearby feel shocked. He is preparing to return to the human world. He continued, The thing he has been working hard to prepare is now complete. Hearing this, she furrowed her brow in confusion. What have you been preparing so diligently? Seun quickly replied after understanding Juan's purpose. The person she dreams of reaching is impossible for her. I understand now. Then she turned to ask Gomok about So-Tron's matter. So how will the ancestor handle the situation with my sister? So we have no choice but to give up? At that moment he lifted his head high, his eyes filled with an uncommon coldness. There is still one more method I haven't tried yet. The two of them stand there talking, as time quickly slips away, and outside the sky is now only streaked with the pink hues of sunset. At this moment in this corridor, Super Unan still struggled to ask if there was still more, and what method it was. Go? Mok calmly replied, I will see if the jar containing the remains has any effect. Meanwhile, on the other side of the valley, Jin and his group are still trying to find the gate to cross into the demon world. Jin leads the group forward, raising his hand to shield his face from the swirling dust in the air. He slightly frowns, his eyes flashing with a sharp glint. Then he remembered the time when the girl wearing glasses revealed her true demon form, along with the words that the demon had just said, that mark of chaos. You are like me, we are both sinners. He thought about the glowing tattoo-like mark on the demon's arm earlier, and long secretly doubted, am I also a sinner? I have never committed any sins. Why am I bearing the label of a sinner? His gaze darkened as he recalled the image of Dungsong lingering in his mind, trying to cling to some excuse to justify these strange things. Yes, this must be related to him. If that's really the case, does it mean I have to awaken once more just to uncover the truth about Lakan? Jin's group continues to wander aimlessly. Hua-sung saw the unusual activity from where he was, but he remained silent without saying a word. Suddenly, a light shone from the top of a nearby hill. A mysterious gate suddenly appeared there, and glowing and vaguely revealing something else inside. Then suddenly, the trusted subordinate of the immortal ruler of the border peeked out from the gate and looked down into the abyss below, which seemed bottomless. So Tron hides behind the house pillar, her face panicked as she eavesdrops on the distant conversation. What does my ancestor plan to do with that? I'm not quite sure either. Hearing Gomak say that, Seo Unun remained silent, while Sotron listened carefully to every word she said, and the more he thought about it, the more he couldn't understand why the ancestor was doing all this, why he was trying so hard to bring Sotron into the demon world. Seun angrily retorted to him. She was originally human, and now had no demonic aura left on her at all. But Gomak did not respond to Seo Unun. He only lowered his eyes and fell into deep thought. After a brief moment, he finally replied, "Half a month from now is the full moon. I must find a way to restore everything to its original state. This time I am determined to turn that girl into a permanent demon." He remembered the overgrown trees and a huge ancient tree there. That bone jar was hidden deep beneath the altar at the border area. With all that time passing, I guess it has accumulated a lot of primordial energy as well. So I vaguely connect the information I just heard. Her soul container is at the border altar. Suddenly, a faint sound from the house behind Seun caught her attention. She immediately turned around and looked in that direction, shouting, "Who's eavesdropping?" But when she leaned over to look behind her, she saw no one. Gomak, seeing that, also asked curiously, "What's going on?" Suun quickly replied, "No, I think you misheard." At this moment, Sotron has already reached the roof. She was worried and hurriedly ran to a distant place, almost caught, so she had to rush to the altar before them. At the same time, Seun stayed behind Gomak. She looked back and suddenly a black snake emerged from the darkness crawling toward her. She suddenly called, "Gomak, master, wait a moment." That giant snake wrapped around her neck has a few things to say. Its eyes seemed to glow brightly in the clear sky, like orbs of light. At the same time, where Jin's group was lost, Hwasong crossed his arms and said, "That guy is very suspicious. You stare fixedly at Jin's back. I only just met him recently." Sia glances at your face, annoyed as she questions you. "Hey you, every time you show up you're suspicious and unexpected. Can't you say something more original?" Seeing her attitude, the girl pointed at you with a look of surprise. "Hey, this girl, why does she turn her attitude towards me every time I mention him? Could it be?" The girl snapped back angrily, "Go on, leave." Then X remembered that before, it was just her feeling in her memory that Jin's voice rang out saying, "I must go and go alone." Hwasong pointed straight at the clueless guy. Still, he stubbornly stuck to his decision. "If Yukha needs to meet the elder to ask about something, I will do it for him." After hearing those passionate words, Hwasong was stunned and listened as he said, "Pay attention to the feelings of your loved ones around you." Even someone like Sai can only remain silent. Then the girl spoke up, saying he wasn't a deceitful person or someone with any malicious intent. At least that's how it seemed. She put her hands in her pockets and walked alongside him with her eyes half closed. In the end, what is there to suspect about them, if you say so? Then isn't it just as suspicious that I stepped in to help a stranger like you? You should get rid of your bad habit of doubting everything. He only has the good point of a pure heart and a straightforward personality. But at this moment, Hwasong was still lost in his own thoughts. His eyebrows furrowed, but he suddenly snapped out of it after hearing the little girl defend the goat so passionately. "This girl, are you praising me or what?" X's face darkened as he angrily retorted, knowing all along that she was doubting his good intentions. But in response to her words was a smack right on the head. "Enough with the sass, kid." After warning her, Hwasong immediately strode ahead, leaving Xa behind to deal with her own anger. "This violent guy, ignore everything the little girl says, stay silent and slow down a bit. I have something private to discuss with the fool." Hungan approached on the guardian spirit's back. "I think your way of dealing with the elder brother is quite clever, isn't it?" X looks at Hwaseong's back. "What's so clever about it? It's just that he's simple-minded. People like An Lu Lok probably won't survive another day here. I am a little worried about him." The princess was surprised to see that. Then the princess asked, "Are you still worried about others instead of yourself in this situation? Aren't you afraid of anything?" "I'm not afraid of a damn thing." The little girl firmly closed her eyes, because there are things even more terrifying than this. It was this statement that made Hungan think for a long time. The princess silently thought, "This child has been through a lot." She stared intently at one side of the girl's face. If the enormous amount of primordial energy hidden in this child's body is discovered, she will definitely become a prime prey chased to the ends of the earth. While they were engrossed in their conversation, Hwaseon had already caught up with Jin in the distance. He softly called her by her name. After a moment of silence, he pointed at him and continued speaking. "Actually, I should change the way I address you. Is there a problem with you being so pensive?" Dia still keeps her head down and keeps walking forward. "I'm just pondering how those guys earlier were all once human. What else can Hwasi say? Although they were human, in life they were just a bunch of thieves and bandits, killing without mercy. They were never truly human to begin with. You recall the scenes you saw before?
As I suspect this border area is likely the intersection between the mortal world and hell. Those who accumulate too much karma in life before descending into hell for reincarnation will be banished here. First, the dry, cracked earth splits into two, dividing this vast land into two parts.
In the middle of their intersection, flames like raging fires burn brightly in the sky, and the so-called immortal has imprisoned their souls here, controlling them like slaves. Hwasong remembered the sight of those monsters baring their teeth and glaring as they chased after them. I'm so hungry. You said that after being here for a long time, they gradually became monsters, always driven by hunger and desire. People still call them hungry ghosts. In short, they are no longer human, so there is no need to feel pity. You return to reality. His eyes gradually turned cold, but if you still have a hidden soft spot, Hwasi looked directly at your face and decided to help them by destroying their souls. Although doing so means they will never have a chance to reincarnate. It's better than suffering this torment forever.
Jima nodded and said, I understand, but you know you can't shake his righteous heart, so I will stay silent and walk alongside him. I just want to ask you one more thing. Since I put the glasses into your eyes, you've been able to see demons and monsters at any time, right? I vaguely replied, well, not exactly. I still feel like something's not right.
The entities become more blurry and unclear than before for some reason or another. Hearing that, Hwasong gently strokes his chin and murmurs, maybe it's just because he's not used to the new change in his eyes. Maybe I should teach you how to open your eyes technique as well. Dia nodded slightly. Then, by the way, can I ask you something? The boy suddenly asked back. What's up? He turned to look at him, his voice hesitant and uncertain. I can also learn combat skills against monsters like Jock Ha, right? As soon as he finished speaking, the boy fell silent, and his expression grew more serious. Suddenly, Hwasong smiled and said, Want to learn? Then he seemed to show off. But I'm afraid this isn't suitable for ordinary people. But the images of Jay asking to fight the monsters earlier made him hesitate. Looking at the young man in front of him, he suddenly remembered that this guy wasn't exactly normal either. He shyly scratched his cheek, stammering and not knowing what to say. This is a bit sudden, I suppose. What should I say to you? I think if Jock Ha were to take someone like you as a disciple, it would be a bit too arrogant, he replied casually. I see. Hwasong raises one finger. Of course. But before you finish your sentence, you suddenly stop, open your eyes wide, pat his shoulder, and casually walk past him. Sorry, let's leave this for another time. Suddenly, a strange voice interrupted him. As expected, both of them simultaneously looked towards the source of the sound. It was a subordinate of the immortal overseeing the border. You are the ones causing chaos in this area. Speak quickly. What is your purpose here? Hwasong immediately alert and shouted, Who are you? They all looked at the man in front of them, silently assessing him from head to toe. Is he human? Oh no, maybe so. Thinking that, Hwasong spoke first. Do you mean you are the gatekeeper immortal? The subordinate quickly jumped down from the rock below. I am his servant, and I advise you not to call him so disrespectfully. He warned that at the border, he is the supreme ruler, and your lives depend on his will, and anyone who dares to insult the border's rules will be turned into a permanent slave. Jin, after hearing this, didn't want to bother with the demons anymore. Just tell us straight what you and your people want. We want to cross the border into the demon world on the other side, so please open the gate for us. We'll rush through quickly and won't stay to cause trouble, okay? But things turned out to be more complicated than they thought, as the subordinate stubbornly replied, Humans like you are not allowed to set foot in the border area, and you want me to open the gate. You have quite a nerve. Hwasong was stunned for a moment, then immediately turned to look at Theme Thu, whose face was already pale. You whisper to him, you old toad, what is going on? Theme Thu quickly raises both hands, bravely stepping in front of the subordinate. Greetings, my lord. I am one of Gom's trusted subordinates. He stammered, explaining that due to some complicated issues, he had to accompany this group of humans into the demon world. Could you please consider reviewing the spirit movement once, Your Excellency? The subordinate fell into deep thought after hearing this. Gomaknim? This name sounds familiar. Oh, right. It turns out this person is also one of Hwan's subordinates. If not handled carefully, it will be quite troublesome. Then he spoke, saying that the only way to go beyond the border is through the gate. The only problem is I'm not sure if that person will agree to let humans pass. Theme Thu was so scared she clasped her hands together. Is there any other way? Sir? The subordinate calmly extended one arm and said, How about trying this? Light streams emanated from the 2 rings on his hands, shimmering mysteriously in the void. The rings of light quickly connected to form a large circle, with a familiar street corner in the human world behind it. Jae-shin and the others were obviously very familiar with this kind of thing. The passageway. The subordinate standing beside it calmly gives the order. Yes, this is the passage that leads you back to the human world. Quickly find another way to the demon realm before Lord Tiantan discovers you. His face, though partially hidden by the cloth covering his eyes, still radiates coldness in his voice. Because without his permission, not even an ant is allowed to survive and leave here. Thiem Thu didn't think much, so he happily clasped his hands and said, I understand now. I will remember this in my heart. Thank you very much, Your Excellency. However, unlike him, Jay's group just stood still as they did at the beginning. He now approached the passage, reaching out to enter, but his face darkened with frustration at their stubbornness. These little ones are really something. Stop clinging to illusions. Let's quickly go back to the human world. He hurriedly added, the passage connecting the human world and the demon world appears on the full moon every month. Better to wait for. Then than die here. Hungan sensed something was wrong. The princess didn't rush to the passage but just stared at it intently. Then the princess looked up at the cold, ruthless faces of Jin's group. They probably also realized this was a trap. But Thiem Thu was so hasty that he couldn't hold back anymore. Oh my God, the kids are stubborn if they won't go. I'll go alone. You guys can stay here forever. Suddenly, Hua Si shouted, You old toad! Step back, don't touch me! However, he stubbornly refused to listen and reached his hand into the passage. Instantly, thousands of different lightning bolts flashed from where he touched. He keeps touching and making noise. The lightning spreads all over his body. This made him so scared that he screamed out loud. What happened? A glowing tattoo, almost like a mark, appears on the arm where he touched the passageway. Dia-shin quickly runs over and pulls the old man out of what seems to be a trap in the passage. At the very moment you pulled him out, the mark on your hand also started to glow, drawing the attention of that subordinate. He suddenly looked up, and Jin immediately threw the toad onto the ground. He was also frightened by what just happened, turning pale. What just occurred? Hwa-sung obviously saw this scene too. He clenched his teeth and spat out curses. That bastard, this son of a bitch. You're glaring at that subordinate, trying to set us up. But he showed no fear at all when the plan failed, only a quiet sense of disappointment. What a pity. We only caught a useless frog. Hearing that, Thiem Thu also became angry. He stood up abruptly and shouted, What are you up to? Isn't returning us to the human world the best solution? The subordinate replied casually, I already explained the rules of the border to you earlier. Anyone who insults the border rules will be turned into a slave. Dia-shin angrily thought, he deliberately set us up to violate the rules. He looked at him. From the very beginning, he had no intention of letting anyone escape here. That subordinate, no matter what they think, it's really boring. The simplest method no longer works. Then he raised one hand, revealing a strange, glowing object, and in an instant, thousands of ghosts from all over the border gathered around them. They are everywhere, surrounding where they stand with those terrifying forms. The subordinate raises one arm, as if an army of monsters is waiting behind him for his command to attack Jin and his group. Although there will be some trouble, we have no choice but to resolve it with force. The starving ghosts begin to gasp and wail in despair. I'm starving, I want to eat. Their appearance makes the goat faction worry and stay alert. Thiem Thu paled and sank down to the ground. The leader raised his hand to command them to slowly advance and hunt for prey. Here's your food. Don't leave any scraps behind. The terrifying and haunting faces of the demons, with cracked, dry skin, crazed red eyes, and mouths wide open revealing sharp, bone-like teeth, with their tongues lolling out in a gruesome manner. I want to eat, Dia begged, stunned by their terrifying appearance. So hungry. They're rushing forward, and you can vaguely make out human shapes through these ghouls. A swift attack split the demon in two, catching Dasin off guard. He closed his eyes and dodged that attack. That's Hwa-sung. He takes the initiative to attack the two approaching demons before Jin, shouting loudly to wake him from his hallucination. Stay alert, Jin. You're seeing them as humans again, right? Hwa-sung continues to advise him, don't worry about these insignificant things anymore. The chopped demon's body may be torn apart, but they still rise and complain of hunger. In this situation, Hwa-si must regain his composure to help Jae. Could it be that you've forgotten why we risked our lives to come here? He looked silently at Hwa-sung as if deep in thought. While you were distracted questioning Jin, a ghoul suddenly lunged at you with its mouth wide open, as if it wanted to devour you alive. But Jin was faster, swinging his sword to cut them in half, leaving Hwa-nong quite surprised by what just happened. Jin replied thoughtfully after a long silence. How could I forget? If possible, please teach me. Hwa-sung smiled, feeling extremely satisfied. Honestly, your move earlier wasn't bad at all. I explained while attacking them. tightly wrapping them with a chain of shiny gold coins. The most effective way to deal with ghosts is to use the purification spell to cleanse the evil objects. Of course, I don't expect a beginner like you to master these complicated spells right away, but try to keep up if you can. After finishing, he focused intensely on reciting the spell. Om Amon Ara. His face looked dreamy, half awake and half asleep, but he still kept reading aloud. Amana. Hoasung frowns. He tried to force his voice. Mahamani Banambara. He glances briefly, then continues reading Mahamani Banamabara. While still reciting the spell, Hoaseon forcefully pushed the pink chain aside. Following the incantation was a tremendous power that tore the head of the demon from its body, a horrifying and painful scene. From what just happened, the man was briefly startled by the change in the situation. He quietly assessed Jin and Hwaseon. Indeed, they are demonic cultivators. But are they bored with nothing to do and coming to the border to cause trouble? Jin stared intently at him. Suddenly, he realized a problem after observing the entire process earlier, as well as the mark on that guy's wrist. Recalling the mark on Jin's wrist, he immediately concluded it was definitely a lock-on. Could there be lingering marks outside the border area too? On the outer side, Honggan looked up and asked Xia, "Hey, little one, do you still have enough strength to condense a huge energy sphere like before?" The old toad suddenly groaned in pain, and the girl was surprised and asked him, "What's wrong with the old toad?" Suddenly, the toad turned around and shouted out of hunger, trying to scare the girl, but unexpectedly, Sai remained calm and unharmed. The girl angrily kicked him hard in the face and cursed at this scoundrel. Then after the kick, Theme Thu roared loudly and was thrown far away, his face turning pale as if spinning wildly. Wondering where he was and who he was, sensing something unusual, the princess immediately realized something was wrong. They looked at Theme Thu, who was flustered as if losing his mind. His wrist had a glowing imprint that seemed unstable, indicating that the old toad had begun to be controlled by that oppressive mark, and the princess carefully analyzed with her understanding. I wonder which evil villain is using this thing right now. Dia Shin is still fighting the ghosts, chanting spells and attacking them simultaneously. Ma Dalahong. Even though it was cut off, they still whisper and scream. I'm so hungry, Day is exhausted. He panted heavily from fatigue and angrily muttered to himself. Actually, these spells are so hard to memorize, it's maddening. He frowned and clenched his teeth, sensing something was off. I feel like something's a bit off. Dia calmly looked at them, struggling to get up. He quietly thought to himself, aren't these criminals still committing crimes? If they escape to the human world, they will surely bring catastrophic disaster to innocent people. Watching Hwaseong fighting alone against the approaching monsters, he concluded that whether they are aware of their actions or not, these acts are still crimes. Jay suddenly remembered the words of the man just now. Anyone who violates the border rules is turned into a slave. In the end, he finally understood an unspoken law. If we play it that way, innocent people like us could easily commit crimes and become their slaves. Also, I can't help but wonder that those who are guilty should have a chance to atone. Now they must continue committing more crimes. Hwaseong's words are also very correct, so helping them by destroying their souls. Although doing so would prevent them from being reborn and reincarnated, it's better than them remaining here forever, suffering this torment. He hurriedly continued to think of a way to free them from this suffering. Jean was caught off guard by their encirclement, as it seemed they couldn't be defeated with a single strike. He cursed helplessly, doubting whether the spell he recited would work, not to mention his own fatigue. Thinking quickly, he swung his weapon at them, still muttering a spell despite his earlier complaints. Omoka Mia Anamaha, after being struck multiple times, this time the ghost managed to block Jin's attack. It suddenly grabbed the sword, catching Jin off guard with this counterattack. They moved more swiftly than before, quickly seizing Jin. Hwax now also realizes how dangerous the situation is for Jessen, his face turning serious as he shouts a warning. It's dangerous. A moment of distraction almost cost him his life as a demon nearly bit him. Luckily, he reacted quickly and avoided their sharp teeth. Hwax, annoyed, called out to the two outside. The little demon sneered and rang the tiny bell. You call out for help. The kids, come help that clueless guy. Immediately, the two of them and the guardian beast rushed forward. Suddenly, they were blocked by a Kaline. The old man shouted like he had lost his mind. Xia had no choice but to try to push him away. Hey, enough already. Does this kid know how urgent the situation is? At this moment, Jin is fighting alone against the ghost's massive hand squeezing tightly, its mouth wide open, about to swallow him. Jin cannot resist, his eyes wide with fear. The man froze, sensing something unusual, his hand suddenly trembling uncontrollably, and he stammered, unable to speak as the demon's teeth were now just inches away. Something is glowing. He glances over softly and realizes the mark on his wrist is shining for no clear reason. Hua quickly subdued the demon with her hand. I don't understand what is happening either. That clueless guy also heads toward the glowing spot. The mark seems to hold some power, growing brighter and brighter. Dai still gazes at this strange sight, while also recalling the memory of the fortune-teller woman. The old woman gently holds his hand and says, I hope this will be useful to you. Diashin trusted the old woman's words, silently hoping this would be as helpful as she said, but as the demon still didn't attack, the man couldn't help but feel suspicious. Why are the criminals just standing there? He angrily looks at the gem on his hand. Their actions are only controlled by this fairy jade. A sword is rushing forward with a chant of Man Namun Manibanama Barabar. Try to recite the spell, his face grim as if he wants to end this. The pink demon named Madala stands still, its tongue and teeth just inches from Jin, facing each other very closely as they grip each other's hands tightly. Both glowing with a strange transformation, the demon screams painfully, pouring out, its hand burning as the mark is torn apart. Just like Decine, all of them suffering the same fate, including the scholar, who screams in pain as flames burn his wrist. The gem on the man's hand begins to crack into small pieces before shattering completely and falling from his hand. After everything just now, he was utterly terrified, thinking the heavenly gem used to control the sinner had been destroyed. He gritted his teeth, raised his head, and was certain there was no mistake anymore. Seeing Jin calmly facing the burning ghostly figure, he was certain that there were also those outside the border with the lock on. The battle ended, and the monsters collapsed to the ground, gradually turning into dust. Hua stared in shock, eyes wide open, realizing that just now, that was the demon's suppression spell. He panicked and quickly ran towards Jin, calling his name. Hey Jin. He looked confused as he watched the figure running toward him. Hua was panic-stricken, sweat pouring down his face, and hurriedly asked, Why can you use the resurrection spell? Hearing that, he opened his eyes wide and replied confusedly, Oh, I just read it to you earlier. This answer shocks Hwasong deeply. You only heard it once and already memorized it? Even if you do know it, you can't just activate the spell by mimicking it like that. Dia politely replied, Oh, really? With your understanding, you insist on clarifying everything. Of course, first you need to practice the 9 characters seal technique, then spend some time understanding the Ma reversal divine incantation, using it to transform the true energy in your body into spiritual power to release outward. Seeing that he still looked confused and clueless, he hesitated. Hua X, you seem a bit helpless, silent for a long time before speaking, so you only need to read casually and still manage to stay calm and listen to everything he said. Xia on this side couldn't help but worry when she saw Hwaseon's unusual behavior. Oppa is starting to become suspicious again. Suddenly, Theme Thu raised his burning arm with blue flames and wept bitterly. Please save me. The girl jumped in fright and screamed in terror. It startled me to death. This old man. He anxiously shouted for help. I'm about to be burned alive. Quickly put out the fire and move away. The girl swipes her phone and a photo of him appears. Xia forcefully swiped the phone, causing Theme Thu to be thrown far away. He was knocked down at the feet of the masked person by the girl's power and immediately felt something was wrong, so he wanted to leave right away. This isn't a good place to talk, so let's stop here. Then he activated the hidden power inside the ring, emitting a mysterious blue light. Then he grabbed the frightened toad, and the blindfolded person entered the magic door. I will take this one with me. If you want to save him, go to the gate. He struggled to stay and refused to let go. Before leaving, he threw out a final remark. Even so, to cross the border, you still have to go there. Hwasung's eyes widened in fury as he shouted loudly, You bastard! Stop right there, you filthy traitor! He panically called for help. Lord, save me. Suddenly, he noticed something unusual about himself. When he saw Theme Thu about to be pulled into the gate, Hwasung hurriedly ran up, unleashing a powerful aura, but he missed his attack. The door was gone without a trace, vanished completely. Damn it. Seeing this scene, X couldn't believe it. Oh my god, what do I do now? It's not like I intentionally threw him away. Hong beside me was just as stunned. Are you kidding? He wants us to find the gate, but he's already taken the guide away. Hua X looked thoughtful, carefully recalling the situation. It seemed that before the passage disappeared, I saw something that looked like a stone stele. Damn it, but if I don't know where it is, how can I find it? Jin simply remained silent, carefully assessing the situation. After analyzing everything, he took the object from inside his shirt pocket. There must still be a way. Hearing this, I couldn't help but be curious and turned to look. You realize the sparkling gem in his hand is the 9-tailed fox's gem, and D calmly responds, When he gave me this, he told me to do something. He gazed absent-mindedly at the gem, recalling his previous question. Can this item track monsters? Jin Lang cheerfully replied, yes, even the Demon Master. So that means he instructed Jaya to prepare for the upcoming tasks, and your journey to the demon world won't just be facing monsters. I also don't know how to explain to you what those existences are like. He gazed absent-mindedly at the gem, recalling his words. When will you encounter them? This gem will be useful, and you can also consider it as your life-saving talisman. At that moment, Dian Lang stood under the streetlight and calmly spoke. For now, this is the best I can do for you. I wish you a safe journey. Hoa Sung observes the gem. He was stunned to realize that this meant that the gem could trace the traces of things that weren't monsters. Dia confidently replied without hesitation, I suppose if Nine-Tailed Fox said so, then it must be true. Hearing this, he frowned in annoyance. His name is Jin Jiang. This statement surprised me. How did you know? You annoyedly said he should have introduced himself earlier. He must have already known our route and was bound to run into that immortal. Hong quietly listened to everything. The princess remained lost in thought. Could it be that he also encountered that fairy and knows he's not a good person? What is this fox trying to plan? The princess's eyes showed suspicion, as suddenly the gem in Jay's hand began to glow. A strand of spiritual energy escapes from the gem. He suddenly shouts, Gem, something is crawling out of here. Hua Sung watched the spiritual energy trail and guessed that it might be guiding us. Seeing the energy stream shoot up the mountain wall, he was confused why it only pointed to such a narrow path. In this desolate and abandoned valley, among the rugged rocky cliffs, only strange sounds echo, a hand reaching out and gripping the dusty cliff face. Zia, exhausted and panting, climbs up. The girl complained, Oh my God, I'm exhausted. Are you sure we'll find that thing up here? I'm going crazy. How can someone as fragile and weak as you be? Before she could finish her sentence, the girl saw a hand reaching out. Dia gently asked the girl to hold his hand. Sorry for the trouble. He brushed off his fatigue, his tone serious. Come here so I can pull you up. Sia blushed shyly without saying a word. Then the girl climbed onto the flat ground on her own, confidently saying, I don't want to trouble you. I'm the one responsible for causing the old toad to be taken away, so don't worry about me too much, or you might suspect I'm up to something. Suddenly someone shouted loudly, drawing their attention. Found it! Hua Sung on the mountaintop called out to him and the girl, Come up quickly, it's above here. Seeing the spiritual energy pointing directly at the stone tablet, Zia happily exclaimed, This is definitely the stone tablet you saw earlier. You are sure about it? It's exactly that one. If UNU's sensing is accurate, then it's very likely that the guy led the old toad away this way. The boy carefully examined the stone tablet. Huasi's father gritted his teeth in anger and said, At least that fox spirit didn't deceive us. Xa suddenly thought of a problem. Looking again, it was just a cold, unmoving stone tablet, or maybe it needed a key to activate some mechanism. Hong sat down to examine the stone tablet carefully. Then the princess spoke up to remind everyone, try using the lock-an. The princess calmly explained that they used the seal because the ghosts earlier also reacted to your seal, which awakened Decine from his trance. After thinking for a long time, he reached out and activated the seal, unleashing a brilliant burst of power. Immediately, a door appeared on the stone tablet. Honggon, riding the guardian spirit, was excited. Sure enough, this seal was the key. Hua Sung sighed in disappointment, wondering why she no longer felt surprised. Then he turned back and said to him, All right, I'll go first. Dia said little and ran straight through the door on the stone tablet. As he entered, he turned back and urged the girl, Hurry and follow, don't get lost. Don't! The little girl hugs the guardian spirit and the princess, angrily betraying you. What is this? Do you still want to hold hands or grab the hem of your shirt or jacket? Are you a kid or what? Then Hua Sung followed his footsteps inside. Sia also followed closely behind. And then the girl went inside. The door closed behind her. The door slowly disappeared, returning to a normal stone slab as before. Along with some fragments of stone falling, the scene returns to calm as if nothing had happened. Over here, she steps firmly onto the ground. The little girl squinted and complained about the blinding light. It's so dazzling. The girl nervously looked around. Oh, where did he go? Why is everything suddenly so bright around me? Suddenly, Sai pauses, feeling that something is off. The little girl turned around, suspicious, and asked herself, Why? She looked down at her hands in confusion. Everyone's gone? No one around? The mushroom girl and the bell tree have disappeared too. Seeing her empty hands, Zia becomes frantic. The little girl, scared, wants to look for everyone behind her. Clearly, she was holding both of them tightly. Suddenly, someone called the girl. Is that you, X? Hearing this, X turned around and saw the person in front, her eyes widening. The person in front was none other than X's mother. She smiled gently. Seeing her clearly, the girl's pupils immediately dilated. The little girl reverted to her adorable, whispering manner and instinctively called for her mother. In another place, Hwa-sung, unconscious, faintly heard a sweet voice. "Big brother, wake up now. The sun is already at its peak. Are you still planning to sleep in?" Hearing that, he gradually woke up from his dream and opened his eyes, feeling a headache at first, then sat up. "Oh, why am I sleeping? Where am I?" Hwa-seong looked towards the voice, and the younger sister asked suspiciously, "What's going on? Or is second brother having a very interesting dream? Once you see who it is, you'll be stunned and find it hard to believe." You quickly call Sister Dung in with a bright spring breeze smile. Why is that? Clearly everyone entered together, but now it's just the two of us. Moreover, suddenly a disdainful voice echoed, drawing the princess's attention, an ogre and the guardian spirit accompanying a human. This team truly is extraordinarily strange. The princess and he paused, looking sternly at the tall figure, who was the immortal overseeing the border, gazing at both of them. A hint of fear rose in Hongdi's heart. Is he really the immortal overseeing the border? Are you the immortal guardian of the border gate? The old man straightforwardly confirms that he is the wizard. Hongdi's face darkened, her eyes unwavering. The princess decisively raised her gun and said firmly, "I will get straight to the point. Where are my friends taken?" The border guardian immortal calmly recounted everything. "Your companions, each of them are facing their own trial." After hearing this, the princess was somewhat incredulous. The test. The blindfolded person next to him explains to Hongjian that humans are generally forbidden from setting foot on the border, but since they are already here, their fate now depends on the decision of the great immortal lord. Under the bright light, the princess was stunned and hurriedly questioned the old decision-maker. "What do you want to do to them?" The old man was unafraid and slowly replied, "That depends on them. As long as they do not violate the border's rules, they will be safe." Hongdi quietly listens to everyone, trying to ask questions to extract information. "So, are there any other rules at the border that must not be violated?" The blindfolded person calmly spoke now. "I already told you all earlier, absolutely no crossing the border illegally, and anyone who violates the rules will become a slave." In another place, Jay, disguised as a child, sits in a state of calm, expressionless, and lifeless. He listens to his parents talking, and the fortune teller also confirms that it's just a bump. No adult would encourage a child to say such things, so it's just his own doing. Who knows if it's true or not? Actually, some of it has already become real. "Listen to what my husband is saying," his mother replied unhappily. "Honey, what nonsense are you talking about?" His father bluntly replied, "Don't you recognize Luyin Thuyin? Anyone connected to that boy will face bad luck or even lose their lives. Do you remember last year when I got into serious trouble and almost lost everything? And you have been suffering continuous losses in your business all this time, hearing your husband constantly complain." Your mother got annoyed and snapped. "Enough, please stop saying such nonsense. Jay will just sit quietly and behave behind." His father again felt that what he said was nothing wrong. Nonsense and meaningless. I don't see anything meaningless about it. Wherever I go, people tell me about that boy, saying he's not human. Enough. He quickly covered his ears in despair. His father angrily unleashed everything inside him. He's completely fed up. We need to figure out what to do with the boy since he keeps seeing strange things and keeps saying such unlucky things. His mother anxiously interrupted. "Honey, your father is furious and shouting. You dare to admit that you don't feel uncomfortable at all, and that you are just fulfilling your duty to raise the child for someone else." Jay feels uncomfortable and tries to keep these words from entering his ears. Your father keeps venting his anger. I don't understand which unlucky mother gave birth to such a cursed kid. His mother couldn't bear to listen anymore. "Enough! Be quiet!" Suddenly, a sinister voice echoed, causing him to lower his hand immediately. "Found it!" He looked up at the strange black mist in front of the car. The dark aura transformed into the shape of a face. "I found it." And suddenly, his mother felt something strange. The husband in front, then the sound of a scream and screeching tires echoed together. Then J.A., dressed in a black mourning outfit, bowed mournfully before the portraits of the two people, when a pair of steady legs approached. The principal, smiling warmly, asked, "Hello, Jin, right?" Back at the grand hall of the border guardian fairy Hongdi calmly inquired, "What if they fail your test? What would happen if the princess still kept her gun pointed and questioned sternly?" The old man always remained calm and replied, "The trials they must go through are very real, directly related to their minds, and many different situations can occur." In the dark night, the boundary guardian fairy presented scenarios. Some would lose their will and die with their bodies, while others might wish to stay forever with that true feeling. Hong could not accept this, and threatened the old man with a commanding presence. "What gives you the right to treat humanity like this and refuse to release them?" The old man was not intimidated by the princess's aura. Once the trial begins, there is no turning back. Even as he spoke, he waved his hand and the paintings on the surrounding walls opened up, the fires below flickering to life, each painting representing a trial that everyone was undergoing. Hong was surprised to see that the immortal overseeing the border gently controlled the paintings, personally offering them another trial. The princess noticed a painting of a young boy named Jin and immediately recognized him. She then shifted her gaze to the painting of the flower with the dumb arrow. Then Hong noticed the boy in another painting. The little one was mischievous, and they were all trapped inside the painting. He pointed at the princess and set a time limit. They only have a limited time before the flames beneath flare up, burn into the painting, and destroy it. After hearing the old man's words, the princess looked down at the furnace beneath the painting. The border guardian deity pointed out the fate they would have to bear if they failed the trial, and at that moment, they would vanish forever, along with the painting. This statement leaves the princess speechless. Before leaving, he throws back a final word to see if they can overcome this destined challenge. Hong hesitated to fire and stop the old man, standing still and not letting him escape. Seeing the princess's actions, the divine guardian charged forward and barked a few times to remind her of the urgent matter at hand. Now the princess's focus shifts to the furnace. That's right, shut up, put out the fire first. Hong hurriedly ran forward, thinking this might be the only way to save them. The princess drew her small pistol and held her stance firmly, ready to fire. Seeing this, he sighed in disappointment, making the princess feel upset. Don't look at me like that. Watch as I put out the fire. Then, the gun fired a bullet into the flames, only for the fire to swallow it up. Seeing this scene, Honggon felt utterly helpless, and the guardian spirit was no less desperate. The crackling sounds from the flames made both of them terrified. The princess panically shouted, "Oh no, it's burning up. Are we going to die like this? Are you again paying attention to X's painting?" The princess urgently advises everyone to stay calm. If you stay too long inside, you'll all be doomed. Looking at the flower painting, the princess becomes even more terrified. "You idiot, can you hear what I'm saying or not?" In the painting, he suddenly paused when he heard a call. Dong-in, seeing him stop, suspiciously asked, "What's the matter?" "Big brother, you deny it right away. Nothing's wrong. You probably misheard." Huasi looked down at the water bucket in his hand and naturally thought that from now on, heavy tasks like fetching water should be left to him since her body was very weak. Little sister happily and mischievously explained, "There's no serious problem at all. And since I saw you sleeping so peacefully, I couldn't bring myself to wake you up." He expressed his dissatisfaction. "What do you mean, can't bear? If you see your brother sleeping in, just kick him right in the face and he'll wake up immediately." She teased with a mischievous giggle. "You always say nonsense. If a girl is that rude, who would want to marry her later?" Seeing him silent, Dong Wai couldn't help but wonder. "Brother, what's going on?" Hoa Sung took a deep breath, regained his composure, and replied, "Nothing. It's just been a long time since we've had such a pleasant conversation like this." Little sister looks cheerful, and Wu Nue feels emotional. "Oh my, that sounds terrifying. You just overslept for a few hours, right?" Hearing that, he was surprised. "Huh? Your meaning isn't quite right, but then your face suddenly looks a bit relieved. Never mind." Gazing at the dazzling sunlight shining through the green leaves, your mind falls into calmness. "Maybe this is just a dream, but I wish I could stay in this wonderful dream forever." Just being by her side like this, he didn't even finish speaking before he couldn't see her anymore. Suddenly, she started coughing violently, and her condition worsened. Hua Seong anxiously asked, "Dong-in, what's wrong with you?" Seeing her face turn increasingly pale and blood coming from her mouth, I was stunned, eyes wide, shouting, "Dong-in!" Immediately after, my sister was helped back to bed, a damp cloth placed on her forehead. Although he was not at ease, he tried to soothe his sister's feelings, holding on a little longer, and promised to find a doctor immediately. But just as Huasi was about to leave, his sister grabbed his sleeve and begged, "Please stay here with me." Seeing Dong-in's tear-streaked face, sweaty and with blood at the corner of his mouth, tears involuntarily welled up in my eyes. Although I was reluctant, I finally made up my mind and let go of my sister, saying, "No, you must live." Hwasung hurriedly ran off, not forgetting to reassure his sister. "I will definitely bring the doctor here to save you," Dong-in called out desperately. "Kaka, you still insist on leaving. Wait for me." "Little sister, please don't go." He quickly rushed out of the house, smashing open the wooden gate to find the doctor. The doctor, dragged along several miles through the quiet night, angrily shouted, "This crazy young man, coming out in the middle of the night to make me cross mountains and forests to see a patient. Wax and Ong don't care about this and keep thinking about Dong-in. My little sister is in critical condition now." The physician grew exhausted as he reached the countryside, where a few candlelights flickered.
I've told you countless times, your little sister's illness is beyond saving.
Not to mention it was the dead of night, the roads were far, and my legs were weak. He angrily threatened the old man.
If your legs are weak, then let me chop them off.
Then Hwasong ran straight ahead, exhausted but still pushing on as the doctor, clutching the medicine box, gasped and chased after him, gradually slowing down as he nearly ran out of breath until they finally reached the place.
Seeing the house in front, he cheered up and shouted, "Dong-in, I've led the doctor here first."
But as I stepped into the yard, a scene of desolation covered in fresh blood scattered everywhere hit me hard, and I noticed the long streaks of blood leading all the way to the gate, filling me with fear. The doctor's face changed drastically, extremely frightened. Oh my God, where is all this blood? Is this caused by the wild beasts on the mountain? He hurriedly stepped into the house. Dong-in? Only a blood-stained hand sticking out from the pile of debris. As soon as he arrived and saw this scene, he froze. A wave of pain overwhelmed his mind, his pupils constricted, and Hwaseong screamed desperately, "Dong-in?" In the deepest darkness of your mind, a faint light suddenly shines through. Big brother, wake up now. The sun is already at its peak. Are you still planning to sleep in? These familiar words once again woke him from his dream. He immediately sat up and cursed under his breath. Your stunned gaze looks toward the source of the voice. What's wrong? Maybe Big Brother is dreaming about something really interesting, huh? Through the small window, Dong-in's bright smile makes the scene glow, causing Hwaseong to feel confused. In another space, Za is lost in her mother's warm embrace, clutching her tightly and asking, "Mom, is it really true that you've recovered?"
Yes, that's right. So that means X will not have to go anywhere anymore.
She looked at the little girl with a loving gaze and said, "Mom won't have to send X away anymore." Inside the foreclosed walls, the owner had a small window letting in faint sunlight. Her soothing voice echoed, "X has already endured too much hardship. From now on, I will always be here by your side to make up for everything, XA." She gently lifts the girl into her arms. "Do you agree? My precious little X. Mom knows X has many deep wishes." She continued, speaking gently. "Go to the amusement park, eat cotton candy, make lunchboxes, and go on a picnic together." Igza was stunned, hearing these deep desires from the bottom of her heart. The little girl couldn't help but feel moved by these words. She kept listing things, like taking a bath together with her mother. "I want to hear you tell me fairy tales before bed. I want to do everything with you." Then she gently released the girl, tenderly stroking Zia's soft hair. "From now on, the two of us will do everything together, step by step." The little girl happily squinted her eyes and nodded in agreement. Through the small window, she hugged her tightly and whispered words hidden in her heart. "Mom loves you very much. Be good, Sae." Sae remained immersed in that fragile, cozy moment. The scene shifts to an orphanage set ablaze, flames relentlessly licking the small building. Seeing the dirty, muddy children crying non-stop, the director worriedly asked the subordinate if anyone was trapped inside. Someone hurriedly reported the situation to the director, saying all the children had escaped. Then suddenly, a move took all their courage to stand up and blame everything on him. "It was all because of me," the child said as he sat dazed on the ground, telling everything. Just as Jin asked if they saw anything behind the curtain, a flame suddenly burst out there. The child, choked with tears, questioned bitterly, "Why does he keep seeing Ma Huai?" The director gently placed his hand on the child's shoulder and called out, "Chio Bok?" Even though the orphanage was burned down, she still gently explained everything to the child so they could understand. Everyone was caught off guard and unprepared. In times like these, we need to trust and support each other more. Look, Jae-shin is just as scared as all of us. You should go and encourage and comfort her right now. What do you think? Chiu-bok listened to her words and sadly agreed, yes. Then she turned to him gently and asked, "Are you hurt anywhere?" "I don't care about that question. I only believe what the child said. Chiu-bok is right. I saw that terrifying thing peeking out from behind the curtain. It is also the same thing that appeared on the day of the accident. That creepy face keeps staring at him. Dia-shin shows no fear at all, taking all the blame upon himself. That's only natural, because he's a cursed child. Everything around him will never have a happy ending." But the director ignored those words and just held him close, comforting him with a caring voice, saying, "I am glad you are safe. Don't blame yourself. Dae-shin, no matter what happens, I will always be by your side." Dae-shin was surprised to receive love. His whole body froze. He couldn't hold back his emotions, and warm tears involuntarily streamed down his face. At the fairy lord's secluded residence guarding the border, the blue flames kept spreading across his painting. Seeing this, Hong-an shouted in panic, "This is a big problem!" The princess kept flicking the water lever to help the divine guardian spray and extinguish the flames. This method only slowed the fire and the painting for a moment. It couldn't put out this strange blaze. And that's not counting the 3 Lu. Now in the other 2 paintings, the blue flames have also started to spread. The princess panicked and slapped her head, unable to think of a solution. What should I do now? The venerable one narrowed his eyes, a sharp glint flickering in them. Then he held his water pipe, giving a soft bark to signal Hong Dian to proceed down the long Chinese-style corridor, as a man asked in a deep voice, "Great immortal lord, I have a question." The man walking alongside the immortal guardian of the border continued to ask, "If they fail the test, they will surely be trapped in the painting forever. Why does the Lord still want to burn the painting with divine fire without caring about the outcome of the test?" The old man didn't turn around, only stopping to explain casually, "It's just a precaution because of the human who bears the mark you mentioned. Remembering the image of Desin, even when controlled by monsters and locked up, opening his mouth to devour him, yet the opponent still barely shows any signs of injury. The place where these celestial beings stand is a tower resembling the La Thien Vuong Tower, and their voices echo steadily. Realizing that ordinary water can't extinguish this flame, he decisively drops the hose, and with his small, puppy-like body, the guardian suddenly steps back to prepare for a leap. That action surprised Hong. What's wrong? He didn't answer? The small body suddenly lunged forward quickly. The princess shouted in panic, "What are you doing?" The guardian spirit used all its strength to ram into the copper basin, which was engulfed in an unquenchable flame. Hong now understood your purpose, but the princess still hesitated and stopped, saying, "Don't do this, you're hurting yourself." He ignored her completely, his eyes suddenly blazing with a blue light. The guardian spirit put all its strength into this strike, rushing forward with its small body and successfully knocking the cage askew. It couldn't withstand such force, and soon the copper cage fell and rolled across the floor. Seeing that scene, Hongjon couldn't help but exclaim in shock. The cauldron saw that the dog lord had only pushed over one cauldron and was already battered and breathless, so the princess hurried over to check on him. "Belle Ferret, with your tiny body not yet fully recovered, how can you use that method?" "But still, you have eliminated a threat." Hong happily rushed over and hugged you tightly. "Are you sacrificing yourself for the benefit of humanity?" This foolish little beast really won't let them have a moment of happiness. They suddenly realized that the fire in the cage, after being extinguished, had started spreading across the floor. Seeing Lam Hua burning rapidly forward, both of them widened their eyes in shock and panic. They hugged each other in fear, Hong Di crying helplessly and wailing, "Oh no, the fire is burning even more fiercely than before." In the world of the challenge inside the painting, there is a peaceful scene deep within the forest, accompanied by a gentle, soothing voice that seems to dissolve into the air. "Big brother, what's wrong? What are you thinking about so deeply?" Hwasung quickly regained consciousness, hurriedly replied, "No, nothing's wrong," but still couldn't help feeling anxious, and lowered his head, wondering, "Why is it strange? Why am I back to how it was before?" The scene quickly changed. Deng Ai, who was smiling just moments ago, was now lying on the hospital bed, her face flushed from the fever, her mouth starting to cough up thick, bloody sputum. Hwase Ong was panic-stricken, frantically trying to get out, holding on a little longer. "Brother will find a doctor right away." Without a second's delay, he rushed down the mountain and leapt off at full speed as if nothing mattered, tears burning in Hwasong's eyes as he clenched his teeth and cried out, "Deng Ai, just hold on a little longer this time, I won't let you go again." But then those 2 words this time made something in his mind awaken. Hwasong opened his eyes wide and repeated it again. He suddenly stopped, no longer rushing forward, and froze in place in the forest like a statue. Hwasong vaguely sensed something, froze in place, the tear of the king still wet on his cheek, not knowing how many times he had run like this already. To avoid reality, instead of continuing to look for a healer, he decided to go back home. Hwasong hurriedly returned, but the peaceful house was now in disarray, with traces of crawling and slithering on the ground, as if a snake-like monster had attacked the house. "You're terrified and you rush inside, Deng Wai." And then the scene before her eyes made Hwaseon's pupils contract to the utmost. Terror etched deeply on her face as these horrifying scorpion-like monsters crawled everywhere. They have human faces with the lower half of their bodies as thick, twisted limbs. They surround Deng Wai in the middle, and all look toward the door with lewd expressions. "You're heading back so early this time? Your eyes look like they're about to burst." Hua frantically shouted, "Deng Wai." Biumoy's face was soaked with tears as Deng Yi called out through her sobs, "Big brother, you wave your hand to pick up the wooden stick beside you to use as a weapon." "These damn monsters don't touch Deng Wai." The monsters rushed to attack Hua Si, swinging their sticks as if to strike, but they are not afraid at all. In fact, they keep laughing mockingly. "Don't waste your effort. No matter how many times you come back, this girl will still have to sleep." Huasi froze like a statue. Why did the centipede demon with the face of a newborn baby behind him speak up? This is the deal your parents made with us. One of the children they give birth to will be a sacrifice for us to eat. Huasung gripped the wooden stick tightly, his face tense and frightening as he listened to that harsh truth. This is the price they must pay for the karma they caused, so don't waste your effort. Nothing can be changed. Then they continued their psychological game. The demons threw down a sharp sword, nodding at him to make a choice. Of course, if you think your life is worth less than hers, you can offer yourself instead. As long as the deal is kept, we don't care which one of you gets eaten. How can I trust what you monsters are saying? The monster barely paid attention, just let out a superficial grunt. Then, without giving you time to regret, the dull centipede monster opened its mouth and said, "Do as you wish." Then it swiftly dealt with Dongwei, blood splattering like rain, and before Huasong could even regain his senses, he was struck dumb by the horrifying scene before him. Tears streamed down his face, soaking the calm face, as a piercing scream echoed. Then everything fell back into silent darkness. And then that familiar gentle voice sounded again. Big brother Huasong blinked awake. The terrifying things just now felt like a dream. Deng-yi is still alive now. The younger sister happily walks through the small door, smiling brightly in the morning sunlight. He says nothing, only slowly sits up. Huasung opened her eyes and looked at her younger sister, her eyes filled with sorrow and pain as a tear gently rolled down her cheek, while in another world of trials, Za appeared innocent and youthful. Listen to the shouts of others. Show us the miracle. The man, seemingly the leader of a shady sect, spoke out. Open your eyes, good brothers, and witness this miracle. Then he leaned down close to her ear and slowly whispered manipulative words. Come on. You know you have to do this if you want to help your mother. Without giving the girl a chance to react, the cult leader began to act indecently toward the corpse that had turned blue. Umbala miracle, come to me. Magic. Sia lowered her head, her eyes unfocused, while the disgusting voice of that man still echoed in her ear. A miracle. Under his relentless urging, the miracle, the little girl finally reached out her tiny hand. Immediately, the pale corpse floated in midair. The followers below, seeing it, screamed all the more frantically, "Magic! Magic!" They were so overwhelmed that their eyes rolled back and tears streamed down like rain, truly a miraculous sight. The creaking door opens as Zia returns from that despicable heresy session, and waiting inside is her gentle and kind mother, smiling warmly to welcome her. "Zia, is that you?" The tired little girl rushes into her mother's arms, longing for the warmth she offers. "Mom, isn't it true that you've recovered? Why do I still have to do these things? And what about the things you want to do?" Sia's mother suddenly fell silent, still wearing a fake smile on her face. "Sia, my good girl, what do you wish for?" Sia's mother gently closes her eyes and smiles softly. Mom remembers everything clearly. Za opens her big tea-colored eyes, quietly listening to those words, about going to the amusement park, eating cotton candy, making lunchboxes, and going on picnics together. The little girl's cheeks flushed with happiness as she smiled, being bathed with her mother and listening to bedtime fairy tales. This time, we will make those dreams come true. Xa trusts those promises. The little girl smiles happily and gently snuggles into her mother's arms. In Jin's world of challenges, he reverts to his childhood self, quietly hiding in his small room. Director gently walks over and calls, "Jin, are you hiding in here again?" Jin sits curled up in the corner and softly says, "This time it's your friend Hai Uk Shu who gets hurt. Every time you see something strange, someone ends up getting injured." Hearing that, the director gently smiled and softly told him, "If you don't want to see them anymore, just take off your glasses." Dai was stunned by those words, raising his head and looking at her in confusion. "Yes." The director smiled and explained vaguely, "It's because of the glasses that you could see those strange things." "Aunt Shin?" He pursed his lips without replying, glancing anxiously over. Dia raised her hand to eye level, confusedly asking, "Glasses?" "But I don't have them anymore." But suddenly, a pair of red-framed glasses appeared on that small face, making Jae-shin feel confused. The director smiled calmly to comfort. "If you no longer want to see them, then take off the glasses, and you will no longer feel guilty for not being able to stop the bad things from happening." Dai opened her eyes wide, confused as she touched the new object on her face. These glasses. But at that moment, some man suddenly appeared behind him. "Are you trying to run away again?" That is the figure of the monster Dung Song. Your future self's massive body staring at you. You think taking it off will wipe away everything? You're just looking for an excuse for your cowardice. He stared in surprise, as if realizing something, and his lips trembled. Someone on the other side is calling you back. Is it Jay? The director stands in the distance, his deep voice echoing seductively. Hurry up, take off your glasses and come over here with me. He looked a bit confused and glanced at Dong Song behind him, who was still trying to persuade him that if he lost his power, he wouldn't be able to survive anymore. The director still wore a gentle smile. Do it so your soul can be at peace. At the same time, his voice echoed loudly, drowning out everything else. Accept my power. Dia hesitated, caught it between the two sides, then gently lifted his hand to touch his glasses, as if about to take them off. Returning to Hwa-song's side, he closed his eyes tightly, tears still lingering at the corners, as the tragedy unfolded once again, staring intently at his sister who was being controlled by the monster. Can it really be done? Hwa-song clenched the weapon they threw to him.
I insist. I will exchange my life for Dong Yi's.
Even though she is in the trial, Bu Moi still remains kind-hearted, eyes tightly shut, crying out to stop him, while the demon beside her sneers and speaks up. Of course, it's possible. Every word and every letter of your words to kill the demon hit your brain like a giant hammer. You can use your own life to end this endless cycle of suffering. As if truly convinced, Hwa-seon painfully presses the blade against her neck. Dong Wai burst into tears, sobbing and begging, "Please, don't." But at this moment, you seem to have completely given up, only wanting to end this tragedy. Dong Wai, just do this, and I won't have to see you blame yourself in front of me ever again. Tears slid down his younger cousin's cheeks as Dong Wai sobbed and pleaded, "Elder brother, don't do this." The blade had already begun to slowly cut into flesh. A hot stream of blood gushed out, but then suddenly it stopped and his low voice rang out. But it couldn't change what had already happened in reality. The sword still hadn't completely severed the aorta. Hwa-seon stopped and painfully revealed that cruel truth. And this place is not reality. Do you really want to do that? He hesitated once more as a person in a pink robe appeared behind him, but unlike Dong Song, So-ha appeared like warm sunshine in the winter night. Neither choice is what you desire. Is that so? Jin quickly turned his head to look back, but only saw a streak of red hair passing by. That figure disappears, replaced by So's gentle and beautiful face. She smiles brightly, her light butterfly dress fluttering in the wind and shimmering butterflies dance in the spring breeze. Jin, small and frightened, stepped back as a cold sweat ran down his face, but soon seemed unaware of it and only smiled happily. His golden pupils shimmered like water. I will wait. He opened his eyes wide in surprise, his pupils slightly constricting. Dia clenched his lips tightly, and it seemed that something within him had changed. Looking again, he had returned to his adult form. Day murmured a promise. I will come. Hwa-song's face darkened with anger, tears streaming down his anguished face. Then he muttered a spell in Sanskrit. Almost at the same time, the mark on Jin's arm began to glow brightly. Outside, after the large cage fell, a fierce blue flame erupted, causing Hong Jun to scream loudly. The flames spread higher and higher, starting to engulf the paintings hanging on the walls. The princess, overwhelmed and helpless, clutches her head in chaos. What should she do now? But then suddenly a burst of light erupted, leaving the princess stunned. Before the painting was completely burned, the lines inside it suddenly shone brightly like the midday sun. From then on, Hwa-seon and Jin gradually crawled out. In another place, the immortal guardian of the border suddenly turned around, sensing something. The old man tilted his head and asked the person next to him, "Have two of them already passed the trial?" Returning to Jessen's group surrounded by fire, he was startled and shouted out in heat as soon as he stepped out. Jin shouted, "What is this place?" Even Hwa-seon couldn't react in time. "What is this mess?" He replied, "I was about to ask you the same." Hong Deek, everything was arranged by that old immortal. He was stunned. Why the flag? But afraid that you two won't believe it? The princess kept recounting everything. He wants you guys to go into the painting to carry out some strange and creepy test. Hwa-seong frowned. If the test means what I think, I suddenly turned to look back at the painting from earlier. In the painting, a person is reaching out for help, surrounded by strange, shadowy figures. Hwa-song's eyes widen, his lips trembling as that sketch suddenly transforms into a real person from his memory. That person's tears begged Kaka Hwa-X cannot handle the shock. He clenched his teeth and violently tore the painting off the wall. Hwa-seon tore it out and slammed it to the ground in anger. Thick dust billowed up as Hongdion could faintly hear his voice thick with emotion. "Immortal, what the hell is this?" Hwa-seon gritted his teeth and his veins started to bulge along his jaw. His eyes seemed covered in black bones, completely overwhelmed by rage. "Where is he?" Dia also stared blankly at the burning painting beside her, watching the brushstrokes gradually turn into ashes beneath the blazing blue flames. His sad eyes looked at her silently, lips pressed tightly together. Hong, sensing Hwaseon's unstable emotions, immediately shouted to alert him, "Big idiot, now is not the time to go find that old man to settle scores." The princess shouted, "The little troublemaker still hasn't escaped yet." Hwaseon immediately ran to the other painting, frantically trying to put out the fire. "Sia, are you still trapped in here?"
"Damn this strange fire, why can't I put it out?"
Hong warned, "Watch out." That old man said if the painting is burned down, the person inside will also be doomed. He angrily cursed and shouted, no longer daring to meddle, and growled,
"Damn it, hurry and get out of here. Are you still insisting? Did you hear what I said, kid?"
Suddenly, the painting's content caught his attention. Seeing CA smiling brightly with a stranger, Hwaseong froze. "Why is that woman the one?" Jin couldn't understand anything. He suddenly asked who that was, but no one answered. On the contrary, Hwasung becomes even more despondent. "Damn it, is this X's test? At this rate, I'm afraid she won't be able to escape." Your voice starts to tremble. "Are you surprised?" Then Hwaseong continued explaining,
"I've never seen her so happy and joyful before." Hong didn't have time to listen to their complaints. The princess immediately asked directly, "So do you have any plans?"
"Could I just stand here and watch the painting burn?" Dashin's face tightens as he glances over. Then he steels himself and suggests, "Let me try." Hwa X looks surprised. Cold sweat slowly drips down his forehead.
Although I was scared, I still replied, "I have pulled people out of paintings like this before."
The world inside the painting is a beautiful space, with endless blue oceans. "Look, Mom, it's so beautiful." "Oh, so you've only seen the sea through comics before?" The little girl's mother smiled and said, "Let's have lunch together, Hira." Enjoying a delicious meal on the beach, the little girl beams with joy. "This is so tasty."
"Mom."
She smiled softly and said, "Of course. That's because we made them together." "X, what do you want to do next?" Little Jia happily raises her hand to the sky, exclaiming joyfully, "We will go to the beach together." Her voice echoes, followed by her mother telling a fairy tale before bedtime. At that moment, a hand suddenly appeared in the sky as if piercing through space. The hand gradually reached out, heading towards Sai and her mother, who were happily playing. Just when everything seemed to be going well, an old voice suddenly stopped the scene, and the blue flames at the mouth of the lower painting suddenly flared up more fiercely. The old voice rang out again, saying that interfering with someone else's painting was a violation of the trial's rules. The flames blazed fiercely, causing him to painfully withdraw his hand from the painting and then wave his hand to shatter the glass. The immortal slowly approaches, his voice stern. "If you violate the rules again and interfere, the painting hanging in the sea of flames will be destroyed immediately, I warn you." The princess and the guardian god are worried. "Oh no, it's burning fiercely." Jin screams in pain from the burn, while Hua Si becomes even angrier. In the end, he glanced at the immortal and shouted sternly, "This damned skin is finally willing to come out." The blindfolded person beside him angrily shouted, "How dare you call the venerable one casually?" But Hua Si doesn't bother to pay any attention to him. He shouted louder, "Stop talking, old man. If you're smart, get that woman out here for me." The old man suddenly fell silent, but then slowly spoke. "I just said that this is a violation of the rules." But before he could finish, Hwasong's sword swung toward him. The coins flew straight at the old man's shoulder with a sharp pain. The person behind shouted in panic, "Great Lord!" Hwasi didn't bother to say much, wielding the sword of no structure and striking with all his might, but the weapon was completely blocked by the subordinate. The man growled, "I won't let those who cross me go." Then he swung his hand back and shouted angrily, "How dare you be disrespectful to the great immortal?" Hwasong dodged the attack, glancing up to assess him. The opponent keeps rushing at him unarmed, using strange but deadly moves that force him to dodge desperately. Hwasong quickly retreats, keeping his distance, and he can tell this masked guy hits pretty hard, too. Physical attacks are hard to reach, so I quickly threw some talismans. But when the talismans touched him, they seemed like ordinary sheets of paper and just slid off. Why does Hwaseong look surprised that he's unharmed? He sneered and replied, "Your curse is useless against me." Then he charged at the boy again, attacking relentlessly. Clearly, Hwaseong was much weaker. Dia wanted to help and offered to assist, but Hwasong didn't bring anything, so he shouted, "Forget me. Are you just going to save yourself or what? Get out of my way." Seeing the flames burn more fiercely, that should be the top priority now. At this moment, Hong Ai feels even more helpless as the fire continues to grow larger. The guardian deity suddenly stared intently at the fire, then immediately jumped to knock over what Hong was using, causing the princess to scream out loud. What are you up to now? Bell dog. He uses his little puppy body to roll back on the ground, leaving Hong John speechless. Jin nervously glanced over, and the princess also shouted loudly out of concern for the guardian spirit. Enough! Stop it! I can smell something burning. You still want to salvage something? Reaching out again. Wait a moment. Let me try once more. But at this moment, an old hand stopped him. The ancient immortal suddenly appeared out of nowhere, his tall shadow casting pressure down. The border guardian sage nods and in a deep, hoarse voice says, "Reveal your true identity." As soon as he finished speaking, the old man clenched Dia Shin's wrist tightly in a threatening manner, precisely where the lock seal was inscribed. The immortal kept asking repeatedly, "Who was the one who carved the lock seal that emitted this strange energy onto your arm?" Dia Shin wanted to take his hand away, but it was useless. "I demand you let go, but he doesn't care and even threatens me. Answer quickly or Dia Shin will get angry," I shouted in fury. "I told you to let go." At that moment, the mark on his arm suddenly burst into a bright blue light, causing the border guardian to recoil in panic as if burned. Sensing the unfamiliar aura from that mark, the immortal growled and snarled. "This mark is not from the immortal realm. No need for anyone to ask." The old man suddenly recounted the story, surprising him. "I have seen this before. It is a unique power of a species. Their strength has broken the balance of the three worlds. Perhaps this time the immortal truly intends to deal with you." The palm of his hand suddenly glows as if summoning something. "I thought they had disappeared long ago." A long spear gradually materialized out of nowhere. The immortal coldly laughed with a righteous air. "Truly unexpected that their remnants still remain out there. I cannot let the seed of disaster continue to grow. I begin to take this seriously, changing my stance and placing the spear behind my back, my aura now surpassing that of a true immortal." But the immortal's words sent a chill down their spines. "I must cut off both of your arms." At the same time on the other side, Hwaseong's golden needle vine had tightly wrapped around the attacking man's masked arm. He lunged forward, his other hand raised to deliver a finishing blow. "Got it, the arm is down." You ducked your head to avoid it but still got hit and cried out in pain. Hwasong panic-stricken, desperately shouting, "Are any of you there?" But the guardian gods and Honggon can no longer move. Ji pleads, even though he heard your cry for help to save Sia, he is powerless before the divine being's restraint. Hwasong looks at the painting, his eyes almost tearing from the pain, unable to hold on much longer. At that moment, the blue flame gradually burned through the drawing in the painting. The green flame grew more intense, and the painting was increasingly consumed by fire. Hwasong desperately shouted, hoping for some miracle. "Sia, escape quickly. As long as you get out, I promise I will do anything you want." The masked boy keeps attacking, but he doesn't care, only worried inside. "I can't let her get hurt." Hwaseong shouted again. "Do you hear what I'm saying?" He yelled loudly at the little girl. "Sa, dung chit." Inside the painting's dream, Zia gently closes her eyes, feeling sleepy and wanting to drift off. The little girl snuggled into her mother's chest and whined, "I'm so sleepy." The woman gently replied, "Then let's go to sleep together." Then the mother and daughter lay down on the soft bed, the little girl hugging her tightly and muttering, "Mom, you're so warm." The woman suddenly sat up, resting her head on her arm, happily asking, "How was today? You must be very happy, right? Sae's mother really looks like other gentle mothers." She nodded, saying, "Let's go on a picnic again tomorrow and continue enjoying life like this." But Sae quickly replied, "No," surprising her. The girl suddenly opened her eyes, her pupils devoid of any light, her tone turning icy cold, saying there would be no tomorrow. In reality, Hwasong cursed fiercely at the blindfolded man's vicious strikes, but the painting behind him suddenly revealed the earlier image of Sia. Feeling that, he quickly glanced back at Hwasong, ignoring the ongoing battle, and threw his entire body backward, calling out to the little girl Chi. The masked man seized the opportunity and immediately approached him. "Don't you know that the worst thing in battle is turning your back to the enemy?" Then he mercilessly swung his hand to cut two lines. "Attacked, and your mouth opened wide in pain." Hwaseon could no longer hold back and roared out, while the disciple of the immortal continued to lecture, "Your limits have been exceeded. Now your fate depends solely on the will of the great immortal lord. Despite taking a fatal blow from behind, you still managed to stand firm on the ground, mouth open, gasping for air." Hwaseon clenched his hand, blood dripping down in drops. He sneered and said, "You say my demon art is useless against you, right?" Hwasong suddenly turned his head around, his right eye now transformed into a demon eye. "What about this one, then?" The subordinate couldn't react in time, only able to hurriedly throw something out and shout loudly. Hwa-sung's demon eye didn't bother with tricks. He directly used brute force to punch hard. Even with something in between as a shield, Hwa-seon still managed to break his nose with a single punch, blood gushing from his mouth. On the other side, the immortal slammed the spear's shaft hard into Jin's stomach. He doubled over in pain, gagging up a mouthful of water and stomach fluids. The old man stepped forward slowly, stamped on his seal, and in a voice like a benediction warned him not to be quick to accuse this old man of breaking his word. The old man swung his spear, its razor-sharp blade pointing down. "This is a private matter. It has nothing to do with your trial." Just as the immortal was about to sever his arm, he seemed to realize something and looked up. Then he suddenly swung the spear shaft to the left just as a fist charged forward. It was Hwa-sung activating the demon eye. You rushed in to save Jin without a second thought. Even though the old immortal was on guard, he couldn't anticipate your strength and was knocked back. The old man's body crashes backward in a loud thud, shattering as dust and smoke billow up, making Hongjan scream in panic.
Hey, get away!
Dia desperately struggles to get up, staring at you in shock.
Damn it, with those eyes, but Hwa-sung didn't have time to explain. You just need to hold off that old man. What are you worrying about saving?
Please go, I sincerely ask you. You are the only one who can save the girl. I trust you. I don't know when the old immortal appeared behind you, a human with demon eyes, and thanks to them you managed to escape the painting, right? Hwa-sung turned around in horror, but before he could do anything, he felt a sharp pain in his stomach and was kicked into the air. The old man barely approached before kicking him high into the air, then viciously swung his arm down. Hwa-sung's body was hurled like a sack, repeatedly smashing into the ground and sliding backward. The guardian god and Honggon were stunned, their mouths agape, unable to believe how badly you had been beaten. Even Dae-sin couldn't hide his shock. Hwa-sung on the other side was still alive, groaning with great difficulty. Hwa-sung clenched his teeth, enduring the searing pain from his internal organs, unwilling to accept that even after opening his demon eye, he still couldn't withstand a single blow. Seeing the old immortal remain calm and composed before him, Hwa-sung silently wondered how powerful this old man truly was. But at the same time, he regarded you as a worthless ant, and this time no one will disturb anymore. Now, the spear tip is once again aimed at Jin, who is also the main target of the immortal at the moment. Just one move, and everything will end perfectly. The spear that was just swung up was blocked by something, and the imperial sword suddenly shot out, rushing to intercept the dangerous weapon at the critical moment. The old immortal stared in shock at the sword before him, suddenly silent, because he knew what this item was. The border guardian immortal, scrutinizing Jin, listed his seals and his control of the sword. At this moment, the unease in the old man's heart grew even more intense, while in the world inside the painting, Sai-A's fake mother looked puzzled. "X, what did you just say? Why isn't there a tomorrow?" The little girl softly replied. "To the amusement park." She listened confused as her daughter started listing things like going on picnics, cooking, and bathing together. X finished saying the last thing, listening to fairy tales before going to sleep. Faced with her stunned expression, the girl calmly replied, "They are all things my real mother would never know." The light outside the window shines in, and the child's innocent voice echoes in the air. "Because those are the things I imagine every night." Sa, still young, would curl up trembling and cry quietly. When left alone in that cold storage house, she could only wish and whisper, "Let's go on a picnic and hear fairy tales." Suddenly, I remember the sad light that once shone through the small window that year. I try to think about those things as much as I can in hopes of dreaming about them. Instead of nightmares, this is the only way I can comfort myself before sleeping. And the little girl is strong and wise enough to expose this period of happiness. You are just a dream of mine, right? Your appearance was only like a beautiful dream that brought me fleeting happiness and fulfilled my childhood wishes, wasn't it? C's fake mother is no longer pretending. She offers to let me bring happiness to my child every day and fulfill all her wishes if I agree to stay. Hearing that, the little girl lowered her head, her lips trembling slightly. Anyway, waking up wouldn't be any better. The dim light from the night lamp shines softly, and X simply recounts her pain. Yes, since that day, I have been lost and adrift in life, facing everything alone. I never truly felt happy or joyful, but now everything has changed, and a tear slowly rolls down the girl's pale face. Now it's much better. I am no longer lonely, no longer lost. Sa looked up with tearful eyes full of happiness, finally facing the darkness of her childhood. You no longer need to comfort yourself with such dreams. Mom, just as the immortal was about to execute Jin, he was distracted by a light from the painting. Sia also completed the trial and crawled out of the painting, causing everyone to panic. The guardian deity almost cried because of that. Honggon was the first to react. and even the injured flower sprout had to struggle to stand up.
Hai is the slowest to react. He stares in shock, speechless.
The old immortal, however, suddenly falls silent in disbelief and then vehemently denies it. No way! The old man clenched his jaw, his body trembling with rage. Since when have humans been able to escape from paintings like this? The incredible potential of mankind has touched the pride of the old man. The immortal shouted, "I won't allow that." Then suddenly, dozens of hands reached out from the painting to grab Xie. What the hell is this? Hey kid, watch out. Seeing the immortal about to break his promise, Hua Seong angrily charged forward.
You little brat, that old man is deaf. What trick are you trying now?
But before he could step even a step further, a figure blocked his way. It was the blindfolded bastard. Jin also couldn't hold back and angrily questioned, "Are you planning to go back on your word?" The old man clearly escaped on his own. We didn't interfere. The immortal is at fault, but he's starting to blame others, saying it's your fault. What are you dazed about? The old man continues to channel his energy towards the spear that was blocked by the Thengu sword. From the moment this unlucky sword appeared, I knew for sure. Forget the sword, the immortal didn't think twice, and focused all his strength on trying to kill you. Only when I eliminate everything related to you will I feel at ease. Hong shouted loudly to stop him. Is the old man trying to play dirty? Clearly, each of them has already passed their own test. Maybe because of the princess's status. As the old man slowly replied, I suppose you know a little about the great war between the human and demon worlds back then. He clenched the staff tightly. If the bloody battle between humans and demons from that year reappears in the immortal's memory, he suddenly asks, do you think you can survive if this apostle lives on? And in the future, the human-demon war repeats, will you bear the consequences and choose to stand with humanity or the monsters? Hong opened his eyes wide, froze without answering. Then the princess asked, what does that mean? The immortal replied, that means the apostles could very well have been the cause of the great war that broke out that year. Jin was desperately trying to hold off the spear. Hearing this, he suddenly panicked. What the heck? Hong understood those words, but the princess still tried to defend herself. But is it not recorded in the scriptures that apostles are just ordinary humans? That guy is just an ordinary human. Just an ordinary human with a mark and sword control technique, right? The cost is too high. I'd rather be mistaken than trust and let him go. Hong truly had no more words to argue. But Jin was not willing to accept that. So, you mean I have to die just because you're afraid I might do something I've never done before? The immortal still looked superior and replied, just consider it that way. But then he suddenly felt something strange. Sensing the increasing force pushing back on the spear, the immortal was puzzled, and suddenly his strength surged again. Dia Qin raised his head to look at him, eyes wide with defiance. Hey, tell him I have no intention of dying here. Then he quickly thrust his sword forward. The two weapons clash fiercely. A burst of dazzling light suddenly erupts, and the guardian god and Honggon are caught off guard, quickly closing their eyes. Hwasung and the subordinate over there also stared in surprise, but the one facing Jin directly was the most shocked. The old man groaned in discomfort. This kid! He closed his eyes tightly, clenched his jaw, and used all his strength to push the sword back forward. The old immortal angrily said, Trio has revealed his true form. The mark on his arm grew brighter and brighter, then suddenly changed color, a faint pink light erupting in an instant, significantly boosting Jae-sin's power. The old immortal was now completely stunned. He suddenly shouted out, Little brat, you refuse to accept defeat. The immortal roared in anger, Who is it? Who is the one standing behind you, protecting you at the end? But Jin still stood straight, his eyes full of fury, glaring fiercely, determined not to die in this ruined place. Ji's fragile sword is being held with both hands, blocking that magical weapon, and the border guardian exclaims in surprise. He grabs the sword and rushes forward, shouting with determination as the blade shatters the old man's magic tool. A beam of light shines directly onto the face of the border guardian immortal, and a clash between the two causes both to be thrown back. The old man's weapon shattered into fragments everywhere. He bent down and slashed his sword, catching him off guard. A strike from him made the old man vanish into a space filled with blue flames. A scream echoed as one of his subordinates fighting Hwaseon saw the scene and turned back to call Lord Tianton. He widened his eyes in shock, blood streaming down his forehead as Zia was pulled back by grasping hands while fighting. The girl looked back in panic, and he held a sword in his hand, his glowing red eyes raising the sword high. The boy stared in horror at him, fighting with a serious face, his bloodshot red eyes muttering, Hey, you? His eyes blazing red, moving with his actions, he shouted loudly, fearing he might be like before. He spun around and cut the hands grabbing the girl. The little girl broke free from those hands and fell backward, her face showing a hint of surprise as she hit the ground hard. The girl let out a faint cry of pain. Hwasong heard the scream and looked up. He called out to her in panic, and the little girl, along with Honggon and the dog, hurriedly ran over to her, struggling to endure the pain as she let out a faint groan. The subordinate sat up in the rubble, hurriedly asking, "Great Master, are you all right?" The old man struggled to get up, letting out a soft cry of pain. The veins behind the old man's blindfold become more visible, sweat pouring down his aged face as he mutters, "Impossible." The old man looked at Jay, who was full of murderous intent in casting talismans, and in his aura he saw another figure appear behind him. The image of Dungsong with his glowing eyes made the old man exclaim, "Who was it that unsealed the seal of that apostle?" On his long, wrinkled face, he muttered to himself. So it was him. No wonder this human can freely interfere with the painting. His aura is unique in the world, unmistakable from anyone else. The immortal guardian of the border looks up high, his long white beard gently swaying, the one who sparked the rebellion of a cursed tribe. The old man looked at his expressionless face, his eyes blazing with intensity, and felt a wave of panic. Could the balance of power among the three worlds be about to break again? Hwasong stood to the side, facing him as he asked, "Hey, are you Jason?" "Don't worry, it's me. I won't make that mistake again." Hwa X was badly injured on his face, but he didn't care about himself and ran over to gently support the girl's hand, asking, "X, are you fully conscious now?" X was still dazed from the earlier collision, staring blankly at him, calling out, "Oppa, where is this?" "What is going on?" "The dog and the princess are still standing nearby, watching, and I won't explain. I'll only say one thing to Zia. It's a long story. I'll tell you later. For now, we need to deal with that old man." The girl slightly turned her face to look at the old man and the other guy behind the blue flames. The little girl hesitated, and he asked again, "Old man, do you mean that old guy over there is the gatekeeper?" The old man, leaning against a rock, spoke. "I have something to ask you. Do you really want to come to the demon realm to slaughter again?" You and the girl also look at the old man when he asks that. Dia then lifts her bright red eyes, furrows her brows as if wanting him to understand something, and softly explains, "It seems the old man has misunderstood." The old man was also taken aback and surprised by those words. He continued, "I came to the demon world to save people." At the same time, So, with a slightly tired face, panting heavily and sweating profusely, looked around. Her eyes flicked in one direction, focusing intently, her eyebrows furrowing over something. She, dressed in red, stands on the cliff edge, knowing that if she slips and falls, a sea of blazing lava awaits her. So Chan looks at the rocks of various sizes tumbling into the fiery whirlpool, silently thinking that these flames are truly troublesome. She looked up towards the distant palace nestled among the trees, just beyond her current position. Only the outer walls of old Go-Mok's palace visible from here. Could it be that the demon world is being destroyed more and more? She gently lowered her eyelids, her eyes darkening with worry as she thought about finding the way to the secret hiding place for her bones. But unfortunately, she had to abandon the path above to take this route. She looked up to observe the terrain around her. This path was narrow and steep, but at least she could see the dark, dense trail ahead with thick trees and an inky black road, though she knew it was safer than the one above. A strange foot has stepped into the dark forest filled with tall trees and a gloomy atmosphere. A young man with a bewildered expression, eyes darting around, clutching his cap, sweat pouring down his face. "What kind of place is this?" "I don't know," the taxi driver said. "It's only about a 10-minute walk." "So that's why earlier?" The young man accidentally saw the brightly lit palace through the trees. Suddenly he was surprised. "Is that light?" He looked at the magnificent white palace with its dazzling lights and couldn't help but wonder what this was. An enormous, ancient-style building right here? "Should I go over there and ask for directions?" The young man started moving toward the light, when suddenly a terrifying voice echoed behind, making him panic. "We are humans. Humans from outside, and lately food has become scarcer and scarcer. It's been a long time since I had a proper meal." The unclear voice of the owner continues to echo. "Now it's fine. Food is leading the way again. You look pale, sweating profusely, and stammering, 'Is anyone there?' You don't get any reply, and instead those voices start arguing with each other. 'This one is mine.' Nonsense." The young man's face grew even worse when he saw not just one monster, but two with crooked teeth, glowing eyes, and strange shapes, along with another with 3 heads of a girl looking in 3 directions crawling past. All of us must share equally. Another with 2 long front legs and a pale, hairy face clutching a tree. I claim 1 thigh and a wing first. Those monsters of all kinds, from small to large, are heading towards their target, the lost young man. One of them acts first, rushing towards the panicked young man with its mouth wide open and that long tongue. The others also wouldn't give up. They charged forward while saying, "Eat, eat."
They rush in, struggling with their prey. They tear it apart, grabbing here, kicking there, dodging heads. Those heads belong to me. I want to eat this part.
Do you want to eat this arm? Then come and take it. Below, the monsters tearing each other apart, so Tron's position is there. She can clearly hear everything happening above, quickly covers her mouth, sweat pouring down her forehead, her hands still tightly holding herself back from making a sound, her eyes gently looking up. Fine, if you catch it, it's yours. The young man's arm covered in ketchup flew away, and she saw the arm clearly. That arm fell and hung suspended in front of her, startling her when she saw it. Ketchup dripped from the arm with a splatter, and seeing the whole scene, she couldn't help but feel fear and disgust. A voice rang out, tinged with amusement. Huh? She looked towards the sound, and the long-bodied monster with 3 or 4 heads was above her, all eyes focused excitedly on Tron. Why is there still food here? It's still chewing on that arm with a very delighted look in its eyes as it gazes at me. As soon as the monster finished speaking, the ones above also swooped down everywhere, surrounding her. She drops her hands in panic as Troll's pupils gradually constrict in fear of the situation she's caught in. They are excited to see another prey. This time, we must share it equally. Returning to Jin's place, he and the immortal overseeing the border are still talking. The old man hesitantly asks him, "Is your purpose in the demon realm to rescue a demon who once saved your life?" He simply replied, "She used to be human." Hearing that, the old man stood up, bowed his head, and said nothing. He still stands there, gripping his sword tightly, his eyes wary of the old man. The old man ponders silently, lost in thought, his seal only slightly weakened. Perhaps he's just pretending to hold back so as not to cross the line. The old man looked at the hand holding the sword, where a glow shone on his wrist, hesitating. Can this guy really be trusted? If we bet on the wrong side this time, all our previous efforts will be for nothing. Could it be that she sent us here just to wait for the day to help this monster? The old man wondered where she got such confidence. All right, fine. I'll keep my eyes open to see if your decision is right or wrong. The Western Queen Mother softly announced that everyone who passes the test will succeed, and she will open the gate to the demon world for them. Sae was stunned to hear this, while Hwasong's face remained furrowed. The subordinate of the old man was startled when he heard those words. Master. He paid no attention to the call and only bowed his head to continue. Earlier I was rude. I did things unworthy of a fairy. Hong Wai, the tiny one, stood with Lord Cao, looking up to confirm. Is that true? This time I won't let you back out of your promise. I promise. You still stand aside a bit dazed, but you listen to the old man talk about the trial. The tormenting trial is an extremely harsh test used to evaluate character. The creator of this trial once only did so to satisfy his unfulfilled fantasies from the past, which caused countless damages to the demon world. Having 3 people completing the trial at the same time has never happened before. It shows that your willpower is incredibly strong and unaffected by emotions. At this point, the old man hesitated for a moment before offering a piece of advice to the 3 standing there, urging them to consider carefully. The demon realm is not a suitable environment for humans, and you'll find it very difficult to adapt. Not to mention, with just a little bit of skill, you'll definitely lose your life if you go deep into the demon realm. I won't stop you, I just want you to think carefully. Hearing that, did you exclaim, really? You're so confident and smiling brightly, why bother worrying? It's useless. Until I eliminate that Huan, I won't go down easily. Hearing Hua X's mention of Jum Nian, the old man was surprised. Do you know Jum Nian? The old man immediately asked again, so you all were brought here because of unavoidable reasons, right? The 3 of them heard this and were a bit confused. The old man hesitated, then said, If fate has already been decided, let the old man bestow upon you a piece of destiny. Huasi frowned, crossing his arms in annoyance, and said, Forget it, we don't need anything, especially not from a cunning old man. Dia, who was betrayed, looked at Hwasong with a slightly reproachful voice and said, Well, even if they intend to help, just wait and see what tricks the old man has up his sleeve. Point at him, look at him with anger, and forget about helping. Just a few minutes ago, I was almost skewered by that old man and kicked out. How am I supposed to trust him now? XA also looked over in confusion. The old immortal ruler of the fairy realm explained, It's understandable that you don't trust me, but this time it really is. But at this moment, all 3 of them started arguing. What are you yelling at Huasi for? Hey, stop acting like you have the right to impose everything. You better not speak up since you're the last to arrive. Do you know what kind of despicable tricks he used against us? Jie Xin also chimed in, But since they've already apologized, let's just listen and see what happens. It won't cost us anything. The old man suddenly noticed the divine guardian beside Hong. If I'm not mistaken, this divine beast is exhausted and severely lacking vital energy. Then he takes out a fairy pill and tells you to swallow it. The spiritual energy contained in this immortal pill is even enough to give a worm the strength of a dragon. All three of them looked at the old man with astonishment. Huh? Is he bluffing or what? Hong immediately becomes alert and asks the guardian spirit to step back. What does he intend to do with it? What kind of thing is that? Before the princess could finish speaking, he waved his hand at the guardian beast and then threw the immortal pill to him. The guardian immediately bit into the fairy pill, leaving Hong stunned. The princess hurried over and scolded, "What kind of crazy are you? Are you really a dog that bites anything thrown at you?" Seeing the guardian's uncomfortable expression, the princess was very worried. What's wrong? Spit it out quickly. Poisoning is deadly. Suddenly, the guardian god raised his head with a sparkling gaze that took Hong by surprise. What's with that sparkling expression? Sia hurriedly ran over. What did he just feed it? Damn it, if anything happens to that dog, I will settle the score with him. Suddenly, the old man spoke, startling her. Little miss, take this. Then he handed her a strip of red silk. This is what remained before your painting was completely burned. The little girl took the piece of cloth and silently remembered. This is the old man continuing. This is the first time I've encountered a situation like this. Your feelings for the person in the painting must be so intense and passionate that Meng Huiyan has become so real. This piece of cloth contains all the spiritual energy condensed in the painting. Keep it with you. Someday it will be useful. The little girl just silently clenched the piece of cloth in her hand when suddenly Hua Song's angry voice rang out. Stop with the playing and hitting at the same time. You're bringing up memories we don't want to remember at all. But now you still want to pretend to be compassionate and sympathetic to that hypocritical old man. Just stop it. The Europeans looked at him with a look of resentment and continued, I even have to relive that terrible memory many more times. I won't forgive you so easily. The old man replied calmly, the painting's only task is to provide a location for the examinee where they must confront their own memories recreated by the artwork. Honestly, I am not even allowed to interfere with your memories, whether I want to or not. That might be a past you want to forget, the major events that happened in your life, or someone you have always longed to meet. Everything that happens there originates from yourselves. If you choose to stay or give up, your trial will fail. But you all have overcome the suffering and temptations brought by the trial. That proves your minds are incredibly strong. I am truly sorry that you have been tormented by those painful memories, but it also means your willpower is strong enough to overcome any turbulence in the future. These are the gifts I bestow upon you now, as a sincere apology. The boy clenched his teeth, angry, but at a loss for words. Then the old man said to you, at first I thought you were half demon, but in fact you are just human. More precisely, you only grafted a part of a monster into your human body. You don't realize how foolish this grafting is, so why are you willing to pay any price to gain such power? He frowned deeply in silence, then remembered that the woman had to stop here. Duakha and Jumwon are too strong. He's not someone you can handle. I told you. I came to the demon world to have Huan's name removed. The old immortal then said with a hint of sarcasm. So no wonder you can't fully harness the power of the demon eye. Hua-sung looked a bit confused and asked again. How? The old man slowly explained. Even worse, if you weren't at your wit's end, you wouldn't use it because you're worried it will corrode your mind and body. Normally, I wouldn't bother with it, but this time is different. Take this gift from me so I can feel at ease. Then the old man took out a black feather. This is a feather from the deer. This ancient mythical bird can increase its power infinitely by devouring other monsters. A single feather of it is enough to help someone. You get angry and toss the feather aside, shouting, I don't need this cursed thing from the old man. Exa quickly scolds, don't just throw it away like that, you never know when you'll really have to rely on it. So, Jin suddenly spoke up, mentioning Huan. So you're Jock, huh? What grudge do you really hold against him? Hua-sung looked back at him with a surprised expression. What? Do you also want to take revenge on him? I was a bit confused, then denied it. Oh no, it's just that Soon mentioned that name to me before. The old man was a bit surprised and then asked, Isn't So-chan the name of Jum-won's fiancé? Hua-sung widened her eyes in surprise, disbelief on her face. What the hell, did you hear that wrong? Dia also hesitantly asked again. Which Huan will So-tron marry? The old immortal was stunned. You really don't know anything? Do you know her true identity? Are your relationship as friends or enemies? Dia quickly denied it. We're not enemies, at least not until now. Even Hong Dion was stunned. A wedding, what is going on here? On the other side, a monster had its head sliced off. The other monster fell into the lava below. The remaining monsters stared at So Troon, human food. So Cho jumped up, looked back at the monster behind him, worried he might have revealed himself, then decided to rush straight ahead. Another monster suddenly appeared in front of her, startling her. It looked at her like a delighted predator. She instinctively raised her hand to block its strike, struggling for a moment, then drove her spike into it, making it scream in pain. Watching the monster being attacked and falling, but suddenly a bird-like monster grabbed it to eat it. Just as it was about to eat, So Troll cut off its leg with a needle. She fell down, hitting the trees below, then jumped onto the back of the previous monster, sliding down. As she looked up, she saw another group of monsters staring at her. Human-eating. She bit her lip, worried, wondering what to do now. Her hand trembled as she gripped the pin tightly. She didn't have the strength to fight so many monsters at once. As long as they keep thinking she's human, they'll keep bothering her. The monsters keep rambling about eating meat, and she becomes even more worried, fearing she'll be eaten by this pack. She widened her eyes as if suddenly realizing something. In the next moment, all the monsters looked confused. "Where is that ring on your finger now? Where are the humans? Why?" That monster looked at her and said something that made her a little uneasy. "You're also a monster." She is holding the ring in her hand, quietly confirming to herself that she has succeeded. As long as she takes off the ring, her demonic aura will burst out again, no worse than any other demon, and she must escape quickly. Suddenly, a voice rang out behind her, making her freeze. "Now I can feel your sister's aura again." She quickly turned around and looked toward the source of the voice, saying, "I've been following you all this time for nothing." The voice came from Seun, who smirked at So Tron, as if thinking that her sister had something quite interesting. "May I have a look at it?" The old immortal, with his back turned to them, slowly explained, "I've told you before I only heard about it, and I don't know the full details of their wedding either." Hua Si-ong stared at the old man angrily and said, "Why do I keep feeling that this old fox is hiding many important things in his heart?" Then he led them to a small tower. "This is the gate to the demon world." Hoa Zong looked at a nearby painting. The gate was just a painting. Then the old man threw them a talisman. "I am returning this guide's name to you now." Hoa X immediately grabbed his shirt and lifted him up. "Isn't this the old toad? It's been a long time since we last met." He panicked and struggled. "My lord, please be gentle. I am afraid of heights." You reach your other hand over the painting and look back at the old man with suspicion. "Old man, this time you won't trick us into some crazy test again, right?" He quickly denies. "Not at all. I swear on the honor of an immortal." Hong rides on the guardian god, charging forward fiercely, rushing ahead and ringing the bell. After the others passed through the painting, the old man suddenly sighed to Jin. "Truly a fascinating combination. I don't know how the princess of the Soy Kingdom joined your team, but just her background is enough for you to pass through the demon realm. The skills of the Soy Kingdom are not just about forging weapons." Daya paused for a moment and then asked, "There's something I want to ask you." The old sage immediately replied, "What do you mean?" And then he expressed his doubt. "What did you mean earlier when you said I want to?" The old man explained, "This might very well be your last chance. And even ours, so I hope you won't repeat your past mistakes. Every error you make will cost you dearly. You are asking me to pay for mistakes I didn't even know I made." If the old man couldn't explain everything clearly, at least he should have given me a rough idea. The old man looked up to speak, but was suddenly interrupted by the Supreme Lord. The blindfolded young man said urgently, as a door was opening. The old man looked back, his face gradually turning panicked. "This aura belongs to him." Then the old man hurriedly pushed Dasin into the door behind. "You don't have time to talk anymore. You must leave here quickly." "Wait a moment, just a little longer. I need to hear the answer." Then, from that door, a monster's face gradually appeared. Before being completely pushed into the painting, he managed to recognize it as Jum 1. He looked at the old man and the young man, wondering if you had been waiting here for me or just seeing someone off from this place. But Jin hadn't heard the answer yet and was still puzzled. Just as he was about to be pushed through the gate, Jin shouted, "Wait!" and immediately fell into an endless void. Still, he looked up at the gate with regret, when suddenly a voice rang out. "I haven't seen you in a long time." Dia looked around to find where the voice was coming from. "I hope you can forgive me. I know it's a bit early to come to you now, but I am in a hurry because I don't have much time left. Is this the life you've been longing to pursue?" To me, it looks almost the same as before. It seems Jin had met this person before, but he can't seem to remember. He hesitantly asked her, "Who are you?" She replied, "I came to find you to give you another chance." Then he pointed and said, "Here, take this." A pair of red glasses instantly appeared in his hand. Dia Xin asked in surprise. The glasses responded, "It is a part of you that I have collected. Will you regain your original strength or continue to awaken unnecessary things? You will be tested once more." The unnecessary things he mentioned might be referring to Dongzong, Jin's past life. However, this challenge is not just yours alone, because I also have to take responsibility for my decisions. Confused by what she just heard, Dia Xin gradually became anxious. "What is Grandma saying? I don't understand." That person said seriously, "Remember this carefully as soon as possible, or your disciples, your life, everything will come to an end. Put it on and do what needs to be done." Knowing that he was talking about the glasses, Deshin put them on. Opening his eyes, he looked in amazement at the scene before him. Behind Deshin, a group of children appears, and one of them speaks. "What do you see now?" Deshin looked terrified, unable to hold back trembling sounds. He exclaimed, "Monsters." In front of Deshin are two terrifying monsters, one with rough green skin, long hair, horns on its head, and one yellow eye with a bird's beak and black feathers. But to ordinary people they are just two young men, one chubby with a shaved head and the other with brown hair and yellow eyes. The fat one asked, "Do they see our true form?" The brown-haired one replied, "Have we been exposed?" Then suddenly, the bodies of the two young men began to transform, and they no longer needed to hide. At this moment, everyone, including Jae-shin and the children, saw them, their faces filled with fear. The two monsters reveal their true forms one after the other, with flames blazing beneath their feet. Witnessing this scene, Jae-shin couldn't help but feel tense, along with a creeping fear in her heart. Suddenly, a voice whispered in his ear, "Do you want more power?" Jin then became extraordinarily stronger, fighting alone against the two demons. After the fierce battle, Jin successfully defeated them. He stands atop a monster and looks down at the wreckage. Dia, in the form of a child wearing red glasses, raises his battle-worn hand with a sinister smile, then suddenly turns around with a wild laugh. But his excitement doesn't last long, as amidst the chaos, Dessin spots a familiar figure lying motionless on the ground. The director's tears welled up as he struggled to call out Shin's name, while before him, another monster was stabbing him with a sharp tail. It sticks out its tongue and says to Jin, "If you deal with my kind, I will send your kind to meet theirs too." The scene in front of him makes Jin unable to hold back his emotions, and he shouts in anger. Jin charged at the monster, causing it to vanish. The director also fell, knowing she could no longer survive in this world. She raised her hand and said her final words to Jin. "Jin, you always blame yourself for things that go wrong. But this time, absolutely do not blame yourself anymore." The director smiled kindly and then took her last breath. Jin desperately cried out in pain as he watched the person he held deep in his heart leave his side. And now Dung X appeared beside him. Dia, tears streaming down his face, shouted, "I don't need your power." Dung X also seemed to understand his feelings at this moment. He gradually retreated into the darkness and disappeared. Overwhelmed with mixed emotions, Day desperately ran away down the deserted street, his mouth constantly crying out for help.
"Help! Is anyone there?
"Please, save me." Dia fell to the ground, a red liquid splattered on his face, and a deep voice echoed, "Are you human?" Jace looked up at the man in front of him, dressed in a purple suit, one hand gripping another person's head, continuing to question, "Answer me, are you a monster or a human?" Suddenly, he transformed into a multi-eyed monster and told Jin, "If you are human, you will be erased immediately because I despise humans so much." A blue light suddenly appeared behind Diona. His figure faded as the light emerged, but his voice still echoed in his mind at that moment. "Answer me!" A blinding flash of light erupts. Day suddenly jumps out from the gate. I almost gasp at the sound. Hua Seong turns around, puzzled, to look at Daya Shin, who exhales exhaustedly. Hua Seong, seeing this, immediately asked worriedly, "What have you been doing over there for so long? You've made us so worried we almost died." The princess riding on the guardian spirit's back also asked, "Are you okay? You idiot?" Thinking about everything that happened, Dia Shin spoke up. "I remember now." Hua Sung looked at him in shock. Dia Shin tearfully continued about her, the director, and that monster. The monster Jin is talking about is J1. He is currently in a different body, with a cold gaze fixed on the person in front of him. The guardian of the border said, "You arrived quite quickly. Jumwan, I just sent the message not long ago and you're already here." The subordinate of the immortal reveals a tense expression. With that same cold gaze, Wan seems to be contemplating something. He closed his eyes calmly and responded, hearing that the item was now mature and the timing was almost right. The immortal said, his hand pointing toward the gate, "Yes,
Although the number is still not enough to restore order to the demon realm, just a little more time and everything will return to balance.
The green lighted gate opens to a deep spiral staircase. The old man continues. That thing is sealed in the deepest part of this tower. The old man urged, I have fulfilled my promise to you now. It's your turn to fulfill yours and return my eyes quickly. Daiwon thought for a moment, then closed his eyes in agreement. Of course. He held out his palm with two eyes facing the immortal, a flash of light shining before the old man's eyes. The immortal muttered with satisfaction and said happily, Good. I can feel it again. The immortal removed the blindfold, revealing eyes that belonged to their owner behind the cloth. Now that the old man can see, the immortal confirms this is the end of our partnership. From now on, no one owes anyone anything. Juman replied. All right, he said to the person accompanying him.
Yeon-nyong, now I have to take that thing to the human world. She replied.
Yes. Hearing that, the immortal was momentarily startled. The old man turned back and asked Hwan, Wait, what does it mean to go to the human world? You should have taken it back to the demon realm. The gate no longer has its blue light. Now strange black fumes are emanating from it. The old man was confused. We agreed that this evil object could only be used to restore balance in the demon realm. Its demonic energy is too strong. Yes. If it erupts in the human world, the consequences will be unimaginable. J. One's response was not a very good one. From the very beginning, I was never interested in restoring balance to the demon world. The old man immediately exclaimed in shock. So? Hwan continued. Isn't this exactly what you immortals have always wanted to do? I'm just going along with the flow. His blazing red eyes glanced at the old man. For a long time, I have used every trick to push my limits and see how much power I can devour. That's why even if the three realms collapse, I won't care. Anyone who stands in the way of my ideals must perish. Meet the god of destruction. Meet the Buddha of destruction. The immortal cannot believe what he just heard. The old man was stunned. What? Your eyes are starting to show displeasure. I used to treat you with respect and courtesy, because you are the successor to the demon lord position, but the higher you climb in power and strength, the more arrogant and overbearing you become. The immortal enters the battle, and the Lei family prepares for a life-and-death fight with Hwan. I will not allow that. I will destroy you here and annihilate that thing as well. But before the old man could do anything, his subordinate spoke up to stop him. Your Excellency, the immortal, wait, it's him. Before he could finish speaking, the immortal launched an attack. He remained calm. No, the arrogant and proud one here is not me. He launched a move to block. A flash of fire appeared, revealing that the weapon Hwan held was exactly the same as his, and the immortal was shocked. Why do you have a divine spear just like mine? Young Onian's cold gaze looked at the old man, and he calmly explained, It's simple, because your real eyes are still in my hands. Suddenly, the fairy's eyes welled up with red tears, and he collapsed, clutching his eyes and screaming in pain. The subordinate hurriedly ran to Lord Fairy. Suddenly, he was attacked from behind and cried out in pain. The acupuncture needles prevented the subordinate from moving. Yeon-ni appeared from behind, using a cord to control the needles and make the old man cry out in pain. She spoke. I've long wondered whether you immortals even know what pain is. She delightedly grabbed a needle and plunged it into the space between the disciple's eyes. I eagerly await collecting your pain. Oh, great immortal. The reason you had to pawn your eyes to cooperate with me stems solely from the mistakes you made in the past. The old man's eyes could no longer open, 2 streams of red tears still flowing down his cheeks as he continued to listen to him say, Out of respect for your lack of merit but acknowledgement of your suffering, I will spare your life. Then Juman placed his hand on the fairy's eyes. But on the other hand, I am very curious to know what it feels like to swallow the power of a deity, and I prefer to satisfy my curiosity more. The immortal chuckled. Hwan looked surprised for a moment, and the immortal said, Very well, so you now know everything. Through Youngwan's hands, the immortal's eyes remained closed, and he accepted his fate. It's done. Anyway, my task here is complete. If you want to kill or punish, go ahead. Game Wanian raised his hand, and terrifying monsters sprouted from his palm, their tentacles like octopuses with eyes and sharp teeth, rushing out like hungry wolves, emitting horrifying screams. Hey, idiot, are you calm now? Seeing that Jay Shin said nothing, he asked further, Did you see something on the way here? Hearing that, Jay wondered, could it be that Doc Ha also experienced Huayan's Hwasong? She also saw what you explained, which is completely different from when we were manipulated by the trial. How should I say this? It's like all the fragments of memory suddenly flooding back. Hearing that, Ji's eyes widened slightly. He stood up and said, Let's put that aside for now. We're in the demon world, and we must stop Jin's desperate cry. Nearby, a man had his mouth gagged and was tied up. X snapped. I told you to stay still. Old toad. Dia politely asks, why does he have to be tied up like that? X replies, the old man's mission here is over. Are you planning to escort the assassin just to satisfy yourself? Dia ponders. All right. Let's see. Everyone is now standing in front of the gate, with a grand corridor stretching alongside, and before them a magnificent palace, its rooms emitting a golden glow in the quiet night. Beautiful Goat spoke up, saying this palace is the lair of the old tree demon. In the quiet, silent forest, Super Unun looked at the troll from a distance, pretending to be suspicious, and asked, what did you say, sister? You don't want her to see, do you? On each side of her are a rhinoceros-like demon and a dinosaur-like demon, and 3 triangular-shaped demons block So's path. She turned to look at her and calmly replied, nothing. Seun, knowing her too well, obviously didn't believe it, and sneered, do you know how terrible a liar you are? The funny thing is, even the patriarch pretends to believe those blatant lies, and that clearly makes me uncomfortable. That favoritism makes Seun hate Sotron, as golden sunlight filters through the leaves, lighting up the forest without the terrifying gloom. Unun truly confuses me. I wonder why someone as strict and stern as the patriarch is so tolerant and forgiving only towards my sister, recalling the arrogance and cold indifference of that old man. The more she spoke, the angrier and more jealous Seun felt towards Sotron. For hundreds of years, she had tirelessly tried to earn the elder's favor, and her aura shifted with her emotions, growing more intense. Super felt indignant inside, yet the patriarch seemed to sense something wrong, even from a human soul so troll. She worriedly spoke to advise her, calming herself down. Super, Unun listened to her advice and closed her eyes to regain her composure. All right. I can patiently wait until the day the ancestor recognizes me. But there is one thing I cannot ignore, and that is the obvious fact that this is more serious than anything before. It drives her crazy. Why is the person married to Lord Jamoni and a servant girl? If it weren't for your appearance, I would have been the bride that day. So Troll nervously glances at my younger sister. If it weren't for you, I would already be the noble queen of the demon world by now. Super Unun's figure grows taller and taller, overshadowing her silhouette. She transformed into a tall demon form, glaring hostilely at her smaller sister below. Although the ancestor wanted me to take you to the altar, I can tell him you encountered an accident on the way and lost your life. Her face gradually covered with snake scales, eyes slitted and sharp fangs. Super Unun chuckled smugly at her idea. That's right. Just do that and the position of queen will be mine, and Lord Dian will belong to me. Over at Jin's side, he is holding a small green gem in his hand, from which a beam of light extends outward, pointing toward the outside. Ji looks suspiciously at the forest beyond, as the gem guides the way out of the palace. Hua Sung crossed her arms and looked thoughtful. So, does that mean she's not in the palace because the demon elder took her away, or has he not brought her back here yet? Dia Xin frowned anxiously, hoping she wouldn't encounter any mishaps. Hong Di looked tense, raising his head to warn the others, be careful, the demon realm is chaotic. It's not as peaceful as the human world, and outside the palace is even more dangerous. Dia asked in a gentle tone, looking down at the princess. Hong Di, with a puzzled expression, asked back, what are you looking at? Then he turned to Hua Sung and asked softly, are you going? He naturally replied with a silly question, of course I'm going. The princess saw them like that and angrily shouted, are you ignoring my warning? Suddenly, Hua Sung grabbed the fluffy part at the back of Hong's collar and lifted him up. The princess was startled and frightened by the sudden action, shouting loudly, what are you doing? Let me out! He threw the princess into the hat along with the coat he was wearing. Hong made a doubtful sound at those series of actions. Hua Sung then explained, be careful with your instructions. From now on we need to move faster, so hold on tight. It's more comfortable and convenient for you to sit here than to ride the bell-carrying beast. Hong sat comfortably inside the hat, looking at the person speaking with an amazed expression. You say you're part of the royal family, right? If other demons find out your true identity, it could cause trouble. Then it's better for you to stay quiet inside and not show yourself. Hong was touched by his words and asked uncertainly, do you care about my safety? Don't be so naive, little rat. You're not just there to sit around and do nothing, but also to watch over and defend my blind spots. Are you daring to call me a mouse? The princess has a proper name, you know. Hoa X ignored the princess's words and called out loudly to X. X, just say if you're going or not. The girl hurriedly replied. All right, then turn away again to threaten and test the waters. I'm still holding on to the old man's picture. If you dare to come to the human world and harm people in the future, don't blame us." The three of them helplessly watched X. Suddenly, Dia asked softly, "Doc Ha, who did you meet inside the painting?" He tilted his head to look at him. Hwasong lowered his eyes, recalling with a sorrowful tone that his answer was Dong In, my little sister who was killed by a monster many years ago. Old memories flood back. At that moment, you stood in front of the ruined door after the monster's attack, horrified as you looked into the room. Everywhere inside was blinding red. A blood-stained hand reaches out toward the door. Hwasong recounts, "That day, her terminal illness relapsed, and I crossed mountains and forests all night to summon the grand mansion. When I returned, I saw the scene of the girl surrounded by a swarm of monsters, and it seemed to be too late. She was no longer moving at all. I was terrified and turned to run for my life, witnessing the horrifying sight of a room filled with monsters and scattered flesh, and the only thing I could think of was to turn around and run as fast as I could. I stood nearby, listening as Hwasong still struggles with a problem, but when I ran away, for some reason I could still hear the child's voice calling in my ear. At that moment, as I fled, I seemed to sense something and turned my head to look back. Jin quietly looked at him and asked, 'Do you regret it?' If at that moment you had silently glanced at me, even Hong John would have sensed the tense silence as they looked up at the two of them talking. Hwasi remained silent for a long time before I finally confessed. Yes, I regret it. My inner self has been torn apart and tortured deeply, even to the point of contemplating suicide. Your voice echoes through the palace, light shining down on each column illuminating the space. Hwaseong clenched his fists, suppressing the surge of emotion inside, but another thought flashed through his mind. If I had rushed in recklessly that day, I wouldn't be able to stand here now. If I want revenge, I absolutely can't let it be wasted in vain. Is that right? Your eyes look straight ahead, and your voice is confident mixed with determination. And from that moment on, I set many goals for myself, with the highest being to gain enough strength to never turn and run away again. As long as I can wipe them out with my own hands, I am willing to give up everything. Even if the soul is cast down to hell, Jin is frightened by your determination." He cautiously looks at Hwasong, who continues to speak, and with the mindset of someone who has nothing left to lose, I am crazily practicing exorcism magic. Obviously, here everyone is scared, not only him, but also Honggon. The princess also looks at him with caution. "What are you afraid of, you scaredy cat mouse? I've changed my goal to destroying the monsters that harm humans. No more random attacks now." Ji didn't comment on that and shifted the conversation to something else. "So the person Sai met in the painting is her mother, right? A little girl sitting a few steps ahead, reaching out to call the guardian spirit, 'Come here.'" Hwasong confidently affirms I understand X's feelings. No wonder she didn't want to come out. The painting of X and her mother embracing, immersed in a blue fire, seems to foreshadow an ugly truth about to be revealed. But Hwasong didn't see that as a good thing. He looked at the girl with sympathy. He revealed the dark truth from that year. That woman was a wicked person. A heretical sect promised to cure her terrible disease if she exchanged her daughter. A woman's silhouette passed in front of him, and that ruthless woman chose her own benefit. Hearing that, Jin looked incredulous. Really? Reality is always far from what you imagine. You can feel the huge gap. I didn't expect it to be like that, but in the painting, wasn't Hwasi the one who seemed to understand what he was thinking and spoke out? You feel that the mother and child bond is sweet and deep, don't you? On the paper, simple strokes fully depict Za's mother. You guess that maybe it's just a deep longing in Za's heart. Hwasong looked at the little girl, playing with the guardian spirit in her arms, and only felt a deep sadness. C's gaze falls on the pink scarf wrapped around her wrist, and her mood suddenly turns sour. Now only Jae-shin hasn't shared anything about herself. Hwasong turned to look at the person who asked, and then asked, "And what about you? You idiot!" He looked at you, then lowered his eyes in disappointment. The image of Dong Song and the director appeared in his mind as Sorrowful Day hesitantly spoke. "I have to choose between someone who genuinely cares and worries about me, whom I always want to see again, and a terrifying existence that could give me a lot of power, but makes me afraid." Hwasong then seriously asks the question, "So who did you choose to escape with?" He hesitantly gave his answer. "I didn't choose anyone. At that moment, I had a gut feeling that no matter who I chose, my fate wouldn't turn out to be anything good." At that moment, Dia hesitated and asked what happened then. "You responded to the inquiry. The red curtains hang loosely from the palace's ceiling frame, looking hazy and indistinct. I remember Soon's beautiful face. So Chan's voice ringing in my ear helped me find myself again." Jin suddenly woke up and realized that this was the second time she had saved my life. Hwasong looked at him quietly before uttering a harsh truth. It's more accurate to say you almost died twice because of her. Your words are like a thunderbolt striking him. Dia gasped in horror, her eyes wide with shock. He was about to argue when Hua Song spoke first. The truth always hurts. You remember the scene where he tried to take his own life, lying on the ground gasping for breath, while Troll painfully knelt beside him, uttering harsh and cruel words. You nearly lost your life twice because you got caught up in her affairs, and she only risked everything to save you to ease her own feelings of guilt. Hua Sung pointed at him. Hakak said, "Wake up, you idiot. That woman has a special connection with the demon Jum 1. Even if she has no malicious plans, in the end, you will be the one hurt. You can't understand what he's thinking, so why do you still want to risk your life to help that woman?" X, from afar, also noticed the two of you and looked on. D silently pursed his lips, unable to say anything, while Hong kept anxiously watching him. The fool suddenly spoke up. "I don't know anymore." A memory of a troll smiling gently and saying, "I will wait." Swept from his mind, his heart was confused and lost. Dia Xin responded to Hua Xiong, "I just feel it's something I need to do. I am determined to hold on to that thought, because this is someone I must not lose in this life." Suddenly, De Xin was horrified, standing frozen in place, terrified by his own thoughts. Wait. Why did that thought suddenly flash through my mind in this life? Suddenly, Hua Song spoke up, snapping De Xin out of his train of thought. He looked up at you, completely clueless about what you wanted anymore. "Forget it. Let's see where we end up." He stops in front of a door, raises his hand to open it, and glances at him to signal what to do next. "If we head toward the guiding gem, there's a high chance we'll encounter the demon Jum 1. Let's do a little reconnaissance first, then decide on the next move. First, we need to find a way out of here." As he spoke, he threw open the door, but unfortunately, a group of monsters was standing behind it. They all wore white masks with red patterns. The three of them tensed up, watching them cautiously. Huasong cursed aloud at his own bad luck. The monsters turned their heads and looked toward the door, murmuring in suspicion, "What is this? Is this aura human? Since when could humans freely walk around Go Mak Nim's palace like this?" Elsewhere, footsteps suddenly echo through the tower as Huan and Yon Niong step out onto the balcony. He asked in a low voice, standing behind Yon Niong, "Have you lifted the seal yet?" She respectfully replied, "Yes." The two of them looked out from the tower, where demonic energy soared into the sky, and the monster's chaotic screams echoed loudly. Dian gazed at what was in front of her, a monster created from the fusion of many other demons. It looked enormous and towering, with a blue light emanating from its body. Old Man Ni and Old Man Nyai looked up at it, hoping that this would make No's wish come true. But the monster still didn't quite satisfy Huan, so he had no choice but to accept it for now. It seems this is not enough to destroy everything, but it is a good sign for a new beginning. Close observation reveals the crazed faces of each demon on its body. Those old monsters in the demon world have always harbored a desire for expansion. Seeing this, they will surely cooperate enthusiastically with me. Those guys are all easy to manipulate. They just want to break free from the source that gave them their power. He calmly contemplates his plan while looking down on the monsters in the demon realm. Juman clasped his hands behind his back, his tone full of contempt and a sense of superiority. Many years have passed, causing their vision to become narrow, but thanks to that, we were able to build a solid foundation quickly, which is also an advantage. If you examine the monsters carefully, you'll notice that each one has glowing symbols drawn on their bodies, which are connected to each other. He still has some doubts in his mind, but there is one thing that still troubles me. Juan remembered the moment he placed his hand on the face of the border guardian, ready to take his life, when the old man left behind a deeply meaningful remark. "Very good, so you know everything." Suddenly, he remembered that when he arrived, the old man had been standing before a glowing painting. He ordered, "Yong Ni, hunt down those who left that painting earlier. If they hold no value, eliminate them without hesitation." She clasped her hands in front of her chest and respectfully obeyed the order. "Your servant is on patrol." In the forest, sunlight shone over the trees when suddenly the sound of hurried footsteps broke the silence. So, Troll, exhausted and panting, runs and jumps between the branches. Suddenly, Superon appears above her, looking down provocatively and saying, "Where do you think you're running to?" Then Superon opened her mouth and spat out a stream of poison. So Tron quickly raised her hand to shield herself, and the poison dripped onto her sleeve, eating through a hole and burning her hand. So Troll stayed on a branch, holding the tree trunk to keep her balance, her voice trembling with disbelief. "Seon, do you really want to destroy me?" Suddenly her snake tail appeared behind her head, and so quickly jumped away from the tree. The very next second, Seun's tail struck where she had just been standing without mercy. She spun in midair, sword in hand, aiming to attack Seun's back, but at the last moment, she couldn't bring herself to do it. Seun sneered with contempt and said, "Are you still hesitating?" Then her tail wrapped around So's leg and threw her forcefully away. She flew out and hit several trees, her body filled with murderous intent. Every move is deadly. If you don't fight seriously, just stay still and accept your fate. So Chan's body is covered with wounds from the recent throw. She falls from above onto the tree branch because she can no longer hold on and slips from her grasp. Super Unun quickly catches up, and her snake body swiftly coils around her. Her upper body is wrapped around the tree. She looks down from above at So-chan being constricted by her snake tail. She cried out in pain, and Seun looked at So-chan's beautiful face, tears streaming from her suffering, feeling nothing but satisfaction. "Ah, I was just criticizing. How pathetic. It's been a long time since I caught a human offering themselves up to the ancestor for nourishment, causing him to weaken visibly. Judging by your feeble, sickly state, you must never have eaten human flesh, have you?" Seun frowned in disgust. "If you want to be as strong as me, you have to eat a lot of humans. Now that you're in this state, there's no point in regretting anymore." She pulls her up. The tail needle is ready to strike, and could end her life at any moment. Seun didn't understand and asked, "Our ancestor gave you the chance to become a powerful demon, so why did you betray his expectations?" So-chan was tightly bound, struggling to breathe. You try to open your eyes and look at her, weakly saying, "Little sister, you really like your human form, don't you? How ridiculous for a demon. You eat human flesh but still like to take on human form." So-chan feels that people like Seun are truly sad, and to extend your lifespan, you must keep fighting and absorbing lives. Does a life that repeats like this have any meaning? Her words made her gasp in shock. Suddenly, Super Unun clenched its snake body tightly, causing So-chan to cry out in pain and tilt its head back. She leaned in closer, pondering and uttering each word, recalling something. "My ancestor told me that your recent changes seem to be caused by a certain human." She clenched her teeth, enduring the pain. So-chan, still unable to process Seun's words, heard her say, "I've changed my mind. I have to find that human first." She trembled as she looked at her, trembling as she spoke. "What?" Seun pressed her face close to So-chan, laughing maliciously. "And then I'll tear his heart out, gut him, and eat that human alive. Right before your eyes, that human will pay with his life for you, and you'll be haunted by him for the rest of your life." "Ah, I've made up my mind. I'll spare your life, just so I can see your face at that moment." "Sister." So-chan is terrified, unable to believe it as she looks toward Jin. Hwasong raises the weapon to block the monster's attack, the clash of steel echoing with a heavy, dull sound. He tilted the chain down, letting the sickle follow the force and strike the ground. Immediately after, Hwasong leapt to the side, swinging the chain of metal rods through the demon's waist. He suddenly questioned aloud. Hwasong looked at the perfectly intact body of the demon, trembling in horror. "Nothing hurt at all?" You raise your weapon in defense, puzzled as to how this could happen, but the monster reacts instantly, swinging its scythe horizontally, the sharp blade aiming for the back of your neck. Suddenly, the hand holding the scythe handle felt a strong shock, causing pain, as Honggon inside the hat reached out to grab the gun and shoot at the scythe with enough force to shatter the blade. After the rescue was successful, Honggon explained Hwaseon's doubts. "It's probably because the magic in the demon world weakened your weapon." The princess's gun still has smoke rising from the barrel, showing how dangerous the situation was just now. Hong explained clearly, "It's similar to how my weapon's power diminishes when I'm in the human world." You stare in shock at Hong John, stunned by this truth. Hwaseon quickly runs away to dodge an attack from another demon, shouting in frustration. "Why didn't you say so earlier, you cowardly mouse?" The princess also refused to be weaker, so she shouted back, "Who would have known?" Fortunately, Jin arrived and blocked with his sword. He knocked the monster's weapon away, swept his arm to push them back, then quickly organized the team. "I will hold them off here. You two find a way out first. I will follow behind." Hwasong looked at his back without hesitation and immediately objected. "What is this, you idiot? Do you think I am the kind of person who would do that?" Sex is standing at the balcony, turning to report to you. "Oh, it seems there's no feasible escape route." Hwasong looks up at the old voice. The girl gazes at the lava and the cliff outside, hurriedly explaining that the palace is surrounded by a continuous lava river, and if she slips and falls, she'll be turned to dust. Hong suggested, "So why not try using the weapon from the demon world?" Hwasong looked at the princess in surprise. Hong seriously continued to suggest that I must have something suitable for you in my treasure. Suddenly, Theme Thu broke free from the cloth gag, let out a relieved croak, and the sound caught Shi-A's attention. He laughed triumphantly. "I'm very pleased now you are like birds in a cage, fish in a tank." Theme Thu happily realizes they are in trouble and accidentally reveals there is an escape route through the back door. But I quickly destroyed it, so stay put and wait to be counted. X. A looks at him in surprise and asks again. So you're saying we can still escape through the main door? Theme Thu blurted out. Yes, that's right. Sidia, hearing his confident statement, happily waved goodbye and thanked him. Great. If we can't go out the back door, then we'll just go out the front. Thanks for showing me the way, old scaly toad. Saving your life was definitely the right choice. Seeing everything, Theme Thu froze like stone. Suddenly, the guardian spirit barked loudly, attracting attention, and the little girl anxiously asked, What's wrong with you, Belle? He just stood firm, defiantly looking this way as Dia struggled to block the stick coming from the side. He looked at the monsters in front of him, feeling like it was all a dream. Just not long ago, he wouldn't even dare to look directly at the monsters, let alone fight them like this. But now he feels that nothing is truly frightening anymore. He begins to doubt himself, wondering if he is still being influenced by him. Suddenly, Hwa-sung praised him. Well done, you clueless fool. Dia turned around in surprise and immediately saw him holding an unusual weapon, while Hwa-sung was shooing him away. Now step aside quickly. The weapon he's holding is an axe with a smiling face carved on its surface. He swung the axe down, splitting a monster into two halves, and volunteered to fight the monsters. Let me handle these guys. Blood splattered across his face full of fighting spirit. Hwa-sung smiled with delight as he looked at the axe in his hand, praising it. Here you go. Little mouse, this toy of yours is not too bad after you finish enjoying it. I will go ahead and lead the way. You guys protect the spirit. Suddenly rushes in and bites another monster, interrupting him. Hwa-sung startled and spun around, shouting curses, her face trembling. Sia, sitting on the guardian spirit's back, called out to get his attention. Come on, hurry up! Hwa-sung looked at the girl in surprise. Chi, the little girl quickly relayed what she heard from the crystal test. The old toad has blocked the back exit, so we can only go out through the main door. But you only cared about Sae sitting on the guardian spirit's back and expressed envy, saying riding a divine beast looks pretty cool. What made you even more upset was that Jin was also sitting there, behind Zia. Hwaek says, criticizing him. Well, you clueless guy, how can you be a man and sit in the back like that? I don't really know, I just got bitten on the shirt out of nowhere. Hearing that, he angrily retorted, Do you know that being bitten by a dog isn't as painful as sitting behind a girl? Hwase looked at the guardian spirit, who was fighting with two others against the monsters, and assessed with concern. And it has to carry all of us at once to have enough strength to pass through this entire horde of monsters, causing them to ignite upon contact. You fell silent, only able to shake your head. Zia rode past you and explained that these monsters just need to touch the bell beast lightly to automatically burn into dust. Hong suddenly realized, looked at you, and pointed out the issue. Hey, this must be caused by the elixir the old immortal gave us. If the kid knows the way out, then why not just ride the bell beast for convenience? Hwa-sung hesitated with a pensive look. Finally, Hwa-sung surrenders, and the three of them ride on the guardian god straight into the monsters. He cautiously warns from the side of the Lord. Jay, don't go messing around and grabbing elk later. Got it. I'm also defending another side of him. What do you mean, confusing me? What are you talking about? Hwa-sung keeps speaking to create more trouble for Jin. What if your little girlfriend sees that and gets jealous enough to disappear? Jin felt a wave of helplessness and spoke out in frustration. What kind of mood do you have to be in to joke around right now? As Seun returns to Sotron, her hand suddenly attacks, fingers separating from his hand. Even if I'm not a true monster, she coldly continued, you better not think you can threaten me with that form either. Super sweat, cold sweat, fearfully looking at Sotron. You have forgotten why I am your senior sister in the first place. Soon, with eyes as yellow as a reptile's, widened her eyes and gritted her teeth. I'll act immediately, using the lower half of my body covered in strange black-blue scales to surround Sotrol and shout, You're too arrogant. I won't lose either. Seeing the tail gradually encircling her, she ran in the direction of the moving tail. So-chan used her hands with sharp, long claws to slash fiercely at the tail. Blood splattered everywhere as Sotron made her opponent's tail writhe in pain and leapt out of the encirclement, to Cyan's utmost surprise. Her leg whipped across, striking a wound that was still oozing blood and making her grimace and cry out in pain. That long, cumbersome red dress was no match for Sotron's strength. She used her earlier kick as a springboard, stomping her foot straight into that face without mercy. She caught her leg with her hand, struggling to hold on but managing fairly well. I grabbed the opponent's ankle, anger fueling my strength as I prepare to throw her far away, and she grits her teeth as she finishes her previous sentence. That hurts. Seiyun is incredibly strong and shows no sign of being affected by that kick. She used her strength to throw So Troll forward, sending her flying quite a distance before crashing into a tree. But instead of fainting or losing like most people, she was completely unharmed after that explosion. While So Troll used the tree trunk as a support, smoke billowed from the impact and she powerfully kicked off with her foot towards her. The person watching So Troll with worried emotions rushes forward incredibly fast, raising her hand with fiery red claws to tightly grip the face of the panicked and wide-eyed girl. But in an instant, her face remained unchanged with that expression, completely unharmed, only a few drops of blood slowly trickling down Seiyun's forehead. So Troll stared coldly at her with a darkened face and eyes. Then she clenched her teeth and kicked Seiyun hard in the face. She was soon knocked back and sent flying behind. In the air were red liquids from her body. Seiyun painfully rolled her disgusted eyes upward. Green liquids splash around her face and fly straight toward the direction she is moving. Every green shard hitting Seiyun instantly billows with smoke. She moves skillfully, but still gets some on her. So Chan quickly thrust her hand deep into each layer of her opponent's scales, applying even more force. All the snake scales flew off in a straight line. Seiyun cried out in pain as each layer of scales peeled away. Her eyes rolled back. Seeing that, she took advantage and drew a long slash across her body. Then she landed safely. Gouts of blood splattered as the woman behind her writhed in pain. Hearing the cries of pain echoing everywhere, the beasts curiously hid behind the trees, watching the sounds. After the battle, Sotron was panting heavily with a flushed face, scanning the surroundings. Given how intense the fight was, Seiyun would probably take a while to get up, so she had to seize the moment. A dark voice suddenly spoke behind her. For what reason? Are you always stronger than me? Big sister, even though I have been tirelessly trying for hundreds of years. Seiyun, with an annoyed and dissatisfied expression, stares intently in one direction as his voice echoes on. What right do humans have to become monsters and surpass us snakes? It's truly unfair. My lips are red, my eyes shining, but inside I remain determined, despite the pain from the wounds slowly consuming my body. But I still have one last way. Suddenly she asks you, Big sister, do you know why I can transform from a common little snake into a snake demon? I have the ability to perfectly absorb the strength of my prey and turn it into my own power. Besides devouring humans, I secretly ate other demons behind my master's back. To achieve what I have now, I had to gather and accumulate little by little. Hearing every word clearly like that, she turned her back to me with a look of surprise on her face at my words. Seiyun gritted his teeth, unwilling to continue explaining. So if I can eat you, I will gain your power and even transform into you. My sister looked at her, as if she had just heard something unbelievable and softly called her name. Seiyun, but the more she spoke, the more excited she became. That's right, then I will take your form to go back. The patriarch confirmed happily as Seiyun gradually transformed, changing her shape, her tongue lengthening, her teeth becoming fangs, and her skin growing rough and rugged. And once I marry Lord J1, I will finally escape this unjust fate. At this moment, what she sees is no longer Seiyun, but a chaotic, ugly monster with a strange body. Out, smiling happily, and calls out, smiling happily, and calls out, my dear sister, stop struggling, accept your fate peacefully, and it will be a perfect ending. Everything of yours will belong to me. After hearing every word Zun uttered and witnessing the scene before her, she was filled with terror, her mouth slightly parted, and her eyes gradually darkening. Of course, it's also that toy you're trying to hide. She clenched her fist, holding a glowing thread. I will still stand here and listen to Seiyun's words. Everything will belong to me. In another part of the forest, an arm holding a gem emits a light identical to the glowing thread from Sotron, and a voice echoes as the light grows stronger. The three of them sitting on the guardian spirit are chatting. We've run out quite a bit, but haven't encountered a single monster yet. Too smooth, which actually makes us feel uneasy. Sai A, sitting on top of the other two on the guardian's body, cautiously looking at the person behind, hesitantly asks, Hey, do you really want your girlfriend to get married like that? Have you thought about what to do next? Huasi, sitting behind, nervously asked, What do you care about this guy's personal life for? You like him now? Xa immediately turned around and replied, Shut up, who's talking to you? I don't really know about that either. That Huan guy seems to be a dangerous demon lord. Marrying someone like him probably won't lead to anything good. The conversation continued, and then his eyes darkened and his face showed no emotion. But if she fully intends to go through with the wedding, I have no right to interfere with her choice. Hoa Sung stared at him as if dissatisfied with that thought. The little girl also turned around and stared at him, so that's why he could be friends with Oka Oba. Hearing those words, he looked up and let out a sigh. Exa continued speaking. A fool playing with a simpleton. The kid sitting behind shouted loudly upon hearing that. Refusing to understand, refusing to understand. The girl then turns around and stares fixedly at him. You've come this far, but you're still hesitating. I look at the girl in front of me with a hint of surprise. She pointed directly at him, the one who was so surprised, because no matter what the outcome, her brother couldn't just go along with her choice like that. In the sunset light of the forest, Jae-shin felt a little shy. Of course, what I mean is, can you not call her my girlfriend? Hearing that, the girl angrily shouted, So what should I call her then? All right, then just call me Big Sister. He hesitated a bit before saying, And I won't pretend enough for you to call me Aosi. All right, if you don't like calling me Aosi, then call me Oppa. Saya, with a gaze full of determination, looked straight ahead. The issue I want to raise here is that once you decide to stop that wedding, you have to see it through to the end. The little girl spoke while recalling the image of a lonely girl, her back seemingly trying to turn away from everything. Mr. Fo McQueen decided to do that to lighten his own burden, but doesn't that just shift all the weight onto her shoulders? That's the behavior of an irresponsible person, not someone who respects women. Hwa-sung and the small Hongon, hiding in the boy's shirt, looked stunned, their eyes a bit wide with surprise as they listened to Za's words. If you truly wish the best for her, then forget this half-hearted thinking. Share her burden instead of pushing it onto her. Jin, like the other two, is filled with shock and surprise. He risked his life to save her and fully has the right to make his own decision. He lowered his head in thought, his eyes serious as he pondered. The little girl continued to speak. Just say it. A sincere word from the heart. The girl rushes towards him, her eyes shining with great anticipation for his answer. What is his decision? Hoa X looked at the scene before her with some surprise, doubt, and a bit of speechlessness. X, you've read too many romance novels, haven't you? He looked up with a determined gaze. I will definitely do it. Before he could finish speaking, a pair of bird legs suddenly appeared behind Zia. He shouted in panic, raising his hand to shield the girl, and the boy sitting behind him clenched his teeth upon seeing that. The girl bent down as something streaked past her body with lightning speed. The guardian spirit also growled, revealing its large teeth. X.A. raised her eyes, looked towards Hwa-sung and asked, What happened? You didn't answer the little girl's question, just rolled your eyes and looked around wildly. Where did that idiot go? Both of them look in the same direction. Among the forest trees, a beast has captured Jin and is flying high. A loud scream. They're taken. He looked in that direction, anger flashing in his eyes, and his power radiated more fiercely than before. The princess, nestled in Hwa-sung's shirt, hesitated and shouted. You are also surprised, eyes wide as you stare in one direction. The princess continues. The monsters have caught our scent. They looked deep into the dark forest, with greedy eyes flashing and staring at them. Damn it. If they hadn't appeared, it would have been fine, but once they showed up, a whole bunch of hairy monsters, including the ones Jay begged earlier, now soared into the sky. Flying through the treetops, its two legs cling tightly to him. He looks down from above and can't help but cry out. In front of him now is a lush green forest canopy. Dia is gradually lifting away from the ground, being pulled further and further away, and he can't let this happen. As he was lost in thought, the image of Sia staring at him, waiting for his answer, appeared. Speak up. From the bottom of your heart, what is your decision? He was stunned for a moment before recalling Dong Song's voice deep within his mind at that time. Hey. Hidden behind the endless darkness, you actually took the initiative to seek me out, and I can sense your urgency. So now you've finally accepted me? Dae-sin replied coldly. He turned his back on him. Do you want to know my decision? He asked confusedly. What do you mean? Jae-sin's eyes turned a blazing red, now filled only with coldness. I am not seeking your help, but you must obey my will. Jae-sin immediately retreat. At this moment, he is being grabbed by the monster's claws and pulled high into the sky. He used his sword to split the monster in half and then fell from above into the dense forest below. The sword in his hand is the only weapon that can protect him from the sharp branches here. The silver dagger in his hand is glowing, and at this moment, he is looking close to the ground. That silver blade is heading toward a darkened area in the forest. He's probably moving so fast that things in his sight are a bit unclear. A flash of light burst through the bushes, revealing a yellow sword also glowing in its hand. The silver dagger became clearer and clearer, weaving through each tree. Jin, with eyes glowing red, a hint of worry flickering in his gaze, clutching his sword tightly, continues to run desperately. Elsewhere, Cho-chan let out a painful scream, her long hair and clothes disheveled as she was thrown several meters by the crab, landing painfully on the ground. Cho-chan lay still on the ground, gasping for breath and coughing up blood, eyes tightly shut, as a dark voice echoed, Don't be stubborn anymore, my dear sister. A dark brown tentacle appeared from nowhere, wrapping tightly around her leg. I only wish for the best possible outcome for everyone. You must have suffered a lot of torment from being forced to commit acts of killing humans, right? Seon's figure is massive, her body covered in spiky, stone-like scales, and she confidently declares, I will live in your place, big sister. So Troll is gradually swallowed into her stomach, panic rising as she faces an unfavorable situation. She almost seems to be slipping away, only her hand reaching out with the glowing green string. Just as So Troll completely disappeared from sight and sank deep below, a voice calling her echoed from outside. It was Jin, rushing over. His pupils flash red as he urgently calls out to Sotron, while Super Unun looks on in shock at the figure rushing toward her. She wondered where this human came from, and then paid closer attention to the young man risking everything to protect the girl he loved. Super Unun looked like he saw a tasty prey, with a cunning expression that seemed to even recognize my sister, and her tone grew more mocking and condescending. Goat, please tell Super Unun not to say no, and immediately control your body to rush to him. So you must be the human mentioned by the ancestor. His aura was pitifully weak. With that, she switched into aggressive mode and charged at him. I will eat both of you, but she hadn't finished speaking when drops of blood splattered into the air. Seon had barely been smug for a moment when Jin, faster, swung his sword and severed both of her fangs. Shun's face changed, her eyes went wide and she clenched her teeth as a sharp pain suddenly hit. He kept up the assault, reaching his hand back and driving his fist deep into Seon. Perhaps he was trying to find something that had sunk deep inside her, and she screamed in pain. Jin remained in the same position, and she couldn't take it anymore, so she decided to open her mouth toward him to counterattack. That bastard. Realizing the danger approaching, he threw his sword towards the opponent. The sword shot like a bolt of lightning and plunged into her mouth. The speed was so fast and powerful that it pierced through the thick layer of thorns. Jin was still trying to find Seon inside. At that moment, everything suddenly became silent. His emotions are about to explode. Jin opens his mouth wide, a desolate scene filled with ruins and debris. Seon is collapsing after multiple severe injuries. Finally, Jin saves So Troll just in time as she loses her strength and falls. He carries her unconscious body away from the danger of her, as the weak troll slowly opens her eyes to see the man before her. She softly calls his name Jin Shi, her face showing signs of worry. He gently asked, Are you still okay? So Yuen's eyes suddenly changed noticeably, her pupils shifting from worry to surprise. A familiar scene is being recalled. He gazes at her thoughtfully, and in his arms, he now remembers someone else. That girl with red hair is her past life. She suddenly calls him again, Dia whispers. So Tron keeps calling him but gets no response. She asked anxiously, How do you know I'm here? At this moment, Seon was slowly moving again. She groaned in pain, unable to believe that Sotron had been successfully rescued before she could digest her. She resented humanity and believed they deserved to be punished. You dared to beg, stunned. He still hadn't escaped that memory. He stammered, wondering who. Who is it? The person who was covered in mud and dirt, also injured in the previous fight. She was too weak to understand what he was saying. Why are you suddenly asking such a strange question? Are you hurt anywhere? That smiling face still lingers in his mind. Dia Sintu whispered softly, her words unconnected and vague. So that was the reason. His gentle expression returned as he softly said, The girl I've been searching for all this time is you. Something stunned him, his eyes turning frantic. His hand dropped to the ground and his head bowed as if exhausted. Troll looked uneasy as he watched him. Dean clutched his head in pain, trembling all over. Are you worried? What's wrong, Dia-sin? A scene of destruction and sorrow is unfolding in his mind, with shattered memories struggling to come back. Are you a troll or something? That moment was truly more peaceful than ever before, with the clear blue sky and drifting white clouds. A voice echoes,
That's quite a strange name.
Soha smiled brightly in the sunlight, lowering her sword and introducing herself. My name is Soha, but from now on, just call me Little Master. In reality, Jin is still struggling and trapped in old memories. So keeps calling him Jin De. His face darkens as he whispers. Soha so cluelessly asks, What do you mean by Soha? Seon took advantage of Jin's momentary lapse in vigilance to bite him right before So's astonished eyes. She was so frightened, she turned pale and shouted a warning to Jin, whose upper body was inside Seon's mouth. She smugly looks down on him. I told you so. She bared her sharp fangs, reverting to the snake's natural, bloodthirsty state. I will devour this human alive, right in front of you. So Troll was terrified to witness all of this firsthand. Her frightened expression satisfied Seon. Yes, that is the face. Very good, excellent. Her face hardened as if she felt something unusual inside her body, a sudden streak passing through her. That was Jin's sword rushing at incredible speed to protect its owner. Could it be that just now, they were stunned to see Seyoon's body shattered into pieces? Dia manages to escape from her without a single injury. She screams in agony, wailing in pain. Once again, Super Unun collapses from severe injuries. She has no strength left. Dakin's expression turns cold and emotionless as he raises his sword above his head, preparing to deliver the final blow. Seyoon was too frightened to speak. Suddenly, Sotron ran quickly and embraced Dasin from behind, making him stop for a moment. She closed her eyes tightly and desperately begged him. "Dasin, please don't destroy her." Seyoon looked down on the two of them, making love, but still. Sotron revealed her true feelings deep inside her heart. "Seyoon is my sister." He stood silently, his eyes gradually returning to their original state. The transformation is over. He has returned to being Jin's true nature. He turned around in surprise, only now realizing that the young woman before him had round eyes. On this side, Seyoon Unun was furious, uttering contemptuous and ridiculous words. "I want to rise up once more. Do you think I need your mercy, humans?" Hearing the noise, Jae suddenly turned back, and So-chan spoke up to stop Seyoon. "That's enough, Seyoon. Stop now." "Oh, it seems I didn't heed your warning. If you stubbornly continue, you'll be struck back by the very things you've devoured all along." An axe spun and flew this way, aiming straight for Sai's head. She screamed in agony. "If I remember correctly, I already told you that before." Hwasung stepped out from the forest and warned, even though compassion for monsters is self-destructive. "I wonder if you'll learn anything from this." In fact, the axe hadn't struck a vital spot. It stopped just a hand's width from Seyoon's head, making her scream in anger. Unfair. Her massive body thrashed as if wronged, her face twisting with rage. "Why is it that he and everyone else are on your side?" Sotrol shouted in despair. "Super, stop." For a moment, Super Unan's face completely changed. She refuses to give up. "Watch closely. I will take care of them right before your eyes." The serpent-headed form becomes clearer. The battle is far from over, and I declare that I will not stop until I destroy everything that belongs to you. As soon as she finished speaking, a sudden green figure blocked Seo Unun, and the guardian deity bit fiercely into her body. Seyoon stared in shock at the flashes of light and the figure appearing right beside her. The guardian deity appears, and just by touching, it causes Seyoon to gradually vanish. She is in pain, her face showing suffering. Sotrol, overwhelmed with grief as Seyoon's life is in danger, calls her name with compassion. Seyoon leans her head on her body, crying out in pain. "Seyoon?" Seyoon's face returns to its original state, eyes wide with shock. "Oh, I see," Sotrol, crying sadly for me. Seyoon quietly realizes her feelings for me, but also accepts that it's too late. It seems it's too late now. It's gone. Hwaseon and Jae ask for quiet to listen to the late confession. "From the beginning until now, I have never truly treated you like my sister, not even considering blood relations or social status. So why does Sotrol feel so sad for his beloved sister, whom he loves endlessly? She is deeply mourned. Don't say that. Her words come from her heart, from the love she has always had. I have always regarded you as my own sister." Feeling her affection, Seo Unun wanted to say something before leaving. After thinking for a moment, she revealed a secret. "The ancestor planned to use your remains to alter your memories." Her words reminded me of a casket wrapped in white cloth with a golden talisman, which she was very sure contained a large amount of your memories. So, Troll suspiciously asked again, "Are my memories inside the burial jar?" She almost disintegrated into dust before the sunlight shone down on everything. That was also the last thing she said to Sotron. "Perhaps this is the best thing I can do for you." There is regret in Seyoon's eyes, but it seems too late. Half of her face is gradually disappearing along with her words. "For the first and also the last time, I get to be your little sister." Seyoon leaves and says her farewell. "Goodbye, sister," leaving behind Troll sitting there in silence, watching the light fade away with her. Her hair drapes down, hiding a deep sadness and a sense of regret for a life that was never truly peaceful. Seyoon had turned into a tiny snake, carefully placed on her hand, and gradually disappeared into pieces. So Troll kept that pose for a long time, sadly sharing unspoken words. "Seyoon, if there is a fate in the next life, let's truly become sisters." Dia sincerely sympathizes with her situation and promises never to let her suffer such deep loneliness and pain again. The guardian deity looked up, sensing something unusual. Inside the forest, whispers from humans revealed that Zia had caught wind of the situation. "The monsters have caught up with us. They're getting better at tracking us." I smell human scent. Dia hurriedly informs. Soon we need to leave this place quickly, and she is still mourning the loss of her loved ones. Your urgent voice in her ear, only when you retrieve the urn with the remains will she have hope for reincarnation, right? The bamboo staff is being lifted, and the flower car is curious. Hold on a moment. Before we leave, there's something I need to clarify. He asked seriously, and both of them were stunned by the question. So what is the relationship between her and the demon lord Jamonian? D warns you not to ask such questions. Doc, now is not the right time to ask that. Hoasong points at you in warning. Don't interfere. This is a special situation. If we don't clarify our positions, we won't be able to continue anymore. This isn't a joke. If it's confirmed that she belongs to J1's faction, I will strike immediately. I don't agree with your opinion. He clenched his fist and shouted. What did you say? So Chan stood up, her eyes heavy and tired. I'm originally human, but after logging out, I was robbed of my bone marrow jar by the evil old man. Souls that cannot reincarnate are turned into monsters, and it was he who forced me to marry the demon J1. Jia remained calm when hearing her reveal the truth. I've only heard that young Onian is a powerful, cruel demon with a high status in the demon world. I also have never interacted with him. Normally, no one would agree to marry someone they don't know or are unfamiliar with. And now, he's a notorious demon, so everyone listens as she tells her story. Even Honggon hiding behind Hoasion listens seriously. Although I don't understand why that monster wanted to marry me, it was only when I met Jay that evening that I decided to escape. Hong trusts Sotron's honesty. The princess signaled to Hua-seong. Although I don't know what you think of Sotron, my instincts tell me that what she says is not a lie. Dia hurriedly intervenes, urging everyone. Time is running out, we can't stay here any longer. The monsters are getting closer to humans. Hua-seong clicked her tongue, indicating her agreement. The guardian beast rubbed its back as if trying to say something. She called out to the bell-ringing master. X is on the back of the guardian beast. Little girl, come on, sister, climb up here. The girl shouted loudly so everyone could hear, saying, let's just ignore him and get out of here before he forces us to run after him. Huase looked worried and asked hurriedly, what are you planning to do? Deep inside the trees, more and more glowing eyes appeared. The monsters are not far from them, and they cry out desperately. A monster suddenly attacked a human, and they all started screaming and chasing after him. Realizing the danger, they hurriedly fled. Sa is thoughtfully watching. So Chen, seemingly silently assessing her. When she suddenly notices someone watching her, she lifts her eyes and sees X.A. looking in her direction. The little girl remains silent for a few seconds to think before giving her opinion. Her eyes are very pure. She seems to have a kind heart. Hoasong didn't expect X to look at people that way. He couldn't help but shout, don't judge a book by its cover. So the troll asked just enough for X to hear. Do all these people risk coming here for me? Miss Chi, everyone who comes here has their own purpose. She was a bit surprised when someone called her big sister. The girl teased playfully, speaking in a resigned tone. Of course, even I have my own purpose. To monitor and ensure that the stubborn old uncle doesn't do anything foolish. Even Troll has no comment on this matter, and Hoasung hearing that knows it's about her. Who are you implying? Sia? Pointing at myself, but partly because of you, I had to risk myself like this. You should be grateful to me. Sotron replied shyly. Thank you. Hearing that, the girl was satisfied. Good. The little girl is introducing herself in this tense moment. From now on, just call me X, okay? The two guys are sweating all over from running so hard. Dia asked confusedly, what is that? Hua X, you're so annoying and helpless, complaining. Can you be a little more serious? He suddenly remembered something important and immediately said, that's right. Speaking of the old tree spirit, it just came to mind. Only he knows where the burial urn is, right, so Troll, and how can we find him? Now that everyone is surprised by this information, I suddenly remembered that clue too. That's right. I overheard the old tree spirit talking earlier. The bone jar is hidden beneath the altar right near the border, but they need a more precise route to avoid wasting time unnecessarily. Specifically, which way should we go? So Troll replied, we have to go through this entire jungle. That altar is a giant ancient tree. He suddenly realized the familiarity when mentioning this type of tree. The giant tree. He hurriedly recounted what he had seen. When I was pulled into the air by the monster earlier, I saw that tree. Hwasung asked seriously, which direction? Just after finishing, So Troll quickly remembered another difficult problem. Wait a minute. If we go now to the old evil tree, will we run into the demon Huan as well? Everyone stared in surprise at this sudden question. Hoa X's face looked confused, as if his spirit had been shaken after hearing it. Juan says he will go to the human world, a situation that makes him suspicious. What? You shouted loudly to stop. Everyone was confused by the sudden halt. Did I yell loudly enough? Juan wants to go to the human world. What is he going to do there, and when will he go? So Chan shyly reached up to her face, avoiding your gaze as she admitted, I'm not quite sure either, because I only overheard a little. He said it's the right time, or that something has matured, and Jia Batan looks at Hoa Song with worry, the girl feeling anxious. Oops, what should we do? Should we go back to the human world right now? But I wonder if there is a portal here that leads directly to the human world, based on my knowledge, to reach the human realm. You must go through the portal located right near this border area. Hua Sung's face tensed to the limit. Hong Dian calmly suggests, and that is also the place we want to reach. Dia nodded and urged everyone to hurry, while Hoa Song's mood grew heavier, sensing that something was about to go wrong. She had prepared thoroughly to face him, but somehow an ominous premonition lingered. Suddenly he raised his voice and asked, Hey, chicken thief, is that tree far from here? The calm beast guardian thought for a moment before Deshin responded to him, If we run, it might be too far. Probably going to take some time. A beam of light appears and shines on everyone's face. He suddenly transformed into a much larger form. Everyone was amazed by this giant size. What is this? The Beastmaster is proud of his power. Bell dog. This burst of energy makes the leaves shake, and in the blink of an eye, you're somewhere else. The incredible speed made everyone bow their heads and close their eyes. They had moved higher and could now see the giant tree. At this moment, a secret passage appears beneath the tree roots, leading into a narrow cave. A sealed coffin containing So's remains is quietly inside, when a strange voice suddenly echoes. The old man silently picks up the urn, as if talking to So Troll's remains. I have no choice but to lift the seal on this soul jar now. Inside the temple, the painting on the wall glows faintly through the mist. In that picture, a line of text or some image appears but is not yet clear. The ground below is now messy, and everything is soaked in mourning. Yeon appears with a mysterious aura, seemingly an untrustworthy hybrid. She speaks with a gentle smile, but her words are filled with cruelty, and they must be punished severely. The guardian spirit keeps moving through the treetops, jumping over falling leaves. Za sees something shocking ahead, and the guardian spirit also breaks out in sweat with worry. He jumped onto a rock, using it as a springboard to perform a powerful long jump. They crossed an extremely deep and long abyss. From above, you can see flames or even the glow of burning in the abyss below. The guardian suddenly let out a few pained cries, and Ao, hearing this, panicked, still clutching his fur, shouted out, and the figure suddenly lost control, plunging headfirst into the ground, while the others on its back were thrown off amidst the swirling dust and smoke. Jin stood to the side, worried, as Soon bent down, softly reaching out to her and asking, Are you okay? So Chan X Hoa X, with a frightened expression, rubbed her hair and face, letting out a natural groan as if something was wrong. At this moment, the mighty guardian deity has disappeared, and in front of them is only a small dog lying scattered on the ground not far away. Waves of white smoke continue to pour out from his body. Everyone around, seeing this, quickly guessed what was happening. It seems the bell dog has fallen into a weakened state again. It risked everything, exhausting its recently restored vital energy to carry us here. Both Soon and the little girl were extremely frightened as they looked at the Lord lying sprawled on the ground. Dong Than exclaimed, Are you still okay? The guardian bell deity was sweating profusely, staring at them intently, sticking out its tongue without responding. What kind of expression is that? Don't tell me you're hesitating about which of her attentions to accept. As expected, you really are a special one. As he spoke, he hesitated and looked around at the scene. But in front of Hwaseong now stood a great tree with wide leaves and massive roots already there long before. You said while looking at it, and thanks to someone, everyone was able to come here. The tree is extremely large, and it can be considered a giant tree, with roots even bigger than those of a normal tree. So the girl with long hair flowing to her waist slowly stands up. She glances at Jin and softly asks, How did everyone find me in the forest? Jin began to explain her question. Jin Lang gave me a gem that can track specific aura signatures on the talisman she carried. I've never heard that name before, so I asked out of curiosity, Who is Jin Lang? He explained briefly, It's that nine-tailed, blue-haired guy. Just saying that much is enough for So Troll to vaguely remember who he is. She widened her eyes in surprise and said, It's him. Hwasong, standing nearby and listening to the conversation, also asked, What secret does that talisman hold that he was told not to let other monsters get their hands on it? She held the glowing ring in her hand, her other hand moving as if to hide the light, closing her eyes tightly with a worried and slightly fearful expression to explain her confusion to Hwasong. This talisman can completely hide the aura, even the true body of the wearer. He knew I was being hunted by the old demon world, so he gave it to me. Suddenly, a shout rang out, full of surprise and panic. proving that such a thing could completely conceal its aura. The ring kept glowing as she held it up in front of Hwaseon. He still holds a talisman burning in his hand, carefully examining it to see if it might originate from the demon realm. Hong is sitting on your shoulder, observing and giving advice. It's best to wear it on So-tron. The old tree spirit is very likely nearby, and if you get caught, it could ruin everything. She heard that and quickly pulled her hand back, exclaiming, "Oh, right." Gradually, heavy breathing and some complaints began to echo among the trees. What is it today that I have to keep climbing these hills nonstop? The mouse's legs have cramped several times already. The little girl, holding the guardian spirit in her arms, walks while complaining. If I had known it would be like this, I should have let you go alone. Hwasong led the mountain climb team confidently, while Jessen and Sochan still followed behind. Aha's eyes flickered with a hint of worry as he looked down at the princess sitting on his shoulder, the tiny mouse. Will we really be able to return to the human world just by getting past this giant tree? Hong calmly replied, it could also be seen that way, as Princess Dan's voice explains through the sturdy branches and trunks. It was here that a fierce battle once erupted between the human and demon worlds, and it is said that this ancient tree absorbed the blood and life force of many powerful beings who perished, causing it to grow into its current form. The massive form of the tree inadvertently causes the surrounding space and laws to become chaotic, leading to the opening of a passage connecting the human and demon worlds. Hearing this, he stiffened and slowly turned around. Wait a minute, he asked loudly. The old tree demon has nothing to do with this tree, right? The princess hesitated before saying each word. Actually, it's very likely that this giant tree is actually his true form. Are you kidding me, acting like a pervert, and now you're playing it like that? Don't ask. In another corner, Soon and Jin are climbing up huge roots intertwined with patches of grass and stones. So Chan looks at him and asks softly, Jin, what reason do you have to keep chasing all the way here? His movement paused slightly when he heard that question. She lowered her head, feeling somewhat guilty inside. She hesitated for a moment because of what happened to me, then continued. You've died so many times, yet why do you still keep risking your life for me like this? Dia glanced at her with a thoughtful look, not answering the question. He opened his mouth to speak, and this seemed to ease her lingering guilt. So Troll gently opened his eyes with glowing pupils and listened silently as he gave his answer. On the way here, I thought a lot about karma, the past, and my origins, even childhood memories. The sunlight filters through the trees and his voice remains steady, and by now I have roughly understood everything. He gently leans towards her, his eyes filled with tenderness. The sunlight softly filters through. The reason you appeared in my life is because fate had already arranged it that way. A sentence made her lift her face to look at him, her eyes shimmering with gold and wide open as she gazed at him. Jae sin luk ne tiptuk noi, so troll a, ko te ko hongbiet. He still had that gentle face as he remembered the girl with flowing long hair from his faint memories. But we have met many times before in my dreams. Hearing Jin's words, So Troll softly exclaimed, Why is that? I was a bit surprised by her reaction too. A few strands of her hair fell forward and she asked curiously, Are you sure there's no mistake? Why are you dreaming about me? Daishin stammered, rubbing her neck with her hand, her mind racing to find an excuse. He closed his eyes tightly about that, sweat pouring down like rain, but his cheeks were tinged with shy red streaks. How could So Troll possibly know? If he explained poorly, it might be misunderstood as unrequited love, and he could end up looking even more foolish. Dia sincerely opened her eyes to explain. So, Troll, actually, Suddenly, So Troll suddenly let out a few sounds of pain. She bent forward and he quickly noticed something was wrong. A loud scream echoed, drawing Hwasong and Ja's attention as they walked ahead, and they immediately turned to look in the direction of the scream. What is happening? So Tron is now standing beside her while the boy above is about to jump down. He still shouted, Why is this happening? Jin was terrified as he watched her trembling hands gradually fade away. Why are her hands so transparent? She trembles as she watches her hands glow and gradually become see-through. Yu and Sai are staring in disbelief at what's happening. Hwasong is stunned, suddenly changing from calm to this state out of nowhere. The princess, seeing this, suddenly understood something and exclaimed that it seemed like Soon's original essence was being altered by something. Hwasong, hearing this, was a bit confused and asked Honggon to explain again, saying, Hey, little mouse, please clarify a bit more. The princess explained clearly, every word. The appearance of the monster heavily depends on the original essence within its body, and any impact on that essence will lead to this kind of situation. The princess suddenly remembered something terrible, her eyes darkening. Just now, That little snake said that the old tree demon was asking about the skull of Sotron, right? Everyone heard that and was a bit panicked. At the same time, elsewhere, huge roots were holding a casket of bones high in the air. In front of the jar, there is a yellow talisman. Gomak is raising both hands high, seemingly performing some kind of dark magic. The massive roots hold the jar tightly. His eyes widen, Gomak grits his teeth, and the lines of age become more pronounced. I never expected you humans to set up such a strong seal. He remains very pleased to continue his actions, but he won't be able to trouble this old master. Suddenly, a voice echoed along with a figure appearing behind him. "What are you doing?" "Gomaknim." He turned it around, his eyes wide with shock as he looked at Yon Neon standing behind him, hands clasped in front of his chest, completely calm, while Gomak-nim couldn't hide his panic. "Ion Neon, why are you here?" she replied calmly. "Dame Guan assigned me the task of eliminating the humans who dared to set foot in the demon realm." He coldly asked again, "Why then did you have to come all the way here?" She explained, "It's your subordinate who pointed him out. Just then, I saw that subordinate bowing in thanks. I am deeply grateful for Lord Neon Nim's rescue." She continued speaking. "He said those humans are on their way to Gomak Nim." Gomak, with a sharp gaze like a blade, is glaring at Ion Ni. Is he still alive then? He's still alive? Well, maybe it's just a misunderstanding. No humans are coming here after all. Hearing that reaction, she softly exhaled. "I see." Then he softly begins to conclude the story. "All right, let's put that aside for now. I am a bit curious. I wonder what Gomak Nem has been doing all this time." He was a bit surprised when he heard the question. The roots are still clinging tightly to the jar up high. He didn't explain or say much. "I came here to handle a personal matter. You don't need to know." She calmly replied in a gentle voice. "I understand what you mean. You're just trying to remove the seal on someone's remains, right?" The question was asked by her. Although it was gentle and clear, it felt like a heavy blow that made Gomak's mind panic and become confused. "Even if this is a personal matter of yours, what do you think would happen if Jumonian heard about it?" He widened his eyes, gaping, and shouted, "Are you threatening me?" Suddenly, from another direction, an unidentified flying object headed toward Gomak. He was furious, shouting loudly. Go, despite not paying full attention and being a bit old, was as sharp as ever and completely dodged that object. Hua Sung suddenly appeared out of nowhere, holding a sword and shouting loudly, "I am the sorcerer here. If you're smart, tell me where Huan is." A, sitting nearby, watching him, whether to praise or to tease, the sweaty girl suddenly said, "Can't this guy let others breathe for a bit?" Leo is so tired he's about to pass out. Go and Yon Nyong just looked at him silently, letting him finish. "If you confess honestly, this mage will consider sparing your lives." She remains silent, only pursing her lips slightly. Because he is thoughtful and intelligent, Jin reached out to help Soon with genuine concern in his heart. "Have you felt better yet?" So Chan softly replied, "A little better now." The old man, seeing her as if she were a ghost, widened his eyes in panic. He seemed about to call out her name loudly, but then hesitated and stopped, his gaze fixed on her. He mouthed, "These humans are the ones you're looking for. Just wipe them all out according to Lord Jum-Won's orders." The four of them stood there without showing any fear or panic, while he looked at her and then turned his gaze firmly in a certain direction. "However, her life must be spared. The woman with long hair is a demon. I must take her away from here." The old man hesitantly asked with suspicion, "A demon? But I don't feel any demonic aura at all." Gu responded briefly and tersely, not bothering much, just follow what the old man said. "I can vouch that the kid is a demon." Her eyes still looked cautiously at the others. Hoa Sung, full of confidence, stepped forward boldly. "I will count to 3 if you don't speak up. Don't blame me for acting. You're all in big trouble now." "Fine. I will do as you request." He cast a cold glance at her, and Yon Nyong didn't forget to set her condition. However, once the task is done, Nojia needs a satisfactory answer. She pulls out a small needle from somewhere and quickly acts. Nojia will settle this matter swiftly. Anyway, Halak is filled with sleeping monsters, and waking even one of them would mean facing a powerful existence. She then waved her hand to let her needle stick into the trunk of the tree she was standing by. Huasi looked a bit confused, tilted her head and asked, "What are you planning to do?" She, of course, didn't answer, only focused on her task, her lips moving slightly as if muttering something. The needle on the ground begins to shake, or rather, the earth itself trembles, causing everyone to panic somewhat or another at the sight. She remains standing still there, holding a thread connected to the needle that is embedded in an object slowly emerging from the ground. A giant monster is emerging. It is the armored skeleton with glowing, fierce eyes breaking free from the ancient seal, wielding a massive weapon and ready to crush anyone who dares to attack. The ancient war armor is summoned with a fierce wolf head and 4 distinct limbs, covered in a massive sturdy armor, its glowing eyes fixed in one direction, while Yeon-ni stands behind it calmly controlling it with a thin wire. The ancient war armor is holding a huge hot weapon, ready to fight, so big that one of Jin's team members had to shout. It's enormous. Hwa-sung stared at it with an expressionless face, her pupils slightly constricted in surprise. Hong glanced quickly and immediately concluded. This battle armor, could it be that this monster is not normal? It's a vengeful spirit. These spirits are extremely difficult to deal with because they only know how to fight according to orders. Can you see that little wire? Obviously, she is the one controlling it. Hwa-sung stares intently in that direction, observing her movements. The princess calculates her next steps, and the puppet she controls seems sluggish and slow. We can use our speed to catch her first, but suddenly the princess stopped, not continuing her words because she sensed movement from the opposite side, and the boy quietly asked in wonder. Hwa-sung, understanding its intention, quickly moved closer to CF. The girl bent down, not forgetting her friend. He looked at Jay and shouted, "Get out of the way!" just as a powerful attack from the ancient armor producer struck directly at their position. All 4 of them instinctively ran away from that spot. Hwa-sung skillfully held her hot sword with both hands to block the strike. While defending herself, she said, "This thing is more troublesome than I thought." The girl who just escaped with you from a salt-selling trip and hasn't run out yet is still holding tightly onto your shirt. After that strike, it continued its move, raising its weapon high, then gathering momentum for the next attack. A large branch collided and exploded, filling the air with white smoke. It continued to spin its weapon around in the air, using its 2 sharp-clawed claws to make several 360-degree rotations. Its next target was Jin. He was turning his face away and not paying attention to it. Taking advantage of that moment, it aimed its weapon directly at him. So Chan suddenly appeared out of nowhere, rushing forward to block the attack. She wrapped her arms around him, her eyes silently gazing toward the old armor warrior. Suddenly, its movement stopped. Both he and she were surprised and puzzled by that action. Seizing the opportunity, So Chan quickly kicked off with her legs and jumped straight up, holding Jin in her arms while he still tightly gripped his sword. The ancient war armor still stands there in its original stance, while she watches the entire scene unfold with surprise and delight. "It seems that this much is not enough to log you out. I underestimated you." She raises her hand with the rope into the air. Gomok, witnessing her actions, angrily shouted, "Do you know what you just did? Why did you awaken the ancient war armor of the demon race?" Yeon-young remains calm, expression unchanged, and does not answer his question. He looks at it and continues speaking. "Why did you summon someone wearing human armor and betray the demon world when their clan was once our enemy?" She showed an indifferent attitude, opening her mouth to respond politely to the old man. "Sorry, sir, but Nojia was no longer interested in that matter. Nojia only summoned a fragment of a soul, and of course, under Nojia's control, they will have no memory of their past lives. At this point, they are nothing more than puppets, and the small but powerful controlling thread connecting her, and it is the control thread. As long as Nojia's silver thread remains connected, this monster will keep speaking, until suddenly a passing object cuts the thread in 2 instantly. The broken string, in her confusion, and the flying object was Hwaseon's sword. As soon as it was cut, the sword also landed on a nearby large branch. The terrifying ancient armor gradually disintegrated in the air. She and he watched as it slowly broke apart and disappeared. He sighed, and a shout rang out, catching Yeon's attention as he looked up. Sure enough, cutting the silver thread was all it took. "I thought you had some really impressive power." With one hand on his weapon and a defiant expression, he shouted loudly, "Spill out all your tricks now, before it's too late." Mr. Neong immediately grants your wish and then repeatedly takes out several intertwined needles from his fingers. You see it, and your eyes instantly become alert. She immediately summoned a bunch of monsters for you, various sizes and shapes, very unique, including a very agile one. It used its fiery attack to strike at you, blocking and moving while shouting loudly. "What is this?" So Chan stood watching and shouted, "Watch out, it's dangerous!" He also sees it as very dangerous, eyes wide open and shouting. "Wait a moment, what is So doing?" Suddenly she asked, "What's going on?" I immediately spread my hand to show her the golden needle tree I picked up in the forest. "I just found it in the forest earlier. Over here my eyes are wide open, my mouth is wide open, shouting, and I keep blocking with both hands." You switch to crow language and keep shouting, hands still defending non-stop. "The chaos is too much. X, stay here and keep casting your magic. Once I gather enough energy, you can do the same as last time. Get ready, you understand? Right? The guardian responded with a bark. At this moment, she had already focused on the young girl. This human's ability to manipulate spiritual energy so skillfully posed a hidden threat that needed to be eliminated as soon as possible. As she finished speaking, the monsters fighting Hua Xiong stopped and changed their attack direction. He glanced around nervously and shouted to the girl still wielding her power, "X, run now!" At that moment, Jessen and she rushed forward to attack and protect Zia, when suddenly, the movement of a wild boar-headed demon stopped. She watched them suddenly in surprise, confused about what was happening. Had they stopped because they didn't want to attack her? What's going on? She looked at them, and right behind them was Gomak. He is still performing some ritual with the jar. Seeing this, a sudden darkness flickered in So Troll's eyes as he held the jar carefully, his gaze deep and cautious, lifting it as if cradling an egg or a flower. She didn't look at him, but at the jar he was holding tightly in both hands. As soon as she glanced at it, So Troll was suddenly surprised, with a hint of panic and fear in his eyes. He shouted loudly, "My bone jar!" Gomak took it and left without looking back, walking deeper inside. Seeing that, So-chan was filled with panic. She rushes past the monsters, charging forward fiercely. Jin, blocking with his sword, glances at her with a hint of surprise. She stopped in front of where Gomak had just entered. Yeon saw that and chuckled happily. "Good, the obstacle is gone. Now we can fight without holding back." Dia, with a worried face, shouted loudly, "So-chan X, don't go alone." Hearing her name, Yeon suddenly looked a bit stunned. That woman is So-tron, she wondered as she looked into that dark alley. What exactly is Lord hiding from Lord J1? Gomoknim, Zia's little girl, is still working hard. The girl called the guardian spirit here. The bell dog, Yu, also cooperated and approached. A flash of light suddenly appeared, surprising him as he turned around. And not only him but Yeon was also stunned by the dazzling brightness. The light grew more intense and enveloped everything around. It also sneaks into the dark alley that she and the old man just entered. So Troll's slender foot stepping onto the tree trunk as she walks in, her wary eyes still gripping the golden needle her brother found in the forest. A voice echoes, "Finally you have arrived, so round. Go." Mok stands at a distance facing her and calls back, "Do you remember? This is where you were reborn as a monster." The old man, clasping his hands behind his back, asks seriously, "What happened to Seun?" "That little girl said she would personally bring you here." I hesitated and replied, "She's gone for good." The troll remembers of that horrifying scene, where Seun in her strange form started recounting what she had admitted to. Goemak, it was she herself who confessed that besides eating humans, she also secretly devoured other demons behind your back. He basically doesn't care about her at all. Fine. You don't need to waste time on these trivial matters. Are you mocking her existence like that? Everything Seun did was just to be acknowledged by you. If you had treated her a little better, this wouldn't have happened. She shouted in anger, her golden pupils constricting at the sudden reaction from the old man. He suddenly shouted, "Enough!" Mok looked serious, frowning as he stared intently at her. "Back then, I only casually gave that little snake some demonic energy to cultivate. To me, that girl never really existed, so Chan still doesn't understand." She pursed her lips and gritted her teeth to ask again. "Why do you keep bothering with me like this?" He, with a wrinkled face and a steady voice, explained, "You have the chance to marry Lord Jum-Onin, and in the near future become the Queen of Lam Thien-Ha, above 10,000 people, but he still cannot understand why you insist on reincarnating as a human. That is a very foolish choice, do you know? The problem is that I don't want to marry that monster." She paused for a moment, then shouted, "Why does it have to be me?" Gomak said something without any affection. "You can see that as my act of repayment. If it weren't for your Ju-Ming that day, I might have disappeared forever from history." Listening to every word he uttered, she looked up, a hint of panic in her eyes, and softly asked what. "I was just an ancient tree growing at the border between the human and demon worlds. And over the years, small conflicts have arisen there, leading humans to believe I was the cause of those disputes. They say I am a demon and want to burn me down." The image of the mighty tree with its broad, strong canopy reaching out to the sunlight appears in my mind. "It was you who stopped them back then." He recalls the old memories. A brave girl stands in front of a group of tall, muscular men holding torches and boldly says, "Please stay calm. This tree has done nothing wrong. What good does it do to unjustly anger these innocent creatures?" After hearing her persuasion, they turned and left, while Soha still stood there with arms outstretched as if protecting. "In the end, you successfully convinced them, and I managed to escape with my life." After some time, the battle between the two worlds erupted in a large-scale, brutal conflict that claimed countless lives. The once lush and green giant tree now stands with only a few small clusters of leaves, its trunk scarred and bare, surrounded by corpses of demons and fires burning everywhere. The old man recalled that terrifying scene and continued. In the brutal battlefield, I not only survived miraculously, but also absorbed a huge amount of blood essence, using the opportunity to break through and completely transform into a powerful demon. So Troll stood there silently, listening in deep thought, and he said, in short, if it weren't for you back then, I wouldn't be here today. What I am doing now is karma in motion. I am giving you a chance for a new life, just like you gave me that opportunity all those years ago. But I have never wanted any of these. He shouted loudly, thinking, because your obsession is too strong, you simply cannot enjoy it. He still tried to persuade, raising his hands high, his old face very serious. Once you fully transform into a monster, you will understand my intention. It is stronger and superior to the unstable, fleeting life of humanity. In your previous life, you were a protector of mankind, fighting to the end to save countless innocent lives. But then what? What is your ultimate fate? Those people only prioritize their own interests above all else and don't care about you at all. You listen silently, hearing every word spoken from his mouth. So Troll's eyes waver slightly at what the old man says. The jar containing the remains is still in Gomok's hand. He clearly stated that after you went missing, they buried your remains deep beneath my roots. It's not because I want you to rest in peace, but to help calm their minds. Think carefully about what I have said. So hearing those words really shocked Troll, his hand still clutching the glowing needle. The old man spoke more passionately, even mentioning that little brat who was always close to you, who betrayed you at the very end. Hearing those words, she muttered softly that they had been close together with me, her panicked eyes growing clearer, as if she couldn't believe what she was hearing. Under the giant tree, suddenly a blue light flashes. Jin and Hwaseon stand on a blue magic circle. The snake guardian deity stands nearby, observing. Hwaseon breathes a sigh of relief and turns back, saying, it's okay. Luckily those two still have some use left. Hong, in his cloak, said, come on, General, they are more useful than you. Hwaseon retorted, it's just that I can't use my preferred weapon. That little brat keeps arguing. Hwaseon didn't notice behind him, where a monster with glowing blue eyes had appeared amidst the thick dust. The princess shouted upon seeing this, focusing on the fool. The giant monster, like a warrior, charged forward. Dia begged to swing her sword, but to no avail. He exclaimed, are they unharmed?
Over here, Hwaseong is also facing another giant monster.
He put all his strength into using his weapon to block its attack. The weight of the giant monster's weapon made Hwaseong gasp in awe. You confusedly exclaimed, what the hell is going on? I remember last time it was also this move that blew up all the monsters. Dia, standing nearby, looks worried and asks, is this really the skill you used back then? Try it again. The guardian bell also rings out in support. Somewhere else, Yeon looks panicked, fearing she can no longer control her own power. Yeon wondered, what is happening? All the connections have been severed. Why aren't they disappearing, and their numbers are even increasing? In front of her are giant monsters moving, one of which even glances at Yeon.
Suddenly, a monster shouted and charged at her. Yeon leapt up to dodge.
She was confused. Not only did they escape the soul control spell, but they even turned and attacked her.
Looking down at the sorceress and the guardian spirit, Yeon silently thought, the guardian's barrier is originally the nemesis of evil beings, especially spirits. If hit by that move, they would be purified instantly.
Why are these spirits unharmed? Remember, Gomok's words, their clan was once our enemy. So why did you summon someone wearing human armor and betray the demon world? Yeon suddenly realized, that's right, divine beasts are just like these vengeful spirits. They are all the same. Before she could finish her sentence, a monster suddenly leapt up to attack her. It knocked her away, and down below, Jin's group and Hwaseong were still struggling to fight the monsters. Hwaseong shouted, I feel like they're harder to deal with than before, and they even coordinate their attacks. As he finished speaking, he was attacked in the stomach by a monster, and Hwaseong cried out in pain. He fell down, and the monster with a weapon aimed to stab him. Suddenly, the guardian deity appeared, biting the monster's hand with sharp teeth to stop it from attacking Hwaseong. He immediately panicked, and Hong Rion peeked out to assess the situation. Seeing that, everyone was worried. X asked softly, Bell dog? The little girl is confused. The power of the bell is completely useless now. The little monster being restrained glances at the guardian spirit. Suddenly, a powerful punch strikes him down. One side of the guardian spirit's face is smoking, and his eyes are gradually losing consciousness. The guardian spirit was punched away, leaving faint blue lights along the path. Everyone froze, still unaware of what had just happened. Hwaseong hurriedly turned to look at the guardian god, who was now lying motionless on the ground. Dashin stared in horror at the scene before her. The creature that just attacked the guardian spirit is a monster resembling a tiger, with a giant body wearing heavy armor, exuding deadly intent as it clenched its fist in a fighting stance. Its green gaze flared intensely. Hwa-sung bit into his own wrist.
You shout loudly to Hong, "Mouse, find any weapons that suit me and bring them all out."
Hwa-sung's eyes turn black, sparks flashing in them. You tell X to support from behind as much as possible. Hwa-sung is armed and ready to fight the monsters to the death. He shouted, "Dia-chin, get ready! These guys are tough opponents." Dia-shin responds with full confidence. Got it. I'm also extremely tense. I secretly think that since I came to the demon world, I've only now truly felt the pressure.
Remembering the guardian spirit that was defeated earlier, Dasin felt worried. Even the bell couldn't handle them,
making the pressure even heavier. The tiger-like monster looked extremely dangerous, Dasin silently thought, but this group somehow gave him a feeling that was hard to describe. Screw that feeling, just fight with all your might first and worry about it later. Jin's eyes turn bright red as he prepares to fight. The wind blows fiercely, dust swirling everywhere. The monster charged at Jin and Hwa-sung. Meanwhile, elsewhere, So-chan caught up with Go-mak. She asked, "Are you saying the little guy is always close to me?" "Who is it?" Go-mak thought for a moment and replied, "If you've already forgotten him, then there's no point in me saying anything now because you're about to have completely new memories." So-chan said nothing, staring intently at him. Gom thought of Eon-ni. The old man was cold-blooded. If it weren't for that servant Eon-ni causing trouble earlier, I could have broken the seal on the bone jar and infused demon energy inside. Now, as long as she and the troublemakers outside hold each other back a little longer, I will completely succeed in finishing what I left unfinished. I will help you transform and be reborn as a perfect, flawless demon with eternal life. From now on, you will no longer be caught up in the joys and sorrows of mortal humans. I can even see the vision of you becoming a tyrannical demon queen, standing side by side with Lord Jumonian to rule the three worlds. Go-mak's eyes deep behind his hat, revealing a sinister plan. Hearing that, So-troll replied, "That's the life the old man wants, not the life I want." Go-mak still believes he is right. This old fool here only wants what's best for you, to help you find the happiest life possible. So, annoyed, he replied, "He's just a tree. How could he understand? If people are born without the ability to do what they want, they will never find true happiness." But Go-mak still stubbornly holds on to his beliefs and refuses to truly reconsider the issue. "That's because you're too stubborn. Let go of all those meaningless things." Han-hak replied, "If I am forced to live the life you describe, I would rather disappear forever than enter reincarnation again. I can no longer tolerate him." So Tron pointed her weapon at Go-mak and angrily said, "Right here, right now, I will fight a life and death battle with you. I can't choose how to live, so I will choose how to die." Go-mak was surprised by her attitude, calling her name in confusion, but her eyes remained determined as a branch slowly sprouted from the ground. Go-mak denies it. The old man shouted, "My choice is absolutely not wrong, so just obediently follow my words." Branches grow taller and intertwine as So-chan jumps high into the air while Go-mak remains standing and looks up. You might as well give up. So Tron, no matter how much you struggle, you won't escape from here. So, Chan is now above, preparing to charge at Go-mak standing below. He shouts surrender. The sharp branches from all sides rush towards So-tron. She hesitates and stops, and Go-mak says, "Endure the glare." The branches gradually wrapped around her, forming a dense cocoon that trapped her inside. Suddenly, golden rays and thread-like fragments pierced through the branches. So, Troll breaks free, her weapon emitting those beams that cut through the branches, and luminous butterflies appear around her, skillfully fluttering through the air. Moktron gazes in amazement, and soon after, she lands softly on the ground. Fragments of cut branches fall around her as So-troll exhales exhaustedly. A memory of a cool green tree and a voice echoing in her mind appears. Today we will learn the first lesson of the Naniac martial arts secret technique. Throughout history, humans have never been able to match demons if we only compare pure strength. But our family's bloodline is different. Once awakened, we can borrow celestial energy to unleash martial techniques. Your fundamental swordsmanship is solid, so executing this move won't be a problem. This sword technique, seemingly like a butterfly dancing wildly, possesses a power that can cut through everything. Thin golden threads pierce through the falling leaves, which are then shattered and gradually fall down. The person continues, and what's remarkable here is that its sword aura is incredibly sharp, fast beyond imagination, invisible and intangible. The more enemies there are, the more effective this sword technique becomes. In front of him is the image of So's previous life father. He revealed that this ultimate move is called So Troll. Now he remembers. I remember now. This technique is called Invisible Shadow Step. Go! Mok trembled with amazement. No way. The sword technique you just used is exactly why it feels like you've recognized something. Go! Mok anxiously turned around. He looked at the bone jar hidden in the hollow tree and exclaimed, "Could it be that the bone jar is still lying quietly there? It emits a faint blue light." Gomok was confused. Is it Hu Chokot? What just happened? Seeing that, So Chen couldn't help but be surprised. Sharp beams of light cut through the stubborn Gomok wood as it struggles against the counterattack, while Bang Huang watches fragments fall apart. So Troll, walking barefoot on the cold ground, speaks coldly. It's useless. A swift and impressive movement surrounds her, as if the light is emanating from the hairpin she wears. So Tron turns his back to Gomok and calmly says, "The old man won't be able to stop me anymore." He is so furious he trembles violently. "So Troll, I will absolutely not let you reincarnate and become human again." She seemed too used to his words, her face emotionless as she responded, "Go ahead and use all your tricks." But then she heard the wind behind her, and he quickly merged with the roots to become a giant. Her gaze and murderous aura are directed at So Troll, but she appears strangely calm. So Troll's sharp, cold eyes glance behind her as a powerful force of destruction is crashing down where she stands. The ancient armored beast is attacking its target, punching straight down into the ground with a violent look in its expressionless eyes. A punch dents the ground. If hit by that strike, you might be crushed beneath that iron fist. The charms of Hua Song flutter in the air, and in an instant, they stick tightly to its body. At the same time, Hua Song jumps up, deciding to attack from behind. He swings his sword and opens his mouth in a challenge. "Who are you looking for down there?" As the sword nears, its eyes flash with a fierce light. Hua X was surprised that your attack missed, huh? You're surprised by that move and filled with questions. I clearly cut them down. In a moment of distraction, its huge hand quickly clenched around you from behind, squeezing like it wanted to crush Hua Song, its nails digging deep into your body. At this moment, Hong'an appears from behind the collar, repeatedly reloads her gun, and reassures you. "I'm here to support you." The tiny bullets not only failed to pierce through its armor, but also made the ancient war armor appear even more fierce than before. The princess seemed to realize something, and frowned, her face showing a hint of surprise at the unexpected result. At this moment, it clenched its fist to counterattack when a voice rang out, along with a streak of light appearing from nowhere to stop that fist and prevent its next move. "Stop!" Jin was exhausted and panting, with one arm still stretched forward. It clenched his sword tightly in his hand, trembling slightly. Hwasong seized the opportunity, gritting his teeth to break free, his eyes blazing with fire. He desperately jumped away from the danger zone while Hoa Seon was floating in the air. C arrived just in time to help him keep his balance.
Hwaseon is angry because he can't do anything to it. My magic is completely useless here? The little girl shouted at you not to fidget, or you'll fall now. I can't keep wasting my energy continuously.
Hong understood everything. The princess leaned out and explained, "Your demon magic still works, but only on ordinary monsters. You haven't quite understood what I mean yet." The princess carefully analyzed after the recent battle, similar to how the Bell's barrier couldn't harm them, and even empowered them. Seeing them, she recalled a history recorded in my royal family's ancient texts about a demon clan that sided with humans during the Great War between the two worlds. Hong also realized that their ferocity must have a weakness. If I remember correctly, back then there was a covenant alliance between them and humans, preventing both sides from harming each other to avoid friendly fire in the chaos of battle. But to be honest, my royal family also used to side with humanity, so the weapons we crafted almost can't cause harm to humans. Remembering the futile attack just now, the princess quietly said, "I only realized this when I saw the bullet bounce off." Hwasong was silent in helplessness at her words. "Your weapons can't touch them. To sum up, because they used to be allies of humanity, your weapons are ineffective against them. No wonder I was able to cut through them earlier, but Hoa X couldn't help but wonder about something. But isn't that a bit unreasonable? We are humanity, so why do they still attack and hurt us?" The princess quickly explained that they are now just lost souls summoned and controlled by others, so they have no memory of their past lives. Hwasi's owner cried out in despair, annoyed that he couldn't touch them. "Are you kidding? If that's really the case, then what's the point of messing with these zombies? We can't beat them, and we definitely can't kill them." Hong was surprised by how they called these henchmen. "What did you just call them?" "Zombie." The sensitive princess notices something strange. "Have you been paying attention and observing it all along? Both of you just realized it's standing still. That monster has really stopped. Jin and the ancient armor are standing still, looking at each other. Hwa-sung loudly calls out An De-sin's name. His face was tired as he seriously negotiated with it. I don't know if you understand what I'm saying, but please let us go inside the tree. It seems to be listening to you. It quietly looks at you. As long as we save So Troll, we will leave here immediately and stop bothering you. There is no enmity between us that would justify a fight to the death. Dia sincerely begs it in the hope of success, so please. Its hand still clenched the trembling sword, its gaze still vacant as at the beginning. Hwa-sung and Za hurriedly stepped forward. Does little Jin not understand how you work? Do you think talking to them will be effective? Its eyes are still the same. Suddenly a flash of lightning sparks in its eyes. Someone spoke up, saying, "If I'm not mistaken, that is Ion. She appears and is standing on their backs as if about to control them. As long as I can control this leader, I can control all of them. Hwasi's tone became more intense. As you finish speaking, thin threads appear from her sleeve, piercing into their bodies. And she challenges, I will increase the number of needles to see if you can pull them out. Their eyes changed and their fighting spirit grew stronger. Dia looked up at it, stepping back cautiously, his right eye tense with a flower-shaped scar, and he shouted a warning. Beware that a single flick of its hand could make him fall backward, fly away, and lose consciousness. Bright red droplets splattered in the air as he landed heavily on the ground. Hoa Seon and X anxiously called out to Jin Oppa, Yonni confidently, smiling but speaking without humility. Let's see if I guess correctly. Its gaze grew more fierce, as if it had heard the command for the ancient battle armor to attack. The two of them were stunned by the deafening noise. Hwasung silently curses, angry but still worried about Jin. Is the fool okay? Seeing the useless weapons in this battle, the voice grew more helpless. Magic is useless. Weapons are useless. You can't think of a way to deal with this. What should you do? Hwasung, frustrated and exhausted, felt that all her efforts were in vain, even using the demon eye technique. But it was still ineffective. At the same time, deep in Hwasong's heart, he silently vowed to himself that he would live to personally kill the demon head Jum-won. At this moment, it seems he is recalling what the border guardian immortal said before he left with Jin and the others. No wonder he couldn't fully utilize the power of the demon eye. The more he tries to find a way to survive, the more his mind becomes increasingly chaotic. The immortal guardian of the border once remarked that you didn't use it because you were worried it would corrode your mind and body. Your eyes are now wide open. Remembering the peaceful scene before, with blue skies and lush green trees, there was a strong protest from someone asking why you had to borrow the power of monsters. If they kill you, it's because you're too weak. But even if I let them, I will never use their power. Master, they are the ones who murdered my little sister. A mysterious figure appears gently and kindly explaining, I understand how you feel, Duiok, but if you still want to keep fighting them. Hwasong back then was still a young man full of willpower and vitality stronger than now. The hatred in his heart was indescribable at that moment, and he angrily interrupted, shouting, I don't need it. His firm words echoed in the air. I will not use that filthy, corrupt power to fight. Then Hwasong recalls the day he had to witness his loved ones pass away. At that moment, your face was smeared with streaks of blood mixed with tears of unbearable pain. A tragic scene unfolding before my eyes. We have to stop here. Duiok, huh? He is holding that eye tightly in his hand, blood dripping down, returning to reality. Hwasong's eyes have changed, ready to face a new battle. With incredible speed, the armor was attacked in an instant, and a massive explosion erupted before it. Hwasong was desperately throwing something, launching a counterattack at them. He fights alone against many enemies, but he doesn't back down because he has made up his mind to use all his strength. Hwasong's arm is badly injured, but he still clenches it tightly. You are furious and say, Old man, what do you know? Your eyes have changed, becoming more sinewy than ever and shining brighter than before. Hwaseong's face hardens with determination. He will no longer hold back his power. I grit my teeth and deny what they said. Who said I was afraid? With that, he threw a punch that sent their heads flying. The ancient armored beast was countered so quickly, it had no time to react. Hwasung targets each monster one by one before counterattacking. Yonni's smile gradually fades as she quietly observes the chaos of the battle. Seeing Hwasung easily handle these iron armor monsters, she could no longer overlook him, and thought to herself that yet another troublemaker had appeared, a human with a keen eye. She impassively changed her plan, then decided to deal with the smaller nuisances first. There is a change that surprises Hwaseong, who looks up to see them switching targets and landing in front of Sia. The girl was stunned and unable to react. The boy hurriedly called out to her. It started attacking the girl, its claws from its hands to its fangs in its mouth, all fierce and relentless. Shay is still sitting there. The girl is still holding her head to protect Jin. Hwa-sung helplessly shouted, "No!" The girl froze, staring wide-eyed at the rapid events unfolding before her. It attacked, but unexpectedly Jin's hand was quick to stop it. He spoke with difficulty. "You all." His body was seriously injured, but he still struggled to sit up and couldn't stop it with his bare hands. He irritably said, "Are you out of your mind?" Shay is stunned by how everything happened so quickly. She stands frozen in this moment of death. So-chan gasped for breath, her breathing becoming labored. Blood trickled down her face, and she knelt on the ground, her hair disheveled, seeming to be gradually exhausted. Gomak calls her in a deep voice, and so clenches her fists. She grips the hairpin tightly, trembling, and tries her best to reply, "I told you already. Go." Mok's body was riddled with deep wounds, and the pain made him cough up blood. So-chan turned away and calmly repeated, "You no longer have the strength to stop me." The jar containing the remains is still carefully sealed, emitting a faint blue light as So-tron carefully lifts it. A vague voice echoes, "I can't let them take you away." That person seems to not understand that they are taking me away. At this moment, another voice echoes, "No matter what happens, you must fight for the benefit of humanity." So-ha's father anxiously advises, "Never forget." He emphasized the most important thing. Your purpose for existence is for the benefit of humanity. The scene shifts to another place, deep inside the forest where someone's labored breathing can be heard.
Inside the quiet forest, someone screams out loud, "Father!"
A figure collapsing under a long sword, the call still ongoing. "Father." The attacker is wearing a red mask with glowing yellow eyes that look cold and merciless. The voice continues, "Father." So-ha's father collapses face down. Dung-song's face becomes more visible, his expression resolute and emotionless. Only the pain in So-ha's voice remains. "How dare you?" Seeing the shining sword that just harmed someone, Dung-song in a cold voice accepts, "Yes, you better do that." His true expression hidden behind the mask is unclear. He speaks softly, "Please hate me in this life." Tears streamed down her cheeks as so painfully said, "I will never forgive you." After awakening those memories, So-chan Fofak's eyes no longer held any hope, tears flowing unconsciously. She gazed silently at the urn, stunned and wondering why tears were falling. Was it for her or for him? "I have a plan. If I can open the entire coffin jar, will I be able to recover all my memories?" As the troll hand reaches for the lid, someone warns that once the coffin jar is opened, you will regret it. So Tron Gomak, although stuck on the ceiling, still tried to warn her about the danger of impulsive actions. The seal on the urn was set by at least a Grandmaster-level human. "Your current identity is very special. If you recklessly break the seal, you'll end up destroying yourself." So, Chan coldly glances at the old man, who is lost in giving advice. "Please give me some more time. I will use my remaining strength to lift the seal for you." "Go." Mok was stunned by her response. "No way I can't risk giving him a chance to manipulate my memories." "I sincerely share my honest words. I am worried, as I say, I have no regrets for saving him in my previous life. Even if at that time he was just a tree, to me no living being deserves to die for such a reason. It's as simple as that." He listened silently as she spoke. "I will seek out humanity to lift this seal because it was created by humans. So I tease and manipulate, then plan for myself. After that, I will enter reincarnation and be reborn as a human. To continue fighting to protect humanity, that is the purpose of my existence and what makes me happy." She stood still, lost in thought. Of course, Gomak would not agree with her ideas. He shouted in fierce protest, "So Tron, you can't do this!" His body started falling into small pieces of wood. He started shouting in despair, "So Tron, do you know how much effort I put in? That root seems to be rotting away, and I fell hard to the ground." Nevertheless, Gomak remained determined to assert his stance, his sharp eyes and gaunt face revealing his unwavering resolve. "I cannot let you do that." Outside, Yan is stunned with his mouth agape, and Sia is also shocked by what he sees. Hua X is also stunned by what just happened. It was Jin who awakened, and although he's still injured, he can manage to hold on. His eyes have now turned a fierce red, and Ko Chien Gyap halts as if understanding his words. It seems to be contemplating his command, slowly retracting its hand. Although the controlling thread is still there, Yan Nayan is stunned and confused as to why it no longer obeys her orders. "What the hell? Who allowed you to pull back your hand like that?" She gave stronger commands, launching more thin threads attached to its head, then she began to control it. "I am the one controlling you. You must obey me." Suddenly, it let out a loud scream. Diashin slowly struggled to stand up and tried to speak clearly. You are still clinging to this place and not truly dead yet. He stands before the struggling ancient war armor, calmly silencing it. Are you truly unable to transcend forever? Dia seemed to see through their hearts, his face filled with sorrow and pity. How sad. The ancient war armor seemed to understand his words and stomped its foot hard on the ground. Hwasung looked like he had just witnessed a horror, staring wide-eyed at Zia standing opposite him, closing his eyes and shielding the dust and debris kicked up by the recent aftershock. Yeonni smiled brightly with satisfaction, as if the situation had turned around, even though one of its legs had been severed. The reason is that Jin drew his sword, and the blade remained sharp and unharmed. Although his body was not intact, he still stood firm and unscathed after what just happened. Jin gently raises the sword above his head, then swings it down forcefully. At this moment, the blue-colored sword begins to crack into pieces. It transformed into a sword with a red hilt and a blade that glowed like flames. He calmly ordered them to kneel. The ancient war armor immediately obeyed the command, kneeling forcefully as Ion Neong, standing on its back, suddenly wavered from the abrupt movement. Hwasung was also amazed that they all obediently followed someone who seemed so ordinary like Jin. They knelt down, all bowing reverently. He fights because everyone around him is obeying orders, and they all look to Jessen as their true master. A silent scene that few could pull off. Hwasung and Honggon remain puzzled by this upheaval. What is happening? The princess suspects she can't believe her own guess. Could it be him? As the princess was lost in thought, the boy curiously interrupted. You cowardly mouse, you know what's happening, right? Dee's strange words continue to be spoken. All of this suffering you've endured all this time is my fault. But a tear falls from his eye as he calmly explains, now is not the right moment. If you still pledge your loyalty to me, Jin stands there, trying to reassure his former subordinates who have dedicated themselves to sacrifice for the peace of humanity. Then wait, the armored girl probably understood his words, her eyes becoming understanding, and her body gradually began to emit smoke. They are all gradually disappearing and turning into dust, their green eyes glowing brightly in the thick smoke. X looks at Jessen. The girl deep in thought about his strange actions just now. They have all disappeared, leaving only a white fog covering around them. At this moment, no one is blocking the view at the entrance of the tree trunk. The figure of So Tron is slowly stepping out from inside. In her hand is a carefully kept bone jar, and she is joyfully reunited with everyone. She boasted about her recent achievement. Jin succeeded, I found him. But when her eyes met that blazing sword, So seemed to recognize something familiar, yet filled with fear. Her eyes widened, overflowing with terror from deep within. Diacine seems to have transformed into a different person, with glowing red eyes and holding a sword that resembles the figure from her memories she saw earlier. Her expression shifts from joy to panic in an instant. Now her eyes wide open, filled with extreme horror, almost unable to believe what she just saw. Amidst the thick dust and smoke, they still face each other. So hesitates, her gaze cautious and wary, while Dia Shin shows little emotion. Xia broke the silence first. The girl couldn't believe what was happening. Was that all you did? The girl said as she stepped closer to him, suddenly interrupted by a shout of warning. Step back, Chi. Hwasung told Sai that he's not himself right now. Meanwhile, So-chan rushed straight ahead and landed in front of him, her voice raised as she demanded, Why do you have this sword? You turned around and only then realized Soon had gone out some time ago. Even Hong Jian was surprised. When did he appear? So-chan furrowed her brow, wanting to hear a direct answer. Answer me. Jin Mantin still shows no emotion like before, and the scar on his face is gone. It seems that what you've been through is hard to explain, but she still insists, I want to hear the answer from your own mouth. His eyebrows furrowed tightly, the corners of his eyes slightly drooped, with a line between restraint and explosion. In his memory, he sees So-ha crying unjustly. Suddenly, his sword hand moves, and Hwasong quickly calls out Jin's name. Suddenly called by name, he snapped back to his original Jin, his eyes no longer distant and red. Just regaining his composure, he saw So-tron in front of him, and he hurriedly grabbed her shoulders, asking Soon if she was all right and unharmed. Hwasong is surprised by his unpredictable actions, and So-tron is unsure if he is truly the person she finds so hard to understand. Dia, please, I beg you. He was stunned by this question. You don't remember anything? His memory only goes as far as being punched by that ancient armor beast and then losing consciousness. I was surprised and asked what happened afterward. I mean, the last thing I remember is being hit by that monster, and everything after that feels like someone else's memory. Where is that adorable monster? Why did they suddenly all disappear like that? Siha looked worried at his answer, but the girl didn't say a word. Hua X and Mr. Hua felt uncomfortable with that cluelessness, and he was a bit worried because this wasn't the first time he'd seen him like this. This fool has lost his memory again. Hong found it strange and asked, "What do you mean?" Suddenly a voice interrupted, revealing that the owner of that bone jar is you. So Young Neong has only just started speaking after remaining silent all this time. I knew right away that old Gomak was trying to hide something suspicious. It seems she has understood everything, and her hand begins to weave the controlling silk. If that's the case, my top priority now is to bring you back to Lord Yongonean as soon as possible. Sharp, pointed needles were hurled one after another, rushing rapidly toward their group. But before Jin and Soon could react, someone had already stepped in to stop them. Hwasung quickly catches the long threads before they reach So Tron, gritting his teeth in frustration. That wicked woman. Hearing Jumwon's name, his face darkened with hatred, even in his voice. You are Jumwon's subordinate. Yon Neong stands still. Hwasung pressed further, so you must know what his plans are for the human world, right? He firmly asked directly, if you have any sense, just tell everything. She was furious at being questioned so rudely when her position was far superior to Hwasong, and that resentment ignited a blazing anger. You rude human. Do you believe I will send you to reincarnation before you meet the Great One? Hwasong was not threatened by those words. He chuckled dismissively and replied scornfully, You monsters, all you know how to do is threaten with that one line. As soon as he finished speaking, he quickly closed in on Ion Ni. If that's the case, there's no need to bother with you. Hwasong attacked before she could react, lifting Ion Ni off the ground with a merciless strike. He emphasized, I will personally go ask him. Yon's scream was swallowed by his overwhelming power. Her body was no longer whole as before. Yon was thrown far away, lying sprawled on the ground. After eliminating the final obstacle, Hwasong quietly spoke to them. Jane had found the perfect match, and So Troll had found the urn for the remains. So it's over, right? The goat stammered in response. You're done. You clench your fist into a fist, with determined eyes to rally the team. All right, now let's hurry back to the human world. There's nothing left here for us to cling to. So Tron pondered for a moment, then hugged the cot jar and suggested a plan. Wait a moment, my soul jar was sealed by a human master-level grandmaster, so maybe I can find someone of a similar level to unlock it. Hwase is feeling frustrated because there's still a lot to deal with, and he puffs out his cheeks. What? Which expert is messing around with sealing? Shai is now quietly approaching from behind with deadly intent. She suddenly strikes him hard in the back, and he, caught off guard, absorbs the full force of her attack. X scolds him but keeps treating his wounds. Come on, General, stop pretending to be serious. The energy and blood are all over the place and chaotic now. Hwa is helpless and can't do anything. I told you many times not to play sneaky tricks like that. The girl shouted, Shut up complaining like a monkey! But she was still very worried about his condition. Oppa, stop pushing yourself. Quickly recover your energy. I've also reached my limit. Even the bell has run out of spiritual power. We need to return soon. Sia continued to turn and reassure So-chan. Don't worry, at my main base I will definitely find someone who can help lift the seal for you. We have many grandmasters and experts skilled in various fields. The little girl holding the guardian spirit, who is exhausted and sleeping with her eyes closed, will definitely find a way to help you. So-chan was still hesitating, and she struggled to make a decision. Finally, she gently agreed. Follow X to the big tree, and once we pass this tree on the other side, we'll find the teleportation array to the human world. They were surprised by Xia's gesture. The girl was so happy she almost cried. Finally, I get to go back. I'm going to have the most epic feast ever. That was Sai's wish when she went home, but Hoa X almost figured out the girl's true intentions. He suspiciously asked, So, don't tell me your reason for wanting to return to the human world is to... She straightforwardly replied, No, not at all. I just haven't had a proper meal in a long time. Let's go, Jessen. Let's go home. I'm right behind you. She also sensed something unusual from him, but could only silently observe. He turned his head away, while Jin looked at the sword lying quietly in the corner. That memory brought back the image of Soha crying and the words of hatred spoken. I will never forgive you. Dia struggles to recall the distant past and quietly contemplates. He gradually recalls what these vague memories are about, and an image of Soha's father appears. He tries to threaten him, so what? Do you still dare to appear in front of Soha after doing this? Di-Sin still doesn't know who that person is or why she was crying, and why I made that girl cry. I watch So-chan's back, my thoughts somewhat worried. I can't say anything to her until my memories are fully restored. Dung Sung's masked face gradually appeared in my mind, but the more I remembered, the clearer that figure became, though I couldn't see the real face of the monster that appeared in my head. Jin tries to analyze what he feels about his subconscious half. He's not trying to control himself, and the other half is still Deng Sheng. But the truth is, I was lost in my thoughts, and I was jolted awake by Sotran's urgent voice. Hey, Jin, what's wrong with you? Why are you just standing there blankly? He quickly grabbed his sword and calmly replied, Sorry, I'll be going now. Suddenly, the yellow ropes bound his hands tightly. Even the bodies of all four of them are simultaneously bound tightly. Hwasong still hasn't grasped the situation. Is this X? She said in surprise. Appa, I can't move. They turned their gaze toward the sudden voice that just echoed out. Actually, all of you are quite a troublesome bunch. Yonne is gradually healing her body as the power surrounds her. I had no choice but to use this strength because of you. The gap in the body is closing, with a familiar gem shape in the middle that they saw before. Hua Seong is stunned by that inner strength. You grind your teeth in frustration because someone recognized that powerful gem. Isn't that the jewel of that fox spirit? Young Neong heard that and was sure it belonged to her. You recognize my gem, so you are the ones who stole half of the one from the kid Xo-ho. And with that, a voice echoes denying it. Yours, you monkey, it belongs to Din Lang. She recognized that familiar name. Jinlang? It's been a long time since I last heard that name. Hwasong cautiously glanced at her and asked, How do you know that fox spirit's name? What is the relationship between you two? Yeon-ni took the gem and said to them, I didn't expect you guys to still be involved with Jin Lang. As expected, just as Lord Huan predicted, I must quickly eliminate these seeds of great disaster. She suddenly mentioned soon as a nourishing delicacy. Oh. So, troll, you will become the perfect nourishment for Lord Young Onion. She nervously shields the jar of bones. Yeon-nyong spoke with all his loyalty. Your special abilities will help him break through to a new realm. So, troll, I wonder if you heard that right. You said nourishment? She is sure of it, of course. Do you really believe that ritual is actually a wedding? Holding the gem in her hand, she calmly smiled. Well, I don't need to waste time with you. Seeing how they are being tightly bound by their own power, she smugly believes she has the upper hand. Anyway, try to think positively. Thanks to you, the entire Gomak Nim family will receive a reward from Lord Jum-won. Yeon-nyong continues to explain calmly that they will enjoy a greater honor by successfully organizing a grand wedding. Suddenly, the rope tightens even more, and Dia begins to struggle to breathe. X cried out in pain as they were all being squeezed so tightly they could hardly breathe. Hong anxiously called out to Hwasong, that fool. So stay calm as if you're explaining to Gomak. Do you understand clearly now? The happy life the old man aimed for me from the beginning never existed. She calmly asked her question while facing the tree trunk. How much longer is he going to stay confused? Old Man Ni and Old Man Y don't understand who she's talking to. Who are you shouting at? There was a noise coming from the tree cave, and she turned her head toward it. A bulky old figure with injuries slowly appears. It's Gomak. His eyes seemed to realize everything. They were sharp and indifferent. A tall ancient tree with leaves that block out the sky, Gomak stands beside its trunk, stunned that he trusted the wrong person. It can't be. Was Juan deceiving me? He looked at her as if he had just awakened and understood everything. So, this is the true meaning of that phrase. After completing the ritual, So-chan will become an inseparable part of Jum-won, and he will transform her into the most perfect demon. She holds a half of a gem, casually advising, Don't worry, if the ceremony goes smoothly, your family will have achieved a great feat, which means more than that meaningless wedding. Feeling reassured, Yan immediately urged Gomak to finish off those senseless humans and then hand over So-chan to her. Despite trembling with pain from the chains, So-chan still strained to look at the two of them, as if she also wanted to see which choice he would make. It's as if she's giving a favor by informing Gomak that the No family will report this to Lord Huan. The Lord will surely be pleased with your loyalty. Although she was distracted by the conversation, the ropes still tightly bound Jin's group. He clenched his teeth, enduring the pain. Gomak remained silent for a moment before answering in a deep voice. As you command, old man. As soon as he finished speaking, Yan felt danger and was shocked to see a shadow gradually enveloping her body. She quickly looked up and saw a giant log falling rapidly. It turns out Gomak had controlled the tree roots to strike Ion-ni. The giant roots clash with the ground, producing a thunderous roar as dust billows up in a swirling cloud. Because they were close to Ion-ni, dust and smoke also covered everyone's bodies, and everyone was coughing heavily. Thanks to his attack, everyone managed to escape from the binding rope. So-chan looked at the golden rope on her body in surprise, happily exclaiming, The cord has come loose. Hoa X is worriedly watching X's back and asks how she's doing. X, are you okay? The girl is clutching her throat, coughing painfully, and asking confusedly, What just exploded? Hong grabs your collar with both hands and explains her doubt. Nothing, actually, exploded. That was just a branch of this ancient tree falling down earlier. Hwa-sung couldn't believe her eyes. Are you kidding? Cold sweat is running down my face. Hong avoids speculation. It seems to be caused by old Go-mak. As expected, the rumor that this ancient tree is his true form is true. So Chan coughed and covered her mouth with her hand to block the dust, when suddenly she heard someone calling her. So Chan opened her eyes and looked toward the source of the sound. It was Day coming to find her. Come on, get up. We need to return to the human world quickly. Her eyes looked at him in surprise, then shifted to the sword he was holding, a hint of suspicion flashing through her gaze. So Chan placed his hand on hers to help her stand up. Hwa-sung and CA approached and joined the two of them. He quickly called out and begged, taking the opportunity to escape from this place quickly. So Tron and Jean follow the request, both looking towards the two people. He responds, Day OC ha. Suddenly, Jishin looked tense at one spot, and he asked her for a favor. So Tron is annoyed and asks her to lead everyone to the teleportation array, and he agrees without hesitation. Understood, the fog gradually clears, revealing the silhouette of Go-mak. He had been standing near the two of them for a while, and so Tron and Jin were startled and terrified. He immediately drew his sword in defense. Hoa, feeling bored, shouted in disgust. This old man is surrounded and everyone is on guard, but Go-mak does nothing, only staring intently at So-chan. Then he walks past them and asks, do you still remember the location of the teleportation array to the human world? So Chan and Jay turn around in shock to look. Go-mak stands in the dust cloud, calmly urging her, hurry and leave this place. Just like how you saved my life, now I will repay you with mine. A healthy tree with lush leaves appears. The image flashes briefly and then quickly disappears in Go-mak's mind. So Chan is truly surprised, staring blankly at his back. Go-mak also didn't turn to look at her, only continued to speak. Go away, leave this place and find happiness in the way you desire. He warned everyone that your time is limited. This puppet possesses the Nine-Tails Fox's gem. Defeating her now is impossible. I will do my best to buy you some time. A sound from the roots responded to him. So Chan looked at Go-mak with mixed feelings, then closed her eyes to steady her heart. She decisively turned away and called out to him. Let's go. Deshin. As she passed by him, Hwa-sung pointed and warned, don't try to double-cross me halfway, old man, or you'll regret it. Everyone hurriedly left, leaving Go-mak standing still in front of the tree roots. He looked at the root, like a pillar holding up the sky, and called out, come out here, Yong Neong. I know what you're plotting inside. Suddenly a hole burst open from inside the root, a dazzling golden light spilling out. Ong Neong regretfully exclaimed, what a pity, it's exposed. No Jia was just about to taste a bit of Go-mak Nim's emotions. The increasing light shattered the roots into pieces, wood splinters flying everywhere. Go-mak flicked her hand to deflect them, while she warned, but in fact threatened. In the end, you chose to betray. And not only you, but your entire family will be dragged into eternal destruction. Is that worth it? Lord Neong's sinister smile appears, delightfully speaking. Look at your emotions rising. It seems today the noble family will feast to their fill. Over at Jessin, he is struggling to breathe heavily, sweat dripping down his forehead. He looks at the moss-covered tree in front of him, hesitating and asking, is this the teleportation array? Where is it? So Chan gently holds Bin to his chest and calmly says, follow me. Hwa-sung confusedly opened her mouth to stop her. Huh? Wait a moment. Suddenly, he looked terrified and stared, while X and Hongan also looked on in shock. The group of roots in front of us suddenly moved, waving in the air, and he cursed under his breath. Extraterrestrials, it's those damn roots again. Could it be that old man? Before finishing, Sotron interrupted to explain that this teleportation array only activates when it detects the aura of someone approaching. The roots stand upright, forming a circle around, with darkness in the middle and a faint blue glow along the edges. She continues to explain. Usually it stays hidden. The massive roots stir and whip up a cloud of dust rushing toward everyone. Hwa-sung Onong, with her chin resting on her hand, scrutinizes the teleportation array before her, clutching the guardian spirit carefully to protect herself. The girl, seeing his reaction, impatiently said, don't be so suspicious. If you're scared, let me go first. Hwa-sung disagreed and looked at her, advising, this is not the time for jokes. Step back quickly. Suddenly a sudden event occurs. A burst of golden light appears, causing him to squint. The light hits the center of the teleportation array, causing a strong gust of wind. Ju hurriedly covers her face with her hand, so Troll turns around to shield the bottle in his chest. He anxiously looks at her and quickly asks, are you okay? So Troll, she responds to prove she's fine and unharmed. The broken branches pile up. Hwa-seon gazes in horror at the devastated scene, and in disbelief exclaims, what happened to the teleportation array? Didn't I tell you already? I will not let any of you return to the human world. The snake in Hwasong turned around in panic. It was Yeon Neong who chased after her. She floated in the air, with 9 tails waving behind her. You can't believe what you're seeing. It's a tail. A fox tail. Hwasong is extremely cautious, watching her, damn it. She chased here so quickly. And what about the old tree demon? It seems to understand everyone's worries. Yeonni kindly explained, you don't need to worry about Gomok Nim. He's resting now. On Gomok's side, flames raged everywhere. The old man lay lifeless on the ground, his limbs scattered far from his body, each in a different place. Of course, no one knew about that scene. Returning here, Hwasong cautiously looked at Yeon Neong and asked, is that gem the source of your power? Looking at the glowing gem in her hand, he wondered if there was a way for us to seize or destroy it. Hong firmly rejected the idea, saying it was impossible. The princess peeked out from her hood and explained that the gem contained the power of countless human souls, so destroying it was not an easy task. Hearing those words, he annoyedly cursed under his breath. Ignoring the others, Yan went straight for his target, only to be trolled. So Tron, be good and follow me. I will take you to meet Lord G1. She looked up in amazement at that unwavering determination. But first, wait until I deal with these humans. Then she commanded her tails to strike back. So Tron quickly turned to look at Jin and shouted, hurry and get out of the way. Jin Hoa rushed to Zia's side to protect her from the attacks. Run fast. The tails kept approaching the two closely in waves. Suddenly, one tail caught up and swung down on both of them from above. Hwasong saw the danger of losing control and panic rose in his heart as the golden light gradually enveloped him. Unable to dodge, a blinding golden beam envelops everything in sight. Suddenly, a person appears and scolds, are you treating my guest like this? Dean Long stands in front of everyone, raising his hand to create an invisible shield, blocking every tail attack. He frowns unhappily. Honestly, he's really not acting like himself. Hwasi knelt on the ground, turning to look at the approaching person, happily recognizing that the rescuer was you, the blue fox. The nickname I gave you has successfully angered Lang. If I remember correctly, I already introduced your name to you. Yeon Neong stood still, and then she calmly greeted him. It's been a long time, Jin Lan. He faces her as if he knows her well. It's indeed you, Yeon Neon. I never expected we would meet again in a situation like this. Seeing his current appearance, she suddenly realized that you are still you and have not reincarnated. Dien Lang remembered Soho holding the gem and finally understood, realizing that he had suspected all along that the little fox had stolen the gem from somewhere. It turns out he concluded that you awakened through the power of the gem, with the light shining from her illuminating the surrounding roots. Yeon Ni raised her guard. If your purpose here is to take back the gem, I'm afraid not. She looked down at everyone from above, her tone full of hostility. I have no intention of giving up my head. Dien Lang closed his eyes and spoke calmly. I also have no intention of the taking it back. After all, I was the one who gave it to you. Besides, your soul is stored in the gem, so it originally belongs to you. Everyone was stunned to look at him, and she exclaimed, is her soul inside the gem? Dien Lang smiled gently and spoke kindly. All right, these friends are guests of an acquaintance, so I can't let them die here. Can you let them go just to save face for me? Yeon Neon remained unmoved and decisively declared that they must stay. Jin Long looks very reluctant, frowning sadly. You know I really hate complicated things. She no longer responded. Yeon Ni raised the gem in his hand high, channeling his power. Ji's group panicked and moved to avoid. Hoa Song shouted loudly, forget it, run now! Dien Lang frowns and holds out the other half of the gem, also channeling its power. The two halves of the gem clash in midair, neither willing to yield. They collide, creating a fierce gust of wind that sweeps everything around, everyone unable to open their eyes. Hoa Song is terrified by this power. Is this the true power of the Destiny Gem? Jin Lang raises the gem in front of him, focusing his energy. Suddenly, he amplified his power, and the gem emitted a strong glow, causing Jin Lang's sphere to explode with force, pushing back and shattering Yeon Neon's energy. She struggled painfully, crying out hurriedly, using both hands to control the gem and hold her ground. Jin Lang suddenly felt moved by the scene, grew silent, then abruptly withdrew his power, causing the gem to fade and the light to go out. Without energy to sustain it, the sphere gradually shrank and disappeared. Yeon Neon lowered her hands, exhausted and panting. Duen Lang looked at her calmly and said, when did you awaken? What are you doing here? Why did we meet under such unfortunate circumstances? I have many questions for you, but perhaps now is not the right time. Yeon Ni, she clenched her teeth. enduring the pain, cold sweat running down her face, silently listening to every word from Dui Lang. He stands calmly on the ground, negotiating. I don't want to hurt you at all. Can we each take a step back? Yeon-ni still stubbornly refuses to compromise. I will deal with these humans, then bring the evidence to Hwasi. Upon hearing this, he glared at her angrily and retorted, Do you think we'll just sit back and wait to die? Jinlong frowned in confusion. Isn't the thing you hate most causing others pain? Yeon-ni doesn't trust. Really? I have no memory of that at all. The tails swirling around the glowing aura behind her dance in the air. In the past, Yeon was awakened in a dark and gloomy place. She lies quietly in the wooden coffin. Now, her voice carries a sense of determination as she recounts, and the only thing left deep in my heart is overwhelming hatred. The only way for me to suppress that hatred is to absorb others' emotions to fill my own. The noble person who helped me awaken told me that. She woke up and saw Hwan first, and of course he had successfully manipulated her mind. In the end, Yeon made his choice without any hesitation, so I wouldn't let those big prey escape easily. Seeing how So-chan and Jae-shin look at her, they don't know what to say. Knowing everything, Jin Lang's eyes turned cold and sharp. He asked, Is the person you mentioned Jum-won? You didn't answer, but asked back. So didn't you give up your chance to become a deity and ascend to the fairy realm? Why are you still involved in the affairs of the fairy world? She floats in the air, mocking Jin Lang. Do you really think those immortals will help someone like you? Hongjon was surprised to look at Jin Lang. He even has connections to the fairy world. You have quite the knack for news. You even know about that. Dian Lang casually responds without concern. Actually, I don't have high expectations for distant things. There are just some goals I must achieve. That's why I have to put in my best effort to complete the tasks they've entrusted to me. The golden sunlight filters through the gaps in the leaves of the tall, majestic ancient tree, and Yeon-ni wonders in confusion. The thing you want to achieve, he closes his eyes and doesn't look very happy. If I tell you now, it might be useless. Jin Long looked at her with a hint of sadness. I don't know if it's because Jum-onin deceived you, or because my gem caused you to suffer like this. If it's the latter, then everything is my fault. The goats all look towards him, unsure of what Jin Lang plans to do next. He lowered his eyes and looked down, feeling deeply emotional. I never thought there would be a day I would have to destroy the gem myself. For you. Suddenly, Mr. Neong swiftly swooped in close, causing Dian Lang to gasp in horror. She used all 9 tails to knock him away. Dian Lang couldn't dodge in time and was thrown several meters, hitting the tree behind him. Mr. Neong coldly sneered, All you men are the same, only good at pretending to care, but in reality ignoring others' feelings. She quickly used her tail to catch X and Hwasong. Dae-shin drew his sword to attack, but in an instant, a tail wrapped around his sword arm, stopping him. So-chan was also pulled toward her by the tail. Jin Lang immediately freed himself from the tree, sword in hand, and ran over to help everyone. But upon seeing the scene before his eyes, he was shocked and worried. Jin Lang hurriedly stopped in his tracks. Yeon-ni has caught 4 of Jin's people, hanging them up by their tails. Are they guests from the fairy world? Then I definitely can't let them go. She laughed joyfully, watching her emotions overflow. It's truly a feast. Dian Lang, threatened and hesitant to act, nervously asks Yeon-ni, What do you want now? She excitedly offers him a choice, to attack me and I will crush them all at once, or stand still and watch me crush each one individually. You should also think of some excuse to justify your failure, right? With each word she spoke, Jin Lang's gaze grew colder. Or maybe you were cornered and trapped, and by the time you escaped it was already too late. They still had to die whether you acted or not. Yeon-ni, teasing him, clenched her tail tightly, causing Hwasong and CA to cry out in pain. It was obvious that his action had angered Jin Long. His eyes sharpened with intent as he called her name. Yeon Lang is utterly disappointed. Since when did you become so heartless? The goat gasps for breath, enduring the pain in its arm, then looks down at the 2 below and suddenly grits its teeth, acting with force. The sword he was holding slips from his hand and flies away. Yeon-ni seems unaware, still talking with Lang. Since when have I ever cared about your concern? The sword suddenly lunged to attack Yeon-ni. Suddenly, a crisis occurs as the sword changes direction and pierces Hwasong's stomach. Everyone is shocked, their eyes wide open, unable to believe what is happening. Blood rises to his throat as he coughs up a mouthful of bright red liquid. X looks at him in agony, shouting loudly. Oppa Jin was also terrified, panicking as he called out to Dak Ha. Among everyone, only Yeon-ni calmly watched him. I have already prepared your sword from the beginning. Dealing with such trouble and danger requires strong measures. So she had prepared in her heart all along. Yonni warns. Daishin, if you know what's good for you, stay still with that sword. Your mortal bodies can't survive losing too much blood. The crimson drops from the sword drip steadily down as Dia glares furiously at her. You! Yonni interrupted him impatiently. It's best if you don't do anything reckless that would increase your companion's suffering, because frankly, I also fear the power of those red eyes and won't give you a chance to cause trouble. Jinlong anxiously ponders what to do next. The old man cheated also refused to clearly explain the situation to me, and he annoyedly recalled an old scene in a red house where a conversation was taking place at the entrance to the demon world. Yu Bong Pi cross-legged, sitting behind the table, looking at the person in front of him with a pleading voice. That's right, you'll meet your acquaintance there. Please help us rescue those guests from that person. Dianlang stands in front of the table, annoyed as he scolds. Besides him, do I have any other acquaintances here? Why should I get involved in your mess? Bong Piu is also very reluctant. Come on, have some respect for me. Just help me this once. Everyone present there is extremely important, so please do your best to bring them back safely. I'm sorry, but I don't think I can complete this request. Hua-san kept spitting out a lot of blood as Tron nervously jabbed the hairpin into the tail. Why is this happening? She couldn't believe her eyes as the tail still tightly wrapped around her. Impossible to loosen these tails. Zia cried in fear, trembling as she muttered, "No." "Okay." Zia turns her face away. Hatred filled her eyes as she sneered disdainfully without even glancing at Zia, the girl biting out each word. "I will never forgive you. If you can't kill me today, then I will definitely kill you." Hatred filled Zia's eyes. Suddenly a flicker of light shone into her gaze. Zia looked surprised at her wrist. The piece of cloth tied there was glowing. This piece of cloth contains all the spiritual energy condensed in the painting. The words of the immortal guardian of the border echo in the girl's ears. It was actually the old man who gave this piece of cloth to Sae. Keep it with you, someday it will be of help to you. The girl took the piece of cloth, carefully holding it in her hands. Remembering that memory, C.A., like grabbing a life raft, bowing her head to beg, "If you can help me in any way, now is the time." Yonni rushes forward with a flower in front of the observer. "You're losing strength now and aren't moving at all." Jin desperately shouts to keep your consciousness. Stay alert. Don't close your eyes. Hong also reached out, firing her guns rapidly. "Let us go now." Yonni was startled and terrified, quickly using her tail to block the bullets. When the attack stopped, she suddenly pulled out her tail, confused and surprised, saying, "Why does the little person have a tiny one here?" Suddenly an arrow hit Yon in the forehead, causing her to fall backward. Laex takes action. The little girl grabs the glowing blue bow and aims directly at her. Yes. Seizing the opportunity, Jin Lang ran over. He jumped high and attacked Ion with his sword. Unfortunately, the arrow caused no harm to her. It only existed for a few seconds before gradually vanishing. Yon Neong quickly regained his composure and stood upright. She wrapped her tail around Xa's upper body and threw her far away. Dian Lang and Hua Song were terrified. Dong Tu shrank back, disbelief on his face at what was happening. Xia A was thrown dozens of meters away, falling freely into the deep abyss like a cloth doll clutching her guardian spirit. Hua Xian screamed in fear as Jin Lang looked at the place where she fell, his face instantly turning grim. The deep, dark chasm revealed the answer at a glance, unable to save her. Suddenly, Jin Lang widened his eyes in surprise as Hua Xian called out to get his attention. Although he was barely holding on, sweat pouring from his head and blood-red fluid seeping from the corner of his mouth, Hua Xian still glared and ground out each threatening word. "If anything happens to X, even if I die, I'll peel your skin off." Dian Lang gave him a complicated glance, then clicked his tongue in annoyance, relenting and chased after him toward the abyss. Yang suddenly stared at Jin Lang, a soul and life collector of humans, now willing to risk himself to save them. She couldn't believe it and asked sharply, "When did you change like this?" "Take everything you want." This time Yon Nyong looked back at you in surprise. Even Hong struggled to understand and asked, "Who are you talking to?" Huasong didn't respond to the princess and continued talking to himself. "Get to work efficiently. You've been drinking my blood all this time, haven't you? Your hands are now covered in blood, and soon I will be dead anyway." As each word was spoken, Hwaseon's eyes turned completely white, his body trembled, and a sudden red light engulfed him. Hong exclaimed in shock, reaching out to block in front of him. Hwasong emphasized, "But before that, I have to drag that vile woman along as a human shield so she can witness this and panic." As soon as he finished, one of his eyes flared with black-tinged red fire that engulfed the white, his pupil turning yellow, veins bulging around the socket as flames erupted around his body. Hwasong destroys the tail that binds him, raising his face to the sky and screaming loudly. "A destroyed tail!" Nyan cries out in pain. So Chan and Jin looked at him in horror, unable to endure the flames on Hwasong's body. Hong hurriedly jumped out of the hot hat. He stomps on her golden tail with a terrifying and horrifying expression. Yeon-ni is filled with fear and dread. Can he break free from his restraint? Hwasong's face is fierce. She exhales a puff of white smoke. Then suddenly he rushes forward and attacks her with his hand. Yeon-ni quickly controls the tail to form a shield in front of him, while on the other side, every sound of attack and impact passes through the barrier. The more she fought, the more exhausted she became, sweat soaking her face. He was only borrowing the power of the demon, but was on par, or even stronger, than the heavenly fate Jade. And Yeon-ni kept wondering what kind of demon this eye belonged to, when suddenly she was startled and horrified, gripping her tail with both hands and forcefully opening a gap. The red hole gradually widened, revealing Hwasong's face. Yeon-ni hurriedly let go and begged, and so Tron quickly retreated and flew up high to avoid the old man being unexpectedly released. Din reacted quickly, kneeing down to reduce the impact. Not noticing the pain on his body, Din quickly stood up and turned to advise Hwasong. "Brother Dae, don't risk it. Your wound will get worse." But now Hwasong has lost control. He pays no attention to you, only staring intently at Yeon-ni. So Chan, seeing this, feels very worried. It seems he can't hear what you said. Daesin gently holds his injured arm, confused, and asks, "What's wrong? Why do I feel like this time is different from usual?" Hong, who had been standing nearby without him noticing, spoke up to explain, "The idiot's body and mind are being consumed by demonic energy." Dia gently bent down, worriedly looking at Princess Hongdiu's brow, as he decided to unleash all the demon energy within him to gain more power to fight Yuan Tianminyu. And now he has completely lost control. I can't trust my eyes when I look at Hwaseon's figure, which means Hong Zeon has revealed a terrible truth. If this situation continues for a little longer, the idiot will either turn into a monster or die. The red and black aura swirling around him, the floating veins on his skin, all make him look more terrifying than ever. Yeon-ni gasped for breath, flying through the air to guard the person below. She looked at the gem in her hand, paying little attention to her destroyed tail. At worst, a few tails would be cut off. As long as I hold the gem, I can restore it at will. But the human who is pierced through the body with a sword cannot. With the power she summoned, her tail recovered at an incredible speed. After finishing, Yeon-ni bowed her head. When you rush forward recklessly, you're just exhausting your strength. If you want to drag things out, there's only one way. Before he could finish speaking, he disappeared on the spot. She was terrified and panicked, desperately searching for the boy's figure. "Where is he?" Hwasong moved with lightning speed, running along the tree trunk and leaping onto her head. A sudden powerful force appeared on her body, startling her. Hwasong stood firm on Yeon-ni's tails, leaning down to look at her. The veins near his face almost cover it entirely. Hwaseon grins fiercely, growling like a beast from his throat. Yeon-ni, terrified, opened his mouth wide, sweat soaking his face. He grabbed her tail with both hands and pulled hard. One by one, the tails split into two, and Yeon-ni was also stepped on and fell to the ground, creating a deep hole near Jin and Sotron. He quickly stepped back, raising his hand to shield himself from the flying dust. She struggled on her back in the hole, her shortened tails hanging down, stomping on the roots beside the hole. Your shirt has been burned away, revealing your strong upper body as sparks fly around you. Hwasong smiles as he looks down at the person lying on the ground. Yeon-ni Panting lifts the gem to heal her tail, but Hwasong won't wait for her to recover, quickly approaching and destroying the tails. Any tail that recovers will be destroyed along with you. Yeon-ni struggles to control the power within the gem. The gem begins to glow brighter. Suddenly cracks start to appear along her wrist. She cried out in pain, forced to stop using its power. The gem dimmed and lost its light. Without the support of the gem, the ion tail can no longer be regenerated. She knelt on the ground, gasping for breath as she looked at the person in front of her. Hwa clenched her fist, releasing a dark red aura around her knuckles, then punched her fiercely, the skin hitting flesh with a loud sound. But the punch missed because Neon is Jin Lang who has returned. He raised his hand to block your fist. "Sorry for being late. The person next to Hwaseon X has been rescued." The little girl sitting on the ground, worriedly calling out to Oppa. Yeon-ni looked at him with complexity, unsure of what to say. Hwasong did not react to everyone's actions. He remained still, gritting his teeth and using his strength, his clenched fist gradually increasing its grip. Jin Lang stared in shock as his hand began to tremble, trying to stop Hwasong. Sia suspiciously looked at her Appa, the thick red mist covering Hwasong's face. Sia panicked, quickly dropping her guardian spirit and rushing over to him. "Oppa, what are you doing?" Hwasong strikes Jin Lang's hand again with such force that it causes a shockwave in the air. a stream of energy piercing through his chest, and Jin Lang is wounded, coughing up bright red blood. Snake reached out and placed a hand on his shoulder, scolding him. "Stop, don't move anymore. I'll lose him." But he had already lost consciousness, being controlled by the love energy. Hwaseon doesn't recognize the fierce-looking girl and turns to look at Zia. Jin and Soon are terrified as they look at Hwasong. Zia tears up with sadness. The little girl raises her hand to block in front, staring at him in disbelief. Oppa. It was all because Hwasong raised his fist to attack the girl. Luckily, Soon quickly stepped in to stop him, jumping up and kicking him. Unfortunately, her kick was blocked by his hand. Hwaseonong grabbed her leg and threw her far away. Jin also stepped forward to stop him, grabbing one of his arms and shouting, "Wake up!" Meanwhile, Zia looked intently at the cloth tied around her wrist, as if remembering something. Jin was also knocked to the ground by Hwaseonong and slid back several meters. After dealing with the two of them, he raised his hand to attack Zia A, but she didn't dodge at all. Instead, she moved closer, placing one hand on the piece of cloth. Zia A held her hand to her chest and begged for that piece of cloth. "I trust me, so please help me." The girl closed her eyes tightly and bravely charged forward. Zia A collided into Hwasong. The little girl trembled as she pleaded, "Please, stop, Oppa." D pleads to sit on the ground, eyes watching closely. Shia-so struggles to stand up, Lang holding his injured shoulder, also watching the girl's actions. Zia sobs loudly, her hand pressed against his chest. "I don't want you to tie his head." Seeing his face covered with veins, his eyes shining, and white smoke escaping from his mouth. "Zia, I sincerely ask you, please wake up. I'm begging you." The miracle is that the flower no longer moves, and when the girl leans on her hands to leave him, the arrow stuck in his chest appears, making everything clear. It was the arrow's effect that stopped the flower. The arrow emits a faint blue glow. Dia looked at him in surprise, realizing what it was. That thing was a sign of suspicion. She glanced at him. Remembering the arrow, Hwasong calmed down. The surrounding aura around him gradually disappeared. The light in one of his eyes has also faded, finally returning to normal. He saw the person crying in front of him. Long Tran was full of luck. "Dia, are you okay?" "That's good." Hwasong, exhausted, gradually closed his eyes and collapsed. Sia hurriedly reached out to support him. "Oppa Dia, please run quickly to help. Hold him up. Don't let him fall face down." He anxiously asked, "Do you think you can heal him?" X also panicked. "I don't know. I've never faced such a tragic situation before." Looking from above, they look like tiny ants climbing on the massive roots of the ancient tree. Dia hurriedly commands, "Just draw your sword for now." Or, Dian Lang stands still and sighs suddenly, then begins to speak to Yan Nian, who is kneeling on the ground behind him. "Looking at how you are now, Yan, your body has also exceeded its limit of endurance." Dian Long seems to understand her thoughts and continues speaking without turning around. "Are you wondering when I changed, aren't you?" That question hit her hard, and Yan had a bad feeling. Seeing Jin Lang's back, his voice suddenly became softer. "That was from the day she tied her hair. Many years ago, my only goal was to gather 1,000 souls to forge the complete heavenly destiny gem. 1,000 lives compared to this are just like 9 pearls losing a single hair. In my hand is the celestial destiny gem. At first I had to scheme, lure, and deceive humans into surrendering their souls, but gradually I realized it was not necessary to go through such trouble. Humans have many who don't care to live. If I can help them fulfill their wishes before they die, they will happily surrender their souls to me." Time kept passing until one day I found the last piece of the soul for the gem, and that was her. Looking back, Yan was repeatedly using a knife on a straw puppet when suddenly a voice rang out. "Who is this young lady trying to curse?" She turned her head to look into the misty bone curtain like a thin veil covering the space, and the tall figure appeared like a perfect sculpture crafted by a master artist, with Ion gazing at him with an extremely cold expression. She replied straightforwardly, while the current emperor still tightly gripped the knife inside the straw puppet. "Yonni opens her heart. I am just a weak and helpless woman, with no support, unable to save him or his servants, so I can only vent my hatred in this way." The whole scene seems frozen, only the faint sound of wind whistling through old broken stone tablets. His eyes gaze coldly at Yon Neon kneeling on the ground and ask, "Why do you want him dead?" She answered without hesitation, "That tyrant ordered my husband's murder just to take me as his wife." Jin Lang silently watched as Yan Ni gripped the knife so tightly that a line of blood welled up on its blade. She couldn't accept it and said, in this life, she and he are not enemies. Even if it means going to hell or facing fire and brimstone, she is willing to give up everything to eliminate him. Jin Lang spoke, I can help you achieve your wish. She looked up at him and asked, What do I have to do? Dian Lang asked back, You are willing to exchange everything, right? He continued, I am the nine-tailed demon fox. With half a step to divine transformation, once I gather 1,000 souls and forge the heavenly destiny gem, I can break the stalemate and ascend to the immortal realm. Dian Lang holds a golden gem in his hand and says, I still need one last soul to complete this gem. As long as you are willing to become part of it, I will slaughter everything to help you avenge your blood feud. His lips slightly curl, but his eyes are cold. But immediately Yan revealed a deep-seated hatred, accompanied by fury and despair, and replied, I entrust my body and soul to you. Just let me see his head fall before my eyes. Is this it? He's inside this palace. That's right. Dian Lang and Yan Nian arrive at the palace, she calmly says, with a relaxed tone. Finally, I can put an end to all this suffering. Yes, as long as I complete this final deal, I will attain what I have pursued for so long. Is there anything else you regret in your life? Just as I was about to achieve my goal, that question sounded like a tiny scratch on my seemingly unbreakable resolve. She whispered, I am not truly human, but a half-beast. Her confession, as light as the wind, made Dian Lang pause for a moment. He turned to look at Yon Neon, who confessed everything. I am the offspring of humans and yokai. Having lived among mortals for so long, my demonic energy has almost faded away. She reminisced about the past. I had a habit of smiling and laughing at everything people said. The man liked that very much, so everyone wanted to marry me, but when they found out I was a fox spirit, they shunned me, and some even tried to kill me. And he continued to tell me that only he didn't care about those things. He always stayed by my side, regardless of the clan's restrictions, gossip, prejudice, or discrimination from others. He is everything to me. I was always scolded by his mother because she feared my habit of smiling would bring disaster to this family. In truth, at that time, I also didn't know how to control my emotions. And that wicked ruler, after killing him, told me that he had fallen in love with my smile at first sight, and that I must ensure that smile is only for him. That is why I had to order her elimination. Her eyes were sunken, rimmed with tears, and her words seemed to choke in her throat. If he ever saw me smile at anyone else, he would eliminate that person. And if anyone was punished by him for such a selfish reason, then it would be my fault. In other words, the enemy who killed my general completely shifted all the blame onto me. The fury, hatred, and burdens in my heart drove me to madness. Her eyes looked into the distance, and Yang Niang softly asked, If even joy and smiles become sins in this world, then this is not the place I belong to. Once I surrender my soul to you, there will be no chance to reincarnate again, right? She whispers. I no longer wish to meet my lord in the next life. It's unnecessary because your image has forever lived in my heart. Yan gazed into the distance with a vacant yet emotional look, a gentle helplessness as if she had accepted reality. Yonni's smile is so beautiful that even someone like Jian Lang feels moved. He gently looks at her with a gaze he has never had for anyone before. Deep down, he wondered whether it was because he and she shared the same bloodline of the fox spirit, or if her expression truly possessed some kind of magical charm. It was just a fleeting smile, so why did it linger so deeply in his mind? On the cold, hard ground, holding a strawberry syrup, her cloak also stained red, Yon Nyong spoke, It's over at last. My final wish has finally been fulfilled. They are standing before the soulless corpses, and she is satisfied that the sacred spring beneath the golden water will surely grant her fulfillment. Your revenge has been avenged, and now you can rest in peace and be reborn. I no longer regret anything in this world. As promised, I will give you my soul. Jin Lang gently looked at Niang, and then stared intently at the golden gem in his hand. He spoke, I've changed my mind. If possible, I hope I can still see her smile on this world. She turned her head back, her eyes calm and frowning as she looked at Jin Lang. Even though you said that, for Nai it was a worthwhile exchange. Her goal was achieved. She stepped closer to him, took the gem from his hand, and gently refused. This world is no longer a place for me to keep smiling. Sorry, the only thing I can give you now is my soul. Although she smiled, her eyes were filled with deep sadness and pain, and Yonni did not hesitate to swallow the gem. A scream of despair echoes out, his voice filled with chaos. What is it? Wait, stop, but it's already too late. Yonnion slowly closed her eyes, her long eyelashes gently falling, as a warm glow began to spread from her chest. Her hair floated as if suspended in emptiness, and the light emanating from her body resembled a sacred flame, with the gem there stealing Yonnion's soul and revealing a dazzling golden radiance. Witnessing everything before his eyes, although this has always been normal for him, now his heart feels suffocated. No more shining light, no more her voice, only a soulless corpse Dian Lang remains. He does not cry, but the way he bows his head and his helpless posture show that the pain is worse than 100 sobs. At the stone steles, a voice asked, "Do you give up the chance to become a deity and ascend to the immortal realm?" Jin Lang paused for a moment and replied, "If I become an immortal, then I will surely continue to interfere in others' lives." Looking down at him, he whispered, "After hearing this young lady's story, I suddenly realized that the lives I have collected in this gem might have once been everything to someone else." The fortune teller looked surprised and asked, "Am I mistaken?" Are you feeling sorry for that person? If sacrificing the few for the greater good of the many, then why shouldn't we gladly accept it? Even the young lady herself, her sacrifice was also for the greater good. Jin Lang frowned slightly and replied, "I don't hold much regard for that kind of morality of yours. I've never really cared much about what you immortals say before, but maybe now I've started to become just like you." The fortune teller chuckled softly. "You've taken nearly 1,000 mortal lives, but when it comes to your own kind in the final life, you're suddenly moved and hesitant." Dian Lang calmly replied, "You can think whatever you want, after all it's not wrong," and then he declared, "From now on we stay together." Turning to reality, Jin Lang is bleeding and coughing up blood. I never expected to meet her again in a situation like this. Her inability to control her emotions is partly caused by the trapped souls in the gem clashing. Yon Neong screams, "The one who made me this way is you. The one who wants to destroy the gem and erase my soul is also you." Dian Lang clenched half of the gem in his hand and declared, "Exactly." He looked at her and then softly said, "I'd rather do this than watch her live a miserable life. She provokes you, so what are you waiting for? Why don't you just act?" Looking at the gem in his hand, Lang remained silent for a moment. On the other side, a black and red feather was surrounded by a blue aura, and a voice spoke softly, confirming that his vital energy had stabilized again. Hua-sung lies motionless on the ground. Everyone gathered around him. Sia said, "Oppa, you are not allowed to move. Just stay still." Suddenly, a strange noise sounded, and Zia and So looked up. Amid the desolate scene full of dust and smoke, a brilliant golden light exploded like the rising sun in a storm. Yoni shouted from midair, "Enough, I will leave you here, and it seems there's no need to report the situation here to the Lord anymore," Sia shouted. "Nine-tailed fox, what are you doing letting her escape like that?" One of Yoni's eyes turned bloodshot, burning with a fiery glare of bloodlust because he had witnessed everything with his own eyes. Those words cut through the silence like a blade, and the faces around them turned pale.
"What? That eye is Ion."
Nian emphasizes, "I hope our next encounter will bring me more emotions." Somewhere, Jum O'Nian with glowing red eyes whispers, "So that's your true intention. You're true." The Western Queen Mother, tall and statuesque, stands silently before the window, the light from thousands of buildings unable to dispel the darkness in her eyes. He silently thinks, "I will wait." A faint blue light emanates from the back gate like the breath of a different dimension. Yan slowly steps inside. X Huang shouted wildly,
"Why are you still standing there? She's escaping!"
Meanwhile, Dian Lang still maintains a calm expression and seems to have seen through something. That eye belongs to him. Yun Niang sneaked through the gate and asked, "Is that evil Jum One watching over us?" The girl continued loudly, "Why did you let her leave so openly? Are you on their side or what?" A voice rang out. He doesn't share Huan's style because he's an ally of the fairy world. "The upper echelons of the fairy world sent you here, so it's probably not just to help us, right? Their true goal is to support Jum One's loyal subordinates." Does Hong Xian continue to speculate that this might be related to the rumors of the Western Queen Mother's disappearance? Could it all be the work of that Huan guy? Then maybe there is a bit of truth to it. Jin Lang's eyebrows furrowed slightly, showing deep suspicion. "You secretly praise, truly worthy of being the princess of the kingdom. You hold quite a lot of information, but I don't like getting involved in such troublesome matters. If you're curious, you can go ask those fairies directly." Hong was silent for a moment. Then, "So." Tron's voice rang out from the other side, carrying a tone of hope. "Duiok Hasi has woken up now." All three of us froze and turned around at her words. Without hesitation, Aya hurriedly ran over, calling out Oppa. Seeing her weak Oppa lying there, she shouted, "Stay still. Don't rush to sit up." Huasi stammered softly, "Ah, child, that head." Seeing Huasong no longer speaking, the little girl burst into tears. "Oppa, the ghost hunter has caught you. Wake up." Jin nervously spoke. "Jin Lang, could you please open a portal back to the human world? We need to take him into the hospital immediately." Jin Lang replied, "Fine. Anyway, if anything happens to you guys, I'll be the one with a headache. Let's go back together." Without waiting any longer, Jin Lang held a piece of gold-colored jade in his palm, a wave of glowing energy swirling and opening a space portal. Sa and Jay help her carry the flowers onto her shoulders. The little girl is anxious. Papa, hang on a little longer. You let out a soft cry. And So Troll hugs the guardian and the jar with his core in his hand. Are you still okay? I will stay here to watch over So Troll in shock. I need to return to the kingdom for a quick visit. Recently, my father has been growing closer to Jum 1 and siding against humanity, which makes me feel extremely uncomfortable. That is also why I left my homeland to seek the power to confront Jum 1. Hong recalled the words Yan Niang had once said. But after hearing what she said, I realized the situation was much more serious than I thought. I need to investigate the current situation thoroughly because it's no longer just within the Soy Kingdom, but involves the entire 3 worlds. So Chan worriedly asked if it was dangerous for the princess to stay here alone. Hong replied, I came with you here, but that doesn't mean I am like you. The princess raised her face, a slight smirk of challenge on her lips. Remember, this is the realm of love, where I belong, and here, my status is that of royalty. At this moment, Jaishin hurriedly called her to hurry up, and Jen Lang approached to offer help. Let me help and take him back to the human world first. The atmosphere is tense as a drawn bow, Jin said worriedly. We don't have time. She replied, Hong wants to stay here. Are you surprised? Hong explains. I have urgent matters to return to the kingdom to handle. Rest assured. I know the way back to the human world now. I will reunite with you soon, Jin Lang warned from behind. Hurry up, the passage won't stay open for long. The princess is determined I will find Jum 1's weakness soon. Trust me, Hong Dion said with a confident look. Deshin replied, I understand. We will wait for good news from you. Let's go. So Troll hesitated, glancing back at the princess's figure, unwilling to leave. Hong responded to So Troll with a warm, gentle smile. The princess, with a peaceful expression, waved goodbye to her. Jin and Soon slowly approached the passage. Hong watched their figures in thought, saying nothing. The blinding light tore through reality as everyone entered the corridor. Dia nervously asked, Is it always this long to connect the 2 worlds? No, it should have just disappeared. Before he could finish his sentence, a brilliant blue light suddenly appeared, gradually flashing and overwhelming the space ahead, accompanied by a deafening screech that tore through the silence as if the entire sky was tearing apart at the center of that dazzling glow. A giant figure gradually appears, a sacred and mysterious female form with her eyes closed. X-La shouted again, and encountered the monster once more. Dian Long seemed to know what it was, and nervously said, No, this is that mysterious female entity passing through all 4 of us in an instant. The girl awkwardly walks through, and everyone is confused, not knowing what is happening. The divine entity approaches and pushes Jishin and So Troll into another dimension. He shouted loudly, So Troll was knocked away, accidentally dropping his own soul jar and guardian spirit. Did she scream? Suddenly, the coffin jar and the dog lord were caught. It turns out Hua Song had recovered and managed to catch them just in time. All 3 were thrown deep inside. Hua Song shouted loudly, Shin! A voice echoes in the sky, You lead them first. Suddenly, a blinding flash of light erupts, overwhelming everything. In the quiet forest filled with light, with dense trees and sunlight filtering through the leaves, So Tron and Jin just arrived, both feeling bewildered by this place. Jin asked in shock, Where is this? Are we still in the demon realm? So Tron replied, No. She looked around. This place isn't the demon world, nor the human world. It seems more like a specific kind of other world. He crossed his arms and pondered, A different world, huh? Then why do I feel like I've been here before? So strange, right? Suddenly, a faint sound came from a nearby bush. Not loud, but enough to break the forest's absolute silence. Both hesitated, then slowly approached the bush to look closely. Inside, the light of 3 eyes flashes brightly. So Chan and Jin quickly dodge away from the bush. Suddenly, a figure darted out like lightning, wearing a blazing red mask with glowing yellow eyes like those of a demon. Strangely, the masked man passing through Jin Lan's body makes both of them confused and raises a big question mark. He wonders what is going on. A voice spoke from behind. I apologize for the abruptness in bringing you here. A woman appears dressed in an elegant outfit with ancient embroidered patterns along the collar. A long skirt that touches the ground shimmering with faint light, her silver hair tied high on both sides with a small crown. And seeing this mysterious woman suddenly appear before her, Dia Shin can't help but be cautious and asks a careful question. Who are you? The white-haired woman replied vaguely. We have met before, long ago in a previous life, and in this one not long ago, standing before those 2. That person said while transforming from her long-ago form and seeing the familiar figure of the old woman, Dia Xin couldn't hold back and shouted, "It's you, the fortune teller!" The fortune teller smiled, and the steady sound of conversation in the forest continued. "Our bond lasts much longer than you imagine." He suddenly froze, having some difficulty speaking. "Why?" "I don't remember anything?" The old woman didn't answer, but asked Jae-shin back, "Do you want to recover those memories, or are you deliberately trying to avoid it yourself?" So Tron looked at him worriedly from beside, noticing the hesitation in his expression. The old woman isn't too strict and is still willing to guide them to the final path. Follow the young man who just ran past, and you'll find the memories you seek. But this time, Dia is the one hesitating. Not waiting for him to continue hesitating, so Troll stepped forward to speak. "Are you serious? Will we really recover our memories?" he asked in
Sabatis doubt in surprise on my eyes, looking up at her.
She didn't turn around, but simply replied firmly, "There are some things I need to clarify. This time, you're the one questioning him instead. Jin, are you really avoiding your own memories?" He rolled his eyes and looked down, remaining silent. The fortune teller closed her eyes and smiled softly as if she had seen through Hong Tron, seeming to note that you two have some disagreements. Then she waved her hand, conjuring a blue energy source, her face peaceful with that smile. "But it's okay. Just go with the flow." Both Jay and Soon were immediately enveloped by the shining aura. They looked down in surprise at the ground beneath their feet.
A distant memory suddenly appeared of a young monster rushing forward, shouting, "I will defeat you!"
But a sword slash from above suddenly struck down, causing Dung Song to freeze. He grimaced in pain, rolled on the ground, and shouted out while facing a girl with fiery red hair looking down at him. "You're still too inexperienced," flailing your arms and legs carelessly, revealing countless openings. I stared in shock at the girl, who was on the other side of Dung Song, staggering to sit up and rub her sore red nose, muttering that the red-haired girl was So-ha. Then I suddenly noticed the strange tattoo on his hand and quickly bent down to ask what it meant because it looked so weird. And so, Tron also looked on in amazement, realizing that the tattoo was the mark of a sinner, and Dung Song, with a calm but tense face, quietly hid his arms behind his back, saying that his ancestor was once a sinner, so he was born with this mark. So-ha looked surprised as he told about his background. "My grandfather said that's why no one wants to get close to me." She smiled and sat down right next to him. "Nobody said everyone wanted to stay away from you. At least your grandpa and I are still here. Whenever you feel bored, just come and visit me." Dung X was startled as he looked at her and asked, "Do you agree?" And the two of you, comparing and teasing, can only watch this past moment from afar. The fortune teller waved her hand again, and the scene before her gradually changed. It was still the same forest, and So-ha was spinning a wooden sword in the air, performing a sword technique. Dung X again looked at her with admiration, both practicing swordsmanship together, each wound carefully bandaged by her with attentive care. Sometimes So-ha would smile and share interesting stories from her daily life. As time passed, Dung Song's gaze on her gradually changed. Once again, the fortune teller waves her hand to shift this memory frame. In the demon world, the black-skinned monsters with fierce faces glance down with no friendly intent. "Are you sneaking into the human world again? No wonder we've been suspected." "That's not enough. They keep insulting you. Not only do you carry the bloodline of a sinner, but your appearance also resembles that of humans. Why would Elder Taehyup spoil you like that?" Dung X just looked up silently without saying a word. "What are you looking at? Don't you feel any shame at all? Do you know how much trouble you've caused Elder Taehyup?" Remembering their respected and elderly elder, they couldn't help but speak frankly. "Because of your reckless actions, now the demon world is buzzing with rumors that Elder Taehyup is secretly colluding with humans. And while our tribe also doesn't want to waste time on unnecessary conflicts with humans, that doesn't mean we want to betray the demon world." Then the two of them continued to criticize. "We don't care how strong you are, but as long as that power remains sealed, you will always be useless. Just let Quach go earlier so Elder Taehyup wouldn't have to bother dealing with this kind of nonsense." Then those two monsters turned and left. A moment later, suddenly a surprising voice rang out when seeing the pile of fruits and vegetables in front of him. "Has the world turned upside down today? I never thought there would be a day when you bring these things to show your respect to me." Hip gently smiled as he looked at his naive grandson. "It seems you've made a new friend recently. Tell me about what kind of person they are." Dung Si uncle shyly explained that every time he met that person, they would come over to see him. Hien Tu responded, "That's good. Meeting is fate. You should cherish this connection." But he is a sensible child, and although Dung X feels sorry, he still considers the bigger picture. If what he does causes trouble for his grandparents and everyone else, he will no longer see her from now on. It's a pity. But Taehyup gazed thoughtfully at him, suddenly feeling a pang of sorrow for this child. I don't mind at all. Just feel free to do what you like, as if worried that your nephew might feel insecure about his status. The elder also thoughtfully explained, the mark on your hand is not proof of guilt, but a sign of fear of the power you possess. Looking out at the peaceful forest outside, his tone also became gentler. Don't let your mind be drawn into meaningless words and push yourself to the brink of destruction. Following those words, Song once again did what he wanted and went to find her. So-ha squinted her eyes and smiled playfully, welcoming her friend. Come here. He stared intently at the young woman in front of him, his face showing a tense expression. Seong tiptoed onto the grass and then threw himself forward, embracing her into his arms. So-ha was surprised, her eyes wide open at this sudden action. Song buried his face in her shoulder and whispered promises.
I will study martial arts seriously.
All right, in a place where So can't see, Song's determination becomes even stronger. I must become strong enough to not depend on this mark and to protect the people I care about. The two of them stand silently outside, observing, because they basically already knew the outcome of this past event. Time slowly passes. Song falls back onto the grass and grumbles, "Damn it, I almost hit you." Meanwhile, So-ha looks very happy, her face flushed after the intense competition. She didn't hold back at all. You did very well, and if I made a mistake, I would have truly lost. You've improved remarkably fast. Then So-ha held out the weapon in her hand and said, I give you this wooden sword. Go home and practice more when you have free time.
Song Tran Tru accepted the gift she gave, and his feelings grew deeper.
So-ha, does she understand if I say I am a monster while clutching the hilt of the sword with worry? But then the wooden sword I cherish was ruthlessly broken in half by someone else.
X shouted helplessly, Stop!
But the one-eyed demon was even angrier. You foolish, ignorant brat. He froze in place when he heard that Elder Taehyup had been captured and imprisoned in the ice cave. X couldn't understand why, and he desperately shouted to his father, why did this happen? But that demon was even more furious. Are you still asking why? It's because of you. The guy gripped his collar tightly and said each word sharply. Your frequent trips between worlds have increased, and Elder Taehyup has been branded by the upper echelons of the demon realm as an accomplice to humans. Bongdong is a place covered only with snow and ice, which is why that demon was so frightened he lost his composure. The ice prison there is infamous for torturing traitors with terrifying cold. While the elder is already old and weak, if we don't clear his name and save him soon, he will surely lose his life in no time. After shouting this, the fierce man roughly pushed him to his knees on the ground. The demon snarled and delivered its final judgment. On the border, there is a human martial arts sect that often opposes us. The leader of that martial arts school has a daughter named So-tran. Hearing this familiar name, Jin and the other person immediately froze in surprise. The demon remembered that human martial arts sect and spoke in a low voice, saying that although they tried every way to hide their secrets, they still couldn't escape the spy's watchful eyes. I hear that the girl has awakened her divine bloodline and can now harness the power of the fairy realm. Hearing this, Dasin couldn't help but glance suspiciously at So-tran beside him. The bloodline of a fairy? The one-eyed demon points at Song and begins assigning a task for him to make amends. If you can kidnap that woman and bring her here now, we can handle the current situation more easily. Song widened his eyes, listening to the plan from the demon. Even if humans come to wage war in the future, we can still wash our hands of any responsibility for their crimes and betray the demon realm. We will explain to the upper echelons of the demon world that your frequent visits to the human world are to find an opportunity to capture that woman. The demon kept rambling on endlessly. As long as you succeed, we will clear Elder Taehyu's name, and those scum will have no reason to imprison him anymore. But Song is a bit reluctant. But he knew it would be difficult for him to do that. So he immediately pretended to agree and said, I understand we also don't want to waste time and lives fighting humans, but we can't just stand by and watch Elder Taehyu perish. In the end, he stepped back to give you an easier task. If you find it too hard to capture someone alive, then bring them here. After receiving the order, Song once again fled to the human world to watch the babbling stream. His hand gently trembled as he held the repaired wooden sword. They want me to go to GC. He fell into his chaotic thoughts, thinking that if he didn't give that person to them, his grandfather's life would be in danger. Song helplessly cried out, Grandpa, what should I do now? Sohon and Jae also appeared behind him with this memory. He tilted his head and asked her curiously, Hey, So-troll, is it true that you carry the bloodline of the fairy? I'm not sure either. My memories are only vague fragments, and I don't know if the So-troll they mention is me. What's the matter? Just sitting there lost in thought? What are you thinking about? He looked up at her, his lips trembling as if he wanted to say something. After a moment of inner struggle, Dung Song finally spoke, but the distant voices interrupted his words. Miss So, be careful. Hearing that name, Dung Song's pupils slightly contracted, and those outside watching couldn't help but be startled by this turn of events. So Ha still doesn't realize anything. She grit her teeth, turned back, and lamented that everything was ruined, just barely escaping outside before being caught. Dung Song's mind felt like it had been hit hard by someone. What? The sound of someone calling from afar echoed again. Miss So Troll, the leader has summoned you, and just then, So Ha turned around with a worried smile. Sorry, but I probably can't play with you today. Dung Song still couldn't believe it, and stammered, You? Your name is So Tron? Why did you introduce yourself differently before? So Ha turned around with a mischievous smile and explained, My real name is So Tron. So Ha is just a nickname my late mother gave me because I was born in the summer. He couldn't believe that the person he had to confront was his best friend. His mouth opened in surprise, unsure how to react. And the two people watching from outside were also surprised by this sudden situation. After that, they arranged to meet again under the tree. So Ha just arrived from afar and shouted, Cho, I'm here! She smiled apologetically and said, Don't be mad at me for leaving like that last time. But today, Dung Sung looks strange, and she nervously gazes at the sword in his hand. So Ha immediately reacted, scolding him, Why did you bring that dangerous thing with you? But all she heard in response was a sharp tearing sound in her ear. Dung Sung roughly pushes her onto the grass, a sharp sword in his hand as if about to stab. But he still dares not lower it, broken and defeated. He can only stammer and confess that he is actually a demon. My visits to see you every day have caused my family to be imprisoned in the dungeon for treason against the demon world. They said the only way for me to clear my grandfather's name was to kill someone, so the reason behind Dung Song's actions is now clear. He is in pain, apologizing to you. So Ha watches the sword tip inch closer, the sorrowful voice still echoing in his ears. I have no other choice. Yet Dung Song began to tremble, gritting his teeth, wanting to strike down, but he couldn't move. Dung Song seemed to catch his breath, sweat dripping down his face. But in the end, he couldn't go against his own heart, and helplessly sank down onto the grass. No, he couldn't do it, couldn't harm another person. His mind was now tangled in chaos. Yes, maybe. Dung Sung began to turn the tip of his sword toward himself, choosing the easiest path he could take. If I die, will they put all the blame on me and spare Ji? The sharp blade was redirected toward his throat. Dung Song began to break down, thinking that if someone like him disappeared, everything would naturally be better. He trembled and spoke as if crying, because I only bring misfortune to everyone around me. So Ha immediately reacted. She hurriedly rushed forward and tightly grasped her opponent's sword hilt. You fool, stop it! Dung Si is stunned as she tries to persuade him. You are not the cause of others' misfortunes, don't blame yourself. So, Ha's eyes shimmered with a rare, compassionate sorrow. She pleaded earnestly that the sword in your hand, which is used to protect the innocent, is true martial arts, understand? Her every word touched the hidden corners of Dung Song's heart, making him unable to hold back and shed hot tears. So Ha paused, filled with compassion as she looked at the young man before her, gently raising her hand. For the first time in their journey, Soaha took the initiative to remove the mask from the other person. Dung Sung's face was now tear-streaked. Though he loved, he still had a human appearance and a warm heart no less than anyone else. Never deny your own existence. She gently raised her hand to wipe away those tears, but in the end, So chose to hold the other person in her arms. Under the morning sunlight filtering through the leaves, she softly whispered, Are you feeling calmer now? Dung X nervously nodded and stammered to admit her mistake. About what we discussed earlier, I'm sorry. So Ha knows her own abilities well. She hugs her pillow and sighs with a look of frustration. Actually, I haven't been able to do much to help you. The only thing I can do is listen, right? But that's also a good way to let it out. She smiled and said, After all, it's better than you having to bear everything on your own. So from now on, if you have anything on your mind, just tell me. We'll meet here every day under this old tree, okay? Her emerald eyes gently curved. So Ha made a vow. I will wait. Dongsi hesitated, unsure why the person in front of him was always so unconditionally gentle. But before he could speak, hurried noises echoed from afar. A man from a martial arts sect suddenly passed by, staring intently at the horn on his head. Trembling with fear, he shouted, There's a monster trying to harm the young lady. Wait, those weak denials won't work. The other person shouted loudly to call others, There's no monster. Knowing she couldn't explain anymore, So Ha hurriedly urged him, Run quickly. But others had already started approaching with sharp weapons in hand, and she almost shouted to hurry up. Not only that, but So also ran toward them to buy more time for Dong Song. The adults began to restrain her, not wanting her to keep playing with the demon. In the moment he saw her being held back, Dong Song, worried, failed to notice the figure suddenly appearing behind him. He swung his sword down, slicing a deep gash across the dragon's back, and thick, dark blood gushed out. Soha widened her eyes, her gaze almost losing focus as she witnessed the scene. Dong Sung's eyes began to turn white, and he clenched his teeth in pain. Instead of collapsing, he suddenly let out a roar, and a blinding light suddenly flared up around him. The others are pushed back in fear. What is this? Why isn't it dead yet? Not only they, but even the outsiders Sohan and Jae are stunned by the scene before their eyes. He began to recall the mysterious masked man who always appeared in his subconscious. Back to Dong Song, the mark on his hand suddenly glowed brightly. He lowered his head and began exhaling heavy white breaths. One fighter stared at the grotesque sight before him, while another only had time to glance down before seeing his body cut in two with no chance to react. The remaining people also began to fight back, screams of pain echoing everywhere, as Soha opened her mouth wide, unable to believe what was happening before her eyes. Dong Sung has begun revealing her demonic nature and starts slaughtering others. Witnessing this chaotic scene, Jin and the others couldn't react in time. Soha broke free from her chains and immediately ran forward. At this moment, Dong Song lunged to attack another martial artist, but Soha raised her wooden sword and perfectly blocked her opponent's sharp claws. She shouted to wake him up. "Come on, wake up, I beg you." However, Dong Song showed no signs of regaining his original mind. Soha intended to hold back, but he did not. A deep gash suddenly appeared on her arm, and the sword in her hand was shattered in two. Soha cried out in pain, while the other surviving warriors immediately looked on with concern. Dong Sung was about to lose his temper again, but something urged him to regain control. His eyes gradually returned to their normal appearance. Seeing Soha with the wound on her hand caused by him, Dong Song felt overwhelming guilt. He tried to explain. No, no. Seeing her face as if she was about to cry, Dong Song became even more flustered and stammered. Well, but what can I possibly explain? Tears welled up in his eyes as he turned away in denial, leaving Soha standing alone, wanting to hold on, but unable to do so. Thanks to the fortune-teller's help, So and Jin were able to see the full picture once again. That day, your seal was broken. Then the old woman waved her hand again, her tone tinged with sympathy. But it was still a bit too soon. Once more, the martial arts of the Soha family, led by her father, appeared again. From within the martial way, a steady and firm voice rang out. We cannot continue to let the adorable monsters run wild like this. Sir Leader, since the event a few years ago, the conflict has become increasingly tense. Inside the council chamber, 3 people who seem to hold the highest authority are discussing with each other. For now, the skirmishes are still small-scale along the border, but if we don't act, the flames of hatred will ignite into war. An old man with a hunched back bows his head and asks for orders, urging the leader to reconsider his previous suggestion. Soha's father stroked his chin uncertainly before turning to his daughter and asking, Do you have any opinions? The young girl with fiery red hair softly replied, I am hesitating. That is Soha many years after she has grown up. At this point, she has enough strength to participate in the council and voice her opinion. Could it be that all monsters hate humans like us? Is there no way for the 2 species to coexist peacefully? He frowned at her childish thoughts and immediately grew angry. Are you still holding on to those naive and weak thoughts at this point? But before I could say more, someone outside came in to announce. Leader, there is a report that our forces at the border are clashing with monsters, and a large-scale battle is imminent. Soha's father exhaled deeply, glanced with resolve, and immediately issued a summons. We will depart immediately. You and your little tricks. She obediently nodded. Yes. But the messenger continued speaking. There are still some issues. He started to get annoyed and scolded. What's the matter? Why are you stammering and speaking so quickly? The other person hesitated and bowed his head. Yes. The monster who harmed the young lady years ago is still lurking. When Soha heard those words, Lu Bao's eyes immediately flicked over, and the other person was also present there. At this moment, Dong Song had also grown into a mighty demon with a tall figure and overwhelming strength, as if he could easily destroy Van Quan. His vision blurred, and all the surrounding trees quickly fell behind. The steady sound of heavy breathing echoes as Soha runs desperately forward, her inner voice screaming. Has Yuan returned? In front of her, a chaotic scene unfolds with young men wielding wooden sticks and swords rushing towards Dong Song. They grit their teeth and try to attack him. Strangely, as soon as they get close, they are pushed back and let out painful sounds. He charged at the young men, throwing a punch that sent them tumbling back, one of them clutching his bloodied arm in fear as he looked at him. Soha stood silently from afar, witnessing everything, as if recognizing her gaze. Dongsong gently turned his head toward Soha. She softly asked, "Chow, is it really you?" Before she could finish, Dungax rushed forward suddenly and fiercely. He didn't hesitate to throw a powerful punch at her. Soha quickly blocked it with her sword, the impact so strong that her hair seemed to stand on end. Soha's subordinate from the clan shouted in panic, "Sotron! Soha, are you joking around with that red face?" "Why?" she kept asking, her hands still gripping the sword tightly, blocking his continuous attacks. But her sword was knocked away, and somehow Deng Shang also drew another sword, for reasons unknown. He swung his sword again, aiming directly at her. Soha desperately tries to dodge every attack. The sword swipes past her neck. To avoid that sword, Soha didn't notice the cliff behind her and fell backward, slipping into the abyss. Deng Song still stood there staring down, more precisely staring at Soha, who was desperately struggling. Then suddenly he jumped down the cliff and wrapped his arms around her. The young men who attacked Deng Song earlier shouted loudly when they looked down into the abyss where a raging waterfall thundered between two cliffs. Soha scolded, "That idiot just suddenly ran at me with a sword." Deng Song's arm was carefully bandaged. Although the bandage was thick, a dark red stain still showed through the white cloth. Deng Song sat cross-legged on a rock beside the stream, with Soha standing right behind him, still grumbling before jumping into the abyss and ending up in this situation. Deng Song replied, "Aren't we both still alive?" She almost shouted, "Shut up, you fool!" Her face darkened. "I had hoped you would come back to explain what happened that day, even just once, but I never expected you to disappear completely." Deng Sung remained silent, listening, only to find himself in this situation when they finally met. "Why are you here to fight against humanity?" Her eyebrows furrowed tightly. "Didn't I already say earlier that Deng Song interrupted? You say that my sword should be used to protect others to be true martial arts." Her eyes suddenly widened at those words. Mixed with surprise, Deng Song remained silent for a moment before continuing. "I have never forgotten because I had to grit my teeth and live for that all this time." "So," his face briefly stiffened. She stammered, "What exactly have you been through all these years?" Suddenly, a huge shadow appeared behind her, nearly twice as tall as Soha, rising rapidly from the water. She hurriedly turned around and exclaimed, "What is this?" At this moment, Deng Song also spoke, as if he had anticipated this. "All right, as expected, you are the one in the human world that makes her gasp. It is a ragged monster with yellow eyes, thick lips, and a long, sharp tongue hanging out," Dung Sung explains. "This demon is the culprit behind the recent massacres at the border regions. Its grip clenched into a fist. As long as it lives, there will be humans and even demons being devoured." Both of them look up at the huge, ugly demon facing them. Back in the present, So stands in front of Jessen. Both looking up at something tall in front of them, she hesitantly asks, "Eating even monsters?" She recalls the terrifying image of Seon, cold sweat soaking her face. Suddenly, a voice called out from behind Jin and So, making them startle and turn around. From this point on, the phenomenon of monsters eating each other begins to emerge, leading to the continuous emergence of bizarre and diverse monsters. The fortune teller gently stepped forward, and then that figure also began to show the first signs of movement. Her old voice echoed and blended into the mortal world, consuming humans and then disguising itself as them to continue hiding. In the immortal realm, Deng Song charges forward at the sharp-tongued demon, sword swinging, face full of murderous intent. Soha also grips her weapon tightly, ready to approach the demon. The image of the old woman reappears, the only goal he wants to achieve. Both of them rush to attack the monster, seemingly devouring everything at the same time. After a long while, when did the monster suddenly collapse to the ground? Deng Song surveyed the scene and said, "I've never seen a race as bizarre as this, not even in the demon world." Next to him, Soha tiredly wipes the sweat off her face, her upper body seemingly exhausted, leaning on her thighs for support. He continued, "Someone deliberately let it run wild here. I must find that person no matter what." She slightly frowned, her face showing difficulty, her eyes wide as she stared at him. She gazed intently at his profile, secretly realizing she had misunderstood him all along. "So, your purpose here is to prevent this from spreading disaster and misunderstanding?" Suddenly, a shout from a group of people echoed back towards them. "Miss Sotrol, where are you right now?" Dung immediately rushes forward, hoping we won't meet again from now on. "Being with me won't bring you any good at all," she shouted loudly after him. "Wait, stop, come back to reality." Dia wonders, who exactly is he? The mysterious person in the human world that you mentioned. The old woman was surprised you still haven't remembered. He suddenly fell silent, quietly thinking that he only vaguely remembered. In his mind, an image of a mysterious person appears, but who is he with an unknown face? The scene shifts to a past life. I've always been waiting for you here. You know that? Is that so? I thought you would never appear again. On the other side of the tree, Dongsong is hiding, she adds. But the truth is, you come here every day, so stop hiding there. Dongsong flinched slightly as if caught off guard. He suddenly stood up and looked at Soa, who immediately said, I often wonder why I always smell a faint floral scent whenever I sit here. I can confidently say there are no flowers within 100 miles that have that scent. The scent she mentioned belongs to a violet flower full of melancholy, with not only the petals but also the stems, leaves, and stamens, all sharing the same shade of purple. Soha recalls the moment Dongsong embraced her as they fell straight down the cliff. It was then that I realized the strange scent was coming from you. My hands were clasped together, and my voice sounded like I was questioning myself. Why did you come but refuse to see me, making me think that I am the only one longing for you day and night? Dong-si frowned, thinking for a moment before speaking. Don't get your hopes up. You're not the reason I came here. Hearing this, Soha opened her eyes wide but still lowered her face, not expecting his response. He looked into the distance and said, I came to eliminate the threats at the border area. So that's it. The task is done. I will return to the world of love. So you don't need to. As he was speaking, a pair of gentle hands suddenly placed on his mask. Startling him, the hands carefully lifted the mask off his face and removed it. He was still in shock and couldn't react in time. He grabbed her arm and shouted angrily, Don't cause trouble. And she screamed in fear along with him. I still won't lower my tone, no matter how close we were when we were young. In the end, you and I are still enemies because your kind has caused my race to lose many lives. Her eyes widened in shock as she heard him say it himself, the wrinkles between her brows becoming more pronounced. He gritted his teeth and said, Listen carefully to what I say one last time. After I finish dealing with the trouble at the border, I will continue to oppose you. We will never live in peace together. At this moment, she also frowned, her face seeming to have been holding back for a long time. She softly mouthed as if whispering, I don't care about that, I just want you to look me in the eyes and answer the question. He still maintained his dignified expression, staring intently at her. She continued, Do I have to be the only one carrying this longing in my heart? Deep within his eyes, something seemed to flicker. Suddenly, Dongsong embraced so tightly, surprising her. Before she could pull away, they stood amidst a forest of herbs, grass, and leaves fluttering in the air beside a massive ancient tree. He closed his eyes, furrowing his brows in frustration. It's really, really hard. Do you understand? She also frowns. Just forget about it. They part ways. Dongsong still kept her eyes fixed on him, her expression breaking apart. Soha's cheeks flushed red, and her eyes, filled with countless emotions, looked straight at him. She closed her eyes tightly, and their lips moved closer together. The ancient tree's branches stretched out, blocking out a patch of the sky. Dongsong's voice rang out under the tree canopy. Not all demons want to invade the human world through war. Recently, the demon world has been losing control, causing a sudden increase in monsters crossing over into the human realm. If we don't find the mastermind inciting these monsters to cross over soon, war will be unavoidable. Even if we can resolve the misunderstanding, will it really help anything? My father believes that the blood debt of innocent people must be paid with blood. He gazed into the distance. I don't know. Even if stopping the war is impossible, I will do everything to delay it, because that is my grandfather's final wish. Soha gasped, her face stiff with shock as she looked up at him. He continued, Ever since he no longer obeyed my grandfather's control, the aggressive demons have increasingly revealed their true intentions. That's why I came here to hunt down those who deliberately disrupt the balance between the two worlds. Her eyes slightly narrowed, a hint of sadness flickering. So you didn't come to find me all this time. She hesitated. Your grandfather. Dongsong remained silent. Neither of them dared to finish the sentence that Soha left hanging. Suddenly, she seemed determined and spoke up, If we join forces, we can definitely stop it. Dongsong unexpectedly glanced at her. Before I finish speaking, looking at your skills, I can tell you are much stronger now, even surpassing me. And I am a successor of the non-martial arts school. I will try to persuade my father and everyone, at least for now, so we can work together to prevent small conflicts from happening. When you are strong enough to lead a region, you can step forward and crush their conspiracy for war. Trang frowned slightly and softly called out to her. So Reem Soha suddenly hesitated, her eyes shifting elsewhere. And when everything was over, she knelt beside Dongsong. I will create a garden full of orchids around the Naniac temple, so that if one day your mind drifts into darkness, you will have a place to find your way back. The rustling leaves whisper softly in the air, blending with her gentle voice. You can follow that scent to find your way back to righteousness, to the place where I wait. Dong-si remained silent, lost in thought for a moment, then speaks, "I will definitely return." She smiled, her eyes narrowing and cheeks blushing with happiness. "Let's do our best together." The voice coming from inside the temple, located among the vast, desolate cliffs, preparing to start a war?
So-ha gasped and shouted loudly, "I told my father that it wasn't the monster's fault. I was the one who directly faced that monster."
My subordinate replied, "Any monster is still a demon, young lady. You're too naive. I've told you countless times not to be fooled by those demons." Why is the teacher's behavior becoming more and more strange? He's eager for the war to break out, she keeps wondering in her mind. A person who always advocates for peace. When did he become like this? Soha's father, who has been disguised as Jumonian all along, has not spoken up yet. He pauses for a moment before interrupting the argument between the two. Maybe we should postpone and assess the situation more clearly, while also sending people to hunt down the new monsters this girl mentioned. Soha sighed as if a burden had been lifted. Luckily, although my father still seeks revenge, he at least understands right from wrong. The subordinate suddenly falls silent, pondering something. When the temple's lights finally went out and the night grew darker and deeper than before, Soha pushed open the door and stepped out, her grip tightening on the hilt of her sword. Suddenly, a voice questioned sharply from behind, making her startle and turn around. "Where are you planning to go now?" she stammered, choosing her words carefully. "Father, I just want to go out for a walk. Take a moment to breathe." So, Ha's father stands at the doorframe, shivering from the cold, looking straight at her. "Are you crazy?" Even though he knows there are monsters outside, he still wants to go out alone. He glared fiercely. "If you deliberately cause trouble and affect the big picture, don't blame me for not showing mercy, understood?" "Yes." She wondered silently, why does my father's face look so unusually terrifying? The temple once again fell into silence. A window from the upper floor swings open, and Soha climbs out onto the temple's tiled roof. She looks around. It's already late at night. Troll must have been waiting for a long time. She rushed into the forest. No matter what, she had to tell him about this. She ran deeper inside, with slender tree trunks appearing, and then quickly retreating behind her. She ran while panting, and as the scene shifts to the next life, So Troll seems to have just discovered something, her brow furrowing and her teeth clenched tightly. Dia also stood behind her, just as surprised, her eyebrows furrowing even more as she stared intently somewhere. It's here, back to the previous life. Soha is still running desperately. Two figures appeared before her, one tall person wielding a sword and stabbing another. She recognized who they were and called out loudly, "Father, father!" At this moment, Sotrol was so shocked and terrified that she covered her mouth with her hand. Dia Shin carefully looked ahead, realizing this was exactly the part of her memory she didn't want to revisit. The sudden flood of memories gave Jin a headache. He raised his hand to steady his dizzy mind, groaning softly in pain. Soha's father collapsed to the ground, red liquid dripping from the withdrawn sword wound. She looked at Dongsong, the murderer standing there boldly, and shouted in fury, "Tron, how dare you!" Her eyes filled with tears, she gritted her teeth and kept accusing him. "So this was the reason you deliberately approached me all along." Dung Se-ung looked panicked, as if he didn't know about this. "Is this your father? How is that possible?" Suddenly, a group of young men holding torches appeared behind her, running towards them. They shouted, "Chief Steward, the troublemaking young lady is here!" Dung Song stammered, reaching out toward her as if to explain. "No way. This is a young man rushing forward, stabbing a sharp spear into his chest." The surprise was so great that he couldn't fight back. He chose to take a spear hit, the damn monster. One by one, the other young men surged forward, raising their weapons to strike him. "Prepare to die." Dongsung swung his sword, spinning it once around himself. Red liquid sprayed everywhere from that single strike, and the young men surrounding him didn't even have time to cry out in pain. They stared with the whites of their eyes showing, bodies strewn across the ground. A horrific sight. Dongsong panted in fear, and Soha witnessed it all, screaming and sobbing in loathing. "I will never forgive you." Dongsong clenched her teeth tightly in worry. He was still shaken, his gaze fixed ahead with no support. He gritted his teeth, gripping the sword chain tighter as the blade glowed with a fierce red light. "That's right, you'd better do that. In this life, just hate me." Dai was stunned, his mouth wide open. He secretly glanced at Sotrol standing beside him, still in shock, her hand tightly covering her mouth to prevent any exclamations. The fortune teller said this very event sparked the great war between humans and demons. Ironically, the attempt to prevent the war only fueled the flames of conflict more than ever. Returning to their past lives and the fortune teller's story, the villagers are discussing among themselves. One person angrily says, We must seal the border passage immediately. From now on, any demon daring to cross the border will be killed without mercy. Others listen, some nodding, some remaining silent. So Ha glared, her face pale and emotionless, a cold expression. Unify, then go deliver my order. Her face suddenly darkened, and she decisively ordered to catch the monsters and kill them without mercy. In the demon world, trolls are imprisoned in the main jail for starting a war between the two worlds. Inside the dark prison, Dung Song knelt with his head bowed, chained with cold iron, along with all the demons under Elder Tahio's command, who were also captured and brought to confess their sins. Currently, both Jin and Soon are facing the fortune teller directly. I know what you're thinking. That's right, all of these events have been orchestrated by someone. To let the brightness directly eliminate the opposition, they needed a valid reason to start a war. So they planned everything. The old woman continued, saying that once the conspiracy succeeded, it was time to carry out the sun plot. The temple door bursts open, and a man rushes in anxiously. Leader. So-ha immediately turns around, and the other shouts loudly to deliver the message. The monster faction has already begun their actions, and the sky is darker despite it being dawn. In the distance, behind the ancient Thu tree, a group of monsters is rushing closer, getting nearer with each moment.
A loud shout echoed through the dark prison level. Tron, wake up now.
An old demon ran over to deliver the news. Something big has happened. Dung Sung still didn't turn around, lazily lying on the cold ground. The old demon continued. They finally took action, and only then did he suddenly realize. He turned around in surprise, his face full of horror, listening as the old demon continued. The soldiers have set out for the human world, and the war has officially begun. Dung Sung stammered, unable to speak. Another red-haired demon in prison clung tightly to a wooden stick, shouting loudly to question the pale green demon with ugly teeth outside. So you had been scheming everything from the start, you cowardly and filthy bunch. The green demon punched the red-haired demon straight in the forehead, making him fall back, blood streaming from his nose, which he quickly covered with his hand. Dung Sung caught the red-haired one, while the old demon stared intently at the lone blue demon. That one kept cursing, saying, "You weaklings have no right to interfere with our grand plans for domination. Those cowardly, trembling lot make up a few legends about living in peace, but they have no right to speak here." He laughed eerily, hoisted his wooden club onto his shoulder and said, "Once we finish slaughtering the humans, it'll be your turn." Dung Si reached out and grabbed the green demon's neck, preventing it from reacting and causing it to cry out in pain. It shouted, "What are you doing? Do you want to die?" The old demon behind Dung Song quickly stepped forward to stop him. "Troll, stop it. Attacking them now is not a wise move," the man coldly said, causing the old demon to be stunned for a moment, while the red-haired one and another demon shared the same feeling. "Are you going to keep ignoring this? Are you going to keep sitting still and waiting to die?" Old demon immediately retorted, "But even if all of us stood up to resist, we would still be vastly outnumbered by them." Dung Song growled, "My grandfather once said that if the balance between the human world and the demon world is broken, the sealed demon god at the border will awaken and bring terror to the world once more." He gritted his teeth and frowned, his hand tightening around the neck of the pale green demon as he spoke. "That's also why the demon world used to be larger than the human world, but now has shrunk to this state." On the other side, struggling to breathe, he tried to call out, but only managed a croaking sound as he stood there stunned. The old demon continued to disagree, but you only know about it through hearsay. And the only person who saw the demon god, Elder Tae Hiop, is no longer in this world. The monsters with the green demon started to get angry, running towards him with spears in hand, daring, "Where is everyone? Kill him!" His hand seemed ready to tear the throat of the blue demon. A stream of blue light and strange symbols suddenly appeared on his hand. What if that story was true? They will all die? Then it will be our turn. The monsters armed with weapons moved closer, throwing their spears at him. His hand still clutched the green monster's neck, causing it to scream in endless pain. He clenched his teeth tightly, his body dotted with greenish light streaks, identical to those that appeared on his hand earlier. If we're going to die anyway. That blue power burst forth, engulfing the entire prison. Even the hard stones on the floor gently lifted up. "If he continues, I will risk my life to fulfill my grandfather's last wish." The weapon-wielding monsters were blasted backward by the surge of power. The wooden prison bars warped and then snapped in half, creating a gap in the center. The monsters inside the cell raised their hands to block, struggling to resist. Strangely, Dung Zung was completely unaffected by the sudden surge of power, standing still without a single movement. The green monster's head was crushed into tiny pieces, leaving only its body collapsing heavily to the ground. The wooden barrier of the cell is bent and broken to a pitiful extent. He softly asks, "What about you guys?" The other demons in the prison looked at each other in confusion, as his solemn voice echoed throughout the damp dungeon. For us, Elder Tahiup is a god, a source of pride and honor, the leader who unites us all.
Under his command, we are all one family. The diverse monsters roared and charged at their own kind.
The green monster that was just killed by him, while his voice continued. Elder Tahiup teaches us to cultivate, to gain strength, not to use as a spear to dominate others, but as a shield to protect what we cherish. He stands proudly above, looking down at the monsters below, wielding their weapons. He has dedicated his life to fighting against selfishness and greed, those who only aim their swords at others to sow hatred and suffering. In a chaotic world drowned in war and plunder, he shouts out in fierce anger. They have taken the Elder's life with cowardly tactics, and are now trampling on his lifelong ideals by spreading hatred and suffering among humanity, just as they have treated us. Now here in the human world, the humans are advancing, all with eyes blazing with hostility, ready to fight. He still refuses to lower his stance. If we turn a blind eye to their actions, then the peace we fight to protect with our lives is nothing but a worthless illusion. Don't forget that once humanity is defeated by their force, it will be the moment they disgrace your graves. Both sides charged into chaos, not knowing who the enemy was, only wielding weapons like machines of slaughter. We cannot sit idly by and watch them bring chaos and destruction upon humanity. His voice rises to a climax. Even though the two sides are different, now is the time for us to raise our shields to protect the survival of the human world. The chaotic battlefield unfolds, and Soha is also fighting with all her might. She swung her sword, slicing through the head of a snake-shaped monster into 3 pieces right below her. Some shouted, some advanced, and others cried out in pain and despair. He issued a command, like a final order: follow the Elder Tahiup's will exactly. All races deserve respect and to live together in peace. A human man was kicked away, screaming in pain. This person's chest looks like it's been pierced, with bloodstains on their dark clothing. Another person speaks up. "Commander, please order a retreat. We are being overwhelmed by numbers. With this kind of formation, the entire army will be wiped out." So, Ha remains in fighting stance, her eyes fixed firmly on the enemy. But behind us are all innocent civilians. If the screams of pain that tear through the air now don't interrupt her words, it's unclear who they belong to. A human girl, covering half her face with a black scarf, hurriedly calls out to her. "The leader, the number of enemies is decreasing rapidly." So Ha is also stunned. "What? How is that possible?" The girl continued. "There is an entire army of monsters supporting us." From afar, a group of fierce demons approached, led by Deng Song. So Ha saw him, and her eyes widened in shock. On the battlefield, bodies of humans and demons lie scattered among each other, with various weapons stuck into the unmoving corpses. The surviving soldiers have gathered together, and Soha, representing them, questioned sharply, "What scheme are you planning now?" Deng Sung fell silent and did not reply. After a moment, he finally spoke, and they temporarily withdrew their forces to reinforce the front line. "The second invasion of Sam Lang will happen soon. I do not want them to cross over here and bring chaos to the world, so I want you to cooperate." "How can we trust what you monsters say?" The man pulled out a stack of papers covered in red ink stained with dirt. "If you don't trust the words of the demon, then can you trust the Alliance oath instead? Shed a little blood and sign this blood pact, which already contains the blood of my clan members. Once signed, neither side will be able to harm each other on the battlefield." She shouted in firm opposition. "This thing isn't trustworthy at all." A man standing behind her advised, "Leader, we don't have many options left, do we?" The other person still maintained a supportive tone towards him. "On the battlefield, every fewer enemy means more chances to win. Please consider carefully." So Ha furrowed her brows, fighting a mental battle, her eyes never leaving him for a moment, and he also stared intently back at her. So Ha's eyebrows furrowed more and more, showing her utmost displeasure. Then she turned around sharply. "Only this once. After the war ends, we go our separate ways." The space around her shattered like broken glass, and in reality, the same thing was happening around Jie Xin and So Tron. They both looked around in panic, each in a different direction. He stammered, hands hanging in fear. What the hell is going on? The fortune teller is the only one not panicking here. This is him coming. The two look at the old woman with confusion and ask again. The old woman frowns. "I have to leave the rest to you two. I can't help you any further. Although I tried to save every bit of my strength, it still has its limits." Both of them listened intently, as if anything the old woman said would leave them in awe. Suddenly, Cracks like shattered glass appeared on the old woman's body. She continued, "Soon, the uncontrollable darkness will descend." The crack deepened further. The old woman advised, "Find what you still lack before the worst happens. If my prediction is correct, only you two can stop him." So Chan shouted loudly, "Wait a minute. There are still many things we haven't had a chance to ask. Why did you show us all these things?" The surrounding space shatters into tiny shards of glass, including the crack where the old fortune teller's divination tool broke, as if a force pulled at that spot, pulling So-Troll and even Desin into the gap. The old woman utters her final words, leaving the rest to the two of you. They both fell straight into the black hole with frozen, terrified faces, and So-Troll slipped past a small piece of glass. That was the moment when Soha's father, disguised as Jumo Nian, stood in the forest questioning Dung Song. It turns out it was all the work of someone else. Dai quickly glided past another glass where Soha lay motionless on the floor, her mouth filled with red liquid. Beside Dung Song, who seemed to be trying to hold back his emotions, his eyes widened as he stared directly at the glass, revealing a long, white-haired woman with her face covered. "It's the fortune teller," the old woman muttered. "Please." The old woman is suspended by a tangled web of thorny chains, her legs dangling, with little time left. The sound of dry footsteps hitting the stone floor echoes. Dai One, with a cold expression and no emotion, steps forward. His hand in his pocket. "I have found the culprit causing chaos at the border." The fortune teller looked at the newcomer and questioned, "The only one who can awaken him in this world is surely you." He thought of Jai-Chin with her blazing red eyes and the dark stains on her clothes. "I was too careless. I never expected you to dare to send him to reincarnate as a mortal. No wonder even after searching the entire demon realm I couldn't find a trace of him." He frowned, his face full of contempt. "Being imprisoned here has made you so desperate that you're clinging to this faint glimmer of hope?" The fortune teller said nothing, looking down at the icy pit, its door tightly shut and covered with sharp ice crystals pointing down at the ground. "If I continue speaking, I must also say that you probably were quite surprised by my mother's actions, which is why you had to come here in person. With someone as busy as you with countless schemes, having to come to this twisted space-time place is quite a trouble, huh?" He sneered. "Do you really think he can stop me once again? Immortal gods, the longer you live, the worse your judgment becomes. Vien Bao Ngok, you can't use what you stole for that purpose." "Until now," the old woman finally responded, "she didn't grant you pure power, but was destroying you bit by bit." He replied, "Who is the one deciding that? You see, the problem with you high and mighty gods is that you think you have the right to decide the laws of everything in the world." He said threateningly, "It seems I must make you realize sooner how disastrous your mistake has been over the thousands of years. Stay here and watch as I show you a power that can devour them all in an instant, and then I will devour all of your gods." Half of his face transforms into a monstrous form with countless eyes to become the supreme ruler of this world. Standing under the familiar temple roof, the sky was now pitch black. So Troll spoke up. "This is our way home." She was stunned. Zhao Jiak looked around. Dia sat heavily beside her. He reached out to hold his head in exhaustion, frowning deeply as he recalled the reflection in the glass earlier. Soha was lying weakly on the ground, next to Dung Song, who sat down heavily. She weakly begged, "Please stop worrying and look at him. He has been sitting silently all this time." Suddenly she asked, "The reason that mysterious woman showed us those memories just now is because you are the troll, right?" Dee looked up at her, clutching her arm tightly. "Was what she said true, that you killed my father to prevent the war from happening?" He mumbled as if he wanted to say something. "The person I killed was not her father." So Chan asked in surprise, "What do you mean?" He turned away to avoid her gaze. "I don't quite remember exactly either." His eyes suddenly looked distant. "He is absolutely not her father." She looked at him confused, quickly placing her hand on her chest to add something. "Ah." Before I could finish speaking, he slammed his hand down on the stone floor, cutting me off immediately. "Aren't you feeling tired?" He still didn't look at her, avoiding saying more, and said, "We still have a lot to deal with. I think we should take the opportunity to rest. It's now evening, and we never know what might suddenly appear. Tomorrow morning, we'll go find Dak Ha and Zia." She listened quietly and then quickly went inside the house. "Just forget everything for now and rest well." Even so, he still hasn't taken his eyes off her, his gaze full of unspoken words. In the wooden-tiled bathroom, waves of hot steam continuously rise from below, accompanied by deep, satisfied sighs. Dee relaxes in the bathtub, leaning back comfortably with her eyes closed, enjoying the moment. "It feels like it's been 10 years since I last enjoyed a hot bath like this." Still with my eyes closed. He recalls the fragments of memories the fortune teller showed him, and then, opens his eyes. He falls into deep thought, realizing he has almost completely remembered his past life memories. The image of the one-story house I'm living in appears in my mind, along with everything that brought me here, meeting So Troll and many other things, all part of Destiny's plan. My thoughts keep going, so from now on, how am I going to face her? Suddenly, the sound of footsteps softly creaking on the wooden floor outside pulled him back to reality, and his eyes showed a wary expression at the faint noise. It was Tron approaching. She had changed into a simple pink sweater, her hair messy and loose. Just before the bathroom, a set of clothes stained and muddy was neatly placed in front of the door, with a sword carefully laid on top, catching her attention, especially the sword. She frowned, then suddenly spoke softly. If everything we see is the truth, I don't know how I'll face you from now on. He glanced briefly at the door, then lowered his head slightly to listen. If you really are the owner? She propped herself up with one hand on the floor and sat down. She sat right next to the clothes and the sword. If you really are the owner of that sword, then you are the one who murdered my father. I leaned back against the wall next to the door, facing away from Jin sitting in the bathtub, and I no longer know if I should believe in the promises you made before. Jin's face briefly stiffened as his disheveled hair covered half of his face. She raised her knees, crossed her arms over them, and buried her head in her hands. But I still can't be sure those memories are real. I don't want fragmented, unclear memories to turn us into enemies. Jin's face remains as calm as ever. He finally responds, if you're constantly bound by what happened in the past life, you won't be able to make clear decisions. So, Chan was surprised by these words and looked behind her. Dia leaned on the edge of the bathtub and lifted herself up from the water. For me, what happened in the past life is dead in the past life. No matter what anyone says, I am living for the present, for this life. So Troll suddenly hardens his expression. The bathroom door slightly opens, the lingering warmth inside still faintly felt. I only care about one thing. The most important thing I need to accomplish in this life. He stepped out, draping a yellow scarf over his head, gently brushing it to dry his hair. That is to find the jar for the soul and help her reincarnate back as a human. So, Chan raised an eyebrow at him. The person who just left the door, Jin, also cast an indifferent glance at her before continuing down the hallway. While she remained seated still, I'm going to sleep now. Good night. Just trolling. She still didn't say anything even now. Late at night, the quiet darkness envelops every hidden corner of the house. Dia asks to lie with her head turned to the wall. His steady breathing fills the silent air as he seems to have fallen asleep, with the sword casually placed on the ground beside him. So Chan gently reached out to the sword, about to grab it, but quickly withdrew her hand. After a moment of hesitation, she finally lifted the sword and held it at eye level to examine. She suddenly froze, wondering why she could pick it up so easily. She frowned in confusion and looked up at Jin, who was still asleep across from her. Her shadow cast clearly on the wall. She stared at him for a long time, her expression unchanged, as if deep in thought. So Chan kept her eyes fixed on him, her hand gently tightening around the sword's hilt. Then she suddenly closed her eyes, sheathed it back into the scabbard, and returned it to its place. She quietly stepped out of the room. Dia Shin suddenly opened his eyes. He had only been sleeping all along. A deep voice echoed in his mind. Using my cultivation to seal your power, it's clear that your existence depends on their will. A shadowy figure with white hair and strange earrings stands amidst the blazing red space, above a desolate land with broken wooden stakes and a lifeless body beneath them. As long as one side avoids excessive greed and anger, you will remain safe. Over here, I am sure they are now arguing about how to blame you for this tragic war. The scene of the battlefield becomes even clearer, a place filled with death, with weapons and unidentified bodies piled on top of each other. Deng-se lay himself down on the filthy ground, a stream of bright red trickling from the corner of his mouth as he weakly spoke. Grandpa, understand me. He lies sprawled in the middle of an empty field, a stream of red liquid spreading beneath him, his clothes torn apart, his hands hanging limply, exhausted, right? Dia Xin tries to sit up, his face panicked, cold sweat dotting his forehead, as if what just happened was a nightmare. He sat motionless on the bed, his face stiff with fear, mouth agape. He raised his hand to support his head, his eyebrows furrowed tightly, his expression unwell. It's morning, Dasin invites. Sit down and eat. There are only a few simple dishes and canned food on the table. I usually don't pay much attention to eating, so I just grab a quick meal like this. He took the opened lunchbox. I was just teasing you a bit, but anyway, you need to recharge to recover quickly, so if it's not to your taste, I hope you'll understand. She frowned slightly, stayed silent for a moment, then spoke. Have you forgotten that I can no longer eat human food? He was startled as if something just came to mind, then gazed into the distance. Julian softly spoke. Yeah. Then he continued eating and finished his meal. The sound of rice being scooped and chewing echoes in the quiet space. So Troll remained silent, watching him intently. Why do you still force yourself to care about me like this? Dia, chewing her rice, suddenly stops and looks up at her when she asks, her hands pressed tightly against her thighs. I'm still very wary of you, Deshin, so I think there's no need for us to stay together like this anymore. He suddenly lowered his face and stopped his chopsticks. He recalls a long-forgotten memory from when he was a child, wearing a black outfit from head to toe, sitting upright, her face expressionless but with a hint of sadness somewhere inside. My parents, the orphanage director who adopted me, all of them are caught in my fate and met a terrible end. The image of the director lying on the ground appears with a gentle face, eyes closed but a kind and gentle smile still on her lips, a peaceful expression beside her, with a patch of red liquid on her shirt. In my previous life, I was powerless to protect what was important to me, and it's the same in this life. Jay puts down the chopsticks. The only thing that still matters to me in this life is you. So Chan looked at him doubtfully, never expecting to hear such words. I want to protect that important thing in this life so I won't have to regret again. She lowered her head, recalling the scene when Dongsong ended her father's life, and softly replied, I don't know how I will face you anymore. Dia Xin immediately spoke up. If Li Qi doesn't know what to do, she should follow her heart. Her eyes widen in surprise.
Anyway, since we haven't confirmed anything until now, why not set the past aside for now and focus entirely on the present?
She was still frozen, unsure how to react. Jin reached out his hand to her, and we will explore together the full story behind everything.
After the truth is revealed, it's not too late for her to seek revenge then, he said firmly.
So Troll still looks confused. She glances down with a slight nod. The wooden door swings open, and both So and Jin are running quickly. I'm only thinking of that one way right now. Dia added, I am the one who caused him to be seriously injured. To treat such wounds, we will need to go to a major hospital. The alley slopes up ahead, so let's head to the main road and take a taxi to the nearest big hospital. Wandering around will eventually lead us to a clue. Suddenly, Jay slowed down and stopped completely. He furrows his brows in confusion, looking ahead. Why is it like this? Even So Troll looks similar. She is stunned.
What is this? The road is blocked.
They immediately changed direction to other forks on this side, but the road still remained blocked. Then they switched to another road, on this side as well, but the result remains the same. Dia looked around in shock. What just happened? They were still in shock when suddenly a hungry growl came from behind them. Both of them stood still, not moving. So Troll slowly turned his head toward the sound. Hey Jin, do you think maybe we haven't returned to the human world yet? A layer of dust and broken stone falls as strange, grotesque monsters step heavily toward them, their tongues lolling out. They were starving. When they finally spotted Jin and So, they cried out for human flesh and, without hesitation, lunged forward to grab them. They backed away a step, fear and panic written across their faces. Suddenly, a foot from above came down and stamped squarely on the napes of their necks. Seriously, these ghouls just won't stay dead. A string of coins tied together with a red cord suddenly shot straight into their shoulders. A devastating surge of power swept down through the ghouls, tearing out their entrails and shredding their lower bodies so they only managed a single scream of pain, and their utterly ruined corpses were hurled apart through the air. At this moment, Jessen finally came to his senses. His face turned pale as he shouted, Brother Deok, ha? Hwasung looked up quickly when called, surprised to see Jessen standing there. She rushed over, hugged Jessen tightly, and happily patted his head.
Thank goodness you're still alive, Jessen, you clueless fool.
He couldn't dodge in time, and this sudden hug startled him so much that his face twisted. He quickly raised his hand to block and asked, What's going on? And what about my wound? Hua X raised her hand to her chest and smiled, saying, Of course I've recovered. It's been a week after all. Jin and Soon both gasped. I quickly repeat in disbelief. A whole week has passed. After being separated from you two and returning here, the situation had become extremely chaotic. The demon J1 had opened a portal at Naniac Temple directly connecting to the demon world. Zhang Huaxian has mobilized all forces here and only managed to slightly ease the situation after much effort. The scene of the quiet neighborhood is strangely still, with good infrastructure but no sign of a single person. You mentioned and explained this strange situation. For now, we have evacuated all residents in the area and completely sealed off all routes leading here to contain the dangerous outbreak. And now everyone is fighting together against the invading monsters. And so... Troll's face suddenly darkens in shock.
Did the evil Master Huan open the portal? By the way, do you know where Jin Lang has gone?
I need him to help me with something. When that name is mentioned, Huazong doesn't hesitate and responds irritably. Don't mention that fox spirit's name. He used the excuse of looking for you and then disappeared forever. Before leaving, he said that getting help from her now is even harder than reaching the sky. Is it just me, or do you understand what he's trying to say? He widened his eyes, noticing something unusual. So Troll hesitated. Maybe she was afraid, lowering her head. Yes, she might very well be the one we are looking for. Huasung suddenly turned to Sotron. Oh, I forgot. I have something I need to tell you. Sotron Huasung has already taken the urn with her remains. She suddenly panics and questions her. Why is that? What do they want with my urn for the remains? Who gave them permission? Facing her barrage of questions, he could only scratch his head. Thing, I'm really sorry. I did my best to stop them too. They said as long as they had this urn for the remains, there would be no need to keep fighting the monsters. Her pupils dilated in shock, unable to believe what she was hearing. She angrily raised her hand to her chest. What do they mean? Could it be that a loud noise suddenly interrupted her angry words? Both Jessen and So stare wide-eyed, glaring ahead. On the roof of a nearby house, a guy jumps down so forcefully that he crushes the roof tiles under his feet. Another guy with red hair, wearing a black vest, jumps over the roof of another house right in front of Jin and Sotron, causing both of them to panic and turn away to dodge. Then another one suddenly drops straight onto the roof of a sedan parked next to Jessen. This guy, wearing a red-orange coat, casually slips his hands into his pockets, and his landing shatters the car's windows and dents the roof badly. A masked man, a red-haired man, and a fully covered man with an orange-red coat and hat. The masked man softly called out and then looked directly at Jin and Soon, who had been surrounded. Where did these two come from? The sudden appearance of these mysterious guys makes Jin a bit cautious. The masked man wondered, I've never seen these two strangers before. The old man asked quickly, where did you two come from? Even So Troll is just as surprised. Huasung, confused, pointed at Jin and Soon. He spoke up to help them speak more carefully. They are the red-haired guys cutting off Huasung, demonic energy. He points at Jin. This kid is carrying something that radiates strong, evil energy. It seems like you sensed something hidden inside Jin. How did you ask about it? Is that enough to prove these two are demons? So Chan, hearing this, felt a bit scared and explained. As everyone turned their attention to her, wait a moment. I am Sotron, heir of the Naniac sect, here to retrieve my own remains urn. The team leader spoke, revealing that Naniac is the one Doc Ha mentioned earlier. The red-haired man looked at Sotron suspiciously, and that woman seemed the most suspicious. Who would be alive and searching for a urn for their own remains? Seeing the blue ring on Sotron's hand, the red-haired man guessed, but she didn't seem like a ghost. So it can only be a shape-shifting monster. Are you asking Huaxiang, right? Doc Ha. Hearing that, both Huasong and Sotron looked quite worried. Huasong explained that these guys said to take it slow, but things are a bit complicated. And the masked man jumped down, seemingly ignoring what Huaxiang was saying. He reminded Doc Ha not to be swayed by them. This demon girl might be deceiving you. From the start, she intended to trick you by using the name of a sect that has been extinct for hundreds of years. So Troll justifies himself. Don't talk nonsense. That jar with the bones really belongs to me. The masked man coldly replies, if we're forced to believe your monster stories, we'd rather bet on that Huan guy. So Troll was extremely surprised and thought he had heard wrong, and she asked again, what? The masked man calmly replied, John says that as long as they hand over the jar to Kot, he will gather his troops and seal the border passage. So Troll retorts, no way, don't be so naive. If you believe that demons' words, everyone will die. The masked man still doesn't believe. So are we supposed to believe you? How do you plan to convince us? He firmly said with unwavering words. In our eyes, you two are just lost little demons. And the neighborhood remains silent as usual. The masked man continued to ask sharply, as if you truly were the master of the bone jar and the heir of the once mighty Naniac sect. And then what? Are we supposed to wait for your reincarnation to rebuild the Naniac sect strong enough to protect humanity? You tell me, if we're all going to die anyway, which side should we bet our lives on? The masked man sneered. Maybe it's because the Naniac sect back then wasn't strong enough to bear the responsibility, which led to its destruction. It seems he holds a grudge against Soon and keeps saying harsh words. So Chan remained silent for now. Suddenly, a voice interrupted. Huaxian irritably speaks up. That's enough. It seems that hearing those harsh words finally pushed him over the edge. Huaxian looks quite annoyed. I will stand up for Dacian and Sotron and take responsibility for these two. Don't try to pick a fight on purpose. If you say one more word, don't blame me for not showing mercy to a fellow disciple. Seeing Huasi get angry, the masked man felt a bit worried. He calmed down and said, Don't be angry. It's my fault. I was a little too harsh, the masked man said, but his tone was still very sarcastic. So if you've vouched for this successor, then it must be true, right? Dia listened to that with great displeasure and said, we are having a polite conversation, so you should also show some courtesy. What's going on? This punk with the mask thinks he can taunt us, thinking he's carrying demon weapons and get away with it. The mysterious goat responds, do you want to try? Hoa XX worries and stops him. Hey Jin, hold back a little. It seems like you sense something terrible is about to happen. Suddenly, a terrifying sound echoes. It's so hungry, something jumps down and destroys the nearby vehicle. The surprised gang leader turned back to see a swarm of zombies suddenly appearing, clinging to each other to form giant shapes with countless heads and glowing red eyes as loud screams echoed. It's not the time for internal conflicts. Focus on dealing with this now. Suddenly, a streak of light flashed, slicing through the ghosts and tearing them apart. Dia Xin spoke. You Zhonghua, you must be the ones behind this. Everyone else looked on in shock at the attacking ghosts. Dia looked with a fierce gaze, appearing extremely dangerous. He continued. Smart enough to see the difference in skill level, right? The zombie horde is gradually being wiped out. Dia calmly stands there, ignoring the chaos behind him. The continuous red beams pierce through the zombies, leaving the unknowing like the masked man in awe, while the flower sprayers are extremely frightened. A bright red object gradually appears in Jin's hand. He speaks, holding a blazing sword, feeling that the sword of the host is suspicious. Jin threw the sword into the ground in front of the masked man and challenged him to pick it up if he had enough courage. So Chan quietly looked at Jin, secretly pondering something. Jin continued, anyone confident enough step forward and face me.
Those guys were so confident earlier, but now they're too scared to say a word.
Dia's eyes burn with anger, looking extremely dangerous. You threaten. I have no problem with a few more souls under my sword. If you have a small courage, you should keep your mouth shut. In front of Jin's power, the most talkative one, the masked man falls silent out of fear. Seeing that the situation was unstable, Huaxiang spoke to calm things down. All right, Jay, I understand. Right now, during this chaotic war, they still serve to support and protect innocent civilians. So let's just consider it a favor and let it go. Jin still seems not to have gotten over it. He asks again, during this chaotic war, is it related to the appearance of the zombies in the human world? The neighborhood is now shrouded in darkness. Huaxiang, please step back. You haven't gone to Nani Temple yet, right? You suggested coming with me, and I will let you see firsthand the passageway I mentioned earlier. Hearing that, Sotron and Ye Xin were a bit surprised. Somewhere else, it seems to be a palace with voices echoing. Naughty little kid, could you really refuse your old father's request and run away without a trace? Sitting on the throne is Hongjon's father, he asked directly, and now he suddenly shows up again. Tell me, what is really going on, Honggon? Hong now kneels solemnly on the ground. The princess speaks, her tone extremely serious. Please forgive your son for disobeying the order. At that time, Hai Ni was too reckless, but because this situation concerns the fate of our kingdom, I had no choice but to return. Hong Dion's father replied, feeling a bit disappointed. So you still continue to disobey the imperial decree, huh? It's just because of the urgent situation that you shamelessly came back to visit your old father, right? He stood up, his voice trembling as he said, Do you know what your sudden disappearance has caused me? Hong closed his eyes tightly, expecting to face his father's anger, but instead he stepped forward and embraced Hong, leaving the princess stunned. Hong's father sobbed softly and gently continued, Are you worried or not? It's good that everything is safe now. Hong helplessly tries to comfort his father. Come on, stop crying. Father, I have urgent news to report, Hong's father interrupted. Recently, my old father has been anxious because the situation is becoming more and more chaotic beyond control. Rumor has it that a group of humans with malicious intent infiltrated the border, assassinated the great sage, and then attacked the old beast Go Mok before fleeing. Hearing that, Hong was extremely shocked and remembered the people. Hong's father continued, At this rate, humans will soon invade our kingdom. Right now, Lord J1 is leading the troops to quell the chaos at the border. Only Lord J1 can stabilize the current situation, so you should go on a secret mission to support the Lord. He entrusted you, and you will go as the new king. King Hongdian, I humbly say. The child understands this is a serious matter and cannot be taken lightly. The child is willing to risk his life to ensure the peace of the 100 kingdoms. However, since this matter concerns the fate of the people, the child respectfully pleads with the emperor to consider carefully. Hong's father was a bit confused upon hearing this. What do you mean? The princess explained calmly, her tone very serious. All the people in our kingdom are artificers capable of creating top-tier weapons, with many factions and powers wanting us to join them. But those groups have malicious intentions. They are unrighteous and will not care about our common people, only seeking to fulfill their selfish goals. Your Highness, it seems Honggon's father does not quite understand your meaning. He asks again, what do you mean? Hong replied, at this moment we cannot rush to join any faction. The princess was determined, if father has entrusted this important task to the child, then give the child more time and the authority to decide. The child offers his life to ensure he does not betray his father's trust, vows to protect the people of Ladon, and fulfills his lifelong wish. Returning to the town, the scene is now a desolate ruin, the sky gloomy, and the silence eerily heavy. It seems something terrible has happened here. A confused person asks, how did it end up like this? The closer we get to Naniac Temple, the worse it seems. You urge yourself to step forward. The three of them arrive at a strange place, where a purple light appears in the distance, surrounded by trees, houses, and roads that seem distorted, forming a slope leading to the purple light. Hwasong spoke. We're here, and you can see the whole Naniac Temple from this spot. Jin and Soon looked at the scene before them and couldn't help but be amazed. Strange purple lights appeared around the neighborhood, spreading everywhere and shining amidst the gloomy surroundings. All of them originate from a mysterious temple that continues to emit a purple light. Outside the streets, countless strange and terrifying monsters roared loudly, creating a forest of deafening sounds. Jin was stunned. Not only were there unique beasts from the border area, but even demons and monsters from the demon realm had already crossed over here. Jin's face isn't much better, her eyes still fixed intently on those strange monsters. They keep screaming loudly. She exclaimed, it's only been a week. Why has the situation worsened so quickly? Hwasong is currently on the phone when X from the other end asks, did you find the girl who trolled Jin? He replies, yes, I did. I ran into them by chance in the Naniac area. He said while looking at the two people still standing dazed in the distance, both of whom are now busy digesting everything that happened over the past week. Are you still going on about that? The bone jar is still intact, right? The bell dog is still guarding it, isn't it? Can I secretly bring the ancient relic jar here for you without the leader knowing? Zia from the other end of the line was confused. What? Why are you saying that all of a sudden? You seem to be losing patience. I've been against this from the very beginning. If that demon Jum-One keeps his promise, I will kneel and bow 3 times calling that woman Grandma. As long as the bell is still there, no one will dare to touch the burial jar. It's best if we secretly take it back and return it to So-Troll to avoid complications. Zia frowned, her face showing clear signs of helplessness and awkwardness. I can't do that right now, Hwasong shouted loudly. You were the one who opposed giving the urn to Kotchun Hwazong from the very beginning. Now I can't turn back again. What's going on? X sighs and complains. The kid's tone drags on tiredly. This is so exhausting. Because I put both hands on the table, I awkwardly blurted out that my phone was on speaker. The higher-ups have heard everything we've said. Indeed, around her is a group of senior leadership. Everyone was watching intently as the phone rang out, and Hwasong cursed under his breath. Leader Hwaseon Shonyu crossed his arms and spoke softly, making sure not to miss a single word. Dui-ok? I'm not that old yet. Hwasong coughs and rubs his head, looking guilty. So now that thing with Mr. Yu is quickly interrupted, assuming the woman you mentioned is truly the heir of the Nania sect. Is there any way she could change this situation? You pause briefly at this question, then slightly pout and think for a moment before hesitantly saying, I'm not really sure. Hearing that, Song Yu immediately added, so let's decide then, but you cut him off again. But he gritted his teeth, his eyebrows furrowing tightly, and said with a determined voice, in these desperate times, I will stake my life on the person I trust, rather than a bunch of cowards who only know how to retreat. What? That troublemaker standing next to Sia Cow. Who do you think you're messing with? You're just a fool. You're so reckless. Just forget it. I don't want to talk to you. You guys said we should give the jar to the bones to keep until the owner comes to get it. Now they are here, so hurry up and give it back. X suddenly smiled faintly after hearing that, while Hwasong continued to scream wildly into the phone. The enemy just made a demand and quickly backed down, obediently following in hopes of survival. That so-called survival route is rotten and cowardly, you know. It is this attitude and behavior of yours that caused us to lose from the very beginning. On the other side, the scream of the idiot is no less fierce. Does this reckless fool want to betray us? Hwaseon is furious. Shut up. What can you do if you betray us? If you're confident, come here and pick a fight so I can tell you what's what. Hwaseon's voice was so loud that Dean and Sohan, standing far away, were startled and turned to look. From now on, I will only fight alongside those I trust. The beeping sound rang out repeatedly. Sia forced a smile. picked up the phone on the table, and hung up. The people in that group started to get agitated, repeatedly making requests to the car, Leader IU.
We must catch Joka and punish him severely, so how dare that lawless guy disobey orders at this time?
Yuchi suddenly spoke, her eyes drifting elsewhere as if lost in thought. Actually, what he said is right.
The woman in the previous meeting suddenly demanded punishment for the flower incense, which was confusing. She suddenly called out, Jia, go to the storage to get the jar for the remains.
Hearing her name, Sia was momentarily startled. Mr. Yu's car reminded him of the black dog. That little dog only listens to me, so only I can bring the jar of essence from the storage room. It's a guardian spirit. He is growling, with a wary look in his eyes. A blue aura radiates around him. Sung Yu's voice continues. Let's make this matter more dramatic. If the jar containing the essence is truly important to JK1, he will definitely appear in person. He is standing in front of the large door, with everyone gathered around as the guardian fiercely blocks the entrance. Everyone was confused because they had work to do inside and kept complaining. So does that mean no one can go inside to get anything anymore? If you're so capable, tell the guardian spirit to move aside so I can go in and get the broom. The woman looked incredulous after hearing Zhang Yu say that. Leader, what are you talking about? She calmly replied, I mean, we will no longer react passively, but take the initiative to lure him out. Her eyebrows suddenly furrowed. Her tone deepened. Whether the negotiations succeed or not, just stay determined. X moved aside. The girl looked tense. She casually mentioned that there will be a final battle at Naniac Hoashong after hanging up, then impatiently pointed at Jin's phone and told him to stay put and observe the situation for now. The old fools at Hoashong seem to want to make things difficult for us. Dia quickly turned his head away, his eyes gazing into the distance. Eyebrows slightly furrowed as he observed. In the distance, the monsters continued to emit terrifying screams. Suddenly, Dasin spoke up, his voice breaking off unexpectedly. Stop, Huasong said confused. Jaishin expressionlessly repeats. I said Huan won't stop here. You must keep doing something now to prevent the passage from expanding further. So Tron nervously looked at him, softly calling Jin Shi's name. Suddenly he rushed forward and shouted loudly, I will make Gun 1 show his face. Hua X's face turned pale as he shouted loudly. Even so, Tron was startled. Dasin Si. Hua X Ongtrat. What are you trying to do, you fool? But Dasin Van Kong quay dâu lại hay lùi buộc nào. Anh cứ thế tiến thang gì? Anh mất hai người bị bỏ lại phía sau diệu cùng giờ, lồi nội nhu bị nghẹn lại ở cổ. So Chan nodded slightly, thinking for a moment before suddenly narrowing her eyes as if determined. She also ran after him quickly, leaving Hoa X standing there stunned. He gritted his teeth and cursed, damn it. Then he ran off after them too. I will risk my life with you fools. A horned demon roars with deep, guttural cries. Suddenly, he was split in half by a single sharp slash from Jin's sword, spraying black-red liquid into the air. The other monsters around, witnessing this, let out a faint scream of fear. Jin's eyes roll back and he shouts furiously. Huan, filled with rage, couldn't hide his expression and boldly declared war. The surrounding monsters were startled by his voice. They wildly brandished their fangs and weapons, preparing to attack. As they got close to him, a blazing red light seeped through the gaps between them. Then his sword swung fiercely forward, shattering the monsters into pieces, while So Troll kept attacking with her needle spear, taking down a bunch of monsters surrounding her. Huazeng also did the same, holding a stack of talismans and burning all opponents in front of him. Ji clenched his teeth, his eyes fierce and alert, furrowing his brows tightly, trying to concentrate on his own attacks. Huaseng charged forward fiercely, veins bulging on his face, eyes wide open, mouth agape. All three fought with all their might, defending and attacking at the same time. The monsters were relentlessly defeated, and a two-whiskered monster was just beheaded, bright red liquid splattering in the air, and the eye of the beheaded monster suddenly flashed a faint light. Through that eye, Huan is quietly observing the situation there, a contemptuous smile spreading on his face, his eyes blazing red and his mouth curling into a wicked, terrifying grin. Behind him, Eonni stands silently. Huaseng, leaning on her hip with a tired look, glanced at the messy pile of monster corpses behind her and couldn't help but say, I'm exhausted. It seems we've cleared out all the monsters in this area. Suddenly, a group of monsters appeared from behind a house. These creatures with crooked teeth, glowing red eyes, and enormous bodies are approaching them, constantly muttering about being hungry. So hungry. Hearing those sounds, he tilted his head towards them. He helplessly smiled at the scene before him, unable to utter a word of praise. Damn it, these damn ghouls are weak but stick like glue. They're getting closer with their guttural voices, too hungry. So Chan and Jae-shin, seeing their expressions, were both surprised and terrified. At the same time, elsewhere, Hwan silently pondered while observing the scene and finally responded to Yeon Neong's question. It wasn't time for us to act just yet. His eyes remained emotionless, fixed steadily in one direction. A gigantic creature covered in thick, dark fur suddenly appeared, with two glowing blue eyes blazing fiercely. It is larger than the buildings in the area and stands firmly on a massive trunk in front of the three of them. Hwasong saw it, and all her fatigue disappeared, leaving only two wide-open eyes of different colors. Grinding its teeth with a furious look, she and Jae-shin with faces full of worry, eyes filled with panic mixed with fear and helplessness. A ghastly green monster, its entire body a jumble of jagged, uneven patches, with blazing eyes that look incredibly terrifying. It is a giant monster, with countless demon spirits falling continuously from its many limbs, yet its size shows no sign of shrinking. Its glowing red eyes and ferocious teeth keep howling, so hungry, so hungry, so hungry. They fall and land on the ground in front of Hwaseon-jin and Sotron, causing the earth to crack and shatter from the impact with dust and smoke billowing everywhere. The Wan continued. Fighting against an infinite number of ghosts will eventually drain them completely. With their terrifying appearance, glowing red eyes, unevenly large sharp fangs baring, and tongues drooling greedily, they kept making horrifying sounds saying, "Eat meat!"
Suddenly, Hwaseon's pupils constricted as she reached out and shouted in panic. Damn it, wait until halftime, but
These demons are mindless. They just follow their instincts, dragging their decayed bodies toward them. They're starving. The three of them are standing in front, each gripping their hot, magical weapons tightly, ready to fight. His gaze darkened, the dark circles more prominent. His eyebrows furrowed as he hesitated to continue, deciding to toy with them a little longer before Hwan ordered Ion, sparing Sotron to kill, and she respectfully obeyed the order. Nora receives the order. In another place, in the heart of the city, bones and smoke cover everything, creating a scene of utter desolation and darkness. There is no sign of life in that scene. A few people are walking through the area wearing very meticulous white protective suits. Then many of them in protective suits walk together, one of them also carrying a device on their back. They could clearly feel that the atmosphere of that area was very strange. One person asked, "Why is the fog so thick like this?" Another member of the group also agreed. Damn, in the middle of a civilized city, there's such a strange place. A member of the team turned to ask, "Commander, do we really have to go deep inside there?" The person called this commander also responded helplessly, as if now they had received instructions from above. A few members chatting and assessing the danger level at the scene could indeed help us prevent risks. But if this is truly an area with an infectious disease outbreak, then it's a different story. They remain focused on their expertise, unaware that above them, on the tiled roof, massive bodies are standing silently. Someone else spoke up to reassure them. "Come on, endure a little longer. At least do a preliminary investigation in the outer area so we have something to report to the higher-ups." Above them, a large figure growled and jumped down towards them. "I'm starving human flesh." The team leader hears strange sounds from the demons. The commander turned back and asked his teammates, "Did you hear anything?" He was completely unaware that behind him a demon was sticking out its tongue and preparing to strike. The person next to him also heard and responded, but the commander was already being bitten by the demon, whose soul was pulled out of his body, his face contorted in terror. "What?" "Commander?" he asked, looking at the trembling commander standing beside him. The commander's eyes widened, blood vessels bulging, and blood streaming from his eyes as he raised his hand abnormally. The other person shouted loudly, backing away in panic and confusion. "What's wrong with him?" Along with the frantic shouts, it shattered the silence and made the city's atmosphere even more terrifying and eerie. In another place, yellow barricade signs have been set up. Journalists gather in large numbers in front of those signs. Is it true that the authorities still haven't confirmed what exactly happened in the Naniac area? Why was there suddenly an order for an emergency evacuation of all residents and a lockdown of this area? Has there been any confirmed infection case in that zone yet? We are still investigating. The reporters didn't seem satisfied with that answer. They questioned, "Are you deliberately hiding information from the public?" The security guard replied, "I am not authorized to answer any of your questions. Everything is still under investigation." Before he could finish his sentence, something caught both him and the reporters' attention, making them turn back to look. Suddenly, countless creatures with no human form, no flesh, hollow eyes, and wrinkled skin appeared, blood stains covering their bodies, causing those around to scream in chaos. They ran out from somewhere, some guards trying to stop them from advancing. People around still screamed loudly at the sight before them. "Oh my God, someone help me, what's going on?" "Hey, are you okay?" That monster bares its teeth at the panicked guard and roars out of hunger. He couldn't defend himself before it pounced on him. The riders who had been watching finally realized and saw them. They shouted, "What's going on?" Oh, the scene was extremely chaotic. The monsters from the containment area are constantly breaking out in search of targets to satisfy their hunger. "I'm starving." And the people around only start to panic now. Is that a zombie? A calm voice suddenly echoes amid the chaos. Zombie. The monsters are in complete chaos. Just look at this chaotic scene. Looking out from the car through the window, I see people running wildly to escape from the monsters. With Yu's long hair flowing and red glasses on, surprised that the aura is leaking out this far. She links arms, her gaze and voice still very calm. We set up a protective barrier with spells to contain the demonic aura inside Naniac. Mrs. Thigh sitting inside her, still showing a hint of surprise on her face at the scene before her. A question arises as she sees the purple smoke enveloping everything, along with the darkened sky. But for some reason, why did the demonic energy break free from the formation and reach all the way here? She frowned and began to ponder her own hypothesis. It's possible that our formation was damaged from the inside, causing it to weaken. But according to the report, the formation is still intact. So the only possibility is that the demon energy inside has become too strong, surpassing the ceiling limits of the formation. Mr. Yu lowered his eyes and fell into deep thought. The car door slowly opens, and a voice echoes, hopefully not the latter. She steps out of the vehicle, hands on her hips with a calm demeanor. At this moment, the troublemaker and another teammate also step out of the car. The dark-skinned man, covered in gold, confidently steps out. An old man with a scar on his head and a girl with long hair also appear. Zia, with a determined look, holds the guardian spirit in her arms, then pulls out a fan and places it in front of her, her eyes slightly lowered. All right. Taking advantage of the chaos, she suddenly swung her fan forcefully forward. An overwhelming power radiated from her movements. Yu quickly took charge and ordered everyone to move inside. That power is heading towards the monsters trying to steal human souls, passing through their bodies. Some are called out by name, others shout loudly. One who just lost his soul has glowing red eyes, his mouth wide open as he prepares to attack others. But suddenly his expression changes to shock, and he utters a puzzled cry. The others also returned to normal. They looked at each other and wondered what was really happening. What was going on? They looked at each other and discussed. "Don't you remember anything?" "You were about to bite me just now," Yu wearing glasses exclaimed. "What?" Above the confused people are the flower-blooming team members flying high in the sky. Two figures are slipping through the rooftops. The masked man supporting the unconscious red-haired guy, both covered in red liquids, but the masked man is still trying to rally his teammate, almost escaping. But as they were moving, a gigantic, multi-headed monster suddenly appeared out of nowhere, catching them completely off guard. It struck a powerful blow, knocking both of them to the ground, sending dust and smoke everywhere. The masked man is being pressed down by the red-haired guy with wide eyes, both groaning in pain and screaming at the horrifying sight before them. The monster stands tall before them, its massive black body emitting a disgusting hunger roar. They cursed loudly, but suddenly Jiangam appeared out of nowhere. He neatly dodged the huge monster and landed safely, while the old man and the red-haired guy narrowly escaped death, leaving them all utterly stunned. Jiangam, wearing a gold necklace, lowers his head and exhales calmly. Luckily, I arrived just in time as the wrinkled hands of someone clasped together, seemingly preparing a spell, emit a golden light from both palms, and a shout echoes out, causing the scene ahead to suddenly collapse, with houses, poles, and other objects along with the monster shattering apart. The dark-skinned man saw the old man casting a spell, shouted, and quickly ran away. He turned back and yelled, "Old man, are you planning to bury me so I can be offered next year?" The old man also refused to give in and argued back, "Shut up, kid. If I don't act, you're definitely dead." The masked man witnessing the scene couldn't help but exclaim an, "Ah!" And when he saw many people gathered there, he shouted, "Have all the Flower Squad members arrived?" Yu stood to the side and then ordered X. "X, hurry and treat her." The girl, holding the guardian spirit in her hand, quickly stepped forward and responded clearly. Then the little girl stepped forward to the seated red-haired man with his head bowed. She gently set him down, raised her hands to treat his wounds, and endured a little. While treating the wound, C heard a terrifying sound. So hungry, both the girl and the boy subtly turned their eyes toward the sound. From behind the houses, a monster resembling the one-child demon from earlier is approaching them, still howling for flesh. So hungry. The dark-haired guy with glasses looked up, wondering how many of them there really were. His teammate beside him also looked panic-stricken as a scream rang out, and everyone immediately turned in that direction. Please don't let them get caught by the monsters. The reconnaissance team members caught by them were eaten alive on the spot. Please be careful. Mr. Yu's car, hearing his serious words, also turned to look. She was stern, resolute, and spoke without a hint of fear. As a member of John Hwaseon, you have to be mentally prepared to accept death in the fight against the monsters.
Are you really saying they scared you?
He leaned forward, hesitating slightly. Bibi, I saw it with my own eyes. Not only were their bodies torn apart by worms, even their souls were bitten and devoured, leaving nothing behind. Images of monsters trying to bite both soul and body appear in her mind. She is slightly surprised, even the soul is being devoured. Is it that terrifying? Hearing that, she stood to the side, surprised. Mrs. Dongtu clenched her fists, sweat pouring down her forehead. This is not good.
At first I thought they were just some kind of hungry ghosts, but given the situation, they are likely Fei Hongui. She then wondered upon hearing this.
A soul-eating demon? She explained yes. This is an ancient demon race that specializes in devouring the souls of other creatures to survive. Even I have only read about them in ancient records and have never seen them with my own eyes. Meanwhile, the other members are fighting the monsters.
The battle is extremely fierce, but she continues to explain with a very serious face. The leader already knows that creatures always have two forms, the mortal body and the invisible soul.
As long as the soul still exists, even if the mortal body is lost, we still have a chance to reincarnate and continue in the cycle of rebirth. However, once the soul is devoured by the soul-eating demon, that creature's existence is considered completely erased, and reincarnation becomes impossible. Oh no, not even a vengeful spirit has a chance. She said this while thinking of the scene where souls are being sucked away by evil spirits.
After hearing her explanation, Zhang Yu became anxious. This is too dangerous. We must not let them escape outside. That's almost impossible.
A voice echoes. She asks again, why does the masked man explain? Yes, because there are too many of them. My subordinates saw a giant monster with countless ghostly spirits falling continuously from it, yet its size shows no sign of decreasing. A huge monster with glowing eyes stands tall in the middle of the city, a single limb appearing in my mind. She still calmly asked, can you estimate the strength of the forces? The man hesitated and replied, a few hundred, a few thousand, maybe even more.
Even if we mobilize all the flowers,
a voice suddenly rang out with great certainty, making Zhang Yu and the masked man turn around in surprise. We can handle this. Sia still firmly holds the guardian deity in her hand, her eyes determined and full of trust. They have fought against them at the border before. She hesitated and asked, what do you mean, them? The girl replied immediately, first, we need to find Duokha and the other two. She said nothing, her eyes appearing to be deep in thought. The little girl clearly shows trust in her words. I believe they will find a way to break this formation. The lights intertwine like a web in the darkness. So Troll holds her magic weapon in hand, with parts of the monster's body scattered around. It seems she just finished dealing with a pretty large creature, panting heavily from exhaustion. They lie on the ground still crying out in hunger, as more are running towards them from behind the ones she just defeated. They keep sticking out their tongues, reaching forward and crying out, I'm so hungry. One of the monster's arms reaches out to grab the troll who just shouted. She was surprised to discover it. A figure suddenly jumped in and struck them down. A burst of powerful light surrounds everything, growing brighter and brighter to dispel the monsters about to attack her. Damn it, how is it still so damn huge? Jin, holding a flaming sword, moves forward unexpectedly. His serious face clenched in determination as a powerful energy from his sword heads straight for the giant monster. Hwaseon, with one eye still burning fiercely, stood in front to protect So Troll. He widened his eyes, watching the scene before him, while the girl behind, also affected by the enormous force, slightly furrowed her brow and let out a shout. The body of the monster is made up of dozens of smaller monsters splitting apart into two, but it doesn't take long before the separated parts quickly come back together. Hwaseon's face veins bulged even more clearly. He gritted his teeth and shouted in anger, damn it, so strong. After using his power, sweat dripped all over his face. His sunken eyes looked hollow, and he was gasping heavily, exhausted. Each monster bared uneven, jagged teeth. Then they closed, and thousands of blazing red eyes stared intently in one direction. Dai One, with eyes as fiery red as those monsters, softly uttered an intriguing word. Suddenly I feel a sharp pain here. Could this be a flashback? His bloodshot pupils flickered with a pensive, indescribable expression. A shadow of a person bowing their head, dying from a spear piercing their body, flickered in his mind as Jamonian gently placed his hand on his chest, tightening slightly. Since ancient times, humans have been anxious and afraid that monsters and demons beyond the border would harm them. Their deep-rooted weakness led them to worship gods in hopes of finding protection. Gradually, that worship transformed into a form of energy called faith. As long as humanity's faith persists, the fairy realm will also endure forever. However, as the years passed, humanity gradually produced extraordinary individuals who could fight monsters without relying on the immortals. As humanity's faith gradually fades, the borders enter a period of decline. But if monsters grow stronger, humanity's fear will return. And as humanity continues to worship the fairy realm, the balance between the three worlds will be restored once again, and I will invite you to the fairy realm to express my gratitude. A light appears from within the forest, and a voice echoes, catching Dongsong's attention. I felt an extremely powerful aura of evil energy, so I hurriedly rushed here. So, you're the criminal. That voice belongs to a tall, bearded man with wild hair and eyes rolled back. He introduced himself as Jum One, and also told everything about himself. I have the ability to devour others' powers and turn them into my own, so I devoured this human and infiltrated the Naniac sect. Juman, in Soha's father's body, extends his hand in a gesture of cooperation, his gaze still very serious and cautious. This human's body will make it easier for me to incite war. Once the war breaks out, we will have a chance to seize the key that leads to the fairy realm guarded by Naniac. His voice gradually and slowly says, I really need someone to help me now. To work from within and outside, just agree. He hesitated and stopped mid-sentence. Dongse looked at him and asked, Do you not fear that I will tell everyone at Nani about this? He sneered. Do you think they would believe a demon like me? Before I could finish, he was already stabbed by the young man. Red droplets seep from Juman's body as he cries out in pain. He still tries to lift his face, trembling with pain, and stammers, Do you really care about Sotron? Is that so? You will regret it. He paid no attention to what he said, only lightly reminding him to think of himself first. He still tried to say a few more words before leaving this body. Ah, the sword in your hand suddenly glows as it pierces his stomach. He glares in surprise, grinding his teeth as if he can't believe what he's seeing. Why can this sword hurt me? Its light shines even brighter. Now J1 understands why the sword could hurt him. So that's how it is. It's not a weapon of the demon realm. Suddenly, a voice called out. Father's voice echoed as a girl with her hair tied high stepped forward, and he widened his eyes and clenched his teeth at her appearance. Dai Onion is now reacting fiercely, his face covered in sweat, grimacing as he shouts, Do you think you can still face So Troll after doing this? In an instant, the sword is drawn from his body. Blood splattered everywhere, and Dongzong's face was covered in sweat. He stammered, Is this her father? Ah, those memories are gradually coming to an end. The current Huan stands there motionless, his face unknown. His eyes grew serious and darkened, leaving no doubt. Amidst the ruins of the city, that green monster still stands there. What is that thing? For the first time in his life, the terrifying sight left the dark-haired man flying in the sky with his team in disbelief. He asked again, X, are you joking? X.
Did you really fight that thing? The girl shouted back. I told you, there was no such huge thing before.
Master Yu remained silent, but his voice continued to echo. Our old men will stand guard to prevent the soul-devouring demon from escaping for as long as possible. She remembered what she was told before. The leader must remember that fighting them alone is suicide. Our real problem is Jum One. She was a bit confused and asked again, What do you mean, elder? Our goal is to lure him out. She replied, It's not that simple. Hwaseong is still fighting with all her might. You proposed the hypothesis that the demon Jum One can not only devour the souls and powers of humans, but also those of even stronger beings. Jin also grimaced and clenched his teeth, feeling helpless in front of the situation. And at this moment, One opened his eyes wide in one direction, pupils dilated. It is you. The one he is staring at is Jin. Jin's eyes blaze with intensity, his face contorted with effort as he channels all his strength into this strike, unleashing a long sword slash that cuts through one side of the massive monster's body with a shining blade. Part of its body completely fell off, glowing brightly as it hovered and crashed into the houses, causing a powerful impact that sent dust and debris flying everywhere. Hua finished opening her eyes wide in one eye and exclaimed in surprise, Wow! He laughed loudly at the sight of the monster's body being torn apart, his eyes still burning with literal fire as he turned to him and giving a thumbs up and praising, Your swordsmanship is quite a masterpiece. But suddenly, another pitch-black, bluish creature appeared from the head. He was happy only briefly before seeing that scene, sweat breaking out as he let out a surprised exclamation. He said nothing, still watching the scene before him split into two. He shouted as two massive monsters appeared. One of them formed from a piece of the body he'd cut off that had fallen. Hwasong, who'd been praising him moments before, was now panicked, grabbing him by the neck and yelling, "God damn, look at your masterpiece!" Dia also looked just as confused and replied, "Who knows?" A voice from somewhere suddenly called out, making Sotron turn around in surprise, and things got even worse. Sia crawled out from somewhere, holding him in her arms and shouting to her, "Jisen Oppa, Sotron surrender." Now, not only was the girl there, but XQ, Jiangam, and another person landed in front of her. Mr. Yu calmly gave the order, "Attack all at once, all at." The other members quickly flew away after hearing the command, responding with a clear shout. Jiangam raised his fist, channeling all his strength into it. Another member controls several swords flying away, while another throws many talismans forward. They coordinate seamlessly, each using their own techniques and positions to attack together and defeat the monster. Sia brought the guardian deity in front of her. The little girl felt very happy to see Soon again. Seeing her safe made her happy. "So, Tron, eat up." She patted his head while speaking happily. X. The whole pack is here. On this side, she is standing in front of Hwasong with a serious expression, arms crossed over her chest looking to see if anyone is here. "Aren't you the one who always likes to obey others?" Hearing her say that, he felt a bit panicked, didn't know what to say, and just chuckled awkwardly. She struck him in the face with a sudden hit, her high heels flying straight at him, catching him completely off guard and leaving him grimacing in pain. Mr. Yu shouted angrily, "How long will you keep refusing to change, you fool?" Because her strike was so fierce that everyone around looked back with fear and shock on their faces. He was furious, eyes wide, shouting, "You damn brat, don't think just because you're the leader I won't take you down." She calmly pushed up her glasses and said, "If you've got the guts, then go ahead and try." Still holding the red-rimmed glasses, she smiled and whispered to him, "You'd better cooperate willingly and show some respect to your subordinates." "Hey, my one-eyed half-demon old man. If I expose your true identity, you can be sure you'll be taken away as a lab rat." Hearing those words, Hwaseong gritted his teeth in anger, but basically could do nothing to her. He trembled violently with anger. The two pupils looked back, grinding their teeth as they spoke. How did that little brat with the blue nose from back then become so treacherous as she grew up? Mr. Yu's car at this moment no longer cares about you at all, turning to ask Soon. "Ah, this girl must be so Tron." Seeing her like that, he got angry and shouted, "Wait a minute, damn it." She seriously asked her if she was the owner of the urn for the remains, according to Dewey Okha. So Chan was a bit surprised to hear her mention the jar holding her remains. She responded to the question, "Yes, are you holding my remains jar?" "Yes, we are currently holding the urn for your remains, but we haven't decided yet whether to return it at this time." She wondered why when she heard her say that. Zhang Yam is still fighting with all her might against those ugly monsters, standing face to face with Soon and explaining herself. Because she is a monster right now, but before she could finish her sentence, a voice interrupted their conversation. "Leader, they are too many. We can't fight like this anymore." A fighter. Fighting them, suddenly saw a long beam of light appear out of nowhere, slicing through the monsters in surprise, and the creatures gradually faded into the light. He tightly grips his still glowing sword in his hand. If her intention is similar to those people earlier, Mr. Yu looks in one direction, his face showing a mix of surprise and concern. "Don't expect us to cooperate." At this moment, behind him, the monsters are dropping parts of their bodies. She is suddenly stunned for the second time when she hears his words. X says to advise her, "Please, leader, now is not the time for internal conflicts." Hwasong, standing beside her, also urges him, "Don't be so tense. Calm down. I understand now that our reckless behavior has upset you. However, we hope you understand that sometimes certain matters are so significant that we must proceed with caution before making decisions. Of course, Jeha and even X have vouched for both of you. That means we can fully trust both of you." The girl and the boy looked somewhat stunned upon hearing those words. Jin remained silent, listening intently with a serious look in his eyes. "I will return the urn to the remains after we take the casket to Naniac Temple for an investigation, okay?" Hearing about bringing the casket to Naniac, he was a bit surprised. She was a bit confused and asked again, "Why do we have to take my bone jar to Naniac?" She asked, "Do you know how to lift the seal on the bone jar?" Xiaoyu explains that since this is the urn containing the heir of the Naniac sect, it is definitely sealed with powerful exorcism spells, making its power even stronger if touched by a demon. She said nothing, only focused on listening to each explanation, as the clues for breaking the seal likely lay somewhere within the Nania temple. My special status also allowed me to access some ancient charms, though not many, but enough for us to risk going to Naniac for an investigation. She asked, "What do you think?" He didn't answer, only glanced in one direction, then gave his response with a very serious expression. "Then let's go. If Juan finds out the jar with the remains is in your hands, he'll reveal himself naturally." Seeing him say that, she hesitated. "No matter what, our time is running out." Dai turned around and called her full name. She seemed to understand his meaning and quickly nodded. Hwa-sung stands with the girl, her face serious as she shouts, "Let's go to Nanya together then." Suddenly, he widened his eyes as the monster in front of them seemed to grow larger, standing tall with blazing eyes. At the same time, more monsters like it gradually appeared. The city is now filled with those terrifying, dark green monsters. They split into clones, identical in size and appearance. The others watching the scene couldn't help but shout, "What's going on?" Their numbers are increasing again. When she heard this and saw the scene before her, her expression changed, her eyes flickering with worry, sweat pouring down her face. She and he immediately tensed up upon hearing a voice, their faces turning pale. "Here we go again." You and the little girl stand aside, both surprised and panicked. In the sky, Lord Nyan appears with his 9 dazzling golden tails beside the monster. "Siiri-moam," Hwa-sung shouted. "You're the fox spirit." The girl was also surprised. She's calm. She almost died last time and still managed to make a scene. You won't be so lucky this time. As long as these criminals can devour the flesh and souls of humans, their numbers will continue to grow infinitely. Young Neung looked down at the people below, his voice steady. "I don't need to waste time with you all here. Just one of them is enough to take care of the whole lot." As soon as she finished speaking, they started moving forward. Mr. Yu's face darkened in panic. "Oh no, they're planning to." She turned back to speak to the members and everyone around her. Everyone obeyed the order. "We must stop them at all costs." All of them exclaimed a hesitant and frightened yes. They start to move, a voice shouts. They are splitting up and rushing forward. She is panicked. If they manage to get past the guarding elders at the wall, innocent civilians outside will be devoured without mercy. She looked towards the front wall of power, and everyone fell silent to listen. What follows will be a catastrophe for the human world. The masked man also spoke now. "But leader, even if we all work together, we might not be able to handle one of them. How can we split up now?" Mr. Yu's vehicle stands beneath the monster, and she calmly gives the order. "I understand, but do your best to do everything you can. For now, send a message to the elders so they can reinforce the formation." "We will do our best to delay as long as possible." Hearing these words, the members looked at each other with some worry, but remained silent. Jiangam suddenly spoke up, urging you to listen. "Even in death, you must try to stop them all." He bravely stepped forward. So Troland An looked stunned, and he said, "Let's seize this moment to go to Naniac with me. Even if our hope is fragile, we must hold on to it." "So, you mean you have the jar with my bones on you?" She was a bit surprised by the question, but then smiled gently and replied, "Don't worry, I have hidden it in the safest place in the world." Yon Neong, who had been silently observing, finally spoke. "What are you planning here?" She is currently standing above her and Zhong Yu. Seeing her, both of them were surprised. She bit her lip, her expression slightly changed, then quickly used her tail to block a surge of energy coming from somewhere. She grits her teeth, struggling to hold on. Turns out, that power came from Zia's bow. The girl still holds the bow in the same position as before, sitting on the guardian spirit, who has now transformed into a majestic and heroic guardian spirit. The girl's power is so strong that it has pierced through her barrier and is heading straight for her gritting face. Yuhoasi takes the opportunity to strike her from behind, but is suddenly attacked by another powerful force from behind. She was completely unaware and unprepared. Yon Neong fell forward, crying out in pain. With a blazing light in his eyes, the veins on his face becoming more prominent, he happily prepared to strike again. "Damn it, today I'll settle all old scores and new debts. Fox, spirit, love." The talismans pasted randomly on the magic wall are emitting intense light. The troublemaker is looking in that direction, and the entire barrier has been reinforced with double the seal. Elder Yu, she lightly praised with some sweat. "Well done. The talismans are glowing. This temporary alliance will help us prevent the big soul demons from escaping and curious humans from sneaking in. Hopefully, it will last as long as it can." She looked up calmly, even though the situation was critical, hoping that the leader and the remaining members of Jianhuan would seize this opportunity. Suddenly, a sound rang out, and she turned around unexpectedly to see the giant monsters standing in the middle of the city, their mouths wide open and their bodies rough and scaly. "Oh my God, are they soul-devouring ghosts?" She stands with the troublemaker and the old man, her eyes like she can't believe what she's seeing. "I never expected them to be so terrifying." Suddenly, a surge of energy shot through me from somewhere. Her eyes widened in panic as she quickly turned to look at the wall behind her. Seeing her reaction,
He couldn't help but ask curiously, "What's going on, Elder?"
I just sensed an energy fluctuation coming from the barrier. The old man turned around upon hearing that. What is it? We are still here. Could it be that a giant soul-devouring demon sneaked out without us knowing? She lowered her gaze hesitantly. It's not sneaking out, but slipping in. Hearing her say that, everyone stood still in shock. The city was now filled with dust and smoke, and objects swept away by the dust. Amidst the chaos, an explosion occurs. The large buildings inside remain intact. Hwasun, with a bright gaze, is launching an attack towards the tails of Ionini. Beams of light scatter everywhere. Her hair is messy and flying in the smoke and dust, grinding her teeth in anger. With one eye blazing with fire and the other showing a serious frown, he says, "It's a pity I didn't get the chance to use this move last time, so I'll make it up to you now."
Hearing this, she was momentarily surprised. The talismans appeared out of nowhere, countless in number.
They all focus directly on the spot where she and he are dueling. The talismans turn into long white strips of cloth stabbing straight down at the two of them, along with the golden tails. Hearing the sounds of the scene, Jin, sword in hand, and So Troll turned around to observe. Sia, riding a guardian spirit, flew in front of them. Little girl shouted, "Hurry, Jin Oppa, stop so we can deal with her ourselves." Mr. Yu's car approached from behind with a serious tone. "Our most important target is Naniac Temple." He glanced at her as she wiped her face and looked at him when she spoke. She looked serious, her voice steady, with the last flicker of hope to resolve this being to unlock the jar's seal for Kot. Dia turned back, looked at her, and firmly said, "We can cooperate, but I never said I trust you. What do you have to guarantee that you can unlock the seal of the urn for the bones?" He clenched his sword tightly, demanding she give a convincing reason. "At first, you even planned to hand over the urn to Juan. Now give me a more convincing reason." Seiyu adjusts her glasses, the lenses reflecting the light. She begins explaining that the origin of Manhwa is a small alliance of exorcists from all over. Because it is not a unified sect from top to bottom, each person's teachings passed down to the next generation are different, leading to everyone having their own abilities, pursuing their own goals, and holding their own thoughts. A significant number of Jonhwa members want to cooperate with Juan because they do not trust the two of you. While she was talking to him, the girl also jumped down from his back and landed safely on the ground. She instinctively raised her hand, her gaze still very serious, trying to persuade Jin from the perspective of the Jon leader. "My words are not an absolute command that everyone must obey, and on a personal level I trust both of you completely. The reason? Because I am the last descendant of the retired demon master Naniac." As soon as I finished speaking, So-chan's eyes wavered slightly. She was surprised by what she just heard. The little girl standing next to the guardian god quickly raised her hand. "Leader, come help Hwasung Oppa out a bit. Everyone coming to Nani probably needs to ring the bell together, right?" She silently looked in the direction of the girl and gave a gentle smile. "All right then, huh?" The little girl looked at the guardian deity baring its large teeth with a fierce gaze. "You should speak softly and mind your manners. The bell dog is eating with Soon, too." So Chan gently calls out in front of the goat. "See?" The girl quickly responded. "Sipim tsumum," seeming to understand Soon's worries. "Don't worry, I will run over as soon as I finish." Zia half turned and smiled, assuring you can trust your leader. She turned to him and smiled, saying, "Let's head out now." As they walked, neither she nor he spoke, their eyes fixed intently on her. Mr. Yu's car watched as the man smiled menacingly, baring his sharp teeth at him, making him worry and wonder, "Are you really going to make me run?" Hwasung is still full of energy, still holding the magic weapon tightly in his hand, with a fierce expression and a determined resolve to fight her. Hwasung's weapon flew at her, but Yan quickly leapt up and avoided it, gripping it even tighter as his eyes burned with determination and a flash of anger. "Don't even think about escaping. Old scores and new grudges will all be settled here and now." His burning gaze grew even fiercer. He shouted, "I will kill you today, right here!" Seeing his reaction in actions, she gritted her teeth in anger, her face full of unease. "I can't keep watching my loved ones die at the hands of you monsters." After hearing this, her expression became unclear. In her subconscious, she stood in a pitch-black void without her usual mask, bowing her head to look at her own hands. This feeling is so familiar, but strangely I can't remember its cause. It's really uncomfortable. Everything seems to have been swallowed by darkness. She wondered what this emotion really was. The image of a mysterious figure in a black traditional outfit with a blank face appeared, and he said one word: resentment. In this world, only fury and hatred can bring endless power. Yon Naniac, with a soulless gaze, lowers her head to look at the two celestial destiny stones shining brightly in her hand, silently listening to what he is saying. Your celestial destiny gem has been broken, so it can no longer unleash its original power. The only way for a soulless corpse like you to continue existing and become stronger is to absorb the emotions of others. In a foggy, dark scene, he stands before Neon. She is trembling, still holding the two stones, looking up as he commands. Use that power to serve me. That power to... All you have to do is kill those who emit the emotions most familiar to you in life and devour those feelings. Then your memories will naturally return. As her old memories faded, she looked at Hwaseong, wild and furious before her, and finally found the answer to her question. That's right. It's this emotion. Now she no longer looks panicked, but instead smiles with delight, a hint of pink on her cheek revealing her excitement. She thought that if she absorbed everything, she might regain her memories. Yan immediately thought this and acted. Her tails start to rise up, and she, with her hair flowing in the wind, also looks on. The tails focused on him, targeting him fiercely, and Hwasong couldn't help but let out a painful scream. Foam began to drip from his mouth as he was tightly trapped in the blazing golden tails, his eyes flashing with a mix of anger and pain as he shouted, "You damn fox spirit." Seeing your intense reaction, she laughed loudly, unable to hide her extreme excitement. That's right, it's her. Give me more emotion. He was squeezed so hard he screamed, eyes shut tight. Then suddenly a green light appeared behind him. That power aimed straight at her, right at her forehead. A long beam of light struck her confused face. Yon Neong was thrown backward by the force, and seeing this, he also exclaimed in surprise. The girl held the familiar bow in her hand, releasing a force that made her fall back in pain and loosen the tails that were tightly wrapped around him. It was she. As soon as he was freed, he turned to the girl and called out, "Hey she, standing in your energy, don't turn around and shout like you know what I'm about to say." "Shut up, you idiot. Now is not the time for scolding." The girl is very serious and says, "I still haven't settled the score with that woman yet. If you want to deal with her decisively, you'd better have a smarter plan. Think about it. If you go all out fighting her, then how will you deal with Jan afterward? Do you think he'll just wait for you to rest?" The girl's firm words were like a splash of cold water on his hot head. He listened quietly and attentively to those words. Hwasong reached out and placed his hand on the girl's head. The little girl who was once so short has now grown up, and her face shows a hint of surprise at Hwasong's actions. The girl scowled. The old man was foolish. He stepped past her face and waved the hand holding his weapon. "No fighting." All right, it's enough. Enough talking." He walked over to where she lay motionless on the ground, stood over her face, and aimed the sharp weapon straight down for the old man to finish the job. From Jan's mask, streaks of ketchup ran down across that face. He widened one eye as a golden gem gleamed in her mouth, and she murmured weakly, "Damn it, I swallowed the red droplets that ran all over my face." She keeps her mouth tightly closed. The gem swallowed down her throat. Hwasong still firmly holds her weapon, not yet striking, her expression showing a mix of surprise and stillness. You looked at the glowing gem in her chest and saw her grimace, and then smile. "Did you really swallow it?" The girl slowly ran over and called out, "Oh man," and you, seeing that scene, felt furious and cursed out loud. "Damn it." Before the gemstone could finish speaking, a blinding light engulfed everything. Like an explosion, you and the girl are both thrown away from there. You stand in front of her, eyes still fixed on the light ahead, power spreading everywhere. Nyan's tails begin to move within the beam of light, surrounded by dust and flying debris. From the sea of fire and ruins, a noble figure gradually emerges, like an ancient soul awakening in the heart of a collapsing modern world. Around Ion Neon, golden radiant ribbons twist and spiral like the dance of a mighty phoenix, powerful, majestic, and divine. She, with a cold gaze and golden eyes, glances at those before her. Hwasong and Sai stand motionless, eyes wide as they face the creature before them. She raises a foxtail. Hwasong's eyes blaze with fire, veins bulge around her, and he panickingly shouts, "See?" Immediately, Yon Neon swung one of his tails toward them, quickly pulling XA behind him and blocking the attack with his arm. "Move away. Her tail is deeply embedded in your arm, as if trying to destroy the chain that's wrapped around your wrist." This caused Hwasong to cry out in pain. He swung her tail away and it flew far away. Si, standing behind, shouted in panic, "Oppa!" The attack earlier had made Hwasong stagger, but she still stood firm. Hwasong looked down at her hand, where Yeonni's force had just struck, blood dripping steadily from it. You grit your teeth, enduring the pain that's overwhelming you, furious as hell, that damn fox spirit. Yet her expression remained utterly indifferent, as if she ignored his words completely. Today, you must die. Now Yan only barely moved her lips. Yes, keep showing these emotions. She immediately swung her radiant tails toward them once again. Xia seemed to anticipate her move and quickly created a barrier to protect Huaxiang behind him. Huaseng stared fixedly at the girl's back, shouting in anger, "What are you doing, little one?" X also didn't hold back and responded straightforwardly, "Someone already helped you out, so what's with all the yelling?" The girl's eyes shone with unwavering determination. Now is the time for us to join forces and deal with this woman. But the barrier created by the girl couldn't hold out for long against Yan's overwhelming power. Her tail soon pierced through it. The girl froze in shock, eyes wide open, her cheeks still flushed from using up a lot of energy in a short time. Xia quietly exclaimed, "Yeah." Yan's tail suddenly pierced deeply into both of her shoulders. Huaseng hurriedly rushed to Shi's side, running while anxiously shouting her name. "See?" The pain spreads not only through her skin but feels like sharp claws tearing straight into her chest, making the girl scream in agony. But then Huaseng quickly saved X by wrapping a piece of cloth around her and pulling her back to shield herself from her tail strikes. The pain started in her shoulder, but quickly spread like a raging electric current surging through her entire nervous system. The bone-deep pain made Huaseon grit her teeth and endure the extreme agony. Despite her serious injuries, she still worried about Xia's safety. He hurriedly turned around and shouted her name, as amidst the wreckage, that tiny body lay still like a fragile flower crushed in a savage storm. 2 deep wounds stained the shoulder of his shirt. His mouth could only utter a faint sound, the pain spreading like electric shocks through every muscle fiber, the smell of burnt skin mingling with the piercing roar of scorching magic clinging to his body as his rage reached its peak like a volcano about to erupt from the earth. Huaseng recalled the words of a comrade from before. "Hey, Duokha, this girl has been sticking to you all day, so from now on everything related to her is up to you." You cross your arms, glance at that person, and ask somewhat confused, "What, are you looking down on X?" "Still just a little child standing beside me. Are you kidding?" Huasiang's tone is somewhat sarcastic. "Do you want me to take responsibility for raising this kid?" But still, the little girl remained silent, her face and her pure white neck covered in dirt and stains. Back in the present, Huasiang is crying out in pain. He lifts his head high, gripping the tail of Yon Ni that's pierced through his body and pulls it out forcefully. Red droplets splattered through the air. Yon Ni could see the fear mixed with unwillingness in his heart. She broke into a radiant smile of excitement. It's really him. Huaseng still did not give up and threw a punch with all her strength towards her. But she managed to use her tails to block the attack. At this moment, you are almost completely losing your mind, your whole body radiating a fierce, fighting spirit. White smoke puffs from your mouth with each breath, clutching the invisible thread tightly in your palm. Huaseng continues to punch the protective tails behind Ion Nai once more, and seeing the explosion of emotion in him, she smiles with delight. Keep going, more and more. With the flames burning fiercely in Huaseon's demon eye, he kept attacking her with all his might. But she not only showed no fear but laughed even louder. "Keep going!" Now veins bulge on Huahong's face, and both eyes glow red as he throws another punch at her. The demon eye before my eyes blazes with the fire of determination. Suddenly, Huaseng recalls a moment from before when, after just talking with that person, X, I gently lifted her small hand to hold his. Huaseng immediately froze in shock as he looked down at the quiet little girl standing beside him. The explosion was so powerful it shook the ground, spreading out from the blast center. Aibung Niong jumps up from the dust on the ground, but not long after, Huaseng's figure appears behind him. Huaseng delivers a powerful kick straight into her back. At this moment, you are no different from a monster drowned in a sea of hatred, until suddenly her tail wraps around Huaseng's leg. She struck him hard, sending him flying far away. She showed no mercy and threw him straight down below. Yonni turned away, muttering, "This still isn't enough." Huaseng stubbornly rose from the rubble. She said, "You still don't hate me enough," which made Huaseng feel confused. "So maybe I should do this. Perhaps you'll show even more emotions." She sneered as she used Xia as a shield, which made Huaseng even angrier than ever. She laughed with delight at his fascinating expression, then mercilessly drove her tail straight into Xia. Feeling the excruciating pain shoot from her nerves to her brain, the girl screamed in agony. Huaseng was engulfed in flames. Despite his severe injuries, Sai desperately shouted to stop Huaseng from advancing. "Don't stop. You've already used up the feather staff before. Without it, you'll die." The girl helplessly pleads, but at this moment Huaseng probably can't hear a single word she's saying. Huaseng jumps off the ground, grinding his teeth in a frustration, while the little girl persistently calls his name. Oppa, wake up! The three girls hope that Hwaseong can hear what you're saying. In a moment of chaos during the battle, a deep memory suddenly flooded her mind. At that moment, Sai shouted his name, startling Hwasong to turn around with a panicked look and sweat pouring down his temples. Wow, you really surprised me. The little girl with her hands on her hips and a displeased, pouting expression is scolding. Why didn't you answer when I called earlier? Hearing that, Hwasong snapped back angrily. Who the hell do you think you are calling me that? Come on, with your weird personality, you should thank heaven for having a little sister like me. Where could I find another sister as smart and beautiful as you? Hwaseong looked a bit surprised, mixed with confusion. What? I never imagined my sister would become someone like you. Suddenly, Hwasong fell silent and returned to reality. A blazing torrent of energy erupting from his fiery red eyes like a sunburst, his eyes burning like hellfire, filled with extreme rage. Even though badly wounded by Ion Ni, he still screams in despair, tears mixing with sweat pouring down endlessly. Oppa! That image made Hwaseong remember Dong-in with tear-streaked face, calling out to him loudly. Suddenly, a fierce explosion shook everything, billowing smoke and dust with debris flying everywhere. The center of that explosion was Hwasong jumping into the air. At that moment, he recalled the events of the past. A voice from long ago echoes in your mind saying, "Do you want me to teach you exorcism magic to kill the monster and avenge your little sister?" In his memory, an unseen woman with her back turned asks if your little sister would want that. But at this moment, the flower incense is only filled with hatred and revenge. You beg the woman in front of you to take you as her disciple, saying as long as you live, you will continue to seek revenge. Returning to reality, Yeon-ni smiled a strange and excited smile and said, I am looking forward to this hatred. Her countless tails launched their attack, rushing wildly toward Hwasong, while the fiery sparks from his eyes shoot out like a volcano, erupting onto the ground. You remember again the helpless image of yourself covered in blood, watching the woman who was once your master in your arms without being able to do anything. It has to end here, just a little longer. Her faint breath falters amid the bloodstains. Hwan is too powerful. He's not someone you can handle. Even with a torn body and blood still pouring out, Hwaseong still heard that woman speak before her last breath. Vengeful spirit, it brings no benefit at all because revenge cannot give you strength. Only when you are determined to protect something important does Hwaseong become immersed in the flames of hatred. Jae is not willing to accept this and screams out in utter despair, You only have true strength, Oppa. Suddenly, Hwasong opened her eyes in surprise, and immediately after, Yeon's tails stabbed straight into her. She laughed with delight, while Sai seemed stunned by the terrifying scene. Suddenly, at this moment, Hwaseon regained her senses and disappeared before Yeon's eyes. You seem to blend into the atmosphere, quickly saving X and landing on the ground. Hwasong lands, dragging Lei along a long distance through the dust and smoke. She was so shocked she couldn't believe her eyes, repeatedly denying it, then looked at Hwasong in panic and said, Oppa, while you just shrugged. Remembering the events back in the other world, the image of the immortal overseeing the border once told you that you wouldn't use it because it would corrode your mind and body. All this time, I have been lost. Hwasong also repeated the old man's words because I was too blinded to understand, making her feel confused. Yeon Neong was stunned by the scene, glaring and muttering, Why do I no longer feel any resentment? Is Hwasong here caring and asking about Sia's injuries? Are you okay? Little girl, clutching her wound, coughs painfully for a few hours before turning to ask you, Oppa, I feel like there's something a bit different about you. I can't sense any more chaotic love energy. What happened? Hwasong looked away and stammered. Well, this is a bit of a long story. Basically, Hwasi is leaning on his chin, striking a cool pose. I just unlocked an achievement and looked at you like that, causing Sai to be at a loss and say, What? Where did you learn that from? Hwaseong looked at her directly and continued speaking. Besides, this is also partly thanks to that fox spirit. Now you're actually going to thank her? The more Sai says, the more ridiculous he seems. What on earth are you talking about? She angrily muttered to herself. I can't let this happen. I must consume your resentment, otherwise I won't regain my memories, dammit. What will Hwasong and Si-A do next? Suddenly, a voice from somewhere said, Don't spread hatred onto humanity anymore. Hwasong and Si-A turned to look together and you unexpectedly replied, It's you. Luck has smiled upon the two of them. Jin Lang and So-Ho have caught up. So-Ho calmly said, Happiness doesn't come from hurting others. Elsewhere, Jin shouted with all his strength. He grabbed the sword and lunged forward, piercing through the monster's body. leaving a large hole in its flesh. The monster has just been defeated, and you, Sohan, and Seon-yu immediately descend on the guardian spirit.
She suddenly exclaims in surprise, looking at you exhausted and panting beside her, while Seon-yu secretly thinks that although he had already heard Jokha introduce him in detail, witnessing it firsthand now, he is even more powerful than the story suggested.
Suddenly, Jin spoke up, but Sotrol just stared blankly at him as sweat beads trickled down his face. Are you exhausted and panting? Do you see clearly now? These monsters. He looked down at the starving ghosts begging for food. Dia once again turned toward the temple emanating that strange aura. He knew where they came from, all crawling out from Nan Temple. The starving ghosts keep crawling out of the temple, their mouths constantly crying out. Mr. Yu adjusts his glasses. She is stunned and sarcastic about this sacred place. The place that was once a sacred site and a last stronghold of humanity against demons and monsters has now become a bridge for them. This situation is even more serious than I had anticipated. At this moment, Sotron suddenly had a suspicion. What if we can't find a way to unlock the seal there? Sotrol looked disappointed and sad as he asked, "Do you really have to risk your life for us like this?" Hearing that, Zhang-yu remained silent for a long time, then regained her composure and said, "It seems the young lady Sotrol still has doubts about me." Her gaze was distant toward the temple. Honestly, in this era, few people still believe in gods, let alone that Naniac is the only place in the world that can communicate with the divine. We haven't seen them with our own eyes all this time, while humanity still has to continue surviving and developing on this land. So the new organization was born, gathering powerful demon slayers beyond ordinary humans, and we became the barrier at the border to protect this land at any cost. The image of the demon hunter destroying monsters appears in Zhang-yu's mind. She calmly explains everything to her. As the leader, I must always consider the safest and most effective methods, at least in theory, starting with using fences combined with sealing charms, then negotiations and bargaining. Now we place our trust in you, not for our safety, but for the safety of humanity. So even if it costs me my life, I will do my best to help you too." Hearing this, So-chan looked at her emotionlessly. In the distance, the fallen demons had approached everyone. Mr. Yu's car uses all the sincerity in her heart to persuade. I help both of you, not for any personal gain. So I hope young Lady Sotrol will forget that idea and instead think about how we can get through this monster attack. Knowing she was worried about this, she calmly spoke to reassure her. Actually, you don't need to worry about that. The guardian deity stomped its foot fiercely, instantly revealing a protective array that shone brightly in the darkness. As long as the bell ringer is here, they can't get close. The zombies just touched the formation and were struck by lightning. The sound of desperate screams echoed non-stop, leaving Zhang-yu stunned by the sight. Can the power of the divine spell prevent demons from invading? And Jin seems frightened, as if he's seen something unclean. Seeing him absent-mindedly move forward, Dia called out in suspicion. Now he was even more confused, his eyes fixed tightly on the temple. The Naniac temple door, which was firmly closed with no signs of movement, puzzled her, so she quickly looked in the direction of his gaze. Suddenly, a creaking sound echoed as the partially closed door gradually opened. As a faint light flickered by, she glimpsed Jung-won's cold figure inside. When she finally recognized him, Dia was utterly terrified. His twisted demon version suddenly appeared in his mind, making him horrified as he recalled the hidden fear buried deep within his heart being suddenly unearthed. When he was young, he questioned Jae-shin, saying, "Are you a monster or a human? Answer quickly, because if you're human, you'll die immediately, as I despise humans intensely." The continuous questioning echoed in his mind, freezing him in place. Zhang-yu vaguely and surprisingly realized that it might be him, so he immediately confirmed without hesitation. At this moment, a flash of red suddenly appeared in his eyes. He stood still without moving, even slightly, and then that red color engulfed his pupils. Jin is standing in front of the guardian and the two of them. Suddenly, he disappeared, leaving only a cloud of dust on the ground, and with his only goal being Hwan in the temple, he fiercely charged at him with his sword. So-chan, worried about him, hurriedly warned to watch out for Jin. At this moment, he was staring intently with his bloodshot red eyes. Dia, despite being tired and sweaty, quickly makes the decision to attack and shouts out loud. On this side, amidst the wreckage, Soho is trying to persuade her. "I want Yeon Neong to also be happy and joyful. Please stop doing these terrible things." She remained silent for a moment before speaking. Happiness comes from joyful memories and precious things hidden in the heart. Then she swung a blazing golden tentacle. If I can't remember those things, where can I find happiness then? So, to recover my memories, this is the only way I have. Hearing this, Soho was stunned and in disbelief. When the tentacle attacked her, Jin Lang rushed forward to block Yan's strike. He sincerely tried to persuade her. "Stop it, Yan Nian, you've gone down the wrong path." I won't let him finish speaking before a spray of blood erupts, the tentacle piercing into his palm and striking directly into Jin Lang's shoulder. Fresh blood splattered across his face. He winced in pain. Hua Sung anxiously shouted, "Don't be careless, let me help you." Before you rush in, Xoho jumped out to stop him. "No, this action makes you confused." She firmly reminded him that Dean Long said this was his own battle. But her face still showed concern and hesitation. She remembered the iron cage cave and resolutely advised, let Jin Lang end this doomed fate himself. Then Xoho was a bit surprised and asked, "Do you want me to go with you?" Dean Long was determined and confirmed firmly. "Yes, as long as you come with me. Your punishment will end because after this journey, I may never return. I can't let Mak Yon Neon be exploited by Huan any longer." She listens to everything without a hint of emotion, so she desperately blames herself. If only I hadn't given her the gem that day, wouldn't he think differently? No, I wish I hadn't been blind to the distant dream of becoming a god back then. Suddenly, she realized something was wrong. "Jinlong, you plan to return to the present despite the pain from your wounds," he painfully admits. "I am deeply regretful, for by the time I realized it was already too late. The souls I have collected were all once everything to someone in their lifetime, and they still haunt Dilang's mind." Seeing Yan Ni's current lifeless appearance, he was disappointed in what he had done, while I torment them for eternity in loneliness and despair. At that time, Dilang still wore the ancient costume, and thanks to her, I wanted to awaken. But even if I gave up that half-step, I could not return the souls trapped in the gem to the cycle of rebirth. That's why I agreed to cooperate with the gods, because their promise would free those souls from the gem. Even when I found out she was missing, I quietly protected the heirs of the fairy clan and searched for her and the gem. And then I handed over that gem. He took a deep breath, exhausted from recounting. But then what? All of it is meaningless. The day the fairies keep their promise to me probably won't come anytime soon. By the time that happens, her karma will have piled up into a mountain. But those words don't shake Yon Neong at all. She was just indifferent. So what? Are you going to kill me now? Dian Long said sadly, his face turning gloomy. No. The image of her absorbing the gem floods back into his mind. After she swallowed the gem and died, he felt a surge of despair rising within him, and his knees involuntarily knelt beside her body. Dian Lang couldn't accept it and roared in fury, then ruthlessly shattered the gem into two. I personally destroyed the gem and buried it with her. The fairies told me it was the best and final solution. Until now, I have actually discovered there is one more way to free the souls from the gem. Hoa Song's group was surprised. Mr. Neong looked confused and asked suspiciously, "The method?" He slowly raised his hand. "I am about to apply it now." As he finished, golden orbs appeared, connecting to form a circle around the village. At the large Nani temple shrouded in a sinister aura, Jin's furious voice rang out, so it was him. He drives his sword into Wan's body and shouts in fury, "I never expected the brutal demon I met years ago to be J1. Outside, So Johan and Seon Yu witnessed this scene in shock. He gritted his teeth in anger, recalling how he had to bear all the fears and guilt when the director and his friends were murdered. I won't have to run away like I did back then anymore. At that moment, he, with a monstrous appearance that terrified him, tightly clenched his sword in a decisive action. Because now I hold the power, but I hear Juan's hearty laughter, and he speaks calmly without any harm. That's interesting. It seems we've crossed paths quite a few times. Despite the sweat pouring down his face, he asked in confusion, "Meeting so many times?" He looked down at the sword and calmly confirmed, "Yes, not only you, but also this sword. I've always wondered why a cursed villain tribe would possess the celestial spirit sword. Turns out, it's Taehyup's sword." Hearing that, he glared angrily, recalling the moment when he defeated his opponent with a single sword stroke.
Dia stammered in confusion. "Do you really think that back then I calmly analyzed everything, assumed you didn't know that Taehyup wasn't the true owner of the sacred sword because it was originally a divine treasure, and I never dreamed he would pass this sacred sword to a sinner?" His gaze shifted to Soon and Zong Yu, then he looked down at your terrified expression and sneered, "Do you think I would be killed a second time by this sword?"
Now my sword has been swallowed by his monstrous body. Back then, I just didn't have enough strength to fight against the divine energy within the sword. John coldly added that now there's nothing to hide anymore. Day just silently watches his own sword. His monstrous body keeps transforming, gradually swallowing the sword, as he coldly reveals his demonic flesh and even mutters ambiguously, letting that body run wild. He stared in amazement as the bizarre sharp teeth shot out, swallowing the sword and causing Jin to panic. As he unleashed those sharp spikes, I quickly tilted to the side. So Chan saw this and called out worriedly, "Jin." Only now did he realize that the sword in his hand had vanished. At this moment, his sword was locked onto Jumwan's body, slowly being devoured. Even the tip of the sword couldn't escape its fate of being swallowed. After absorbing it, he retracted the strange energy back into himself. "I will devour it all." Seeing that, he was extremely excited and rushed forward to take it back.
"This bastard, give me back the sword!" When Jae-shin was about to approach him, he suddenly sensed something was off and stopped.
He froze, realizing he no longer felt the sword. Dai-won, emotionless and indifferent, sighed, "Ka. With such incredible power, you didn't give it to me, but handed it to a bunch of sinners, letting them use that same strength to kill your own brother. Do you know how bitter and disgusting I felt towards you?" "I can't believe it." He stared at his father in disbelief and asked, "What are you talking about? Are you really the blood brother of our grandfather?" His voice suddenly deepened, but deciding to eat you was definitely the right choice. Jin's pupils immediately contracted, his hand dropped limply, and he nervously asked, "What did you say?" Knowing there was still hesitation in his heart, Hwan admitted casually, "That's right, you didn't hear wrong. Luckily I had already devoured him before, so I was fortunate to survive that blow. At the same time, I accidentally discovered that when I devoured another demon, I not only gained that creature's power, but also its life." Dai couldn't accept this brutal reality, and furious, shouted and charged forward to attack. "Shut up, you dog!" But before your punch could reach him, he easily caught it. Under the dark night, in the Nani temple where divine power has faded, Hwan dismissively mocks, "You're foolish. You and Tae-hyup are just pawns being used by them." He looked down at Jin with a vacant gaze, revealing the horrifying truth, "But I have no intention of being manipulated by them like a fool. Soon, I will lead my army to attack the fairy realm and devour them all without exception. You are not strong enough to stop me. Right now, erasing the entire human world is as easy as flipping a hand." This word's like a sharp arrow piercing into his heart. Dia angrily grits his teeth in frustration. Outside, Sotrol remained silent, listening to everything with a chaotic mind, as the scene changed and a tremendous burst of energy erupted where Hwasong's group was, filling the air with dust and smoke, followed by a violent explosion that shook the entire area. "You and Soho quickly run away from here. Better to hide fast, or you'll be killed like fools." I also worry and look back to check on that blue fox. Is he releasing all the power of those gems? She quickly corrected your words, saying it's not that he can't be called unleashing all his power. Jin Lang intends to. Her tone was hesitant. Meanwhile, Neon had been beaten to the ground among the wreckage. "Why is it that even after I swallowed that gem, I still can't match you?" she said, sitting up in confusion. Jinlong's face darkened as he looked down at her with overwhelming power, gently explaining to her. "It's understandable, because I am the true owner of all these gems. Yonni, with just a broken gem, you won't be able to fight me anymore." He reached out his healed hand, gently persuading, "Be obedient," and hand it over. She refused outright, firmly rejecting it. "Don't even think about it, Lord Hwan. He has granted me a new source of power." Seeing that she wouldn't listen, Dianlang angrily launched fiery golden orbs, his tone sharp. "Yong Nyong, you are wasting my time." The orbs immediately formed a screen that trapped her inside. Then the spheres continuously strike down lightning bolts. She takes the hits, screaming in pain. And then he immediately rushed inside, reaching out his hand. "He has also regained some reason. I will retrieve it myself." Jinlang places his hand on Yan's face and begins to extract half of the gem. The gem moves toward her neck under his touch but stops, not moving any further, and he realizes something is wrong. Suddenly, Neon's body underwent a strange transformation, and a deformed lump protruded from her pure white neck. Hwan knew everything and calmly mocked. "Those fairies are too arrogant, thinking that no power in this world can surpass them. But it was also because of their arrogance that I had the chance to achieve what I have today. Have you ever wondered about a demon with a sky full of demonic aura and also divine energy inside him?" He looks down at the sinner with a noble attitude, not waiting for your answer, simply saying, "You will know the outcome soon enough." What kind of mutated spiritual energy is this? It is completely different from the original energy of the gem. Duionian had already suspected that the seed I planted was beginning to sprout. He was bitten by the mutated power of demon and fairy energy combined, and his body gradually transformed into a fox spirit, lifting him high. The three of them were extremely shocked and panicked, shouting, "What?" She quickly bit off Jin Lang's arm and threw it down, causing him to lose his support and collapse onto the ground. And at this moment, she also completely transformed into a mermaid monster. Dawon sensed the power from afar. closed his eyes and calmly said, "Yong, it seems you have accepted to use that power of mine." Jin, sweating heavily and sensing danger, only heard him calmly say, "Then I will also accept the power of Taehyuk." And with that, he transformed the sword he had swallowed from Jin into his hand. Dia stared with wide eyes, gritting her teeth in furious anger, shouting, "You damned dog! You're no longer afraid of your anger. Give me back the sword." Lenghir has fallen into a coma. She prepares to shoot her bow as Hoashong rushes forward wildly. Seeing Yeon with a bloody mouth, she grabs the string with coins and charges. Meanwhile, he sees him holding the sword and quickly calls J1. He didn't think much and immediately ran quickly to return it to me. But Jin Lang only received a sharp sword. He slashed down. Suddenly a few strands of hair fell loose, and So Troll immediately rushed forward to cast a spell, blocking his action. She firmly insists that I won't let you achieve your goal easily. Juman glared at her in annoyance. His arm also split in two. Then she delivered a powerful punch. This punch leaves him no time to react as his hand drops to the ground. In a towering high-rise, Kang Trang softly advises someone, "You see, I have been through countless battles in every era. As long as there is a struggle over benefits, war will always occur in any form, from small-scale civil conflicts, inter-ethnic wars, to even gender-based wars. But then I realized that no matter how hard I fought to maintain peace and order, it would never compensate for the sacrifices and losses of countless lives." Taehyuk calmly said behind his mask, "I once naively believed that becoming a fairy would grant me access to more knowledge and power, which I would use for noble and righteous purposes. So I endured and told myself not to waste those sacrifices. Hoping to refine the immortal aura one day and not waste my perseverance, I finally succeeded and seemed to see a brighter future." At that moment, young Dong-ek sat quietly listening to his explanation. But in essence, those above are no different from those below. They only care about one thing: their own Li Yi and survival. As long as it doesn't threaten the existence of the fairy world, they will ignore it and not get involved under the darkened sky. He summarized the issue. In short, the path to cultivation for transcending to the fairy world is a process of cultivating selfishness and patience to become like them. Taehyuk calmly recounts the past. "The longer I stay in the immortal world, the more I regret it. Until the day I met you, you were just one of their victims. I couldn't let you stay there suffering any longer." He pursed his lips, feeling extremely confused inside, then asked the long-standing question, "But why do I have no memory at all of the immortal realm?" He casually explains the reason. "Of course you don't remember, because you are." At this point, Taehyuk suddenly remembers something and stops replying. In the quiet space of the tower, Dong-ek immediately asks, "Grandfather, did you accept to give up the immortal world and descend to the mortal realm because of me?" He couldn't hide his suspicion. "Who told you that?" He lowered his head in silence, carefully thinking for a long time. Seeing the gloomy face mixed with a bit of sadness, he also understood and said, "Looks like no one around treats you well." "I understand." Taehyuk reached out with a bony hand, gently comforting. "That's not your fault." He gently stroked your head to comfort you. "I told you, the fairy world is not what I expected, so I decided to give up my divine status and return to the demon realm." This words echoed from the tower, but he remembered the monsters lurking for the sword when he descended to the mortal world. "After I descended to the mortal world, the greedy beings in the demon realm learned of it and revealed their intentions to seize my sacred sword. They are so naive to think that just by taking the sword, they will possess the power of the immortals." Taehyuk simply said calmly, "I guess you already know the consequences if the sword falls into the hands of such people, right?" Then suddenly his tone became more subdued. "So, he firmly states his intention, and I will pass on the divine sword to you." Dongsong is startled and looks up in disbelief. But he only continues to explain that you are someone who can distinguish right from wrong and has a compassionate heart for the small, fragile beings. "Seeing that you still kneel respectfully," Taehyuk continued, "I believe you will use that power for a nobler and greater purpose. I will entrust you with my ideals and lifelong wishes. You won't disappoint my expectations, will you?" Taehyuk quietly pondered deeply. "Grandfather, in that scene of endless mountains, your gentle voice echoes. I understand you feel guilty about your identity, but I've told you many times, you are not a sinner. When Dongsong grew up and put on his armor, that sword was always by his side. The eyes of the monsters remained fixed on the sword. At that moment, he commanded his monsters to attack. Back in the present, Desin was unwilling, glaring and grinding his teeth. At this moment, Juan's severed arm holding the sword drops, causing the sword to fall between the three of them and the atmosphere to tense up. He calmly sneered, "You keep obsessing over trivial matters that I almost forgot the main issue." He looked annoyedly at him. Juman, despite his dirtied face, still looks proud. "The one I sent Eon to find is also here. Then he looked at her, who had remained silent all this time, and with a tired, cold tone he said, "All right, I won't linger here any longer." His arm transforms into a strange creature, directly connected to the severed part, pulling the sword back. He raises the sword and immediately retracts the monstrous limb. Dia gradually regained her composure, her tone becoming stern. "Give it back to me!" The old man's sword. Juman dismisses him with contempt, mocks him, "You useless fool, if you have the guts, take it back." At that moment, his face darkened, his eyes filled with murderous intent and hatred as he spat out, "Filth like you has no right to touch that." Seeing this sudden change, his opponent sensed something was wrong. Feeling worried, she hurriedly called out to him to stop, furious at his reckless behavior. As she finished speaking, Juan immediately raised his sword and swung it fiercely. She panicked and immediately warned him to be careful. When he approached, she lowered her sword to attack. But as soon as the sword was lowered, his image suddenly disappeared. Immediately after, the mirror shatters into many pieces. He stands there, stunned, unable to believe what he sees. Only Juan and scattered shards of glass on the ground in this vast space. Does he suspect that one of them can use this kind of illusion magic? He recalls Jin's murderous gaze earlier, his eyes bulging with anger, cursing this reckless traitor. On this side, a blue beam of light shot straight into Yeonni's thick fur, causing her to scream in pain. Jia, after shooting the arrow, Hailong reminded everyone, "All right, these arrows seem effective. Can we defeat them?" Before the girl could catch her breath, she opened her terrible mouth to threaten. Just as she was about to bite the girl, someone loudly called her name. Hua Si-ong unleashes his power, leaping backward as Yeonni urges him to raise the defensive shield, while he steadfastly confronts her. Choosing this move won't be easy unless it's a spell combined with demonic energy. The Bodhisattva of compassion, the sword-wielding guardian of the sacred spell. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately launched a powerful attack straight at her. The move just unleashed sent shards flying everywhere. Luckily, she used a shield to protect herself. As Soho closed her eyes, waiting for it all to pass, she was surprised and moved when she saw that this move had subdued her. That was intense. Hwasong Nanquan warned everyone to stay alert. Although it can't deliver a fatal blow, this wide-area attack should have some effect. Yeonni is hurt by this move, shouting nonstop, "Did you tell the girl anything? Don't be careless, it's not over yet." She just regained her composure and quickly opened her mouth to attack him. Hwasong shouted loudly, giving a plan of action. Somehow the gem must be dealt with thoroughly, or else they would be beaten to exhaustion. The girl listened carefully as he reminded her to focus on the glowing gem inside Yeonni's body. She saw the gem at the connection point right between that woman's body. Eagerly, he unleashed his power and volunteered, "I'll distract her to create an opening. Your chances are limited, so aim your arrow carefully. If you want to be my sister, then act the part." Hearing Hua Song's words, X nodded solemnly and made a firm resolve. The little girl once again summons her bow, and at this moment she can't help but spout a few words of annoyance. She unleashes her power with a confident and resolute tone. "That guy who always messes things up, and now he's telling others not to mess up? You better worry about yourself first, or if you get seriously injured again, I won't care about you." The cold voice of the old man uttered a hateful remark. She, with her nine-tailed fox demon form, faced him directly, believing that only hatred could bring strength. Hwasan quickly pulls out a stack of talisman papers, emitting a golden glow. Angered and challenging, "Let's have a rematch." He's not one to talk much, planning to rush forward for a counterattack, then suddenly pauses. She rushed in to let her demon side swallow the talismans, then spun around and swung her 9 tails. Yeonni decisively swung her tail, sending you flying far away, crashing into the nearby buildings. Hwasong couldn't dodge in time and fell painfully onto a pile of debris. When she suddenly lunged again, I stood up and ran away immediately. Why did her speed suddenly increase like that? Panicking, you weave through everywhere trying to escape. But being herded like this leaves no time to cast spells at all. Suddenly, Yeonni looks back without chasing after you, and Hwasong is extremely surprised. Hwasong noticed she was staring fixedly in one direction. What is she looking at? So she was watching the magic crystal gathering electric sparks onto the arrow before shooting. Seeing this, she rushed straight toward the girl, and when he saw her change direction and run away, he was terrified. Hwasong, confused, tried to pull her back. "Come back here, you're chasing me." Seeing that, the little girl panicked and shouted in frustration, "It's all because that idiot keeps blabbering on." Seriously, how am I supposed to shoot now? The Yeonniung lunges forward, jaws wide open to bite. Its fierce, sharp fangs just inches away, making Sia A, bow in hand, cry out in fear. At the critical moment, a chain of coins flew around her mouth, then the chain closed tightly, sealing the monster's mouth. Hwa-sung stands on Ayeon-ni's body, holding the chain tightly to restrain her. The monster keeps struggling, but will it stop or not? He turned to call XA to attack now, seize the opportunity quickly. XA. Fire. X Duongkung aimed right at it, but because of Hwa-sung, the girl kept exerting herself but couldn't find a good spot to attack. X, so she had to raise her voice to remind you, step back a little or you'll get hurt. The upper body of the dragon restrained and grimacing in discomfort, while the flower struggles to resist the monster's powerful force. Hearing her request, he shouted regardless, "Don't worry, just shoot it." X is still hesitant and doesn't want to, but Hwa-sung keeps urging, "Hurry up, I can't hold on much longer." The monster's head struggled even more violently. He shouted hoarsely, "Shoot now." The flames in her eyes burn even brighter due to his intense emotions. Sia struggles fiercely inside, her eyes glaring and teeth clenched. Finally, she fiercely shot the arrow, which drew a bright blue streak across the sky before hitting Yan's body. She cried out in pain as each powerful arrow pierced deeper into her body and struck the gem. Sia happily cheered, hitting the mark, the power of the arrow fighting against the power of the gem, lightning and a golden glow flashing continuously. After a moment of tension, the arrow gradually shrank, leaving a tear between the gem and the monster's body. Seeing that scene, she was stunned. The girl shouted in disbelief, warning Hwa-sung, "It's not enough, no damage." The gem still hasn't shattered, and he looks stunned and confused, asking Sisa what's going on. Suddenly, a tentacle strikes back. The poison needle pierced through its belly, causing it to let go of the chain. It cried out in pain, sweat covering its face. The pupils of the human shrank in fear as she anxiously called out, "Oh, Dad, you were thrown out of the beloved monster and fell heavily to the ground." The blue light still flickers, trying to destroy the gem. She becomes furious, her fierce eyes glaring at the girl. "You dare to touch my gem?" Dia was frightened by her overwhelming aura. "Could it be you guys?" According to Yeon Neong's words, the gem flickered brightly. "Do you crave my power?" As soon as she finished speaking, her strength was amplified by the jewel. The eyes on the heads of the lake spirit radiated a dazzling gold light, ready to go berserk and slaughter everyone. Suddenly, a streak of light shot through and struck the gem. Jin Long appeared just in time, kneeling on Ayeon-ni's head and stabbing his sword into it. Zia was stunned, opening her mouth wide. Hwa-sung, lying on the ground, also looked up in surprise at the approaching person. He tiredly looked down at the demon and advised, "That's enough. Stop now." The gem is continuously severed from the body, echoing in the space around it. The Heaven's Mandate. Gem is not just a vessel of the power of 1,000 lives, but also contains the will of those willing to sacrifice everything, even their chance at reincarnation through generations. Yeon Neong was stunned and looked at him, as Dien Lang sadly explained, "The immortal realm longs for people like that, those who are willing to exchange everything just to pursue their goals. Unless your goal threatens the survival of the fairy realm." He recalls the past when Jin Lang wielded his sword to destroy many demons, their bodies scattered all around where he stood. Dien Lang completely exposes the dark intentions of those seemingly innocent people. If you possess innate power or ambition to challenge the status of the immortal world, you can easily be cast down to the mortal realm, or worse, hunted to the ends of the earth. They won't overlook any threat that could shake the status of the immortal world. A blood-stained sword, like a symbol of dark truths. Dien Lang reveals the shocking truth. Whether it's demon or human, the aura of immortality they gather is actually just a semi-finished immortal energy, because it doesn't originate from the immortal realm. It only helps you break through to become a false immortal. The gem radiates a bright glow like the sun, sweat pouring down his handsome face. Yen Lang frowns in pain and struggles to speak each word. "I only just realized this recently, but Yeon Neong still doesn't trust him." She looks at him with a mocking gaze. "You think you can use those lies to take the gem from me? Now I have enough power to kill you all." Seeing that, Jin Lang mentioned Huan. Even the name J1 will never have a chance to break through to become a true immortal, because his ambition is too great. But the immortal world can't do anything to him, simply because he is too powerful. His strength is enough to oppose the immortal realm. His figure in a suit, looking elegant and polite, passes through his mind. Jin Lang bends down and kneels in front of her, sharing his guesses. "I keep wondering why she has no memories at all, even though her soul is also imprisoned in the gem, and her physical body was once part of her memories. Now I understand. The main cause is the mutation ability of Young One that was implanted into her." As Jin Lang spoke, he pushed his sword deeper to separate the gem. He furrows his brow and struggles to act, thinking that if he can cut off the source of this power, she will. But before he can finish, the tangled monster heads attack Jin Lang's body. Xia Huaseng and Soho stare in horror, wide-eyed at the scene before them. Jin Lang is overwhelmed by pain and cannot make a sound. He looked at Yan Neon in horror as she coldly threatened him. "If you intend to split this gem in half again, I will take the gem from inside you." As those words fell, heads and writhing tentacles began to stir. Sweat mixed with crimson droplets dotted Jin Lang's pale face. He fell silent for a moment, then weakly opened his mouth.
"You won't have the chance to do that because I am still keeping the promise I made to her back then."
All this time, the monster stared at him blankly after hearing that. But then it impatiently reminded me again. "I told you, I ignore its words and my memories." Jin Lang slowly lowers his head and finally kisses Yan Neon's lips. As he does, the half gemstone on his chest suddenly begins to glow. The other half of her body also seemed to sense it and began to glow, following the point where they touched and gradually emerging onto her face. Once again, the three of them are terrified by the scene unfolding, all stunned as they watch the two lovers kiss. Suddenly, a change occurs on Yeonni's face, as if a mask has been put on. Now that the mask has shattered and fallen, only a glimpse of her true face is fully revealed. It is Yeonni. She regained consciousness, her eyes filled with shock as memories flooded back. An old grand house, Yan's voice echoing, the tyrant king beheaded, and a new power struggle about to erupt. I have to accept it. It's unavoidable and I can't stop it. In front of us are the bodies lying scattered. Jin Lang's tone is full of helplessness. Humanity as well as monsters, whenever it comes to power and Li Yi, conflicts will always arise. Yeonnaean looked at him silently listening. Suddenly, she spoke to draw Jin Lang's attention. "Can I ask you for one more favor?" Yeonni expresses her heartfelt wish. "Can you stay here and supervise this place, at least until the situation stabilizes again? I don't want to see innocent blood spilled on this land anymore." Outside, the sky is blue with white clouds, very different from where the two are standing. She seriously asks Jin Lang, "Can you grant this sorceress's final wish?" Jin Lang tilts his face to carefully observe Yeon Neong, then cautiously makes a promise. "I promise her that no innocent blood will be shed." Returning to reality, the complete gem comes together and emits a dazzling light. The gem hangs suspended between Jin Lang and Yeon Neong. She stares in shock at the gem before her, then shifts her gaze to Jin Lang, her tone filled with complex disbelief. "Could it be that you kept your promise, even though I don't remember it at all?" His lips pale, sweat pouring down like rain, he weakly uttered each word. "It's over now. From this moment on, all souls trapped within the gem will be free, including hers. Soon, all will enter the cycle of reincarnation." So Hwasong held her wound close and called out to Zoho, both of them looking towards Jin Langeng, promising to meet her in the next life as he sadly bid his final farewell to Yeon. As the gem separated, her body gradually vanished, and the demon head and tentacles restraining Lang also disappeared. Yeon Neong carefully examined every feature of his face. As her face gradually disappeared, Yeon smiled with pure joy and fulfillment. In the end, only Lang and the gem remained. He was too weak to move and fell heavily to the ground. Soho hurriedly ran over. Dean Lang, Hwasong also followed behind, annoyed and shouting, "Damn it! Protect the village!" He struggles to turn his face to look at her and speaks to entrust her with a task. "So Ho-A, I entrust the jade to you." So-Ho looked at him in surprise, as if she understood something. So-Ho grimaced in pain and nodded firmly. Din Lang's body also begins to fade, with tears appearing on his face. "Jin Lang finds peace in relying on you. The rest now depends on you." The destruction has reached the very face. Dien Lang completely turned into dust and dispersed with the wind. The three of them stood frozen, staring at the empty patch of land before them. Hwasong looked terrified, speechless with shock. "Hey, stay quiet and watch here." Suddenly, the little girl looked up in surprise as the gem started to fall. This is the girl raising her hands to catch the flower cart he immediately saw and warned her seriously. Don't touch that dangerous thing casually." The little girl looked at him confused. The shining gold gem radiated a glorious aura, looking like a precious piece of jewelry. Soho reached out to catch it, standing atop a pile of debris. Soho confidently declares his resolve. "Rest assured, I will definitely complete the task you entrusted to me." Suddenly, a voice echoed in a dilapidated wooden house. It seems this is the group of goats that appeared in the abandoned house. He hesitated to look at the scene before him because of the sounds inside the Naniac temple. Then Yu wiped the sweat from his tired face and replied, "That's right.
This is the first time I've used a teleportation spell to move so many people at once. I just used illusion magic to distract that Jumonian.
She looked at the Guardian with little optimism, but I guess it won't be long before he figures out we've hidden inside here. Hopefully, with the power of the Guardian spirit, we can buy ourselves a little more time. Dia Shin angrily glared at Yu and shouted, "Why did you bring me into this? I still need to get the sword back." So Chan was surprised to see him like that and called out to Dia Shin Shi. Zhang Yu replied seriously, "Now is the time to think things through carefully. Because of lack of preparation, we have lost too many advantages in this battle. If we're not careful and accidentally lose the urn with Lady Sotron's remains, it will be the end." Hearing the mention of Sotron, Jay immediately fell silent, nervously glanced at him, then turned to ask Zhang Yu, "So, where is my soul jar?" She hesitated before answering, without immediately replying. "Oh, that." Zhang Yu looked at Jin cautiously, as if he didn't want him to find out about this. She remembered the time he was controlled, his cold red eyes contrasting with his innocent appearance now, which made her feel a bit distrustful. But in the end, Zhang Yu had to compromise. "All right, we said we would trust each other, so there's no other choice anyway." She turned to the Guardian Spirit cautiously and asked, "Hey, did you hear anything?" He immediately looked back intently, causing her to shrink back and dodge. Suddenly he opened his mouth wide, frightening Zheyu and Sohan into retreat, as a sealed jar flew out from his mouth. So Chan gasped in surprise and took the jar containing her ancestors' remains. Mr. Zheyu looked at her solemnly, remained silent, then suddenly spoke, capturing Soon's attention. "Miss So, my master once told me that the fairy world promised to grant their power to the Naniac sect to protect humanity on their behalf. After that great war, Nani lost its true heir and also its position as the top of the world, gradually falling into decline and decay. Yu calmly recounts the history of the Nania temple, revealing that the consequences have led humanity to sink deeper into crisis and chaos. Throughout history, humans have argued and fought with each other." Zheyu closed his eyes, raising a sensitive and cruel question. If the fairy world truly wants to protect Nania, or rather humanity, would they be willing to let this situation happen? Hearing that, So-chan hesitated and looked at her. "What do you mean?" Mr. Yu asked. "I heard that the young lady carries the blood of a deity, or rather, the young lady is a half-immortal under the clear blue sky. A ring of light descends as if a divine presence has appeared." She points to the jar with the bones in her hand. So-chan. "So no matter what's inside this jar, will the two young ladies regain their memories?" Mr. Yu sincerely looks at her and pleads, "So, please, young lady, continue to fight and protect humanity just like you are doing now. Please." So the troll fell silent. Jin glanced at her nervously, then she spoke with determination. "I am humanity." Her gaze calmly meets Zhang Yu's. She stood there silent, arms crossed. After a moment, Zhang Yu closed his eyes and conceded. "All right, she is guiding the troll to handle the seal. Now, please focus entirely on the bone urn. The spell I learned only helps guide you to follow the instructions and look at the jar of bones in your hand. Mr. Yu carefully reminds you of what to pay attention to. The key still lies in the young lady's willpower. The stronger her will, the sooner she can break the seal. The black jar is tied with a thick rope and a talisman. Mr. Yu's car turns to Jin for help. "Jin, please protect us during that time because I also became immobile while casting the spell." He nodded solemnly in agreement. After the request, she folded her fan and opened it, relying entirely on him. Mr. Yu's car is parked opposite. So, who teases him and reminds him? Let's begin. The young lady is surprised. She raises her fan to cover half of her face and speaks cautiously. "I repeat once more, everything depends on the lady's will." After finishing, Zheyu closed his fan and pointed directly at the cot jar. Following that, the surrounding area and the jar emitted a bright blue light, causing her to furrow her brow and tightly grasp the jar of essence. Dia Shin had to squint one eye because of the dazzling light. Xung quanh hai người Phật ra ánh sáng chói lòa. Zheyu cố gắng tập trung dịu khiến sức mạnh, hấp thu năng lượng trong con khổ chịu. Trong khi ánh sáng ngày càng rực rỡ, Dia Shin phải nhắm mắt che chắn. I can feel the spiritual energy fluctuations. The ones hiding inside, are you? Dae Sin was startled and alert, turning his head to look around. The two girls were too preoccupied to watch their surroundings, leaving only him and the guardian deity to be on guard against anyone approaching, and he continued speaking. "Although I don't know how you concealed your spiritual energy, I will find your location soon," he declared calmly as Jong Onion arrived, his cold eyes looking disdainfully at what lay ahead. "The illusion magic cast by humans is not enough to fool me. On one side of his face is a human face, and on the other are countless different eyes. Dia frowned and hesitated, then turned to worry about the two people still focused on the seal, while So-Tron closed her eyes in concentration when suddenly a voice sounded beside her. So-Tron, the light gradually envelops her beautiful face. The white light grows stronger, making her entire body seem to blend into the air. Suddenly appearing in a white space, So-Chan stands still there, wearing a butterfly dress. So-Chan looked around, full of suspicion. This place. Suddenly she raised her hand, and a broken sword appeared in her hand out of nowhere. So-Chan looked at the sword with dark red streaks, puzzled inside. What? Why does this thing feel so familiar to me? Suddenly it disintegrates into dust and blows away. So-Tron unexpectedly sees the white smoke flowing from his hand to the ground. In front of her, the smoke thickened and a voice emerged from within it. We haven't met in a long time. It gradually gathered and transformed into an old man. It was he who spoke, saying that power the demon horde at the border has always yearned to devour. No matter how much your appearance changes, your aura remains the same. I never thought I would see the day when you wield this kind of power. That means you have successfully broken the seal of the Hu Cho Kot. So, Troll, she still kept her hand raised, but her eyes were now filled with sharpness as she looked at the person in front of her. The shattered piece was from the sword you used to stab me. Are you the one who sealed me away? He looked at her happily and admitted, It seems your memory has been restored. Exactly. I can't risk the jar of bones causing unexpected problems or falling into the wrong hands. To protect the world, I had to sacrifice your mortal body and seal it away. Clearly, these words angered her. So Chan can't trust and questions the sacrifice. Are you saying everything you do is for a noble purpose? He did not respond to her words, but instead gave a stern warning about her behavior. When speaking, maintain a proper attitude. At least I am a senior of Naniac and your teacher. Hearing that, So-Tron only felt amused. You are no longer my master, so how can someone with such profound knowledge and insight still incite war, even making the guardian god angry? In the pure white space, only the voices of the two people echoing around. She recalls the scene where he stands indifferently among a row of corpses of humans and demons, mockingly saying, You don't care about Nanya at all, nor do you bother about the lives of humans. You are just a puppet of the fairy world, igniting the war only to serve its interests. He looked at her sternly, criticizing her for her disrespect. Not now, but even back then I told you this was the best choice to maintain the order of the world. It's truly ridiculous. You should have been the first and foremost to respect and carry out the will of the celestial realm. Yet you dare to speak such disrespectful words. No matter what you say, you cannot deny your divine status. Your mission remains unchanged. That statement left her speechless, only able to look at him. She remembered the distant past when Nani was at its peak, and a conversation was taking place in the brightly lit temple. The great slaughtering of worlds because of that seal. But isn't that seal a secret only passed down to the heads of the Naniac sect? So Ha looked seriously at the person in front of him as he listened to the explanation. There is no other choice. If I don't make this decision, you won't listen to me. He clasped his hands behind his back and entrusted her with the task. This is the mission I assign to you. So-Ha, confused, asked why that was her mission, and he confidently declared because at this moment, she was the only one capable of breaking the seal. The fate of humanity is in your hands. The heavy mission suddenly rests on her shoulders, and she silently looks at him. I will go and persuade him first. If I speak for him, he will surely step back and stop the slaughter. She continued. And then we will all discuss together to find a solution to end this battle. So, Ha suddenly widened his eyes in disbelief and stopped speaking. A wet red sword was stuck in her stomach. Pain overwhelmed her as sweat dripped down So's face. She clenched her teeth to hold back a cry and reached out to break the sword. So Ha quickly stepped back in horror, looking at the person in front of her. Master, you. He calmly grasped his sword and declared, Stop causing chaos. To maintain the balance of the three worlds, sacrificing the mortal body of humanity is a small price to pay. Don't worry, I won't let your sacrifice be in vain. Returning to reality, Juan raised his hand, and on his palm appeared pairs of eyes and mouths forming into monsters. They fall to the ground, their ugly forms with sharp teeth, red eyes, and rough skin. Young Onian's eyes also glow red as he coldly orders to find them. Following his orders, the monsters quickly flew off in all directions. The room was now filled with creatures. Only young Onian stood silently there like a wicked, evil god. A chilling howl echoes from inside the icy cave, the wind howling and spreading coldness throughout the space. And from afar, a person can be seen hanging suspended from chains. The barbed wire is tightly wrapped around your arms. He speaks. It seems it's time for you to make a choice. It's the fortune teller. She opens her eyes wide and mutters softly, I'm afraid I can no longer follow you. I have kept my promise to you. Jin is struggling to endure the blinding light before him, and the fortune teller's words also refer to him. And now it's your turn to fulfill your promise. The light emanating from where Seon-yu and So-chan are wielding their weapons pierces into the bone jar. The power emanating from inside the jar pushes Seon-yu back. She grits her teeth, trying to hold on, and screams. Why is this power hidden inside the bone jar? Seeing So-tron with her eyes closed as if controlled by some force, she could only scream out for So-tron. In another space, where So-trol was pulled when connected to Huo, she encounters her previous master. He calmly says, I sense a strong aura of killing intent outside. Could another war be breaking out? I really didn't expect your bone marrow jar to end up in the demon world. He said that if I'm not mistaken, by now you should have already met that culprit, for it was fate arranged by the two of you. The old man recounted, but this time you no longer have a mortal body for me to use as a tool to break his spirit. At that moment, they remembered his image, as he took her cold body and walked straight ahead. Her body was covered in blood, and she had departed without even being able to close her eyes peacefully. Dong-sung appears in the ruined space, still holding the blood-stained sword, quietly kneeling beside her motionless body, a deep sadness filling his heart as he witnesses his beloved's departure. He continued to tell, after opening the jar for the remains, you will be reborn as a human again. Dong-sung bowed his head, tears falling, unable to contain the pain of losing her. Then the old man's narration continues to echo. Let's first take the opportunity to settle the chaos outside. Return the seal of the traitor. When his power is fully unleashed, he will eliminate all calamities for humanity in your name. But So-trol firmly refuses. Don't mess up. He frowned, feeling confused. Living so long as a monster must have twisted your perception. So-trol raised his head calmly and replied, I will find a way, without any sacrifice. The old man sighed in a hoarse voice. That young tree trying to hold on to the mortal world is truly a mistake. If I just let you reincarnate with a new identity, without any memories of your past life, wouldn't I be spared from your troublesome acts of defiance? Without waiting for an answer, he lunged forward, grabbing her by the neck and glaring, If you can't make a choice, I will force you to choose. She panicked, flailing her arms to hold on. The old man coldly said, Don't overestimate yourself. You're not qualified to decide humanity's fate. At that moment, outside the battlefield, a sudden surge of power erupted, with a brilliant purple light emanating from the bone jar, pushing Zhongyu away from So-trol. Her body crashed to the ground as she looked on in horror at what was happening before her. Mr. Yu's car struggled to get up, frowning faintly from dizziness, stammering, There's a terrifying aura that threw me back. Could it be divine energy? At this moment, So-trol's body continues to emit that same aura. Her face clearly showed discomfort, as if something inside was tormenting her, while the urn in her hand emitted an increasingly fierce aura. A loud screech echoes as Jin witnesses the scene, stunned, realizing the spiritual energy within the casket jar is transforming. He immediately bowed his head to look at his hand. Strange ancient characters appeared and surrounded it. That was the lost seal. He clenched his hand in pain and let out a cry. Yu saw this and hurried over, worried, asking, What's going on? Dia looked down at his hand, then raised his eyes to observe the mysterious spiritual energy emanating from the round jar of bones in his palm. A thought crossed his mind. His lost seal was reacting to this spiritual energy. His hand trembled slightly as he felt the invisible force acting upon it. Suddenly, the guardian spirit subtly turned to the left as if sensing something unusual, and he quickly glanced in that direction. From afar, a monster is secretly watching it. It has a form resembling a transformed woman with glaring red eyes wide open. I ask, That creature is the group of monsters with human shapes that are appearing more and crawling to the edge of the battlefield. The small body initially begins to swell in large lumps, with more eyes growing on its body and the skin stretching into a horrifyingly swollen layer. It suddenly roared with a terrifying sound when blocked by the barrier. The strange monster froze in place. What does it mean to be blocked? It's the barrier. We've found them. Seeing it stand still for a moment, Zhongyu and Jin held their breath and watched, but the monster's expression gradually turned cunning as it discovered a way into the pink hole in the barrier. This barrier is still fragile. Its body continued to transform, growing more legs and massive arms like two stone pillars, now becoming a giant, powerful monster. One sturdy leg stomped down on the ground, breaking through the barrier surrounding the area and gradually moving inside the enchantment. Sung Ayu exclaimed in the panic, the barrier. As it moved deeper inside, the monster's eyes scanned the space around it. filled with questions. It saw So-chan holding the casket in her hands, the energy inside still pouring out, forming purple mists around her body. Then it focused intently on the shape of the casket. The immortal energy is spilling out from the bone jar while Jin is still struggling with his sealed arm. The monster quietly analyzes that behavior, and a stream of thoughts echoes in its mind. You hid inside here to break the seal? The monster happily understood. That is most likely what Lord Huan is searching for. Steal it and bring it back to him. That's right. This time we've achieved a great victory. Mr. Yu's car now stands still, observing the monster before slowly moving forward. She decisively says, "Let me handle this." She raises her hand, revealing her familiar folding fan, then tilts her head to remind Heise, "We need more time now." As soon as she finished speaking, she swung her fan fiercely, creating a powerful gust that tore through the air. Immediately after, Zhang-Yu summoned the souls bearing divine radiance from the void to rise up. The monster hesitated for a moment, wary as it saw the spirits appear before it. Jin was still struggling with his immobilized arm, while Soon was also having a hard time accepting her own power. Her face paled as he lifted her high, his cold eyes flashing with menace as he said, "You can only save humanity in the same way as before. This is supposed to be simple, so why are you being so stubborn and foolish? What is the worth of that villain's life anyway?" At the same time, outside, Jin was still struggling to resist with his sealed arm. The old man continued to threaten. "Your predetermined fate is just a lie. Fate is deliberately arranged to make it easier for you to approach and manipulate that criminal." His hand clenched around So-Troll's neck, causing her to struggle weakly. He continued, "Do you still cling to that cursed fate?" Outside, Jie-Shin was in a state of panic, sweat pouring down constantly. The guardian gods of Zhang-Yu all turned to look at the monster, but before they could act, it decided to strike first. It swung its limbs violently, creating streams of energy that tore through the air, shattering the illusion in front of it, with the images of the gods breaking apart and falling like shards of broken glass. "So you're the human after all?" It suddenly appeared behind her. A strained, suppressed voice rang out, revealing the use of illusion magic. Mr. Yu's car remained still, his body covered in cold sweat from fear. In the space connected to Yucho, the old man continued with a threatening tone, forcing the troll to obey. "The weak have no right to decide for themselves. Stop trying to oppose. Your role in this world has already been predetermined, so just obey." She grits her teeth and speaks firmly. "No, this time it's different." Hearing that, he widened his eyes and gritted his teeth. "What?" she said softly as her hand slowly moved down, feeling the presence of the weapon at her waist. "As you said, I have fulfilled my predetermined role in the previous life, and in this life I am already a demon." Without giving him a chance to react, she suddenly raised her hand, gripping the familiar needle, and launched an attack with all her strength, shouting loudly, "I am no longer involved with your gods." Outside, Dia and the Guardian suddenly see the jar start to change, its surface now covered with cracks. The light from there burst out more and more fiercely, making both of them squint because of the blinding brightness. The monster and Zhang-Yu also had to stop their actions and look over at this strange phenomenon. In an instant, the jar exploded, unleashing a terrifying beam of light that swallowed the entire space, blinding everyone and causing a tremendous pressure that shook the battlefield. Amid the deafening explosion, the angry voice of the old man echoed throughout the space. "You are really bold to make such a foolish choice. So, troll, you will have to bear all the consequences of your decision today." Everyone outside can hear it too. So Tron in reality awakens, her eyes opening amidst the fading smoke and dust, revealing a completely different appearance. She thinks to herself, "I have not prioritized humanity. That also means I am abandoning the role and responsibilities of Nania's heir. But now that I understand the truth behind the events of the past, I can no longer turn a blind eye to others' sacrifices." She looked up ahead with a serious expression and said, "I will protect those things." Thinking to herself, if I cannot stand as Nania's successor, then I will become the demoness. So Tron stood silently, looking ahead as the glow faded to reveal her figure with soft wings shining behind her. She clenched a small sword in her hand, squeezing it tightly until it shattered into countless pieces. She calmly spoke, "Because of some unexpected events, I am unable to reincarnate back as a human." Jin Song-Yu and the monster stood there in silence, then spoke to her, but that also opened up a new opportunity for me to continue on a completely new path. She raised her head, looked at the dust on her palm, and her voice echoed, "If I cannot recover all my memories, it means I will have to face this situation now with no strength at all." Mr. Yu's car, standing nearby, nervously asked if Sotron meant that the young lady had fully recovered her memories. So Chan didn't answer but just glanced at her. That look made Song Yu Bong Huang realize something. She said that the princess's memories and strength have been restored. She hesitated before asking, "You will continue to fight for humanity, won't you?" So Chan turns around, her passionate face facing everyone, her brow furrowed as if she's pondering something deep inside. Meanwhile, the monster across narrowed its eyes at her, thinking to itself, "What the hell is this? A monster or a human?" Then it charged at her like lightning. "Forget it. Just hand her over to Lord Yung Onian. Jin has figured out its behavior." He immediately shouted in anger, "Damn it, don't mess up." Suddenly, something whizzed past Jin's head. Before he could react, he realized it was a So troll. She moved at lightning speed, wielding a sharp needle in her hand and charging straight at the monster, releasing countless small blue butterflies. Dia stood frozen, watching silently. The monster froze, letting out a helpless groan before So troll landed on its feet. Then the monster disintegrated into small pieces that fell to the ground and vanished into nothingness. "Yui, I no longer have the right to be Naniac's successor right now, but I will definitely keep my promise to you." Mr. Yu's car exhales softly, and a faint smile appears. In another place, Juan stands inside an old, dilapidated wooden house with a cold expression. He looked up at the ceiling as if he had just discovered something, then muttered, "So it was hiding there." His eyes filled with hatred as he called out So Troll's name. In his mind, he images So Troll now, thinking to himself that the passage to the border only opens for those carrying divine bloodline. After I destroy the human realm, leading troops to invade the divine realm will become easier than ever. Jumonian lowered her head, clenched her fists, and continued to think. And she is holding the key we need. Returning to Zhang Yu's group, she calmly warns everyone that before the young lady woke up, J1's detective had discovered our barrier and was sure to come here soon, so we need to leave quickly. Suddenly, Sotron spoke calmly. "No, we will fight here." His words made Zhang Yu gasp in surprise. Sotron calmly explains that the Fei Han Kui are essentially accumulated energy blocks that move and act instinctively under orders, and the destruction they cause might seem like the work of a genius. The plague is caused by criminals who cannot see their true form as monsters. Her head flicked past the terrifying destruction caused by the Fei Han Kui, with homes and streets completely destroyed. As she thought of J1, she spoke coldly. The one controlling the giant soul demon is none other than Jum 1. As long as he is hurt, the giant soul demon will automatically vanish. Hearing that, Song Yu was a bit confused, raised his hand and asked, "But miss, you've also seen how terrifying his healing ability is. Does he have any fatal weakness?" So Chan didn't hesitate to continue, her mind flashing with the image of J1's monstrous true form. "I have a way to destroy its heart." Jin and Zhang Yu looked at her blankly. Then Jin gently asked if he could help with anything, calling her So Chan. At that moment, when she heard her name called like that, So's playful gaze flickered for a moment, but she quickly suppressed the emotion. Her face turned serious. A scream echoes through the chaotic crowd outside on the street. "We've arrived at the temple, but I fear we're a bit too late." This is Hoa Song hurriedly shouting into the phone amid her hurried steps. "Hello? Everything still okay on your side?" The man on the other end of the line growled, "It's fine, damn it." Just in front of him, a horde of furious soul demons was frantically fighting against people with combat prowess. He urged Hoa Song in the tense situation. "There are countless of these giant soul demons, and they're getting closer to the wall. Tell Hoa Song to do something. Hurry up, or the defenses will break." "Damn it all to hell," he shouted into the phone amidst the chaos. "We are also thinking of a way," Hoa Song said to hold the position a little longer. "Next to you, Soho is holding the yellow gem she just obtained earlier." Suddenly, a loud sound echoes behind her, as if something just jumped to the ground, creating a thick cloud of smoke that obscures the view. Everyone immediately turned around cautiously, watching. From within the smoke, J1 slowly appeared, his voice already tense with a threatening tone. "Got her!" He reached out to grab Sotron, shouting her name loudly. "So-Tron." So-Troll shouted in panic, but Juan's hand couldn't reach her. Instead, shimmering cracks like a shattered mirror suddenly appeared. Suddenly, the goat rushed from behind and tightly hugged his leg. He shouted loudly, "Got you!" He clenched his hands around his thighs, with glowing blue symbols flickering intensely on his arms, as So-Troll leapt down from above, wielding a spear emitting blue light, rushing at him at lightning speed with her eyes slightly closed to aim precisely. Then those two people suddenly shone with a bright blue color. Her sharp gaze followed his body. A strange red beam erupted from J1's chest, with tiny wet-looking marks on it, his weak point. She poured all her strength into her final strike, shouting loudly, "The sky's gone!" and swung her spear with all her might toward him. That strike was blocked instantly. Jumonin quickly summoned her sword to defend herself. Can you see the position of my heart?" Then Huan suddenly swung his sword with great force, blowing away both the troll and Jin, who were trying to hold him back. He tilted his head to look at Jin with a contemptuous gaze. "Do you think I would let myself be stabbed so easily?" Jin silently watched him, fully aware that the last move had failed. Juman roared in anger. "Damn it! Mentioning being stabbed again reminds me of that rotten traitor," and swung his weapon straight at Jessen sitting on the ground. But as soon as the sword touched Jin's body, it suddenly froze, as if locked in place. Dayan frowned and muttered, "What the hell? The sword in his hand isn't moving at all," he exclaimed in surprise. "Why?" Then he gritted his teeth and whispered to himself that it was resisting. Yeishin's eyes now shone brightly with a fiery orange red, as if controlling something invisible that prevented the sword from advancing any further. Di-1 stood there frowning in confusion, muttering to himself, "The sword that I devoured has already become a part of me, but still, its will resists me to protect him." The blade was piercing Jin's head but was stopped, unable to go further. He looked up at Jumonin with cold eyes. Juan frowned in confusion, suddenly recalling old memories of a remote canyon. He once angrily asked someone, "Big brother, why do you always side with that sinner? You don't care about me at all, do you?" Then Tahiep looked into his eyes and answered coldly, "Juan, you are completely unqualified. Your cultivation is high, but it only serves your own interests." He continued with a resolute tone, "Without hesitation, I have nothing to give to a selfish person like you. Go back." He gritted his teeth in anger, his mind spinning with memories that never faded. He remembered the moment he knelt before the old woman. "You are not yet qualified to enter the fairy realm." At that moment, Juan knelt as the old woman continued, "You haven't been born or granted any spiritual energy. The obstacle in your path is your overwhelming desire." That statement was like a deep cut into his pride, leaving him silent. The old woman calmly spoke again. "Until the day you attain enlightenment in the immortal way and break through your bottleneck, I will always be ready to welcome you into the immortal realm." Back to reality. His face contorted in a fit of rage. "You all look down on me, but why am I a strong and perfect existence?" My gaze falls on the sword in my hand. Then I grit my teeth in anger and say, "I have every right to become a god." Onion bowed his head in resentment, bitterly thinking that despite knowing the true owner of this sword was Dung Song, everything still. He remembered everyone he had begged, the rejections he faced, and thought to himself that this sword and all of them were on your side. Manhwa clenched his teeth in frustration, then stared intently at the sword in his hand and sneered, "You're mistaken." His eyes flicked to Jay's pleading face as he muttered to himself, "I will prove to you all how wrong you are." His eyes wide with madness. Suddenly he shouted, "How badly you have all messed up!" Below, Jin still quietly watches him, his calm eyes silently analyzing the situation. Jamonian raises his hand and roars angrily, "I must first show this sword who is worthy of its allegiance." Then he swallows the sword into his palm. He coldly spoke, his body heavy like a beast of burden. Then a strange mass of flesh grew from him, with long tentacles slithering out, eyes sprouting everywhere, and a giant monster burst out, opening its mouth with huge teeth rushing toward Jin. Mr. Yu and everyone behind watched the terrifying scene, and she screamed out loud. Jin immediately spread his hand in front of the monster, releasing a powerful blue aura that blew away its entire body. That move pushed it back, and a loud screeching sound filled the air. Juan stood there, eyes wide as he watched the opponent block the attack. Then he lowered his gaze, voice deep, "You sinner." Dia raises both hands to defend, a blue energy radiating from them, his eyes bloodshot red. Juman doesn't hesitate, continuing to command the monsters to attack, gritting his teeth. "If you're so brave, keep going." He sneered and said, "I want to see how long you can hold out." At that moment, the guardian deity appeared, charging straight into the monsters. The monsters' tentacles are sliced apart by the sword strikes. Sparks fly, leaving streaks of light, as Sotron rushes forward to shield Jin. The butterfly wings spread wide like a shield protecting him, and the two are pushed back by the shockwave from the counterattack. Dia was momentarily surprised, her confused gaze following her back as she stood in front of him, then heard her voice say, "It seems we have officially met again this time." Sotron turned back and smiled at him, asking, "What should I call you?" "Last time I was just a game." He continued, "And this time, let me be Jay and look at Sotron," he asked again. "And her?" So Troll's face clearly showed confusion. Dia remained silent, her eyes longing to hear something from her. She looked at him and then smiled brightly, softly responding. So Troll, everyone, including Dia and Tron, knows. A voice sounded, causing both of them to turn their faces in different directions. So, you all have recovered your past memories just as I expected? Yen Wan stands there, his voice tense with anger. So you still trust those gods? The blame is on you. Memories of the past life suddenly flooded back. He recounted, my original plan was to manipulate you to ignite the border war. However, the fairy folk seem to have an even more terrible conspiracy. Are you just a victim of those gods too? Are you still willing to forgive and trust them? His words reignited the old memories in Jin's heart when he was still Dung Sheng. At that moment, during the battle, he collapsed among the rocks, his body battered and full of wounds. Suddenly, a fortune-teller in the form of an immortal approached him. At that moment, Dung Song was lying on the ground, barely conscious, with his eyes barely open. He glanced faintly at the person in front of him as the fortune-teller looked down at him and said in a steady voice, I know many in the fairy world want to use you to spread fear and uphold the faith of humans in us, but the power you possess also makes them fear you. So the best solution is to use the shackles inherent in your bloodline. As long as Lakan remains in your hands, you will carry that responsibility for eternity. Your face remains calm, the fortune-teller continues. I knew it wouldn't be surprising. Even with my cultivation, I can't fully seal you. As she spoke, she recalled the moment when Dungsong and Soha met after she had lost her life, and said, in short, you were born with the sole purpose of maintaining the survival of the fairy realm. If the ambitions of either human faction had not exceeded limits, you would not have been driven into this berserk state. The fortune-teller paused for a moment, then concluded, I am certain they will blame you for all the sins of this massacre. His memories surged again. When he saw Soha's body, the pain tore his heart apart. Dung X roared at the fortune-teller, all this time I've always suspected, and it turns out I am indeed the monster that mankind has always spoken of. Why is So Troll getting involved? What did she do wrong to be caught up in all of this? The fortune-teller calmly replied, that child was also a fairy, born with the sole purpose of being the key to controlling the chains of humans. The old woman said, in other words, that was the girl's predetermined fate. Dung X lay there, his eyes gradually closing, his voice tired, saying, enough, I'm exhausted. If I just disappear forever, then she will be freed from the cruel cycle of destiny, right? The young man helplessly begged the fortune-teller to erase his soul from the world, and she replied, there is a secret that neither you nor that girl know. The old woman spoke. That was the goat interrupting her past life's memories, now returning to the present, her cold eyes looking ahead. He gritted his teeth in hatred and called out his name. Jum 1. While the guardian deity was still struggling to hold off the monster emerging from Jum 1's shoulder, he gritted his teeth and asked, but Huan only slightly curled his lips with a look of contempt, coldly saying, I think I need to deal with these annoying flies first, starting with this little dog, referring to the attack from behind that the guardian spirit is trying to cause. D1 turned to look directly at Zhong Yu and continued, next is the illusionist who made her wary and alert. Suddenly, a tremendous pressure erupted from him, knocking both the guardian and Zhong Yu to the ground. In an instant, the giant monster on his shoulder opened its disgusting, toothy mouth and charged straight at the car. Onong Yu, Jin, and Sun rushed to support at the same time, calling out loudly to Son Yu Shi. Huan remains expressionless and continues to control the monster charging forward. Suddenly, an arrow shot from somewhere hit the monster's arm as it swung, causing it to halt mid-air. Mr. Yu's vehicle seized the opportunity to break free from the targeted spot. At that moment, Hoa Song appeared, grabbing her shoulder and asking worriedly, Are you okay, President? She was so happy to hear that she exclaimed, Brother Deokha, the arrow just now was shot by Xie. The girl standing behind Huasong, with a bow ready in her hand, asked the J-team, Are you all hurt anywhere? So Chan nodded and replied, Yes, we're fine. Dia Sin suddenly sensed movement behind him. When he turned around, he saw Soho approaching with the glowing gem in his hand. He suddenly asked, Who are you? She handed him the gem in her hand and seriously told him to take it. Swaho lifts her face, holding the shining luminous gem in her palm, and says, This is Duin Langeng's destiny gem. Dia Xin stares in surprise at the object in her hand and asks in amazement, What do you want me to do with this? Meanwhile, Jum Wan narrowed his eyes, watching everything and making calculations in his mind. He silently observed the flower incense and muttered, Either way, it's convenient. He sneered coldly and said, I will deal with all these pests right now. His gaze swept toward the guardian deity where the little girl Sazie was running over to ask about. Are you okay? Juan, the belligerent man, coldly continued. Rushing through with you takes up too much of my time, so just finish it quickly. Dia, Shin, and Soon pressed their lips tightly, their faces showing clear worry. Something strange was beginning to grow on Jae-won's arm. That thing protruded, twisting as if its body was being distorted. Then from it, white branches like broken tree limbs sprouted and spread out eerily. Hwa-shon and Son-yu were both stunned, instinctively crying out in surprise. The remaining members also couldn't hide their shock, their eyes widening in surprise. Jin was stunned, his voice softly echoing. That is the figure of the immortal, overseeing the border, under Jumwon's command, while in the city, the horde of evil spirits is pouring in, screaming and destroying buildings, with a scene of devastation casting a gloomy atmosphere. The ghoul demons immediately lunged to bite and tear anyone they saw. People screamed and ran in panic. The elder's face was tense with wrinkles as he turned to the elder woman beside him and said, Elder, the situation is becoming more and more critical. We can't hold out much longer. His eyes fixed on the floating seal in the air, which was now beginning to burn. He said heavily, Our seal has also reached its limit. The elder woman stared intently at it, her voice filled with worry. It's broken. At this rate, the monsters will soon break through the barrier and escape. Thinking about how all the city's buildings are sealed tightly, she decides we need to find another solution. If they succeed in entering the human world, a voice suddenly interjected from behind, the balance between the two worlds will be broken. Even we ourselves do not want that to happen. The elder woman was startled and turned her head, her gaze following the source of the voice. She then turned to see only the troublemaker. She asked, What did you just mutter? He nervously replied, I didn't say anything. At that moment, a sharp voice rang out from somewhere. Are your human senses already that poor at such a young age? This is it. Down there, the people are looking on. It's little Princess Hongjeon riding a strange creature that looks like a goat. The princess said, I know you don't have much time to prepare amid the chaos of war, but I never imagined there could be such a chicken barrier ending. The elder was startled and shouted, Monster, when did it get inside? Step aside, elder, let me handle this creature. The princess, seeing everyone's shock, said sternly, Stop fooling around. Hong smiled confidently and introduced herself. If I wanted to start a war with your kind, I wouldn't have appeared at this time. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Hongjeon, Princess of the Soy Kingdom, here to lend a helping hand to you humans. Elder Y's eyes widened in astonishment. What, helping us, little girl? The elder quickly placed her hand on his shoulder, trying to calm him down. Calm down, Elder Y. She glances at the princess and says, Let's hear what this little monster wants to do first. The princess is furious inside, thinking to herself, Little monster. The princess took a deep breath and said, Forget it. In this chaotic time, I won't bother with you. Our kingdom has decided to join this great war to restore the balance between the human and demon worlds. Everyone looked down and listened as Hongjeon said, We will support you in 2 ways. Then the princess confidently pointed to the sky and said, First. Before he could finish speaking, a loud explosion shook the ground. The 2 elders looked up in surprise as an explosion erupted among the ghouls, destroying several of them into pieces with smoke. From that cloud of smoke, a troop of soldiers riding oxen, wild boars, and various creatures rushes forward to attack the monsters. The princess continues, A force fighting shoulder to shoulder with you. Among the group are men, old women, children, all loudly wielding weapons as they move forward. Hong said, Second. The 2 elders gaze into the princess's eyes, waiting. The princess pulls out an item from her side and raises it high. It's a top-tier weapon. What is going on here? Isn't that the old fairy in charge of the border? Are they on the same side? At this moment, the old man with blazing red eyes clenched his fist tightly around the staff. So quickly analyzing, Juan might be gaining power from the spirits he devours. Perhaps what we see before us is only the simulated body of that immortal. The old man's eyes burn with murderous intent. She continues, Only when Juan is sent to the heavens will his soul be freed. At this moment, in another corner, Dia asked to see the gem that Soho was holding. He reached out to touch it, but hesitated. Seeing that, Soho reassures her. Touch it, there's no problem. Jin Lang has allowed you. He looks at her and asks again, Where is Jin Lang? She looked at Juan with a dangerous gaze and replied, Jin Lang is no longer here. Dasin bowed his head in silence. Then Zoho spoke up. Jin Lang has one last request. He will lend you his power. He listened silently as she continued, asking you to help him free the innocent souls. Jin remained silent, lost in thought. then slowly reached out to touch the gem in X-Ho's palm. On the other side, the spear whistled through the air, soaring upward as the immortal charged forward with a fierce attack. So, Troll and Hwasong recoiled in horror, retreating to defend themselves. A strike from the old man causes the temple's dome to explode in a thunderous roar. Everything collapses, and the debris crashes down on everyone. So Troll staggered to his feet, coughing violently. The others were trapped beneath the fallen beams. So was knocked out by a falling piece of wood before she could give the jade to Jin. Jin, still trapped, struggled to push the beam away when suddenly Jumonian's voice rang out. For a moment, I thought it was Neon's aura, but it turned out to be the aura of the perfect jade of destiny. As he approached and spoke, what exactly had that Western Queen Mother arranged, and at the same time the immortal was wielding a weapon to strike down Jin, who hadn't yet gotten up. In that very moment, So Troll suddenly appeared out of nowhere to block Jin. Huan was momentarily stunned with amazement, and in an instant, she raised her hand to draw the sharp needle and hold it before her forehead, but the spear tip stopped right in front of her. So Troll's expression of surprise was clearly visible on Hwasi's face as she struggled to get up, angrily shouting at the immortal. Not long ago, he gave her a life-saving gift, and now he's suddenly coming to take our lives? Running out of the border has driven the old man crazy? You angrily cast the spell, the talismans flying around shouting, "This annoying old man," Hwasong calls out. The chairman quickly appeared behind you and drew her weapon. A fan filled with ancient characters shimmered brightly in her hand, revealing the hidden Dharma chakra. The two of them charged together, coordinating their attack, as the immortal quickly raised the green staff to block. The old man spins his weapon at lightning speed, causing the recoil to bounce back. The spear whirls violently, creating shockwaves that make the ground tremble. From afar, Za struggles to sit up beside the guardian god. Hwasong keeps attacking but can't budge him, panting. Why is this dummy so hard to deal with? Suddenly, the old immortal swings his spear towards Hwasong. Zeyu immediately shouts a warning and dodges. You react extremely quickly, leaning away to dodge the deadly strike. However, the shockwaves from the attack still push back the air behind. The shockwave spreading across the ground made Hwasong pale with fear. From afar, X.A watched anxiously and shouted, "Oh my, I got hit!" That little girl's fate is sealed. As soon as she finishes speaking, the terrifying aftershock from the old immortal's attack carves a deep gash into the ground. In another corner, the wooden beams are gradually being removed. So Troll breathes heavily, desperately pulling Jessen out from the pile of debris, crushing him. "Stand up, let me help you out of the wreckage," he said softly. She responded in surprise. "What's wrong?" He looked at her and continued. "The secret you told me before and then said. Is it actually the method to unlock my seal?" So Tron paused briefly and then nodded. "That's right, Dia. Please continue listening. Even I only learned about it later." For a moment, her memory flashed back to when So Dung Song asked her with a puzzled look, "Secrets passed down through the Naniac leaders' generations, right?" "Why did you tell me that?" At that time she replied, "My teacher said that you are the only one capable of ending this great war." Dungsi looked up in surprise as she said, "And it is also the only reason I help you." He remained silent, lips pressed tightly as if contemplating something upon hearing the rest of the sentence, with no other reason. Then she turned and walked away coldly, saying, "I surrender to you because you bear the heavy responsibility of ending the great war, but in this life I will never forgive you for killing my father." Returning to the present, So placed his hand on his head, blaming himself. "I'm so sorry, Long. I was so reckless back then. If I hadn't been blinded by hatred, you would have been." Before she could finish her sentence, Jin suddenly grabbed her wrist. Dia leaned close to her face and said, "So Tron, release my power." Just like she did back then, she suddenly exclaimed, "Hey, please lift the seal for me." So Tron quickly replied, "What are you talking about? If I do that, you will." "I understand that. So, Tron." She paused for a moment, then hesitated and replied, "But there must be some other way, right? Let me have a little more time to think about it." Dia thought of her past life, and then refused. "No, for me, this is the only way." In the past, the fortune teller looked at Dong Song, who was the same person from the previous life, and said there was a secret that both you and that girl didn't know. The old woman continued, "If the girl doesn't break your seal, she will never have a chance to enter reincarnation. That means she can never be reborn as a human, let alone become an immortal. You lying there weakly asking what girl with a flag?" The fortune teller calmly replied, "Your existence will become meaningless without a goal to strive for, right? I will give you a goal and also a promise of honor." "Thinking about how I used to tease you in a past life," I continue. "If the girl completes her mission in the next life, I will grant her a life of complete freedom and eternal ease. In other words, the girl will be reincarnated completely as a mortal, no longer bound by any constraints. Deng-si frowned and looked at the fortune teller with a doubtful expression. Then she will erase all my memories again, just like last time. How can I trust a promise if I don't even remember it? The fortune teller quickly replied, I will show sincerity by not taking your memory this time, so that in the next life, you can make your own choice. Dia ends her reflection on the past with the fortune teller's final words. Are you willing? I grit my teeth and look at So-chan, firmly saying, this is my only choice and the only way to protect what we want to protect. Sohan still looks hesitant. What? But both Jin and Soon were surprised and looked back in horror when they saw Juan standing right in front of the gem. He stood there, staring intently at the gem. With the situation urgent, So-chan quickly shouted. So-chan shouted to stop him from grabbing the gem. No, you can't! At this moment, the guardian spirit suddenly appears and growls at Jum-won. Then a blue shield from the guardian spirit pushes him away from the gem. Za, standing next to the guardian spirit, angrily declares, we won't let you touch this object. Jin and Soon are standing right behind Juan, ready to strike, while he still stares at the guardian spirit and sigh with a frown. You little pests, how dare you act so boldly in front of me? Suddenly, two monsters burst out from the ground and grabbed Jin and Soon tightly. You keep repeating useless things. Sa, standing inside the barrier with the guardian god, was also stunned. On the other side, a spear suddenly aimed at the flower head, forcing him to tilt his head to the side to dodge. Dai-1 steps inside the guardian spirit's shield, complaining again. You keep repeating useless things. Do you think this weak barrier can stop me? Xia, furious, clenched her bow and shouted for silence before shooting an arrow straight at Young-won. And when it hit him in the forehead, her face showed pure joy. But in the next moment, just as she was about to speak again, she froze in place because Jum-won looked at her with genuine pity, and then the monsters rushed quickly toward Xia. He again spoke mockingly, his voice weak and pathetic. The guardian quickly stepped in front of her, growling at the monster. The monster suddenly bit the guardian spirit, causing her to be stunned and ring the bell. The guardian spirit's foot unexpectedly stepped on her leg, making her flinch slightly. On the other side, Dayashin looked at So-tran, who was panting, and said, Don't hesitate anymore, So-tran. Huan stood in front of Xia, his monster arm pointed directly at Xia A, who was sitting on the ground. Hua-sung, seeing Xia A's situation, shouted out in concern, Snake! Just as he lost focus, the old immortal attacked him. Hua-sung shouted angrily, Get out of the way! His eyes suddenly flashed with a fiery light, filled with intense anger. You hateful old man. Son Yu shouted at Hua-sung, What are you doing, idiot? If you keep rushing in like that, the old immortal will swing his staff at you and the staff will pass over your head, leaving a deep wound on your shoulder. Then the shattered glass marks appeared because Zon Yu used illusion magic to help Hua-sung. This is the last time I will use illusion magic. Hua-sung threw a punch through the old immortal towards Huan. The punch hit him, causing him to step back slightly, but there was no injury. Hua-sung stared at Huan, panting and sweating a little, then looked into his eyes and admitted, Yes, this is the eye. No wonder I felt it was familiar. He thought of that woman, continuing the traitor who betrayed the world of spirits and stood by humanity until his last breath. This is her remaining eye. I can't believe what I've been searching for all this time is right in front of me. Hua-sung gritted his teeth as he looked at him, and Huan continued, Now I can restore and perfectly replicate her power. Suddenly, a stream of blood dripped from the corner of his mouth. At the same time, I also have a compliment for you. The demon from behind has bitten more than half of Hua-seong's lower body, and Jum Onian's tone shifts to a slightly mocking one. You're just an ordinary human, but you've managed to hurt me like this. You should be proud of your entire life's achievement.
What the hell are you rambling about? If you dare to lay a finger on X, I will stop you.
Jia is also gradually being swallowed by the monsters. Watching Huan Song shout loudly, Oh, bah. Looking at the monsters that have swallowed those people, he sighed. All right. The troublesome obstacle has been cleared. The only thing left is to let the hungry soul demon keep negotiating. Although it's a bit uncomfortable, it's also a decent source of nourishment. The ghouls gradually appear, revealing their hunger. He looked at the gem on the ground, bent down to pick it up, and realized it was time to end this. But then his gaze shifted to Jin and Soon, a bit puzzled. Blood slowly spread from the tips of her fingers as she drew some kind of mark with her own blood. Huan's gaze immediately turned serious as a purple markings gradually appeared on Jin's hand, and when the monster gripped him tightly, his eyes shifted to a deadly red. At that dangerous moment, Dia almost didn't care about herself and shouted, so Tron had no time to hesitate anymore. She knows it well, but her weakness makes Soon hesitant, yet soon you will definitely fall into a state of frenzy. And then he replied, I know that. So Tron fell silent for a few seconds, trying to persuade him. Your memories might have been fabricated. Only a small part of our memories are the same, and it's too little, so you don't need to take such a risky choice for me. Shaishin's eyelids grew heavier, and her words continued to echo in his ears. Just make the best choice for yourself then. He suddenly smiled faintly. Dia gazed intently at the kind-hearted girl he had always cherished and slowly expressed his feelings. Even if the girl I saw in my dream is fake, or even if she's just a memory from a past life, I don't care. Before Jay was completely overwhelmed by the monsters, I managed to say it, because the girl in front of me right now is the truth. So Chan, after hearing those words, bowed her head and clenched her teeth, silently making a decision. And finally, Jin regained his strength and pierced through the glowing monsters with a swift strike. His eyes flashed with a fierce red like a demon lord appearing, slowly stepping out from within the monsters. Almost immediately, a blinding light erupted fiercely as if to cleanse those creatures. Juman froze, unable to react in time to the situation before him. The tree-shaped monsters were burned to a sizzle by the mark on his hand, turning from chaos into dust. And So Troll nearby was also freed and gently landed on the ground. Behind him, Hwasong and the guardian god had been defeated by the monsters, but they gradually eroded and disappeared. The first to be rescued was Za, and the turn of the battle had completely shifted, driving Jumonian crazy. But what he cares about most right now is the gem lying abandoned on the ground, though he's afraid Jin will take it back. His monster quickly rushes forward, opening its ugly mouth to swallow the gem. Before he could reach it, a foot suddenly stomped down, crushing the monster into the ground. Juan looked over in surprise to see Jin. He suddenly appeared behind him, as if he had transformed completely. He clenched his fist and threw a punch that sent that bastard flying backward. Jum-Won was thrown into a nearby house, his body like a sack being hurled away, pierced through the house itself. Dust and smoke fill the air as Deshin, with bloodshot eyes full of rage, glares fiercely at the wreckage. Mr. Yu's car didn't know when it had gotten up. She hugged her aching shoulder. Amazed by his power, Jin remained calm and approached to pick up the gem. The gem now belonged to them, but So Troll still remained uneasy, constantly watching his every move. Jin slowly raised the gem to eye level, and suddenly the pale, screaming faces erupted like a storm. They scream with deafening, terrified shouts. Diashin is panic-stricken and terrified, as if their spirits have been affected by them. Yen clenched his teeth, trying to keep his composure against those screams. Those pale faces looked like ghosts. They were pulled tight and exerted pressure on Jin, holding it, and then a familiar figure appeared from those ghosts. It was none other than his past life, the demon Deng Shong. At this moment, the jade suddenly shattered and gradually seeped into his hand. Seeing Jin suddenly groan in pain, So Troll felt something was wrong with Jin, but he no longer had the strength to respond. Just then, another monster suddenly opened its mouth and lunged straight at him. It lunges forward as if to swallow Jessen whole. The creature's body is enormous, like it could crush anyone with just its weight. Since when has Jumonian been back in the fight? He silently controls his body to attack him, thinking Jin will give up. But that young boy only needed to wave his hand to tear apart those hideous monsters. Before long, his arm had pierced through Jum-Won's body. He widened his eyes and stared in disbelief at what was happening. In the face of his frantic attack, he tried to hide his fear with a taunt. Foolish, you can't determine the location of my heart. Jin didn't really want to find his heart, but suddenly the mark on his hand burst into fierce light. Dia grit his teeth and channeled his strength as if trying to pull something out. The sword of dominance, which seemed to have been taken away again, was reclaimed from Jum-Won's body. He stared in shock at the scene before him. How could this be? The weapon is back with its owner. Jin tightly grips the hilt of his sword, gently raises it behind his head, then swiftly swings it down for a strike on Jae-won. His body was as stiff as stone, but beneath the sword's edge it looked like filthy mud. A deep cut from his shoulder down to his waist was visible on his monstrous body. But Jin was still not satisfied. Yang's eyes filled with hatred as he stared fiercely at his opponent. Jumonian, badly wounded, growled with cold, painful huffs, but then his anger overcame the pain. The giant demon's hand behind him swung and sent Jin flying away, the deep wound on his shoulder gradually healing, but Huan remained motionless for a moment in shock. After a while, he slowly looked at Jin and hissed each word. Until now, you have always taken everything that rightfully belonged to me. No need to hide your trump card anymore. His forehead suddenly cracked all over his face, and dozens of red, piercing eyes sprouted from within, spinning around. His voice began to change. I have devoured countless lives as sharp, thorny trees sprouted even more on that strange body. The terrifying transformation shocked Sohan and Seonyu. Half of J1's face had turned into a layer of tree bark with dozens of red, bulging eyes. You can scream through your teeth, but no matter how strong you are alone, you can't defeat me or them. Elsewhere, a giant monster nearly 20 meters tall appears among the town's buildings. The tiny demon tribe screams in terror, "Elder, over there!" Over. Hong and the woman beside him suddenly flinched. The tiny demon scowled at the scene, awkwardly asking, "What's going on? Why has our weapon lost its power?" But no one could answer as the darkened monsters suddenly charged forward in a terrifying manner. Seeing this scene, everyone began to fear why the monsters suddenly became more aggressive. Back on the main battlefield, Hwan had completely transformed, his head now just a writhing mass of restless eyes. But Jin still stands there calmly with no expression, unlike the two girls behind him, who are hesitant because the enemy's power is too overwhelming. J1's body now had completely transformed into a 7-meter-tall demon, towering over his human form like an ant compared to an elephant. Just when hope seemed lost, a voice suddenly echoed in Jason's mind, urging him to increase his power. The mark on his hand still hasn't faded. That voice is tempting him, requiring pure blood. Soho is now pinned beneath the wreckage, and that sinister voice begins to set the terms. His sword needs more blood to break through. Not only Soho, but also Sae or Hoa Song now are like fish on a chopping board, which only makes that voice even more excited. "Declare a slaughter, then you'll be strong enough to defeat the enemy." Jason's eyes suddenly widened with murderous intent, as if convinced by that voice, and the protective sword gradually emitted a powerful aura, accompanied by a faint sound of slicing through the air. He clenched his teeth, gripping the sword hilt as if to control it, but the strange voice like a demon's spell still whispered in his ear to drink blood. One hand held his aching head as he fought himself against that ravenous, bloodthirsty desire, stabbing everything in his path. What So Troll fears most has happened. She anxiously looks at him, hesitating before calling out JN's name. "Yes, that's right, it is. You know I've been craving to devour your perfect power for a long time, right?" Because of the overwhelming forces within his body, Jin is struggling and biting his lip, clutching his head. The Dui-Yung gaze grew more pleased as he looked at him. "Is this your ultimate form now?" He asked with some doubt. "You haven't fully broken free from the chains yet." So, Troll cautiously watches him with the needle in hand as Hwan unleashes his power, causing the nails on his shoulders to shoot out. He didn't care whether he got an answer or not, because he would find it himself. "I'll make sure to check thoroughly before devouring you." Next, the nails on his arm shot out, accompanied by columns of smoke rising from them. Jumonian disdainfully declared the lowly creatures beneath him. "Open your eyes wide and see what true power really is." Following Jumwon's actions, Soyohon and Seonyu were terrified by what they witnessed. Zhongyu held his injured shoulder, his expression filled with disbelief as he whimpered, "Oh my God, what is this?" She stares in shock with wide eyes. Are all of them just parts of Jung Onian's body? By the end, Zhongyu almost screams out loud, "Unbelievable, these are all dangerous S-rank monsters, so it's no wonder she acted." In front of everyone, there is a bunch of monsters, large with glowing red eyes and a strange appearance, while Jin is kneeling on one knee facing them. He was only a quarter their size. Hwan announced the rules to Jin as if granting a favor. "As long as you can prove your worth, I will reward you. For every monster you defeat, I will spare one of those pathetic humans." Both girls tensed their bodies, watching the monsters with alertness. Hearing that, Song-Yu froze in shock. "What?" He's arrogantly showing off. "These are all the strongest demons I have devoured during my conquest of the demon realm." Dean still pays no attention. He bows his head, enduring the pain within his body, sweat soaking his face. Jamonian taunts joyfully. "Come on, show off whatever skills you have." Hundreds of eyes on his head and in his mouth all turn their gaze toward Jin. Suddenly, he coldly shouted, "Shut up, Jin." Annoyed, he looked up and said, "Your narcissism makes me uncomfortable." Dai One, being scolded, also looked confused and paused. Dia Sin Kam drew his sword and slashed across the group of monsters. In an instant, a blazing red sword shot through the air toward them, so powerful that the temple was destroyed by the shockwave of the attack. Bricks and stones falling all around, and the monsters were torn apart, flying in pieces through the air. Jin leaps up to avoid the obstacle and heads straight for Hwan. He reacts quickly, summoning more monsters, and another spike shoots out from his shoulder, A bird-like monster swoops in and bites onto his body. Using the distraction, the flower humanoid struck the ground hard, creating a purple barrier that spread across the earth.
When finished, he looked up at Jessen, who had dodged the demon's attack. A single sword slash severed its head from its body. Then he landed on the ground following gravity.
Dia sneered and said,
"You're just a clown who jumps around with such little ability to think you want to punish the fairy world. How ridiculous."
Dai-1 fell silent, then summoned more demons to cause chaos and pretended to praise. "All right, this time the monsters are stronger and more numerous than before. I have underestimated you." They roar and rush towards Jin. He stands there silently using his power, a golden aura enveloping his body. Suddenly, a massive, brilliant golden light appears and stretches across the entire neighborhood. The deafening explosion echoes through the space as Zayu and Sun stand on the ruined upper floor of the Naniac temple, watching the battle unfold.
She exclaimed in panic, unable to believe it. Just these monsters alone are terrifying enough.
Yet Sun remained silent, only frowning in deep thought. Suddenly, Sotron jumped down without hesitation, causing Song Yu to startle and call out, "Miss Sotron, wait a moment," as she looked down anxiously. Suddenly a voice rang out from behind her. "Damn it. How long have I been unconscious? Someone is approaching Song Yu." She tilted her head in surprise and looked at the person who called out, while Hua Xiong stood beside her, holding the unconscious Xoho, also gazing into the distance. Hua Xiong handed the bucket to Zhang Yu and asked him to watch over the little fox girl for him. She looked at the person in her arms with a doubtful tone. "You don't need to explain about the fox spirit, just ask for one more favor. She'll probably wake up soon, and I'm sure she'll get all worked up trying to find me, so I'd appreciate it if you could come up with something reasonable to keep her here." "What's going on?" "The girl will go look for him." "Oh, so you mean you're going to chase after them?" Huasang looked at her with a determined expression and replied, "I must join the fight. I may not be able to do much, but at least I won't let that fool face the battle alone. Think carefully. The best solution now is to stay still and use the time to recover your energy."
Huasung raised his eyebrows at her, flicking his finger as if to scratch his ear, then casually asked something before placing his hands on his hips and ruffling his hair, confidently responding. "Even so," Tron immediately jumped down without hesitation, "because if we stayed up here observing, how could we face Kotai's attitude, which was determined and caring when mentioning Jin, and that foolish guy was at least considered half my disciple, even though he had become more skilled than his master now, and I, as his master and the teacher, shouldn't hide up here and lose face." Over there, Desin runs back and forth among the monsters, killing them. Zeong-U is speechless in front of such sincere words. She turns her face away, ignoring him, and somewhat reluctantly stops to advise, "Honestly, your stubbornness is incurable. No matter what I say, you just ignore it." In the end, she could only utter words of concern for Hua Xiong. "I hope you can survive this long. I don't want you to die here." You're surprised and stare wide-eyed at Zayu. Hua Xiong immediately starts laughing, and he opens his mouth to tease her. "What is this? Is the little one worried about me? Could it be that the little one has fallen for him?" Zayu was instantly annoyed, pointing outside and snapping, "Just go down and ask for my help. Are you awake now, Kai Chuang? You want to join the fight too, huh?" Then he growled back at him. For a moment, Hua Sung and the guardian deity leapt out together. The boy cheered excitedly. "Let's fight." Mr. Yu's car stays still, quietly watching as flashes of light streak across the street with loud noises. 2 more monsters are defeated, their heads split by sword energy before continuing their attack on the ones behind. Dia with murderous intent walking through the bodies. He went crazy and swung his sword, a voice echoing constantly in his mind. Shindi. That sound is hypnotic, urging Shin to unleash his deadly power, with the sword resonating more intensely around him as a huge explosion erupts and a blinding light engulfs the area. The seductive voice urges Jin to become more ruthless. Absorb the power of any living creature nearby. He loses his reason and rushes forward. That voice is always present, never stopping, and you will have enough strength to defeat the enemy. Jin slices through the last monster, revealing Jum-1 standing behind. Jin leaps over the wreckage of the creature and moves closer to Jum-1. He grabs his sword and strikes directly at his body. Suddenly, Jum-1 speaks. It seems it's not enough yet. He was stunned in surprise. After his words, another monster emerged from Huan's body to push him back, forcing Jin to cover himself with his hands. Along with that, his voice rang out. "Welcome the sinner with the warmest greeting." This time, the number of demons is twice or even 3 times that of the previous 2 waves. With endless pairs of red eyes glowing in the darkness, his cold and ruthless voice echoes through the space. My loyal subjects, another battle has begun.
The young demon with the goat horn and twin bodies swings his sword fiercely, but behind him, another group is waiting to attack. A bright sword suddenly appeared among the 7 demons, destroying them all. So-chan hurried back to the battlefield, her face drenched in sweat, hesitating as she watched the fight unfold. A moment later, Hwasong and the guardian deity also arrived where she was standing. He landed on the roof and reluctantly asked,
Is that idiot crazy again?
So-chan didn't answer and raised her hand to stop him from going further. Don't come any closer. Let me go alone. Hwasong hesitated before that action, wondering why, then lowered her eyes to explain. For Zong, no for Jin at this moment. All living beings around him are considered enemies. Hwasong, don't risk approaching him now. You could lose your life. This statement only makes it more confusing for him. Hwasong kept looking at her as she kept asking questions. Why did it suddenly turn out like this? Did I miss something while I was unconscious? So the troll immediately denies it. The root of everything is from the seal the fairy clan cast on his body. He repeats his question about the seal. Over there, the goat pleads once more to end the life of a monster.
Hwasong looked at his figure and asked again,
Do you mean the strange tattoo on his wrist? He nodded slightly with his eyes closed in response.
Hwasong hesitated for a moment, then asked another question, this time involving the fairy realm. So, does that mean that idiot is a bad guy? I have lifted the seal for him, and he won't stop until he closes his eyes or completes his mission with the fairy clan. So Troll blames himself, but this is my responsibility, and I must take responsibility to end it. You are left silent by this statement. Then Hwasong suddenly guesses, could it be that the fool asked you to lift the seal on him, and then said something like, this is the only way for us to defeat J1?
So Chan was guessed right. Her eyes widened in shock. She didn't know what to say, so she remained silent. Do you know that was the answer? Hwasong suddenly spoke, recounting how many times that fool risked himself to protect her. After going through life and death several times, he still remains so stubborn. Over at Jessen's side, he swiftly swings his sword to cut down the 3 demons surrounding him. On this side, you glance away and continue speaking. If I were in his position, I would make the same choice. Hearing this, So was startled and turned around to look at you. Hwasong didn't let her speak. He advised that we should consider ourselves as comrades who have fought and risked our lives together. Now is not the time to assign blame, but to unite and protect our comrades. So Chan stared in shock at him, lowering her head to process his words carefully, her gaze becoming more determined than ever. Seeing this, Hwasong smiled with satisfaction. Well done, now you have the motivation to fight a proper battle. Immediately after, Chien-ai leapt off the roof with a burst of energy. Let's go! According to him, So Troll and the guardian deity each took off after them. At Jin's place, a demon swung a staff toward his head, but he tilted his head to dodge. Jin, exhausted, wipes sweat from his chin. Juman watches the battle so far and praises. You're quite stubborn, huh? But in the next moment, he arrogantly assesses, though it's only to increase the small number of humans I spare. His fight hardly reduced the number of monsters, as there were still too many surrounding him. Suddenly, Hwasong appeared and kicked a monster. He loudly declares, Your grandpa has arrived, everyone line up one by one, then lands on the ground, and still in disbelief at the perfectly intact object before him, exclaims, You took a hit like that and you're completely fine? Hwasong quickly turned to Jin, asking with concern, Are you okay? As the last words disappeared into the dazzling golden swordlight from which he attacked, Hwasong swiftly leaned back to dodge. He collapsed to the ground, staring at him in shock. The monsters behind him were split in 2 by that single sword. Hwasong turned to look at them, then quickly faced Jessen, nervously joking. Please say that last move was you saving me. But which of us still has any reason left? Dia begged, raising his sword to continue the attack. Seeing that, you almost scared the hell out of me. Don't joke like that or you'll really get killed. Luckily, So-chan rushed to her and raised both hands to block Jin's sword arm. So-chan looked at him anxiously, pleading. Don't do that, don't swing the sword the way they want. Dia, please stay still and don't move. But that voice kept echoing in his mind. Do it! Stab anyone who gets in your way. His eyes glowed red, completely lost to reason. Are you really going to block your path? Dia begged, losing his mind further at the sound, pushing down on his arm. So, Troll was terrified beyond measure, shouting loudly for him to wake up. Jin saw that the situation was unstable. Hwasong quickly stood up. Jin couldn't hear her voice, and he aggressively attacked, making it even harder for her to resist. So Troll doesn't give up and speaks out again. Jin, please, his eyes still reddened, showing his loss of control. Suddenly, the ring on So Troll's hand emitted a faint blue light. Jin suddenly stopped, and Jin Lang's figure suddenly appeared behind him, finally getting a chance. The power from the ring is affecting him. Dia asked for quiet to hold the pose for a moment, then suddenly pulled back. So Troll looked surprised and older. He was pressing his head with his hand, and she immediately tried to call Dean. Jin couldn't believe it and widened his eyes. Those strange sounds had disappeared. How was that possible? Mr. Bang Huang tilted his head and saw the figure of someone who shouldn't be here. Diwan looked at the scene before her, feeling uncomfortable and speaking out. "Get out of the way." He contemptuously controls the monsters to charge forward. The lizards blocking the way are getting more and more annoying. Hoa Song looked at the scene, couldn't believe it, and scolded out loud. It's getting even more crowded. Suddenly, the ground trembles loudly, and the three of them look suspiciously at their feet, causing the monsters to also stop in their tracks. Dai One looked uncertain, all eyes alertly scanning the surroundings as the incident unfolded in an instant. A series of thick roots breaking through the ground and emerging above. All the monsters were knocked down and tangled by the tree roots. Hwase Ong struggled to keep her balance and shouted in panic, "What now, for heaven's sake?" So Troll also panicked and looked around everywhere. Finally, the commotion stopped, and So Troll looked in horror to one side where a towering tree blocked the sky. She was stunned and incredulous, and suddenly Daishin felt a sharp pain clutching his chest. Jinlong's figure still standing nearby, smiling as he looks at him. "It's good that you have stopped. I was wondering how to communicate with you, but somehow fate made So Troll accidentally activate the ring." Jin regained his composure and understood at a glance. "Jinlong, are you the one helping me chase away those strange sounds?" "Oh, wait a moment. Why are you hiding inside the gem?" "Because this is the only way to both save Yon Neong and help you. I am also making the same choice as you." Hearing that, he fell silent and watched him. Dian Lang continued to narrate. "In the past, the Queen Mother of the West came to me with an offer to help me fix my past mistakes during my breakthrough to break the stalemate, even though I sensed I was about to walk into the trap of those immortals and that I would become increasingly inferior to them." The image of the fortune teller flashed through his mind. Jin Lang continued confidently recounting the old story and the origin of the jade with powerful strength. "But eventually, I couldn't resist the allure of the fairy world and agreed to forge divine weapons for them. It wasn't until I met Ayon Neong and took her soul that I finally realized my mistake." He remembers a mysterious young man who always mentions the fairy world and talks about the affairs of the immortals because immortals are absolutely not allowed to interfere directly in human affairs, so they have to use intermediaries like us. In the past, Jin Lang once gave a ring to So Troll with a slightly self-deprecating tone, and as a result, we ended up causing even more harm to those around us. According to Jin Lang's words, Jin remembered the fortune teller holding his hand to examine it, and more memories flooded into his mind. The director hugging him as a child, the scene of the monster killing the fortune teller, young Jay trembling in fear, and the director gently caressing his face one last time. Jin bowed his head, painfully begging. So in the end, everyone was affected by the mark on his hand. But right after, Jin Lang faintly smiled and looked at Fu Quit. "Actually, you can't really say that. Although angry at being used, I still took my fate into my own hands." He revealed Soon's existence, so you don't believe that the connection between you and Soon is just arranged by them, right? A sudden awakening jolts the dreamer awake, and Day opens his eyes wide in shock. After speaking, Jin Lang seriously unleashes his power. He raised both hands, gathering energy to form a shining golden sphere between them, with luminous streams swirling and merging into the orb. Jin Lang sighed. "The number of souls in the gem is enough to boost the strength of your entire army." Jin looked at him with suspicion. "A whole army? I only have a few companions," he asked with a faint smile. "Really?" Then Jin Lang simply pointed and gestured to look behind. Jin turns around as told, announcing that someone is here to see you. Everyone in Jin's team all look towards a figure suddenly appearing in front of the tree. "You are still alive?" She recites the name of the visitor. Gomo. He stands perfectly still on the massive tree root. Go, Mok quietly looks back at everyone. Dee saw this and was full of doubt. Is this also part of the layout of the Queen Mother of the West? Suddenly feeling something, he lowered his head and carefully sensed it. A solitary golden light shone on his chest, and Dia Shin reached out to hold it as he apologetically said, "I'm sorry to you all." Bright flashes gradually appeared around him. Dia Shin sincerely apologized and begged for help, but your bodies are buried in cold graves and your souls are tormented by revenge. You will not have to wait much longer. The decisive moment has come. Put on your armor again. Present yourselves before me. And more luminous auras appeared, floating in the air as he commanded. As the last words ended, fierce monsters suddenly appeared from the roots, their eyes shining with a sharp yellow hue, unlike the sinister red of J1. The battle now divides into two factions, the yellow-eyed monsters that have just awakened, and the red-eyed monsters of J1. Their every step is so powerful that the stone path cracks beneath their feet. Both sides are ready, each with formidable fighting strength. They rush to bite and tear each other apart, creating a chaotic battle. Dia suddenly charges out to sweep away the demons blocking her path. He looked at the person in front of him with anger. D1 spoke. Well done, Queen Mother of the West. Your plan has far exceeded my expectations. I feel uneasy. Hwasong and So stopped them. Wait a moment, Hwasong arrogantly said. Don't think you can easily toy with me until I devour all your fairy pustules. Dia pleads to draw his sword, the mark on his hand glowing purple. Hwan also clenches his fist and says, Now is the time for me to dominate the three realms. Both of them rushed into battle, ready for a fierce fight. Elsewhere, the silver-haired elder decisively swung his weapon to destroy the undead. The power of the weapon makes him gasp in amazement, unable to believe that a weapon crafted by a dwarf could be so effective. Meanwhile, on the other side, a loud shout orders fire, and the cannons spark as they shoot at the ghostly monsters. Hong shouted with authority to those behind him. We have enough firepower to stop them, everyone. Focus all your strength. We need to hold this last line of defense. A worried person said, Princess, if we keep fighting and draining our strength like this, we won't be able to match the demons. If this continues, we will only fall further into an unfavorable position. Hong Dian has no choice but to endure. Is there any other way? And it's not entirely hopeless either. Behind the foggy street is an enormous, mysterious tree emitting strange energy, surrounded by mist. Someone spoke up. Do you see the giant tree that suddenly appeared? Its aura is very familiar. I have a feeling it's a good sign for our side. Are you sure I didn't hear wrong, Chairman? Bai Luk Tien Tam, the other person replied. We must also join forces. Mr. Yu's car is standing nearby, observing the ancient tree, and he is the one talking to the old man on the phone. The elder must have seen the giant tree emerging from the ground, right? An entire army of monsters appeared with it, and now they are fighting with Jum-Won's subordinates. She continued to worry. Su stood behind, listening carefully. I just found out. All of this is thanks to the premeditated plan of a nine-tailed demon fox. I have seen it with my own eyes, so the elder can fully trust him. The old man on the other end of the phone listens intently. Please inform the remaining members of Hwaseon not to waste their strength fighting the demon and to gather together to prepare for a powerful, compassionate attack to support Jin, who is fighting Hwan as he swings his fist. Jin dodges to the side and swings his sword, sparks flying, to strike Jum-Won. The slash cut through the wall behind but failed to sever Jum-Won's arm. The surrounding neighborhood was already scarred with countless traces of the battle. Dai-Won speaks only with this much. Dia Shin now is full of energy, with blazing red eyes and smoke billowing from his nose. Diwano clenched his fist and said, Don't even dream of beating me. The two of them charged at each other again. Jin was thrown far away, his body flying over the buildings. Dia Shin lay on the wreckage, crying out in pain. Dai Onion sneered, In the past you were a celestial being, but now your strength is limited by your fragile mortal body. How can you compare to me, a person who spends his whole life cultivating the mortal body? He stares at Jin with countless eyes. Suddenly, Jong Onian was pierced through the side by a slash. He looked down at the wound in shock. Jin stands up. Annoyed, he says, If you spend your life training like this and that, what right do you have to speak when someone spends their whole life stealing others' power? Instead of talking nonsense, just fight. Before he could finish speaking, Hwan swung his fist, punching Jin in the stomach and lifting him high into the air. Jin cried out in pain. Hwan said, I really hate your eyes. He slammed Jin's head into the ground with such force that the earth cracked. He let go and Jin was now lying unconscious. Hwan continued, So before I devour you, I have to gouge them out first. As he said that, he pressed 2 fingers into Jin's eyes. Just as he was about to lose his sight, Hwasong appeared out of nowhere, radiating fierce energy. You shouted out, eyes full of fury, and threw away the hand holding the shoe. Hwasong gathered her strength and punched Jamanin, but to him it was like a mosquito bite, and her finger was broken, throbbing with pain. On one side of Jamanin, the wound Jin caused earlier is still not fully healed. Taking advantage of that, Soon thrusts her weapon with a blue glow into the wound. Caught off guard, Jamanin looked down and exclaimed, You! Sotron's green eyes shone brightly as she tried to stab her weapon deep into him. Sotron resolutely thought, just a little more. The sharp beam from her weapon was gradually stabbing into a red object with many branches around it, which looked like Jum-Won's heart. He exclaimed, reaching out to try to catch Sotron daringly. The guardian deity rushed over, clamping onto that arm to hold it back. He glared at the troublemaker while Soon continued to push the weapon into his body. "Keep going, you're almost there." Jum-Won's other hand clenched into a fist, ready to strike at Sotron. Hwasong screamed and charged forward, putting all his strength into blocking his fist. He tried to hold on but couldn't last long. His arm was overwhelmed and cracked open with wounds from the inside. Hwasong pushes Jum-Won away, crying out in pain, his strength causing Hwasong to be thrown back. So-chan and the guardian spirit continue to hold on. You shout for him to go away. So-chan unleashes a bright blue light. So-chan cried out in panic, "Why is the distance getting farther and farther?" The beam of light hasn't touched Jae-won's heart yet, and is only drifting further away. At this moment, the heart has moved up to his head. So Troll is stunned. His heart is able to move? Young Gwon threatens. "It seems you still don't know your place, do you?" "Don't worry. When you're no longer useful, I'll grant you death myself." So Troll is disappointed to learn the plan has failed and continues. "But if I let you run wild like this, it will be dangerous for me. There's no other way. I'll have to cut off your limbs first." Jong-won swung his arm toward Sotron. She looked up in panic, thinking there was no escape, closed her eyes to accept her fate, but nothing happened. So-chan opened his eyes and heard a harsh curse. Truly cursed, Hwasong rushed forward to shield So-troll. She anxiously exclaimed, "Oh my God!" Hwasong forced himself to say, "At the last moment, I came to save you." A monster named Soon looked back in panic, with Jum-won's arm behind Hwasong, having taken the full brunt of his attack. Blood drips before his eyes as he collapses. Hwasong's face darkens as he spits out a lot of blood. He collapsed, and Yeshin, who had just regained consciousness, was stunned by the scene before him. A piercing scream rang out. "Don't do it!" Hwaseong is now badly wounded, lying motionless on the ground. Jin stared blankly at his friend. After a moment of thought, Jum-won said, "I will curse down to the very origins of this land. The battle of the monsters has yet to reach its end." As he spoke, he grabbed the guardian deity's head, condemning all life to eternal non-existence, then lifted him high, causing a panic-stricken scream. No, D can't hold back his fury anymore and charges forward with his sword. Dian wondered, "So you still insist on resisting? Then show me your true form." Having said that, he threw the guardian deity to the ground. Jin roared and continued his attack on Hwan. He blocks his strikes with his hands, goading him on, and even more, unleash your fury. Show your true strength. Jin kept swinging his sword, each strike filled with his growing fury. So Troll nervously said, "Jin, Hwaseon is still lying motionless on the ground beside you." A memory flashes, and Hwasong curses. He complained, "Don't rely on being the leader and pass the responsibility of taking care of this kid to me." A small hand grabbed his. "That girl is Sai when she was young." Hwasong looked down in confusion and asked, "What are you doing?" Hwasong brushed her hand away. "Is this little girl being harsh?" X looked annoyed and said, "You're unsure what to do." "Hwasong seems so annoyed, huh? You take the girl out to the city. The ladies keep praising her. Your daughter is so adorable." Another one mutters, looking at her, "Is she really raising chickens?" Hwasong helplessly denies. Memories keep passing by, including the time Sai A longed to look into an ice cream shop. Hwasong immediately bought ice cream for the little girl. Or sometimes they argued with each other. There were times when X had to cook while waking Hwasong, who was lying stubbornly in bed. X grew up alongside Hwasong. They were like cats and dogs fighting all the time. Returning to reality, X was now awake. The little girl wondered why she suddenly dreamed of the old days like that. X turned and saw Mr. Yu standing nearby. The girl wondered why she suddenly dreamed of the past. She turned to see Mr. Yu standing nearby with his back turned to her. Mr. Yu's car looks distracted. She recalls Hwasong's words. "That fool is at least considered half my disciple. I am his senior and also his master. If I hide up here, what kind of dignity is that?" Hwasong hesitated and said, "And by the way, I am planning to use the secret technique of great power and good heart." Sung Yu asked curiously, "What do you mean? Are you saying that secret technique you used to teach everyone before?" "If I remember correctly, it's just a type of spatial barrier, not an attack spell," Hwasong replied. "To be precise, that secret technique was passed down by my master. She said that the power of benevolent strength is proportional to the purity of the wielder's heart. The more innocent and pure the heart, the stronger the power. Remember the fierce battle that took place back then? Xiao Yu listens intently. Now, with you and all the members of Hwaseon, and above all of us, we have a trump card. Hwasong glanced towards Xia. You said that girl over there, the girl who possesses a power I never imagined could exist in this world. Zhang Yu praised. I haven't seen you speak seriously like this in a long time. This is more like the first time. For all these years, I've been blindly chasing the desire for revenge. When facing him, I realized I didn't have enough courage and strength to fight the enemy. So watching Jin fight the monsters, Hwasong continued, I chose to place my trust in this kid who carries greater strength and courage than I do. Sung Yu helplessly said, I really think your stubbornness is incurable. No matter what I say, you just ignore it. You've managed to survive all these years, and I don't hope you'll die here. Memories keep flashing through Zhang Yu's mind as she asks, bringing her back to reality. Captain, where is Jock Ha?
Where is everyone?
Seeing that the girl had woken up, Zhang Yu suddenly exclaimed, Tia? She suggested that with your strength, we could perform the secret technique together. He looks confused, not understanding what's happening. Over here, Jin is still furious, swinging his sword at Huan. The sword pierced straight through his chest. Huan was stunned, feeling something very different from before. Blood is flowing from his wound as he asks, Is this your true fury? Dia Xin remains silent, as if rage has taken over him. Dai Wan continued, But you're venting on the wrong person. Your sword shouldn't be aimed at me. Jin is losing control inside his mind. A voice echoes, Fight and drink. Blood. So Chan watched anxiously and said, Game 1 convinced him, Wake up. I am not your enemy. You and I are the same. We are both victims of them, the ones who always act superior. At this moment, Ung Dung sneers as he watches us tear each other apart and slowly reaches out to embrace Jin. So Chan panickedly called out to Jin. She suddenly realized something was wrong. His hands clung to Jin as he tempted him. If you crave the blood that much, I will grant it to you, using my power to open your eyes. Jin gradually sank deeper into his body, and Huan continued, For all these years, we have only been pawns on their chessboard. And if we cannot find a way to overturn this game, we will forever be puppets controlled by them. Jinan is now in a different space, with voices echoing repeatedly in his mind, urging him to act, to drink blood. Huan's voice still echoes. Are you willing to accept a life forever dictated by others? Don't you feel any anger at all? The one he's talking about is the fortune teller. Game 1 continues to tempt him. Take my hand and I will grant you the power to destroy everything. A flash of light appears and Dia begins to transform, revealing a person emerging from Huan's body. He exclaims, My brother. Dongsung soared into the air. Jin, now transformed into his previous incarnation. Dongsung, just awakened, shouted out as he stood tall under Game 1's surprise gaze. He said satisfied, Very well, now we will together punish the fairy world. The monsters had stopped fighting, and Dongsung shouted, Who do you think you are to give orders to me? Game 1, are you surprised? Dongsung continued, The sword in your hand is blazing with fire, but conquering the fairy realm is not a bad idea.
You think you can settle my blood debt with their blood and Dung X's strength? Before he finished speaking, a voice rang out. What are you doing?
Foolish. Soon stepped forward and said, You said you wouldn't care about the past, that the present is the most important thing. So Chan shouted loudly, Come back and be a human. Young Jin So Chan and Dung Xian are facing each other with tension. Dung X shows his determination. I can't keep letting those gods manipulate and use us anymore. So Chan still listens, his voice firm and resolute.
Our fate together is up to us to decide, but I oppose his view and I helplessly warn you.
You are just repeating the mistakes of your past. Don't you realize that Jum-Won is trying to deceive you? Dui Umquan, standing behind, justifies himself, saying it's not temptation, but offering a chance. Even if you swear loyalty to me, I will still spare your life. To Tron, he turns and glares. Don't interfere in my affairs. Or before he finishes speaking, he cuts him off. It seems you still haven't realized your current situation, have you? From now on, you will do as I wish. Dongsung was surprised by Youngwon's request and continued to probe him. Why? His eyes are full of strange intent, and his words are full of manipulation. Your current form is created from my bloodline. Do you see those monsters now? You have also become a part of me, just like them. As soon as he finished speaking, you had no choice but to obey me. So Dongsung lunged forward and grabbed So Troll's neck when she was unguarded. The sudden attack made it difficult for her to resist. Dongsung tried to resist. He gritted his teeth and spoke with difficulty. Huan trembled all over, speaking from behind to extinguish his hope. It's useless. Once you have absorbed my essence, you will not be able to resist. Juman threatened him, looking at the ancient war armor with pride. Even your army from now on will become puppets under my control. A stream of blue light appeared, and he stared in amazement. The ancient battle armor seemed to emit a different source of energy. He turned around, sensing something unusual. Where is this energy coming from? The eyes of the giant red ghost blaze, their energy gradually transforming. It turns out that the surrounding people are casting spells, focusing on controlling that energy. Jiangum frowned, somewhat suspicious of this method. Is the chairman's gamble this time really trustworthy?
After following that fool's advice, are we supposed to bury everyone at once or what? The old man interrupted him. It's too noisy. Focus on casting the spell.
Everyone is exhausted. Hong turned back and shouted loudly, commanding everyone to support humanity while they focused on performing the secret technique. The old man next to him, looking worried, announced, "It's not good, Princess. It seems the secret technique they're using is also affecting us directly." Hong still persists in reassuring everyone, holding on a little longer. Inside the house, a huge energy suddenly appeared, illuminating the entire area. It was Nebi XA performing her energy alone, with her eyes closed, fully focused. Mr. Yu's car looks at her with a proud voice. She's truly something else. The energy surrounds her as the girl struggles with all her might, spreading out like it wants to light up the entire quiet neighborhood. I-1 finally sensed that something was wrong and sighed, the pressure growing stronger. He glanced to the side and, in a deep voice, asked, "Who is the one causing trouble?" So, Troll is still being choked. She feels some pain, but cannot resist. Dung X is still trying to break free from J1's control. He gritted his teeth, summoning all his strength to fight against So Troll and making a desperate sound. She faintly begged, "Please stay awake." Mr. Dung suddenly hesitated for a brief moment, his sword still blazing with fire and full of authority. In her delirium, she hears a reassuring voice saying, "Don't worry, I am completely alert." Troll peeks out, not understanding what that statement really means. Hoa Song is right behind her, his body covered in wounds, blood flowing from everywhere. He slowly lifts his head, his face smeared with blood, eyes shining with determination. He encourages everyone to stand shoulder to shoulder. Hua Seon's words stunned Dong Seon. He struggled to finish the sentence. "I fight for you." Dai-Won saw that Hua Seong could still move. His eyes widened in shock. This guy still isn't dead. He looked at Hua Song, slumped on the ground, and suddenly realized the problem. "Are you using your last bit of demon eye power to prolong your life?" Suddenly, Dung Song struck out, swinging a long sword toward Huan. He was surprised by that attack. "You Hua Song still haven't fully regained your strength. Your whole body is not intact." Suddenly, he said, "After all this thinking, I will teach you a spell." Maybe at this moment, Jin has regained his will. Hua Sung only teaches his friend this spell, which is used to cast a barrier called Ba Luk Thien Tam, designed to eliminate evil spirits and darkness with the power of righteousness in the human heart. Any demons or monsters inside this barrier are subjected to immense pressure that weakens their strength. Your eyes are tired, but full of hope for the last chance. So use your strength as a human. Jin finished speaking, then immediately recited the spell. Hoa Song quickly shouted to make everyone turn and look at him, spitting out bright red blood as he chanted, "Follow me." You keep chanting, "Omaba Yana." His gaze has now changed. He turned his face forward and recited along with you. Amo Bayana Juman was stunned by the immense power, only able to gape in silence. Hoa kept chanting louder and louder. Jin's Mahamula mask gradually shattered. He attacked while reciting Mahamula and swung his blazing red sword. The cracks in the Dung Song armor are shattering gradually with his speed. Manipazola. His sword slashed straight across Jumwan's body. Hwasan was gradually completing his spell, his voice growing softer. Jaba, in the end you run out of energy and close your eyes. Baba Baluta. Jin successfully regained himself. He tried his best to defeat Baba. At the same time, his hand continues to strike at Huan Baba Lut Ta. Jin has successfully overcome himself. He regained his original form after striking Jum-Won, then continued attacking, slashing him relentlessly without giving him a chance to counter. He tries to fight back but is always outpaced by his speed. Jin battles the giant Duan, but everyone knows who holds the advantage. He could only stand frozen as he was attacked, with strikes so deep they could pierce through his tough exterior. He was in pain, but never gave in. Don't even dream about it. Wan's head came off his body. His eyes rolled chaotically, yet remained defiant. Before my heart could finish its sentence, a streak of light shot toward him like an arrow. It was So Troll, using a sharp needle to strike at his core and finish him off. Her eyes changed. A flash of determination shone as she prepared the final blow. She aimed straight at the center of his head, and from the wound, cracks began to spread across his entire face. The cracks kept spreading wider and wider, covering his entire head. After that direct stab, he screamed in agony like a madman. His entire body began to turn to ashes, glowing with fiery red cracks like fresh blood. Then, his whole form shattered and collapsed with a crash before Soon and Jin. Her eyes still shone with a sea-blue light, her face serious and unwavering. Jae-won's body now looked like a lifeless stone, shattered into pieces scattered everywhere, especially his face, where the largest eye had been pierced so deeply it was caved in. After personally defeating him, So-Troll gradually retracted her divine power and struggled to breathe after putting all her strength into her last attack. Jin, who was possessed by Dong-song on one side, also exhaled heavily, but then something seemed to shake him, and his fiery red eyes gradually faded back to their usual gentle blue as he looked dazed, as if he had just realized something, and even when his expression changed to seriousness, he still called Jin's name with concern. Then, when they remembered something important, both of them turned to look in the same direction. Duyak-ha just turned his face, and he was stunned by the scene before his eyes. Duyak-ha now is covered in wounds, sitting silently in the distance, head bowed as if exhausted and about to faint. His eyes are vacant, devoid of any light, his whole body soaked in fresh blood, having poured all his strength into the recent battle. Jin was completely stunned by the scene before him, so much so that he hesitated to call the person in front of him by name. Duyak-ha watched the dust rise into the air, causing his heart to tighten painfully, and he cried out, "Please, don't do this." Even though the sight before him made him choke with emotion, he dared not cry out loud. Only tears welled up in his eyes as he looked toward the flower incense. Jin was completely devastated, kneeling down in front of the stiffened figure of the boy, as if hundreds of wounds covered his chest, shouting out in despair, "Wake up." The feelings of helplessness and loss flood over him, causing his tears to fall along with each heart-rending cry. But then, amid the overwhelming noise, a faint voice spoke out, "I can't just leave like this." As long as the fairy realm remains undestroyed, that quickly caught So-Troll's attention. She was stunned and immediately turned around. Jum-onin was supposed to have been destroyed long ago. Even though his body is ruined, he still tries to speak. That's right. As long as all of humanity is destroyed and there are no more forces or beliefs, the fairy realm's dominance will collapse. Immediately, his whole body shone with a red hue from the blackened wounds on his body. She was completely stunned by the sight and hurriedly shouted to him nearby. Jin looked quickly. The light from the cracks in Huan's body is pouring out strongly, just like the life threads bringing more danger to the world that has not yet ended. Each of those threads quickly shoots out from his body and spreads everywhere, sowing the seeds of disaster. The monsters immediately appear all around. The strands of life tethered right behind them, and not only that, they spread out across the horizon like a volcano erupting. Then the mortal world gradually merged together, forming a giant monster filled with demonic energy inside its body. The others outside the barrier were immediately terrified when they saw the giant ghostly monsters appear. The old man, seeing the scene before him, quickly asked the person next to him in fear, "What is going on? Please tell me this is just a side effect of the benevolent power." The elder, seeing such a strange scene for the first time, couldn't help but sweat. I don't really understand either, but I feel a growing sense of unease as I watch the monsters constantly evolve into more terrifying forms. I have a feeling something bad is about to happen. As if that, monsters began to appear everywhere, bringing devastating destruction and filling the world with smoke and flames. Jin looked at the monsters destroying the city in the distance and couldn't understand why it was happening. Jum-onin, the demon, was already dead. Then suddenly a familiar voice rang out, reaffirming what he just said. Jum-onin is indeed no longer alive. Both quickly looked over and saw Go-Mok standing there for a while. Go-Mok. He simply spoke lightly to explain to the two of them that his body was destroyed, causing the energy from the trapped souls inside to scatter in search of a new refuge. Those monsters are now filled with hatred and resentment, with glowing spots on their bodies indicating an accumulation of energy beyond capacity. Those fragile bodies are not strong enough to contain the energy, so sooner or later, they will all explode simultaneously. Those two words immediately caught So-Troll's attention. Self-destruction. His eyes, reflecting her fear, turned a cold, sharp yellow. As he spoke, he also revealed the devastating consequences in the distant, familiar neighborhood of Jin. If that power exploded, the entire Naniac district would be leveled. Is it worse than that? So what can be done to stop it? But even Go-Mok himself is powerless against. Can't sit. There's no way out. He coldly explained the reason behind Jum O'Nean's deep-seated grudge. Jum O'Nean's plan to lead an army to attack the fairy world after ruling the human world was ended here. So, Troll attentively listened to every word he said. The number of souls he had collected over time was countless. Now that he's dead, those remaining souls losing control is an inevitable consequence. Then, seeming to think of something, he furrowed his brow. So what if I open the celestial path and lead them to the fairy world? If we can push them into the fairy world, we might reduce the damage that the human world has to bear. But this will threaten the very existence of the fairy world. Can you bear the consequences? Only Jay Shin, standing aside, was completely confused and didn't understand what the old man was explaining, so he hurriedly turned to ask her. So what does he mean by that? But you also have no intention of explaining too much to him. I don't have much time left. You know that time is running out, especially with those vengeful spirits multiplying endlessly, and Juan's remaining souls could explode at any moment. Everyone here, even most of humanity, will have to be buried together, and outside the barrier, the situation is also extremely tense, with everyone turning their eyes to the elder beside them. Elder, what should we do now? Dia asked, unsure but vaguely guessing something, then turned to ask her. But does she have a way to open the immortal path? There is a way. Use the ring I gave him. At this moment, a realization begins to shine in his mind. Yes, the item given to me by the Western Queen Mother is indeed it. And at this moment, she was also stunned as she looked at the jade green ring on her finger. Dian Lang, through Jay's mind, continued to guide him on how to activate it. Combine it with the celestial energy and the heavenly destiny pearl. Once perfect celestial energy appears, you will be qualified to open the immortal path. Seeing the opportunity before him, he stepped forward, grasped Sotron's shoulder, and said, Combine her ring and Jin Lang's heavenly destiny gem within my body, and we will open the immortal path together to lead the monsters to the immortal realm. But her gaze was fixed intently on the young man before her, as if she had come to a realization. Her eyes filled with sadness, but she knew that was the only way, so she accepted his solution. All right, then we will open the path to immortality together. Only Gomak, standing far away, understood the consequences of this decision, but he remained silent. Even though she had agreed, Jin still asked about her feelings at this moment. Hey, after opening the immortal path, you won't have any problems, right? There was an unspoken sadness in her eyes, but she quickly hid her feelings and smiled brightly at the young man in front of her. Everything was fine. Suddenly, a distant, unfamiliar voice rang out warningly, What are you trying to do? In the smoky, fiery space, that voice suddenly rang out, startling both of them. If they open the way to the fairy path, the fairy realm will surely face disaster. Dia also recognized that voice and couldn't help but sweat nervously, startled to realize that it was her voice from another space, painfully warning against their plans and warning of the devastating consequences of their next actions. And yet allowing the immortal and demon worlds to clash in a war that nearly cost one of them their lives is not what the celestial realm desires. Moreover, what you intend to do goes against the principles and will of the celestial realm. Every word she said made it clear to everyone. Her expression grew even more grim, and she said nothing more. Especially for someone like you who bears the will of the immortal world and rebels against it. You will be permanently erased with no chance for reincarnation or rebirth. Dia, hearing this shocking news, immediately turned around in panic and looked at her. What? She let out a soft sigh. It seems she was already mentally prepared for it. Since she was ready for this, she also intended to speak about it. But before she could say a word, Jin angrily rushed over and grabbed Soon by the shoulders to question her. So, Tron, did you already know the consequences? I absolutely can't accept this way, I shouted in protest. This isn't right, we have to find another way. But so Tron understood there was no other way and fully consented to her next action, gently smiling to reassure the other person. Please let me do this. Looking at Z's body in the distance, who sacrificed himself in the battle, her warm voice continues to echo. This is the place Doc Ha dedicated his entire life to protect. She also didn't forget to think about those who are tirelessly putting all their strength outside that barrier. To protect the city where everyone lives, we all do everything we can to protect it. Despite his surprised and unwilling gaze, she calmly expressed her decision. This moment, standing together here, is the clearest proof. In the end, we have regained the right to decide our own fate. Dia, not wanting to lose her again, painfully said, Let me do it in her place. But Sotroll immediately cut her off and couldn't be interrupted. Knowing that the other person was stubborn, she only gently closed her eyes and patiently explained to him, Anyway, I am no longer human, and no matter what, I was never meant to exist in this world. And then her subsequent words completely shocked him, as if they were her final testament to him. Desin, in the future, you will not only live for yourself. She pursed her lips tightly, her eyes full of pain and loneliness as she gently advised him. You have to live for my part too, understand? He furrowed his brows, clenched his teeth in anger, and was about to say something, but couldn't find the words. Without waiting for him to say another word, So-chan rushed to embrace him tightly, holding him close as if it were their final loving hug, and their shared space seemed to slow down, allowing both of them to deeply feel each other's warmth. Even though I know your heart is now full of fear and loss, and I see how your mind is overwhelmed with sorrow to the point of tears, I will patiently comfort you. Don't worry. She quietly pondered for a moment, her eyes filled with longing, as if wishing time beside the other person would slow down so she would have no regrets later. So-chan closed her eyes, tears of happiness silently falling down her face as she spoke her final words to the other. I promise if there is a next life. As she spoke her final words, the jade ring on her hand glowed, activating the path to the fairy realm. I will come find you. Jin's tears now silently flowed down her face. He no longer felt pain and quietly listened to every word she said. He gradually accepted the heartbreaking truth before him, closing his eyes to lose the one he loved once more. All right. He said goodbye to her, like a promise full of hope for both of them in the future. I will wait. Following those words, a powerful light shone everywhere. Even the troll gradually transformed into his celestial form under the divine light. The monsters outside cried out in pain from the dazzling glow, but before they could do anything, they all vanished into the light. Even the people outside the barrier were thrown out by the explosion inside. Others trying to suppress the barrier to stop. The monsters were also blinded by the light and covered their eyes. That giant monster and the terrifying creatures also gradually disappeared into the void along with that light, and the scene leading to the fairy world was thus completely destroyed in the sky. Sa stands in shock, staring blankly at the empty space before her, her breath heavy and trembling. Next to her, Song Yu is stunned, both watching the flower boy collapse in front of them, his body soaked in blood. X burst into tears and rushed to touch him. Mr. Yu could only bow his head in sorrow and mourning. Nearby, So stood still, watching the scene before her with a blank gaze before turning to look at Jessen. He was standing amidst the fading smoke, looking down at his half-closed hand with a weary and emotionless expression. A ring from So sparkles in his palm. All that remains in his heart now are feelings of sorrow. The sacred temple is now just a pile of ruins, with broken bricks covered in ash dust. The next day, a photo of the collapsed abandoned temple became the hottest news. Under the comments, someone wrote, "If fairies really exist, please save us." I also heard the explosion. Don't bring ghosts into this. The area was indeed fenced off for construction, right? I have to go check it out. Thank God the residents in that area have relocated elsewhere. Witnesses keep sharing their stories. I went to the scene myself and saw everything firsthand. Only a pile of ruins remains, and the government is now rebuilding. Then, after some time, a news report announced that the Naniac development project would become a new urban area. A few years later, the city gradually grew with modern high-rise buildings. At a playground, the children chatter happily as they slide down the slide. Clear laughter echoes. In a quiet corner, a stranger in a hooded cloak stands silently, watching the short-haired brown girl running around. They observe quietly for a moment as she smiles brightly, with two other children beside her. The boy sighed and muttered, "So." The little girl snapped at her friend. Did he just say that? Such a foul mouth. And he responds with every single word. The girl said she doesn't know. Kids aren't allowed to say bad words, that lady. The boy argued back, getting worked up. If you're swearing, then go pee. Go ahead. You're swearing too. The girl pouted and said, "You need to apologize." Suddenly, a girl wearing glasses appeared out of nowhere, approached the children, and asked, "Hello, are you the kids living in the apartment across?" I smile and introduce myself, saying I am the new teacher at the art school over here. The kids have been playing and must be very thirsty now. I brought some fruit juice. She points to the small table with a few glasses of cool water. The black-haired boy crosses his arms with a wise old man's expression. His mother told him not to accept things from strangers. Before she could finish speaking, the brown-haired girl rushed over, unable to hide her craving, exclaiming about the juice. The black-haired boy finished his sentence. "It's strange, Minana." Stop, but the other kids don't notice. They happily rush forward, shouting, "More, more." Then the kids happily sipped their drinks together. Suddenly, the brown-haired girl froze, her eyes fixed on the floor tiles, puzzled. The girl bent down and asked, "What is this?" "It looks like a painting," her eyes fixed on an image of an old temple drawn on the ground. The girl with glasses approached gently and said, "That's a painting she drew at art school." After saying that, her gaze turned dangerous and her lips curled up. "Why don't you guys come closer to see clearly?" a sudden voice said. "Is that so?" The girl in the coat, who had her head covered, stepped closer with her hands in her pockets, her voice dripping with sarcasm. "Are you planning to lure the kids over and kidnap them?" The girl with glasses, startled, stepped back and shouted, "Who's there?" The girl in the coat smirked, having found her target. She took a step forward. "Do you know how hard I've been watching and waiting to catch you?" The girl in the coat shouted and told her to stop. The kids looked at each other in confusion, not understanding what was happening. The brown-haired girl, seeing this, quickly grabbed all the cups of water and told her friend, "This is mine." "Hey, Mina, over there," the person in the coat is still chasing after the girl with glasses, shouting, "Don't run." Suddenly, the girl in glasses swung her hand and her body instantly transformed, growing wide feathered wings. She turned into a bird, flapping her wings powerfully as she soared into the sky, leaving the girl in the coat shouting below. "Stop right there," the laughing bird in the sky silently thinks to itself. "How are you going to grow wings to catch me?" Suddenly, a chain from somewhere flew over and tightly wrapped around its leg, causing the bird form to scream and flap wildly. Below, the girl in the coat gripped the rope tightly, smiling triumphantly. "I got you." Her eyes sparkled as she muttered with a smirk, "The dead sparrow," the frantic bird flapping wildly in the air, its cries echoing in panic as it tries to escape. Meanwhile, elsewhere inside the Jonhua Seong station, a calm voice spoke. "Jumonian and his Duongyit have been eliminated a long time ago." She is an old woman with white hair standing there. She asked why the number of demons fleeing to the human world to cause trouble had been increasing. Again, she tilted her head and asked seriously, "Can you give me an explanation?" Then she called out Hongzon's name. At this moment, the princess was playing with the bell dog, gently stroking it, and lazily said, "Look, it's been a long time since I last visited the human world. Can we not talk about these things? Look at how the bell dog happily greets me." Then she hugs the bell dog and says, "The old tree has been indifferent to everything since taking power over the demon realm." "That's right, Honggon. I heard you just held a very grand and solemn coronation ceremony in the kingdom." Then she asked what it felt like to be a ruler of a nation when the door suddenly swung open and a scream cut through the air. Grandmother is the girl in the coat who ran in excitedly, saying, "Finally, I caught a monster," which startled the old lady. She annoyedly turned and said, "Hey kid, can't you see I have guests?" Then she scolded the girl, saying, "I told you many times not to call me grandma within this territory." Miss Lai nodded obediently. "Sorry, I got too excited." The old woman clasped her hands behind her back, nodded in satisfaction, and said, "All right, you did well. Go and rest now." The girl quickly raised her hand to her forehead. "Tuan Lek." The princess turned to ask the lady, "Is she your granddaughter?" She continued, "I suddenly felt a familiar figure flash through my mind." Madame Sai nodded slightly, her gaze distant as she said, "That's strange. I often feel the same way about you." She said that the girl tends to act impulsively without thinking, but she has a brave heart and despises injustice. As she looked out the window and saw the girl happily running away, she squinted and sighed, feeling as if she were beside Doc Hai. Hongdian remained silent. Then the princess continued, "That is the cycle of reincarnation and karma of heaven and earth. As long as your fates are still intertwined, even not in this life but in the next, you will find each other. The samsara of the 10,000 images is governed by this law." Lady Zia smoothly said, "All right, then today my wise king has personally come. Surely not just to reminisce about the past." The princess made a gesture as if she just remembered something and exclaimed, "You didn't say I also forgot completely?" She said, "The identity of the young heroine who specializes in eradicating evil and monsters that you are curious about." Then they recall the image of Soho confronting the ghost, which Hong just said is the little fox Soho. She continued, "The girl is trying hard to atone for the mistakes she made in the past. Soho's fate is to become a monster hunter, protecting humanity." Dressed in her school uniform, holding the ghost's severed head, her fearless gaze returns to reality, and she realizes, saying, "Oh, so you're Soho, no wonder." Hong looked at her expression, frowned, and asked, "What does that disappointed look mean? Are you hoping that person will be her?" Then Hong Dion said regretfully that she had torn through the demon world but couldn't find any trace of her at all. Grandma Sai looked up and closed her eyes without saying a word. "Since that event, I haven't seen him anymore. Maybe he left this country for a faraway place, or even more." The princess is joking. So many years have already passed. You must be over 80 years old by now, right? Sia replied. Come on, it's just because you monsters live too long. In a busy street in the Middle East, a young man walks among the crowd, calm and unbothered, as an old woman by the roadside calls out, Hey, young man, we seem to have a connection. Do you want a fortune-telling? The fortune-teller's voice caught his attention, and she said, I only tell accurate readings. He let out a breath, recognizing someone familiar. It was Jin's face. He smiled sincerely and said, Only if you pay with a card will I consider it. He sat down in front of the stall as the fortune-teller recounted that the immortal world had a hard time clearing the remnants of that battle years ago. Your actions back then severely insulted the dignity of the gods. Destroying the celestial aura by freeing the souls within the Destiny Jade was also an offense. However, I, the Queen and Mother, also feel very impressed that you completed that task in such a short time. Dia Shin calmly said, Madame Hafam probably isn't just here to praise me, right? The fortune-teller smirked and said, You came here to avoid running into that girl, didn't you? She tilted her head and said, Do you think just hiding somewhere remote and deserted is enough? Dia frowned and coldly said, So what else is there? Wasn't it you who said back then that if I got close, you would say no, that's not right? While explaining to Po Him, she mentioned that theoretically separating a single soul into two distinct primordial spirits is extremely difficult. Even if they succeed, the two primordial spirits will have no choice but to reunite someday. If they get close, they will discover each other and pull together like magnets. Yes, even I cannot prevent it. He closed his eyes, recalling old memories. At that time, you were in such a state of despair and panic that I had no choice but to grant your wish. Remembering that moment, Jin was frantically shouting, Give me back So Troll or take my life, my soul in exchange for her life. The fortune-teller in the form of an immortal with calm eyes said, All right, if that's what you want, I will split your primordial spirit into two and infuse a fragment of her consciousness. However, since it's a borrowed primordial spirit, she will only reincarnate once. Dia interrupted her, bringing his mind back to the present. Enough already. If it's just to recall the past, please go away quickly. The fortune-teller stopped him. Hey now. She took his arm gently and said, Wait a moment. Then suddenly she looked at his hand and smiled. Dia Shin widened her eyes as she listened, and if she then smiled and continued, It's just if. Only one life remains, but in return your life will achieve everything you've ever wished for. How would that be? He broke out in a tense sweat and hesitated before speaking. Suddenly, she said, Your seal has disappeared. Dia looked stunned and immediately reached to check her wrist. What is this? Not enough? The fortune-teller smiled calmly and said, You still have the ring I gave the girl back then. He nodded. Of course. What's wrong? She raised her hand to examine Sotron's old ring, her eyes focused intently. It's still intact. You must have treasured it a lot. Even though it's been a long time since you saw it, it feels like everything was just yesterday. Dia reached out her hand, speaking bluntly, handing over the item and then turning away. The fortune-teller said, Well now, this at least was once mine. Then she reached out to give it back to him, but the ring slipped from her hand. Jin shouted as the ring fell to the ground and rolled away. He hurriedly chased after, running and scolding angrily. That clumsy old woman! The ring rolled far away along the busy street. Suddenly, two people were about to pass by. One of them said, You really do feel the difference abroad. The girl with her complained, saying she hadn't met any handsome guys and was bored to death. The ring suddenly hit someone's foot, making her stop. She bent down to pick it up, gently turning the ring in her hand. What is this? That is So Troll, long hair flowing gently, standing amidst the bustling city streets. She suddenly exclaimed, A ring! Dia Shin, who had just run over, froze instantly when he saw her. He was so confused he couldn't believe it, his eyes fixed on the figure before him. So, Troll in human form, wearing a long cloak, strolling down the street. Their eyes meet and she feels suspicious of his intense stare. Dia was startled and wondered in her mind why So Troll was here. He recalls the fortune-teller's words that two separated souls will have no choice but to reunite someday. If they merge under these conditions, they will cancel each other out. Dia Shin clenched her teeth and thought to herself, No, I can't let So-chan disappear again. So-chan called out to him, Hey! He was startled and panicked, immediately turned around and ran away, thinking he had to get out of here. Seeing that, she grabbed his arm, calling out and leaning to run after him. Hey, Dia, please turn around and look. So Troll held out the ring and asked, Is this your ring? he shouted in panic, looking at her beautiful face and thinking to himself that suddenly a flash of light would shoot up between them when they touched hands. Jin closed his eyes, his whole body tense, waiting for the worst to happen. But nothing did. Suddenly a voice said, "Hey, hey!" So Troll calmly said honestly, "Haven't you ever seen a girl being born or what that you close your eyes like that?" Dia suddenly exclaimed in surprise. Why, nothing happened at all, her confused eyes made So Troll feel utterly puzzled. He stood silently for a moment, then turned to look at the backpack lying on the ground, secretly cursing, "That Western witch dared to deceive me." As he was lost in thought, Sotron suddenly burst into tears. "Oh, I see. So you're Korean. That's great." She kept asking him questions, seeming very familiar with this place. "Do you know any fancy restaurants around here?" Then he turned back, raised his hand, and called his friends over. "Hey guys, come quickly and meet Dong Huang." How do the friends from afar respond? Dia looks at her in surprise, her eyes resting on the beautiful face, smiling brightly. He suddenly remembered the fortune-teller's words. What if only one life remained, but in exchange your life would achieve everything you've ever wished for? He seemed to understand something, and a gentle smile appeared on his lips. Dia sin quit din joithu min veko. I am Jin. She turned to look at him. And you, how should I address you? So Chan smiled brightly and said, "Just call me so we can happily chat together." Her voice blended with the bustling city sounds as, from a hidden corner, the fortune-teller silently watched everything. She thought to herself, "This is the last chance, so enjoy life to the fullest. Consider this the final fate I can grant you both."